The man was a time traveler who became the fourth prince of the Silver Ridge Kingdom, Shadaltos. In this kingdom, royal heirs are given a piece of land when they reach adulthood, but the man gets the poorest outpost town. There are the Silver Ridge Mountains to the north, the Death Forest to the south, the Silver Ridge River to the east, and the only trade route to the west is blocked by the Card Fortress. But he soon awakened to the Lord Achievement system. As long as he completed the Lord Achievement, he would receive rewards. His Minister of State, Clint, and Chief Knight, Ka, are considered the least important of the least important in the royal capital. Suddenly, a loud cry of enemy attack came from outside. Xiada shuddered in fear. No way. Someone actually dared to stop the royal carriage. He hunched his neck and peeked over. He saw the Chief Knight and two guards blocking the carriage, their swords pointed straight into the woods, their faces filled with tension. A huge white net suddenly descended, trapping the carriage and its guards. Enemy attack. Damn it, we can't break free. The guards reacted quickly, drawing their swords and hacking desperately, but they were unable to cut it off. The more they struggled, the tighter the restraints became. The sticky white thread trapped them tightly. Xiada took a closer look and saw that it was clearly a huge spider web woven with spider silk, as thick as a little finger. Plop! A muffled sound came from behind him. Clint pointed out the window with trembling fingers. Your Highness, this must be the work of a witch. Witch? Xiada was slightly stunned. In his memory, the church once burned so-called witches to death. Isn't this world just an ordinary medieval world? How could it be? Without time to think, he shouted, burn the spider silk with fire. Ka immediately did as he was told, took out the flint and steel, and ignited the spider silk. At this moment, a young female voice was heard from the forest. Leave your food and clothes behind, or I will kill you. Footsteps sounded, and a little black-haired girl walked out of the woods. She was wearing rags, barefoot, and holding a rusty machete in her two small hands. The 8 pitch-black spider legs behind her had distinct joints, spread out like shields, and their tips pointed straight ahead. Xiada stared at her and saw through her immediately. This child was bluffing. Xiada's eyes gradually brightened. The guards were about to break free when Xiada suddenly shouted excitedly, "Don't worry about me. Catch her." At this time, the witch was being held at neck by Cow and another knight with thick eyebrows with long swords. She dared not move and could only stand there obediently. This little spider girl is so timid that she turned around and tried to run away just because Shade shouted at her. But how could she be a match for the knights? The knights who had freed themselves from the spider web quickly caught up with her and brought her back. Xiada looked at the little spider girl carefully. In his eyes, the girl's face was surprisingly delicate. Your Highness, you are not wearing armor, so don't get too close to this monster. Cow was always wary of those spider legs with bared fangs and claws. Xiada nodded, but his eyes were still on her, and he asked, "What's your name?" Lilith. Her voice trembled. Even though her legs were shaking with fear, she raised her head and forced her gaze to meet Shade's. "Why are you robbing people on the road?" Shade said indifferently. Lilith's voice was even softer. "Because there's no food. Winter is coming, and there are fewer and fewer prey in the forest, so—" Before she finished speaking, she subconsciously covered her thin belly with her hands. Only then did Xiada notice that her body was really too thin. After a moment of silence, Lilith spread her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I've told you everything I know. You guys, just kill me." He glanced at Lilith with disdain, then turned to Shade and said firmly, "Your Highness, please order her execution." Xiada was stunned for a moment, not expecting the other party to suddenly propose killing someone. Xiada asked back why. Not only Clint, but even Chief Knight Cow showed surprise. They wondered if the prince was truly confused or just pretending to be stupid. Clint suppressed his shock and patiently explained, "Your Highness, witches are monsters cursed by the devil, destined to bring disaster and misfortune." "Witches must die?" Clint said in a heavy voice. "Look at her strange appearance. How could a normal person grow spider limbs?" Lilith shrank back in fear at his accusation, and the spider legs behind her clenched tightly. In her opinion, Clint was right. Witches were considered a symbol of evil from birth. The call also spoke up. "Your Highness, I suggest executing him on the spot. This is for your safety." In the eyes of Xiada, a man from the 21st century, this was just a helpless little girl. He said calmly, "I have decided to take her back." Clint knew that the prince was always stubborn and stamped his feet in frustration. The scar on Ka's left eyebrow became even more hideous as he frowned. Lilith raised her head. She suspected that she had heard wrongly. This noble prince didn't want to kill her, but took her away? Clint urged again, "Your Highness, if you bring the witch with you, we will become the target of public criticism." "Then don't let them know." Shad interrupted. He stared at Clint. There are only a few of us here. Are you going to tell them? Clint was stunned, speechless for a moment by Shad's overwhelming aura. He had just realized that the fourth prince could display such majesty. Shade smiled and said, the so-called witch is just a fragile little girl in my opinion. Cow, how dangerous do you think she is? Ka answered truthfully. No, she is very weak, even weaker than a young farmer. Seada sneered. So this is what you call a major threat? Just because I'm different, you want to kill me? He looked at Lilith again and said firmly, power itself is not guilty. The key lies in the person who uses it. As if grasping a lifeline, Spider-Girl eagerly confessed, I've never killed anyone. Shade's tone darkened, his voice carrying an undeniable pressure. It's not the witches that truly bring disaster, but ignorance and stupidity. He turned and ordered, let's go. Get to the outpost town as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Then he looked at Lilith and said, you, get in the car. Ka slowly sheathed his sword. I understand, Your Highness. But for safety's sake, we must at least tie her up. Shade nodded. The thick-browed younger brother immediately brought a rope. During the binding process, Ka warned coldly, if you dare to harm His Highness in the slightest, there will be only one outcome. Before she finished speaking, Lilith nodded quickly, as seriously as if she was swearing. The yellow-haired boy at the side raised his hand and volunteered. Your Highness, why don't you let me get in the car and watch her? If anything really happens, I can protect you immediately. Cal thought it made sense, but shook his head to reject it. Forget it. It would be safer for me to do this myself. The smile on the yellow-haired brother's face froze instantly. Chapter 3. When Shad first saw the little Spider-Girl Lilith, the thought that popped into his mind was extremely direct and cute. He really wanted to raise one. Inside the carriage, he casually handed Lilith a piece of dry bread and a piece of dried meat. Her eyes lit up instantly. Every bite tasted like a rare delicacy, and the smile on her face was one of happiness and satisfaction. Shad was also infected by her smile, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. He glanced at Clint and Cal. Compared to the two boring middle-aged men, this little girl was obviously more interesting. Lilith licked her lips after finishing her meal. Shade then spoke up. That spider web you made just now was your ability, right? Can you demonstrate it to me? Seeing that her spider legs were still bound, Shade pointed and said, do you want me to help you untie them? Clint immediately shrank to the side, while Ka placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike at any moment. However, Lilith shook her head and whispered, no need, as long as the fingers can move. As she spoke, she stretched out her right hand, revealing her pink fingertips. The next moment, a small milky white drop of water slowly emerged from the tip of her index finger. She pressed it lightly with her thumb and spread her fingers apart. The drop of water instantly stretched and solidified, turning into a thin spider silk. Spider silk continued to emerge from her fingertips, and no matter how long she stretched it, it showed no signs of breaking. Seada exclaimed sincerely, it's amazing. He gathered the spider silk in his hand and examined it carefully, as if it were a treasure. Lilith, standing opposite, was stunned. She looked at Shade with an expression that made her wonder that someone in the world could look at her like that, without disgust or piercing disdain. The scenery outside the window gradually unfolded. Shade looked at the outpost town. The streets were muddy and dirty. The houses were a haphazard patchwork of thatch, wood, and stone. The people were gaunt, sallow, and ragged, their expressions dull. The town was lifeless. Shade frowned, but he knew that this was not unique to the outpost town, but was almost the same in all medieval cities. The carriage passed through the town and continued eastward. Soon, a stone castle appeared before us, nestled against the mountain and beside the water, standing on the banks of the Yinling River. As the residents of successive lords, it would be unacceptable to be less respectable. As soon as the carriage stopped, servants from the castle rushed out and lined up on both sides to greet them. They were all the former owner's old servants brought from the capital. Cooks, maids, handymen, everything. We're finally here. Shade stretched and ordered. Cal, check the surrounding security first, then rest. Clint, go investigate the situation in the town. The previous lord should have left some information. The two men took their orders and left. Shade brushed off these trivial matters, deciding that business was more important. He turned to look at Lilith and said, come with me. After untying her, he took the little spider girl into the castle. Along the way, Lilith seemed reserved, her eyes flickering, as if she was afraid of the servants' gazes. Seada saw it and comforted him softly, don't worry. Even if they know your identity, they won't do anything. He asked the maid to give Lilith a bath first. But when preparing clothes, a problem arose. Ordinary clothes could not accommodate the spider legs on her back. In desperation, Xiaoda took matters into his own hands. He asked someone to fetch a white wool sweater and simply cut off the back. Thus, a simple backless sweater was completed. Chapter 4. In the castle's third-floor study, candlelight flickered. Shade gazed at Lilith. Becoming a witch did indeed change a girl's appearance, often making them more beautiful than ordinary people. The little spider girl before him was completely different from before. Her fair face was flushed with the color of a bath. She was wearing a white backless sweater that Shade had specially prepared for her, a black and white made skirt with white tights, and a pair of dark brown boots. She had transformed from a dirty homeless girl into a graceful young lady. As for the dark spider legs on her back, they only accentuated her strange charm. Lilith lowered her head, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes. She felt a surge of anxiety, not understanding His Highness's intention in summoning her alone. Xiaoda didn't know she was thinking too much, so he just said calmly, "Are you dressed appropriately? Will your back feel cold?" Lilith was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook her head. "No, Your Highness, I haven't felt cold since I grew these things." Xiaoda nodded, his tone turning serious. "Okay, let's talk business. I want to hire you to work for me." Shade took out a pen and paper and wrote a few words. "Monster Girl Files. Your ability is to create and use spider silk, correct?" Lilith was stunned for a moment. Although she didn't quite understand the word hire, she nodded. Then, she hesitated and shook her head. "Your Highness, that's not all. My spider legs can also help me weave." Before. At this point, she suddenly remembered something. Her face flushed, and her voice became so low that it was almost inaudible. "The spider web that trapped you before was woven by me." Shade looked at the spider legs, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, a human-shaped loom. If he could use this talent, he could wear clothes woven from spider silk. Lilith didn't understand why His Highness smiled, but she continued. "Also, spider legs are very powerful. I can use them to climb walls and even hang from the ceiling." Shade quickly wrote this down on a piece of paper, writing down the ability description of one. Lilith, Spider Girl. He knew that this record was extremely important. Although he has the help of the Lord Achievement System, the special talents of the Monster Girls can become the secret weapon for developing the territory. Like Lilith, her spider silk can be used to weave cloth, make ropes, and even as adhesive material, and her flexible and powerful spider legs allow her to serve as an assassin or scout. Thinking of this, Shade couldn't help but wonder why the nobles rejected these naturally cute creatures. The value of a monster girl far exceeded that of an ordinary person. After finishing the recording, Xiaoda put down his pen and his expression softened. "I want to hear your story, can I?" She was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Okay." As the words fell, her expression darkened. Her story wasn't complicated. Lilith was originally an ordinary girl in Kaba territory. One day, spider legs sprouted from her back, and she was called a witch. When her parents found out, they tied her up with their own hands and planned to send her to the church in exchange for 10 gold coins. She broke free halfway and eventually escaped into the forest of Card County. Winter even had to rob people on the road. Most people were too frightened to resist the witch, which allowed her to survive. Until that day she met Shade. After hearing this, Shade was silent for a long time. The fate of the witch was truly a tragedy for this era. But at least in his territory, he would overturn such absurd ideas. Shade smiled slightly and said seriously, "Formally introduce myself. My name is Shade Altos, the 4th Prince of the Silver Ridge Kingdom. Starting tomorrow, I will also be the Lord of Outpost Town." Then, he looked at Lilith and said, "From today on, you will be my maid. I will sign a contract with you, which will clearly state your responsibilities and rewards. For example, 30 silver coins per month, including food and lodging." Lilith was stunned. In her imagination, being treated as a slave was already a great blessing. But His Highness not only took her in, but also provided her with food, clothing, and even a salary. 30 silver coins. Her parents worked hard, earning only 10 silver coins a month. Now, she received 3 times the amount. "Your Highness, I will definitely work hard," she said sincerely. Xiaoda raised an eyebrow. "Don't be so happy. You robbed me before, so I'm fined you a year's wages." In other words, the previous year's work was for nothing. Lilith agreed immediately. Okay. In her opinion, not to mention 1 year, even 10 years would be worth it. Compared to everything His Highness has given me, this punishment is nothing. A smile spread across her face, without a trace of loss. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I will try to use my witch power as little as possible and live like an ordinary person." "Why?" Shade asked. Lilith was stunned and whispered, "Because it's an evil force, isn't it?" Xiaoda frowned, his eyes sharp. "Wrong. That is not an evil power, but your unique talent. Chapter 5. Seeing that Lilith didn't seem to understand, Shad continued. Because I think you are more valuable than ordinary people. You can produce strong spider silk, and your spider legs can also complete the weaving. Lilith retorted in a low voice. But everyone says that this power is the embodiment of evil. She blinked, and her silver-gray pupils trembled slightly. Shade shook his head. Have you done anything bad since becoming a witch? Have you ever thought of hurting others? This series of questions left Lilith stunned. She had never considered these questions before. Shade sighed and softened his tone. What I'm trying to say is that these abilities aren't weaknesses, but strengths. Not only should you be able to use them, but you should also learn to use them more often and maximize their effectiveness. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then casually suggested. For example, you could try to weave a quilt for me using spider silk. In this era, even the high-quality woolen quilts used by the royal family were not comfortable to sleep on. If they could be replaced with silky, light, warm, and close-fitting spider silk, the effect would definitely be better. Hearing this, Lilith's eyes lit up instantly. Your Highness, you are truly different from others. Xiao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Really? I know. I'm much more handsome than them. Lilith smiled and replied with her head tilted. Yes, Your Highness is the most handsome. This was the second time Shad had seen Spider-Man smile. He even felt that smile held a captivating beauty. After a while, he remembered that he still had questions to ask. He knocked on the table, calmed himself down, and looked at Lilith. Although the other person's expression was sincere, Xiao knew in his heart that this girl was definitely not as simple as she seemed. By the way, there is one more thing. Do you have other witch companions? Lilith's expression obviously froze, and Shad immediately confirmed his guess. Xiao stared at her, trying to confirm his reasoning. Lilith's hands tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, sweat oozing from her palms. She felt as if she had been seen through. Your Highness, Xiao raised his hand and interrupted her. Since I knew it a long time ago, but still brought you back, it means that I don't care. Although I would like to take in your companion as well, I will not force you to reveal her information. After all, we are just strangers, and it is normal not to trust strangers. It is not too late to talk to you when you trust me completely. He only dared to tell Lilith these words alone. If Clint and Khan knew that he was planning to take in another witch, they would probably go crazy. However, to his surprise, Lilith hesitated for only a moment before revealing a resolute look. Your Highness, I believe you. Then she began to tell the story of another fellow witch. Her name is Nia. After I became a witch, it was actually she who saved me from the persecution of my parents. Later, we lived together in the forest. She was the one who did most of the robberies. I didn't want to be taken care of all the time, so I tried to rob her while she was hunting. That's when I met you. If she found out I was missing, she would definitely come looking for me. Only then did Shad learn that the other party's companion was a monster girl named Nia, and she was a very powerful type. You mean, Nia will come to my house in a few days? Xiao was a little excited. The monster girl who came to his door was a pleasant surprise. Well, I hope your Highness can take her in. If she wants to do anything bad, Lilith gritted her teeth, I will definitely stop her. Then please punish me. Xiao laughed to himself, thinking that he was too happy to bear the thought. Don't worry, as long as she doesn't kill anyone, I won't make things difficult for her. Lilith heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thank you, Your Highness. Well, if there's nothing else, go and rest. I've already shown you your room. It's on the innermost part of the second floor. Shade put away the monster girl file in his hand and prepared to go to Clint to learn more about the situation. As a lord, he had to understand the basic situation of his territory. However, after a moment, he looked up and found Lilith still standing there. What's wrong? Is there anything else? The little spider girl pinched the corner of her clothes with both hands, her cheeks flushed, her eyes dodging, and she whispered, Your Highness, I'm sorry, I lied to you. Xiao was stunned. He had never expected her to speak like that. Actually, I have another ability. He was a little surprised. You mean, besides spider silk and spider legs? Lilith nodded and opened her mouth, revealing two small, pointed canine fangs. These two fangs of mine can secrete venom. I used them once, and they killed a wild boar in just 10 seconds. Cold sweat broke out on Xiada's forehead, and he realized that this was Lilith's last trump card. Now that she took the initiative to tell this secret, it was obvious that she had placed all her trust in him. Xiada nodded calmly. I understand. So, is there an antidote for your poison? After all, we're going to live together from now on, and it would be troublesome if someone gets poisoned by mistake. Lilith hurriedly shook her head and said seriously, No, Your Highness. My saliva is the antidote. Even if you are accidentally poisoned, I will definitely save you, definitely. Chapter 6. After sending Lilith away, Shad was filled with satisfaction. But just as he walked out of the study and was about to look for Clint, he came over with a strange little girl. "Your Highness, this is Fei, the daughter of your subject Hammer." Clint pushed the girl in front of Shade. She just came of age the day before yesterday. Because the previous Lord, Viscount Rice, left 2 weeks ago, his right of virginity has not yet been exercised, so she was sent here. Xiao was stunned. The so-called right of virginity meant that a girl's first time must be given to the Lord. He couldn't accept such a backward and absurd privilege. He could accept most of the privileges of the medieval nobility, but the right of first night was something he could not tolerate. So he shook his head repeatedly. "Send her away. Tomorrow I will abolish the right of first night." "My lord, do you look down on me?" The little girl bit her fingers, her eyes full of loss. Xiao thought that most of these civilians were illiterate. So he simply said in a cold voice, "I don't like people like you. You are as thin as ribs and ugly. If you understand, just leave." Fei ran out of the castle crying. Her cries echoed in the night and spread throughout the outpost town, letting everyone know that the new lord would abolish the right of first night. In the darkness of the night, Shad accepted the information Clint had sent him. It contained all the taxation and financial status of outpost town. There was a tax on leaving the city, a tax on marrying a wife, a tax on using the bathroom, a tax on rain, and even a ridiculous tax on first nights. A commoner gave their daughter's virginity to the lord and was still required to pay taxes. These outrageous and exorbitant taxes and levies were suffocating. The economy was stagnant, and the people were living in dire straits. No wonder outpost town was so poor. The previous lords were nothing but bloodsuckers. Shade knew that now that he was here, he couldn't let this situation continue. It had to change. The next morning, everyone in Qinshan town gathered in the square. "I heard the new lord drove Fei away." "How could that be?" "I think Fei is pretty." "It doesn't matter, just don't raise taxes anymore." "I heard they're going to abolish the right of first night." "Maybe he's a good person?" "Haha, don't be silly. I've lived for so long, and I've never seen a lord who would really treat his subjects well." There was constant chatter, with people speculating whether the new lord would increase taxes. It wasn't until Shade stepped onto the platform on the east side of the square that the noise gradually died down. Some people sighed quietly, and a young girl even blushed and whispered, "I think it's okay if the right of virginity is not abolished." It's a pity that this handsome lord obviously has no intention of satisfying her fantasy. Shade surveyed the crowd. Outpost town had only a few thousand inhabitants, making it pitifully small compared to other towns in the kingdom. When the square was completely quiet, he spoke. "Dear citizens of Outpost Town, I am Shad Altos, the 4th Prince of the Silver Ridge Kingdom. From today on, I am your lord." At this moment, he officially completed his lordship declaration and truly became the master of Outpost Town. Then, a deep and majestic voice echoed in his mind. "Lordship Achievement System. From the first sprouts of life underwater, to the giant beasts of the Stone Age, to the first human walk, you've experienced much. Now, embark on your greatest quest. From the cradle of early civilization to the vast stars. The Lord Achievement System has been activated. Congratulations on completing the Lord Declaration and becoming a true Lord. The Lord Achievement Newcomer has been achieved. The reward, Mist Map, has been issued. Please check it in your mind." Shade raised his voice again, saying, "Next, it's about taxes." The crowd erupted in a commotion. "Please stop raising taxes. We can't survive." As expected, raising taxes on the first day in office. "This winter is over." "Shut up. Your Highness hasn't finished speaking yet," the yellow-haired knight shouted. "Who said your Highness was going to raise taxes?" The crowd was stunned. Could the Lord still reduce taxes? However, Shade's next words left everyone in the audience stunned. "I declare that from today onwards, the rain tax, the wife tax, the city exit tax, and the first night tax, a total of 27 taxes, will be abolished." Chapter 7, Lord, are you telling the truth? Will we really not have to pay those taxes in the future? Xiao nodded. What will be abolished are those 27 taxes. You will no longer have to pay them. As soon as the words fell, the people in the square fell silent for a moment, then erupted in deafening cheers. "Long live the Lord! Long live His Royal Highness the Prince!" Xiao raised his hand to signal for silence and continued. "There is also a new decree. From today on, no one is allowed to urinate or defecate anywhere in Qinshan town." He really couldn't stand the stench of feces everywhere in the town, so he simply made a rule. "This decree will take effect in 2 weeks. During this time, I will have people build a building called a toilet. From now on, everyone must urinate and defecate in the toilet. Anyone who violates this will be fined 5 copper coins the first time, 10 the second time, and the fine will increase from there. The townspeople were stunned at first, but soon relaxed. Compared to the abolishment of the 27 harsh taxes, this small request was nothing. Clint's face was filled with worry. In the Silver Ridge Kingdom's 300 years of history, no noble had ever voluntarily abolished taxes. Even benevolent lords only reduced taxes slightly. Clint shook his head and sighed. Go ahead, as long as you're happy. My future is over anyway, and I'll just have to live with you in this remote place, eating and waiting to die. After leaving the square, Shade sat in the carriage heading back to the castle. The Lord Achievement system was already activated, and he forced his mind to sink into it. The system didn't have a complete interface, just a single message: achieve Lord Achievement and receive corresponding rewards. The system didn't explain how to achieve this, but Xiada instantly understood the key. As long as he became a qualified lord and walked the right path, he would continue to receive rewards. Thinking of this, he stopped worrying about it and checked the achievement reward he had just received: Mist Map. A thought flashed through his mind, and a vintage parchment map emerged in his mind. However, most of the area was shrouded in black fog, with only the central outpost town and a small area around it being illuminated. Explored areas are illuminated, while unexplored areas are shrouded in black fog. However, unlike ordinary maps, this fog map not only displays geography, but also marks resource and population information. Iron ore marks appeared on the northern hillside, indicating that the area is rich in iron ore. Timber marks appeared on the western forest, indicating that the forestry resources are rich. With this map, he could develop industries according to local conditions and rationally plan his territory, thus achieving a qualitative leap. The map also contained countless small green dots, representing population distribution. Only those who truly belonged to his territory were counted. Because the rally had just ended, most of the light spots were still concentrated near the square, with a small number scattered throughout. If the light spots passed through the black fog area, they would illuminate new areas. Xiada didn't need to explore it himself. He only needed to send someone to the place, and the fog would be dispelled. Just as he was delighted, he noticed something strange. Whether it was the path to and from Card Fortress, or the banks of the Silver Ridge River to the east, or even the Silver Ridge Mountains to the north, scattered points of light could be seen. However, 1 kilometer south of the town, there was no light at all. At the southernmost end of the illuminated area of the map, there is no warm green or peaceful yellow, but instead a strange purple-gray color. Chapter 8. Shad asked Clint, "Do you know what's going on in the south of town?" Clint shook his head. "Yesterday, I was busy sorting out the information and didn't have time to learn about the situation in the town." At this moment, a voice came from outside the window. "Your Highness, you must be talking about the Death Forest, right?" A blonde young knight, eyes. "You know? Then tell me, what's going on in that forest?" Iza nodded. "Your Highness, I also heard about this from the militia this morning. You should know that we fought a great war with the Melon Empire to the south more than a decade ago, right?" "Yeah," Shade replied calmly. 16 years ago, a full-scale war broke out between the Silver Ridge Kingdom and the Melon Empire. That war had the entire kingdom in a state of panic. The Karda territory, as the closest border to the Melon Empire, naturally bore the brunt of the attack. This was also the reason why the Karda fortress and outpost town were built. The Death Forest south of Card County today was the main battlefield back then. It said that the war nearly destroyed the entire forest, and the forest was littered with corpses, with countless soldiers killed. Xiada thought for a moment. Is that why it's called the Death Forest? That's right, but it's more terrifying than that. Iza paused, his expression becoming grave. At that moment, a dark cloud obscured the sun, darkening the surroundings and creating a growing, oppressive atmosphere. Then, something strange happened to the forest. The leaves gradually withered, the weeds turned into sharp thorns, the sounds of animals faded, and the soil was stained a chilling purple-gray. Ize gripped the reins tightly and spoke in a low voice. This change spread from deep within the forest. Initially, the Death Forest was only a small area, 2 kilometers away from the outpost town. But now, the area has expanded to 6 or 7 times its original size and is only 1 kilometer away from the town. But Ize obviously hadn't finished speaking. He swallowed and continued. It is said that this is all the resentment of the soldiers who died in the forest, intertwined with the wailing of the forest. His expression was gloomy. I heard from the militia that many people have entered the Death Forest and never returned. In recent years, a monster has even appeared in the forest. They call it a demon beast. Xiada's heart sank. This explained why there wasn't a single green dot in the southern part of the map. Any other information? Iza shook his head. That's all I heard this morning. I don't know anything else. Shade pondered. He had no doubt about the existence of monsters. Since the monster girl had actually appeared before him, their existence wasn't surprising. And yet, the Death Forest was right at the gates of Outpost Town, and he had no idea it existed. He instructed Eyes, go to the town later and find an experienced hunter to bring back, preferably a veteran who participated in that war. Outpost Town was founded during wartime, so there are naturally many veterans. However, those who meet the requirements of both hunter and veteran are few and far between. Only such individuals can provide sufficient intelligence and carry out exploration missions. Isa hesitated for a moment and said, Your Highness, most hunters go into the mountains to hunt at dawn and won't be back until very late. Shade glanced at the foggy map. The scattered green dots in the Silver Ridge Mountains corresponded to the hunters. Then bring the people here tomorrow morning. Yes. Also, what do you mean by storing food for the winter? Doesn't the town have enough food to survive the winter? Clint nodded and said solemnly, Yes, Your Highness. Outpost Town needs to purchase large quantities of food from other places every winter. However, the Death Forest blocks trade with the outside world. Now, all supplies can only be purchased from Card Fortress. At this point, his brow furrowed. Yesterday, when I was looking through the account books, I discovered that the food purchased from the fortress, and not just the food, but almost everything, was priced 2 to 3 times higher than in the interior of the kingdom. I guess this is why the hunters have to go into the mountains to hunt. No wonder the townspeople were so happy yesterday when he announced the abolition of the tax. But things will improve this year. Clint's expression suddenly relaxed a little. Shade was puzzled. Why? Because you're here. Clint looked at him and smiled. If we purchase supplies in the name of the royal family, they won't dare to go too far, and the price will naturally be more reasonable. I hope so, Xiada replied calmly. But he didn't hold out much hope. Outside the car window, the cold autumn wind howled, and withered leaves drifted. Everything was preparing for winter. Chapter 9. Back in the castle, Shad breathed a sigh of relief. It's still warm in the castle, he thought. The wind and rain outside were none of his business. Transmigrating to become a prince, he deserved a comfortable life. Entering the hall, lunch was already prepared. Shad sat at the main seat. He looked up at the shadows in the distance and waved to Lilith, who was wearing a backless sweater. Lilith, come and eat with us. The little spider lady slowly stepped out of the shadows, her spider legs curled up tightly. She pointed at herself and asked, Can I really dine with His Highness? Your Highness, this is against royal etiquette, said the silver-haired headmaid Mel. She was a former servant of Shade's, having cared for the 4th prince since childhood. She was the only one in the castle who dared to speak in such a manner. According to etiquette, only Minister of State Clint and Chief Knight Ka could dine with His Highness. After hearing this, Lilith prepared to return to her dark corner. His Highness had already given her an incredibly luxurious life, and she didn't dare to ask for more. But Shade said calmly, Here, I am the biggest rule. He insisted that Lilith come forward, then looked at Mel with a gentle smile. Mel, come and eat with us. Meyer was stunned. For the first time in all these years, she felt His Highness's kindness. A warm feeling welled up in her heart, as if she had seen the child she had raised finally grow up. She smiled and replied, Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Lilith's eyes sparkled as she gazed upon the delicious food before her. She had already been satisfied with yesterday's dried biscuits and dried meat, but she hadn't expected today's lunch to be even more exciting. The rich steak is paired with a mellow sauce, adorned with colorful vegetables. The crispy bread exudes a weedy aroma, while the mushroom soup's milky and salty flavors blend seamlessly, permeating every corner of your taste buds. With every bite, she sighed. It's wonderful to be alive, and it's wonderful to meet His Highness. To him, these meals were just ordinary meals, even inferior to those of the king. But Lilith's smile made the table extra delicious. After dinner, Shad went to Lilith's workshop. It was stocked with weaving tools, but the nobles still preferred hand-woven fabrics, which were more refined. But Lilith didn't seem to need these tools. She sat at the table, hands spread out. Milky white water droplets oozed from her fingertips, and the spider's legs behind her swung in response, each dipped in the water droplets. With a gentle lift, she pulled out 8 strands of evenly thick spider silk. The next moment, 8 spider legs danced rapidly. Silk threads intertwined in midair, and a visible piece of cloth quickly took shape. Shade's eyes widened. My goodness, this little spider lady was a human loom. Lilith saw His Highness's astonishment and felt a surge of joy in her heart. She didn't usually weave so fast, but because His Highness was there, she tried her best. Xiada thought to himself, with Lilith, we no longer have to worry about clothing, and we can also reduce the burden on ordinary people. We can even open a small workshop in the future, recruit female workers, and let Lilith and other maids teach us the skills, so that the skills can be passed down from generation to generation. However, the prerequisite is that the townspeople can accept monster girls. As he was thinking, Lilith stopped and said timidly, "Your Highness." Shade came back to his senses and looked at her. Lilith pointed at the piece of cloth and whispered, "I can only knit the simplest ones now, so the clothes I make may not look good." She was just an ordinary girl. How could she be proficient in weaving? She was like a doctor with advanced equipment, but lacking professional knowledge. "It's okay. I'll find someone to teach you." Soon, a maid named Nicole was called in. She was about the same age as Lilith and had inherited her mother's superb weaving skills. Shade didn't call Nicole's mother directly, but chose a girl closer in age. Young people have less established beliefs and are more likely to accept the fact that witches are not evil. As expected, Nicole was initially terrified, her body shaking uncontrollably as she sat next to Lilith, as if she would be entangled and swallowed by the spider's silk at any moment. But she soon discovered that Lilith was not scary at all. Gradually, Nicole let down her guard and devoted herself to teaching textile skills. The two even talked about other things, chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. The public's prejudice against witches mostly stems from the church and circulating horror stories. But when Nicole actually comes into contact with Lilith, all the lies are naturally exposed. As night fell and Shade left, Lilith continued to study late into the night. Her plan was simple, to gradually make everyone accept her and understand that witches are not demons. Chapter 10. In the study room in the early morning, Lilith's panicked and vague voice was heard. "Your Highness, let go quickly, it's coming out." At this moment, Lilith stood before him with her mouth open. Early in the morning, Shade had summoned the little spider lady to the study and was extracting her venom. Because it took so long, a trace of saliva flowed down the corner of her mouth. Seada was pinching one of her small canine teeth with 2 fingers. There was no other way. Lilith's teeth could only secrete venom when she bit something, and Shad wanted to observe the venom production process with his own eyes, so he had to resort to this method. He stared intently. He saw a thin black line slowly spreading from the root of the tooth to the tip. Then, the black line converged at the tip, forming a small bead of liquid as black as ink. The droplet grew larger and larger, and finally, due to insufficient surface tension, it fell into the porcelain bottle with a pop. Then, 4 more drops fell in succession. Only then did Seada signal her to stop. Lilith closed her mouth, wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and said with a pout, "Your Highness, I don't know if the venom will be poisonous if it comes into contact with the skin, but for your safety, don't do such dangerous things again in the future." There was dissatisfaction in her tone. Even if she could detoxify Shade immediately, she would blame herself if he was poisoned just to extract the venom. Seeing that she was really angry, Seada reached out and rubbed her hair. "Sorry, I made you worry. I won't do this again in the future." Lilith wanted to say something else, but swallowed it all at this moment. Shade looked down into the bottle. The pitch-black venom was unlike any other black, so deep it seemed to swallow up all the light. He gently shook the bottle, but there was no odor, indicating it was an odorless poison. Venom has many uses, and the key lies in its production. Shade pondered for a moment, then asked, "Can venom be produced indefinitely like your spider silk?" Lilith frowned, clearly never having considered this. "I always feel a little tired when the silk and venom leave my body, but since coming to the castle, silk production has felt much easier. I think it's because I eat better than before." Shade nodded. Spider silk and venom do consume physical strength and energy. In other words, as long as they have enough nutrients, they can be produced continuously, and he can guarantee this. Afterwards, Lilith left the study and went into the workshop with Nicole to continue learning weaving. Shad took the porcelain vase to the backyard and asked Cow to find some animals. Soon, Ka brought a chicken, a rabbit, a cow, and a sheep. "What do you want with these animals, my lord?" "Test Lilith's venom." Shade shook the porcelain bottle, not hiding anything. Hearing that it was related to the witch, Cow's expression suddenly became serious. "Venom? Your Highness, it is really too dangerous to keep such a monster around." Shade raised his hand to interrupt. "Don't worry, she's already told me the antidote. Even if you're really poisoned, it won't be a problem. Besides, didn't you receive the spider silk scarf that Lilith knitted yesterday? Could it be that my chief knight would be ungrateful?" Ka stood, holding the chicken in his arms. Shad sharpened a wooden stick, dipped it in venom, and stabbed it into the chicken. At first, the chicken struggled violently, but within 3 or 4 seconds, it was completely lifeless. A black spiderweb pattern emerged on the surface of the wound, centered on the flesh. He then conducted experiments on rabbits, sheep, and cattle. The results were similar. Even the largest cattle lasted only 15 seconds. Without exception, spiderweb-like patterns appeared at the wounds of every animal. So, Xiaoda named this venom spiderweb charm. Your Highness, I've brought the people. Xiaoda looked up and saw Izu approaching with 3 hunters. They were wearing fur coats, their faces rough and weathered. Your Highness, all 3 of them have participated in wars and are the best hunters in town. As they approached, the 3 of them saluted in unison. Unlike watching from afar in the square, meeting the prince in person felt incredibly overwhelming. The first hunter stammered nervously. Your Highness, is there anything you need? Is there anything we can do to help? Xiaoda didn't care and went straight to the point. How much do you know about Warcraft? The first hunter said hurriedly, they look disgusting. The second hunter replied, more formidable than a brown bear. They're very difficult to deal with. They're very difficult to kill. When you see them, you just run away. Every year. The 2 of them were talking back and forth, their speech incoherent and illogical. Xiaoda helplessly held his forehead and raised his hand to stop them. He turned his gaze to the third person and said, go ahead. The hunter was younger than the previous 2, but with more solid muscles. He stood at attention nervously. Yes, Your Highness. My name is Iron Axe. I'm 32 years old, and I'm the captain of the militia. My father died in the war with the Melon Empire, and I now care for my sick mother. I once served as a scout and even killed 2 enemies, and the knight rewarded me. Shade couldn't help but interrupt. Why are you so nervous? I asked you to talk about Warcraft, not introduce yourself. Chapter 11. Iron Axe was shaken by Shade's sudden roar and nodded hurriedly to answer that Warcraft was a monster that had only appeared in recent years. He looked up at Shade before continuing his explanation. No one knew the origin of the Warcraft, except that it escaped from the Death Forest after its creation. Every winter, when the wild beasts in the forest are slaughtered by the demon beasts, they will rush into the town and kill people directly. 6 or 7 years ago, there were only 1 or 2 in the winter, but in the past 2 years, the number has skyrocketed to about 10. Shade's expression was solemn after hearing this. He whispered that the number of monsters attacking the town was increasing. Iron Axe nodded and added that these monsters were constantly growing stronger, far beyond the ability of ordinary humans to resist. He shook his head slightly, motioning for Iron Axe to continue. Iron Axe continued, explaining that the militia was originally established to fight against monsters, but unfortunately, its combat effectiveness was limited, with casualties occurring almost every year. Shade was puzzled. Since the town couldn't resist the monsters, it should have been destroyed long ago. He demanded to know how they had managed to survive. Iron Axe hesitated, explaining that they paid a large sum of money every year to hire the fortress knights to protect it. These knights had armor, swords, and war horses, so a few monsters were nothing to them. Therefore, every winter, the town would raise money to invite them to help. When Shade asked about the price, Iron Axe replied that it was 100 gold coins, but last year the knights felt that the monsters were becoming increasingly difficult to deal with, so they raised the price to 150 gold coins. This figure shocked Shade. In the Silver Ridge Kingdom, gold coins were extremely valuable, and ordinary people rarely saw more than a few in their lifetime. The annual tax revenue of Outpost Town was probably less than 100 gold coins. Hiring these knights is like sucking blood. They will take a large sum of money after killing a few monsters, and even ask the people to sell goods to pay off their debts. Now they are raising the price, which is simply exorbitant. Shade cursed inwardly and decided that he would not invite the knights from Card Fortress again this year. He had to improve the town's defenses before winter, otherwise disaster would befall him. With this in mind, he assigned the hunters a task to explore the Death Forest. They didn't need to deliberately hunt monsters, but simply walk around it and clearly record the plants and animals there, as well as any changes. This was the most reasonable excuse Shade could come up with. He couldn't just say it was to illuminate the fog map. To motivate them, he offered a high reward of 20 silver coins for each exploration. The condition was that each route had to be different from the previous one. Shade glanced at the group and added that if they were lucky enough to kill a magical beast, they would be rewarded with an extra gold coin. The hunters were surprised when they heard the reward. 20 silver coins would cover their expenses for 2 months, or even keep them afloat on ale for the entire winter. But the gold coin reward was nearly impossible to achieve. Except for Iron Axe, the other 2 hunters immediately shook their heads. They firmly refused. The Death Forest was too terrifying. Even fully armed knights dared not enter. If they went in, they would die. Money is important, but life is more valuable. Having experienced war, they know that life is the most precious thing. The forest has been untouched for years, and who knows if it might harbor something more terrifying than a monster. Just as the atmosphere faltered, Iron Axe gritted his teeth and announced his willingness to go. Shade raised an eyebrow, expecting all 3 to refuse, but Iron Axe unexpectedly agreed. However, Iron Axe made a request. If he didn't make it back alive, he wanted to give the 20 silver coins to his mother. It turned out that the real reason he'd taken on the mission was to give his mother a better life. Shade was stunned for a moment, then made a solemn promise. He swore in his own name that even if Iron Axe died in battle, he would still support his mother until she died. Iron Axe was moved by His Highness's promise and knelt down, kowtowed deeply, and vowed to complete the mission. Shade then ordered the two men to leave, leaving Iron Axe behind and taking him to the castle's armory. He asked Iron Axe about his archery skills, and Iron Axe patted his chest and guaranteed that he could hit the target every time within 50 steps. Satisfied, Shad took out a wooden arrow and coated the iron tip with Lilith's venom. After it dried, he handed the arrow to Iron Axe, explaining that it was extremely poisonous, and even a grown bull would fall down within 15 seconds. If he encountered a monster in the forest, this arrow might save his life. Although Shade wasn't sure if the venom would be effective against monsters, it could at least boost Iron Axe's vitality. He then handed over a small porcelain bottle containing Lilith's saliva. This is the antidote. If you've been poisoned by mistake, you must apply it to the wound within 10 seconds, or you'll die. Iron Axe nodded solemnly, indicating he'd remember it. Shade patted him on the shoulder, praised his bravery, and told him he had one day to prepare. He could choose any armor, weapons, or shield from the armory, and if he had any other needs, he could ask. We'll officially set out into the Death Forest tomorrow morning. Iron Axe's face flushed red with excitement as he shouted his response, his voice echoing off the stone walls for a long time. In Chapter 12, a young man walks down the street, glancing back from time to time. The sky remains as azure as ever, but it feels clearer than before. He can't pinpoint the difference, only that the town's atmosphere has shifted. Ever since the new lord took office and abolished the onerous taxes, Outpost Town has suddenly become more vibrant. Even with winter approaching, the streets and alleys are still bustling, as if it were spring or summer again. The most noticeable change is that while people are taking care of their own lives, they also have the energy to care about others. It's as if the whole town has come alive. A woman holding a broom stood at the door and shouted at him. Hey, isn't this little Brad? Why didn't you go to the pub today? Does old Bull don't want you anymore? Brad turned his head and replied with a smile. Good morning, Aunt Kara. Uncle Iron Axe and the others have gone hunting, so the tavern isn't busy, so they don't need me. But I'll be back to help out in the evening. After saying that, he walked away without stopping. Such teasing didn't bother him at all. Brad is an orphan whose father died in the war and his mother died of illness. There are many children like him in the town, and the days without the protection of their parents are always accompanied by hardship. He earned a meager income by doing odd jobs in the tavern. Even the wooden house he lived in was built with the help of his neighbor, the old blacksmith, Orn. Because his family was poor, he had never been able to pay taxes. For him, the abolition of taxes by the new lord did not bring much joy, and his life was still difficult. Arriving at the bakery, he had hoped to spend the money he had saved up for a taste of the legendary wheat bread. But when he saw the price, he was stunned. The price of wheat bread had gone from 2 copper coins to 3. This price was too high for him. He usually spent every penny carefully, so how could he spend 3 copper coins just to taste flowers? In the end, he bought the most familiar choice, 2 pieces of black bread for 1 copper coin. Brad didn't understand why the price had gone up, but he wasn't too upset. He was used to it. As an orphan, he already knew that expecting a good life was just wishful thinking. He told himself that at least there were people worse off than him, such as slaves without freedom or even younger orphans. He was content to have a house and a living. As he passed by the square, he suddenly noticed a new notice board in the corner. A crowd of people gathered there, discussing something. Is this true? 15 copper coins a day, and food included? Of course it's true. The knights are standing here. I've always felt that the new lord is a good man. Haha, I want to try it too. Come on, with your physique, you can hardly even move stones, and you want to build a toilet? Next to the notice board stood a knight with a sword. Brad recognized him. Locke, one of the lord's men. His thick black eyebrows impressed him. Several strong men stood beside the knight, each with an excited expression. Brad looked up at the notice, but because he was illiterate, he couldn't understand it. He mustered up the courage to ask, Sir Knight, what are you doing here? Locke glanced at him and said, His Highness is looking for people to build toilets. 15 copper coins a day, food included. If you perform well, you can be promoted to foreman, with a daily salary of 30 copper coins, and even have the opportunity to join the construction team. Because almost no one in the town could read, Seada had his men recruit people on the spot. As for the new words, worker and foreman, Locke didn't understand them at first, but since His Highness had said so, he just had to do it. Hearing the price, Brad's heart leaped. 15 copper coins was equivalent to his earnings from 5 days of hard work at the tavern, not to mention food. He could save 15 copper coins in just one day? Even though he didn't know how to fix a toilet, he couldn't help but ask, "Sir Knight, can I join you?" Locke frowned, his thick eyebrows pressed together. He wasn't satisfied. Brad looked too thin, like a lamb compared to those strong men. Sensing his hesitation, Brad quickly said, "Sir Knight, I can repair houses. The wooden house I live in was built together with the blacksmith, Orn. I can definitely help. Give me a chance." Locke thought about it and decided that there were plenty of restrooms, so one more person would be helpful. He nodded in agreement. With Brad joining in, several more people were accepted. Locke led the workers toward an open space on the south side of the square, ready to begin work. "Sir Knight, how do we build a toilet?" someone finally asked, their voice filled with trepidation. Only then did they calm down and realize they had no idea how to build one. If they couldn't finish it, would they anger the Lord? Or even lose their heads? Thinking of this, several people were terrified, and some even wanted to back out. However, Locke didn't care and took out a blueprint. "Don't be afraid. His Highness said this job is not difficult." It was a simple diagram of the toilet structure that Shade had drawn himself, with densely packed text underneath. As Locke read it, he swung his sword and marked 4 points on the ground. Surround these 4 points and dig a half-meter deep pit to serve as the foundation. He gave the order, and the workers, each given a shovel, began to work. Thus, construction officially began on Qianxiao Town's first toilet. Chapter 13. When Shad arrived at the square, the toilet was almost finished. Workers were working together to lift wooden boards and add a roof to the new toilet. Although the structure was simple and he had drawn it clearly on the blueprint, it was the first toilet in Qianxiao Town after all, so Xiada decided to check it out in person. To others, it's just a toilet, but to Shade, it holds special significance. It represents civilization and order, and is the first step in transforming the town's environment. Upon seeing His Royal Highness arrive, Locke immediately stopped all work. They all stood before Shade and saluted respectfully. "Your Highness." Shade waved his hand, dispensing formalities. He then walked to the restroom and peered inside. He was very pleased with the interior layout. The restroom was divided into 2 areas, men's and women's. The men's side had a long trough urinal, while the women's side had several pits. Xiada carefully inspected it and found that everything met his requirements. He nodded and praised the quick repairs, saying they'd been worried they wouldn't have enough time in a day, but they hadn't expected such efficiency. Everyone was delighted. When had they ever received such praise? They puffed out their chests, their faces flushed with pride. But they also remembered that the quick completion of the job was all thanks to a crucial suggestion from a young man. A large, square-faced man scratched his head and said shyly, "Actually, the fact that the repair was completed so quickly was all thanks to little Brad's idea." The others chimed in, pushing out a frail boy of 17 or 18. He was a little embarrassed, waving his hands repeatedly, saying that everyone else was much stronger than him. Shade was a little confused and turned to look at Locke, wanting to know what was going on. Locke smiled and explained that they had done it the wrong way at first, putting up the outer planks first, and when they tried to dig the hole, they found it difficult to move forward. It was Brad who reminded him to dig the pit first, and then lay the planks. Locke even pulled out the blueprints and admitted that he didn't actually understand the pit structure, and it was only after Brad studied it that he figured it out. Shade sighed inwardly. Drawing wasn't his strong suit, and he'd only relied on text instructions. No wonder the workers couldn't understand. But this only highlighted Brad's intelligence. So Shade patted the boy on the shoulder and rewarded him with an extra steak prepared by the chef tonight. As soon as the news got out, the other workers all drooled with envy. Their daily meals consisted of little more than black bread and gruel, with only the occasional dried meat. But steak, a delicacy prepared by the imperial chef, was something they could never dream of enjoying in their entire lives. Brad was so excited that he bowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. Shade responded calmly, saying that this was a well-deserved reward. Shade walked into the toilet and pointed to the bottom of a manure pit and asked a question. The pit consisted of a rectangular passage and a manure storage pit at the back, connected by a slope in the middle. He asked Brad what the purpose of the slope he had designed was. For a moment, all the workers were stunned. They thought it was just for the feces to fall down, so what was there to ask? But Brad knew that any casual answer would not be accepted. This was his chance to turn things around. He stared at the pit and thought hard. His Highness had forbidden urinating and defecating anywhere as soon as he took office, which showed that he attached great importance to cleanliness. Feces were not only dirty, but also had a bad smell. Suddenly, an idea struck Brad. He looked up at Shade and said slowly, "If the slope is too steep, the stench will easily spread out along the angle. But if the angle is too gentle, the feces will easily block the passage and not fall into the big pit. So His Highness designed just the right angle to block the smell while ensuring that the feces slide smoothly. After hearing this, Shad's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but applaud, praising Brad's perfect answer. He hadn't expected that in this age of open defecation, someone could even consider such a detail. It showed how thoughtful he was. The last thing he wanted was to find his toilet filled with all sorts of disgusting strawberry tarts one day. So Shad announced on the spot that Brad would be the foreman starting tomorrow, leading a team to build more toilets. Once the project was completed, he would become the first official member of the Qianxiao Town construction team. Chapter 14. Brad let out a long breath, only then realizing that he was soaked to the skin, with sweat pouring down his back. Answering Shad's question seemed like he had exhausted all his strength, more exhausted than after a day of hard work. Fortunately, he succeeded. In that instant, the fatigue faded, replaced by an irrepressible excitement and joy. He couldn't help but look forward to the future, knowing in his heart that all this was an opportunity bestowed by the Lord. He looked at Xiada with gratitude and said firmly, "I will not let your highness down." Xiada smiled and nodded. "Come on, do a good job." Brad, a helpless orphan, had now become the Lord's foreman. Yet they knew they couldn't answer His Highness's question. Who could have imagined that a cesspool could hold so many hidden secrets? At that moment, Xiada became unfathomable in their eyes. This was His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, their new lord, a wise and intelligent leader. A long-lost hope ignited in their hearts, and the future seemed to suddenly have hope. Soon, he personally laid the final plank of the toilet. Qianxiao Town's first toilet was completed. Looking at the simple wooden hut, Xiada felt a strange sense of accomplishment. This wasn't just a toilet. It was possibly the world's first toilet, designed and built by him. It was as if the wheel of history had turned because of him, a feeling that made him chuckle. It's just a toilet, though. But the next moment, a deep, majestic voice echoed in his mind, a long-lost system prompt. Xiada forced himself to remain calm, trying not to let anyone notice anything unusual. He listened quietly. As history rolls on, you built the first toilet, improving sanitation in your territory, making the air cleaner, and igniting the flames of civilization. You've left a significant mark on human development. And did you know that great life can be born from filth? Lord's achievement, new era of hygiene achieved. Reward, composting fermentation method, has been issued. Please check in your mind. In an instant, a lot of knowledge about composting and fermentation flooded into my mind, such as how to convert human and animal feces into fertilizer through natural decomposition, and how to kill pathogens and parasites in a few months. Fertilizer is an invaluable asset. It replenishes crop nutrients, increases yields, improves soil, and restores the land to its full potential. It's a crucial tool for any agricultural society. He had only known that excrement could be used as fertilizer, but had no idea how to process it. Now, the composting and fermentation method gifted by the system had completely solved the problem. The farming gene etched in his Chinese bones instantly awakened. Depending on the method, composting takes 2 to 6 months. If he calculated the timing, starting in 2 weeks, the first batch of fertilizer would be ready for the following spring plowing. Xiada secretly resolved to cultivate more farmland before spring, not only to achieve self-sufficiency, but also to completely suppress food prices. But those plans were put aside for now. Now it was time to enjoy the results. The toilet was finished, and everyone was excited, their faces filled with a sense of accomplishment. "I never thought we could build such a beautiful thing. Haha, this toilet is prettier than my house. And everyone poops and pees in it, right?" The words were met with laughter. But honestly, it feels like a waste to use such a beautiful house as a toilet. Xiada couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that a toilet was just a toilet, used to meet the most basic needs. So he smiled and clapped his hands. Does anyone want to try it first? The first person to use this toilet might even be recorded in history books. Everyone looked at each other, finally turning their gaze to Xiada. "Your Highness, this honor belongs to you." Xiada rolled his eyes. He didn't want to become famous for pooping. A weak voice rang out. I want to try." Little Brad raised his hand and instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Just like that, he became the first person in the world to relieve himself in a toilet. When Brad fastened his pants and walked out, he was immediately surrounded by people. How was it? How did it feel? Did it feel good? Brad blushed and stammered. It's quite fresh." Several people rushed in impatiently and shouted excitedly. It really slid down. The shit fell into the big pit below. A toilet could make everyone laugh like this. Xiada didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Locke silently watched Xiada. This prince before him, able to mingle with the common people, caring for the people, and possessing exceptional intelligence, was a true wise leader. I swear to be loyal to His Highness the Fourth Prince until death, Locke vowed silently in his heart. At this moment, a young man in sackcloth ran out and shouted to Brad. Little Brad, the sun is about to set, and you are still here. Old Bull said that if you don't go to the tavern to help, you don't have to go anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding workers burst into laughter. The young man looked at the group of strong men behind Brad and suddenly felt guilty. What are you laughing at? Laugh at your ignorance. Little Brad is now our foreman, earning 30 copper coins a day, with meals included. He was promoted by the Lord himself. He was the first one to join the construction team. Following their gaze, the young man spotted Xiada standing nearby. Terrified, his legs buckled and he dropped to his knees. Xiada simply nodded in acknowledgement. The young man kowtowed, admitting his fault, and then fled with his tail between his legs. That night, a piece of news spread quickly in the tavern. Little Brad had become very successful. From then on, he was no longer the lonely child, but was known as Master Brad. Chapter 15 Warcraft. As the morning mist gradually dissipated and the first ray of sunlight shone on Qianshao Town, Iron Axe took a deep breath and stepped onto the purple-gray land in front of him. Even in the daytime, the death forest before our eyes was dim and lifeless. Even the sky above the forest was dyed with a light purple-gray color, making people wonder if this was still the human world. Iron Axe rubbed the area where his heart was, trying his best to calm himself down. He knew that the more nervous he was, the more likely he was to make mistakes. At times like this, the most reliable thing was the experience he had accumulated from years of hunting. It's okay, I'm just walking around inside. I shouldn't encounter any monsters. Comforting himself inwardly, Iron Axe resolutely entered the forest. In the castle, Shad rubbed Lilith's head and covered the venom collected today with a wooden cork. Although he had said before that he would not pinch Lilith's fangs with his hands anymore, from that day on, Shad would still use this method to help Lilith collect venom every morning. This has become a regular morning activity for the two of them. The slightly swaying spider legs behind Lilith also proved that she did not reject this behavior, but rather enjoyed it. Lilith wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth with a blush on her face and said to Shade, Your Highness, I will go and learn weaving. Well, if possible, I'd like to learn how to dye spider silk. The pajamas you knitted for me are very comfortable. It would be even better if they came in more colors. Being praised by Shade, Lilith's spider legs moved faster, and a bright smile appeared on her delicate face. Yes, Your Highness. Xiada found that he could already understand Lilith's mood. The little spider girl's inner emotions seemed to be expressed through the way the spider's legs swing. For example, when she is happy, they will swing up and down quickly. When she is sad, they will naturally droop and then slowly circle. When she is nervous, they will shake back and forth slightly. This is an interesting phenomenon. I should also write it into the Monster Girl files. Xiada thought. After Lilith left, Shad slumped down in the chair next to the desk. He opened the fog map in his mind. About 1 kilometer south of the outpost town, a small green dot appeared alone on it. It was Iron Axe who was heading to explore the Death Forest. As the small green dot slowly moved, the surrounding black fog was dispelled, gradually revealing the mystery of the Death Forest. Shade picked up the cup and took a sip of the freshly squeezed juice, all the while keeping his eye on the small green dot representing the Iron Axe. Come on, I want to see what the hell the Death Forest is. Shade's arsenal of weapons and equipment contained a lot of fine equipment, but Iron Axe didn't have many options. He only took a light armor, 2 thick leather gauntlets and shin guards, a longbow, and a short sword. It's not that he doesn't want to choose those sophisticated equipment, but his experience as a hunter tells him that he can't use them. Although those sophisticated armors can indeed block the attacks of some monsters, the more sophisticated the armor, the heavier it is, which makes it extremely inconvenient for traveling in the forest and will greatly reduce his speed. The speed is reduced, which can be fatal to an experienced hunter. It turned out that he was right. Use the dagger to clear away the thorns in front, and the Iron Axe continues to move forward. No one has entered the Death Forest for many years, causing the forest to change drastically. There were strange black and gray trees everywhere around, without a single leaf on them, and their shapes were twisted to the point of being unbelievable. The wildly growing dark purple thorns almost covered the entire forest, forcing Iron Axe to constantly clear them away before he could move forward. There were also some strange plants he had never seen before. Strange flowers covered in thorns, dark purple mushrooms with small white spots, purple vines entwined in charred branches, slowly wriggling like snakes. The deeper they went into the Death Forest, the more strange things appeared, making Tyax frown. If Seattle were here, he would definitely think of one word: embarrassing. In addition, Tiefu was surprised to find that there were animals here, and they were normal animals, but there were relatively few of them. For example, he just saw a rabbit running past, as well as some insects, etc., which shows that the Death Forest is not completely lifeless. Tyax memorized all of this. He didn't need to memorize it specifically. The strange scenes in the Death Forest were imprinted in his mind just by looking at them. He would tell His Royal Highness the Prince about what he had seen and heard as soon as he returned. That should be okay, right? Tiefu didn't know how far he had walked. He just looked back and found that he was surrounded by purple-gray behind him. He could not see the scenery outside. There was only a small path he had cleared along the way. Although he didn't encounter any danger along the way, the gloomy environment around him had already made Tiefu feel extremely depressed. He has wanted to go back for a long time. But thinking about how good His Highness had been to him, Tiefu gritted his teeth and decided to walk a little further to see how things would turn out. Rustle. Iron Axe's sharp ears caught a sound, and he immediately stopped clearing the thorns and looked up at the source of the sound. It's probably just animals, right? Iron Axe controlled his breathing and footsteps, trying to move closer without making any noise. He stopped beside a tree and looked over there through the dense thorns. Hiss. Tyax's pupils suddenly shrank. He held his breath hard, and his hands began to tremble unconsciously. That's a monster. This monster was about the size of a fox, with dark purple fur. Some parts of it looked as if the hair had been plucked out, revealing a patch of gray skin. In some places, the skin was bulging with disgusting pustules. The red blood vessels on the pustules were clearly visible, as if a slight poke would burst out of smelly pus. Its bald tail was swinging back and forth and hitting the ground. One of its hind legs was bent backward in a way that normal people could not understand, and the gray-white bones were exposed at the joints. At this moment, the monster was tearing up a pile of flesh on the ground. Tyax didn't know what it was. It could be an animal or another monster. We have to leave quickly. Tiefu's heart was filled with alarm, and he stared at the monster with his eyes. At the same time, he slowly moved backwards, ready to leave. Faced with such a monster, Tiefu had no intention of hunting it down. However, the next moment, Iron Axe saw a scene that he would never forget. The monster suddenly stopped biting, and the pustules on its body suddenly cracked open as if they were cut by an invisible blade. As some purple-gray liquid flowed out, dark purple eyes appeared in the pustules. The eyes in the dozen or so pustules rolled around a few times. Then their pupils contracted, and they all looked towards the Iron Axe not far away. Discovered. A huge sense of crisis came over him, and Tiefu didn't care about slowing down his pace at this moment. He just ran back the way he came. Oh no. Iron Axe was shocked. The overwhelming fear made him forget for a moment the most important quality of a hunter, which was to keep his eyes on the target. He hurriedly turned around to look, only to find that the monster had disappeared. Chapter 16: The Charm of the Spiderweb. A huge sense of uneasiness seemed to burst out from the top of his head. Tyax quickly turned his head and looked around, but he could no longer find the figure of the monster, as if it had never appeared. In that case, let's not look for it anymore. Iron Axe made a decision in his heart. He turned his head, stared at the road ahead, and began to accelerate with all his might. The benefits of wearing only light armor became apparent at this moment. Iron Axe ran very fast, so fast that the whistling wind scratched his face painfully, and so fast that the trees on both sides became blurred in his vision. However, this speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person did not make Tyax feel relaxed at all. He was extremely nervous, and the feeling of uneasiness always followed him like a shadow. In this extremely tense state, the trees on both sides seemed to have turned into monsters with bared fangs and claws, waving their charred tentacles towards him, and the thorns all over the ground seemed to be traps set for him in advance, just to trap him at this moment. Tyax's breathing gradually became rapid. He kept an eye on his surroundings to prevent any sudden attacks from monsters. Time passes by every second. Iron Axe estimated the distance and realized he had probably already covered a third of the distance. I've run so far, but the monster still hasn't appeared. Maybe I've already gotten rid of it. Maybe Warcraft doesn't necessarily keep its eyes on one prey and hold on to it. However, Warcraft seemed to have seen through this. Just as this thought occurred to Tyax, the thorn bush in front of him on the right shook, and then suddenly broke open, and a black shadow rushed out from it. Roar! The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing its terrifying fangs, and charged straight towards Tyax's neck. How did it appear from that position? Faced with the sudden attack, Iron Axe's mind went blank, but his instinct as a hunter made him suddenly raise his right hand to block it. Squeak! This was the sound of leather being cut, and the monster bit down on the guard of the Iron Axe. An instant pain came from his forearm, but fortunately the leather gauntlet was thick enough. Even if it was bitten through by the monster, Tyax could feel that his arm was only cut a small way and it was not serious. But although he was not seriously injured, the monster's impact, with its huge potential energy, hit Iron Axe, causing him to stagger 2 steps and fall to the ground. The man and the beast rolled on the ground for a long time, and finally stopped after crashing hard into a tree. Now, the monster pressed down on Tyax, its bloody mouth wide open, its eyes covered with a layer of white film looking forward blankly, and it just kept biting Tyax's right hand. Iron Axe, whose back was hit, struggled to resist the attack of the monster with his handguard. He did not sit still and wait for death. He held the dagger in his left hand and kept stabbing the monster's body. He used all his strength in each stab, and the blade was deeply embedded in the monster. However, the monster seemed to feel no pain and continued to bite. Not long after, the monster suddenly exerted force and tore off a piece of the handguard. In an instant, a shadow of death loomed over Tiefu's heart. Seeing that continuous stabbing could not stop the monster, Iron Axe fell into deep despair. Am I really going to die? Is there anything else that can be used to fight against Warcraft? The desire to survive made Iron Axe's brain work rapidly, and then he remembered the poisoned wooden arrow that His Highness had given him. He had dealt with monsters in the outpost town before, and had never heard of any poison that was effective against monsters. He believed that this was just a way for His Highness to comfort her. But at this moment, Iron Axe was helpless. Seeing that the monster was about to tear off his gauntlet completely, this poison arrow was his last straw. He struggled to pull out the poison arrow from the quiver behind him. Fueled by adrenaline, Iron Axe gritted his teeth and used up his last bit of strength to insert the wooden arrow into the monster's body from the side. Puff! Half of the wooden arrow instantly penetrated the monster's body, and a small pool of purple-black blood spurted out. Is it useless? Iron Axe's eyes darkened when he realized that the monster had not stopped biting. But just when he was about to give up struggling completely, the power of the monster suddenly weakened and its movements became slower and slower. After about 30 seconds, the monster loosened its teeth and staggered to the side. The eyeballs on its body seemed to be under great threat and were spinning wildly. After about another 10 seconds, all the eyeballs stopped moving at the same time, and the monster fell to the ground with a bang, twitched a few times, and then became completely motionless. Hoo-hoo! Tiefu leaned against the tree trunk, covering his injured right forearm with his left hand, gasping for breath. At the same time, he stared blankly at the fallen monster, muttering, "The poison arrows Your Highness gave me really worked." After taking a short break, the joy of surviving the disaster instantly filled Tiefu's heart. "The poison arrows Your Highness gave me really work." Who would have thought that such an inconspicuous poison arrow could actually take the life of a monster so easily? If he had known this would happen, why would he be afraid? Why would he run away? He almost lost his life because of it. It was not worth it. Tiefu felt extremely regretful. He regretted not believing the prince's words, and that he looked down on the prince just because he was a hunter. Tears mixed with sweat covered his face, but his expression was one of a happy smile. After a near-death experience, Tiefu's inner emotional tank seemed to be overturned. Fear, joy, regret, excitement, relief. All kinds of emotions mixed together, making him unable to control himself for a while. Trying hard to calm himself down, Tiefu tore off his clothes and bandaged his right arm. Then he stood up and looked around. The gloomy environment of the Death Forest had not changed at all. Now is not the time to relax. Tiefu muttered to himself, knowing that now was not the time to be happy. He would wait until he brought the monster back and received the reward from His Royal Highness the Prince. Then it would be too late to be happy. Walking up to the monster, Tiefu discovered that every one of its eyes had dilated and completely stopped moving, with streams of foul-smelling pus flowing out of its eye sockets. He turned the monster over and found the wooden arrow still stuck in its body. And with the wound as the center, a huge black spider web covered the surface of the skin, as if it was this spider web that completely blocked the life of the monster. Iron Axe realized that this was not a natural phenomenon. Could it be the effect of that venom? He never expected that His Highness possessed the venom that could kill monsters. This shocked Iron Axe no less than His Highness abolishing taxes a few days ago. Perhaps, this year we can defend the outpost town without relying on the knights of the fortress. Iron Axe thought hopefully. What he didn't know was that Shade had already planned for this. After confirming the monster's death again and again, Iron Axe led its 2 hind legs and returned to the outpost town without stopping. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Who knows if this dead monster will attract other monsters. Chapter 17 Crossbow. Fuck Iron Axe, you're a fucking genius. Shade's excited voice came from the open space in front of the castle. He patted Iron Axe's shoulders, unable to hide his excitement. Xiao could never have imagined that Iron Axe actually hunted down a monster and brought it back. He hadn't had any hope of this. Of course, Shade was so happy not just because Iron Axe had hunted down a monster. 2 hours ago, in the castle study. Strange, why isn't the Iron Axe moving? Shade looked at the foggy map. The only small green dot in the death forest suddenly stopped moving, which made him a little confused. Could it be possible that we really encountered a monster? Can our luck be so bad? Xiao felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten fly shit. It's not just that the mission started off badly, but more importantly, Iron Axe is one of the most powerful hunters in Outpost Town. For Qianxiao Town, where talent is scarce, the cost of losing such a great general is not small. The next moment, the little green dot began to move rapidly towards the Outpost Town. Shade was cheered up, as this meant that Iron Axe was still alive, but was being chased by the monster. Seeing this, Xiao could no longer sit still. He stood up, packed up, and left the study, ready to go outside to meet Tai Axe. Your Highness, where are you going in such a hurry? Ka, who was practicing sword swinging in the yard, saw Shad coming out and asked in confusion. Isn't Iron Axe out exploring the Death Forest? Judging by the time, he should be back soon. I want to go meet him. Ka wiped the sweat off his body with a towel. His well-proportioned muscles looked very strong under the sunlight. Oh, then I will go with you. He put away his sword, put on his armor, and walked out of the castle with Shad. Just as he reached the castle gate, Shade discovered that the small green dot representing the Iron Axe suddenly stopped moving. He became nervous again. I'm afraid the monster will really catch up with us this time. However, not long after, what Xiao waited for was not the disappearance of the small green dot, but a deep and majestic voice sounded in his mind. The monsters in the mud stopped panting, and you wiped the last trace of smelly slime from the blade. When the rotten leaves in the forest once again seeped into the morning light, humans finally dared to walk into the forest carrying bamboo baskets, and the hunters' longbows were no longer torn to pieces by sharp claws. And do you understand that the hand of man who once raised the bow will eventually learn to forge a sharper spear? Lord Achievement, Warcraft Rising Star, has been achieved. Reward Crossbow, Blueprint has been issued. Please check it in your mind. Xiao listened in a daze. He stared at the small green dot on the fog map and suddenly realized something. Not only did Iron Axe not die, but he killed the monster. That is why the Lord Achievement is triggered and rewards are obtained. An indescribable joy rose in Xiada's heart. In addition to being happy that Iron Axe killed the monster, he was even more happy about the reward. This is a weapon blueprint. What is the most important thing to Shad right now? It's not a lot of money. It's not about feeding and clothing the people, nor is it about improving their own living standards, but a strong military force. A powerful military force that can make you feel at ease and firmly establish yourself in this world. In short, weapons and troops. He now faced too many threats: the nearby attacks of magical beasts, the distant trade blockades, the targeting of other princes, the church, the nobles. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire world in the Middle Ages will be his enemy in the future. As a Chinese, Xiao knows clearly that dignity only exists on the edge of the sword, and truth only exists within the range of the cannon. Only a strong military force can guarantee his development plan and lead the territory to prosperity step by step. Therefore, other developments in the territory can be slowed down. Only weapons development and army building are urgent. Oh, and monster girls. Although the crossbow was just an upgrade to the bow, it gave Shade a glimmer of hope. How could he not be happy? Kao on the side looked at Shad silently. He knew that when His Highness showed this expression, he must have come up with some weird ideas again. He just hoped that he would not do anything too reckless. After more than 10 minutes, a figure appeared in the purple-gray forest. Iron Axe came back, carrying the monster's corpse. At this time, a circle of people surrounded the body of the monster. When they heard that Tiefu had hunted a monster and returned, many people came to watch and talk about it. Is this the monster Iron Axe hunted? Uncle Iron Axe is so powerful. Hunting a monster alone is an unprecedented feat, and it was done in the Death Forest. This monster looks so disgusting. Why does it have so many eyes? It looks different from the monsters I've seen before. Has it mutated again? Everyone was talking and arguing nonstop. Tiefu scratched his head with a silly smile. Actually, being able to hunt this monster has nothing to do with me. It was all thanks to the poison arrow that His Highness gave me that I was able to poison the monster to death. Otherwise, I would have died in its jaws. Xiada raised his eyebrows in surprise. You mean, you poisoned this monster to death with that poison arrow? Iron Axe nodded and raised his injured right hand. Indeed, I stabbed it more than a dozen times with my dagger, but it was completely useless. I was nearly killed by it. In the end, it was only with the poison arrow you gave me, Your Highness, that I was able to kill it. This is really a pleasant surprise. Lilith's venom can kill monsters, which means that Outpost Town has a stable means to deal with monsters. Then combined with the use of a crossbow, an 8 or 9-year-old child can kill a monster. Poison arrow? What kind of poison arrow? Didn't you kill this monster yourself, Iron Axe? Someone in the crowd asked curiously. Shade and Iron Axe looked over and saw that it was one of the hunters who had been summoned with Iron Axe before. Of course, Ford. Do you really think I can handle a monster in the Forest of Death alone? Iron Axe puffed out his chest with a proud expression. Before I set out, His Highness gave me a poisoned wooden arrow. The poison is so strong that even monsters couldn't survive for long before being killed. Then you are so proud. Hunter Ford complained in his heart, and at the same time regretted why he did not accept the Lord's task. If he knew that the Lord had venom that could deal with monsters, he would definitely not refuse. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now. How long exactly? Shade asked Iron Axe how long a monster could last after being enchanted by the spider web. This was a very important question. About 40 seconds. Iron Axe thought for a moment and replied. Xiaoda was still surprised to hear this answer. 40 seconds is more than twice the longest time that an adult bull could last. This is enough to show how terrifying the power of Warcraft is. Look at its disgusting appearance that makes people lose their minds. Hearsay and seeing with one's own eyes are two completely different concepts. Xiaoda felt that this was even more bizarre than the monsters in novels and movies he had seen in his previous life. After discussing World of Warcraft, it was time for the much-anticipated rewards session. Of course, Xiaoda did not forget his previous promise. He took out a gold coin and 20 silver coins on the spot and put them in Tiefu's hand in front of everyone. As I said, exploring the Death Forest will earn you 20 silver coins, and hunting a magical beast will earn you 1 gold coin. However, since Iron Axe is the first person to brave the danger and explore the Death Forest, and even hunt a magical beast, I will reward him with an additional 20 silver coins, plus a special prize. Shade said loudly, then ordered the servant next to him to go back to the castle to get something. Chapter 18: The Little Hero Who Made the Greatest Contribution. Soon the servant came running back with a white scarf in his hand. Xiaoda took the scarf and handed it to Tai Axe. This is a specially made spider silk scarf. It's light and warm. You can wear it when you hunt in the future. Iron Axe rubbed his hands on his clothes before accepting the scarf. He didn't want to dirty the scarf that His Highness had just given him. Thank you, Your Highness. I will also carry out my mission of exploring the forest seriously in the future. When the onlookers saw these generous rewards, their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide enough to fit a fist. This was a huge fortune that they would never see in their entire lives. Oh my God, 40 silver coins for 1 gold coin. That's too much. I thought that for little Brad to go from an orphan to a foreman, 30 copper coins a day was a lot, but I didn't expect Iron Axe to earn 1 gold coin and 40 silver coins in one day. How much food can you buy with so much money? I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it all in a lifetime, right? In addition to the huge amount of money, some people found that the scarf seemed to be something more than simple. Look, isn't the scarf Iron Axe got the same one the Lord has on his neck? Oh my God, it's true. This is incredible. The Lord actually gave his own clothes to Iron Axe. This shows that he considers Iron Axe his own. Knowing this, everyone is extremely envious. You have to know that for commoners like them, being favored by nobles is almost like winning a lottery prize of tens of millions. It is a sure way to achieve a class leap, and even their descendants can enjoy quite good benefits. Yesterday, it was little Brad. Today, it's Iron Axe. This newly appointed Prince Lord promoted 2 people in just 2 days, which is much better than the previous Lord. You have to know that the previous Viscount Rice didn't even look at commoners like them, let alone promote them. As if he saw through their thoughts, and also to encourage them, Shade said loudly with a smile. Not just Iron Axe. From now on, anyone who can contribute to the development of Qianxiao Town will receive a reward from me. As you can see, the magnitude of the reward will definitely not disappoint you. Good. Long live the Lord. Everyone cheered, and this huge noise attracted more townspeople. After hearing what Shade said from others, they also joined the cheering team. This thriving scene is a rare sight in this border town in late autumn. The second floor of the castle. Lilith looked through the window at the group of people and Shad who was surrounded by them. Everyone had a joyful expression on their face. It's so lively down there, it's great. It's a pity that I will never be able to experience this excitement. She glanced back at her spider legs, her eyes drooping. How could I possibly fit in among these normal people when I look like a monster? Lilith thought she had accepted the fact that she was a monster, but after truly feeling the warmth that Shade brought her, She couldn't help but feel an endless sense of loss about being a witch. If only she weren't a witch, she wouldn't be hated by her parents, wouldn't be hunted by the church, but she also probably wouldn't have met Nia, wouldn't have met His Highness. As she thought about it, Lilith discovered that after she became a witch, it seemed that not all the things she encountered were bad. At least Nia and His Highness were people she could only meet after she became a witch. At this moment, Lilith noticed that Shad had looked at her at some point. The moment their eyes met, Lilith subconsciously looked away, afraid that others would see her too. But thinking that I was inside the house, I could just retract the spider legs behind me so that people outside wouldn't be able to see me. So she stuck her head out, stretched out half of her little hand from under the window, and waved gently to Shad. Shade responded with a warm smile. Lilith instantly retracted her head, squatting on the ground, and the spider legs behind her swung irregularly. Soon she sat down at the workbench again, and her spider legs danced out shadows again, even faster than the time when Shad was there. Your Highness, I am also willing to explore the forest of death. Me too. And me. Several hunters in the crowd jumped out and shouted, the two who had met Shade with Iron Axe at the time being the first to speak. They were so envious of Iron Axe that they were almost green with envy. If they had agreed to the Lord's request, they would be the ones receiving the generous reward here now. Therefore, we cannot miss out on this opportunity and must speak out immediately. Sure. Xiaoda did not refuse. The more people exploring the Death Forest, the better. After all, the Death Forest was ridiculously large, and the sooner it was lit up, the better. Those who wish to explore the Death Forest, please register with my knights. You will explore in groups of 2. Before you set out, I will equip you with a poisoned wooden arrow. The two of them looked after each other, and with Lilith's venom, it was almost impossible for anything to happen unless a large number of monsters attacked at the same time. However, after that, exploring the Death Forest, each person can only get 1 silver coin, while hunting a magical beast will earn 10 silver coins. Since we know that Lilith's venom can kill monsters reliably, and that working in pairs can improve safety, the reward will be significantly reduced accordingly. After all, the first person to try something new can only be the first one. When Iron Axe was exploring, they had no idea whether the venom would be effective or not. In other words, Iron Axe was really risking his life to carry out this mission. It would be unfair to Iron Axe if those who explored later could get the same reward as him. The other hunters also knew this and nodded in agreement. Although the reward is not as good as the Iron Axe, they can get a silver coin for exploring the Death Forest once, which is far more than what they can usually get. Then everyone left. Xiaoda brought Iron Axe to the study and recorded everything he saw and heard in the Death Forest. The fog map only shows general geographical information. As for specific details, such as flora and fauna, environment, air conditions, you have to go there in person to find out. As for the body of the monster, Shade asked Cow to clean it and put it in the storage room for future research. After this matter was over, Shad found Lilith and told her the good news about how powerful her venom was. That's great, Your Highness. Spider-Man was also very happy. Well, thanks to you, we now have the means to deal with the monsters. Xiaoda touched Lilith's head and found that her little face was red and her forehead was sweating. He looked at the pile of fabrics on the workbench next to him and couldn't help laughing. I'm trying too hard. I just announced outside that anyone who contributes to the territory will be rewarded. Shade pinched Lilith's fair, blushing cheeks softly. So, my little hero who has made the greatest contribution, what reward do you want? Lilith stood there in a daze, her face turning even redder, and she couldn't tell whether she was shy or thinking. Chapter 19, Eve and Lux. Why? Don't you want anything in particular? Seeing that Lilith didn't speak for a long time, Xiaoda asked with some confusion. Lilith nodded softly, pinching her backless sweater with both hands. I feel that my life now is very happy. I can eat all kinds of delicious food every day, have many different beautiful clothes to wear, and have a comfortable bed and house. More importantly, His Highness said that I am not a monster, but have my own value. Spider silk can be used to weave clothes for you, and venom can kill monsters. As he was talking, Shad saw tears welling up in Lilith's eyes. Spider-Girl sniffed, I think this is pretty good. Her current life makes her so satisfied, so you can imagine how miserable her life was before, especially after she became a witch. Although Shade could not personally experience the feeling of being excluded by the whole world, he could feel how desperate it was just by thinking about it. Since you don't want anything, I'll make you a promise. Lilith raised her head and looked at Shad with her big watery eyes in confusion. In the near future, I promise that in my territory, witches will be able to live a normal life like ordinary people. They can wander the streets freely without being gossiped about. They can also happily communicate with everyone and integrate into the community. No one will be afraid of you or hate you just because you are a witch. What do you think? Shad asked Lilith with a smile. Lilith couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they burst out like a flood. This was the first time Shad saw Lilith cry, and cry so sadly. Shad stroked Lilith's head. He remembered reading a report before that a good cry was a good way to relieve negative emotions when people were depressed for a long time, and it was good for both the body and mind. Lilith is just a little girl after all. She has experienced a series of events such as becoming a witch and being betrayed by her parents. It is very good that she has been able to hold on until now without breaking down. It may not be a bad thing to release all the long-standing negative emotions such as fear and grievance through crying. Listening to Lilith's crying gradually getting smaller, Shad couldn't help but sigh that the monster girl was really great. Lilith alone helped him solve the problem of clothes and the monster that gave him the most headaches, and she didn't ask for anything in return. Without her, it would not be easy to train a team capable of fighting against monsters before winter comes, and exploring the Death Forest would become very difficult. Thinking of this, Xiaodaiji couldn't wait to take in more monster girls, the more the better. Unfortunately, these monster girls usually live away from people, and he doesn't even know where to get their information, let alone take them in. At this time, Shad thought of another monster girl mentioned by Lilith, the cowgirl Nia, and he couldn't help feeling anxious. After Lilith finished crying and regained her composure, Shade asked, Lilith, it's been several days now, and your friend hasn't come yet. Maybe something happened along the way. Do you want me to send someone to look for her? If I just tell her that I'm not against witches, she'll probably come, right? Lilith was originally ashamed for not being able to control her emotions and crying, but when she saw that His Highness didn't say anything, she relaxed. Hearing Shade's question, Lilith shook her head. Your Highness, Nia is a very stubborn person. She won't believe what humans say unless she sees it with her own eyes. You don't need to send anyone to look for her, because she will definitely avoid you and you won't be able to find her. She is very strong, so nothing will happen to her. I think she should be here within 3 days. Is that so? Xiada was a little disappointed, but he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, Then I'll get ready to welcome her. As for the monster girls, we can only let nature take its course. In addition to the monster girls, the development of the territory cannot be left behind, Xiada thought. We already have ways to deal with the Death Forest and Warcraft, the biggest threats to the territory. The next step is to find a way to break the trade blockade of Card Fortress. Some conflicts are inevitable in the process. According to the previous development strategy of military priority, we now have a crossbow as a weapon. Although it is just a blueprint, it should not be difficult to make it. Lilith's biggest killer move, Venom, can also play a big role at critical moments. Next, it's the army, north of the Silver Ridge Mountains, a forest in northern Wales. At this time, heavy snow was everywhere and the entire forest was already covered with a layer of silver. Logically speaking, there should be no other colors as far as the eye can see, but when looking down from the sky, a purple-gray color suddenly appears in the middle of the forest, looking out of place. The trees here were charred and twisted, and even the snow that fell on them was stained a purple-gray color. In some frozen places, even the ice emits a strange purple light. Puff! A cheetah-sized monster was pinned to the ground by a giant steel sword, unable to move. The woman holding the giant sword exhaled, and her breath turned into white mist and dissipated in the cold air. She was tall and slender, wearing light armor and a pure white leather coat that looked very valuable. The collar of the coat was lined with white fluff for warmth. The woman shook her head slightly, and her long black and gray hair, which represented the bloodline of the Yinling royal family, swayed. I didn't expect corruption to appear even here. I really don't know how much longer this country can hold out. Xiao Fu, with a princess like you who is always prepared for danger, the kingdom will surely be at peace. Behind her, a girl with an innocent face and long golden hair said with a smile. She was wearing a white robe with some golden stripes on it. Although she was not as tall as the woman with the sword, her figure was also well proportioned. The fabric was so tight that it had horizontal wrinkles and could hardly support her plumpness. Lakis, I told you to call me Your Highness the Second Princess when you're out there, or just call me Eve. Don't call me Xiaofu. Lux smiled sweetly. Okay, Xiaofu. Eve shook her head helplessly, as if she had gotten used to this conversation that happened several times a day, and then stopped paying attention to it. Seeing the monster struggling, Eve twisted her hands hard, and the monster fell completely silent after a few seconds. She revealed a look of grief and anger. The sad thing is, even though corruption has reached this level, seriously threatening the survival of the kingdom, my foolish brothers are still fighting for that stupid throne. What a bunch of idiots. Lux hugged Eve's arm and said, Don't be angry, Eve. With the Church of Holy Light here, corruption won't spread. Don't forget that our original purpose was to fight corruption. Chapter 20 Stupid Brother. I know. It's thanks to the Church of Holy Light that this devastated kingdom has been able to survive until now. Eve pushed Lux away, pulled the sword out of the monster's corpse, and swung it violently, and the blood scattered in an arc on the snow beside it. Xiaofu, you're already very capable. You help us hunt down many monsters every time. Thanks to you, our speed in clearing the corruption has been greatly improved. Lux smiled, then waved her hand. Leave it to us from now on. Seeing Lux's actions, a group of monks wearing the same white robes behind her began to move deep into the forest, each holding a smooth, white ceramic jar in their arms. I just did my bit to drive out the corruption. The long sword was sheathed with a crisp sound. Eve lifted her hair and said lightly, "It's this kind of conscientiousness that makes people like him." Lux once again hugged Eve's arms with both hands, stuck to her, and showed a happy expression. It is because she is serious about everything she does, never gives up until she achieves her goal, and has a decisive and efficient style of doing things that I became her best friend. In Lux's eyes, compared to the other princes, the heroic second princess with the demeanor of a Valkyrie is more suitable to be the king of the Silver Ridge Kingdom. Unfortunately, she doesn't seem to be interested in being king. In that case, Xiaofu, are you really unwilling to join the Church of Holy Light? With your attitude towards corruption, maybe we can become saints together. Eve shook her head with a determined look in her eyes. Sorry, I don't want to join any church. Lux pouted and said nothing. She had invited Eve many times before, but she had never agreed. Come to think of it, is it really okay for you, a quasi-saint of the Holy Light Church, to run around outside with me every day? Eve asked back. That's totally fine. I'm traveling with you with the approval of His Holiness the Pope. Besides, every saint must go out and gain experience before becoming a saint, to witness firsthand the evil of corruption and the harm it brings. Lux smiled, then revealed a sympathetic expression. Of course, it would be even better if we could kill a few witches. Those poor souls whose bodies have been corrupted and infected into monster-like forms. An early death is their only relief. This way, when we become saints, we can be more resolute in our hearts, fight for the church and the holy light, and make the world more peaceful. Lux looked pious, her eyes glowing. After more than 10 seconds, she came to her senses and said to Eve, "So following you around to clean up the corruption is also a kind of experience." Eve nodded and looked up. The sky was gray, and even the falling snowflakes seemed to have a hint of purple. She asked softly, "Where else are there signs of widespread corruption?" Lux thought for a moment and replied, "I remember that the forest south of Card County showed signs of corruption a few years ago. It should be even worse now." Lux looked at the person beside her uncertainly. This person was a local bishop named Coke. Coke nodded in response to Lacus's statement and said solemnly, "Yes, Your Excellency Lacus. The corrupted forest is located south of Outpost Town. It is now known as the Death Forest. Its area has expanded several times to its original size, almost covering the entire border between Card Territory and the Melon Empire." What? Lux was startled and asked quickly, "Then why not clean it up as soon as possible?" Coke's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "If the Death Forest is cleared, it will likely spark another war between the Melon Empire and our kingdom. Therefore, the Pope has ordered that the Death Forest be left alone for the time being." I see. Lux nodded. She had heard about the countless casualties in that war. "So, you won't be following me to Card County?" Coke nodded. "Yes, Lord Lux. But don't worry. With His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince taking office as the Lord of Outpost Town, His Holiness the Pope has also sent a bishop there to establish a church. His name is Estienne Guibo. When you arrive there, Bishop Estienne will meet you." His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. Lux didn't know why she heard the Fourth Prince's name here. She looked at Eve curiously. "Well, I just received the news recently that Xiado was exiled to Qinshao Town. But I remember his original fiefdom was Yangda Town in Kaba Territory. I don't know why it was changed to Qinshao Town, which has worse conditions. I'm afraid that idiot has done something stupid to anger father again." Eve said indifferently, without a trace of concern in her tone, as if she was talking about a stranger who had nothing to do with her. She turned and walked out of the forest, with Lux following closely behind. "Now that it's confirmed, let's go back and rest for a while before setting off." As Eve spoke, she looked towards the south. In the vast sky, she could vaguely see the outlines of a series of mountains. "By the way, remind my foolish brother how dangerous corruption and monsters are, and make him stay in Outpost Town." "Strange, Xiaofu, don't you hate these princes? Why would you be so kind as to remind the Fourth Prince?" Lux looked at Eve and blinked, very curious. Compared to the other three idiots who were blinded by power, shade, who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, is actually less annoying. I don't mind giving him some advice, but I don't care whether he listens or not. Eve shook her head. Thinking of Shade's foolishness in her memory, she sneered, I hope he doesn't get scared to death by the monsters in the Death Forest before we get there. Sir Knight, we have hunted down a demon beast. Very good, this is your reward. Carry it to the river to wash it, and then bring it to the castle. Yes. The two hunters happily accepted the 11 silver coins and left happily carrying the monster's corpse. Iza withdrew his gaze with some emotion. Although it took 7 teams 2 days to hunt down only one monster, it was already very good. If this continues, by winter, the monsters in the Death Forest will have been hunted down by them before they can attack the town. Your Highness is truly amazing. He touched the spider silk scarf on his body and looked towards the castle with admiration. I have to admit that it was a very wise decision for His Highness not to kill the witch on the spot, but to bring her back. Could it be that His Royal Highness the Prince had already anticipated that this spider which could play such a big role? If this is true, it is indeed very far-sighted. The other side. Sir Knight, are you still hiring people? Let me see. The 3 of you follow Brad, and the 2 of you follow Lon. Just follow their instructions. Go ahead. After Locke finished assigning tasks to several people, they left to find their own foreman. He looked at the personnel assignment list recorded on the paper. The current foremen were all the people who had first built the toilets. Although they don't have Brad's extraordinary talent, practice makes perfect. After doing it many times, they know the process of building a toilet. With more foremen, each foreman can lead a team to build toilets, so the progress is now ridiculously fast, and 6 or 7 toilets can be built in a day. Lord Locke, the toilet next to the tavern is finished. Where will the next one be built? Locke looked up and saw Brad and his workers. He picked up another blueprint. According to His Highness's plan, the next one is next to the blacksmith Orn's house. Okay. Brad determined the exact location and left. Locke smiled and said that according to the current progress, it would probably take less than 2 weeks to complete His Highness's request. Chapter 21. Are you here to take a shit? The next morning, the weather was clear and cloudless. But Xiao was not in a good mood. Because the production of the crossbow had to be put on hold temporarily. Originally, he had obtained the manufacturing drawings of the crossbow, and he planned to directly find craftsmen in the town to manufacture it according to the drawings. As a result, he found that the system only delivered some knowledge and drawings about crossbows into his brain. If you want to make it a reality, you need to draw it yourself. These drawings not only include the 3-dimensional structural design of the finished product, but also the detailed design of each small part, which is a headache to look at. Do I have to learn this drawing skill? Looking at the pile of drawings in his mind, Xiao sighed with tears in his eyes. Never mind. Anyway, this world doesn't have mobile phones or computers to kill time with. Learning one more skill is pretty good. At least I won't become a useless person who only relies on the system. Having once experienced the top PUA who said, learn until you die, Xiao quickly comforted himself in his heart. Ever since he came to this world, he has been eating and sleeping every day, and occasionally teasing the little spider girl. Now he has something to do to pass the time, which seems not bad. Then Xiao began to practice drawing blueprints seriously on paper. Noon. Ka rarely shared lunch with them. Although he was qualified to have lunch with Shade, the chief knight usually did not eat with Shade and others in the castle, but ate with his 2 subordinates. The reason why he appeared here today was that he had to tell His Royal Highness the Prince a piece of news. Your Highness, a suspicious person has appeared in the town. He is wearing a hood and acting stealthily. The townspeople say they have never seen this person before. Xiaoda's spirits lifted, and his eyes shone brightly. Is it finally here? If nothing unexpected happens, this should be Nyonyang, right? According to Lilith, she had 2 horns on her head, so she had to cover her head with a hood. Fortunately, he had issued an order a few days in advance, asking the townspeople to be on the lookout for any suspicious outsiders. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing if the other party had already arrived without him knowing. I see. Xiao nodded and said, continue to monitor her movements. If you find her trying to enter the castle, just symbolically try to stop her. Make sure she doesn't get hurt. Ka shook his head indifferently. A petty thief shouldn't be so cautious. If he dares to break into the castle, I will capture him even if I die. No, your safety is more important to me, said Shade. Kao was somewhat touched. He had never expected His Highness to care about him so much. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I will defend you to the death. Shade looked helplessly at Ka, who was very excited. You think I care about you, but in fact I am really afraid that the other person will hit you to death. After all, we don't know the other party's identity. Besides, even if she really breaks into the castle, Lilith is here. With her venom, I will be fine. In short, just protect yourself. Xiao ordered without hesitation. Sitting on the other side, Lilith pricked up her ears to listen to the conversation between Shad and Cow. Because of her height, her feet could not touch the ground when she sat on the chair. Upon hearing the news, her two tight calves wrapped in white silk kept swinging back and forth, and she was a little absent-minded while eating. She shouted happily in her heart, "Hey, Nia is finally here." Clint was not interested in the topic between the two, but was interested in the tableware that Shad was using to eat. "Excuse me, Your Highness, but what is that cutlery in your hand?" "Oh, you're talking about this? This is called chopsticks." Xiada raised the chopsticks in his hand and picked up something twice. "Is it necessary to use chopsticks when eating noodles? Is it not polite to use a fork?" Clint looked at the fork in his hand and asked with some concern. He then added, "Also, Your Highness, the food you proposed is really delicious. I never thought that wheat could be made into something so delicious." Xiada smiled. Their lunch today was mixed noodles. No, because there were a lot of ingredients missing, it would be more appropriate to call it meat sauce noodles. This was the recipe he provided to the chef. "There's nothing I can do. I really miss the delicious food from my hometown." Even though his chef could only replicate 1/5 of the delicious taste due to various reasons, Shad was already very satisfied. This is how chopsticks came into being. Compared to a knife and fork, Xiada feels that chopsticks are more convenient to use. He replied to Clint, "It's just a meal. There's no need to worry about etiquette. I just think it's more convenient to eat noodles with chopsticks. Using a fork is also fine. How about it? Do you want to try it?" Since Xiada said so, the other three were of course very happy. They picked up a pair of chopsticks, imitated Xiada's method of holding chopsticks, and began to try to pick up noodles. Pity. Clint and Ka couldn't pick up the noodles no matter how hard they tried. The noodles kept sliding off their chopsticks, or one of the chopsticks would fall out. Their faces flushed. These chopsticks are quite difficult to use. Yes, it seems that using chopsticks does require some skills. Unlike the other two, Lilith quickly mastered the use of chopsticks, perhaps because her textile studies made her hands more flexible, and she can now eat noodles normally with chopsticks. Clint and Ka's faces turned even redder when they saw that the witch had mastered the use of chopsticks so quickly. If witches can master it, why can't I? So they stopped talking and secretly struggled with the chopsticks in their hands. Lilith held the bowl and slurped the noodles. It was also her first time to eat this delicacy. Once she started, she couldn't stop eating it, and her mouth was full of meat sauce. Noticing that the two people opposite her were fiddling with the chopsticks in their hands, she looked at them in confusion, then tilted her head to look at Xiada. Xiada signaled her not to worry and to continue eating. After that, the sound of people slurping noodles could be heard in the hall. Looking at this harmonious picture, Xiada nodded with satisfaction. After spending these few days together, Clint and Ka's attitudes towards Lilith are no longer as confrontational as they were at the beginning. It seems that Nyunia has come at the right time. Is this the place? Beneath the black hood, Nia's brown pupils surveyed the town before her. She had gone to the forest to hunt, but when she came back, she found that Lilith was missing. Later, she found spider silk scattered on the ground and a clear tire track, so she guessed that Lilith might have been kidnapped. So I followed the wheel track and finally found this small town. The town before her looked desolate, 100 times more dilapidated than the most dilapidated town she had ever seen. In a small town like this, I guess only nobles have carriages? TSK, this is a bit tricky. Just as she was thinking about how to find and rescue Lilith, a childish voice suddenly sounded beside her. "Are you here to poop?" Chapter 22 Nia's Experiences. The Lord said that you are not allowed to poop anywhere. You are not allowed to pee either. A little boy with snot hanging from his face opened his mouth slightly and stared at Nia in the grass with dull eyes. After a while, he stretched out 5 fingers. "You have to go to the toilet to poop and pee, otherwise you will be fined 5 copper coins. Nia said nothing, but reached up and pulled her hood down a little lower. "Xiaoke, who are you talking to?" "Sister Feifei, someone is pooping here." "Ah." A little girl in thin clothes screamed, rushed over, grabbed the little boy's hand, and walked back. "Who told you to meddle in other people's business? The Lord only said that urinating and defecating in the town is prohibited. This is not a town, and the decree will not be implemented until a week later." While the little girl was scolding the little boy, she looked back from time to time with a somewhat frightened expression. Only after the two of them walked away did Nia come out from the bushes. She looked at the desolate town in front of her, gritted her teeth, and felt very angry. They even charged for urination and defecation. She knew that the nobles were a group of scum who enjoyed their own wealth and glory and didn't care about the lives of the common people. But I never expected that the nobles here could be so disgusting that they would even impose fines for urinating and defecating. No wonder this town looks so desolate and dilapidated. How could the town possibly prosper with such nobles around? Damn it. The anger in her heart burned fiercely, and Nia became even more worried. Can Lilith have a good ending if she is captured by such a noble? Never mind. Let's find her first. Nia walked slowly along the edge of the town. Your Excellency, the Lord is the best nobleman in the world. Two civilians were chatting at the door of a house. Hearing this, Nia stopped and hid behind the house, unable to resist eavesdropping. How could there be commoners praising nobles in this world? Could it be that this town would be fined for speaking ill of the Lord? Nia felt that this was the case, otherwise it could not be explained. The conversation between the two people continued. Yes, the Lord is much better than the previous Viscount Rice. Hey, just mentioning that fat pig makes me angry. He increased our taxes so much, unlike our current Lord who abolished 27 taxes as soon as he took office. Thanks to the Lord, I have saved up a silver coin now. My daughter won't have to go hungry this winter. Huh. After listening to the conversation between the two, Nia frowned. Abolish 27 taxes? Is this something aristocrats would do? The lord they are talking about is probably a fool, right? No, from what they said. This lord has just taken office and must have done this on purpose in order to quickly win over the hearts of the people. Later on, he will surely reveal his ugly aristocratic face and add all these taxes back. The rule that fines people for urinating or defecating must be based on this idea. It must be like this. Nia felt that she knew everything and looked at the two of them with some pity. Poor commoners, they don't understand the evil intentions of the nobles at all. They are bribed for just a little benefit and even speak for the nobles. Alas, Nia continued to move forward. Old bull, how do you feel about having a toilet built next to your house? Nia saw a tavern, probably a pub. It was a wooden house that was slightly larger than the others. Above the double wooden doors hung a tattered wooden sign with the word tavern written crookedly on it. The old man with a red nose and messy hair who is chopping wood should be the owner of this tavern. The few civilians chatting and laughing next to him should be watching the building called a toilet. Nia looked towards the toilet and cursed inwardly. Pa, it's just 4 pieces of wood stuck in the ground, and they even gave it a name and stipulated that people can only urinate and defecate here. He is indeed a hateful nobleman. His real purpose is to fine everyone. But the pub owner doesn't seem to think so. The toilet is built at the entrance of the pub. Old Bull put down his axe and walked to the toilet. That feels pretty good. He straightened his chest and raised his head, seeming a little proud. Let me tell you, this toilet was built for me by little Brad himself. Do you understand? I knew this guy could achieve great things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken him in and given him a job, you know? Old Bull's nose was about to turn up as he spoke. Look, little Brad has really been favored by the Lord. Don't you know that he can now earn 30 copper coins a day and can work for the Lord in the future? If it weren't for me, would he have made it this far? Come on, if Orn hadn't made you an axe, would you have agreed to take in Brad Jr.? Orn is the one who treats Brad Jr. the best. That's right. Old Bull's face immediately turned as red as his nose. He pointed at the man and cursed. You fart. Huh. Old Bull is getting anxious. Be careful. You won't be able to drink their wine in the future. Everyone burst into laughter, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Nia, who was far away, was a little confused as to why these civilians were in such good mental states. Although the town is a bit shabby, the conditions of these civilians are better than those in most towns. Aren't civilians supposed to be lifeless most of the time? Maybe the Lord here is not as bad as she thought. Nia continued to move forward. Dig another hole above the big pit and cover it with a lid. This will be used for removing excrement in the future. This time, Nia saw several people tinkering around in a small area, apparently building something called a toilet. I don't know what the Lord wants all this shit and urine for. Hammer, didn't you take the job of collecting shit? Can you tell me what's going on? A dark-skinned uncle waved his hand and said, You won't understand even if I tell you. The Lord wants to make something called fertilizer. Pile all the feces and urine in a big pit outside the town, then add a pile of leaves, hay, branches, and other things. Turn the pile a few times a week, and when it stops smelling, the fertilizer will be ready. And then, what can this thing do? Hammer scratched his head. Farming. The people nearby looked disgusted and said, Hey, vegetables grown with feces and urine. How can they be eaten? Shut your stinky mouths. Do you know more, or does the Lord know more? The man giving orders shouted, and the men quickly shut up and went back to work. Ugh. Nia shook her head to clear her mind of the imagery. She knew that some nobles had special fetishes, but this was the first time she heard of a noble who liked to play with feces. At this moment, Nia was more inclined to believe that this lord, whom she had never met, was a person with an abnormal brain. Otherwise, he would not have killed Lilith on the spot, but chose to take her away. You know, they are witches that normal people can't even hide from when they see them. Later I found out that there was only one nobleman, or lord, in this town. Nia circled the town for a long time, and finally quietly reached the entrance of the stone castle. She turned her head and looked left and right. Well, it should not have been discovered. Chapter 23. Thousands of words come together in one word. He's really not quite in his right mind. Such a big castle, but there's not even a single guard outside. Don't blame me for being rude. Nia grabbed the trees on both sides with her hands, revealing her smooth and delicate arms. Although there are not many muscles, the white arms wrapped in graceful lines seem to contain infinite power. She took off her shoes and placed one foot on the ground behind her, leaving a deep mark on the ground with her white toes. After a brief period of accumulation of strength, Nia's muscles bulged slightly, and she pushed her hands back suddenly, peeling off a piece of bark from both trees. Nia herself rushed towards the castle gate like an arrow. Plan? Haha, not at all. Rush in and rescue Lilith. That's what Nia was thinking. Every step left a deep footprint on the brown ground. Nia's legs swung very fast, and she ran at a speed that was impossible for ordinary people to reach. She stared at the castle with determination in her eyes. Locke was responsible for the construction of toilets in the town. Eyes was in charge of managing the hunters to explore the Death Forest, and the militia went up the mountain to hunt on behalf of the hunters. Therefore, the only defense force of the castle was Shade's chief knight Kao and Lilith in the castle. I received the news that unknown people had entered the town in the morning and heard His Highness say those words again at noon. At this time, Ka was fully armed and guarding the front yard of the castle in full battle readiness, sitting on a tree stump and wiping his sword. This two-handed sword, made of fine steel and with a sapphire inlaid on the hilt, was given to him by the leader when he first made a contribution to the Silver Ridge Knights. This sword has been with him in battle for nearly 20 years, and dozens if not hundreds of souls have died under its sword. If that little thief really dares to break into the castle, my sword is not at all bad. Sudden, a loud noise came from outside the courtyard gate. Ka stood up and looked up at the gate. Do you really dare to come? Just 2 seconds later, a hooded figure, with dust rising behind him and his cloak rustling in the wind, rushed in at a speed that he could hardly understand. Nia was so fast that Ka had no time to think. He dragged the sword in both hands and rushed straight towards the figure. When he got close, Kao used his upper arms to drive his forearms, and his forearms then drove his wrists, using a method that could exert maximum force to suddenly slash upwards. If it were an ordinary person, he would be seriously injured if not killed by this sword, or even be directly cut in half by this sharp steel sword. But the hooded figure just yelled, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Then he used his elbow to strike the blade from the side. The next moment, Ka felt as if he had hit an extremely hard stone. Zheng. After a crisp sound, the long sword flew directly into the air, drew a few graceful arcs in the air, and then pierced into the ground in the distance with a puff sound. A tingling sensation started from the hands, then spread to the arms, shoulders, neck, chest, all over the body. This was the first time since Ka became a knight that his weapon was knocked away in battle. The middle knight showed a rare expression of surprise. He looked at his hands in disbelief, but it was too late to think too much, because the figure has already rushed to the castle gate. Ignoring his paralyzed body, Ka ran after him with all his might, shouting anxiously, "Protect His Highness, witch." Hearing the word, witch, Nia tilted her head slightly while running. Witch, do you mean Lilith? She shook her head. How ridiculous. No matter how innocent Lilith is, there's no way she would protect someone who kidnapped her, let alone a noble. Bang! After a loud bang, Nia knocked the double stone doors of the castle open directly, and gravel flew everywhere, startling Shad and Lilith who were having lunch inside. Not Buddy. I didn't close the door. Can't I just push it open and come in normally? The people of Shad were all stunned. They never expected that Nyuniangnia would enter in this way. She directly broke the stone gate that was more than 10 centimeters thick. However, Nia did not stop. When she saw Lilith, her eyes lit up, and then she rushed straight to the dining table without slowing down. The scene looked as if an angry bull was really charging towards him. She rushed to the long stone dining table, half crouched down, put her hands under the table, and suddenly exerted force, lifting the stone dining table up. The dining table, weighing several thousand pounds, along with the plates, bowls, and spoons on it, flew into the air. Xiada was still holding the chopsticks in one hand, watching all this in amazement. This little girl. Isn't it too exciting? In the chaos, Nia saw Lilith quickly stand in front of the dazed noble, which made her frown. However, her action was not intended to kill Xiada. After what she saw and heard in the town, Nia felt that the Lord here was not a heinous person and there was no need to take his life. Therefore, the table was overturned just to create chaos so that Lilith could be taken away. The dining table hit the ground next to it with a loud noise. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nia ran to Lilith and grabbed her hand. "Lilith, let's go." Who knew that the next moment, Lilith pulled her hand back. Nia looked back in surprise, only to see Lilith shaking her head and saying with a determined look, "Nia, calm down. His Highness is a good man who is willing to take in a witch. I want to stay with His Highness." Nia slowly turned around and took off her hood. Only then did Xiada see the cowgirl's appearance clearly. She had long golden hair tied in a ponytail at the back of her head, and 2 brown horns growing on both sides of her forehead. Her facial features were equally beautiful because she was a witch, but she was more mature than Lilith. Her chest was filled with 2 surging breasts that lived up to the name of a cowgirl. She was standing barefoot on the ground, revealing her white toes. As expected of a monster girl, Xiada secretly sighed in his heart that the witch's appearance was really amazing. It was a pity that there were no male demons in this world. Otherwise, he would have been able to see how great she was. Shad didn't rush to talk to Nia. At times like this, it would be better for Lilith to communicate with her first rather than with the unfamiliar herself. Right now, Nia looked at Lilith, her brown eyes full of confusion. She could tell Lilith meant it. But how could a noble be so kind as to take in a witch? Witches and humans have been incompatible since ancient times. Could it be that this damn noble had used some means to confuse Lilith? No, they are the witches. If anyone is to be deceived, it should be this nobleman. But Lilith doesn't have the ability to confuse the enemy? There were so many questions I wanted to ask Lilith, but they were stuck in my mouth. In the end, all those words came together into one word, ah. Chapter 24. What truth are you talking about? So, you believe so quickly that I'm not a bad person? Xiada looked at the contract in his hand with the word Nia signed on it, and still felt that it was a little unreal. He originally thought that Nia would be angry and have a long speech with Lilith, from the difference between humans and witches to the conflict between witches and nobles, and finally persuade Lilith to leave with her by using both reason and emotion. Then he would appear again and persuade Nia to stay. However, the process is not that complicated at all. Lilith simply said, "I want to stay. Nia, will you stay too?" Then the cowgirl nodded and agreed casually. "I don't believe you. I just believe Lilith." Nia held Lilith's hand, just like an older sister holding her younger sister. Don't look at Lilith's young age and kind heart, but she has a good eye for people. Since she says you are a good person, I believe it too. Nia lowered her eyes. In fact, she had a deeper reason that she didn't say. You have to know that Lilith was betrayed by her parents, the closest people to her in the world, and was sent to the church personally. When she rescued Lilith, the little girl had completely despaired of human beings. For a period of time afterwards, whenever Lilith saw a human, she would tremble all over and hide behind her in fear. It took a long time before she felt better. To be able to make Lilith change her mind and willingly stay by his side. Nia looked up at Shad. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is the kindest nobleman in the world, right? Nia clasped her arms tighter across her chest. In this case, even if the other party is doing this to satisfy his own special fetish, she is willing to stay here. At least their lives can be protected. Shad nodded in understanding of Nia's reasons. Although he didn't know what kind of bond there was between the two, he could tell that they had a very good relationship and had been holding hands since they met. But, let me be frank, your contract is exactly the same as Lilith's, with a monthly salary of 30 silver coins. However, because you damaged the castle gate, worth 3 gold coins, broke a bunch of plates, worth 1 gold coin, and overturned my marble dining table, nearly killing me. Stop, stop, stop. I never wanted to kill you from the beginning. I overturned the table just to create chaos so I could take Lilith away. Nia shook her head in denial. Then she scratched her head and stuck out her tongue. At first, I did plan to kill you, but after coming here and hearing some civilians chatting, I thought you were, a pretty good person, so I decided not to kill you. That was close. Nia was shocked and almost said out loud, I think Shad is a brainless, mentally retarded aristocrat. Oh, about my chat. Xiada raised his eyebrows. Well, don't worry, they are all good comments. Nia nodded repeatedly. It was the first time she met a lord who was so loved by his people. Seeing Xiada in person at this moment also made her feel that Xiada was different from other nobles. Other nobles are usually as stupid as pigs and very arrogant, looking down on everyone. However, Xiada has an introverted temperament, and his intelligence and calmness are revealed between the lines. He is also very arrogant, but his arrogance seems to be hidden under a gentle appearance, and he despises everyone in the world equally. Xiada nodded in a good mood, thinking that these troublemakers still had some conscience. However, even if you didn't intend to kill me, you damaged my marble dining table, which is worth 5 gold coins. Adding to the other damages, I'll fine you 3 years' wages. Shad said, pointing at Nia. Puff. Lilith covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Ever since Nia came, she has always had this happy expression. Your Highness only punished me for 1 year. But you, Nia, were punished for 3 years, 2 years longer than me, haha. Who knew Nia would look so indifferent? Come on, Lord. She pinched Lilith's cheek. Look at what Lilith has become now. In just a few days, you have raised her so beautifully. She has completely transformed from a little beggar into the noble girl she is today. To be honest, I was a little hesitant to recognize her when I first saw her. Nia looked Lilith up and down, spreading her hands. Even the clothes she wears are such beautiful styles. This sweater, wow, it looks like it was made specially for Lilith, right? And she can even dine with you. The fine and all that is just your excuse. Everything she enjoys now is worth far more than that so-called reward. Nia put her hands on her hips and looked at Shad with a laugh. You really are a very good person. Shade rubbed the tip of his nose. Ahem, what nonsense are you talking about? He felt a little embarrassed by what he said. Lilith, who was already sensitive, lowered her head shyly, and the spider legs behind her began to shake up and down. Seeing Lilith like this, Nia became playful and put her arm around the little spider lady with a regretful expression, saying, But I definitely won't be treated as well as Lilith. No, that won't happen. Your Highness is very kind to everyone. Lilith said hurriedly. Nia stretched out her finger and placed it on Lilith's pink lips. That's not necessarily true. The later one will never be as good as the first one. You are the first which the Lord has ever met. You must hold a very important position in his heart. Lilith's face instantly turned like a ripe red apple, as if steam was coming out of her head. She buried her head and didn't dare to look at Xiada directly. Ha 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 ha. Nia's plan succeeded, and she laughed heartily. Xiada looked at the two of them helplessly, feeling that their personalities were completely opposite. Well, even if you flatter me, I won't do you any good. I'm not taking you in for nothing. Lilith is learning weaving and can make clothes for my territory. Her venom can kill monsters and help me explore the forest of death. Shade stood up and took out the Monster Girl file from the cabinet next to him, then sat back in his chair. Turning to a new page, he held a feather pen and wrote the words to Naya, Cow Mother, on the paper, and finally looked at Naya with expectant eyes. What about you? After becoming a witch, what extraordinary abilities did you gain? Nia felt that Shad's eyes were shining, and at this moment she discovered the biggest difference between Shad and other nobles. That is, when facing the witch, there was no fear, disgust, or other emotions in his eyes, only the purest curiosity. Nia was stunned for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, My lord, are you really not afraid of this evil power within us? Chapter 25 Nia. Shad smiled faintly at Nia. I once said this to Lilith, and I'll say it to you again. Your existence and power are not evil. They are just arrogance and prejudice caused by the church's propaganda and the ignorance of the people. In my opinion, this power is better described as a treasure bestowed upon you by God. It is a treasure that belongs only to you. As long as this power is used in the right way, it will surely unleash unparalleled power. Maybe others are afraid of you, hate you, but you are always welcome here. Looking at Nia's eyes gradually widening, Xiada felt very satisfied. In the early days of the territory, he needed the help of the monster girls, so there was no hypocrisy in his words. Moreover, having experienced unimaginable darkness, Shade believed that every witch would find it difficult to believe what humans said. Therefore, he would not do anything to deceive them from the beginning, and would exchange sincerity for sincerity. In his subsequent actions, he would do what he said to show that he treated witches differently from others. Nia stared at Xiada, and she could feel his sincerity from his eyes. Being a few years older than Lilith, she naturally had much more experience than the other, but from childhood to adulthood, she had never seen anyone as open-hearted to a witch as Shade. Nia swallowed her saliva and smiled helplessly. She now understood why Lilith was so fascinated by him. As you wish, my lord. The next moment, under Lilith's puzzled gaze, Nia bowed slightly and saluted, which was an etiquette used to show her complete loyalty to the other party. What surprised Xiada was that in his memory, this etiquette was clearly used among nobles. This means that Nia's true identity is actually a noble. Xiada frowned slightly. It is just as you thought, my lord. Nia looked directly at Shad, and the expression on her face was no longer as carefree as before, but became serious. My father is a baron in Kaba territory, and I am the baron's third daughter. So, you were also discovered by your family, and that's why you escaped. These witches had similar experiences, so Shade naturally thought so. However, Nia refuted this statement. No, I escaped on my own. Nia lowered her eyes, as if recalling some bad memories. After I found out I had turned into a witch, I quickly ran away on my own. My family didn't know about this. They probably just think I'm missing now. Maybe you should tell them that you became a witch. Maybe your family doesn't hate witches that much. After hearing what Seada said, Nia was stunned for a moment, then shook her head firmly and smiled helplessly. My lord, not everyone in this world is like you, who can accept witches so easily and is willing to take us in. Yes, Shad thought about it. In this feudal Middle Ages, apart from him who came from another world, there were probably only a handful of people who could truly accept witches. After all, they are different from the witches in other novels and animations. Shad glanced at Nia's horns and Lilith's spider legs. Their evil is clearly visible on their bodies, and they are obviously different from normal people, which makes them easy to be discovered, excluded, and hated. Nia, you're actually a daughter of a noble family. Why didn't you tell me before? Lilith took Rania's hand, her eyes filled with surprise. After being with her for so long, she had no idea that her true identity was actually a noble. This action also dispelled some of the sadness in Nia's heart. She patted Lilith's head and showed her previous bright smile. Because there's no need. I've already become a witch, so my previous identity doesn't matter. Besides, I don't like the life of a noble daughter at all. Learning this and that, and a lot of complicated etiquette, I'm just like a useless vase. Compared to my previous life, becoming a witch, hiding here and there, running around the world feels more interesting. It's a pity you can't run around anymore. Shade joked. Yeah. Nia touched her horns and gave Shade a bright smile. But it feels good this way. Then she raised her arm, patted the non-existent muscles with her other hand, and began to explain her abilities. You've seen it before. My ability is to become as strong as a bull. I can run very fast, jump very high, and eat several times more than before. No, he could smash the stone door and overturn a stone table weighing thousands of pounds with his bare hands. No matter how you look at it, his strength is much greater than that of an ox. In short, physical abilities have been greatly enhanced, Seada concluded. Nia nodded. Also, when I'm in high spirits, these abilities seem to become even stronger. I'm not quite sure about this either. High spirits are suspected to bring about stronger improvements. Shade added this sentence after the ability description. Maybe I could test it later, he thought. Besides that, I have thick skin and flesh. After becoming a witch, other than extremely sharp swords, most other weapons can no longer harm me. Nia thought for a moment and pointed to the door behind her. Your knight should be well aware of this. The tip of the pen in Shade's hand paused, and he sighed helplessly. It seemed that Cao had still made a move on Nia. Then you didn't do anything to him? Nia shook her head. No, I just knocked his weapon away. I didn't attack him. Seada breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After recording Nia's ability characteristics, Shade said to Nia, formally introduce myself. I am Shad Altos, the fourth prince of the Silver Ridge Kingdom and the lord of this town. Nia, welcome. Huh? You are a prince. Nia looked surprised. Well, you didn't expect that, did you? Nia's surprised expression was exactly the same as Lilith's at the beginning, and Shad was very pleased with it. However, Nia's next words made Shade's expression fall. But if you're a prince, why would you become the lord of this shabby town? Shouldn't you be given some fiefdom with better conditions? After hearing this, Lilith also looked at Shade curiously. Seada coughed twice. Ahem, this is a long story. You'll know it later. Let's talk about your work problems first. Then Shad looked at the file and thought. Completely different from Lilith. Nia is a pure combat monster girl. On the battlefield, she is definitely a powerful weapon that can charge around and fight against hundreds of enemies at once. In addition, some heavy and tiring work in the territory that ordinary people cannot do can also be assigned to her. But compared to these, Seada thought of another more urgent task that was more important to Qianshan Town. Chapter 26 Monster Girl is awesome. After putting away the Monster Girl file, Shad stood up and said to Nia, come with me. I've already thought of a job for you. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Cao leaning against the wall with a resentful look on his face. He first glared at Nia behind him, then pointed at her and asked Seada in an extremely puzzled tone. Your Highness, could you please tell me what is going on? Well, her name is Nia. She's Lilith's friend and also a witch. From now on, she'll live with us in the castle. Remember to get along well with her. Not getting the answer he wanted, Cao hurriedly chased after him. Your Highness, you know that's not what I want to ask. Why did she attack the castle? And compared to Miss Lilith, she looks more dangerous. Knowing that Cao was resentful, Shad comforted his chief knight as they walked, saying, she rushed in to save Lilith. As for danger, You don't have to worry. She has pledged her allegiance to me and will make significant contributions to the development of the territory, just like Lilith. But Ka followed Shad without stopping, and the iron leg armor made a crisp sound. Seada rolled his eyes impatiently and interrupted. But Nia is a witch. It's dangerous for her to stay around me. There's no guarantee she won't hurt me. Plus, she looks much more powerful and threatening than Lilith. It would be terrible if the church and others found out, right? Ka's face flushed red, and he opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Because Shad said everything he wanted to say. All right. Shade patted Cal's shoulder. This calm chief knight had been very conscientious since he followed him, but he was a little stubborn. Unlike Clint, who quickly accepted and got used to the witch's existence, Ka was obviously still resentful about the witch. I know you're thinking about my safety, but witches are really not as evil as you think. They're actually pretty much the same as normal people. After spending a few days with Lilith, you can sense that, right? This is different, said Ka with difficulty. No, it's the same. Then Shade said, I have arranged a job for Nia. If you are worried, come and take a look. After Shad finished speaking, Nia raised her arm, revealing the place where she was attacked by Cal. There was a faint red mark there. She thought the reason the other party was so angry was because he blamed himself for letting her run into the castle so easily. Nia winked at Ka and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Knight. Actually, your attack is quite sharp. It's one of the best I've ever seen. If you hit me directly, it will definitely cause damage to me. That's why she had to deflect Ka's attacks from the side. Cal snorted and turned his head to the side. He knew that the witch's abilities were always unreasonable. This surprised Seada a little. Even Cal can't hurt Nia? Several people came to the back of the castle, to an open space next to the Silver Ridge River. At this time, in addition to Seada and his men, there was also a wheeled heavy plow parked here. That's right. As for Nia's job, Shad thought about it and decided to let her plow the land. Isn't it just right to let the cowherd plow the land? Your Highness, the job you're talking about is this? Clint asked in disbelief. Shad had just called him over to meet Nia. The result surprised him. That's a witch with unreasonable special powers. They actually let her do plowing work, which is the work of livestock. No matter how much Clint disliked witches, he still felt it was a bit of a waste. Nia didn't comment on this. It was very kind of Seada to take them in, so she didn't complain about doing any dirty or tiring work. But she had never plowed a field before, so she walked over to the heavy plow, touched it, and asked, How do I use this? Cal, show her how. Shad had only eaten pork and had never seen a pig run, so he entrusted this difficult task to Ka. Fortunately, this knight was more pragmatic and knew how to use a heavy plow. Ka walked to the heavy plow, struck the iron wheel bolt with a mallet, lowered the plow head about 20 centimeters into the soil, and pointed to the traction frame in front of him. He said, Then just keep pulling it forward. When you turn, pull out the plowshare and repeat what I did just now. Your Highness, is this really okay? Clint asked worriedly, pointing at the heavy wheeled plow. This type of plow usually requires 6 to 8 adult oxen to pull it, and 2 serfs to assist. How about replacing the plow with a regular plow? He really couldn't figure out how a little girl who looked only a few years older than Lilith could pull the monster in front of her. This was beyond the limits of his imagination. Even a witch couldn't do that, right? Seada also knew this. The wheeled plow was a key tool in the agricultural revolution in medieval Europe. Compared with other plows, including the curved plow, its biggest advantage is that it can thoroughly turn the soil. Therefore, it requires more power to drive than other plows, usually requiring 6 to 8 adult animals working abreast to pull it. That is why he chose a heavy wheeled plow for Nia. There are not many livestock in the town now, so it is not easy to drive a heavy wheeled plow. If Nia chooses an ordinary plow, it would be a waste of her ability. Is that the way? Nia stood inside the drawbar and began pushing the heavy plow. Her figure looked so thin in front of the huge wheeled plow, as if she would fall down due to exhaustion at any moment. But the next moment, the iron wheel turned slowly, and Nia pushed the heavy plow easily. The land underneath was cut and turned to both sides like jelly. The plowshare and the coulter below form a cross to cut the land and the grass roots and other debris inside. The accumulated soil hits the plow wall behind and is turned to the sides to form a drainage ridge. Some small insects that were turned out were exposed to the sun, and they squirmed their bodies and quickly burrowed back into the soil. Clint opened his mouth, then stopped talking for a moment, just staring at the scene in amazement. Seada and others who knew Nia's abilities also looked surprised, because the scene in front of him was as outrageous as an ant lifting an elephant, giving people a deep sense of incongruity. This is the witch. Seada's mood quickly changed from surprise to excitement. The original plan was to plow the land until the beginning of next spring. Moreover, even if the whole town joins forces, there is no guarantee that much farmland can be developed. Now with Nia's existence, by the beginning of next spring, we will definitely be able to open up a lot of farmland. By then, with the addition of the prepared manure, the outpost town may be able to achieve self-sufficiency in food next year, and may even have a surplus to increase the income of the territory. Looking at Nia, who was moving slowly forward, he glanced at Lilith beside him. Although it is not the first time that he has expressed this sentiment, Xiada still wants to say, Monster Girl is awesome. Chapter 27, Cowgirl's Strange Ability. Clint left soon after. He still had his own work to do, and Shad asked him to come just to get to know Nia briefly. And with Lilith as an example, Clint was not too opposed to the fact that Shad took in another witch. Anyway, his heart has already been stirred, so your highness can play however he wants. How does it feel? Shad came to Nia and asked. It's quite heavy. Does plowing the land really require this much strength? Nia said without blushing or beating her heart. She appeared calm on the surface, but the deep footprints beneath her feet revealed just how much effort she put in. But it feels okay to me. I only used less than 30% of my strength. Okay, the power of 6 or 7 bulls is only equivalent to 30% of your strength, right? Shade was once again amazed at the monster girl's outrageous abilities. Also, my shoes are getting in the way. Can I take them off? Nia looked down at her shoes. Of course, I'm not a black-hearted lord. Just choose the way you feel most comfortable working in. Xiada nodded. Do shoes have any effect on your abilities? Nia nodded. Because my strength is too great, I can't use my full strength when wearing shoes, otherwise the shoes will be damaged. After saying that, she reached out and took off her shoes, and the speed of plowing the land instantly became much faster. After pushing forward about 200 meters, at Xiada's wave of the hand, Nia turned around, moved the wheeled heavy plow to the side of the plow drainage ditch, and pushed the heavy plow back. The speed of this trip dropped visibly, and it was getting slower and slower. But the reason was not that Nia had no strength left. Looking at her, there was not a trace of sweat on her delicate little face, and it was clear that she still had plenty of energy. It's just human laziness, and just pushing the heavy plow forward is too boring. Nia was not as serious as she was at the beginning. She looked around and pushed for a while, and then stopped for a while. This made Xiada a little angry. You, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, I provide you with good food and drink, and this is your work attitude? This is something that needs my own supervision, and it turned out like this in less than 10 minutes. What would happen if he wasn't watching over it later? Afraid that an hour's work can be completed in a day? Look at how serious Lilith is. I didn't assign her any tasks, but she took the initiative to study. Thinking of Nia's ability to be thick-skinned and tough, Xiada had an idea in his mind that he wanted to test it. When Nia stopped again and looked around, Shade asked first, If I hit you with this, would it hurt? Won't. Xiada felt that he might have seen it wrong. Why did Nia's eyes look a little expectant? Never mind. Anyway, I just wanted to test her ability. Pia. The front end of the whip hit Nia's back with a sound of breaking through the air. It sounded quite painful. However, what Xiada waited for was not the screams he had imagined, nor was there an indifferent expression on his face. But it was a suggestive hum. Nia crossed her arms over her chest and twisted her body slightly, a blush appearing on her face. The people of Shade were stunned, their hands raised in the air, at a loss, their voices trembling. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say it didn't hurt? Yeah, it doesn't hurt, Nia said while biting her lips lightly. That's not what I meant. Shade threw the whip to the ground, regretting the blow. I was asking why you became so strange after being whipped. Because, the power surged up. Nia was breathing heavily, and it was obvious that she was very emotional at the moment. Nia looked at Shad. It was the first time she met someone who had just the right amount of strength. The power surges up? Is this correct? Xiada's brain worked for a moment, and then he stared at Nia with wide eyes, feeling a little scared. There's a fucking pervert here. I didn't expect that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be this kind of person. Xiada never imagined that in the original world with abundant material and spiritual richness, there would be people with such special hobbies. He had already traveled to the Middle Ages, a time of material scarcity and spiritual poverty, and yet he still encountered a pervert. Your Highness, I don't want to become like this either. Looking at Nia, who was panting and looking at him expectantly, Xiaodashin said that you are not convincing at all. Since I became a witch, I've become what I am now. Other people's attacks will make my emotions rise. Nia lowered her head and spoke shyly. So that's why you let people attack you deliberately when you were robbing people before? Lilith suddenly understood. No wonder she always felt that Nia's way of robbing was a little strange. She would be beaten for a long time before she finally took action. Nia nodded. But the other people's attacks were either too heavy and painful, or too light and insignificant. Nia looked at Shade shyly, her eyes shining. But your highness's strength is just right, neither too painful nor too gentle, just at that critical point. This is the first time I've felt such an attack. You mean, do I have the potential for this? Xiada shook his head vigorously, drove this bad idea out of his mind, and began to think seriously. Knowing that Nia's condition was caused by becoming a witch, Shad breathed a sigh of relief. He was wondering why a seemingly cheerful and lively girl had such a contrasting habit. It turned out that it was a problem caused by the witch. After thinking for a while, Xiada pinched his chin and analyzed. Maybe it's your ability that's causing the problem. Nia blinked and listened carefully. She had been troubled for a long time by her physical condition that made her feel good when being beaten. Think about it. Because you're tough and resilient, you're not afraid of most attacks, and your abilities increase significantly when you're emotionally aroused. So, perhaps this ability is causing your body to crave being attacked, thus arousing your emotions and strengthening your abilities. This was just Xiada's groundless guess, and he couldn't explain why Nia became like this. But after listening to it, Nia felt that it made sense. At least from now on there will be a reasonable reason to explain her strange habit. Oomph, a witch is a witch. Cao said disdainfully. In his opinion, this habit is simply unreasonable. On the battlefield, this kind of person would definitely be the first to die. Xiada opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. This upright middle-aged knight is still too simple-minded. The analysis was complete, but the fact that Nia liked being beaten did not change. Nia pinched her fingers, lowered her head, glanced at Xiada for a while, and finally couldn't help pointing to the ground and said shyly, "Your Highness, could you come again?" Faced with Nia's request, Shad picked up the whip rope helplessly. It seems that Monster Girl Files will have another exciting chapter. Chapter 28: The Position of Potatoes. That's all. Nia was in high spirits and full of energy, plowing the fields at an incredible speed. The work that took half an hour before can now be completed in less than 15 minutes in Nia's hands. How strange, Your Highness. Lilith bit her finger and looked at the happy Nia, her eyes full of doubts. Can I try? Seeing that the little spider girl was interested in this strange hobby, Shad was frightened and waved his hands quickly. No, Nia is like this because of her special physique. We ordinary people will only feel pain instead of excitement. Do you understand, Lilith? We must not let Nia lead Lilith astray, so we must ruthlessly nip this strange tendency in the bud. Oh, Lilith nodded, not quite understanding. Although His Highness said so, she always felt that His Highness himself was also secretly enjoying it. Seeing Lilith nod, Shad breathed a sigh of relief and touched her head. Good. One pervert in our territory is enough. Nia pushed the heavy-wheeled plow without stopping, and Shad added fuel for her from time to time. Although the style of the process is strange, fortunately the result is good. Until the sun sets. More than 30 drainage ditches about 200 meters long appeared on the open space beside the Yinling River, covering almost 10 acres of arable land. These furrows and ridges are neatly arranged on the land, and it is hard to imagine that they were plowed in just one afternoon. Even livestock need to rest from time to time, eat grass, and drink water. However, Nia didn't need to do that. She plowed the land in one go, with ridiculously high efficiency. Even Ka said sincerely at the end, the witch is really unreasonable. However, the continuous high emotions and the nonstop exertion made even Nia exhausted. She collapsed to the ground and almost fell asleep. Be careful not to catch a cold if you sleep here. Shad walked up to Nia and said. As soon as Nia opened her eyes, she saw Shad's handsome face and Lilith's gentle smile. The two people, one on the left and one on the right, looked a little hazy against the backdrop of dusk. She opened her mouth, showing her white teeth, and smiled. It's okay. We used to sleep outside like this all the time. We didn't get sick. Xiada shook his head. I won't allow you to sleep outside like this in the future. He would not treat unfairly those who have made great contributions to the territory. Pulling Nia up, Shad asked Lilith to support Nia. Looking around at the farmland, Shade said to her, I tried a little too hard today. Next time, I can try to do less. I just need to plow this much land a day. I don't need to work so hard that I can't even stand. Nia nodded. But don't relax too much. If you keep stopping and starting like you did at the beginning, I'll whip you. Nia nodded happily. Yeah. Xiada slapped his head, forgetting that spanking her was the same as rewarding her, so he changed his words and said, Be careful, or I won't spank you. Only then did Nia show an uncomfortable expression. Nia and Lilith left first. At this time, the exhausted cowgirl didn't know that a hot bath that would relax her whole body was waiting for her. Beautiful and comfortable new clothes, and at night spider silk pajamas knitted by Lilith herself. A sweet and delicious bedtime meal, and a bed that feels like lying on a cloud. After the two monster girls left, Shade originally planned to go to the Death Forest to see what he had harvested today. But at this moment, an exciting voice sounded in his mind. Dozens of furrows appeared at dusk, and you realized the importance of food to your territory. Go, find the great crop hidden in the valley. Your foresight and wisdom will bring it onto the stage of history. Lord's achievement, Homeland of Crops, has been achieved. The reward, Potato Location, has been distributed. Please check it yourself in the fog map. After the voice finished speaking, Seada was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Potato. It's actually potatoes. You have to know that in this era when everyone is hungry, potatoes are much better as a food than the current mainstream crop, wheat. Not only is the yield much higher than that of wheat, the planting conditions are also much lower than those required by wheat. It is cold and frost resistant, and can be planted even in winter. And because potatoes grow in the soil, they are far less affected by natural disasters than wheat. No wonder I've never seen dishes made with potatoes before. It turns out potatoes aren't a crop that's been discovered in this world yet. In his previous life, Seada was an avid potato fan. He loved potatoes so much that he would never get tired of them even if he ate them 3 times a day. Shredded potatoes, mashed potatoes, potato chips, fried potatoes, baked potatoes. Just thinking about the images of these delicious foods made Seada's mouth water. In this era of food scarcity, he really needs potatoes to save his taste buds. An indescribable excitement hit his brain, and Shade hurriedly opened the fog map. Then he saw a potato symbol appear in the north of the town, in a place shrouded in fog and unexplored. Is this location probably at the foot of Yinling Mountain? After thinking for a moment, Shad decided to set out immediately to look for potatoes. If Potato was in the Silver Ridge Mountains, he would not go there now. After all, it is still very dangerous to go into the mountains at night. But it's only at the foot of the mountain on their side. It is not dangerous unless you encounter a large wild animal looking for food. Seada immediately ordered. Cow, go back to the castle to get some torches and shovels, call Eyes and Lock, and follow me to a place. Ka frowned. Your Highness, it's already dark. Traveling so late is not a good idea. Seada shook his head. Any delay would lead to unexpected events. He had to get the potatoes as soon as possible. I've made up my mind. Do as I say. Seeing that Shade had made up his mind, Cow gave up trying to persuade him and said to Shade, I understand. Please wait here for a moment. I will be back soon. After Ka left, Shad stood there, looking at the mist map and thinking. This huge, slightly yellowed parchment scroll that existed in his mind, although it could not bring any practical benefits, played a very important role in his future development. In addition to being used as a map, it can also display the population and resource distribution of one's own territory. According to Shade's observations over the past few days, the fog map can only display his own population and cannot display animals, beasts, or people from other territories. Another thing is resource distribution. Through observation, Shade discovered that the resources that can be directly displayed on the fog map usually include 1. Natural resources that are directly visible and valuable. 2. Large number. At least one of the conditions must be met to be displayed on the fog map. Come to think of it, if any resource could appear on the map, could it be that he could see a smelly copper coin that old John hid in his shoe and accidentally dropped on the street? That's ridiculous. On the other hand, fog map, composting method, crossbow blueprint, potato location. From these system rewards, Seada discovered another fact. The system's rewards will only be given to him in the form of knowledge or real existence in this world, and there will not be any outrageous rewards. Unlike other systems, where you can directly give out artifacts, magical pets, skills, or even wives. But it's enough. Seada had no complaints. Only by relying on your own step-by-step development to conquer the world can you feel a greater sense of accomplishment. Chapter 29 Gems Buried in the Earth. Ka returned soon, followed by Eyes and Lock, all 3 holding a torch. The flames danced with the wind, emitting bright light. I sighed and rubbed his hands. Although this was the southernmost and warmest place in the Silver Ridge Kingdom, the cold wind at night still made him shrink his neck. Your Highness, where are we going so late? Find a crop that yields more than wheat. Shade pointed to the Silver Ridge Mountains in the north and said, Go to the mountains and find crops that yield higher than wheat. Not only the active-minded Eyes, but even Cow and Lock, 2 people who always followed orders, felt the word unreliable in their hearts. What is your Highness trying to do? They racked their brains, but couldn't figure it out, because Seada did so many strange things that the 3 of them just thought it was another whim of the 4th prince. Your Highness, with all due respect, I don't think such crops can be found in the mountains, and it's too dangerous to go into the mountains now. Ka persuaded him that no matter how unreasonable Shade was, he could not ignore his safety. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. As Shade walked, he made up an excuse. I once read in a book in the Royal Capital Library that there's a crop called potatoes that grows very well at the foot of the Silver Ridge Mountains. After listening to Xiada's words, Iza raised his eyebrows calmly. Will His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince go to the library to read? According to the rumors he had heard about the Fourth Prince, the answer was obvious, no. However, Iza did not express his guess. If he makes His Highness angry, he will be finished. While chatting, they had already arrived at the foot of Eamling Mountain. This place is far away from the outpost town, and there is no trace of human life around. So the air is unusually fresh. Apart from the faint light of 3 torches, the surroundings were pitch black, with only the dim moonlight providing a few spots of light. The towering mountains before them reached into the sky, their tops merging into the darkness. The surrounding area is desolate land, with few plants to be seen. How could crops grow in such a place? The 3 knights shook their heads secretly. Your Highness, what does the potato you are talking about look like? And even if there really is such a crop as potatoes, Iza doubts whether His Royal Highness the Prince can recognize it. You have to know that since ancient times, no noble has been clear about agricultural matters. It is normal not to know the difference between the 5 grains, not to mention that the other party is a prince. Xiada did not answer, but looked at the fog map and searched carefully. Strange, it clearly shows that we are very close. Scanning the ground around him, Xiada's eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, Found it! This is it! He ran over and pointed at the plants on the ground with excitement. Cao and the other 2 just took one look and were completely speechless. The plant that Xiada pointed at had fallen to the ground with its head drooped, looking half dead. Moreover, judging from the appearance of this plant, it has no potential to be used as food and comparable to wheat. Your Highness, please stop making a fuss and let's go back to the castle. Cao said with some dissatisfaction, and Locke also persuaded him. Your Highness, you know I come from a peasant family. I can guarantee that I have never seen a crop that looks like this. Its leaves and flowers clearly cannot be used as food. He thought the plants lying on the ground were the potatoes that Shad mentioned. Who said this thing is a potato? Why do you think potatoes are called potatoes? It's because they grow in the soil. 3 ignorant guys. Xiada cursed inwardly, then commanded. Okay, what did I ask you to do with the shovel? Come and dig potatoes. Oh. The 3 of them walked over with half belief and half doubt. Iza took aim slightly, exerted force with his hand, and the small shovel in his hand instantly sank more than half into the soil, which made Xiada tremble with fear. He shouted in pain and anger. Slow down, dig carefully and gently. If the potatoes are damaged in the slightest, I will never forgive you. Worried about the 3 rough guys, Xiada even grabbed the shovel and dug potatoes himself. After digging out all the potatoes, I dug the soil a few more times to make sure nothing was left out. Shad gently peeled the dirt off the potatoes and pulled them free from their roots. In the end, a total of 9 potatoes were harvested. These potatoes are very small. The big ones are only the size of a palm, and the small ones are even only the size of a thumb, but it is already very good for wild potatoes to grow this big. Xiada held these cute little bumps in his hands as if they were treasures, as if they were priceless gems. No, in Shad's heart, these potatoes are gems that can bring him miracles, gems buried in the soil. I see. It's similar to crops like beans, isn't it? Locke squatted aside and said, It seems that potatoes do look like crops. However, he still remains skeptical about whether potato production can surpass wheat. After all, wheat is recognized as the king of grains. He didn't know why His Highness was so optimistic about this crop he had never seen before. Shad was too lazy to explain to Locke that potatoes were not legumes, but root crops. In this era, humans' understanding of plants was not that profound, and biology had hardly developed. When it comes to plants, people only know how to cultivate and utilize them simply, and they don't even know how to use fertilizers, which leads to very low grain yields. This is also one of the important reasons why hunger has troubled mankind for a long time. After carefully placing the potatoes into a cloth bag, Shad announced his return to the castle. He wanted to plant the potatoes in a scientific way as soon as possible to avoid any further complications. Nia always thought that people go to heaven after they die. But when she and Lilith immersed their whole bodies in the bathtub full of hot water, she found that she was wrong. I let out a comfortable sigh unconsciously, and all the fatigue in my body was dispelled at that moment. It's so comfortable. This place is simply paradise. Nia shifted her body into a more comfortable position. How long has it been since she last took a bath? A month, a year? She didn't know. She couldn't remember clearly, so much so that as soon as she soaked in the water, her skin began to cheer. Lilith, you are so lucky to have met someone like His Highness. Nia's white feet gently slapped the water, and she sighed with her eyes lowered. Although they lived away from people for a long time after becoming witches, she could never forget people's attitude towards witches. Hatred, disgust, fear. Every time she thought of the way people looked at them as if they were a plague, she felt deep despair. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that it is a miracle to meet someone like Shade who does not despise witches at all. Lilith had half of her head buried in the water, spitting out bubbles from time to time. She thought about it more than once. What would my life be like if I had encountered someone else instead of His Highness during a robbery? Chapter 30. Good night, Nia. Wow, this is the clothes you knitted? How can you knit such beautiful clothes? After taking a shower, Lilith took out the pajamas she had prepared for Nia. Seeing this finely crafted silk pajamas, Nia's eyes lit up, and she praised it repeatedly. You have to know that Lilith used to only be able to weave some simple things, and she couldn't do anything a little more complicated. She even taught the other party how to make a hunting net. Well, these are all taught to me by Nicole. Her textile skills are amazing, Lilith said happily after being praised by Nia. Nicole? The little maid who poured flower petals into our bathtub. Thinking of the scene just now, Nia was still a little frightened. The extravagance of the nobles was beyond her imagination. They even added a bunch of flower petals to their baths. So much so that even now she still has a faint floral scent on her body. But for Seada, rather than adding flower petals every time, he would rather make soap or something like that as soon as possible. Yes. Lilith nodded, her tone somewhat excited. This is the task His Highness gave me. I'm currently learning textile techniques from Nicole, and I can already make a lot of beautiful clothes. But she's just an ordinary person. Isn't she afraid of you? Nia asked curiously as she changed into her pajamas. Lilith shook her head. I don't know either. Yes. Although Nicole was not afraid of her on the surface, Lilith could not guarantee what Nicole thought of her in her heart. She paused, then suddenly revealed a happy smile. But she told me before that I was her best friend in the castle. Friends. Nia looked at Lilith's smiling face with a daze. She hadn't seen her look so happy in a long time. At the same time, a question arose in her heart. Can witches and ordinary people really become friends? How about this pajamas? Does it fit? Lilith asked Nia expectantly. Nia pulled the corner of her clothes and said happily, well, it fits perfectly and is very comfortable. Then she placed her hand on her chest, frowning slightly. It's just a little tight here. It got bigger again. Lilith thought with a hint of jealousy as she looked at the tightness in Nia's pajamas. She looked down and found that she could only see the tips of her toes. The two returned to the room. Shad had already prepared a room for Nia, right next to Lilith's room. But Nia still came to Lilith's room and prepared to sleep with her. Just like before. Lying on the soft big bed, Lilith unconsciously recalled every little detail of her past with Nia. Nia rescued her from her parents, and the two of them ran away to live in the forest. When winter came, they had to migrate from Kaba territory to Cade territory. They roasted insects in the forest and occasionally caught a hare. Nia. Lilith called out softly and turned her head, only to find that Nia had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lilith smiled helplessly and pulled the quilt up for Nia. Really? I still have a lot to say to you. Blowing out the candle, Lilith whispered. Good night, Nia. The next morning, Nia stretched comfortably. After becoming a witch, she hadn't slept so comfortably for a long time. In the past, when I slept in the forest, I was always tense and alert to any danger around me. When I woke up the next day, I had to worry about food for the day. As soon as she lay down on the bed yesterday, she was surrounded by a huge sense of security and comfort, and fell asleep instantly. When she woke up in the morning, she was only looking forward to a new life. Come to the hall. Nia was shocked by the sumptuous breakfast in front of her. Sitting at the dining table, Nyo Nyang scratched her head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Hee, Your Highness, thank you for taking the trouble to prepare such a luxurious breakfast for my arrival. You are too narcissistic. Clint rolled his eyes as he put the bread into his mouth with his fork. It's very good of His Highness to take you in and even prepare food for you. You're dreaming. I don't even have this kind of treatment. Lilith reminded him in an awkward whisper. Nia, this isn't something His Highness prepared specifically for you. This is what the castle eats every morning. Do you eat so well every morning? Nia made an exaggerated expression. He thought the breakfast in the castle would be similar to what she had eaten in the barony. After all, although Shad was a prince, this territory was very backward. It turned out that the food was far more luxurious than she had imagined. Haha, do you think I brought a lot of money and supplies from the royal capital and packed up all the servants here just to eat? Admiring Nia's surprised expression, Shad thought proudly. Nia's words also reminded him that he could find time to celebrate for them in the future, such as on their birthdays. Of course, Clint, Ka, and servants who perform well can also do it. How does the saying go? It's about increasing subordinate's sense of belonging and happiness. With this combination of humanistic care, are we still afraid that they will rebel against us one day? Meet delicious food and eat delicious food. After Nia put the first piece of meat into her mouth, she couldn't stop and started eating without caring about her image. Compared with her, Lilith at this time looked more like the youngest daughter of a noble family. One dish after another, Xiaoda finally realized how big Nia's appetite had increased. She kept eating like a glutton, which made the chef very busy. He had to swing the spatula until it started smoking, but he couldn't keep up with Nia's speed in eating. In the end, Nia ate enough for 12 people by herself. Phew, I'm full now. I feel energetic now. Nia patted her round belly and said with a satisfied look on her face. Oh, so you weren't full yesterday? Xiaoda asked in surprise. Even without eating enough, he could overturn a stone table weighing thousands of pounds and pull a heavy-wheeled plow. If he eats his fill, won't he be able to tear down his castle? Well, I haven't eaten much these past few days because I was so anxious to save Lilith. Nia licked her lips and clenched her fists, saying, Don't worry, Your Highness. I'm full today, so I will definitely be able to cultivate more land. Your Highness, I've got everything you requested. At this time, Iza's voice came from outside. Xiaoda put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Come on, but before that, I need to go plant a crop. Thanks to you, I was able to find it. Me. Nia pointed at herself in confusion, not sure what Shad was talking about. Of course, she wouldn't understand that it was the 10 acres of land she opened up yesterday that helped Shade complete a Lord achievement and thus obtain the position of Potato. Xiaoda nodded slightly without further explanation. When I walked out of the castle, Ice had been waiting for a long time. There were 2 wooden baskets beside him. One of them contains wood ash, which is the ashes left after burning plants. The other one contained dried dung picked up from the town, which had been ground into powder by Iza with a wooden stick. Wood ash and some makeshift manure. These are Xiaoda's 2 killer weapons to increase potato production. Chapter 31. Do you look down on me? Shad prepares to plant potatoes in the castle backyard. Because this is the safest place, he would feel uneasy if it were anywhere else. Xiaoda first cut the potatoes into small pieces, cutting the large ones twice and the small ones once, making sure that each piece of potato contained at least 1 sprout tip. Then Shad asked Nia to dig a furrow with a hoe. He then demonstrated, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium are essential elements for crop growth. Before planting potatoes, sprinkle a layer of wood ash in the furrows. The purpose of spreading wood ash is to supplement phosphorus and potassium fertilizers for crops and to prevent pests. Then spread a layer of manure on top of the wood ash, which can also provide nutrients for crops. Before planting, mix the fertilizer into the soil to avoid direct contact of the potatoes with the fertilizer. Xiaoda placed a potato in the furrow and waved the shovel. Finally, just cover it with the soil you dug out earlier. Do you understand? He was speaking mainly to Clint. There was no need to explain to Ka and the others, as farming was not within the scope of a knight's duties, but not to Clint. At a time when administrative staff are scarce, one of the positions Clint holds is agricultural officer, and he will be required to take full charge of next spring's sowing. Shad didn't force Clint to understand everything he said. After all, he didn't know this knowledge until he was in high school. Just let him know what to do. In Shade's eyes, the way the world originally grew crops was simply a waste of land. The soil's fertility is often overconsumed, resulting in a field being left fallow for 3 years after being planted for 1 year, and the efficiency and yield are ridiculously low. More importantly, the shortage of food directly led to the inability to increase the population size. The largest city in the Silver Ridge Kingdom, supported by a dozen or so surrounding rural areas, has a population of no more than 1 million. If you wanted to move from the agricultural age to the steam age, and even the later electrical age, not to mention technology and other conditions, population was the unavoidable top priority. This is also the reason why Xiaoda attaches so much importance to potatoes and agriculture. I understand, Your Highness, but you don't have to do it yourself. Clint showed a look of disgust and pointed at the ground and said, This is the work of lowly peasants. It's totally unbecoming of your status. Oh my God, what had he seen? As a prince, His Highness actually farms the land by himself. Even if the 4th prince is an unruly playboy, it is still too exaggerated. If His Majesty the King saw this, he would definitely catch him and give him a good spanking. Xiaoda stood up and clapped his hands. That's true. Clint breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, His Royal Highness still had some self-awareness as a noble. Then come and plant potatoes according to the method I just taught you. Shade thought about it and decided that it was not him who was in charge of agriculture. So it was Clint, the agricultural officer, who should do the work himself. Clint froze at this. Your Highness, you are a prince, and I am at least the son of a viscount. We are both nobles. How can aristocrats do such lowly and dirty work? Seeing Clint standing still, Shade knew what Zhongding was thinking and said quietly, Why? I've already done it myself, and you're still unwilling. Do you look down on me? Clint's forehead instantly broke out into beads of sweat, and he shook his head repeatedly. How could that be? Your Highness, though a prince, possesses a heart that cares for the people and personally experiences the lives of common people. Your compassion is an example for all nobles. As he spoke, Clint squatted beside the furrow and began to plant potatoes. He remembered the process, but he couldn't accept it in his heart. Clint held the dirty black ash and filthy feces in his hands, feeling as if he was not holding them in his hands, but eating them into his stomach. But on the surface he had to pretend to be serious and put on a smile to Xiada. What a sin. Clint wanted to die. Looking at Clint's funny look, Shade snorted inwardly and said, We've been thrown into this remote corner of Qianxiao town to fend for ourselves. Just put aside your worthless pride. You can't eat face, but you can eat potatoes. Besides, there are no outsiders here, so why be so reserved? If there were other subjects here, Shade would not, nor would he let Clint farm the land himself. It is still necessary to maintain the prestige and status of the superior. In this era, common people fear power rather than virtue, and Xiada knows this truth well. But there were no outsiders at this time. Even the servants in the castle were not there, so there was no need to maintain the dignity of a noble all the time. After all, that kind of thing is very easy to break. It will shatter at the slightest touch when you have no strength to be at the mercy of others. It is false dignity. Yes, Clint replied with a wry smile. I originally thought it was just an unreliable rumor, but I didn't expect that your Highness would actually like to do this kind of thing. One corner of Nia's mouth curled up, revealing a look of disgust. What? Shade asked in confusion. Just playing with shit. Being mocked by the witch. Hearing this, Clint's hand holding the feces slag trembled, and he felt even more bitter. Xiada's eyes twitched as he retorted, What are you talking about? This is called manure. It can increase crop yields. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Is this made of shit? Nia said, pointing at the basket of shit. There was no way to justify it. Xiada said helplessly, Yes. That's it. This is the first time I've seen a prince who likes to play with poop. Nia covered her mouth and laughed. The veins on Xiada's forehead popped out, and he said angrily, Today I will beat you like a top. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I won't say you played with shit anymore. Please don't punish me. Although saying this, Nia crossed her arms around her body, but her expression was very excited, and her eyes were shining with anticipation. Oh boy, you're waiting here. Xiada's anger was like a heavy punch hitting cotton, and most of his strength was instantly removed. He was sure that Nia was deliberately making him angry because of this sentence. Too lazy to pay attention to Nia, Shad looked up and sighed. Oh my God, who are all the people in his castle? Is there not a single normal person? After the potatoes were settled, life returned to normal. Clint returned to the castle to handle government affairs. In addition to some things that political officials of this era needed to do, Shad also left him a special task. That is to collect information about all residents in Qianxiao town, including their name, age, gender, occupation, and other basic information. This was a very difficult task that gave Clint a headache. Those peasants were completely illiterate, and some didn't even know how to write their own names, so he had to register them one by one. Only about 50 people registered in these 2 days. Fortunately, Xiada did not give a time limit, otherwise he really wanted to quit. Nia continued to plow the land. There is plenty of vacant land around Qianxiao town, which is more than enough to develop tens of thousands of acres of farmland. Moreover, these lands are adjacent to the Silver Ridge River, and the soil conditions are quite good. However, His Highness did not come as promised, and Nia was a little disappointed that he had hit her like a spinning top. However, despite her disappointment, Nia still completed the task assigned by Xiada seriously. Chapter 32, Estian Gerber. Shad came to the edge of the Forest of Death. At this time, the operation to explore the Death Forest was in full swing under Iza's command, and a large part of the fog map had been lit up. However, the more maps related to the Death Forest lit up, the more Shade felt a strong sense of crisis. Because the Death Forest is so huge, the entire southern part of the outpost town is surrounded by a layer of purple-gray. And it seems that not only the outpost town, but even if it extends dozens of kilometers to the west, the entire southern part of Card County may be the territory of the Death Forest. So the places he sent hunters to explore these days may be just the tip of the iceberg of the Death Forest. Having said that, it was Shade's first time to be near the Death Forest. The purple-gray soil, the extremely strange trees, and the sky-dyed lavender not far away all made people feel depressed. Such a large area looks extremely dangerous. How many terrifying monsters are there in it? Are there any creatures more terrifying than monsters? Neither knows. Fear comes from the unknown. Because of this, the Forest of Death makes Shade, a time traveler from the 21st century, feel a sense of fear. Your Highness. When he found out that Shade had come to inspect, Eyes ran over and saluted. He was holding a quiver in his hand, which was filled with wooden arrows tempered with Lilith's venom. Yesterday, 8 teams set out, distributing 16 poison arrows and collecting 15. The remaining 1 belonged to Ford. He shot a bear-like monster in the forest, but because he wasn't poisoned in time, it escaped. Ford and another person didn't dare go deep into the forest, so they returned. I've checked them carefully and confirmed that they didn't hide the poison arrow. Shad nodded. It doesn't matter if poison arrows are thrown in the forest, as long as the hunters don't hide them. Lilith's venom is too powerful and can easily take a person's life. No matter if they are commoners, nobles, or slaves, all are equal in front of it. If someone has evil intentions and uses poison arrows to do evil, the consequences will be serious. Therefore, Xiaoda made a rule that hunters could only receive poison arrows before setting out every day and had to return them upon returning. Whether the monster was hunted or lost in the forest, it must be explained in detail, and then Iza will check it carefully to make sure no one hides it. This weapon, which is in some sense more dangerous than firearms, must be strictly controlled. I understand. By the way, how is the hunting of monsters going? Asked Xiaoda. Iza thought for a moment and said, no one hunted any monsters yesterday, but Iron Axe just brought back a rabbit monster. Most of the monsters the hunters killed were relatively small. In addition, many people actually ran back after seeing the monsters and didn't dare to take action at all. Even though they knew that the poison arrows in their hands could kill the monsters with one blow, the hunters did not dare to act rashly, especially against the large monsters. No one knows whether those monsters will rush over and tear them to pieces in the short time before they die of poisoning. The hunters standing not far away and preparing to set off heard this and hurriedly lowered their bodies and said to Shade in a panic, I'm sorry, Lord. We will definitely do our best to hunt down the monsters from now on. Xiaoda shook his head at them. I understand you. You've done a great job. If you're not absolutely sure you can kill the monster, don't take action. Saving your own life is more important. Hearing that Shade did not blame them but praised them instead, the hunters were so moved that their faces turned red. Iron Axe, the leader, stood up straight and shouted, Thank you, Lord. In fact, Xiaoda is still very satisfied with the efficiency of hunting monsters. Now he can hunt 2 monsters in almost 3 days, which is very good compared with before. Afterwards, Iza distributed poison arrows to the hunters. The hunters formed groups of 2 and entered the Death Forest according to the route that Shade had personally planned for them. Looking at the lifeless dead forest, Shade rubbed the purple-gray soil in front of him with the tip of his shoe and muttered to himself helplessly. If only there were some way to restore these lands to their original state. Such a large amount of land, whether it is developed to increase the area of the territory or cultivated into farmland, will have huge benefits for the development of the territory. Unfortunately, this Death Forest is unreasonable and may even infect his normal land. Yes, Your Highness. At this time, Kao on the side spoke. What? Shad looked at Ka in confusion. I mean, maybe there is such a method. When I was in the capital before, I heard that the holy water of the Holy Light Church can dispel evil. Maybe it can also restore these infected lands to their original state. Ka said, perhaps you could ask Bishop Easton, who came with us. Shad remembered that the Church of Holy Light did send a bishop after he took office in Outpost Town. Although their reason was that the place where the prince was needed the protection of Holy Light, Shad felt that the damned church only sent one person to monitor his every move. But from what Kao said, the church seemed to have some knowledge about Warcraft and the Forest of Death. Go and find that bishop for me now. Yes. Ka returned soon, followed by a man in a white robe holding a white porcelain jar in his hands. There is a golden church symbol on the chest of the porcelain jar and robe. A vertical golden pupil radiates light, and the outermost layer is wrapped in a triangle, representing the 3 beliefs of the Church of Holy Light: truth, holy light, and order. May the Holy Light protect you, Your Highness. The God of Holy Light has seen all the good deeds you have done since you took office as Lord. You will surely receive his blessing. The first thing he said was the standard speech of an old charlatan. Shad looked the bishop up and down. He had light brown, slightly curly hair, a handsome face, and was gentle and refined. If he wore a pair of monocles, he would be no different from the stereotype of a priest in his mind. The moment he saw Einstein, Shad was thinking about whether to issue a decree, prohibiting all little boys in the territory from approaching the church. Are you Einstein Gerber, the bishop of the Church of Holy Light who came with me? Yes, your highness. The bishop remained bowed. May I ask why your highness summoned me here? Seattle was a little surprised that he didn't get angry when being called by his name. You must know that theocracy and royal power have been incompatible since ancient times, and the church and the nobility are usually on an equal footing. In Seada's impression, church officials at the level of bishop and above are all arrogant people, let alone those who kowtow to a noble. And Einstein's current behavior seemed very polite, which made Shade's impression of the bishop improve a little. To make a long story short, I heard that the holy water of the Holy Light Church can restore this land to its original state. I wonder if it's true. Shad pointed at the purple-gray land and asked Einstein. Hearing this question, Einstein puffed out his chest and said in a proud tone, "That's right, your highness. Holy water can dispel all evil in the world, including this forest infected by corruption." Chapter 33, Holy Water. Corrupt? Shad instantly grasped these two key words from Einstein's words. He had never heard such a statement before. Seeing Shade's bewildered expression, Einstein nodded and explained. Yes, it is precisely because of the infection of corruption that this forest has become so hideous and horrific. Furthermore, when plants are infected by corruption, they become demonic plants, and when beasts are infected by corruption, they become demonic beasts. I believe your highness has already seen this. Einstein looked at the hunters beside him. He didn't know where Shade got the powerful venom that could even kill monsters. But after all, he is a prince, so it is normal to have some special means. Then Einstein's expression became somewhat serious, and he said in a calm voice, "Similarly, humans will turn into corpses after being infected." Corpse? Ka exclaimed in a low voice. It was the first time he heard of such a thing as a rotting corpse. Shad glanced at Einstein and motioned for him to continue. Einstein nodded. Yes, a kind of soulless walking corpse. Unlike monsters, zombies use simple tools to attack humans. Fortunately, they don't have brains, so they are about as dangerous as some large monsters. Einstein's voice became much softer, as if to signal the two of them not to be so nervous. Also, so far, there has been no corruption directly in human settlements. Most of them are in the wilderness, so the number of decaying corpses is extremely small. Damn. Hearing this, Seada was suddenly stunned. He turned his head stiffly and looked towards the death forest, muttering, "I remember that many people died in this forest because of the previous war, right?" Both Einstein and Cow were startled, and the atmosphere suddenly became silent. A bone-chilling chill ran down the three people's feet, up their spines, and to the top of their heads. Einstein forced a smile and said, But after all these years, I haven't heard of any rotting corpses running out of the forest. Perhaps the corpses have all fled to the warmer places in the south. Ka guessed. Shade swallowed his saliva. If it was really as Cow said, the Melon Empire is in trouble. In any case, Shade's emphasis on exploring the death forest has increased. Besides the corpses and monsters, there is another situation. Einstein's voice drew Shad's attention back. This is also the group of people our church finds most pitiful. A small number of young women, after being infected by the corruption, do not turn into corpses. Instead, they develop the physical characteristics of monsters, becoming minions of the devil and gaining evil powers. Einstein held the church symbol necklace around his neck in his hand, looking extremely pious, and the expression of pity on his face did not seem fake. Their greatest pain must be that they still retain their human thoughts, but are forced to watch themselves transform into monsters. That kind of pain. I'm sorry, I can't imagine it. Only death can free them from the devil's clutches. This is probably their best fate. Einstein sighed softly. Alas, may the holy light bless these poor fellows. The holy light will not protect witches, but I will. Seada complained silently in his heart. Ka's mouth twitched at the side. If Bishop Einstein knew that there were 2 witches in his Royal Highness's castle at this moment, he wondered what he would think. However, Cao would not tell this matter, because his loyalty was to his Royal Highness the 4th Prince, not the church. Okay, we've strayed off topic. You said holy water can dispel corruption. How do you do that specifically? Seada was afraid that Einstein would continue talking, and that he would talk about everything from Baichao Garden to Samway Book House. Okay, Your Highness, please look. This is the holy water of our church. As he spoke, Einstein pulled out the wooden cork from the porcelain jar and handed it to Shad. Seada looked into the bottle and saw that the transparent liquid inside was almost the same as water. The magical thing was that the water actually contained bits of starlight, emitting a faint glow, which was not something that would appear in nature at all. Another thing that doesn't seem to belong in this world. Xiaoda frowned slightly. Which, corruption, holy water? Is it that the original owner was too stupid to pay attention to it? Or are these things that have only been around for a short time? Let me demonstrate to you the effects of holy water. Einstein walked to the corrupted land, slowly tilted the porcelain bottle, carefully poured out a drop of holy water, then hurriedly straightened the porcelain jar and said to Shade, "My apologies, Your Highness, but holy water is very precious, so I have to conserve some." Xiaoda didn't care, but stared at the drop of holy water. After the holy water fell to the ground, a white mist came out, like the steam after boiling water. After the white mist dissipated, Xiaoda saw that the small piece of purple-gray land had turned back to its original khaki color. It really can counteract the infection of corruption. Shad's eyes lit up as he looked at the porcelain jar in Einstein's arms. If he had a lot of holy water, wouldn't he be able to restore the entire death forest to its original state and incorporate it into his territory? Shad looked at Einstein and coughed twice. "Ahem, Bishop Einstein, where does this holy water come from?" Einstein said in a loud voice. "Of course it was bestowed upon the Church of Holy Light by the God of Holy Light. The God of Holy Light chose His Holiness the Pope as his agent on earth and gave us the power to fight against evil and corruption." Shad gave a dead look. Well, it seems that this guy's level is not enough to know the source of holy water. Come to think of it, after all, holy water can be said to be the foundation of the Holy Light Church, and this secret is not something that anyone can know. In that case, we should at least snatch the holy water from Einstein's hand and borrow it. Bishop Einstein, I understand that holy water is a very precious thing, so you shouldn't mind storing it in a safer place, right? Shade gave Einstein a kind smile. Like, my castle? Einstein held the porcelain jar tightly in his hands, his expression somewhat terrified. Your Highness, I brought very little holy water, and it has other uses, so. Bishop Einstein, you wouldn't want to wake up tomorrow morning and find the church has become a toilet, right? Besides, I'm just keeping the holy water for you. It would be terrible if something this important were stolen. After all, it's safer in the castle, right? Feeling a terrifying pressure, Einstein's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Although he had heard a series of negative news about the fourth prince a long time ago, he did not expect that His Royal Highness the Prince would be so arrogant and unreasonable, and actually blatantly snatch the holy water. After a moment of inner struggle and thinking about his current situation, Einstein finally compromised. He nodded with a grimace. As you wish, Your Highness. Xiaoda smiled with satisfaction. He was right. Compared to the Bishop of the Church of Holy Light in his impression, this Einstein was much more cowardly and easier to bully. He was what was commonly known as an honest man. Your Highness, please follow me. After saying this, Einstein turned around and walked towards the church. His aggrieved back seemed to have aged by dozens of years in an instant. Chapter 34. Einstein is a good bishop. With Einstein leading the way, the three of them soon arrived in front of a church. Xiaoda looked around and found that the church in front of him was very dilapidated. It is much larger than an ordinary house and is made entirely of stone. From the exquisite Holy Light Church logo and some intricately carved patterns above the wooden door, it can be seen that a lot of effort was spent on building this church. But no matter how exquisite a building is, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. This church has existed since the founding of Outpost Town, which was during the war more than 10 years ago. At that time, there were still people from the Church of Holy Light in Outpost Town. However, with the end of the war, the church no longer paid much attention to this remote town in the corner. A few years later, all the church members withdrew from Qianxiao Town, and the church became a dilapidated house with no one to take care of it, often used to store miscellaneous items. It was not until Einstein arrived that the church was renovated, but it was obviously not cleaned up. The walls outside the church are covered with ivy, and the lower part is covered with moss. Following Einstein into the church, cobwebs were visible everywhere on the ceiling, and some debris piled in the corners had not been completely cleaned up. At the innermost part of the church stands a statue of the God of Light. One of the statue's hands is stretched upwards as if trying to grab something, and the expression of pity is on his face, which reminds people of salvation. The clever thing is, there was a small round hole in the ceiling above the statue, and the sunlight shining through the hole was just enough to illuminate the statue's outstretched hand and his face. Shade raised an eyebrow. You know what? This design really has a divine feel to it. After looking around, Xiaoda didn't see any other church members and asked curiously, Eston, are you alone here? Yes, Your Highness. I am the only bishop in Outpost Town right now. Einstein sighed. This was one of the reasons why he didn't dare to disobey Shade. In fact, he wasn't even a bishop. Easton was originally just an ordinary monk in the Church of Holy Light. When they heard that His Holiness the Pope was going to send a bishop to accompany the fourth prince to Qianshan town, all the other bishops were unwilling to do so. After all, no one wants to give up their relaxing and leisurely life and come to this deserted town. Therefore, this lucky man was promoted to bishop by the Archbishop of Card Diocese and went to Qianshan town to restore the former glory of the Holy Light Church. Einstein was very happy to be promoted to bishop. After arriving in Outpost town, Einstein was very sad. He didn't know whether his promotion this time was lucky or unfortunate. For Shad, it was lucky that Einstein was the only one there, which meant that he was easier to bully. If you're alone, wouldn't the holy water be even more dangerous? Shade said in an exaggerated tone. Okay, hurry up and get the holy water out and transport it to the safety of the castle. Einstein nodded and turned to walk into the church. Just then, an anxious voice came from outside the door. A woman ran in holding a little boy. Your Excellency, my child is injured. Please save him. Ah, my lord. Seeing Xiada was there, the woman, even though she was anxious, quickly put the child on the ground and knelt on the ground to pay her respects. Xiada waved his hand to signal her to stand up. He glanced at the little boy. There was bleeding on his arm, but it should be just a scratch and not a big problem. Eston, help him take a look. There were no doctors in this era, and people in Qianshao town used to bear the illnesses and injuries on their own. But now that Einstein has arrived, people naturally come to seek help from the omnipotent Church of Holy Light. Einstein walked over to the little boy and squatted down. He pinched the little boy's arm and looked at him for a while before saying, "It's nothing serious, it's just a fall." He wiped the blood off the little boy, then dipped his finger in a little holy water and applied it evenly to the wound. Finally, he pinched the necklace in his hand and touched the little boy's forehead. "May the holy light bless you." After saying that, Einstein opened his eyes and said with a smile, "That's all right." "Thank you, Bishop," the little boy said with a smile in his crisp voice. Easton rubbed the little boy's head and said, "Be careful on the road next time. Don't fall down again." Seeing that the child was fine, the woman smiled. Then she searched all over her body and finally pulled out a copper coin from her trouser seam. She handed it to Einstein awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Bishop. I only have this one copper coin." What surprised Shad was that Einstein was not angry about the small amount of money he contributed, but instead gladly accepted the copper coin. "It doesn't matter. The God of Holy Light has received your wishes." Afterwards, the mother and son left the church happily. Einstein's performance made Shade feel a little surprised. Could it be that what he thought before was wrong? Is the Holy Light Church actually a good church that cares about its people? After all, their holy water is indeed a powerful weapon against corruption, and it is reasonable for the Church of Holy Light to represent the sacredness in fighting corruption. However, the attitude of the Holy Light Church towards witches is to kill without mercy, which makes Shade feel bad about the church. Maybe Einstein is just a nice person? Thinking of the ugly faces of the other bishops, Xiada vaguely felt that this was the correct answer. In fact, he was right. Easton was born into a common family and became a monk of the Church of Holy Light by chance. Compared with other bishops, he can better understand the difficulties of the lower classes. Therefore, he would not make things difficult for these civilians, but would help them as much as possible. After the church door was completely closed, Shade said, "Holy water can heal wounds." Well, holy water can make wounds heal faster, but it won't work if the injury is too serious. Einstein took Shad to a storage room deep in the church and opened the door. "Your Highness, this is all the holy water." Xiada took a quick look and saw that there were only 15 jars of holy water in total, which was pitifully small. It was enough to show how little the Holy Light Church valued the outpost town and him, the fourth prince. "Hey, I'll leave you 2 cans. Come back to me for more when you're done." The church may not be a good church, but Einstein is a good bishop, and through this brief contact, Shad is sure that he is a kind person. The problem is that Einstein is too honest and kind, which makes him feel a little guilty. Easton was stunned for a moment. Then with a smile on his face, he bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness." Shad waved his hand, and after Ka put all the holy water into a wooden basket, he turned and was about to leave. "That's right." Shad suddenly turned around and asked, "Eston, can you read and write?" Einstein nodded. "What about arithmetic, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division?" "A little." Einstein nodded again. Simple arithmetic is a compulsory course for every monk. This is why theocracy gradually flourished and royal power gradually declined, Xiada thought. "In that case, there may be a task for you later." "What?" "You'll know later." Einstein escorted the two out of the church and watched them leave. Looking at the 2 bottles of holy water left, Einstein smiled. His Highness the Fourth Prince might not be as bad as the rumors say. Chapter 35 Recruitment Plan. Finally done. In the study, Xiada held up a thick stack of papers in his hand, looking very excited. Your Highness, what are you talking about? The door was suddenly pushed open, and a little head popped in and asked curiously. Oh, it's Lilith. Why are you here? What's going on? Lilith walked in, took out a piece of clothing from behind her back, and said shyly, I made a new dress for you. Xiada took a look and found that the style of the clothes was very nice, with even delicate patterns on it, and the color was dyed, which suited his image very well. God knows how terrifyingly Spider-Girl's weaving skills have evolved to now. When she weaves, she can now use not only the spider silk she produces, but also other commonly used weaving materials. Sometimes different parts of a piece of clothing are made of different materials. This made Xia decide that Lilith was actually a genius in learning. But Xiada smiled helplessly and pointed to the wardrobe next to him. Lilith, I'm glad you're so thoughtful, but you've made so many clothes for me these past few days that my closet is full. His wardrobe was overflowing with clothes knitted by Lily. Xiada even felt that even if he only wore one piece of clothing for one day, Lilith's speed in weaving clothes would be enough for him to wear them for 365 days, with different clothes every day. But what we did before wasn't as good as what we do now. Lilith pouted and said that he just wanted Shad to wear the best clothes he made. But the clothes you make every day are better than the ones you made the day before. Shade smiled and shook his head, stood up to take the clothes, and then rubbed Lilith's head. Just make me one piece of clothing a week from now on. Save the clothes you make the rest of the time and sell them to the residents of Outpost Town later. Hearing this, Spider-Girl lowered her head somewhat unsurely. But, will they wear clothes made by witches? Of course, once everyone is wearing the clothes you make, no one will mention your identity as a witch anymore. Shade was very confident about this. After all, even Clint, the middle-ranking soldier, was obsessed with the clothes Lilith gave him, let alone those ignorant civilians. Lilith nodded. Xiada's encouragement helped her regain her confidence. She secretly encouraged herself. I won't let your Highness down. Then Lilith looked at the pile of densely written papers on the table and asked, Your Highness, you just said it was completed. What was it that was completed? You're talking about this. Xiada picked up the papers and said excitedly, This is the conscription plan and soldier training plan. Conscription? Like the militia? Lilith tilted her head, confused. Shade shook his head and explained, No. The militia is just a group of experienced hunters who spontaneously organize themselves every winter to fight against monsters and protect the town. And what I want to build is a regular army. The conscription plan was originally scheduled to start a few days ago, but it was delayed for a few days because of Nia's incident. However, the threat of the Death Forest made Shade feel that he could not delay any longer and must build his own defense force as soon as possible. So he wrote 2 plans for conscription and training overnight. Regular army? Lilith didn't understand, but she wanted to stay with Shad for a while longer. Shad nodded. As a modern man, what he wanted to build was certainly not a ragtag medieval army consisting of a small number of knights and a large number of serfs, but an invincible modern army. Although I have never been a soldier, I don't know how to build a modern army. But he is clear about the essential differences between a modern army and other armies. The first is military discipline, which means that orders must be obeyed and the orders of superiors must be strictly followed at all times. Obeying orders is above all else. The second is the military spirit, that is, ideological construction, so that they know how to fight and why to fight, increase their subjective initiative, cultivate collective consciousness, and prosper and suffer together. By building the army closely around these 2 points, and with the weapon blueprints provided by the system, he believed that his army would become an ace force that would sweep the entire world. Shad called a servant and handed him the paper with the conscription plan. Have Locke issue the conscription order. As for Eyes, have him inform the hunters that if anyone wants to join the army, they don't need to explore the Death Forest for the time being. Come report to me tomorrow. Anthony is an orphan in a small town, and he is very upset. A while ago, when His Royal Highness the Prince was recruiting workers to repair toilets, he felt that he knew nothing and was afraid of angering His Royal Highness the Prince, so he didn't dare to sign up. Unexpectedly, his friend Brad, who was also an orphan like him, successfully registered. More importantly, after Brad became a toilet repairman, he was actually appreciated by His Royal Highness the Prince and became a foreman commanding the workers, earning 30 copper coins a day. Overnight, Brad transformed from a pheasant into a phoenix. This made Anthony very envious. Oh my God, he knew that Brad knew nothing just like him. Because they are all orphans, they used to get together often for warmth. But how come Brad suddenly caught the prince's eye? Yesterday, he had wanted to go find Brad to play, but from afar he saw Brad directing workers who were much older than them. His glorious appearance made him not even have the courage to get close. Anthony knew that he and Brad were no longer from the same world. Brad has become one of the most powerful people in Outpost Town and a capable subordinate of the Lord. And he is still an orphan and a poor boy who is ignored by everyone in the town. With his hands in his leaky trouser pockets, Anthony lowered his head and kicked the pebbles on the road, taking one step at a time. It's not that he doesn't want Brad to live a good life, but when he sees Brad's current life, Anthony always feels a little depressed. I wish I could be favored by His Royal Highness the Prince. Before they knew it, they arrived at the square. Anthony saw from afar a group of people gathered around the signboard. The last time this scene appeared was when His Highness was recruiting workers to repair the toilet. Pah! The kick sent the stone flying far away. Anthony stood there in a daze, staring straight at the crowd. Could it be that His Royal Highness the Prince is recruiting workers again? Thinking of this possibility, Anthony was shocked and ran over quickly. This is a great opportunity. This time, no matter what His Highness wants to do, no matter whether he can do it or not, he must sign up. Running near the crowd, Anthony quickly learned from others what His Royal Highness the Prince was going to do this time. Conscription? Like a militia? But what if I can't use a bow and arrow? I don't know, but the Lord wants to recruit soldiers. Chapter 36 Selection. Maybe it's the same as before. A middle-aged man with a thick beard said. Others around looked at him curiously, including Anthony, because they knew that Uncle Bush had participated in the war. Do you really think the Lord recruited us to be soldiers? The Lord probably recruited us just to serve the knights. Usually we only have to do some work such as carrying luggage and food. This is Bush's experience. In this era, the main theme of war is knights. Whoever has more knights and better equipment will win the war. The serfs and civilians who were temporarily recruited were just to make up the numbers, helping the knights to carry weapons, feed horses, and transport food. When the Real fighting broke out, they were sent to the front line as cannon fodder. Although some people are noticed by the nobles because of their extraordinary abilities, they are only a very small minority. But even if it is a role just to make up the numbers, most civilians are very happy to take it up. Because this means that the nobles will provide them with food, and they will be able to eat their fill in the future. That's great. I'm going to sign up. Me too. Anthony was delighted. It turned out that he was not really a soldier, but just helping the knights. It sounded very easy. So he squeezed into the innermost part of the crowd. Standing next to the signboard was still the knight with thick eyebrows they were familiar with. Was his name Locke? He did not have the arrogance of a knight, and answered all the questions from these peasants, so he was quite popular among the people. Anthony came to Locke and raised his hands high. Lord Locke, I want to be a soldier. I've hunted rabbits in the mountains, and I know the functions of some plants. I can also. Anthony said everything he could think of, trying his best to show himself. But Locke still frowned and looked at Anthony. This guy is too thin, and you can tell at first glance that he is not well fed. You know, in His Highness's conscription plan this time, it is not easy to become a qualified soldier. Can he do it? Thinking of this, Locke was stunned for a moment. The last person who made him have this idea seemed to be the young man named Brad, who has now become a talent favored by His Majesty. With strange thoughts in mind, Locke looked at Anthony again. Never mind. Anyway, His Highness said that the more people we recruit, the better, and we will have to screen out some of them later, so just give him a chance. Locke nodded, then handed him a small piece of paper with a special seal for Shad on it. Okay, take this and gather in front of the castle before sunrise tomorrow morning. If you don't go or are late, it means you've given up this opportunity. Okay, thank you, Master Locke. Anthony excitedly took the piece of paper and put it away carefully. Walking out of the crowd, Anthony held his head high, as if the whole world had become a much better place. Haha, now Anthony can also work under the Lord. Anthony soon lost his joy. Early the next morning, Anthony, who had not slept all night due to excitement, arrived in front of the castle early, only to find that a lot of people had already gathered there. Anthony counted them and found that there were about 100 people. It seems that everyone now knows that working for the Lord is a good job, so they are rushing to sign up even if it means being cannon fodder. But the problem is that there are too many people. Not knowing the exact source of the news, Anthony became worried when he heard that the Lord was going to screen out some people. Looking at the people around him who were all strong and healthy, he always felt that he must be one of those who were eliminated. This worry lasted until sunrise. Because shortly after the sun rose, His Royal Highness the Prince appeared. The originally noisy crowd suddenly became quiet, and Anthony also looked at the tall figure. It was his arrival that made the town a little different from before. Looking at the huge crowd, Xiada clicked his tongue. He didn't expect there would be so many people. According to the certificates provided by Locke, a total of 132 people signed up to join the army. This is outrageous. The entire outpost town has only a little over 1,000 people, but more than 100 of them serve as soldiers, accounting for more than 10%. It's too exaggerated. But having more people is not without its advantages. He originally thought that there would only be dozens of people signing up, so there would be no need for screening, and at most they would just need a longer training period to become a qualified soldier. But now that there are so many people, he can just select the best from the best, keep those with stronger adaptability and abilities, and screen out those who are trying to take advantage of the situation. This way his army could be formed more quickly. Xiaoda took a step forward and said in a loud voice, "I know why you want to become a soldier. Once you join the regular army, you'll be able to eat the most delicious food every day and receive a satisfactory salary every month. In addition, you'll also gain a status that everyone envies, a soldier under the command of His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, Altos." This one sentence aroused everyone's emotions, and every benefit Xiaoda mentioned touched their hearts. But when everyone was excited, Xiaoda suddenly changed the subject. "But as you can see, there are too many people who want to become soldiers. In order to ensure the best treatment for the soldiers, I have to screen out some of you. I won't tell you exactly how many people will be eliminated, but I hope you'll be in your best condition to face my selection next time." Xiaoda glanced at everyone with his eyes as sharp as a torch and waved his hand vigorously. "Believe me, those who stay until the end will definitely be thankful for your efforts in the future." What Xiaoda said was from his heart. According to his idea, the first batch of soldiers only needed 50 to 60 people, and the emphasis was on quality rather than quantity. Because he was training according to a method he had devised, even if something went wrong, it would be easier to make adjustments in time with fewer people. Even if there are no problems, we can recruit soldiers again and select those with good performance from the first batch of soldiers to be instructors, which will make training easier. Hearing this, everyone felt threatened. And because they don't know exactly how many people will be screened out, they have to try their best to complete the next selection for fear that they will be one of those who are screened out. A tense atmosphere began to spread among the crowd. Anthony looked around, and the pressure suddenly increased. This was the first time he had felt so nervous since he was born. Everyone around him is his enemy at this moment, and the only one he can rely on is himself. The next moment, Xiaoda called out the first selection item. "Start from here and run around the town and back. There will be knights following you along the way. If you try to take a shortcut, you will be disqualified." Xiaoda looked at the somewhat agitated crowd and said, "Now, you can set off." Chapter 37, Let Your Will Lead You Out of the Siege. Iron Axe again. Upon hearing Shade's order, Iron Axe, the militia captain and the most experienced hunter in town, was the first to rush out. Next came the hunters and members of the militia. After they had run for a considerable distance, the new recruits who were looking around belatedly followed them. Looking at the first echelon gradually moving away, Xiaoda nodded with satisfaction. It seems the hunters are quite experienced, and not just in hunting. After learning about His Royal Highness's conscription plan, almost all the hunters and militia members signed up to join the army. Needless to say, the militia was originally established spontaneously to protect the town, so it is natural for them to want to become soldiers. The hunters knew that following Shade would definitely bring good results. And by then, all the other hunters will have become soldiers under Shade, and you will still be an ordinary hunter. So embarrassing. There are some overlaps among these people, so there are about 20 of them in total, plus some veterans who have participated in the war. Therefore, there are actually only 20 to 30 places left for new recruits, and the competition can be said to be extremely cruel. But even these people are not 100% sure to pass my test. Xiaoda showed a devilish smile. After all, his training method had never appeared in this world. "Your Highness, I'm leaving now." Iza has changed into light clothes and is currently warming up. He will run the entire course with everyone else. Xiaoda nodded and said, "Be careful on the road." Qianshao town has a low population density, so one lap is about 5 to 6 kilometers. For a knight who has been training in heavy armor for years, this distance is as easy as drinking water. When the early morning dawn illuminated the outpost town, a large group of people appeared on the edge of the town. They ran desperately, as if some terrifying devil was chasing them. Some town residents who heard the noise came to watch and pointed at them. "What are they doing?" "I don't know. Want to work out together?" "Haha, isn't that a nail? Look at him. His face is turning red." "Hey, Nail, why are you running so slowly? Several people have already passed you." The young man in the crowd shouted angrily, "Shut the fuck up. I just started a little slow. I'll catch up soon." The other side. Anthony gritted his teeth and moved his legs with difficulty. He didn't know if it was because he didn't sleep last night or because he was too nervous, but he felt tired before he had even covered half the distance. Normally, he wouldn't feel tired at all after running this distance. Anthony was one of the quickest to react, and he followed the hunters and militia the moment they ran out. But while he was running, people kept passing him, and now he seemed to have fallen to the middle of the team. Looking up and forward, Anthony now understood why His Royal Highness the Prince wanted to use running to screen them. If you want to be a soldier, you must have plenty of physical strength. The hunters who often go up the mountain to hunt, and the militia members who often train run so fast, as if they have endless energy. Also, the knight who had been following them at a steady pace from the side and behind was also calm and collected, as if he was taking a leisurely walk. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a guy kneeling on the ground vomiting, and Anthony heard the laughter of others. "Idiot, it's obvious you ate too much yesterday. You're full yet you still come to steal our work? You deserve it." "That's right. I can even smell the wheat, or white bread." Hearing their conversation, Anthony felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he never had enough to eat, otherwise he would definitely vomit. No, what is there to be thankful for? Seeing more and more people surpassing him, Anthony felt a sense of urgency in his heart, thinking that his ending would probably be not much different from that person. But no matter how eager he was, he couldn't make his legs move faster. "I'm so tired and my stomach hurts. Is it a stitch in the side? My legs are so sore, why not give up? Anyway, I'm so thin. Even if I pass this time, I will definitely be eliminated later, right?" The physical fatigue made his mind become negative. More and more negative thoughts occupied Anthony's mind, and his speed gradually slowed down. But when I think about Brad's wonderful life now, the thought of not being able to become a soldier and becoming an orphan with nothing again made him feel uncomfortable. When Anthony thought of the words of encouragement from His Royal Highness the Prince, he felt that he couldn't stop. "Believe me, those who stay until the end will definitely be proud of your efforts in the future." The prince's words rang in his ears, and Anthony gritted his teeth and pinched himself hard with his nails. "I must become a soldier." Anthony began to run forward frantically. "Since you can't move your legs, just wave your hands desperately. Anyway, get your body moving." The mental outburst led to a physical outburst, and Anthony's speed increased significantly, which was visibly improved. If Seattle were present, he would definitely think of a sentence when seeing this scene. "Let your will lead you out of the siege." Behind the crowd, Isa looked at the young man in the crowd in surprise. Because it was a bit boring to just run with everyone, he made a bet with himself and guessed which people might not be able to even run around the town. The boy who was thinner than the others was one of his guess targets. Most of the other guesses came true, and they had already collapsed at the back of the team. The young man was clearly falling behind the team, but unexpectedly he suddenly burst out at an astonishing speed and rushed forward, which surprised him a little. "Did I make a mistake?" Isa lifted his golden hair and thought unexpectedly in his heart. "Okay, that's it. Everyone who comes after this is eliminated. You can go home now." Locke stood up and shouted, using his body as the boundary to divide the crowd into two halves. Anthony supported his knees with his hands, breathing heavily. He looked back at Locke with a tired smile on his face. It's great that it passed. He was the second to last person to pass, and he narrowly surpassed the two people in front of him at the last moment and successfully passed the first screening. This time he was really exhausted. Looking around, except for those who exercised regularly, most people were similar to him, lying on the ground in a twisted state. If you've never run before, you won't know that running around town is more tiring than you can imagine. However, most of the people who passed had excited smiles on their faces. Those who failed beat their chests and stamped their feet, and left in frustration after resting for a while. Congratulations on passing the assessment. You did a great job. At this time, Seattle walked into the crowd. He couldn't help but sigh that although people of this era often didn't have enough to eat, their physical fitness was still very good. Even the last person who passed took no more than half an hour. A total of 32 people were screened out during this run, leaving 100 people. Then Seattle clapped his hands and said loudly, "From now on, I will not use this kind of assessment method to screen people. Instead, I will directly start the training of soldiers and screen out those who are unqualified during the training." He turned and walked towards the castle, leaving only his back and a few words to everyone. "If you want to live a good life, do your best to stay here." Chapter 38 Training. If he asked them to run, Anthony could understand that His Royal Highness wanted to train their physical strength so that they would not be unable to walk when they went to the battlefield in the future. But after this, Anthony was completely unable to understand His Highness's actions. After resting for about half an hour, His Highness asked everyone to line up neatly in a square formation, 10 people in a row and 10 people in a column. "Stand up straight, don't move. Anyone who moves will be kicked out." His Highness finished shouting. Anthony heard the sound of swallowing around him, and everyone, no matter how tired they were, straightened their chests. He himself was no exception. He rubbed his sweaty palms on his clothes and tried to straighten himself. I finally passed the running test. How could I be eliminated because of something as trivial as not being able to stand straight? Then His Highness walked around the square formation. From now on, no matter what happens, you must report it. His voice was not loud, but it contained an unquestionable majesty. If you need to go to the bathroom, feel unwell, need medical treatment for an injury, or need to scratch an itch, or even want to adjust your testicles, you must first report it and get the approval of your superiors before taking any action. Do you understand? Understood. Not daring to neglect, everyone answered in unison. I understand, but why? Anthony had a big doubt in his heart. He had to report everything he did. Is this something a soldier must do? He didn't know it, but not long after, someone suffered because of this order. A brown-haired man squatted down without any warning, and His Highness said to him directly, "You can get out now." The man nervously defended himself. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. My pants fell down. I was just pulling them up." However, His Highness's attitude was very firm. "I said you can get out." The man left the team in disgrace. Just then, someone in the team laughed, and Anthony recognized that they were the two people who laughed at the person who vomited while running, and the laughter was very close to him. Anthony saw His Highness approaching from the corner of his eye, and his heart instantly rose to his throat. Fortunately, His Highness just passed by him. His Highness pointed at the two people who laughed, and said, "You too. Get out with him." "But my lord, we didn't do anything. I don't want to repeat it a second time." His Highness's voice was not loud, but it made sweat break out on his forehead as a bystander. Considering His Highness's status, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to say a word. So the two men also lowered their heads and left the team. "Your Highness is serious." Anthony was terrified. Although he didn't know what the point of this order was, if he dared to disobey it, he would be kicked out of the team. After that, he kicked out a few people for doing other things without reporting. A few minutes later, His Highness issued another strange order. He stood in front of the team, with his back to the crowd, and raised one hand. "Look carefully, the hand I'm raising is my right hand, and the one not raised is my left hand. Next, I will shout the slogan 'turn left' or 'turn right.' When you hear the slogan, you will turn in that direction at the same time." His Highness demonstrated it to everyone, then turned around and asked, "Do you understand?" "Understood." "Very good, then let me see the effect." His Highness clapped his hands. "Attention, everyone, turn left." Then, the team became chaotic. Some people turned fast, some turned slow, and some idiots even turned the wrong way. The formation of the entire team showed signs of falling apart. Anthony thought carefully about the movements demonstrated by His Highness, and when he was sure that he had not turned wrong, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Look in front of you, behind you, left to right. You all need to stay in a straight line. Now align. Very good, try again, turn right." Until the third order, those idiots who still turned in the wrong direction were kicked out of the team. After that, His Highness asked them to keep turning like this, and the whole team gradually became unified and orderly when turning. But what's the point of having them go around in circles like this? Anthony was still confused. Aren't they made soldiers to serve the knights? But even if it is not to serve the knights, shouldn't they be trained to use weapons? Can they make the enemy dizzy by turning around like this? After a whole morning of hard work, it was finally time to eat. Several chefs in nice clothes opened the lid of the pot, and a rich aroma immediately floated into everyone's nose. Anthony raised his head and sniffed hard, identifying the aroma as rice porridge mixed with meat and wheat bread. But unlike ordinary rice porridge and bread, he had never smelled such a fragrant smell in his life. My salivary glands were drooling like crazy, and my stomach was growling at me. The others' reactions were similar to Anthony's. They wanted to rush over and eat the whole pot immediately. But, at His Royal Highness's request, they had to line up in 2 rows and receive lunch one by one. The remaining people were all screened, so everyone obeyed the orders, and there was no bad behavior such as cue cutting. This made Xiada very satisfied. This is the benefit of choosing the best from the best. Seeing the generous lunch and those who were screened out, the remaining people quickly learned to obey basic orders. But this made Clint very sad. Looking at the soldiers happily receiving their lunch, Clint's eyebrows knitted together. "Your Highness, this is such a waste. Giving them some black bread and porridge would be enough to show your kindness, and they would be deeply moved. Why bother making such a good meal? Although you still have a lot of money, you know that the income of Outpost Town is almost zero. Even if you have more money, you can't afford to waste it like this." "You don't have to say anything." Shade interrupted Clint. "A strong spirit relies on a strong body. If you want to train an invincible army, Ensuring that the soldiers are well fed and well watered is just the most basic requirement. As for money, Shad flashed a wicked grin, the kind Clint had only seen on the faces of unscrupulous businessmen. As long as we have an invincible army, do you think we'll ever be short of money? Clint forced a smile. Your Highness is truly eccentric. Then he looked at the team and shook his head inwardly. Although he didn't understand military matters, His Royal Highness's strange method, it was impossible to train a qualified army. Anthony licked the edge of the bowl clean and finally held the bowl upside down and caught the liquid with his mouth, trying not to waste a single drop. After eating, he licked his lips with satisfaction. The thick meat porridge and the fragrant wheat bread made him feel that all the hard work of the morning was worth it. When Anthony learned that he could eat such delicious food every day after becoming a regular soldier, he went completely crazy. No matter what he said, he must stick to it. Afternoon. His Highness asked them to stand at attention again until his legs became sore. He never knew that standing still could be so difficult. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and persevered, and did not become one of the few people who were eliminated. What made Anthony a little sad was that he was just a nobody in the army and was not appreciated by His Highness like Brad. The only person in the team who was appreciated by His Highness was Iron Axe. He was appointed captain of this team by His Highness. Chapter 39. Orn in Tears. The next day, Shade had already given the task of training soldiers to Iron Axe. This militia captain, who had long earned Shade's trust, lived up to his expectations and had carried out his command well so far. As the supreme leader of this army, Shade only needs to come forward from time to time to encourage and visit the soldiers. Your Highness, with all due respect, you will never be able to train a qualified knight in this manner. At the edge of the training ground, Cal frowned and said to Shade. He agreed with Clint, and because he was a knight himself, Cal was even less optimistic about Shad's training plan. In his eyes, this bizarre training program is simply like child's play. It cannot be used to train soldiers at all. It can only train a group of strong men who can spin in circles in an orderly manner, running in unison, walking in unison, turning in circles in unison. Oh my God. The emphasis is not on strength and skill, but on neatness. Are you sure that this isn't a plan Your Highness wrote on a whim, just to satisfy his own playful nature? Ka continued. To become a qualified knight, it takes at least 5 years of training. The first year is used to lay the foundation and improve physical fitness. The rest of the year will be spent on knight etiquette, swordsmanship, horsemanship, sword and shield, armor training, etc. Cal paused. Even so, 5 years would only allow him to become a barely qualified knight. He still needs to experience real war before he can transform into a qualified knight. Shad could sense the pride in Ka's tone. After all, this is his life, and it is also the criterion for judging excellent combat effectiveness in this era. For the knights, this unforgettable experience is the glory of their lives. Shad suddenly felt a little sorry for Cal and his 2 younger brothers. Both this nascent modern army and the subsequent weapon upgrades may have a significant impact on their concepts. This kind of impact is different from that of witches, who are just special individuals. They will experience the collective power exerted by ordinary people who are inferior to them or even regarded as stupid. They will see the wave of the times caused by the rapid development of science and technology. Because of Shad's presence, the wave will become so violent and fast that they will be beaten to death on the beach before they can react. I agree with your last point. What? Cal looked at Shad with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Only by going through a war can one become a qualified soldier. Shade paused. As for the others, how long do you think it will take for them to become proficient in using a longsword? Ka thought for a moment. It will take at least a year. What if it's just skillful slashing and stabbing? Cal was a little speechless, not knowing what Shad meant. I don't need every one of them to be as powerful as you. It's enough for each of them to have 1/10 of your strength. Seada praised Cal in disguise, which made Cal feel a little better. Because they are an army, a collective, you may not understand it, but as a collective, they can exert a force that is greater than the sum of their parts. As a Chinese youth from the 21st century, Seada is well aware of how terrifying the collective power is. Anyway, you'll understand later. Although Shad's tone was confident, Cal was still not optimistic about this training method. Your Highness, I know you're training your army now because you're worried about the threats in the Death Forest. Longswords aside, our main weapon against monsters is the bow and arrow. Ka pointed at the army and said, but in such a short time, they might not even be able to develop the strength to draw a bow, let alone hit a monster. After hearing what Cal said, Shad smiled and took out a drawing. I know, so I designed a weapon that is more convenient than a bow and arrow. It's called a crossbow. Shad handed the blueprint to Cal, and seeing Cal's frown, he He nodded with satisfaction. You'll be shocked. Have you ever seen this thing? Bow and arrow may require good physical fitness and long hours of practice to be proficient in using them. But the crossbow is easy to master after just a few tries. Even a novice with no basic skills can easily unleash the power of a crossbow. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I don't understand. After a while, Ka returned the drawing to Shad. The corner of Shad's mouth twitched. Well, every trade has its specialties. It took him a long time to perfectly copy the drawing from his mind onto paper. These include three-dimensional drawings of the crossbow, a three-dimensional structure diagram, a parts disassembled diagram, and clearly marked specifications. It was indeed a bit difficult for Kao to understand this thing. But these are necessary steps. When technology develops to the later stage, both firearms and other machines have strict precision requirements, and a slight error can lead to a huge loss. It doesn't matter if Kao can't understand it, as long as the craftsman in the territory can understand the drawings. Shade quickly sent someone to call Orn, the most powerful blacksmith in the town. When he heard the name, Seada raised his eyebrows. Just by hearing the name, he could feel that the blacksmith's craftsmanship must be very good. That's Orn. From a distance, Seada saw a short, fat man with a thick beard walking towards him. However, what Seada didn't expect was, the moment Orn saw him, he immediately stopped walking and started running, crying as he ran towards him, like a running ball of meat. He fell directly at Seada's feet, crying and saying, "Please spare me, Lord. I've never done anything bad in all the years I've lived in Outpost Town. I've paid my taxes on time every year, never missing a cent. I've diligently helped everyone build tools. From now on, I'll work for you for free. Please spare my life." What the hell is going on? Orn is in this state, and it's hard for Shad to deal with him. I just asked you to build a new weapon. Is it that difficult? Is it necessary to cry so miserably? Stop, stop, stop. When did I say I wanted your life? Do I have any reason to want your life? Well, Orn's crying stopped abruptly. He wiped his tears, and his face was blackened by tears and black ash. He looked at Shad in confusion. Because I'm from the Melon Empire. After listening to Orn's explanation, Shad finally understood the whole story. During the war, Orn was captured by the Melon Empire and used as cannon fodder. He unexpectedly survived the war after being sent to the front line, and survived until the end of the war. Since all his family members had died and he did not have any strong homesickness, he stayed in the outpost town and lived on the blacksmith skills he had learned before, until now. Come on, since you've lived peacefully in Shinshin Town for so many years, how could I punish you for this? Orn burst into laughter, revealing a smile as beautiful as a chrysanthemum. Chapter 40. This drawing is so exquisite. Shade said to Orn, I asked you to come here not because of your identity, but because I want you to help me make a new weapon. Knowing the Lord's purpose, Orn breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the Lord called him here because he knew that he was from the Melon Empire and was going to kill him. He was so scared that he was shaking all over on the way here, and even thought of his last words. Unexpectedly, the Lord just wanted him to help make a weapon. Of course, Orn leaped up from the ground, patted his chest with his calloused hands, and said confidently, What kind of weapon do you want, sir? I've been a blacksmith for almost 20 years. I can make any weapon. Seeing the confident smile on Orn's face, Shad was very satisfied. Well, you are worthy of being the best craftsman in Shinshan Town. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Orn smiled even more happily. The wrinkles on his forehead were squeezed into a chan shape, and he bent his arms intentionally or unintentionally to show his strong biceps to Shade. Shad handed the blueprint to Orn. I've already drawn the blueprints for the new weapon. All you have to do is build it according to them. This surprised Orn a little, and he praised as he took the blueprint. As expected of His Royal Highness, he can even draw weapon blueprints. This will definitely make my production process much faster. Hearing this, Seada became more satisfied. A craftsman is a craftsman. He is sweet-talking and capable, unlike Kao who can't even understand a weapon blueprint. Thinking in his heart, Shad turned his head and glared at Kao. The upright middle-aged knight looked confused. Excitedly opening the blueprint with both hands, Orn couldn't wait to see what the new weapon the Lord was talking about was. As a blacksmith, his obsession with new weapons is crazy. Time passes by every second. The smile on Orn's face gradually disappeared. A smile gradually appeared on Shade's face. Not bad, not bad. You're so engrossed in the drawings that even your expression has become serious. You really have the spirit of a craftsman. Shade nodded slightly and gave Orn a high evaluation in his heart. After a while, Orn's hands holding the blueprint began to tremble, and Shad vaguely heard the sound of him swallowing. Haha, I'm actually shocked to this extent. Come to think of it, this was the first time the crossbow had appeared in this world, and Orn must have foreseen the changes it would bring. Put yourself in their shoes. If it were him, seeing a weapon that could change the pattern of warfare, he would also be extremely excited, right? After a few seconds, sweat began to form on Orn's forehead and his facial expression became ugly. His eyes, which had become a little swollen due to long hours of work, would occasionally glance at Shad. Shad began to feel that something was wrong. You. Who would have thought that Shad only said one word, and Orn fell to the ground again like a frightened bird. The muscular body hit the ground, making Seada feel as if the ground was shaking. Orn knelt on the ground, holding the blueprint high above his head with both hands, his voice trembling with fear. Your Highness, I'm sorry, I really can't understand this blueprint. I'm uneducated. Please punish me. The smile on Shad's face also disappeared. He looked at Orn for a long time without saying a word. So you weren't being quiet just now because you were pretending to be an expert, but because you were thinking about how to beg for mercy. Orn tried his best to lower his head, not daring to look directly into Shad's eyes, nor daring to let the drawings fall to the ground. So he raised his hands high, maintaining a strange posture at this moment. Orn was terrified. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have boasted so much. I am the most skilled craftsman and can do anything. I made the Lord wait for so long in vain. Result: he can't even understand the blueprints. He didn't speak for a long time just now because he was brainstorming, thinking about whether to agree first and then find a solution later. But change your mind. If he agreed but couldn't do it, wouldn't His Royal Highness the Prince cut him into pieces? It would be better to just say that you can't do it and face the prince's wrath. The worst that could happen is that he would lose his title of the most powerful blacksmith. To survive, don't be shabby. If you don't understand, just say you don't understand. Why bother with all this unnecessary work? Well, Your Highness is not angry. Orn raised his head cautiously and found that there was no anger on Shad's face, just some helplessness. No one is perfect, and no gold is pure. Everyone has things they don't know. If you don't know it now, you can learn it later. I'm not a devil, so why would I punish you for this? Shad held out his hand to Orn. Faced with such an action, Orn was stunned for a moment, and quickly rubbed his hands on his clothes a few times, then carefully grasped Shad's fingertips and stood up by himself. Of course, we can't let His Highness really pull him hard, right? Standing there, Orn felt dizzy, as if he was dreaming. If he had been the Lord before, he would have been whipped by the Lord's servants if he dared to say that he couldn't do it. This handsome and gentle prince not only did not punish him, but instead kindly extended his hand to help this untouchable. Whether it was in the Melon Empire before, or in the outpost town later, he had never received such a great favor in his life. Yes. Hearing His Highness calling his name, Orn immediately banished all other thoughts from his mind, stood up straight, and listened attentively. Come here, I'll show you how to read this blueprint. All future blueprints will be similar to this one, so you have to remember it. Orn walked stiffly to Shad, and then Shad pointed at the drawings and explained them to him. Oh my God, it's incredible that His Royal Highness the Prince would condescend to explain knowledge to me. As his brain was working, Orn thought that it would be great if there was a painter standing next to him to paint this scene. This painting would surely become a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation. Orn's wild thoughts only lasted a moment, because before long, he was deeply attracted by the drawing of the crossbow. This is simply the greatest masterpiece in the world. After listening to Shad's explanation, Orn held up the drawing in his hand, as if he was holding up his newlywed wife. The shock these drawings brought to him was much greater than learning that a noble had killed a stray dog on the roadside. What are these? Why can three-dimensional structural diagrams put real things on paper and make them look like they are really in reality when viewed from a distance? How did the idea of three views come about? How can each of these parts be drawn so delicately, with even the smallest detail strictly regulated? In this way, when making it, can't we just follow it directly? There are also markings connected to the outside of the weapon with a small black line, which further explain in detail the details that need to be paid attention to during production. If combined with such drawings, Orn felt that with his forging skills, even the most powerful craftsman in the capital could not surpass him. After being excited for a while, Orn blushed and sighed. This blueprint is so exquisite. Chapter 41. Is this iron that can be forged by humans? Shade smiled and shook his head. I didn't expect that a blueprint could make Orn so excited. 2. In this era, blacksmiths basically relied on experience and tactile feel to make weapons. As long as the final appearance was similar and strong enough, it was fine. Even if there were drawings, they would just draw a simple plan. Therefore, this drawing with modern technology can make Orn feel extremely shocked. Your Highness, did you come up with this drawing method yourself? You are a genius. Orn praised sincerely. It wasn't me. The Royal Refining Workshop invented this method of drawing blueprints to make it easier for craftsmen to make items. Xiada thought for a moment and said, "It is still necessary to conceal his identity as a time traveler for the time being. It's okay now that he is surrounded by strangers. If this news reached his brothers and sisters, there was a high probability that they would attack and kill him. But once Qinshan Town develops, this kind of thing won't matter anymore." "I see. I understand." Orn pinched his chin and nodded on the surface, but he didn't believe it at all. When His Highness was explaining it to him just now, he spoke very clearly and logically. The feeling of knowing the entire blueprint so well was something that only the inventor of the blueprint could achieve. Perhaps His Highness doesn't want to admit that he has some unspeakable secret? Owen considered himself a discerning person, so he would not expose His Royal Highness the Prince. Praising someone too much when he deserves praise is called flattery. Praising someone who shouldn't be praised is asking for trouble. "Your Highness, please allow me to return to my blacksmith shop. I can't wait to start making crossbows." Owen looked at the blueprint and said with an itchy heart. Shade nodded in agreement. "Well, go back. I look forward to hearing from you. If you have any questions, just come to the castle and find me." "Yes." After Orn left, Ka came to Shad. He had been wanting to ask this question since a while ago. "Your Highness, did the Royal Alchemy Workshop really invent this kind of blueprint?" Shade glanced at Kao, turned and left with his hands behind his back, and said lightly, "Yes." Shade knew that Orn might encounter some problems during the creation process. After all, the crossbow was a new weapon and was much more complicated than a sword or a bow. But he didn't expect to encounter problems so soon. Less than an hour after leaving, Orn ran back to the castle. In the hall, Shad didn't even have time to drink water before he had to deal with Orn running back. "What problem are you having?" Orn scratched his head, spread out the blueprint, pointed to a place, and said to Shad, "Your Highness, the crossbow mechanism has small and delicate parts. If it were made with ordinary iron ingots, it would probably break down in a short time due to lack of strength." Shade nodded, thinking that what Orn said made sense. He thought for a moment and said, "Then why don't you just hammer the iron ingot a few more times?" If Xiada remembered correctly, repeatedly hammering the red wound iron could increase the hardness of the final product. "I just felt that even after doing that, the strength wasn't enough, so I came to see your Highness." Orn scratched his head sheepishly. As soon as he returned to the blacksmith shop, he started forging iron, but his own strength was limited after all, and the strength of the iron he forged could not be improved after reaching a certain threshold. Although for ordinary weapons, that strength is durable enough. But for a delicate gadget like the crossbow, Orn felt that it was not strong enough. "So I had no choice but to come to His Royal Highness the Prince." Shade's eyebrows also frowned. He looked at Orn, his strong and sturdy arms. In terms of strength alone, even Ka was probably not as good as him. If even Orn can't hammer out an iron ingot strong enough, who else can? It really exists. "I almost forgot about Nia." Thinking of a solution to the problem, Shade said to Orn, "I have a question. After the repeatedly hammered iron ingot cools down, even if it cools down, a weapon forged by firing it again will be much stronger than one that hasn't been hammered." Orn knew what Shad wanted to ask, and answered first. Hearing this, Xiada nodded and said, "Go back and get some iron ingots, then come find me tomorrow morning." What's the solution to this? Orn originally thought that His Royal Highness would find him some metal that was stronger than iron, but he didn't expect His Royal Highness to say this. "Your Highness, excuse me for asking, how do you plan to increase the strength of the iron ingots?" Orn was very curious. Could it be that there was someone around His Highness who was much stronger than himself? Unexpectedly, Xiada just shook his head and said, "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." Orn nodded immediately, indicating that he understood. "Do you have any other questions?" Seeing that Orn was so sensible, Shad asked in a good mood. Orn opened his mouth and wanted to say that the crossbow was made of wood except for the crossbow mechanism, and had nothing to do with him as a blacksmith. But in the end I didn't say it. As a blacksmith, it is normal to know some carpentry work. After all, there are only a few craftsmen in the town, so how can they be divided so clearly? To be honest, he has done a lot of carpentry work. Blacksmiths, carpenters, stonemasons, bricklayers. These craftsmen are basically very good at one aspect and know a little about other aspects. They are all-round talents. At worst, I can just ask Mr. Mao for help later. Orn thought. Afterwards, Orn delivered the iron ingots to the castle and left. There is no moon tonight. Countless stars formed a silver galaxy hanging above the black curtain. A crisp ding-ding-ding sound came from the backyard of the castle. With every swing of Nia's hammer, the originally blocky iron ingot was smashed into a discus, emitting countless sparks. "Your Highness, is it enough to hammer it into this shape?" Nia turned her head. In the light of the fire and stars, the girl's face was like a colorful painting that made it impossible to look away. Xiada looked at the discus that was almost stuck to the anvil, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He still underestimated Nia's power. It doesn't look very strong, but with one blow of the hammer, it can smash the cold and hard iron ingot into a red discus. What is cold forging? This is real cold forging. Create temperature from no temperature at all. Well, just hammer it for a while longer, then put it in the fire until it's red hot, and then hammer it 3 or 4 more times. Low temperature hammering can increase hardness, but too many hammering times will cause the toughness of the iron ingot to decrease. Therefore, high temperature hammering is used to balance strength and toughness, and the iron ingots produced are the most perfect. Good. After saying that, Nia continued to swing the hammer. Strange. Why is Nia so honest today and didn't make that kind of request? Xiada looked at Nia in confusion, only to find that a blush had appeared on her face. Why is your face so red? Are you tired from working as a blacksmith? Xiada was very surprised. Nia didn't look tired at all, and she became more and more excited the more she hammered. No, not at all. Nia opened her mouth slightly and spoke breathlessly. Xiada narrowed his eyes and looked Nia up and down, and then he found out the reason. There is only one truth. The action of force is mutual. Every time Nia hammers, the iron ingot turns into a discus, but the hammer handle will also be subjected to a violent reaction force. Due to the violent vibration, the numbing sensation will be transmitted along the arms to all parts of the body. This made Nia unable to stop. The next day, Orn's eyes widened when he got the iron ingot. Is this iron that can be forged by humans? Chapter 42, Joy and Encouragement. 121, 121. 1, 2, 3, 4. The deafening shouts of soldiers came from the training ground. From a distance, the entire team looked like a moving rectangle, extremely neat and orderly. After 3 days, after screening out those with relatively poor performance, the selection was completely completed and the military training gradually began to get on track. A total of 56 people worked hard to stay until the end and became Xiada's soldiers. From then on, the First Army of Qianxiao Town was officially established. It goes without saying that the supreme commander was Shade. The captain of the First Army was Iron Axe, and the deputy captain was another experienced hunter, Ford. Also, as expected, Xiada achieved a Lord achievement and received a reward. When every soldier comes from the people, fighting to protect what is most precious to them, the army can unleash astonishing power. The establishment of a modern army heralds the end of an era. Now, lead your army to protect, conquer, and fight against fate. Every successful team is inseparable from an outstanding and inspiring leader. Lord's achievement, civilian army, has been achieved. Reward, joy, and encouragement has been issued. Please check its effect in your mind. Oh, this reward surprised Shade a little, because it was neither a blueprint nor the location of natural resources, but a special reward type similar to a fog map. Xiada submerged his consciousness into his mind and saw the effect of joy and encouragement. Joy and encouragement, passive ability. Your words are more likely to convince others, and your speeches can always easily mobilize other people's emotions. Any debater will be like a mayfly in front of you. You are a natural leader. I see. By building an army, you gain powerful speaking skills, which facilitates pre-war mobilization and emotional arousal. But this ability, could it come from some failed art student? Xiada inexplicably thought of a terrifying existence. This ability did not explicitly state that it could only be used in the military, so Shade decided to test it to confirm. He looked at Clint, who was concentrating on eating. The middle-aged nobleman spoke very little while eating, always maintaining the etiquette and elegance that a noble should have. Clint, now go to the corner and do a handstand. Clint's hands, which were chopping meat, paused, confusion written across his face. May I ask why this is so, Your Highness? It's just easier to convince people than to impose orders, Shad thought. I'm in a bad mood right now. If I could see you stand on your head, I think I'd feel better. Xiada made up an excuse. Your Highness, let me do it. Lilith raised her hand. Hearing that Shad was in a bad mood, the little spider girl showed a worried expression. That's fine with me. Nia, her cheeks puffed up from eating, mumbled. If you're in a bad mood, you can attack me to vent your anger. No, this has nothing to do with you. Shad waved the two off and looked at Clint. Clint frowned and thought for a moment, then agreed. If this can make you feel better, I'm happy to help. Then he walked to the corner, supported himself with his hands, and kicked his legs to stand upside down. Your Highness, are you feeling better? Clint's face flushed red, making people feel like his old bones were about to fall apart at any time. Yes, that's fine. Thank you. As long as there is a reasonable reason, can the other party be convinced? Xiao was very satisfied with the ability of joy and encouragement. The other side. This scene scared the little maid who was delivering the food. His Highness actually asked Clint to perform a handstand for him. Oh my God, this is really big news. She pretended not to see anything, hurriedly put down her plate, and thought that she would tell her friends some new gossip that night. Everyone, stand still. Start from the first row, line up, and come up to get your clothes. Everyone else, rest where you are. After hearing Iron Axe's words, the team didn't panic at all. Instead, they focused their excited gazes on the two large bags beside Iron Axe. Very satisfied with everyone's performance, Iron Axe said to them, "This is the military uniform His Highness specially prepared for us. You can see it, it's the one I'm wearing. It's of excellent quality. I won't feel cold at all when I wear it in winter. Even if I sell it for 1 silver coin, it's not too much." Iron Axe opened his arms and displayed his clothes. Because the dyeing techniques were not mature, the clothes and pants were all a single military green, with only the buttons having different colors. Although it is not good looking, the material of the clothes is extremely solid. The outer layer is made of linen, the inner layer is filled with cotton for warmth, and the innermost layer is made of wool for increased comfort. Everyone's eyes lit up as they watched. They didn't expect that they had new clothes to wear. It turned out to be a good thing to stay after going through layers of selection. All of our uniforms look the same. This means we are a collective, and it's proof of our first army identity. So, you must cherish this uniform. Do you understand? Understood. Iron Axe nodded, glanced towards the castle, and then announced the start of the distribution of military uniforms. Every soldier who received the military uniform was delighted after feeling the heavy and reassuring texture. In their daily lives, clothes are a luxury for them. The money they save is barely enough for food, so how can they have spare money to keep buying new clothes? Therefore, most people's clothes are often patched for a whole year, and they will only buy a new one when the clothes are completely unwearable. Anthony couldn't let go of the military uniform. He had long wanted to change his leaky pants. But looking at such nice clothes, I still feel reluctant to wear them. Just at this moment, someone raised his hand and said, "Report." "Explain. Can I keep this dress? It's so nice. I can't bear to wear it." "No." Iron Axe flatly refused him. "After you get the clothes, change into them right now. As for your own clothes, keep them if you want, or just throw them away if you don't want them. His Highness said that if you become his soldiers, you won't have to worry about your livelihood from now on." "Yes." Everyone answered in unison. After the number of troops was decided yesterday, with Shad's explanation, they knew that they were not just soldiers serving the knights, but real soldiers who would fight against the monsters from the Death Forest in winter and might have to fight against other noble armies later. Although they trembled at the thought of the terrifying monsters and powerful knights. But because of the generous treatment, no one quit in the end. Especially Shade's words. Train hard, believe in yourself, and in the future even the knights will not be your match. It greatly encouraged them. After everyone changed into military uniforms, the team changed from the original gray color that looked like a group of beggars to the sonorous, neat, and uniform military green. Seeing that everyone was wearing the same clothes, they inexplicably felt a sense of pride and identity. On the top floor of the castle, Xiao looked out at the military green of the training ground, feeling deeply moved. Finally, it looks a bit like an army. Chapter 43, A Little Bit of Bad Fun. See the smiles on their faces? They are so happy to receive the clothes you made. Shad walked over to Lilith. Now, the little spider girl was clinging to the wall with her 2 little hands. She stood on tiptoe, looking in the direction of the training ground for a long time, and no one knew what she was thinking. Xiao placed one hand on Lilith's head and gently stroked her fur like a cat. "Do you still think your abilities are evil?" Lilith and several other maids who knew how to weave made 56 sets of military uniforms overnight. Certainly, most of them were made by Lilith, and no one else could make them as fast as her. Your ability has benefited everyone and brought happy smiles to their faces. How can it be evil if it has done this? Lilith came back to her senses when she felt the warmth above her head. "Is all this my credit?" "Of course it's your credit," Xiao said firmly. Since arriving at the castle, Nia has been fine, but Lilith's biggest problem is her lack of self-confidence. She is very sensitive about her identity as a witch, and she often tries to curl up the spider legs behind her in front of others. This is not good. This shows that Spider-Man still subconsciously believes that witches are evil. If he wants to change this concept, it is not enough for him to just instill the opposite idea. It would be more effective if he lets her see what kind of benefits she can bring to others. That's why Xiada gave her the task of making military uniforms. Lilith did not disappoint Xiada and worked overnight to complete the task on time. Now, Lilith's ideas have indeed been reversed somewhat. It turns out that I can really help His Highness. Lilith has been worried that she can't help His Highness, worried that she has such good treatment but can't put it to good use. She is not as strong as Nia, but can help His Highness plow the fields, forge iron, or fight. He is not as smart as Clint and can help His Highness handle government affairs. Nor do they have the knight's superb fighting skills to protect His Royal Highness the Prince at any time. She only knows how to weave, but there are Nicole and her mother who are better than her in this area. The same goes for the venom. She just took them out and gave them to Her Highness, which made her feel that she was not being used. That's why Lilith kept working hard to learn weaving skills, and every time she learned a new skill, she couldn't wait to weave a piece of clothing for His Highness. Just to prove that I still have such a small role to play. Lilith never thought that the clothes she made would be liked by everyone. Seeing everyone wearing the clothes she made, she gradually gained more confidence in her heart. Don't feel useless. You and Nia have made the greatest contribution to me. You helped me solve the two most important problems, clothing and safety. So, believe in yourself, okay? Lilith nodded vigorously, and a seed of self-confidence was quietly buried in her heart. Shade sighed, then looked up at the outpost. They were at the highest point of the castle, offering a panoramic view of the entire town. It's so difficult to change Lilith's ideas alone. If I want to change the entire territory, or even the entire world's view of witches, I have a long way to go. Do the things at hand, one step at a time. A gentle breeze is blowing. Wearing a white backless sweater, Lilith's back, as smooth as mutton fat jade, was exposed. Looking at the 8 spider legs growing from above, Xiada became curious. He moved his hand down from his head, his fingers sliding along his neck to his back, and then touched the place where the spider legs were connected to the back. Lilith suddenly let out a cry, which startled Shade. What's wrong? Is this a place that cannot be touched? Lilith twisted her body unnaturally, and a blush appeared on her fair face. No, Your Highness, you can touch me however you want. It's just that you suddenly felt a little itchy. Hearing this, Xiada touched her again. This time she was prepared. The little spider girl didn't scream, but her body was still shaking slightly. How's it here? Xiada touched the spider's leg a little higher. Well, the feeling is not as strong as before. Lilith controlled the spider legs behind her to stop moving and then answered. Here. Xiada touched the outside. I don't feel anything anymore. Shade pinched his chin and nodded. So that's how it is. The closer to the root, the more sensitive it is, and the feeling means there are nerve endings inside the spider's legs. In other words, to Lilith, these spider legs are no different from her limbs. It's like having an extra organ. Another little trivia that can be included in the Monster Girl files. Xiada found that every once in a while he would discover a small habit or characteristic of the Monster Girl. The feeling of opening a blind box was quite interesting. Then he grabbed the spider's legs and carefully observed it from head to tail. Your Highness, I have already finished the dress you asked me to make yesterday. After Shad finished studying the spider's legs, Lilith moved her shoulders and said, So soon? Lilith nodded. It wouldn't take a whole night just to get those simple military uniforms. Then go get it now and come find me in the study later. Just as Shad added today's observations to the Monster Girl files, Lilith just pushed the door open. Your Highness, this is the robe made to your specifications. Are you going to give it to Bishop Easton? Xiada took the robe and unfolded it, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. This robe is made of spider silk, and the golden pattern on it is exactly the same as the robe of the Church of Holy Light. The only difference is that this robe does not have the logo of the Church of Holy Light. Yes, I wanted to ask Easton for a small favor, so this is a gift for him. Lilith always felt something was wrong. Let Easton, the bishop of the Holy Light Church, wear clothes made by her, a witch? Feeling the silky feel of the robe, Shade praised. Lilith, you're amazing. Your weaving skills have improved again. Your Highness, I will go make you another dress right now. How can you let others wear clothes better than Your Highness? After saying that, Lilith ran back to her workshop and started her daily ghost mode with her 8 spider legs. Looking at Lilith's leaving back, Xiada smiled helplessly. Folding his robe and putting it away, Shade smiled expectantly. I hope Einstein likes this gift. He also knew that sending clothes made by a witch to the bishop of the Holy Light Church was a bit too hellish. But he just wanted to see what kind of expression Einstein would have when he found out that the clothes were actually made by a witch after he found out that the clothes were made by a witch. It also satisfies his little bad taste. Chapter 44 Einstein's teaching progress is not ideal. Einstein's teaching progress is not ideal. At dusk, when the pitch-black night drives away all the dimness in the sky, Einstein walked back to the church dejectedly. After returning to his room and lighting a candle, Einstein caught a glimpse of the paper and pen on the table and couldn't help sighing again. 2 days ago, His Royal Highness the Prince suddenly found him and asked him to teach the soldiers in the army, with the aim of teaching them to read, write, and do simple arithmetic. This was also the task that His Highness said he wanted to assign to him a few days ago. For this purpose, His Highness specially gave him an extremely precious gift. He gently took off his robe and carefully hung it on the hanger fixed on the wall. Then Einstein smoothed out the wrinkles on the clothes with his hands and checked it several times before he felt relieved. He stood in front of his robe holding a candle in one hand. The candlelight reflected on the white robe, showing a touching beauty. Einstein just stared at the robe quietly, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Even though he had to use his princely authority, he had no choice but to obey and do this somewhat nonsensical task. But in order to get him to agree, His Royal Highness the Prince insisted on giving him the clothes, which made him feel valued. At the same time, he once again realized that the rumors about the fourth prince were all false. His Royal Highness the fourth prince is clearly a true gentleman who is courteous and graceful. As he watched, Einstein couldn't help but gently stroke the robe. It feels extremely delicate and feels as soft as a cloud when worn. Every stripe, every connection, the treatment of details is even better than his bishop's robe. When he learned that the material used to make this robe was extremely precious spider silk, Einstein was even more flattered. You know, spider silk is a very rare material. Each piece of clothing made of it costs at least a few gold coins, and is usually out of stock. Only those with very noble status can afford it. And His Highness gave him such a valuable gift just because he wanted him to help teach others how to read and count. Doesn't this prove that His Highness is a good person? The only difference is that this robe does not have the symbol of the Holy Light Church, so it cannot be considered a religious robe in the strict sense. But Einstein thought it was nothing. The majesty of the church is sacred and inviolable. His Highness did not make the church's symbol privately. Doesn't this just show his respect for the Holy Light Church? After smoothing out the robe, Einstein decided to take good care of it for the rest of his life. Receiving such a valuable gift, it would be unreasonable for him to refuse His Royal Highness's request. But this was exactly what was giving him a headache. Einstein sat back in his chair and drank some water to moisten his dry throat. His teaching process was not going smoothly. His Highness set the teaching time for him to be 1 hour before sunset every day, when the soldiers' training would almost be finished. On the first day, he was speaking in front, but the soldiers below didn't listen to him at all. They chatted, shot stones, picked their teeth, all kinds of things. Many people even sat on the stools and took a nap. Einstein had never felt that giving a lecture was such a tiring thing. He also couldn't understand what these people were thinking. It was obviously a very rare thing to gain knowledge, so why not cherish it? The next day, under the strict order of Captain Iron Axe, the soldiers were not allowed to sleep or do anything else during class. The soldiers were very obedient. When he was giving a lecture, no one did anything else. Everyone sat upright. This surprised Einstein a little about their discipline. But even if they sat upright, most people just stared at him. Their minds had long since wandered away. They sat there in a daze like wooden men, and few people actually listened to his lectures. Einstein was very frustrated and very confused. Thinking back to when he had just become a monk, he always enjoyed learning knowledge and never felt bored. Why were they unwilling to listen? Is it because he spoke very badly? Or are these rough guys simply not suitable for learning? In the dim candlelight, Einstein held the necklace against his brow with worry. God of light, what should I do? The next afternoon, as usual, Einstein came to the training ground. Seeing him coming, Iron Axe ordered, "Everyone, get ready to learn. The last row, go get your stools, and the rest of you, line up and head to the learning location." The learning area is located in an open space to the north of the training ground. Einstein walked to a big tree, picked up a large wooden board on the ground and hung it on a branch, picked up the charcoal pencils that were not used up yesterday, and the preparations were completed. Conditions are limited. Xiaoda was unable to prepare a house that could accommodate so many people in a short period of time, so they could only hold classes outdoors for the time being. The soldiers quickly followed Iron Axe's orders and sat neatly around Einstein. The stools under their buttocks were long wooden stools. One stool could seat 7 people, and 8 stools were enough for everyone. After everyone was ready, Einstein began the class. It's still the same as the previous 2 days. Einstein wrote a word on the wooden board and thought to himself while explaining it. The soldiers sat very straight, their eyes wide open, and their expressions very serious. Just don't listen to the class. What Einstein said went in one ear and out the other. They didn't even think about it. It was as natural as eating and shitting. This will have no effect at all. Einstein was well aware of this. Thinking of the precious clothes His Highness had given him and how kind His Highness was, Einstein felt that he could not go on like this. So the mild-mannered bishop of the Church of Holy Light lost his temper, which was rare. Boom, boom, boom. Einstein knocked hard on the wooden board several times, which frightened everyone. Then he pointed at everyone and roared. What are you doing sitting here? Your Highness, it's really unnecessary for you to let brainless guys like you learn knowledge. Is your mind solely focused on what to eat next? If you don't want to learn, don't waste your time. I'll tell His Highness right now that you good-for-nothings are unworthy of knowledge. You will forever be surrounded by ignorance. Even the merciful God of light won't bless you fools. It can be seen that Einstein is really angry. For a church member, the God of light will not bless you, is the most vicious curse he can utter. It's time someone came out to appease Bishop Einstein. Anthony, sitting in the front row, looked around and thought this was an opportunity. Maybe if he performed well, the bishop would remember him, and then the bishop would say a few good words about him in front of His Highness. Anthony stopped his unfounded fantasy, scratched his head, and said, Bishop Einstein, please don't be angry. Everyone might just be too tired from training, so they can't listen. Einstein glanced at Anthony. This thin boy was one of the few who listened attentively, so he felt a little calmer. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After a day of training, I can fall asleep as soon as I lie down on the ground. I am so tired. Who would still have the mood to listen to the class? Chapter 45. Your Highness's kindness is not over yet. Estienne nodded to Anthony, which made Anthony very happy. I was a little excited and didn't take your training into consideration. Then Einstein changed the subject. Maybe your training is tiring, but that's no reason for you not to pay attention in class. He pointed at everyone and said, Look at the clothes you're wearing. They're very nice, right? Did you know that if they were left outside, this set of clothes would be worth at least 2 silver coins? The soldiers were very surprised to hear this. Before, they only knew that the military uniforms were very good and comfortable to wear, but they didn't know the specific prices. Now that Einstein, the knowledgeable bishop, named a specific price, everyone was shocked and excited. So this suit is so valuable. Everyone lowered their heads, looking at the military uniforms with surprise in their eyes. At this time, they heard Einstein's words again. And your meals, I've seen, each person's meal is worth at least 7 copper coins. Everyone knows this. You can tell whether the food is good or not by just eating it. But after hearing what Einstein said, everyone still felt a sense of pride and honor. Your Highness is so kind to them. However, just when everyone was feeling complacent, Einstein shouted angrily. But do you know that Outpost Town has no income at all? The only road out of town leads to Card Fortress. Whether buying or selling things, they can only be done in the fortress, but the money earned from buying is far greater than the money earned from selling. Where do you think such good treatment comes from? All these things were bought for you by His Highness out of his own pocket. A prince, a lord, is spending a lot of his own money to support a bunch of brainless idiots like you. His Highness came to me specifically to give you lessons, to teach you how to read and do math, and for that he even gave me a very precious piece of clothing. But what about you guys? Einstein became more and more excited as he spoke. He had no idea why His Royal Highness the Prince was putting so much effort into this group of people. If you want to improve your defense, wouldn't it be better to train a few more knights instead of these brainless idiots? This is how you repay His Royal Highness the Prince. Training is tiring? Then take off your clothes now and go home. Go back to your old life of starvation, okay? Do you know that learning is originally the privilege of knights and nobles? But His Highness kindly allowed me to teach you. Knights of lower ranks of nobles don't have such good treatment as you. Are you worthy of His Royal Highness's efforts? Einstein asked and answered himself. I'm sorry. You peasants will never be able to repay the prince's kindness in your lifetime. Einstein beat his chest and stamped his feet. This was the first time in his life that he felt so angry. The reason is that His Royal Highness feels it is not worth it to spend a lot of money to support such a group of people. After hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Even Iron Axe was no exception. To be honest, he used to be distracted quite often. They hadn't thought so much before, or rather, they hadn't thought about it at all. They became soldiers in a daze and enjoyed generous treatment that was envied by everyone in the town. Now that they were enlightened by Einstein, they realized how good His Royal Highness the Prince was to them. Whether it was food, clothing, or other daily necessities, everything was the best, and he spent all his own money. Is there any other noble in this world who can treat them so well? No, not at all. But they are reluctant to even learn to read and do math. We deserve to die? I'm sorry, Bishop Einstein, I was wrong. I will definitely pay attention to the lessons next time. A soldier said from the heart. Yes, I will never be distracted again. We can't let His Royal Highness down. Your Highness must have his reasons for asking us to learn knowledge, but I failed to understand his good intentions. I am guilty. I will definitely study hard and repay His Royal Highness the Prince's kindness in the future. One by one, the soldiers expressed regret for their previous actions and said they would listen carefully in class next time. Seeing this scene, Einstein felt a little relieved. He sighed, expelled the pent-up energy from his heart, and said calmly, "It's good that you know this. Pay more attention in class from now on and don't let His Royal Highness down." Yes. Einstein continued his lecture, and this time, everyone was very serious and even scrambled to answer questions. What is this word? I will, it's good. Very good. What about this word? Here I am. This is the bow for arrows. Then what is 12 plus 15? Who knows? I know it's 26. The next day, as usual, Xiada came to the training ground to check on the soldiers' training. When he came to the team, he felt that he had an illusion. It seemed that these soldiers worked harder after seeing him. Not only did they run much faster, but they also shouted slogans much louder. Good, very energetic. Shad was very happy. When it was time to rest, Xiada was about to talk to Iron Axe when he suddenly heard a soldier shout, "Your Highness, I will definitely study hard and live up to your expectations." Thinking he was just looking for an opportunity to show off, Xiada nodded at him. "Okay, keep going. Your Highness, thank you for giving us such a good life." Xiada? "Your Highness, you are like the sun in the sky, always shining on us." Haha, this is still a cultured person. Inspired by these soldiers, the other soldiers also started shouting, "Your Highness, I will follow in your footsteps for the rest of my life. Your Highness, I will always fight for you. I will train hard. Your Highness's orders are my life creed. Your Highness, no matter if it's a monster or someone else, as long as you give the order, I will move forward without hesitation." Listening to the voices of loyalty and praise coming at him like waves, Xiada was confused. Who arranged my troops like this? Ideological construction hasn't even started yet, so how can everyone's ideological awareness be so high? Xiada asked Tiefu about it, and finally found out the whole story. It turned out to be Einstein who did it. Shad smiled. He was right about the person. Einstein could have pretended not to know and gotten away with it, but he didn't. He was so dedicated to teaching and so responsible. I heard that he even lost his temper over it and scolded the soldiers like they were his grandsons. It seems that his efforts were not in vain. Shad became more and more satisfied with Einstein. He pinched his chin and thought, "Looks like I have to think of some way to persuade him to defect from the church." Afterwards, Shade explained his purpose to Iron Axe. Although the hunters have become soldiers, he feels that the long-term mission of exploring the Death Forest cannot be stopped. So Shade suggested to Iron Axe that they should use the exploration of the Death Forest as combat training for the army. At the beginning, 2 veterans would lead 1 novice, and later, when they became more proficient, 1 veteran could lead 2 novices. This way, we can train new recruits through actual combat and explore the Death Forest at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Iron Axe thought about it and felt that it was no problem. With the poison arrows, the threat posed by the monsters to them was much smaller. So the matter was finalized. For the next few days, you can temporarily stop the previous hunters from training. Continue to explore the Death Forest in pairs. After a while, I will equip you with a new type of weapon and then let new recruits join in. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 46 His Royal Highness the Prince is unfathomable. Warm sunlight shines into the house through the half-open wooden windows. Xiada turned over while mumbling, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he heard good news. The head maid, Mel, knocked on the door and walked into the room. She picked up her clothes and walked to the bed. She leaned over and said to Shade, "Your Highness, Orn and another craftsman are already in the castle hall. They said the new weapon you requested, the crossbow, is ready." The crossbow has been built. Xiada, who was originally in a daze, was suddenly startled when he heard the crossbow and quickly got up from the bed. While putting on the complicated noble attire with Mel's help, Shade grumbled quietly, "These clothes are too troublesome to wear. I'll ask Lilith to make me some modern clothes later." What? Mel didn't know what Shad was talking about. "Nothing. Go ahead and do your work." Shad waved Mel away and hurried to the hall. "Good morning, Your Highness." Ka greeted Shad. At this time, there were 2 other people in the hall besides Ka. One was Orn, and the other was someone he had never seen before. Shade also saw 2 curious little heads popping out from the corner of the hall connecting to the corridor in the distance. They were Lilith and Nia. Because of their identities, they cannot show themselves in front of outsiders, so they can only hide and peek. Shad smiled at them, then turned his gaze back to Orn, excitement in his eyes. "I heard you've already made the crossbow. So quickly." It only took 3 days for Orn to make the crossbow after giving him the blueprint. This speed really surprised Shade. "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing His Royal Highness the Prince, Orn and another person hurried over and knelt on the ground to salute. Your Highness is truly amazing. The crossbow is simply the most powerful weapon in the world. When we built it and tested it, we were all shocked by its terrifying power. Only someone as smart as Your Highness could invent such a powerful new weapon. Okay, stop flattering me. Where's the crossbow? Hurry and bring it over to me. Normally, Shad would have been happy to listen to the horses, but right now he was more concerned with the crossbow. After all, this is the first weapon that is ahead of its time and was made using the blueprints he drew. Yes. Orn turned around, carefully picked up the crossbow on the table, and handed it to Shad. At this moment, the person next to him nudged him with his elbow. Owen seemed to remember something and scratched his head as he introduced Shade. Your Highness, his name is Mao Wang, and he's a carpenter in this small town. We made this crossbow together, and it was only with his help that we were able to make it so quickly. Shade glanced at Mao Wang. He was thinner than Orn, and his hair was messy like a bird's nest on his head, making him look more like an evil scientist than a carpenter. You have done well, Cal. I will reward them with 10 silver coins each. The two of them were overjoyed and said quickly, Thank you for the reward, Your Highness. While Shade carefully examined the crossbow, the two men kept quiet. Aoun raised an eyebrow at Mao Wang. Well, am I being nice? Mao Wang gave Orn a thumbs up and said, That's very kind, brother. He originally just wanted to make himself familiar to His Royal Highness the Prince, but he didn't expect to receive a reward of 10 silver coins. He was so happy. On the other side, Xiaoda liked the crossbow in his hand more and more. It can be seen that Orn and his team put a lot of effort into making it. As soon as I picked it up, I found that the grip felt very comfortable and was polished very smoothly. Even the entire surface of the crossbow was coated with a layer of wax, reflecting a sharp cold light. The process of pulling the trigger is very smooth. In addition to the precise production of parts, lard should be applied inside for lubrication. The front end of a crossbow. A crossbow about 1 meter long is placed horizontally on the crossbow arm, with string grooves engraved on both ends and a taut string connected to them. Is this string made of animal sinew? Shade asked, touching the bowstring. Yes, Your Highness, Mao Wang said uneasily. Your drawing showed flax rope as the string, but I felt that tendon would be more powerful, so I changed the material without your permission. If you're not satisfied, I'll change it back. No, you're doing great. Strings made of animal tendons are indeed better than strings made of linen ropes because animal tendons have extremely high tensile strength and natural elasticity and have high energy storage efficiency. Xiaoda had heard that the best bows and arrows were made of animal tendons as strings, but this material was very cumbersome to prepare and was not as convenient as linen rope. Speaking of materials, Xiaoda suddenly thought that Lilith's spider silk would be more suitable for making bowstrings. He still remembers the first time he saw Lilith. Her spider silk couldn't even be cut by a knight's sword. In terms of elasticity and strength, it was definitely not inferior to beef tendon. Looking calmly at the two little heads at the corner, Xiaoda glanced upwards. Lilith understood and pointed at the ceiling with her little hand. Xiaoda nodded slightly. Lilith turned to Nia and whispered, Let's go, Nia. His Highness asked us to wait for him in the study. Nia scratched her head in confusion. Huh? Is that so? Why don't I understand? Then Xiaoda and his companions came to the yard, ready to test the power of the crossbow. Shad pulled the bowstring. Cao, who was standing beside him, shook his head as he watched Shad struggling. He felt that with his small body, it was impossible for him to pull the bowstring. Orn and Mao Wang looked at each other and saw the cold sweat on each other's forehead. I should have known not to pull the string so tight. What if His Highness can't pull the string and snaps them in a fit of rage? Let me come, Palace. Ka stopped talking midway, shocked by the outrageous scene before him. The two craftsmen also stared at His Royal Highness the Prince in amazement. Xiaoda placed the front end of the crossbow on the ground, stepped on the crossbow with one foot, and pulled upward with both hands to complete the stringing action. Hee, are you stupid? Looking at the three people looking at each other in confusion, Xiaoda smiled inwardly. This is also one of the advantages of a crossbow. Even if your hands are not strong enough, you can use the strength of your whole body to string the string. Compared with a bow, the strength required is much smaller. Xiaoda raised the crossbow. At this time, the bowstring was stuck in the groove of the crossbow. The crossbow bow was slightly bent, and the whole crossbow was in a state ready to fire. Ka watched this scene and understood the power of the crossbow. Unlike a bow, it does not require constant force to keep the bow drawn. As long as the string is strung, you only need to concentrate on aiming. It is also easier to string than a bow, making it very easy for beginners to get started. Thinking of this, Cao also became interested in the new weapon, the crossbow, and wanted to try it out. Placing the wooden arrow in the quiver, Shad picked up the crossbow, got into position, aimed at a tree not far away, and pulled the trigger. Call out. The next moment, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the wooden arrow pierced the tree trunk straight away, and the iron arrowhead was halfway embedded. Xiao walked over and took a look, and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, about 70% as powerful as an iron axe with a fully drawn bow." The two craftsmen had anticipated this result, but Ka, standing by, was extremely shocked. You have to know that there are not many people who can fully draw the bow, and the crossbow can actually reach 70% of the power of a fully drawn bow. In addition, the crossbow is easy to use. In this way, can't we easily train a large number of crossbowmen? Thinking about His Highness's army, which was like a child's play, Cao suddenly realized and felt that His Highness the Prince was unfathomable. It turns out that from the beginning to the end, everything was under the control of His Highness. Chapter 47. This new weapon. Having Cao and the other two wait in the yard, Shad came to the study with a crossbow. At this time, Lilith and Nia were already waiting inside. "Your Highness, what is the matter that you have called us here for?" Seeing Shad walk in, Lilith ran over to him and asked. "Well, this matter has nothing to do with Nia. It's mainly about you, Lilith." Hearing this, Nia looked disappointed. Lilith's eyes lit up, and she said sweetly, "Just give me your orders." Shade showed the crossbow in his hand to the two men. "What's this?" Nia picked up the crossbow and looked at it left and right, her eyes full of curiosity. "It looks a lot like a bow and arrow, but it's a little different." Lilith stared at the crossbow for a while, then suddenly clapped her hands and pointed at it, and said, "Your Highness, would you like to use my spider silk to replace this string?" "Clever," Shade praised, and then patted Lilith's head. "I have to say that the little spider girl is indeed quite smart." This advantage has become more and more apparent since she came to the castle. Not only did she learn weaving skills very quickly, she even learned to read and write almost as well as him. Under Shad's teaching, Lilith can now understand and write most words. In addition, Spider-Man is also very thoughtful. After spending some time together, it can be said that most of the servants in the castle have changed their feelings towards her from disgust to liking. Even Clint and Ka are no exception. "Let's get back to business." Shad pointed at the bowstring and said to Lilith, "Can you weave a piece of thread about the same thickness as this, using elastic spider silk?" It was some time after bringing Lilith back that Shade discovered Spider-Man's ability. Lilith can control the type of silk she produces. This is an ability that ordinary spiders do not have. Lilith's spider silk is divided into two types, elastic spider silk and sticky spider silk. She used sticky spider silk when hunting and used elastic spider silk when making clothes. "No problem." Lilith agreed and immediately began to make silk thread. The spider legs behind her rotated, twisting the spider silk as thin as a hair produced by her fingertips into a thin thread of uniform thickness. "All right, Your Highness." Xiao took the silk thread, held both ends and pulled hard a few times, and it felt very good. As he expected, the string made of Lilith spider silk is strong and elastic, and most importantly, extremely tough, so there is no need to worry about it breaking. However, we will have to wait until Orn and his team make another crossbow to find out the specific effect. Shad said to Lilith, "Lilith, I may need you to make a lot of thin threads like this later." "Of course, Your Highness." Lilith smiled and said that compared with making clothes, this little spider silk was nothing, and even making 1,000 strands a day would be no problem at all. Back in the yard, Xiao handed the spider silk thread to Mao Wang. "Go back and use this as a string to make another crossbow." Taking the thread, Mao Wang asked doubtfully, "What is this?" "Spider silk. I think it might be better to use this to make a bowstring. If you think it's okay, start preparing the materials. I'll need a lot of crossbows later." After a moment's thought, Shade added, "By the way, the crossbows behind us don't need to be as elaborate as this one. As long as the power remains the same, the rest can be as simple as possible. What I want is speed and output. And don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. I'll pay you a satisfactory price later." "Yes, Your Highness." Aun and Maowing nodded repeatedly with excited smiles on their faces. This is a big client. They all know that His Royal Highness the Prince always keeps his word, and the compensation he offers will definitely not disappoint them. More importantly, after they go back, they can brag to others that they are the royal craftsmen of His Royal Highness the Prince. The two left the castle. As they walked along the road, Orn looked curiously at the spider silk in Mao Wang's hand and asked, "Hey, Mr. Mao, can we really use this thing as a bowstring?" Mao Wang glared at Orn. "How dare you doubt His Royal Highness? Let me tell you, I've made hundreds, if not thousands, of bows and arrows." He tugged at the spider silk, and the taut thread made a crisp sound. Mao Wang looked at the spider silk with eager eyes. Anything made with this silk thread, whether it's a bow or a crossbow, will definitely be a top-notch weapon, the kind that can become a family heirloom. After the two craftsmen left, Cao said to Shad. Your Highness, can I use the crossbow? Waving the crossbow in his hand, Xiada raised an eyebrow and said, Why? You want to play too? I remember someone once said that a knight's faith lies solely in sword and shield, didn't he? Ka's old face flushed, and he whispered, But this is a new weapon invented by His Highness. I feel I need to keep up with His Highness's pace. Why didn't I realize you were so good at talking before? This flattery felt good. Shad smiled and handed the crossbow to Cao. The two came to the backyard of the castle. New things always arouse people's curiosity. As Ka was winding up, Clint came over, wanting to take a look at the new weapon. Later, Lilith and Nia also came over. They had been secretly watching this new weapon from the beginning and were extremely curious. Even the little maid Nicole followed Lilith over to join in the fun. Is this the new weapon Your Highness designed? It looks quite like a bow and arrow. Oh, and after stringing it, all you have to do is aim. I see. The bowstring is stuck here. Simply press the iron rod below, and the slot above will tilt, allowing the wooden arrow to be launched. My goodness, this design is so ingenious. Your Highness, you are truly a genius. Clint stood beside Ka, yelling into the crossbow. A man remains a boy until he dies. Clint was very excited. When he was a child, he had dreamed of becoming a knight, an adventurer, and a ranger, but it never came true for various reasons. Even so, he still couldn't resist a handsome weapon, let alone a handsome weapon with a complex and exquisite structure. Hear Clint's smooth praise. Lilith wanted to say something to cheer His Highness up, but she racked her brains and couldn't come up with any words. Finally, her face flushed red as she spoke. This new weapon. Seeing that Lilith didn't speak for a long time, Nia said, Awesome. Puff. Hearing the strange conversation between the two, Nicole couldn't help laughing. After realizing that she had lost her composure, she stopped smiling and looked at Xiada cautiously. It turned out that His Royal Highness the Prince was also laughing, so the little maid couldn't help laughing any longer, holding her stomach. Nia was also amused by herself and laughed along with the two of them. Lilith looked at Nia with resentful eyes, then looked at Nicole and Shad. The three of them slowly stopped smiling. At this moment, Ka pulled the trigger, drawing everyone's attention. With a bang, the bowstring instantly straightened, followed by a swoosh sound. The flying wooden arrow accurately hit a fruit on the tree, pierced it through, and then fell to the ground. Chapter 48. The castle is filled with a cheerful atmosphere. There was silence for a moment. Then there were continuous exclamations from several people. This power is too great. Clint ran over to take a look at the pierced fruit, picked it up, and brought it over. He said with a sigh, This power is probably about the same as a hunter's fully drawn bow, right? It's still less powerful than a hunter's fully drawn bow. Shade shook his head. But it's more convenient and easier to use than a bow and arrow. Clint said excitedly. Shad looked at Clint approvingly. After all, he was from a noble family and had a good eye. He saw the value of the crossbow at a glance. Clint, want to try it? You can also use the crossbow. Clint's eyes lit up. Is it really possible, Your Highness? After a moment of joy, his tone turned worried again. But I've never used a bow and arrow, nor any other weapons, and I might not be strong enough to even string a bow. That's okay. Crossbows are for inexperienced beginners. After Xiada finished speaking, he took the crossbow and demonstrated to the others how to string the crossbow by stepping on it with his feet, which opened their eyes. Then I won't be polite, Your Highness. Clint excitedly took the crossbow and imitated Shad to string it with his feet. When the taut string was successfully stuck in the groove, he felt that he could hear his nervous heartbeat. Oh my God, I can use such a powerful weapon. Clint picked up the crossbow, and the heavy weight and comfortable feel made him excited. After thinking about it, he also aimed at a fruit on the tree. Then pull the trigger and fire. Then it missed, and the wooden arrow flew straight through the branches and out of the wall. But even so, Clint was still very excited. The moment you press the trigger, the bowstring is tightened and the wooden arrow is released. The slight vibration in your hand is simply intoxicating. So Clint asked, Your Highness, can you ask the craftsman to make me a crossbow as well? Of course. Shade nodded. Now Clint is almost in charge of the management of the entire town. It is completely normal to say that he is his right-hand man. Why would he not agree to such a small matter as asking for a crossbow? Thank you, Your Highness. Clint was very happy and thought that he could go hunting with a crossbow in his free time in the future. He had long wanted to experience the feeling of hunting. Your Highness, I want to play too, Nia said, raising her hand. Shad nodded and had Clint give the crossbow to Nia. When the crossbow fell into Nyong's hands, the whole picture became wrong. The majestic crossbow in their hands instantly became like a child's toy. Nia easily wound up the string with one finger, then turned to look at Shade and said expressionlessly, It's not that difficult to be an upper-rank official. It's very easy. Your Highness, have you not eaten? Can you do it, Your Highness? Xiao was no longer interested in this sudden ridicule. Every time Nia suddenly mocked him, her intention was too obvious. She was simply a person who couldn't hide anything. He yawned and said, "Forget about that idea. I won't teach you a lesson." Nia turned her head and made a tisk sound. After shooting an arrow, Nia lost interest. In the face of absolute power, she felt that these fancy tricks were not practical, so she said, "Your Highness, I don't think your new weapon is that powerful. Lilith and I are much stronger than it. Whether it's protecting you or fighting, just let me do it." "Thank you for your kindness." Shade smiled and shook his head. "But that's not the same thing. The point of weapons is that everyone can use them. Whether they are witches, nobles, or commoners, they can all use weapons to kill people. And with the development of weapons, maybe even a 5-year-old child will be able to use weapons to kill a monster." "A 5-year-old child kills a monster with a weapon? Is that possible?" Several people looked at each other. If such a weapon really existed, wouldn't whoever controlled it be able to rule the world? "What I seek is a universal power like weapons, which is easy for everyone to use. However, your and Lilith's powers are special abilities that belong only to you." "Wrong." Lilith shook her head, looked at Shade seriously, and said, "My power belongs not only to me, but also to you, Your Highness." "Oh, me too." Nia also put on a serious expression. Looking at the two of them, Xiao even forgot what he originally wanted to say. "Damn, why do I feel so warm inside?" Xiao scratched his head to hide his embarrassment. "Ahem. Anyway, when all weapons are powerless to stop the enemy, you will be my last line of defense. At that time, my safety will really only depend on you. Don't worry, I will protect you even if I die." "Me too." Afterwards, Lilith also played with the crossbow for a while. Compared to Nia, Spider-Girl has come up with more tricks. For example, using spider legs to wind the string. For example, you don't need to use your hands, but rely entirely on a few spider legs to operate the crossbow. She could even control a crossbow with 4 legs, stringing it with 1 leg and delivering the arrow with 3, breaking through the barrier of single-shot fire and achieving fully automated firing. Everyone watching was amazed. "I really didn't realize your spider legs were so powerful." Xiao was really shocked. When he heard Lilith say that she could climb walls with the help of spider legs, he thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems to be true. Being praised by Shade, Lilith pouted her lips, raised her head, and started performing on the spot. She was seen with her arms folded over her chest and her back facing the castle. The next moment, the spider's legs clung to the wall and began to move. Lilith quickly climbed up to the 2nd floor of the castle and flipped over the fence. Before she disappeared for a few seconds, Lilith reappeared, waving her spider legs wildly and climbing to the top floor of the castle like a real spider. Xiao couldn't help but applaud. The maid Nicole's eyes lit up. Lilith is so amazing. Clint and Ka looked at each other, each seeing the other's helplessness. Although they have gradually become accustomed to the existence of the witch, it is still a bit creepy to see her use her abilities, especially the 8 spider legs. "Your Highness, not only can I do this, I can also help you climb the wall." After returning to the yard, Lilith said to Shade happily, "Really? I want to try it." "Hey, Your Highness, don't." Before Clint and Ka could stop them, Lilith had already climbed up the wall with Shad in her arms. Because her own strength was not enough, Lilith used 2 spider legs to hold Shad. Clint and Ka were standing below, jumping up and down anxiously. Slow down, don't let His Highness fall." After Xiada and Lilith came back, the two of them hurried over to check on him, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Xiada was okay. Afterwards, even Nicole tried out the crossbow. Looking at the azure sky, Shade was in a very good mood. As he walked back to the castle, he said, "Nicole, go to the kitchen and tell me that I want to have braised beef noodles for lunch today." "Yes, Your Highness. By the way, tell them not to be reluctant to add spices." Nia wiped her saliva and asked, "Your Highness, what is braised beef noodles? Is it a new delicacy? Is it delicious?" Xiada pretended to be mysterious and said, "You'll know after you eat it." Clint sighed sadly, "Eat noodles. I'm not very good with chopsticks yet." "I am much like you," said Ka. Xiada commented, "If you're not good at it, just practice more." The sky is clear and the breeze is gentle. On this clear and crisp autumn day, the castle was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. But this atmosphere only lasted for a short day. Chapter 49. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Soft sunlight shines into the house through the half-open wooden windows. The cold wind blew in. Xiada sneezed and shrank into the quilt. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard bad news. The head maid, Mel, walked into the room, took the clothes and walked to Shade's bed as usual, leaning over and saying, "Your Highness, 2 knights from Card Fortress have arrived at the castle and are waiting for you in the hall." Shade was clearly still asleep, mumbling, "Fortress? Knights? What are they doing here?" "They're here to collect Winter's money for helping Outpost Town fight the monsters." Seeing that Xiada didn't speak for a long time, Meyer thought that His Highness didn't hear clearly and urged, "Your Highness, please get up quickly. I will help you get dressed. The 2 knights have been waiting for a long time. Let them wait until I get enough sleep." Xiada turned over, smacked his lips, and soon the sound of even breathing was heard again. Seeing Xiada like this, Meyer smiled helplessly, helped Xiada cover the quilt tightly, and said softly, "Yes. My lords, His Highness is sleeping, so please wait a moment." After Mel came to the hall to apologize to the 2 knights, he went about his own business. At this time, Cao, who was originally sitting with the 2 of them, was also ready to get up and leave. "Lord Cao, are you going to?" Fry, the brown-haired knight among the 2, looked at Ka with some confusion. "Exercise," Ka said without turning his head. Since His Highness did not show up, he had no obligation to waste time with these 2 people. After Cao left, only 2 knights from the fortress and the occasional servant were left in the huge hall. "Lord Born, this." Frey's face looked a little ugly. The yellow-haired knight known as Byrne remained calm. "What's wrong, Fry? We've long known what kind of person the 4th prince is. Now it seems he's just as the rumors say, arrogant and clueless. But he's so contemptuous." Fry said angrily, "We are envoys sent by the fortress after all. Not only did they not send anyone to greet us in advance, but now that we have arrived at the castle, there is not even anyone to greet us. They simply do not take us seriously." "Calm down, Fry." Bourne sneered and looked up at the ceiling. "You have to understand His Royal Highness. His days of happiness are numbered." "Hee, that's true." Fry remembered something and started laughing too. About an hour passed. Xiao Tsai came down from upstairs yawning, without even changing his pajamas. When he came to the table, Xiao finally realized what had happened. "Oh, I forgot to change my clothes." "Forget it. I'm too lazy to change. You guys don't mind, right?" "Certainly." Bourne and Fry stood up and greeted Shad. "Greetings, His Royal Highness." Bourne then introduced himself. "I'm Bourne, Knight Commander of Duke Card, and he's Fry, Knight Commander of Earl Elwyn. Since you took office, I was delayed by some matters and couldn't congratulate you in time. So the Duke specially sent us 2 to visit you and discuss the matter of defending against monsters in winter." "Oh, the visit is fake. The real purpose is to stop by later." Xiao waved for the 2 to sit down. At this time, Ka also came back and sat down naturally at the right hand of Shad. Bourne nodded to Ka and looked at Shad again. "So, Your Highness." Shade didn't let Bourne finish his words. He just stretched out his hand to interrupt him, then turned around and shouted, "Someone, where's my breakfast? It's so late and it's still not served. Do you want me to starve to death? Tell the chef, if it's not served within 10 minutes, I'll die." Then he turned around and smiled at Bourne and Fry. "Hey, let's eat first." The corners of Bourne and Frayne's mouths twitched as they thought this was really a useless snack. In just a short moment, they had a terrible impression of Shade. Even Viscount Rice, who is as fat as a pig, is 100 times more aristocratic than him. No wonder this guy, as a prince, could only be assigned to such a remote and desolate town after he grew up. He really deserved it. Soon the servant brought breakfast. Today's breakfast is beef ramen. There are almost no vegetables in Qinshao town, but there is plenty of meat. Fortunately, most noodles do not require vegetables, which allows Xiada's taste buds to enjoy it from time to time. "Eat, why don't you eat?" With his mouth full of oil, Shad looked at Bourne and Fry, only to see that they were holding the chopsticks awkwardly and didn't know how to use them at all. Seeing this, Xiada raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised expression. "Why, as knights, you can't even use chopsticks. So these 2 little wooden sticks are called chopsticks, but are knights supposed to know how to use chopsticks?" The 2 of them roared in their hearts. Then, they saw Cow eating noodles with chopsticks very easily. The expressions of both of them turned ugly. Damn it. Could it be that chopsticks are the latest popular tableware in the capital? It looks simple, so why can't they use it properly? Bourne and Frayne tried for a long time, but couldn't use the chopsticks properly, which made Bourne feel embarrassed. Fortunately, Xiada came to their rescue at this time. "Come here, get them 2 forks." Fry breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Your Highness." Xiada said considerately, "It doesn't matter. Whether it's chopsticks or a fork, they're all cutlery. As long as you can get the rice into your mouth, that's all that matters." It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but once he did, Bourne felt even more embarrassed. "But when the ramen entered my mouth, those previous thoughts disappeared instantly. Because it's so delicious. The broth simmered overnight with beef bones, combined with chewy noodles, springy meat chunks, and the mouth-watering aroma inspired by spices all come together, creating a delicious waltz on the tip of your tongue. Originally, he wanted to talk to His Royal Highness the Prince about Warcraft while eating. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. We cannot let His Royal Highness the Prince down. Born and Fry suddenly fell silent, and for a moment the only sound was the slurping of noodles. Seeing them drink up all the soup without leaving a drop, Xiada found it a little funny. There was no such thing as gourmet food in this era, so just a bowl of ramen could make them crazy. Not the same time, but the same corner. Lilith suddenly felt her head wet. She looked back and found that it was Nia's saliva. She whispered, "Nia, you're drooling." Nia wiped her mouth and said, "Sorry, I couldn't help it." "Didn't you eat several bowls just now?" Nia clutched her stomach and said aggrievedly, "But the ramen smells so good, I want to eat more." The other side. Born and Fry leaned back in their chairs with satisfied expressions and praised heartily. "Thank you for the hospitality, Your Highness. This is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten." Shade wiped his mouth and said, "Thank you for the compliment. I felt the same way. It's worth bringing my chef from the capital. Only he can make this delicacy." Born didn't take this seriously. "Ramen, right?" Born secretly noted down the approximate ingredients and prepared to go back and ask his chef to try making it. He was really fed up with eating meat and bread every day. After a short rest, Born and Fry sat up straight. Next, it's time to get down to business. Chapter 50, Initiate a Duel. Born said seriously, "Your Highness, I believe that since you came to Outpost Town, you have heard of the extremely dangerous creatures called Warcraft." Shade nodded. "Indeed, I've heard that they escape from the Forest of Death. Every year, many people die from these monsters, so we have to ask the fortress to send knights to help deal with them." Born breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Shade had a fairly detailed understanding of Warcraft. It seems that no matter how stupid the fourth prince is, he still cares about things that may affect his life. In this way, collecting protection fees shouldn't be a big problem. Yes, monsters are very dangerous. Therefore, for your safety, before winter comes, the fortress will send a group of 20 fully armed knights to be stationed in the outpost town to defend against monster attacks. Born glanced at Shade and continued, "And the Duke has said that in order to protect His Royal Highness, he will select the best knights from each noble to form this team to guard you. You can spend this winter without worry. Even if this weakens the fortress's defenses, the Duke's priority is the safety of His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. It doesn't matter if the fortress suffers some damage, but protecting the prince is the real thing, right?" "Well said." Xiada sneered in his heart. If it were an ordinary naive noble, he might really believe his nonsense. Having experienced all kinds of modern marketing methods, Shad didn't believe a word Born said. "Oh, that's really Duke Locard's fault. I'll definitely come and thank you when I have the chance." But on the surface, Xiada still had to pretend. At least he couldn't get angry until they showed their true purpose. "No, I will convey Your Highness's feelings to the Duke. I'm sure the Duke will be very happy." What a fool. Born sneered inwardly. A few years ago, when the lord of the outpost town was Viscount Rice, collecting protection money every winter was just a symbolic act of sending a merchant to come. "Because I know this broken place has no money." The only reason they sent people here was to agree on which goods would be used to pay off the debt and to teach Viscount Rice how to squeeze more money out of his subjects. And now, the Duke sent these two knights of higher status. Besides outward respect, the most important reason was, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is really rich. Even though the Fourth Prince is the most useless and least favored among the princes, even his territory is in such a rotten place. But his identity as a prince is beyond doubt. Whether it is to maintain the dignity or face of the royal family, the Fourth Prince will carry no less than 5,000 gold coins when he leaves the capital, which is enough for him to live happily for the rest of his life. At this time, Xiada spoke. "Since you're so kind, that's great. I'll leave the task of resisting the monsters in winter to you." The Fourth Prince didn't mention the money at all, which made Born frown. "Does Your Highness think that protection is free? Doesn't he know that he had to collect protection fees in the past?" "Well, judging by the Fourth Prince's style, it's possible that he won't pay attention to this matter." Born pondered for a moment and said, "Your Highness, you know that maintaining a knight is very expensive. During this entire winter, the knight's accommodation, food, maintenance of weapons and armor, horses, and so on all require money. Therefore, oh, so it costs money. Tell me, how much does it cost?" The real purpose was finally revealed. Xiada guessed that this was the most important thing for these two people to come here this time. Unfortunately, their plan failed from the beginning because he had decided long ago that he would not pay protection money in the future. Born breathed a sigh of relief. He also knew that this was the most critical moment. 200 gold coins. 20 of the best knights, For an entire winter, that's equivalent to only 10 gold coins per person. I think this shouldn't be a big deal for your highness. This is a very good deal. In order to make the fourth prince pay the money willingly, Born even used the rhetoric of merchants that he had previously disdained. 200 gold coins. Damn, the price has increased by 50 gold coins. You are so bold. Xiaoda felt a chill in his heart. Did they really think he was the stupid son of a landlord? Yes, he is rich, but there is no way he would spend 200 gold coins on such a small thing, right? Even leeks are not cut like this. So Shade showed a regretful expression. It costs so much money. Forget it. I think I can handle the monster attack myself. Born frowned and said, Your Highness, you may not have actually seen a Warcraft. Such monsters are not easily dealt with. Moreover, each year's Warcraft attacks are more difficult to deal with than the previous year. With all due respect, the three knights around you and those foolish subjects are simply no match for the Warcraft. Don't worry about this. If I say it's not necessary, then it's not necessary. Okay, I've treated you to delicious food. If there's nothing else, you can go home. Xiaoda said this while picking his teeth. Anyone who saw him would think that he was an arrogant nobleman who looked down on others. Hearing this, Born suddenly became anxious. This was the task assigned to him by the Duke himself. If he couldn't even accomplish such a small task as collecting protection money, his status in the Duke's heart would definitely decline again and again. This was unacceptable to Burn, the leader of the knights. Seeing Shade's idiotic expression, Born gritted his teeth and said, It seems that your highness still doesn't understand what I mean. When winter comes and the roads are blocked by heavy snow, Outpost Town and Card Fortress will be completely cut off from each other. The entire Outpost Town will be isolated by the heavy snow. By then, if there is no knight to protect us, the monsters in the Death Forest will slaughter the entire town. By then, you may die. Bang! Shad's face changed, and he picked up the cup next to him and smashed it at Born's face. At the same time, Cow roared angrily. Watch your words. Do you know who you are talking to? The cup hit Born in the face. The water inside soaked his hair and flowed all over his body, and the cup fell to the ground and shattered with a crisp sound. This scene frightened Fry, who was sitting next to him. Facing the sudden fury of Ka and Shad, he lowered his head unconsciously, turned his head slightly, and looked at Born worriedly out of the corner of his eyes. On the other hand, Born was very angry. As the first knight commander under Duke Card, he had never suffered such humiliation. But the person sitting opposite him was the most noble prince in the entire kingdom, so he could not get angry no matter what. Born wiped his face awkwardly with his hands, put on a reluctant smile, lowered his head, and said in a deep voice, I was a little anxious. Please forgive my rudeness, your highness. Then he raised his head, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, But please believe me, I only said these rude words for your safety. He suddenly looked at Cow. If you really don't want to accept it, please at least let me make sure that the people around you have the strength to protect you from harm. Born stood up suddenly, took off his gloves, and threw them in front of Ka. Born Philip, the first knight commander under Duke Card, to His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, Chief Knight, Cao Jaeger. Born almost gritted his teeth as he uttered the last four words. Initiate a duel. Chapter 51 Your Highness, believe me. Knight's Duel. Since the founding of the Kingdom of Silver Ridge, a form of martial arts competition has been practiced among knights, also known as elegant warfare. The rules are very simple. You cannot harm the other person's life, but other than that, there are no taboos. Even cutting off the other person's hands and feet is allowed. But generally speaking, unless two people have a life and death feud, they usually won't do this. After all, every knight is trained by the nobles with great effort. When beating a dog, you have to consider the owner. If you really injure the dog too seriously, you will not be able to explain to the nobles who raised it. Shad didn't expect that Born would propose a knight duel with Cow at this time. But in his opinion, Born's action was simply eating too many red beans. Not to mention that Cow himself is a knight at the level of captain of the Royal Capital Knights team, and his strength is extraordinary. Moreover, declaring war on someone else's knights in someone else's territory. This behavior simply shows that he, the prince, is not taken seriously and is a provocation to him. As the Lord of the Call, Shad could naturally refuse this rude request and drive the two out of the outpost town. Cow, there's no need to argue with him. However, just as Shad was about to refuse on Cow's behalf, Cow interrupted Shad. He turned to face Shad, clenched his right fist, placed it on his chest in a knight's salute, and said word by word, Your Highness, believe me. Shad was silent. He saw the anger in Ka's eyes, a look that was extremely angry. It was obvious that Ka was 100 times more angry than Born about his behavior. Seeing Cow like this, Shad couldn't say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. even though he could completely ignore Kao's thoughts and solve this troublesome matter in the fastest and most rational way. But at this moment, he chose to believe in Ka. Fry, who was sitting next to Born, was already scared silly. He never imagined that the atmosphere would become so tense in just a short moment, even though they had already guessed that something unexpected might happen. Fry looked at Born in disbelief. The other person's wet hair stuck to his face and a large area of his shirt was wet, which looked quite funny, but he couldn't laugh at all, or rather, he didn't dare to laugh. He knew that Born was an arrogant and conceited person, which was quite similar to his master, Duke Card. Moreover, as the Duke's first knight commander, he is second only to the Duke in Card County. Even other nobles in the fortress have to respect Born. It seems that Born does have the capital to be arrogant. But Fry never expected that Born would be so arrogant as to challenge his chief knight to a duel in front of His Royal Highness the Prince. My God, he is second only to one person in the entire kingdom. What are you, a knight under the Duke? At this moment, Fry even suspected that Born had lost his mind. Even though he was in the same group as Born, Fry couldn't help but ask cautiously, Lord Born, are you sure you want to do this? Isn't it rude to challenge the prince to a duel in his castle? Spineless guy. Born glared at Fry, then turned to look at Shade, and said with his head slightly lowered, Please don't misunderstand me, Your Highness. I challenged your knight to a duel not because of what just happened, but if your chief knight can't even defeat me, how can he protect Your Highness during the winter? Born looked at Cao again and said with a forced smile, Of course, I believe Lord Cao will easily defeat me. However, if, in the unlikely event, you lose, Your Highness, please accept the Duke's proposal and hire 20 knights to ensure your safety during the winter. Although he said this, Born actually had the exact opposite idea in his mind. What the hell is this royal capital knights? They are just a bunch of useless people who live in a safe place and live a life of luxury. He, Born, started practicing swordplay at the age of 3, bow work at the age of 5, and could go hunting in the mountains alone at the age of 10. At the age of 13, he was spotted by the Duke and knighted. At the age of 16, he participated in the War of the Melon Empire and was always active on the front line. He had countless souls killed by his men and made great military achievements. After that, he hunted down the monsters that attacked from the Death Forest countless times, and was promoted all the way to become the leader of the First Knight Order of Card Fortress. In his opinion, the difference between him and Cao was like that between the Fauve and the academics, the latter only knowing theoretical techniques. When it comes to actually fighting on the battlefield and killing enemies, Cao is not even as good as him. Also, he was not stupid, and he proposed the duel after careful consideration. There are only 3 situations. If Ka did not accept the duel or His Royal Highness the Prince refused, the protection fee would certainly not be negotiated, but they did not dare to accept the challenge, so that they could at least regain some of their dignity. If Ka accepts the duel, if he wins, His Royal Highness the Prince will most likely agree to hire a knight for his sake, and the task of collecting protection money will be completed. In addition, he will also regain his face. If he loses, at least he can exchange injuries for injuries, reducing Cao's combat effectiveness, and Cao will have to recuperate. In this way, if His Highness does not pay the protection fee, Dong Tian will have no choice but to wait for death. No matter which situation it is beneficial to him. Thinking of this, Born raised the corner of his mouth fearlessly. I wonder what Lord Cao thinks. No need to say more. Ka suddenly stood up from his chair, drew out his long sword, and held it in his backhand. He tapped the glove on the table with the hilt of the sword, then looked directly into Born's eyes and said, I accept your duel. The 2 little ones at the corner stared blankly at this rather dramatic development. Lilith looked at Nia with some confusion. Nia, what are they going to do? What does duel mean? Nia glanced at Lilith. That's right. How could Lilith, who came from a commoner family, know what a duel was? Then she frowned and explained. Perhaps that person said something that angered His Highness, or perhaps some terms were not agreed upon. In short, when there is a conflict between nobles or knights themselves, a knightly duel is usually held, and the loser will promise something to the winner. Feeling that what she said was a bit long-winded, Nia added, Just treat them as if they are going to fight. Hee hee, now it's going to be a good show to watch. Hearing this, Spider-Girl looked at Shade with some concern. What if Cao loses? Will His Highness be very sad? Thinking back to the terrifying sword swing Cao had made when they first met, Nia realized that if she wasn't a witch, she would definitely not have survived. She comforted Lilith, saying, Don't worry, Cao has a high probability of not losing. The one we should be worried about is that arrogant guy on the other side. Then she took Lilith's hand and said with a smile, Okay, don't worry, let's go. Where are we going? Lilith wondered. Of course it's on the 2nd floor. They'll definitely be dueling in the courtyard. Let's go up early and find a good spot to watch. To be honest, this is my first time watching a real night duel, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. Looking at Nia's heartless look, Lilith shook her head helplessly. Chapter 52. His Royal Highness the Prince is not someone you can provoke. Xiada originally thought that the so-called night duel would be exciting. The two sides fought back and forth, countering each other's moves, with swords flashing and sabers flying. Just like the battle between masters and novels, the fight was so fierce that if you were not careful, the bystanders would be affected. However, the facts were somewhat different from what he thought. In a true night duel, the winner can be decided in an instant. After just 2 encounters, Born was completely defeated. With a crisp, clang sound, the long sword in Born's hand was chopped off by Cao, and the whole person lost his balance and fell to the ground, kicking his hands and feet, and moving backwards with horror on his face. A typical night duel would end here. However, Cao did not stop, but stepped forward and swung the sword in his hand towards Born's face. Swish! The sword passes and the wind rises. The tip of the sword drew a silver arc, leaving a long bloody wound on Born's face. Blood flowed out of the wound, slid down his face to his chin and dripped onto the ground, staining the green lawn with a touch of crimson. In addition, this sword also cut off half of Born's ear. But at this moment, Born didn't care about the burning pain on his face. His heart was filled with fear. From his perspective, Ka's tall body blocked the sunlight, and a shadow enveloped him, and his eyes were equally lifeless, as if he was looking at a dead person. Damn it! How can this guy be so strong? When fighting with Ka, Born felt like he was fighting a large monster. This was something he couldn't fight alone, not to mention that it was a large magical beast that was intelligent and proficient in various sword techniques. This made Born realize who the real Favist was, and also made him pay the price for his arrogance. Ka's next move made Born's heart rise into his throat. Ka slowly raised his sword and pressed the tip of the sword against Born's brow. A drop of blood flowed out from the tip of the sword, along the bridge of his nose to the tip of his nose. The smell of rust instantly filled Born's entire nasal cavity. Maintaining this action, Cao said in a deep voice, "Put aside your silly little thoughts. His Royal Highness is not someone you can provoke. If it weren't for the fact that doing so might bring trouble to His Highness, Ka would have wanted to chop off his hands and feet. Even so, cutting off half of the opponent's ear and leaving scars on his face is already a very cruel method." Xiao was watching from the side and was amazed. This guy Cao showed no mercy to the other party. It's really well done. Ka's actions really suited Shad's taste and helped him vent his anger. Xiao felt that if he became a woman, he would definitely fall in love with a man as honest and reliable as Cao. Looking at Ka, who was making harsh remarks, Shad smiled and shook his head. In fact, it was for this reason that Ka came to him. He is too upright, so upright that he is a little unreasonable. Such a person cannot survive in the royal capital Knights, which has long been corrupted by various forces and is riddled with holes. He wanted to uphold the chivalry in his heart, but the surrounding environment did not allow him to do so. Therefore, upon learning that the good-for-nothing fourth prince was about to leave for his fiefdom, the knights could not wait to send Cao, the outlier. In fact, Clint's situation was similar to his. "See, I told you Ka couldn't lose, but I didn't expect it to end so soon." On the second floor of the castle, Nia raised her eyebrows as she watched Cao in the battle in an instant. Lilith responded softly, but her eyes were not on Cao, but on Shad. Seeing the faint smile on Xiada's face, Lilith thought to herself, "That's great. When will I be able to protect His Highness like this and bring honor to him?" The winner has been decided. After Ka finished speaking, he put away his sword and walked back to Shad. "Well done. This is what I should do." There was no extra expression on Ka's face, as if this was just an ordinary thing. Patting Cao's shoulder, Shad put on another look and walked in front of Born. "As you can see, my knights are strong enough to protect my safety, so I wish you too a smooth journey." By this time, Born had recovered. After the adrenaline faded, a piercing pain swept over him. He covered his ears, and half of his face was distorted because of the pain, but he was still a man and didn't say a word. The fourth prince had ordered him to leave, and after being beaten so badly, Born didn't have the face to ask the prince for treatment, so he stood up and whispered, "Your Highness, we are leaving now." Then he turned around and left the castle with Fry, whose legs were shaking. The two mounted their horses and rode towards the fortress. Damn it. It's not that Born didn't think about losing, but he never expected that he would be killed in seconds. They are all human beings, and he thinks his ability is not bad, so why is there such a big gap? It's okay to lose the duel, but it's such a frustrating loss. In the end, Not only did he not regain his face, but he also didn't receive the protection money. Bourne grew more and more enraged and struck Frey's horse hard. The horse was frightened and suddenly accelerated forward. Frey fell directly on the horse's back. If he hadn't held the reins tightly, he would have almost fallen to the ground. He turned back dissatisfiedly, and seeing Bourne's murderous expression, he turned his head back again and comforted himself with the spirit of question. Forget it, he's in a bad mood. I'm a magnanimous person and won't bother with him. The horse's hooves made a rhythmic, thumping sound, and the two men walked in silence. Just as they were about to leave the town, Frey suddenly felt like thunder in his stomach. He covered his stomach with one hand, turned around, and said with a wry smile, "Lord Bourne, please wait a moment while I take a shit." Bourne glared at him. "Lazy people poop a lot." "Damn it, what kind of bullshit are you talking about? Can you hold it in when you want to poop?" Frey roared in his heart, but on the surface he just smiled wryly at Bourne and then turned over and got off the horse. He walked into an alley and was enjoying himself when suddenly a child jumped out, pointed at him, and shouted while laughing, "Someone come quickly, someone is urinating and defecating here." What's wrong with urinating and defecating anywhere? Frey was confused. What was so special about taking a shit? But then, people from the surrounding houses came out and pointed at him as if he were a monkey, as if he had really done something incredible. Finally, a middle-aged man came up to him and said, "Sir Knight, urinating or defecating in public in Outpost Town will result in a fine. 5 copper coins for the first time. You have to pay a fine for farting and shitting?" Frey was dumbfounded. "Yes, you have to poop and pee in the toilet, otherwise you will be fined." "What a crap toilet. Who made this rule? I'm telling you, get out of here. I'm a knight of Card Fortress." Frey shouted in a weak voice. He was at his most vulnerable moment and couldn't care less about so many trivial matters. However, at this moment, a voice came from a distance. "This is the rule set by His Royal Highness. Is there any problem?" Frey looked over and saw the kid from the beginning walking over with a knight with thick eyebrows. "Lord Locke, look. He's the one urinating and defecating right here. Damn, it's the Knight of the Fourth Prince. It seems like this bullshit rule was really set by His Royal Highness the Prince. Is he going to charge for even pooping?" Frey was about to cry but had no tears in his eyes. "I'll give it to you, can I? Please let me finish this shit in peace." Outside the crowd, Bourne covered his ears with one hand and rode his horse slowly out of the town. Who is Frey? Sorry, he's not familiar. Chapter 53 Duke Card. One day later, looking at the tall city walls gradually becoming clear in the distance, Bourne breathed a sigh of relief. Finally back. Yeah, I'm finally back. Frey followed. Both of them sounded a little tired. After all, this journey to the outpost town was really unpleasant. Arrived at the fortress gate. The guards at the city gate saw Bourne and Frey from afar and immediately opened the gate. The two guards ran out to greet them. "Lord Bourne, Lord Frey, welcome back." "Ah, Master Bourne, what's wrong with your ears?" a guard exclaimed when he saw Bourne's ears wrapped in cloth. Bourne glared at him, and the guard shuddered all over. Realizing that he shouldn't have asked, he immediately shut his mouth, lowered his head, and slapped himself hard in the face. Only then did the two of them drive their horses into the fortress. After the two men walked away, another guard laughed at him and said, "Haha, I told you not to talk too much." The man laughed bitterly. "But tell me, why did Lord Bourne become like this? Is there even a need to ask? He must have suffered at the hands of the Fourth Prince. I've heard that His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is a ruthless person. Even if the territory is on the border, he would definitely cause unrest. In my opinion, being a subject of the Fourth Prince's territory is really unlucky. But even Lord Bourne suffered such a great loss. How powerful must His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince be? Who knows? What does the affairs of those big shots have to do with us? Let's go back and continue drinking. Is there any new news from the capital?" Duke Card leaned back in his chair, his eyes half closed, and asked in a low voice. Viscount Rice, who was sitting next to him, wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed his saliva as he looked at Duke Card. Unlike most nobles who were either fat or thin, the Duke maintained a strong body, and one could tell at a glance that he was a true fighter. If someone who didn't know him well saw him, they would definitely think he was a knight who had experienced many battles, rather than a nobleman. In the eyes of Viscount Rice, Duke Card at this moment was like a sleeping lion, accumulating strength for what was to come. "There is indeed new news, Your Excellency the Duke." To the Duke's right, the mustachioed Earl Reed responded, holding up the envelope in his hand. He opened the letter and was about to tell it its contents when a servant walked in at an inopportune time. "My Lord Duke, Lord Bourne, and Lord Frey are back." Tisk. Duke Card smacked his lips and frowned slightly, dissatisfied with being interrupted. "Let them in." "Yes." The servant withdrew, and a moment later, Born and Fry came in. When the nobles around the table saw that Born's left ear was half gone and there was a scar on his face, they all let out a small exclamation and then looked at Duke Card calmly. Duke Card opened his eyes, looked at Born, and asked calmly, "Born, I remember I only sent you to collect protection money from the fourth prince. How did you end up in such a mess?" Upon hearing this, Born gritted his teeth, saluted Duke Card with a knightly gesture, and said, "Your Excellency, I have failed in my duty and failed to complete the task you assigned me." Then Born recounted his experiences of the past 2 days in detail, even mentioning that Fry was fined for taking a shit. This made Frey's master, Earl Elwyn, twitch his mouth, and he glared at Fry fiercely. After hearing Born's description, the nobles around him found it unbelievable and were filled with indignation. Oh my God, His Highness the Fourth Prince actually refused the offer of a mercenary knight to protect Outpost Town. Does he want to die at the hands of the monsters along with his subjects? I've heard that His Highness the Fourth Prince is arrogant and disrespectful, but I never thought he could be so arrogant. He actually thinks that 3 knights and the untouchables can resist the attack of the monsters. After all, I have the blood of the nobility flowing through my veins. Collecting taxes from shit is a good idea. I'm sure I can collect a lot of money. I'll give it a try when I get back. You actually dared to attack Born and injured him so badly. Your Highness the Fourth Prince doesn't even take the Duke seriously. That's right, he's just a poor prince exiled to the border. Yet he dares to be so rude to the Duke. Everyone thought the Duke would be angry about the Fourth Prince's behavior, but unexpectedly, his expression did not change at all. He just said to Born calmly, "This is your fault. If His Royal Highness doesn't want to hand it over, then just don't accept it. Why bother?" He glanced at the wound on Born's face and said, "Let this be a lesson for you. Take good care of yourself." Born placed his right hand on his chest, lowered his head, and replied, "Yes." Then the matter was easily turned over. Born stood behind the Duke, and Fry returned to stand behind Earl Elwyn. "Reed, continue with the news about the capital." "Okay." Earl Reed nodded and looked at the letter and said, "His Majesty's condition has worsened, and the doctor has determined that he has not much time left and can only hold out for a month at most. Fifth Prince Finn recently departed for his own territory, Yinda City, in Kaba territory. However, I believe His Royal Highness will stay in Kaba City upon his arrival. I believe the Duke of Kaba has already made preparations to welcome him. In addition, Archbishop Adams of the Church of Holy Light, who was originally stationed in the capital, withdrew a week ago and headed for the territory of 3rd Prince Edmund." Reed suddenly stopped, and his face turned very ugly. "Why don't you continue?" Reed frowned and glanced at the Duke, then said in a deep voice, "There's no news from the eldest prince. All the informants have been killed, not a single one has been spared." Duke Card's expression finally showed some movement, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, was it done by the church? Or those old guys? I didn't expect them to be so capable." "Then, Your Excellency the Duke, how should we respond?" Viscount Rice asked worriedly. He had already sensed a hint of unease. "That's even a question. Of course, we need to conserve our energy. Once this winter is over, the war will begin." Duke Card then sneered. "The kingdom's division is inevitable. Furthermore, we must maintain contact with Duke Kaba. He and we are in the same boat. Only with the 5th prince can we be considered the legitimate royal family. What if His Majesty passes the throne to another prince?" Duke Card was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Only the winners are qualified to write history." "I see." The other nobles fell silent upon hearing this. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds, and a tense atmosphere filled the hall. As if to ease the atmosphere, Viscount Rice asked, "What about the 4th prince?" Duke Card glanced at him, as if he thought this could be considered a problem. "The 4th prince? There's no place for him in the New World. Aside from his royal blood, he's no different from a stray dog on the side of the road." Duke Card glanced back at Born and sneered, "But now it seems that he might collapse before I can finish him off. Winter will come." "Haha, Your Excellency the Duke is right." The nobles laughed along. In their eyes, the 4th prince was just a joke to lighten the atmosphere. Behind the Duke, Born felt a sense of relief when he heard this. Chapter 54. The End of the Kingdom. Unity must divide. "Your Highness, I have completed the demographic task you assigned to me. Castle study." Clint handed the stack of papers to Shad. "There are a total of 1,362 people in Shinshao Town, including 703 men and 659 women. This task took up a considerable amount of Clint's time, more than all his other administrative duties combined. However, in the process, Clint gradually understood Shad's intention. After counting all the people, he had a thorough understanding of the entire town and saw many details that he had not seen before. For example, Nearly 100 of these 1,300 people are orphans. For example, some people give birth to children and then hide them to raise them secretly in order to evade taxes. For example, the tavern owner, Old Bull, was a wandering bard who traveled all over the country when he was young and had 6 wives. God knows why he settled in this remote town and opened a tavern. Well, you did a good job. Seada looked through the information on the paper and praised with satisfaction. The paper records detailed information about every person in the territory, including name, age, occupation, and specialties, which will help him with population management and municipal planning in the future. Regardless of the era, population is an indispensable part of territory development. Therefore, it is necessary to conduct a population census to find out the situation of the people in your territory. Just then, Shad looked up and saw Clint frowning, looking worried, and obviously wanted to ask something. Do you have any questions? Yes, Your Highness. I don't understand why you would refuse the Duke's protection. That money is nothing to us, right? But we have the ability to fight against the monsters on our own. Why should we waste all this money? Shad pointed at his clothes, meaning Lilith. In fact, even if he didn't build an army, he could still resist the attacks of monsters in winter with only Lilith, Nia, and the hunters, unless something new happened this winter. But this will damage the relationship between us and Duke Card, won't it? What's more, Cow injured the Duke's knight, which will further worsen our relationship. This is what Clint is most worried about. Outpost Town is located in a remote area. The only way to connect to the outside world is through Card Fortress. If we don't establish a good relationship with Duke Card, Clint could already foresee that the Duke would get angry and raise the price of goods shipped to Outpost Town again. By then, the development of the territory will only become more and more difficult. I know what you're worried about, Clint, Seada said. But do you think that even if we pay the protection fee this time, they will let us live happily for the rest of our lives? Impossible, Shad suddenly said loudly, startling Clint. If I really did that, I would be nothing more than a cowardly and obedient dog in their eyes. My life and death would be in their hands. Even if I paid the protection fee, the fortress would still raise prices. What could we do? There's nothing we can do. Outpost Town's location is terrible. The fortress has completely monopolized the town. If the fortress suddenly cuts off its supply of materials to the town, we'll be completely finished. In that case, shouldn't we build a good relationship with Duke Card? Clint wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Prince had already thought of these aspects, so he didn't understand why Shad did this. Shade shook his head and explained. No, refusing to protect and injuring Born is more in line with my usual style in the capital. Believe me, the Duke will laugh it off after learning about this. Shade sneered. Because I'm still the same useless, arrogant prince they're familiar with. They won't focus on a loser who can be punished at any time. If I really accept the fortress's protection, Duke Card will think I'm secretly plotting something. Excuse me, Your Highness is not a waste. Clint said seriously, since arriving in Outpost Town, although some of your policies are incomprehensible to me, and you even took in a witch, it turns out that everything you do is for the development of the territory. After spending some time together, Clint felt that the rumors about the Fourth Prince were seriously inconsistent with his own behavior. His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is not as arrogant and rude as rumored. On the contrary, although his words and actions seem a bit nonsensical, they always achieve very good results. For example, the toilet. He no longer smelled the stench of feces in the town these days. The fresh air made Clint feel happy, and he began to feel that it was right not to allow people to urinate and defecate anywhere. Another one is the witch. Before he met her, he always thought that witches were demons who killed people without blinking an eye, and wondered if the prince was crazy to take in a witch. But now it seems. Your Highness is right. I have to say that Miss Lilith and Miss Nia have been of great help to the territory, and nothing unpleasant has happened while living with them. This forced Clint to think about the church's true intention in hunting down witches. Hearing Clint's sudden words, Shad was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Anyone will be very happy if what they do is recognized and acknowledged by their subordinates. Shade's face flushed and he coughed twice. Ahem. Thank you, Clint, but now is not the time to flatter. Shad thought about it and decided to tell Clint some inside information. Born dared to provoke me in the castle. Do you know why? Clint shook his head. That's because the Silver Ridge Kingdom is about to split apart. Shad's words made Clint feel like a bolt of lightning shot through his brain. If someone else said this, he would definitely rush over and cover his mouth, then look around to see if anyone else heard it. You can't say such things. It's disrespectful to the royal family. But the problem is that the person who said this is a member of the royal family, the prince of this country, and the son of His Majesty the King. Clint suddenly felt a surge of regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have worried so much. But now, He heard some words that he absolutely shouldn't have heard. In this case, can he still be the prince's top thug like before? Clint adjusted his posture, but still felt uneasy. He pursed his dry lips and asked with difficulty, "Why?" Shad said something that puzzled Clint. Because the Silver Ridge Kingdom has been established for nearly 300 years, in the last years of a kingdom, things that have been together for a long time will inevitably fall apart. Chapter 55. Not west, but south. Whether in the previous world or this world, no country or dynasty in history can escape the 300-year law. What this means is that a country will definitely fall apart 300 years ago. Either it will be replaced by the next dynasty, or it will directly split into multiple countries. As the saying goes, things that come together for a long time will eventually separate, and things that separate for a long time will eventually come together. In Seada's impression, the Silver Ridge Kingdom had already shown signs of subtle division. You should be well aware, Clint, that the powerful officials in the capital have long been divided into several factions, right? Clint swallowed hard upon hearing that. What the fourth prince said was indeed true, and not only the political arena, but even the knights and the army were divided into different factions, each supporting a prince. But, even if that's the case, it doesn't mean the kingdom will split, right? That's because you don't understand, my good brothers. Shade sneered and said, their desire for the throne has reached a frenzied level. Even if His Majesty passed the throne to one of them before his death, the others would absolutely not accept it. The best proof is that they have already left the capital and united with the dukes from all over to begin preparations. Seada lowered his head, as if recalling something. When I left the capital, my father's condition was already very serious. I'm afraid he won't survive the winter. If I'm not mistaken, Finn should have already set off for Kaba territory by now. Once this winter is over, the various factions will officially tear each other apart and start a melee. By then, the winner will establish a new kingdom to replace the Silver Ridge Kingdom, while the loser will be completely lost in history. Clint saw His Royal Highness the Prince suddenly look at him and smile strangely. Clint, do you know that after our father dies, except for the third prince who is closest to him, no one else will probably attend his funeral? This includes you. Clint's heart was in a mess. He had never known the situation had gotten so bad until His Royal Highness pointed it out. Once winter comes, the kingdom will be divided. According to His Highness, the eldest prince in the north, the third prince in the center, the fifth prince in the south, and the second princess in the east will become enemies fighting to the death just to seize the supreme throne. So in this chaotic world, where should the four princes and Qianxiao Town go? What should they do when they follow the prince? The more Clint thought about it, the more he felt a shadow of despair cast over his heart. So you understand, we will never be at peace. Even though others may think I'm just a worthless piece of trash, but as long as I have royal blood flowing in my veins, as long as my last name is Altos, I will always be a thorn in their side. The imperial family is the most ruthless, and this also applies to the Silver Ridge Kingdom. Born into a royal family, only a fool would believe in family affection. They will attack me sooner or later. Seada lowered his eyes. This was why he was eager to break through the fortress's trade blockade and develop his territory. And from what I know about Finn, he wouldn't mind taking this small outpost town first before dealing with others. Then, what should we do? Clint couldn't figure out how they could break the impasse. If it was really as His Highness said, wouldn't they be doomed? Looking at Clint's face wrinkled like a daisy, Shad smiled slightly. It seemed that what he said put too much pressure on Clint, so he comforted him. Don't panic, I've been preparing for this. Clint thought for a moment and asked doubtfully, you mean, the army? Shad nodded. Clint thought about it again. Not only that, but there's also a witch? I see. So you've already calculated this. Since Outpost Town doesn't have the power to fight against the other princes, you took in the witch in order to use her special abilities to fight against the other princes? Clint sighed. From this perspective, it is possible to explain why His Royal Highness the Prince insisted on taking in the witch despite their opposition. Because it is impossible to fight against other princes with ordinary strength, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince chooses to rely on the power of the witch. The witch's special abilities will be the final trump card hidden in their hands. Ah yes, that's right. Seada put his hands on his chest with a deep expression. He would never say that he took Lilith in at first just because he thought she was an old pervert and curious person. Then, Your Highness, what should we do next? Open up. Seada said lightly. Clint nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if you want to quickly improve the strength of your territory, expanding the territory is a very good choice. There's a large forest between Outpost Town and Card Fortress. Secretly opening up a little forest shouldn't be discovered. Clint looked at Shad. Your Highness, do you need me to issue a decree now to have the men in town go to the western forest to cut down trees? West. Seada shook his head and said calmly, "You may be mistaken. We are not expanding westward, but southward." Clint didn't react for a moment. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and said in a trembling voice, "You mean, to open up the Death Forest?" The idea was so horrifying that Clint didn't even consider it at first. "Oh my God, what is going on in your Highness's mind? It's already great that they can withstand the attacks of monsters in winter, but His Highness is actually thinking of reclaiming the Death Forest in reverse. Is this too dangerous?" Clint began to stutter when he spoke. "You know, although there are not many monsters attacking the town every year, developing the Death Forest is another matter. Who knows if we will encounter more monsters during the exploration?" Seada smiled and said in a deep voice, "Wealth and honor are sought in danger." Ever since learning that Lilith's venom could effectively kill monsters, Shad has been thinking about the possibility of developing the Death Forest. And his main purpose in developing the Death Forest was not to expand territory, but to clear the river. The Yinling River originates from the Yinling Mountains. After extending southward for a while, the river bypasses Qianshao town and heads west, finally forking. The tributaries flow into the sea along the border of the Melon Empire, while the main stream bypasses the Card Fortress to the north and runs through the entire Silver Ridge Kingdom. It can be said to be the most important waterway in the Silver Ridge Kingdom. The Yinling River was originally the dividing line between the Melon Empire and the Yinling Kingdom, but the section south of Card County was surrounded by the Death Forest and could not be used. Shade's goal is to clear the river channel so as to break the trade blockade of Card Fortress. After that, he would use water transportation, whether to trade with other territories in the kingdom or with the Melon Empire. The choice was in his hands. Clint originally wanted to persuade Shad to think twice, but for some reason, Shad's expression and tone always made him feel that this matter would succeed. So the words on his lips became, "Your Highness, shall we start developing the Death Forest now?" Shade shook his head. "No, the time is not right yet. Believe me, there will be a better time to issue this decree later, but what we need to do now is to meet this guy." Seada suddenly pulled out a piece of paper from a stack of papers with population information written on it, pointed at a person on it, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "He's been acting suspicious lately." Clint looked over and saw that the person His Highness was pointing to was a stonemason in the town named Stone. Chapter 56, Stone and Momo. "Your Highness, is there anything wrong with Stone?" Clint asked, confused. "He had a daughter before, right?" Shade asked, looking at the information on the paper. Clint frowned and recalled. Because Stone was a special talent with a special skill, he had a deep impression of him. "Yes, but this guy is quite pitiful. About half a month ago, his daughter got lost while picking mushrooms in the mountains. Others felt sorry for her because his daughter Momo was very beautiful. Lost. This is a good reason." Shade shook his head. "Do you think this is reasonable? Frontier Town is so small, and it's already late autumn. Even hunters go hunting in the mountains in groups of several. How could anyone let a little girl go into the mountains alone?" Clint was stunned for a moment, and only after Shad said that did he realize that there seemed to be something fishy about the matter. "So, Your Highness, what do you mean?" "He's lying, he's hiding something," Shade said in a firm tone. What Clint didn't know was that Shad discovered the anomaly not through population information, but through the fog map. A few days ago, Seada accidentally discovered that at a fixed time at noon and in the afternoon, a small green that would walk from the town to the Yinling River and stay there for at least half an hour each time. At first he thought it was just someone strolling along the river or washing clothes. But every day after that, this little green that would go to the Yinling River at the same time. This is a little strange. So Shad sent people to investigate and found that the man was Stone, a stonemason in the town. Not only that, every time he went to the river, he would hold some food in his hands and look around as if he was afraid of being discovered. This can't be a small animal raised by the river, right? Combined with the information about his daughter's disappearance half a month ago. "Clint, go get Lilith and Nia for me. I'll go see what's going on myself." "Yes. Your Highness, what is the matter that you called me here for?" Lilith tilted her head and asked curiously. She pulled her sweater, her little face flushed, and there were still a few strands of wool wrapped around the spider legs behind her. Obviously, she had just finished work. Seada walked behind her and helped her remove the wool from the spider's legs. Then he deliberately stroked her back lightly with his fingers, which made the little spider girl shy. "You may be welcoming a new companion." Lilith didn't bother to act coquettishly towards Shade and smiled in surprise. "You found a new witch." "It's likely." Shade couldn't guarantee whether she was a new witch or not. What if Stone really became mentally ill because his daughter was lost, and he raised a fish in the river, feeding it and chatting with it every day? Nia arrived soon after. Nyeonyang was wearing a vest and shorts, both of which Shade had Lilith make for her. Although Xiada also wanted him to wear something prettier, such as a skirt, Nia's current job was mainly farming, and it would be a bit too strange to see him farming in a skirt. Not to mention, this tomboy-dressed cowgirl has her own unique charm. At this time, Nia's long golden hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her smooth neck. Her broad heart, set off by the tight vest, rose and fell. Her white legs were faintly visible under the cover of her shorts, and her round calves drew a pleasing and graceful curve. At this time, she was barefoot. Her little feet were a little red from the cold, and there was still some dirt between her pink toes. It was obvious that she had just finished work. Nia's toes kept twisting, and she really wanted to pick out the dirt from between her fingers, but she felt a little embarrassed in front of so many people, so she could only endure it. Xiada told Nia what had just happened. Nia also showed a happy expression. She was also looking forward to having new witches join. It's almost time. Xiada glanced at the foggy map. The familiar little green that had reached the edge of the town and was heading towards the Silver Ridge River. Let's go. Stone looked around and made sure no one noticed him before leaving the outpost through the alley. He looked back every 3 steps and only breathed a sigh of relief when he was far away. Opening the cloth bag in his hand and looking at the food inside, Stone smiled. Today he specially spent a lot of money to buy a piece of white bread and some rice, and went home to make a pot of rice and meat porridge. He believed Momo would be very happy. Thinking of his daughter's sweet smile, Stone's face was almost filled with smile. Coming to the shore, Stone looked around. Great, no one. He put the cloth bag on the ground beside him and squatted on the shore. The river water was so clear that it could reflect his shadow. Stone slapped the water rhythmically with his palms and called out, Momo, come out quickly. Daddy is here to bring you food. Waited for a long time. Just when Stone was feeling a little worried, a black shadow swam over from a distance at a very fast speed. The next moment, the creature leaped from the water, revealing her true form. This is a girl with long, light blue, slightly curly hair, but her lower body is not legs, but a fish tail with light pink scales. Dad! Momo jumped up and threw himself directly into Stone's arms. Stone's face was full of joy. He didn't care even though he was all wet. He held Momo and spun around a few times. Oh, my dear daughter, I miss Daddy so much. Stone placed Momo on the grass. Because she has no legs, Momo can only sit on the ground. She looks at the cloth bag beside her with an expectant expression. Dad, what's for dinner today? Stone took the cloth bag and took out the white bread from it. Dang dang. Wow, it's white bread. Momo's eyes lit up and tears streamed down the corners of his mouth. I handed the bread to Momo, and she started eating it in big mouthfuls. She even choked because she ate too fast. Stone sat next to Momo, patted her on the back, and said with a smile, Eat slowly, there's still this. Then he took out the rice and meat porridge. When you open the lid, a rich aroma of wheat mixed with meat wafts out. Wow, Daddy is the best. Momo said as he pecked Stone on the cheek. By the way, Dad, I brought you a gift too. Momo stuffed the bread in his mouth and pointed to the grass beside him. Only then did Stone discover that there were 2 fish on the grass. The fish were very big and looked very fat. They must have rushed out with Momo just now and were jumping around on the ground. The rough palm gently rubbed Momo's head, and Stone was so moved that he whispered, Momo is the most sensible. Momo was concentrating on eating the delicious food that Stone brought, and the fragrant fish tail was slapping the ground. Stone smiled and just kept looking at Momo, not wanting to take his eyes off her for a moment. If only times like this could continue forever. Chapter 57 Dad will always love you. Stone feels that he is very happy now. Just looking at Momo's fish tail, there would always be some sadness mixed in with Stone's smile, which evoked some memories deep in his heart. He was originally a stonemason apprentice in Kaba City. He came to Card Territory because of the war recruitment order and finally came to the outpost town. Here he met his beloved wife and settled down. After the war, the 2 people who had already fallen in love soon gave birth to a very cute little girl, Momo. A gentle and considerate wife, a lovely and innocent daughter. Even though the outpost town was very poor, he could easily support his family with his stonemasonry work and even have some extra money left over. At that time, Stone felt that even the prince in the fairy tale was not as happy as him. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Stone felt that God must be jealous of his comfortable life, so he took his wife away with illness. Since then, Stone poured all his love into his daughter Momo and took good care of her as she grew up. Every time a little boy from the town came to play with Momo, he would jokingly warn him not to have any bad intentions, but in fact he was not joking. Because Stone felt that no one in the town was worthy of his daughter. The man who is worthy of Momo must at least be a well-educated, intelligent gentleman. However, after taking away his beloved wife, God seemed unwilling to let Stone go. Half a month ago, Momo's legs suddenly became paralyzed and he could not move. Just when Stone was so anxious that he even wanted to seek help from His Royal Highness the Prince, something unexpected happened. Momo's two legs gradually stuck together, scales began to grow on his skin, and finally turned into a fish tail. Then, 3 cracks appeared on each side of her neck, which could open and close like fish gills. Stone is desperate. Momo lay on the bed and cried loudly, while Stone collapsed weakly on the ground, feeling that the whole world had lost its color and turned into only gray. If she was sick, it would be fine. He could still live with Momo forever and support her for the rest of her life. Stone felt that this was nothing to be afraid of. But Momo turned into a witch. An evil witch cursed by the devil. Not to mention His Royal Highness the Prince. Even if other people in the town found out, they would definitely report it to the prince and then execute Momo. After all, everyone knows that witches deserve to die. They are cursed by the devil and become the devil's minions, the embodiment of evil. Any witch or anyone who helps the witch will have only one fate after being discovered, and that is to be hanged. Stone used to think so too, until his cute and sensible daughter also turned into a witch. What a bullshit theory. Who says witches must be evil? Even though Momo became a witch, her personality didn't change at all. She still calls me Dad sweetly, and is still so sensible and considerate of me. Dad, put me in the river. I will leave the town and live on my own. If I am discovered, you will be in trouble too. Hearing Momo's plea, Stone gritted his teeth and made up his mind. So what if she's a witch? Even if she becomes a witch, Momo is still his most adorable daughter. So Stone took advantage of a dark and windy night, carried Momo to the river, and put her in the Yinling River. He left with peace of mind only after learning that Momo could live well in the water. In the days that followed, every time it was time for dinner, he would bring food to the river to find Momo, listen to her stories about the interesting things she encountered in the water, and eat with her. Because the time we spend together is greatly reduced, we cherish it even more. Every time, Stone would adjust his mood and enjoy the time with his daughter in the best condition. Gradually, Stone got used to this kind of life. Stone thought, if he could stay undetected, it would be nice to just keep going like this. Dad, someone is coming. Momo's voice scared Stone. He quickly stood up and looked into the distance, and then his body began to tremble. Because he saw that the people walking towards this side were His Royal Highness the Prince and his knights. Damn it, why is your highness coming to the river at this time? Stone was sweating profusely from anxiety. Looking at his father's solemn expression, Momo hugged his tail, his voice becoming a little trembling. Dad, what should we do? No time to think about it. Seeing His Royal Highness the Prince getting closer, Stone picked up Momo and ran to the shore. Just like we agreed before, you should leave town and live anywhere else. Stone had made an agreement with Momo before, that if they were really discovered one day, Momo would leave the town and never come back. Dad, I don't want to leave you. Momo struggled wildly, trying to break free from Stone's hand, but Stone held her tightly and would not let go. After throwing Momo into the water, Stone looked back and saw that His Royal Highness the Prince seemed to be walking straight towards him. Why? Dad. Being thrown into the water, Momo turned around flexibly in the water, leaving only his head exposed, shouting anxiously. Stone squatted down and touched Momo's head with a worried look on his face. This is the last time, he thought. It's too late to say goodbye, Momo. Hurry up and go. Momo hesitated for a moment and didn't move. Seeing His Royal Highness the Prince getting closer and closer, Stone became very anxious. Go. Didn't we agree that you should leave now and never come back? Stone pressed Momo's head hard, trying to get her into the water, but Momo struggled, and it was hard to tell whether the water on her face was river water or tears. Stone felt heartbroken when he saw his daughter like this. Damn God. Stone roared in his heart. What unforgivable crime had he committed? His wife died painfully from an epidemic, his daughter turned into a witch, and now he wants to drive his daughter away from him completely. Why should we take away all the good things from him one by one? Doesn't he have the right to enjoy a little happiness? But even though he was reluctant, Stone did not stop. Because he knew that if Momo was discovered, it would be all over, and both he and Momo would die. Momo, listen to Daddy and leave quickly, please. Hearing Stone's voice about to cry, Momo seemed to give up resistance, and his head slowly sank into the water. Stone's nervous mood finally relaxed a little. Looking at the dark shadow gradually moving away in the water, Stone wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hands. Momo, Daddy will always love you. Not long after, Stone turned his head stiffly and found that His Royal Highness the Prince was not far away. He put the 2 fish that were still jumping on the ground into a cloth bag and ran over quickly. When he came in front of Shad, Stone knelt on the ground and saluted. Your Highness, what brings you to the river? Xiao glanced at Stone and said lightly, I came here specifically to see you. Chapter 58. Momo ran away. Stone's heart skipped a beat. Came here specifically to see him? Why did you come to see him? Has it been discovered that Momo has turned into a witch? That's impossible. Every time he came to the river, he was very careful. He made sure that no one noticed him before coming. He would definitely not be noticed. While comforting himself in his heart, Stone forced an ugly smile on his face. I wonder what your Highness wants to talk to me about. Oh, I see. Do you need a stonemason? If so, I'm happy to serve you. If his daughter had not been discovered, then there was only one possibility for the fourth prince to look for him. However, Your Excellency, there is absolutely no need for you to come to me in person. Just send someone to inform me, and I will come to you as soon as possible. Stone is quite smart and looks like a clever man. Xiao looked at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. Let me ask you, what are you doing here by the river? The smile on Stone's face froze. The fact that the fourth prince asked this question showed that he was obviously well prepared. Sure enough, Shad's next words made Stone's heart tremble. I know you've been coming to the river at the same time for several days in a row, and every time you've been holding food, you've been staying there for over half an hour. Don't tell me you came here to fish. How is that possible? Stone felt a surge of fear in his heart. He had always been very careful about this, so why did His Royal Highness the Prince find out about this? Did he send someone to check on me? That's not right. I have never met Prince alone since he took office as Lord. He has not done anything illegal and has nothing to do with His Royal Highness the Prince. Why would His Royal Highness send someone to keep an eye on him? Could it be that someone in the town discovered it and told His Royal Highness the Prince? No matter what, he would never admit that his daughter had turned into a witch. Stone opened the cloth bag and showed the 2 fish inside to Shade, saying with a flattering smile, Your Highness, I did come here to fish. I've suddenly developed a passion for fishing recently. Look, these are 2 fish I just caught by luck. They're quite large. If you don't mind, I'll give them to your Highness. Stone thought for a moment and added, As for food, it's the lunch I brought. You know, fishing takes a long time, and it's inevitable that you'll get hungry during that time. Where's your fishing rod? Cow didn't know what was going on, but he questioned the loopholes in Stone's words. Stone froze, and before he could speak, Shade continued. I read your message. It said your daughter went up the mountain to pick mushrooms and got lost half a month ago. But in this season, who would let their teenage daughter go up the mountain alone? So you must be hiding something, Mr. Stone. So that's why? Stone thought of someone who came to him a few days ago to ask for his information. In order to conceal his daughter's situation, he made up a reason. Stone thought this reason was pretty good. At least the townspeople didn't doubt it after hearing it. But even so, can it still not be hidden from the eyes of His Royal Highness the Prince? His abnormality was discovered from such a small detail. It can only be said that His Royal Highness the Prince's wisdom is far beyond that of ordinary people. Stone knew that His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince was a very powerful man and very kind. When he first arrived, he abolished many taxes, built toilets, established an army, and helped the people improve their quality of life. He was a rare good lord. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely admire His Royal Highness the Prince very much. But the problem is that Momo turned into a witch. No matter how kind and benevolent a lord is, he will never let go of the evil witch, let alone the noble prince. Stone was already panicking. Although he thought he had a quick mind, he couldn't think of any other excuses at this moment. Shad's words dealt the final blow to Stone. Coming to the river every day, combined with the news that your daughter is missing, I have every reason to suspect that your daughter Momo has turned into a witch who can live in the water. Am I right? Stone was disheartened and deeply afraid of the prince's reasoning ability. He didn't know why His Royal Highness could guess so accurately, nor did he want to know. Because he's finished. Stone is well aware of this. He harbors a witch and deceives the Lord repeatedly. What awaits him is either hanging or beheading. But at this moment, Stone was very grateful. Fortunately, he let his daughter leave here in advance, so that at least Momo can still survive. Which, Kao only realized now that His Highness had gone out this time for the witch. Ka's expression turned serious, and he was always on guard against his surroundings. The witch's abilities are varied and strange, so he must always be careful and protect His Highness's safety. Stone gave up resistance. He knelt on the ground, choked, and said, Your Highness, you are right. My daughter Momo has turned into a witch, and her legs have turned into a fish tail. Mermaid? When Shad heard what Stone said, the first thing that came to his mind was the mermaid. And what Stone said was that the legs turned into fish tails, which surprised Shad a little. After all, Lilith only grew spider legs on her back, Nia only grew horns on her head, but this Momo's legs turned into a fish tail. The degree of animal characteristics on each monster girl is different, and Momo is obviously higher than Lilith and Nia. Why is that? Before Shad had time to think about it, he heard Stone suddenly laugh. He looked over and saw the expression on Stone's face, as if he didn't care about anything in the world anymore. But Your Highness, you're a step too late. I've already let Momo leave the town along the river, never to return. Let him die in Momo's place. As long as his daughter is still alive, he can leave peacefully even if she dies. Damn it. Hearing this, Xiada thought to himself, bad, bad, bad. Originally, he had never thought about executing Stone, but now he has some thoughts about it. If Momo really left the town, wouldn't he lose the chance to capture another monster girl? The other party is a mermaid who can move freely in the water. Maybe she can communicate with fish or control the flow of water. How big is the loss in this process? Looking at Stone's tragic expression as if he was willing to sacrifice his life for his daughter, Xiada wanted to beat him up. However, he could also understand Stone's approach. After all, how could any noble in this era be willing to take in a witch? Even if he told his subjects in advance that he was willing to take in the witch, they probably wouldn't believe him. Just as Xiada was looking at the river, at a loss. Sudden, a ball of mud flew out of the water and headed straight for Shad's face. Ka, who was always alert, was quick-witted and quick-handed, and instinctively reached out to help Shad block the mud. Chapter 59. This is my territory. I have the final say. How could a ball of mud fly out of the water? The three of them were stunned at the same time. Stone was the first to realize something. No way. Stone turned his head stiffly and saw the familiar figure that he absolutely did not want to see at this moment. Momo poked his head out of the water, his eyes were red, and he was holding a ball of mud in his hand, which he threw hard at His Royal Highness the Prince. Let my dad go. Momo threw the things and yelled, I turned into a witch. If you want to catch me, just catch me. As Momo shouted, he started crying. My father is not a witch. He just wants to protect me. Lord, please spare him and execute me. Stone panicked. He was even more panicked than when Xiada exposed his lies just now. Not caring that His Royal Highness was right beside him, Stone hurried to the shore and shouted to Momo. What are you doing back here? Didn't I tell you to leave town? As he spoke, he tried to push Momo into the water. It's not too late. They can't catch you in the water. Hurry up, hurry up. However, this time, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push Momo into the water, and Momo pushed his hand away. No, I won't leave. I turned into a witch, and I can't let my father get hurt. Momo jumped out of the water, supported herself on the ground with her hands, and crawled to Xiada. Her tail left a wet trail on the ground. Ka drew his sword and blocked Momo's way, stopping her from moving forward, but he made no other move. Stopped by the sword, Momo looked at Xiada with pleading eyes. My lord, please, just kill me and let my father go. What nonsense are you talking about? If you die, what good will Dad have left to live for? Stone also crawled over and hugged Momo, crying. His motivation for living was to accompany his daughter to grow up happily. Why was this little wish so difficult to achieve? Why did you come back? It would be great if you could just leave. Feeling Momo's determination, Stone was moved and desperate. He should have thought of it earlier. How could the kind-hearted Momo abandon him and leave? The father and daughter hugged each other tightly and cried bitterly. In that case, let them die together. I say, have you two misunderstood something? What a deep love between father and daughter. Poor parents in the world. Even if their daughter turns into a witch, will they still stay with her? Stone, Xiao sighed a little. To be honest, he was moved by the affection between Stone and Momo. He just didn't know what Lilith would think when she saw their relationship. It was also thanks to Momo's kind-hearted character that he came back to plead for his father. Otherwise, if Momo really ran away and he told Stone the truth, Stone would regret it to death. Stone and Momo stopped crying and turned to sobbing quietly, looking at Shade in confusion. Misunderstand? What misunderstanding? Xiada turned his head and shouted towards the woods behind him. Lilith, Nia, you can come out now. Then, Stone and Momo saw two girls walking out of the woods. One has 8 scary spider legs on its back, and the other has 2 thick horns on its head. It's obvious that both of them are witches. Your Highness, this. The crying stopped abruptly, and Stone began to stutter. This scene had a huge impact on him. Isn't it said that witches are the embodiment of evil? What happened to the promise that the witch must die? What is going on? Why are there 2 witches around the noble prince? And judging by their clothes and mental state, they were obviously living a very comfortable life and did not look like they had been punished. For a moment, Stone felt like his brain had crashed. Looking at Stone, whose expression was twisted with surprise, Shade smiled and said, As you can see, I don't reject witches and am willing to take them in. Coco. But witches are evil. As soon as Stone opened his mouth, Shad knew what he was going to say and made a surprised expression. Oh my goodness, I don't think that's true, even if it's the church that's saying it. Xiada looked at Momo on the ground. She has beautiful long light blue curly hair, almond eyes, and a small nose, and she is as beautiful as a witch. There are some small water droplets remaining on the fair skin, making it look as smooth as milk. Her upper body was not wearing any clothes, but was wrapped in a white cloth. Well, it is true that wearing clothes in the water is not as convenient as this. Her lower body was a fishtail that made Xiada curious. The pink scales gradually faded from the back to the front, and the scales in the front were already white. Xiada never thought that he would actually see a mermaid, a creature that only exists in fairy tales. After admiring it for a moment, he looked back at Stone. Although every witch has abilities that are different from those of ordinary people and has features that frighten people, this doesn't mean they will do bad things or are evil. I think you can understand that, right? Hearing this, Stone woke up from his daze and nodded frantically. Even if she becomes a witch, Momo is still a kind-hearted little angel. There is no doubt about that. In fact, as long as the witch's abilities are used in the right place, far from being evil, they can actually bring great benefits to humanity. Xiada spread his hands and said, "Unfortunately, I seem to be the only one who realizes this now." At this time, Lilith and Nia had already walked to Shad's side. Nia looked at Momo without hesitation and said casually, "So you're the new witch. Your tale is so beautiful. What's your name?" It was the first time Momo had met someone of his kind. He was a little overwhelmed and responded in a low voice. "My name is Momo." Lilith hid behind Xiada, holding the corner of Xiada's clothes with one hand, and poked her head out to secretly look at Momo on the ground. Shade introduces Momo and Stone to each other. Her name is Nia. She is very strong, and her current job is to cultivate the land. Shade looked back at the little spider lady and said with a smile, "This is Lilith. She's a great knitter. Some of the clothes circulating in the town are woven by her." Just in case, Shad didn't tell anyone that Lilith could also produce venom. Seeing the two witches up close and hearing the words of His Royal Highness the Prince, Stone was so shocked that he couldn't speak. "Oh my God, Your Highness is serious." Not only did he take in witches, he also arranged jobs for them. In any case, after learning that His Royal Highness the Prince would not kill the witch, Stone suddenly felt as if his whole body was exhausted and he fell to the ground. It took him a long time to realize how shocking His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince's actions were. He sat up from the ground. His tone now changed to one of concern for Shad. "Your Highness, aren't you afraid of the church finding out? I remember there's a bishop of the Holy Light Church in this town. If the church finds out that you're taking in a witch, it will be very dangerous." Shad felt Lilith's grip on his hand tighten. "Why should I be afraid? This is my territory, and I have the final say." Shad said this seriously, not only to Stone and Momo, but also to Lilith and Nia. He said that he wanted to allow witches to move freely in the territory like normal people, and he will definitely do that in the future. But even if you're not afraid of the church's investigation, the people in this town won't accept witches," Stone said with a bitter face. After the church's propaganda, the evil image of the witch was almost rooted in everyone's heart. Even Momo believed it before he became a witch. Even with the support of His Royal Highness the Prince, this kind of thinking cannot be reversed in a short period of time. Chapter 60 Momo's Ability. You don't have to worry about that. Shade grabbed Lilith's hand and glanced at Momo and Nia. "This winter, I will find a way to change the misconception that witches are evil, at least within my territory. Not to mention Lilith, whose main job is weaving, Nia, who farms the land, and Momo, who can only live in water, will be discovered sooner or later. It's not a good idea to keep the monster girls hiding and working. Therefore, it is better to change the thinking of the generals and the people as soon as possible. I'm afraid this will be difficult to accomplish." Stone thought so in his heart, but did not say it out loud. No matter what, at least he and Momo were able to survive. This was already the best ending, and he wouldn't ask for more. Misunderstanding resolved. Stone helped Momo sit on the ground, hugged her tightly, and said with relief, "That's great. That's great. Momo, thank you for the kindness of His Royal Highness. We can continue to live together." Wiping away the tears, Momo narrowed his red eyes slightly and smiled as if he had survived a disaster. He snuggled up to Stone's chest and said, "Yeah, Dad." "Oh, that's so touching." Seeing this scene, Nia sniffed and felt like crying. "I am usually deeply moved when I see touching stories in fairy tales, let alone a true story that happened in reality. The daughter who turned into a witch was willing to sacrifice herself to save her father. He even dared to fight against the Lord's father for his daughter. Such a touching story. If it were written into a novel, it would definitely be very popular, right? Etc. Thinking of this, Nia suddenly felt something was wrong. You have to know that Lilith was captured by her own family and sent to the church. Both her parents betrayed her, and there was no family affection at all. After seeing her turn into a witch, her family only had fear in their eyes and joy at being able to take the money. Lilith would probably collapse if she saw the deep affection between the two. Nia turned her head worriedly, but the scene before her surprised her. His Royal Highness the Prince was hugging Lilith's shoulders, while Lilith was holding His Royal Highness the Prince's clothes tightly with one hand, her head resting on his body. The expression on her face might be a little envious, but more of it was peace of mind. It seems that Lilith has also found her own family. Nia's worried mood relaxed, and she smiled with relief. Not long after, the group set off back to the castle. Since Momo couldn't walk, Shade asked Nia to hold her. Also, because she had no legs, she couldn't be carried on her back, so she had to be carried like a princess. This was a piece of cake for Nia, and she easily picked up the Little Mermaid. Momo seemed a little unused to this kind of hug, especially being hugged by a stranger she met for the first time. A blush appeared on her face, and she shyly put her arms around Nia's neck. Under the sunlight, the scales on Momo's tail emit a moving luster, and the tail fin is as bright as a rainbow. Looking at such a beautiful fishtail, Xiada couldn't help but touch it. It's cool, slippery, and feels very comfortable to touch. The Little Mermaid was startled and blushed as she whispered, "Your Highness, please don't touch it. It's itchy." Shad felt that Lilith hugged his arms tighter, intentionally or unintentionally. After coughing twice, Shad realized that Stone was still there. His behavior is like molesting someone else's daughter in front of her old father, which seems a bit. He looked back, but found that Stone didn't pay any attention to them at all. There was still a dazed expression on his face, as if he had not come to his senses yet. For Stone, until now, he still feels that all this is a bit too dreamy. Return to the castle and go to the study. Shade began the usual process of taming a monster girl. He took out the monster girl file from the drawer, wrote down the basic information, and began to question Momo, who was sitting on the chair in front of him. "What abilities did you gain after becoming a witch?" Momo looked at Nia and Lilith beside him at a loss. Lilith smiled and said to her, "Just answer whatever His Highness asks. His Highness wants to determine your abilities and then arrange a suitable job for you based on them, so that you can become a useful witch." That's how Nia and I came through. Momo nodded, looking somewhat expectant. After becoming a witch, he always felt that he was evil. Not only could he not help at all, but he was also a burden to his father. Now he knows that he can also play a role and contribute to the town, so of course he is very happy. Momo thought for a moment and replied, "I can breathe underwater. When I'm underwater, my nose doesn't work, so I breathe through here." Momo pointed to the cracks on the side of his neck, and Shad only then realized that there was this change in Momo, which he had not noticed before. He came to Momo and took a closer look. Well, it should be a structure similar to fish gills. It's the main means of breathing underwater. Are there any other abilities? Momo nodded. I can slightly control the water flow around me, allowing me to swim faster or to drive away the fish around me. Control the water flow. Xiao was delighted. This was the answer he wanted to hear. If Momo could only breathe underwater like a fish, he really couldn't think of a good job for Momo. How do you control it? Can you control the water in here? Shade said, pointing to the cup on the table. No, I can only control it when I'm in the water, and the range is limited. The more Momo spoke, the lower her voice became, fearing that her abilities were too weak and would displease His Royal Highness the Prince. However, Shad had no such idea at all. The strength of witches' abilities is not determined by themselves. As long as they have special abilities, they must have corresponding functions. It just depends on whether the person using them can maximize the advantages of this ability. Xiada pinched his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "Since you can control the water flow, you must be pretty good at catching fish, right?" After hearing this, Stone realized that every time he met Momo, his daughter would bring him a few fish, and those fish were obviously not caught by Momo's hands, but flew out of the water with her. Really? Momo's eyes lit up, and he said, eager to show his worth. "Yes, Your Highness. I can catch fish without using my hands. I just need to control the current and throw the fish onto the riverbank. Isn't this the effect?" An excited smile appeared on Xiada's face. This was a very powerful ability. With this alone, Momo could take on the responsibility of fishery development. At that time, Momo will control the water flow to drive away the fish, and they only need to pick up the fish on the ground. This will not harm the fish themselves, and each one will be extremely fresh. Xiada immediately wrote the 4 words, "develop fisheries," after the development prospects of the file. Chapter 61. I want more than just your daughter. I also want you. But the only pity is, now a large section of the middle of the Yinling River is covered by the dead forest. The distance from the source to the dead forest is very short, and there are definitely not many fishery resources. Thinking of this, Xiada asked, have you ever been to the section of the river in the Forest of Death? Currently, they only know the situation on land in the Dead Forest. They know nothing about the rivers covered by the Dead Forest, and they don't know whether the aquatic life in the rivers has been infected by corruption. Xiada thought Momo would not approach such a dangerous death forest, but unexpectedly she nodded. Momo frowned and said, I've been there, Your Highness, but it's very dangerous over there. Very dangerous? Xiada asked doubtfully. Well, the fish in the rivers of the death forest are all disgusting. Most of them have purple skin and sharp teeth, and they're very aggressive. As soon as they saw me, they all pounced on me and bit me. If I hadn't been able to control the water flow, I'd probably have been seriously injured. Momo said with a pout, looking very angry. Stone looked at his daughter with heartache. He didn't know that his daughter had been to such a dangerous place. Fortunately, nothing happened. Xiada nodded in understanding. It seems that the creatures in the rivers of the dead forest are infected by the same corruption as the creatures on the ground. This is a bit troublesome. His main purpose in developing the death forest was to open up rivers and develop water transportation. According to what Momo said, there is a high probability that the ship will be attacked by corrupted fish. But Xiada looked at Momo. She could control the water flow, and maybe she could let Momo escort the ship later. But Momo's ability to control the water flow is limited. It's impossible to protect too many ships at once. This way, the amount of cargo transported each time will be much less. Forget it, never mind. Xiada shook his head. He would take things one step at a time. After all, whether he could successfully develop the death forest was still a question mark. After recording Momo's information, Shade put away the Monster Girl file. Looking at the cloth wrapped around his upper body, Shade thought for a moment and said to Lilith, Lilith, go and help her knit a dress. It should be half-length, with short sleeves, and it should be elastic. That's right. What Shade wanted Lilith to make was a swimsuit so that Momo could move around underwater. Shade glanced at the Little Mermaid. To be honest, this beauty would definitely look even more beautiful in a bikini. But after thinking about it, he decided to behave like a human being for the time being. A bikini is definitely not as sturdy and durable as a half-body swimsuit, and it would also be immoral if other people in the town saw it. In this era, the impact of bikini on people's minds is a bit too great. If you really want to see swimsuits, you can build a swimming pool in the castle, and then make a swimsuit for each monster girl. Each one will be different. Xiada shook his head and put aside the idea of being happy and not wanting to leave. However, the most important goal at present is to develop and enhance the strength of the territory. Otherwise, if your strength is not enough to gain a foothold, you won't be able to enjoy it with peace of mind. The three monster girls looked at the changing expression of His Royal Highness the Prince with confusion. Lilith is indeed a model of hard work. Just by listening to Shade's simple description, she understood his needs. Since elasticity is required, the material does not need to be wool, cotton, etc. Her spider silk is the best choice. Lilith didn't even go back to her studio, but started making the swimsuit on the spot with her superb textile skills. Soon after, a pure white swimsuit appeared in her hands. It looks small, but it can become very big if you push it with your hands. Shad touched Lilith's head with satisfaction. Okay, here you go, try it on. After being patted on the head by Xiada, Lilith happily handed the swimsuit to Momo. Momo was flattered and took the swimsuit, her tail wagging happily. Can I really accept this? Shade smiled and said, Of course, you'll have to do a lot of work for me in the future. This swimsuit is a gift to you in advance. Stone hurriedly said to Shade, Thank you for your reward, Momo. Thank you quickly. Momo finally realized it after being reminded by Stone, and said to Xiada sweetly, Thank you, Your Highness. Hey, why does she have a gift? Your Highness, you're being unfair. You didn't even give me a gift when I first arrived. Nia looked at Momo enviously. She puffed up her cheeks and said to Xiada angrily. Shad rolled his eyes. Oh, who came here and broke my stone gate and smashed my marble dining table? Hearing this, Nia lost her temper, scratched her head, and laughed foolishly. Who is it? It's really hard to guess. Lilith and Momo covered their mouths and giggled, and even Stone relaxed and smiled in this relaxed atmosphere. It seems that a lot of interesting things happened between His Highness and these witches. He didn't treat witches as aliens at all, but joked with them as ordinary people. Stone admired the fourth prince even more. He is so kind that even if His Highness asks Momo to stay in the castle, he will consider agreeing. Stone felt very relieved about His Royal Highness the fourth prince. Momo, why don't you try it on? Looking at the swimsuit Momo still held in her hand, Lilith was a little confused. You don't like the look of it, do you? If you don't like it, I can knit you a different style. Momo waved his hands in fear and said hurriedly, No, I like this dress very much, but A blush appeared on her face, and she glanced at Shade cautiously. Changing clothes in front of the Lord. The more Momo thought about it, the redder her face became. Seada was afraid that she would be cooked and turned into grilled fish in a while, so he smiled and walked out of the room with Stone. After the two left, only 3 monster girls were left in the study. 3 women put on a drama, and soon the room was filled with the sounds of sweet talk. Outside the door, Stone stroked his clothes with his hands and thanked Shad again with gratitude. Your Highness, it is truly kind of you to take in the witch. When he learned about this, Stone felt like he had seen a god. No, to him, Shad was a god at this moment. This way, I can visit Momo openly and then work as a stonemason in the small town with peace of mind. He could return to his previous life as a stonemason, visit Momo every day at mealtime, and Momo could grow up happily. For Stone, this is simply the ideal life state. However, His Royal Highness's words were completely beyond his expectations. Shad glanced at Stone and said, "What are you talking about? I not only want your daughter, I also want you." Me. Stone pointed at himself in confusion. "Yes, you're a stonemason, so I want you to join the outpost town engineering team. You should have heard of it, right?" Chapter 62, New Building Materials. Of course he had heard of it. Hearing this, Stone became a little excited. As a stonemason, he has been paying attention to this matter. The construction team was composed of the foremen who built the toilet in the past. They were the first group of people to work under His Royal Highness the Prince. They receive a fixed salary every day and are provided with meals. Now they have become the envy of everyone in the town. For these civilians, as long as you can work under a noble, let alone being a member of an engineering team, even being a cleaning servant, is very enviable. "I do, Your Highness," Stone replied excitedly. He had wanted to join the engineering team before, but he had no connections. He didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Prince would take the initiative to invite him, which made Stone flattered. Seada nodded as expected, "But put your affairs aside for now and settle Momo down first." Just then, Nia's somewhat excited voice came from the room. "Your Highness, Momo has changed his clothes." The two walked into the room. Seada raised his eyebrows and saw that the original white cloth strips had been folded and placed on the table. Momo was wearing a white swimsuit, with her hands on her chest and her cheeks slightly red. It was obvious that she was not used to it yet, and I really didn't realize that the Little Mermaid actually had a lot of hidden strength. "How is it? Are you comfortable wearing it?" "Yeah, very comfortable. Thank you, Your Highness and Lilith," Momo whispered. Lilith, on the other hand, seemed a little depressed. She glanced at Nia, then at Momo, and finally looked down at herself. Why was this happening? It's really true that comparing yourself to others makes you feel thwarted. That's not too late. Go try it in the river now, and let me see your abilities. Seada thought about it and decided to let Momo live in the Yinling River. She has no legs and is not suitable for living in a castle in every sense. She is more comfortable in the water. The most important thing is that her father did not give up on her, so he had no reason to imprison Momo in the castle. After making this decision, Momo accepted it with pleasure. The group came to the river again. Momo felt like a fish in water after entering the water, and he moved around very comfortably. Because there was no psychological pressure this time, he seemed more relaxed and comfortable. The splashing water sparkled, reflecting her fair skin, which was very eye-catching. Momo felt the swimsuit on her body. Because of its elasticity, the swimsuit fit tightly to the surface of her skin without any obvious sense of squeeze. It was many times more comfortable than the previous cloth strips. "I feel more comfortable in the water than on land." Looking at the cheerful Momo, Seada sighed. If his territory could be stabilized in this world, Momo would surely be his best helper in exploring the ocean. As for now, let her be a good fisherman first. "Momo, let me see your ability to control the water flow." "Good." Upon hearing this, Momo stopped swimming and only poked out his head. Seada watched carefully and was sure that Momo didn't make any movements. However, the next moment, the water around her began to flow slowly, faster and faster, and finally formed a small vortex with her as the center. A group of passing small fish were sucked into the whirlpool and could not escape no matter how hard they struggled. "Wow, that's amazing," Lilith said in surprise. Seada estimated that the radius of the vortex was about 1 meter. He asked Momo to try to control the water flow farther away, but Momo couldn't do it. "It seems I can only control the water flow within a meter around me." Seada silently kept this information in mind. Afterwards, Momo showed everyone her method of catching fish. Momo swam to a fish, and the next moment, the water around her flowed rapidly, circling around her body. The unlucky fish was caught by the sudden water flow and also circled around Momo's body. Finally, it was launched out like a cannonball and landed on the grass, jumping around. Everyone was amazed. From today on, Your mission is tentatively to catch fish. Xiaoda thought for a moment and said, also, only catch big fish, not small fry. Why is this, Your Highness? Momo asked curiously. Because if you catch all the fish, there will be no more to catch later. Is that right, Your Highness? Perhaps influenced by shade, Lilith also liked the feeling of using her brain. After thinking for a moment, she answered first. That's right. Xiaoda was relieved. We only catch the big fish and leave the small ones. After a while, the small fish will become big fish and give birth to small fish. We then catch the big fish. In this way, we can catch fish continuously without worrying about running out of fish. This is called sustainable development. So that's how it is. As expected of Your Highness, you are so clever. Everyone figured out the key and was shocked by Shade's wisdom. They didn't expect that he had such profound insights into fisheries. In fact, the truth is easy to understand, but in this era, people are still worried about survival and filling their stomachs, and no one cares about these things, Xiaoda thought. Also, Momo, pay attention to when the fish in the river usually spawn. Although Qianxiao Town has not yet developed its fishing industry on a large scale, Shade is looking at the problem from the shoulders of giants. Setting a fishing ban period in advance to ensure the production and survival of river fish will contribute to the long-term development of the fishery. And not only in the fishery industry, but also in other industries, Xiaoda can formulate some industry standards in advance. Coupled with the absolute control of the lords over their territories in this era, I believe that it will ensure the harmonious coexistence of humans and nature and achieve green and sustainable development. Just put the fish you catch into a bag every day, and I'll send someone to pick it up. Yes, Your Highness. The matter concerning Momo has come to an end. Xiaoda nodded. Her role seemed small at the moment, but she had great potential in the future. When he opens up the river, that will be the time for the little mermaid to truly display her strength. Momo stayed in the river. After they returned to the castle, Lilith and Nia went about their own business. Only Stone and Shad were left in the study. What do you know as a stonemason? Shad asked, and to be honest he had no idea what stonemasons generally did in this era. Stone replied, polishing the stone, making it suitable for use in construction, building houses or other buildings, or carving patterns on the stone. All of these are within my scope of work. By the way, Your Highness, I also participated in the construction of the church in this town. Stone's eyes lit up, and he said with some pride, oh shit, isn't this just like an architect? Xiaoda's eyes lit up. So, Stone is really a rare talent. In his future development plan, talents who understand architecture are a very crucial part. The daughter is a mermaid who can control water, and the father is an architect. Stone, the father and daughter, really gave Shade a big surprise. In that case, you will be a member of the engineering team from now on. Go see Brad tomorrow. He is developing 2 new building materials. New building materials? Stone grasped the key point. Shade nodded. Well, one is called lime mortar, and the other is called ancient Roman concrete. Chapter 63, I am also a member of the engineering team. What are these? Stone found that he had never heard of these 2 materials. Could they be the latest products produced in the royal capital? Simply put, it's the adhesive that holds the stones together, Shad explained. After the toilets in the territory were completed a few days ago, the construction team became idle and only occasionally helped people build houses. So Xiaoda started to think about this. It just so happened that he had also fantasized about time travel in his previous life and had watched many videos of wilderness construction on his phone. Well, it was just because those videos were very relaxing. Through these videos, he learned the differences between construction adhesives such as lime mortar, cement, and concrete, and how to prepare them. Of course, cement is impossible to make. Not to mention that its raw materials are relatively complicated and he can't remember them, and the temperature required to calcine cement is very high, which cannot be achieved under the existing conditions in the territory. However, compared to cement, lime mortar is much simpler to make, and Xiaoda roughly remembers the required raw materials and processes. Just calcine the limestone into quicklime, add water to make it into slaked lime, and then mix it with sand. It's very easy. At this stage, as long as he doesn't want to build a high-rise building, lime mortar can fully meet his needs. Another adhesive that left a deep impression on Shad was ancient Roman concrete. Ancient Roman concrete, also known as volcanic ash concrete, is as strong as modern cement concrete. The dome of the Pantheon was built with it and remains intact today. Its preparation is actually very simple. Just mix quicklime and volcanic ash or tuff together, and then add water and aggregates such as crushed stone and bricks. Simply put, the only difference between making lime mortar and making volcanic ash is that it requires one more condition, volcanic ash. And volcanic ash, if Xiaoda remembered correctly, some of the mountains in the nearby Yinling Mountains were volcanoes. Isn't this a coincidence? It was just that Xiada couldn't remember the specific ratio of each raw material, so he handed the task over to Brad. This was also the first scientific research task of the engineering team. Now letting the experienced Stone help Brad will surely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Binder, you mean the plaster that's made of mud, lime, and straw and applied to the stone? Stone's expression was a little confused. He didn't know what adhesive was and just guessed its meaning based on the name. About the same. Xiada replied casually, and after thinking for a moment, he asked, by the way, Stone, what is the specific process of building a house? Finally, I'm talking about what I know. Hearing this question, Stone felt more confident and replied, houses nowadays are generally made of wood and stone. Of course, the houses of lords and nobles are mostly made of pure stone and have more complex structures. A typical house starts with a stone foundation, secured with clay between the stones. Then, a layer of pebbles or clay is laid on the foundation to protect the wood from moisture. A wooden framework of beams, columns, and braces is then built on top of the foundation. The walls are filled with stones at the bottom, about a meter high, and then with wooden boards or branches on the top. Then, the plaster I just mentioned is applied. Finally, a wooden roof is built, covered with waterproof leaves, clay, or something like that. As expected of a professional, Xiada sighed inwardly. It can be seen that Stone is very familiar with the process of building a house. Each step is explained in detail and easy to understand, and he even learned a lot. Xiada couldn't help but sigh. Even if he is a modern man and has much more knowledge than people of this era, he cannot underestimate anyone here and cannot ignore the experience on which they rely for their survival. Only by combining this historical experience with his forward-looking vision can the territory be better developed. Very good. It seems that your ability is even stronger than I thought. Go directly to Brad tomorrow and report to him. He will tell you what to do. Shad gave the written letter to Stone, and Brad would understand what he meant as long as he read it. Thank you, Your Highness. Stone took the envelope with a red face. Now, he was also a member of the engineering team. You're welcome. You earned it yourself. Xiada smiled. If you want to be a good lord, knowing how to use people is an essential ability. The same thing. The power of an individual is insignificant. Only by properly utilizing the abilities of everyone around him can he stand firm in the coming troubled times and achieve hegemony. The next day, when Stone found Brad, the poor boy who once couldn't even get enough to eat was worrying about a few stones. Of course Stone knew Brad. After all, they saw each other every day in the same small town. Brad is now wearing decent clothes, not so decent, as they are covered with dust, but his face is rounder than before, and it is obvious that his life has improved. Stone was happy for him, and at the same time felt a little emotional. It was really a happy thing to work for His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. Is this house given to you by His Highness? Ah, Uncle Stone, why are you here? Brad was startled and realized that someone had entered the room. After seeing that the person was the town's stonemason, Stone, he replied, yes, His Highness said that this house is temporarily our engineering team's office, where we usually work. Stone nodded. He looked around. There were some scattered drawings on the table, with strange things drawn on them that he couldn't understand. There were some stones on the ground that were glued together with something like plaster. Walk to the window. In the yard, several people were gathered around a furnace, adding firewood to it. A wooden basket next to it was filled with stones. There were so many new and strange things that he had never seen before. Stone walked to the table and pointed at a drawing and asked curiously, this is... Brad picked up one of them with some excitement on his face. These are architectural drawings. His Highness requires that everyone in the engineering team must be able to draw and read. Some of them were drawn by His Highness himself, and they are much better than ours. Brad said cheerfully, Uncle Stone, you know, after I learned how to read these blueprints, it was like seeing God. It was so easy to carry out construction work according to the contents of the blueprints. The efficiency and the final product are much better than before. The two houses they recently helped build were completed step by step according to the drawings drawn by His Highness. The final result is simply too good to be true. There are no problems such as leaking roofs and tilting houses that existed before. Is it really that magical? Stone looked at the pictures on the drawing and became interested. After all, he became a stonemason just because of his interest. Brad nodded heavily, a glint in his eyes. When Stone looked at Brad like this, he felt as if he saw himself when he was younger. By the way, Uncle Stone, I haven't asked you what you are here for yet. Oh, Stone then remembered, took out the letter written by His Royal Highness and handed it to Brad, saying excitedly, from now on, I am also a member of the engineering team. Chapter 64, Lessons from Experience. After reading the letter, Brad was delighted to have Stone join the engineering team. To be honest, he was not surprised at all that Uncle Stone was chosen by His Highness to join the engineering team, and he immediately called over the others in the yard. Everyone, listen to me. Uncle Stone will also be a member of the engineering team in the future. Everyone also spoke up to express their congratulations. Uncle Stone is finally here. I knew you would join the engineering team. Haha, now we finally have a professional. Just in time. Stone, come and help me check if these stones are volcanic rocks. I can't tell the difference, so I brought them all back. Stone looked around and found that many of them were acquaintances in the town. Some of us are out helping build houses. After get off work, let's go to the pub for a drink to celebrate Stone joining the construction team. Someone suggested, and everyone responded, creating a lively atmosphere. Feeling such a warm atmosphere, a fire of passion also ignited in Stone's heart. Perhaps from today on, his career will have a second spring. Ahem, it's fine to celebrate, but we must first complete the task His Highness has assigned to us as quickly as possible. Brad interrupted everyone and said seriously, "Of course, we can't let His Highness down." Everyone responded and then returned to their respective posts. Upon hearing this, Stone also showed a serious expression, quickly got into the state, and asked Brad, "I heard from Your Highness that the engineering team is making something called lime mortar and ancient Roman concrete." Brad smiled bitterly and nodded. "I'm worried about this." He walked over to the stones on the ground and squatted down. The ones above are the lime mortar we made, and the ones below are ancient Roman concrete, but they weren't very successful. This is the ancient Roman concrete, made the day before yesterday. He picked up one of the groups of stones, two of which were connected by a gray object, and tried to break it, but it didn't break. Brad stood up and banged his head hard against the corner of the table. With a crisp bang sound, Stone saw the gray substance between the two stones break off. This is ancient Roman concrete. Stone was amazed at the strength of the new material. It was much better than the mudstraw mixture. If there were such a strong adhesive, the buildings constructed would definitely be stronger and more durable. However, Brad shook his head and denied his statement. "No, that's the problem." Brad sat down at the table and wrote something, then looked up and said to Stone, "Your Highness only remembers the raw materials of the two adhesives, but not their ratio, so he can only try them one at a time." He pointed to a sample of lime mortar on the ground. Just like lime mortar, the material is burnt limestone, which is mixed with water and sand. Your Highness only remembers that there was less limestone and more sand, but you don't remember the exact amount of sand compared to limestone. Ancient Roman concrete was the same, with the least limestone, the most aggregate, and volcanic rock in between, but there was no specific ratio. Your Highness requested that we find the strongest mix of lime mortar and ancient Roman concrete, so we can only experiment one by one. This is the most troublesome thing for Brad, which is much more difficult than building a toilet. Stone nodded in understanding. His next job was to assist Brad in finding the best solution for the two building materials. It was really a new and unusual job that he had never done before. Stone is getting excited. Just by thinking about it, he knew that once these two materials were made, they would definitely change the previous construction model. These were two unprecedented building materials, much more interesting than his previous work. "How do you do it now?" Stone asked. "Of course, I'll make a record of each one." Brad pointed to the broken stone. "For example, this one uses 2 parts limestone, 3 parts volcanic rock, and 5 parts aggregate. It's obviously a bit too brittle, but it's harder than before, so next time I plan to use less limestone." After listening to Brad's words, Stone looked at the group of people burning limestone outside the window and thought about it thoughtfully. Soon after, he slowly said, "We could probably make a few more batches of lime mortar and Roman concrete at a time with different mixes." What does Uncle Stone mean? Brad vaguely sensed Stone's intention, but it was still a little unclear. Stone explained, "Your Highness's request is to find the optimal ratio of the two materials as quickly as possible. The emphasis is on speed, so there's no need to worry about material waste." "Wait, how much limestone can you burn at once?" "About half a basket." Brad said that after burning a basket of limestone, only half a basket would be left because there were gaps between the stones. "That's it." Stone slammed his hands. "We can make a plan in advance. For example, the material ratio of this batch of lime mortar is 5 parts limestone and 6 parts sand. The next batch is 5 parts and 7 parts sand, and so on. As long as we make enough, we can just pick the best lime mortar from them, right?" "Uncle Stone, what you said makes sense. Why didn't I think of it?" Brad was stunned for a moment, then seemed to suddenly understand and praised repeatedly. Brad knocked his head in frustration. After all, it was still his old poor man's mentality that was at work. He always thought about saving some materials and finding the best ratio using the least amount of materials. Therefore, his idea was to try it over and over again, and then record the proportions and effects each time. But Stone's idea was completely opposite to his. First, determine the ratio, make a bunch of samples, and then find the best ratio among them. Although this method wastes more materials, it will definitely be several times faster to find the best ratio than his method. In fact, this is Stone's experience. He said to Brad, "You know, in all the years I've been a stonemason, the biggest headache isn't my skills, but communicating with others." Brad listened carefully to Stone's words. As a senior, he knew that there must be a lot to learn from him. Stone also did not hesitate to teach these experiences to Brad. Some customers can't even clearly explain what they want. Often, after I've finished making something according to their ideas, they say it's not acceptable. So later, before I start working, I always double-check what they want, including the material, pattern, size, and every aspect. I have to ask clearly before I start working. After listening to Stone's words, Brad thought for a moment and said, "So, no matter what you do, satisfying the customers is the most important thing. This kid is so smart." Stone smiled and nodded to Brad. "Your Highness's request is to find the best ratio as quickly as possible, so we will use the fastest method and don't have to consider anything else. Even if a lot of materials are wasted, I believe your Highness will not blame us." Chapter 65 Sharpshooter Anthony. Brad looked like he was being taught, lowered his head, and said to Stone, "I see. Thank you, Uncle Stone." Although he is the manager of the engineering team, he is humble and polite. The more Stone saw of Brad, the more he liked him. Just then, Brad looked up and smiled at Stone. "Uncle Stone, it seems that you will really like the drawings drawn by His Highness." "Why?" Brad pointed to a blueprint of the house structure, his lips curled up slightly. "Because every architectural detail is clearly marked on it, without the slightest deviation." Stone became even more curious about the drawings. For days later, when Xiada was helping Nia to boost her enthusiasm for farming in the open space beside the Yinling River, a familiar voice suddenly popped up in his mind. The system's magnificent and profound voice was like the sound of nature, and he was always addicted to it whenever he heard it. "You melted sand and gravel, cracked the rocks, squeezed sparks from the carcasses of the rocks, and turned the cliffs of the mountains into gray snow." When the first tall building rose from the ground, the stonemason's palms were finally no longer scratched by straw. Sand is blood, bricks are bones. Build, from natural sand and stone to architectural wonders. Lord's achievement, construction industry's coagulated blood, has been achieved. The reward improved rotary kiln blueprint has been issued. Please check it in your mind. Xiada suddenly realized something, his waving hand stopped, and he stood there in a daze. Brad and Stone made lime mortar and ancient Roman concrete. The system's rewards made Xiada ecstatic. Make adhesive and reward brick kills? Oh shit. Isn't this the construction industry? Once the kiln is built, he can bake a large number of bricks, add lime mortar, and ancient Roman concrete. Wouldn't it be possible to start a series of plans such as the town housing renovation plan, road construction plan, bridge construction plan, etc.? Shad was extremely surprised and dropped his whip to go find Brad and Stone. Seeing this, Nia was a little disappointed. She bit her finger and frowned slightly and said, "Your Highness, are you leaving now?" "Well, I have something very important to take care of. When you come back later, please bring back the fish Momo caught." "Oh." Nia's voice was low, and she was even more disappointed. She even plowed the land slower. Xiada patted his butt and left, looking like a scumbag who abandoned his girlfriend to find a new love. Just got back to the castle. Shad saw Brad and Stone waiting for him in the hall. Each of them was holding a bag with 2 stones stuck together in their hands. Their faces were dusty, but their expressions were visibly happy. Seeing His Royal Highness return, the 2 immediately stood up and came to Xiada, saying excitedly, "Your Highness, we have made the lime mortar and ancient Roman concrete you requested." The 2 showed the samples in their hands to Xiada. Xiada excitedly picked them up one by one and looked at them, his joy beyond words. "Well, you guys did a great job. Since the system has given a reward, it means that the ratio of these 2 construction adhesives has almost reached the optimal level," but he still asked a question. "The optimal ratio for lime mortar is 1 part lime to 2 parts sand, while the optimal ratio for Roman concrete is 1 part lime to 2 parts volcanic rock to 7 parts aggregate." As Brad explained, he handed the paper in his hand to Shad, which was filled with records of each event written in charcoal. Stone's face flushed with excitement, and his voice became louder. "Your Highness, with all due respect, these 2 materials are truly marvelous." With a swoosh sound, the bowstring straightened, the hand trembled slightly, and the wooden arrow was launched with unstoppable force. 10 rings. Iron Axe shouted as he watched the wooden arrow land from a distance. Anthony waved excitedly. He absolutely loves this new weapon called a crossbow. When Captain Iron Axe first demonstrated it to the team, he thought it was so cool. String the bow with force until your bow arm is taut and ready to shoot. He held up the weapon with both hands, one in front and one behind, tilted his head slightly, and took aim calmly. Pull the trigger, and after a slight vibration, the crossbow arrow flies out and takes the life of the prey in an instant. Finally, blow-dry your bangs lightly. Oh my God, this is the romance of a true man. Although the old hunters in the team said that crossbows were not as easy to use as bows, the moment Anthony saw the crossbow, he made up his mind to become the best crossbowman in the team. He is striving for this goal. Iron Axe walked over and patted Anthony's shoulder with a smile. Anthony, you're truly amazing. You were able to hit the 10-ring mark 3 times in a row at a distance of 40 steps. I never thought you had such talent. Iron Axe was genuinely happy. After all, they had just started crossbow training a few days ago. Of course, it was mainly to train the new recruits in how to use crossbows. They, the veteran hunters, were more comfortable with bows. The crossbow was originally created to help new recruits quickly improve their combat capabilities. But even so, Anthony's ability stood out among the new recruits, which surprised Iron Axe very much. Thank you, sir. Anthony stood up straight and said, this was what Bishop Einstein taught them. When addressing someone with a higher position than your own, you should call them by their name plus their position, such as Captain Iron Axe, or just call them by their position. His Highness had once told them that in the army, anyone who was of higher rank than oneself could be addressed as Sir. Iron Axe couldn't help but sigh that the crossbow was indeed much more convenient than the bow. Even the new recruits who had never used a bow mastered the use of the crossbow after just 2 days of practice. Even some talented people, such as Anthony, could use their crossbows to match the accuracy of these bow hunters. This made Tyax feel old. Okay, let's get back to the team. Iron Axe patted Anthony's shoulder again. Yes, sir. When Anthony returned to the team, the recruits' fixed-point shooting training was completed. Next is moving target shooting practice, and after that there is random target shooting practice. These practice methods, including the targets, were all thought up by His Royal Highness the Prince, and I have to say they are very useful. These experienced hunters can improve their accuracy in using bows through these 3 exercises. Iron Axe was not at all surprised that His Royal Highness could come up with such an amazing training method. In his opinion, whatever His Royal Highness the Prince does is right, and he just has to follow his orders. After shaking the target hanging on the branch vigorously with another person, Iron Axe shouted, "Start shooting." After enjoying a delicious lunch, the army did not gather at the usual training ground, but appeared in front of the Death Forest. Iron Axe stood at the front of the team, hands behind his back, turning back and forth while shouting, "I believe you all know what day it is today." The new recruits in the team straightened up instantly. Anthony also swallowed. Of course they know. Today is the first day for these new recruits to participate in exploration. Soon, they would step into the strange purple-gray forest behind them. Chapter 66, well-deserved. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Anthony could hear his heart pounding. He looked around and saw that many recruits had similar reactions. After all, the Death Forest was once a forbidden area for humans, and although it was explored. But if they are unlucky, they may even encounter terrifying monsters. If it weren't for the powerful venom that His Highness brought that can kill monsters, no one would even want to get close to the Death Forest, let alone explore it. Very good, it seems you all know. Seeing the serious expressions of the new recruits, Iron Axe nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, "But don't worry. At first, 2 hunters or former militia members will lead each newcomer in the exploration. Later, it will gradually become 1 veteran leading 2 newcomers. Safety is guaranteed." Hearing this, the recruits relaxed a little. To be honest, if they were allowed to enter the Death Forest alone, it would be a bit too much for them. But Iron Axe changed the subject. "Don't forget our original intention. Tell me, what is the mission of our first army?" "Fight for Outpost Town. Fight for His Royal Highness the 4th Prince." Everyone shouted in unison. Under Shad's instruction, these slogans have been integrated into the First Army's daily training and Einstein's daily teaching. Also, Shad also strictly forbade Einstein from spreading the church's teachings to these soldiers. If Iron Axe or the soldiers discovered and reported it, he would immediately stop Einstein's teaching activities. Einstein originally wanted to argue about this matter. However, thinking about the spider silk robe that His Royal Highness had given him out of courtesy, Einstein always felt guilty towards His Royal Highness, so he reluctantly accepted the condition. Oh my God, It's not that he doesn't want to take this opportunity to promote the Church of Holy Light. It's just that the benefits His Highness gave him were too great. The Church taught them to repay kindness, so he wanted to repay the favor of this gift first. As for promoting the Church's sacred ideals, he wouldn't be leaving Outpost Town, so he could do it anytime. Fortunately, Einstein kept his word and did not mix any church-related content into his subsequent teaching. This made Xiada's evaluation of him improve a little bit. It has reached the point where rebellion is necessary. After shouting the slogan, the deafening sound made every soldier feel their blood boiling, as if their fear of the death forest was reduced a little. The morale of the entire team was boosted, and the effect of the slogan began to show. Very good. Iron Axe perked up, his gruff voice reaching everyone's ears. During the next operation, some of you might encounter a real monster. It was a terrifying monster. Before His Highness arrived, we were completely unable to fight it. Even the knights from the fortress, dressed in full armor and armed with swords and shields, had to fight to the death to barely resist. Countless people in Outpost Town died at the hands of the monster. However, I don't want you to be afraid or terrified when you see the monsters, because exploring the Death Forest will become part of our daily training in the future. His Royal Highness once said that a soldier who has never seen blood is not a good soldier. Iron Axe's last words were practically shouted. Tell me, are you ready? Are you ready to face the Death Forest and the monsters? Ready, the soldiers shouted in the same voice. Very good, now get ready to go. Iron Axe waved his hand. Old soldiers who have explored the Death Forest before, step out. 2 people lead 1 new recruit, and groups of 3 will enter the Death Forest according to the planned route. The rest of you will stay put and rest. Anthony was excited. Because he performed very well during training, Captain Iron Axe decided to lead him personally. And it's one-on-one. Anthony looked at the sturdy man next to him. Other teams had 2 veteran hunters leading 1 newcomer, but Captain Iron Axe chose to lead him alone. But even though Iron Axe was alone, Anthony felt very relieved. After all, Captain Iron Axe was the first person to hunt down a monster and bring it back. He also hunted down many monsters in the subsequent explorations. He could be said to be the most powerful person in the town. Captain Iron Axe, how far do we have to go? Anthony asked as he used his knife to clear the thorns in front of him. Why are you scared? That's not the case. With Captain Iron Axe here, I think our group is the safest. Anthony chuckled and said that he was speaking from his heart. Iron Axe was very pleased with the result and said with a smile, I am very optimistic about your ability. The most important thing when dealing with monsters is the accuracy of your crossbow. That's why I want to train with you. Since you're following me, you'll naturally have to go deeper into the forest than others, hoping to encounter a magical beast. Anthony was shocked. He didn't expect that the captain brought him here just to fight against Warcraft. His hands were trembling slightly, not out of fear, but out of excitement. If he could really kill a monster with a crossbow, he would be completely transformed into a truly powerful soldier. Just like Captain Iron Axe. You know, as the 2 of them walked, Iron Axe spoke, lightening the heavy atmosphere a bit. When I first explored the Death Forest, I was determined to die, all for the 20 silver coins His Royal Highness promised me as a reward. Anthony knew about this. It was the first time Captain Iron Axe hunted down a monster. In the end, he got a total of 1 gold coin and 20 silver coins, which made everyone in the town envious. When I encountered the monster, it knocked me to the ground, and I rolled several times before I came to rest. I almost died. At that time, I had no idea whether the poisoned arrows His Highness gave me would be effective. After all, you know, I've never heard of a poison that can kill a monster. Anthony nodded. If ordinary venom could kill monsters, Outpost Town would not suffer such heavy losses every winter. Thinking about it now, if I hadn't trusted His Highness and given up, I'm afraid it wouldn't be Captain Iron Axe leading the army now, but Captain Ford or Captain Bonnie. Anthony knew that both of them were good friends of Captain Iron Axe and experienced hunters. Hearing Iron Axe joking with them, he unconsciously felt more relaxed. What I want to say is, never give up hope. When danger comes, courage and hope are the first weapons to fight against the enemy. Now, His Royal Highness the 4th Prince is our greatest hope. I believe he will be able to lead Qinshan Town to a better life. And we are the sharpest spears in His Highness's hand. We will kill all enemies who stand in His Highness's way. Anthony agrees. If it weren't for His Royal Highness the Prince, he would not have been able to join the army and transform from a penniless orphan into a soldier who eats and drinks well every day and lives a respectable life. Even if it is just to repay His Royal Highness, he will try his best until he becomes a soldier that His Royal Highness is proud of. One day, he will deserve the title. Chapter 67 Praise in Person. A moment without warning. Iron Axe suddenly slowed down his pace. Anthony quickly realized something and also slowed down his pace. He looked at Iron Axe and saw a face full of bloodthirstiness. Anthony, you can string the crossbow now. We have found our prey. Tiefu seemed to have entered another state. Anthony only felt that Captain Iron Axe beside him was no longer human. Instead, it is a wild beast that has identified its target and is waiting for an opportunity to strike. The environment around him suddenly became quiet. Anthony felt like a fire was burning in his chest. His heart seemed to have run to his throat, and the violent beating made him feel irritated. But on the surface, he was very calm, trying his best to make no noise with every move. He followed Iron Axe quietly, looking at the monster in the distance through the dense thorns. That is the real Warcraft. Anthony saw that it was a monster in the shape of a squirrel. Its purple skin looked like it had been licked by a devil. Some parts of it were hairy, while others were not. It was standing on a branch and looking around. In addition to the two small eyes on the head, there are several huge eyes on the exposed skin, which looks extremely bloated and incongruous. Who knows why this tiny body won't be squeezed to pieces by all those eyes? It looks so disgusting. While complaining in his mind, Anthony quietly wound up the string, and the sound of an iron axe reached his ears. You should be fine at this distance, right? Anthony nodded. The monster was about 30 steps away from him. Judging from his usual training results, he can hit the target easily. After placing the poison arrow in the quiver, Anthony took a deep breath, picked up the crossbow, and began to aim. Can it succeed? As his head rested on the crossbow, Anthony found that he could no longer hear any other sounds, and his heartbeat gradually subsided, as if the world had been muted. With a slight tremor of his fingers, he pulled the trigger, and the crossbow arrow flew out. Puff! The poisonous arrow directly pierced the squirrel monster's petite body, and the huge impact force directly pierced it away. Seeing the scene he had imagined, Anthony waved happily. Captain Iron Axe, I did it. He actually managed to hit the monster with his crossbow. It's incredible. However, Anthony did not receive any praise from Iron Axe. Instead, he just growled angrily. Don't take your eyes off your target, idiot. Before Anthony could react, he saw Captain Iron Axe walking quickly behind him. Anthony looked back and saw the squirrel monster suddenly fly out from the grass and pounce on them, with the long poisonous arrow dragging on its body. Without a word, Iron Axe pulled out his knife and swung it upwards with force. The blade struck the squirrel monster, sending it flying. After landing, the monster still rushed towards them relentlessly, as if attacking was the only thing in its mind. At this time, it seemed that the poison had taken effect. The squirrel monster staggered a few times and then fell to the ground. Anthony didn't react to this series of events and could only stand there and watch. I'm sorry, Captain Iron Axe. Anthony said through gritted teeth, feeling extremely guilty. Because of his carelessness, he was almost attacked by the monster. If Captain Iron Axe had not helped him block it, who knows what the consequences would have been. Iron Axe did not blame Anthony. He poked the squirrel monster's body with his knife to make sure it was completely dead, then picked up the body and handed it to Anthony. Be careful next time. Warcraft are not like ordinary wild beasts. They will choose to run away after being hurt. They don't care whether they are injured or not. They just want to kill every creature they can see. They are extremely fast. Even in the short time it takes for the poison to take effect, the monster is very likely to take your life in an instant. So until you confirm with your own eyes that it's dead, you can't take your eyes off it for even a moment. I understand, Captain Iron Axe. Things had already happened, and knowing that an apology would not help, Anthony took Iron Axe's words seriously to heart. Iron Axe nodded. He did not blame Anthony. After all, he was still a new recruit, and it was he who insisted on taking him deep into the forest to hunt monsters. It was his duty to protect his safety. Secondly, as a new recruit, Anthony was already very satisfied with his performance for being able to hit the monster on the branch from such a long distance. Moreover, people cannot be taught by others, but they can learn things by being taught once. I believe that from now on, Anthony will remember that he cannot take his eyes off the Warcraft until it is completely dead. Anyway, you've done a great job. Now we can go back. After Iron Axe finished speaking, the two of them returned along the same route they had come. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Iron Axe couldn't help but mutter. Why do I feel like something is wrong here? Really? I feel like the Death Forest is all the same, eerie and gloomy. Anthony shrank back. No, you can't feel it because it's your first time here. I always feel that the color of the forest has become darker than before. It used to be purple-gray, but now it has turned purple-black. And the deeper you go into the forest, the greater the color change. Anthony looked a little confused. He didn't understand what this meant. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen such a small monster. Iron Axe shook his head and stopped talking about the color. He looked at the squirrel monster in Anthony's hand. In the past, only large animals could transform into monsters, but now even small animals like squirrels have become monsters. I wonder if insect monsters or plant monsters will appear in the future. Iron Axe said it casually, but Anthony felt a tremor all over when he thought about it. The animal monsters alone are so difficult to deal with. If those strange creatures appear again, will we be able to stay in the outpost town? When walking out of the forest, Anthony saw His Royal Highness the Prince, who seemed to have come here specifically to comfort them. Iron Axe, wow, you hunted a monster. Haha, well done. You're the only team that hunted a monster. They walked up to His Highness. His Highness patted Captain Iron Axe on the shoulder and praised him. Being so close to His Royal Highness the Prince, this is the treatment Captain Iron Axe gets. How great, Anthony thought. Your Highness, this time it was mainly thanks to this boy. He used the crossbow very well and shot the monster in the tree in one shot. Iron Axe pushed Anthony in front of Shad. This made Anthony very nervous for a moment, and then he saw His Highness looking him up and down, then patted him on the shoulder with a kind smile between his eyebrows. Oh yeah, good job, what's your name? And, Anthony, Your Highness. Anthony was very nervous. Being praised in person by His Royal Highness the Prince, he felt even more nervous than when he was hunting monsters just now. And Anthony? Well, keep it up, here's your reward. Although his name had an extra character in His Highness's name, Anthony didn't care. After His Highness left, he opened the heavy cloth bag in his hand and found that there were 11 silver coins inside. Oh my god. He almost forgot that there were generous rewards for hunting monsters and exploring the Death Forest. The other soldiers nearby cast envious glances at him. Anthony felt like he was about to faint from happiness. Chapter 68. Innate Earth and Wood Holy Body. After Xiaoda drew the blueprints of the improved brick kiln, he immediately led the engineering team to start construction. At Stone's suggestion, after much deliberation, Xiaoda finally chose the location of the brick kiln next to the Yinling River and near the Death Forest. Although the trees in the Death Forest have become hideous due to corruption and infection, they can still be burned as firewood and can be used as fuel for brick kilns. In addition, the clay by the river is the best raw material for making bricks, so this is the ideal place to build a brick kiln. Also, Xiaoda even specially asked Nia to come and help. It must be said that Nia is simply a congenital civil engineering saint. With her help, the project that was supposed to take a month was completed in less than 10 days. Nia played an indispensable role in this. She was responsible for all the material transportation. She finished the raw materials that originally needed to be moved dozens or even hundreds of times in just one day. As long as she was ensured to have good food and drink, Nia's energy was almost unlimited. But in this way, the witch Nia would have to be exposed in front of everyone in the engineering team. Fortunately, Xiaoda used his power to suppress the matter, and no one in the engineering team dared to say anything. The church says that witches deserve to die and are evil, but His Royal Highness the Prince is certain that witches are not evil. Who should they believe? Nonsense, do you even need to ask? Of course these peasants will believe whoever offers them benefits. They are now working in His Royal Highness the Prince's engineering team, where they have no worries about food and drink and are paid every day. Your Highness the Prince said that witches are not evil, then witches are not evil. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that they must follow the prince's wishes at this time. Otherwise, if they anger His Royal Highness, losing their job is a small matter, but they may even lose their life. Besides, even if you don't admit that witches are not evil, can the church still reward you? Don't be silly. There is only one bishop, Easton, in the entire town, and Your Highness can get rid of him at any time. Even if I wanted to go to Card Fortress to complain, it would be unrealistic. Not to mention that it would take too long. Even if you really got there, and you said that His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince was raising a witch, it's hard to say whether others would believe your words as a peasant. By then, you might be charged with falsely accusing a noble and even be hanged. Also, seeing is believing. They discovered these past 2 days that witches weren't as scary as the church had portrayed them to be. This witch with 2 horns on her head, named Nia, has been working diligently and conscientiously to help His Highness these past 2 days, and has not shown any other thoughts. Moreover, this witch is much more useful than them. She is incredibly strong and can carry things weighing several thousand kilograms by herself. During the process of building the brick kiln, she completed more than half of the work alone, which even made them feel a little ashamed. After working together for a few days, they gradually got used to the presence of this witch. However, despite being a habit, most people in the engineering team still kept their distance from Nia and turned a blind eye to her. Xiaoda was already very satisfied with being able to achieve this level. To be honest, The reason why Nia was accepted so quickly was not only because she broke the stereotype of witches in people's minds, but also because she had few animal characteristics. After all, Nia only has 2 horns on her head, and is no different from humans in other aspects. If it were Lilith or Momo, I believe these people might not be able to get used to the existence of witches so quickly. Thanks for your hard work. When Nia came out of the brick kiln, Shad stepped forward, not avoiding the horns on her head, and gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. This intimate look is for others to see. The purpose is to let them know that I, the 4th prince, have a good relationship with the witch. Anyone who dares to say bad things about the witch can try it. Perhaps because she was in front of other people, Nia was no longer as generous and cheerful as before. She just blushed and nodded stiffly. Nia's shy look formed a strong contrast with her previous abnormal behavior, which made Xiada feel a little funny. Come to think of it. After all, Nia is the daughter of a small noble family, so she has to pretend to be decent in front of outsiders. Only in front of the people she is most familiar with will she release her nature without restraint. Most of the engineering team turned a blind eye to Nia's presence. Of course, there are 2 exceptions. One is Stone. Because his daughter Momo is a witch, he loves her, and his prejudice against other witches completely disappears. Ms. Nia has been such a great help. He praised sincerely. Although he didn't know whether the brick kiln that His Highness asked them to build was useful, Nia's talent in architecture was unquestionable, and he saw it all. The other is Brad, who doesn't care at all whether the other person is a witch or not. Miss Nia is so amazing. I really envy your strength. It would be great if I had such great strength. Brad was only a little shocked when he first met Nia, but he soon realized that there was a big difference between the witch in the rumor and the witch in reality. Witches are not necessarily evil. As for why there were such rumors against witches, he didn't know. And when Brad learned that every witch could gain special abilities, the only thing left in his eyes was envy. Thanks. Nia thanked them both quietly. Nia smiled happily when she received praise from others. Looking at this scene, Xiada felt a little relieved. The first time a witch and an ordinary person worked together seemed to be going smoothly so far. And now the brick kiln is complete. Looking at the building in front of him, Xiada said excitedly, "How are the preparations on the other side?" He turned and asked Stone. Stone leaned forward slightly. "Your Highness, as you requested, we've stuffed the clay into the mold and compacted it, then taken it out and dried it. The first batch of bricks has been completed." "Only?" Stone frowned, somewhat puzzled. "Do you have any questions?" Shade asked. Stone nodded. "Your Highness, will this clay really become very hard after being fired in a brick kiln? With all due respect, I have never heard of this method." He is a stonemason himself, and his main job is to polish large stones to facilitate house construction. Therefore, he is a little skeptical about the so-called bricks. How can soft clay become hard bricks? This is simply a fantasy. The person who said this is His Royal Highness the Prince. If it were someone else, he would definitely think that the other person was talking nonsense. Stone glanced at the handsome prince beside him and felt that the future was promising. After all, the young prince had just taken out lime mortar and ancient Roman concrete, 2 building materials that amazed him. Then turning clay into bricks seems to be a piece of cake. Chapter 69 Clay Solid Red Brick. Wouldn't it be easier to find out if we could just fire a batch of bricks first? Shade smiled, turned around, and said to Stone, "Now that the bricks are ready, have them transported over and put into the kiln. Remember to leave some space between each brick when stacking them. This will allow the bricks to be heated more evenly and the quality of the fired bricks will be better." Upon hearing this, Brad ordered everyone to transport the bricks, and Nia followed along, and the transportation efficiency suddenly skyrocketed. The bricks were transported over and the workers, under Xiada's supervision, stacked them neatly into one of the kiln chambers. The improved rotary kiln given to him by the system mainly has its flue and fire channels improved, which can improve the efficiency of brick firing and is completely achievable with the existing level of technology. The advantage of the rotary kiln itself is that its interior is divided into 6 kiln chambers. This means that the rotary kiln can be fired in zones, making it possible to make the embryos and fire them at the same time, and its production capacity far exceeds that of traditional earthen kilns. As long as Shad wants. It is entirely possible to have the workers work in 3 shifts so that the rotary kiln can produce bricks nonstop. At this time, the advantages of choosing a site close to the Yinling River became apparent. Shad had people dig a water channel next to the brick kiln to mix the mud and prevent fire. Adequate raw materials can ensure the continuous firing of bricks. After the workers had stacked all the bricks, Xiada announced that the firing would begin. Feeling the gradually rising temperature and hearing the crackling of burning firewood in the fire channel, Xiada's mood gradually became excited. This time, In the construction industry, Outpost Town will also bring a new wave to this world. Because the firing and subsequent cooling take about a week, Seada left after the combustion in the kiln chamber stabilized. Before leaving, Shad told Stone and Brad that the construction team didn't have to do anything for the next few days, just take care of the brick kiln and inform him immediately if anything happened. We understand, Your Highness. Brad straightened up and replied. Have a safe journey. Stone bowed and thought that working here was exactly what he wanted. It was close to the river, and he could take time to visit Momo from time to time. A week later, the bricks have been fired and cooled. It's getting colder. Seada stood in front of the brick kiln and rubbed his hands. His neck was wrapped tightly with a scarf knitted by Lily, but even so, his face was frozen red. But although his body was cold, Seada's heart was burning with passion. Your Highness, the kiln chamber has completely cooled down. The temperature is very low, and there is no risk of burns. Stone ran to Shad to report, and Shad noticed that there was a cloth bag hanging around his waist, and something inside was twisting left and right, like a living thing. Did Momo catch you a fish? Hearing this, Stone smiled. The meaning was self-evident. Momo has caught a lot of fish for him these days, but he always shares the fish with everyone in the engineering team. He just hopes that this way, everyone will gossip less when they see Momo in the future. Stone has put a lot of effort into his daughter. In addition to maintaining the temperature of the brick kiln, the work of making bricks has not stopped for a moment. Now there are a lot of bricks piled up. Seada nodded and said, let's see how the first batch of bricks are burning. If the first batch of bricks fails, having so many bricks will be useless, and a lot of energy will be wasted to find a successful method of firing bricks. On the contrary, if the first batch is fired successfully, Shade could recruit a group of people to specialize in firing bricks and making adhesives, freeing up the engineering team to learn how to use bricks, lime mortar, and ancient Roman concrete for construction work, thus ushering in the era of large-scale construction. The workers came forward and began to clean the kiln door. Because each kiln chamber operates independently, the corresponding sealing baffle must be removed before bricks are produced. However, because the temperature of the bricks was too high, even the mud baffle had become very hard, and the workers were unable to open it for a long time. Seada was getting a little tired of waiting, so he asked the workers to leave and turned to Nia and said, Nia, come here. Good. Nia nodded in agreement, took the hammer from the worker, and with a little force, she hammered a big hole in the kiln door. After a few more light hits, the entire kiln door was completely shattered. Everyone was amazed at what they saw. Everyone, stop being dazed and hurry up to clean up. Brad shouted, and the workers nearby walked over to clean up the debris as if they had just woken up from a dream. After smashing the kiln door, Nia did not come back, but went into the kiln room curiously. After a while, she came out with a red brick in her hand. Your Highness, is this the brick you were talking about? Nia's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she fiddled with the brick in her hand. She moved very gently, afraid of accidentally breaking the bricks. It's quite hard, almost as hard as ordinary stone. Judging from the appearance, it should be successful. Seada said impatiently. Show me now. Take the brick. The freshly baked red bricks still retain a trace of warmth, making people feel a little warm. The familiar matte feel reminded Seada of his childhood in the countryside, when he would play with building blocks with bricks. Shad threw the brick out directly, scaring Nia and Stone. However, the bricks were intact after falling to the ground. Seada ran over, picked up the brick and banged it against the ground a few times. Apart from a small piece of the corner being broken off, there was almost no other damage. This means that this batch of bricks was fired successfully. Of course it's hard. After all, it's the most durable clay solid red brick. I was in a very good mood, Seada explained to the two of them. Your Highness, can you let me see it? At this time, Stone spoke. Unexpectedly, after a few days of firing, the clay really turned into bricks with extremely high hardness. After all, Nia said it was hard, so it must be very hard. He took the brick in his hand and felt it, and his pupils suddenly trembled. I won't say much about the hardness. The key is that the bricks are rectangular blocks with clear edges and corners as soon as they come out of the oven. Whether it is polished stone or bricks, they are all for greater convenience in construction. One furnace of bricks can produce a large number of square bricks, and this is not the limit of the brick kiln. According to His Highness, the different kiln chambers of the brick kiln can operate independently, producing bricks continuously. This kind of efficiency, if you were to polish the stone, how long would it take? I'm afraid it's 10 or even 100 times that of a brick kiln. Stone looked toward the brick kiln. Workers are carrying out the baked bricks. The workers were also amazed. Oh my God, I didn't expect mud to turn into such hard stone. How on earth did His Royal Highness come up with these methods? There's also lime mortar and ancient Roman concrete. Your Excellency is truly amazing. Nonsense, His Royal Highness the Prince knows everything. He's much smarter than us. Naya is amazing. She's very strong and helped us with a lot of work. It seems the church has been deceiving us. The witch isn't bad at all. Who says witches are evil? This witch is awesome. Chapter 70 Knowledge is Power. Realizing the horror of the bricks, Stone sighed deeply. Your Highness, lime mortar, ancient Roman concrete, and bricks. These three things are bound to revolutionize the entire construction industry. Things like stonemasons and stonemasons unions. In the future, it will definitely be eliminated due to the emergence of these materials. This made Stone feel a little sad and lonely. After all, stonemasonry was a job he had done for half his life, and it was really sad that it disappeared just like that. However, Stone quickly regained his confidence because he was one of the first people to witness the appearance of these materials. And as long as he stays with His Royal Highness the Prince, he will most likely continue to learn how to use these materials, witness the emergence of new materials, and become a leader in the construction industry together with Brad. As for the life and death of other stonemasons, what does it have to do with him? Let those arrogant old antiques follow behind him and eat his ass. Thinking of this, Stone suddenly felt very excited. This was the first time he truly felt that the times were progressing. He knew that there were very few people in history who could feel this firsthand, and now he is one of them. Certainly. Stone looked at Shad, who was holding a brick with high spirits. Stone knew that there were only a handful of people who could lead the progress of the times. Each of them is a leader of the contemporary era, and it is no exaggeration to call them great men. Although he had felt this way countless times, Stone couldn't help but sigh again. His Royal Highness the Prince was able to come to Qianshao Town as the Lord. They were so lucky to have met His Royal Highness the Prince. Your Highness, I have a question. At this time, Brad asked, and Stone stopped thinking and looked over curiously. Brad looked at the brick in his hand and asked in confusion. The clay was clearly off-white at first, so why did it turn red after being fired? Yes. Why is this happening? Realizing that he hadn't noticed this at all, Stone was stunned for a moment and looked at Brad deeply. Young people are really smart. Not only do they accept new things quickly, but they can also ask questions about things they don't understand as soon as possible. Stone said nothing, waiting for His Highness's answer. Nia was much more frank than Stone, holding up a brick and shouting. That's true. Wasn't it originally grayish-white? How did it turn red? That's a good question. Xiaoda looked at Brad with satisfaction, and he knew he was right. This guy Brad is really willing to use his brain. He then explained. When the rotary kiln is firing, the upper window is always open, and the kiln is well ventilated. Therefore, the iron in the clay reacts with oxygen at high temperatures to produce ferric oxide, which gives the bricks a red color. Huh? Wait, what are you talking about? Iron element, trioxide, etc., Your Highness. Nia's delicate face was filled with confusion. After all, she was born into a noble family and claimed to have learned a lot of knowledge. Even so, Xiaoda's words sounded like nonsense to her. Not to say that I didn't understand at all, but at least I didn't understand a single word. She knew every word His Highness said, so why couldn't she understand when they were put together? Stone and Brad also stood there in a daze as if their brains had crashed. Stone never expected that His Highness would explain it this way. Is it really because he is old that he has never heard of this knowledge? But looking at Brad and Nia's reactions, he knew that the problem wasn't with him, but with His Royal Highness the Prince. Brad grasped the only thing he knew from Shad's words. Your Highness, do you mean that there is iron in the clay? Well, it's not iron in the conventional sense, but elemental iron. You can think of it as a very tiny piece of iron, so small that it's invisible to the naked eye, and it reacts with oxygen at high temperatures. Xiaoda frowned and thought for a moment. Well, it's like the reaction between quicklime and water. You should know that calcined limestone becomes hot when water is added. Brad nodded repeatedly. That's true. For some reason, when you add water to limestone powder, it becomes very hot. If you're not careful, you might get burned. Brad's eyes lit up. He had noticed this a long time ago, but he had never understood the reason. Moreover, it was not his main task, so he did not pay much attention to it. Now that His Highness mentioned it, he suddenly asked excitedly. Does this have anything to do with the bricks turning red? It doesn't matter. Xiaoda said. Calcinated limestone is called quicklime. Quicklime reacts with water to become hydrated lime. The process releases heat, which is what you see. Under high temperature conditions, the iron in the clay reacts with oxygen to produce red ferric oxide. If you have to say there's any connection between them, it's that they both have a chemical reaction. Chemistry, on the other hand, is an extremely profound science that reveals the true nature of everything in the world and the connections between different substances. When saying these words, Xiaoda seemed extremely proud. After arriving in the other world, he realized how great the 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life was, as it allowed everyone to have the right to acquire knowledge. Knowledge is power. This statement is not groundless. Without this basic knowledge, even if the system can provide him with all kinds of drawings, he will definitely be a hopeless person. Suddenly, Xiaoda felt a sudden gust of wind blowing towards him. He felt a chill on his neck and looked back, but saw nothing but a gloomy forest. Chemical reaction. This? Stone seemed a little confused. Although after Momo turned into a witch, he no longer believed in the so-called omnipotent Holy Light Church. Can the knowledge that can reveal everything in the world really be mastered by humans? Is this great knowledge really not the privilege of the gods? But he felt that His Royal Highness's words were very convincing. His confident look and the explanation that didn't sound fake made it seem like he was bragging at all. Could he be the reincarnation of God? Stone shook his head to dismiss this ridiculous idea. No matter how you look at it, His Highness is just an ordinary person. Brad didn't have as many ideas as Stone. He heard that chemistry was very exciting, so he wanted to learn it. So he asked with anticipation, "Your Highness, can I learn chemistry?" "Ahem, maybe later. Right now, just do your job well. As long as you perform well, there will be opportunities in the future." Xiaoda was a little embarrassed. Although his chemistry grades were pretty good before, after so much time, he had almost forgotten everything. However, it shouldn't be a big problem to teach them to memorize the first 20 digits of the periodic table and perform some simple chemical reactions to help them enlighten their thinking. Shad pondered. Since we are going to write chemistry, we might as well get some simple knowledge of mathematics, physics, and biology. Forget it, let's start a school first. Let Einstein teach them how to read first. Chapter 71. How come you are so skilled? Xiaoda looked at Nia beside him. At this time, Nionyang was already offline. She seemed to be standing there, but her soul had already run away to who knows where. Her eyes were blurry, and it seemed that the conversation between the three people went in one ear and out the other. Xiaoda waved his hand in front of her, and Nia suddenly woke up. She shook her body, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and nodded with a serious expression. Yes, Your Highness, you are right. What's right? If you don't understand, then you don't understand. There's no shame in that. Xiaoda said this with a smile, and Nia scratched her head and giggled. Actually, this is something that started happening after I became a witch. I can handle almost everything with just my strength, so I've gradually lost interest in using my brain. I used to be really smart. Don't blame everything on the witch. I don't think you are good at studying. If I go back and tell Lilith about this, she will definitely listen very carefully. Xiaoda exposed Nia's lie at a glance. Nia stuck out her tongue and said nothing. Before leaving, Shade instructed Brad and Stone. You may now begin to build a house with bricks and lime mortar. I will take care of the location. Xiaoda pinched his chin and thought for a while, then pointed to a place not far from the brick kiln and said, Here it is. Build a house first to see the effect. If possible, you can use it directly as a staff dormitory or storage room. After all, this is not the main purpose. The main purpose is to let the engineering team become familiar with the use of these new materials to facilitate the completion of subsequent tasks. Yes, Your Highness. Brad nodded in agreement. Also, the brick kiln can begin continuous production. After a few rounds of production to confirm there are no problems, go to Clint and ask him to arrange for some workers to replace the engineering team. They can make bricks, load and unload bricks, and even simple tasks like preparing cement mortar and concrete. Xiaoda expressed his previous thoughts. Your engineering team only needs to figure out how to use these materials to build a sturdy and beautiful building. Yes, Stone replied excitedly. Looking at the neatly stacked red bricks being carried out by the workers, Stone felt his hands itching. As a professional stonemason, he has long wanted to see what the house built with these 3 new materials would look like. I'm still a little worried. Bring me 2 shovels. To ensure they could use the lime mortar and bricks properly, Shad didn't mind demonstrating it himself. Watch carefully. Recalling the scene of other people's houses being built when he was a child, Xiaoda enthusiastically placed a few red bricks on the ground. With a puff sound, he scooped up a lump of mixed lime mortar, shook his hands back and forth, and skillfully moved the mortar back and forth on the 2 shovels to remove the air inside. Bang! Feeling that it was almost done, Xiaoda swung the shovel violently, and the mortar was accurately thrown onto the red bricks. He then gently rubbed the shovel along the bricks, and the mortar was evenly spread. Then cover it with another red brick. Don't waste it here. Xiaoda used a shovel to scoop up the mortar squeezed out of the 2 bricks and poured it on the 2 shovels again. See? This is basically the process for building a house with bricks. It just takes a little practice. Shad thought these operations were simple, but this scene frightened Stone and Brad, who hurriedly took the shovel from Shad. Your Highness, how can you do this kind of work? It's totally unbecoming of your status. They felt that it was an insult to the nobility to have them do the work of stonemasons. And why are you so skilled? Brad gave a puzzled look. Obviously both bricks and lime mortar were newly invented, so why did His Royal Highness's movements look so skillful, as if he had practiced for a long time? Ahem. Well, actually, these two things were first invented by the alchemy workshop in the royal capital. I've seen them before, so I can use them. Xiao thought about it, and pulled the alchemy workshop out to help him take the blame. You can't say that this is a skill he learned when he was a child in the countryside, right? Anyway, these guys have no chance to come into contact with the alchemy workshop, so isn't it him who has the final say on what the workshop invents? It's true that many nobles have unique hobbies. Nia looked at the bricks on the ground and nodded. But this is the first time I've seen a noble with such a wide range of interests like yours, Your Highness. Nia scratched her head in confusion. He played with shit, designed weapons, drew blueprints, and plastered and baked bricks. Are all the prince's hobbies so weird? I don't understand, and I don't dare to ask more. After arranging everything, Shad and Nia set out to return to the castle. After the two men left, Brad squatted on the ground and picked up the shovel. He also wanted to try what Shad had just done, but found that he could not be as skillful as His Highness. He scratched his head in confusion. It's not as easy as Your Highness said, is it? Stone looked at Brad and laughed. You are still too young, let me do it. A moment later, Stone also scratched his head and frowned. Your Highness is really amazing. On the way back to the castle, Xiao found that Nia was holding a brick in her hand and asked in confusion, Nia, what are you going to do with a brick? Of course I'm taking it back to show Lilith. She hasn't seen this new thing yet. Nia said as a matter of course. Xiao nodded. You two have a really good relationship. Of course. Nia straightened her body proudly, making her broad mind seem even broader. Before I met you, Your Highness, I was the person Lilith relied on the most. Seeing that Xiao was indifferent, Nia felt a little bored and asked, What about you, Your Highness? Why are you taking a brick back? Are you going to show it to Lilith? She looked at Xiao, who also had a brick in his hand. Nia noticed that the brick had some damage on the corners, and it was the first brick she took out of the brick kiln. Xiao shook his head and said, No, I took it back to collect it. Collect? Nia said this in surprise, as if she didn't understand what Shad did. What's so good about collecting a broken brick? Xiao didn't expect her to understand, so he didn't say much. He is a person who cares a lot about the sense of accomplishment. As a time traveler, of course he has to commemorate the new things he has brought to this world. Just like the first crossbow was hanging on the wall of his study, this first brick must also be kept. Later on, he will bring more and more new things to the world. Maybe he can even build a museum of science and technology development. It's very interesting to think about it. Your Highness, what are we having for dinner tonight? What do you want to eat? I want to eat meat. Oh, let's eat noodles then. Oh, okay, that's fine. The two walked side by side. The atmosphere was relaxed and joyful. Chapter 72 Anecdotes in the Royal Capital. Card Fortress, in the castle. Duke Card emerged from his bedroom, wearing only a woolen robe. Looking through the half-open door, there were several women lying in a mess inside, and the bed was a mess. The sturdy Duke Card looked fine and not at all weak. Your Excellency the Duke, there is a letter from Kaba City. Seeing the Duke come out, Bourne stood up and bowed his head. In his hand was an exquisite envelope, with the intact gold sealing wax on it indicating that the letter had never been opened. Because the letter was too important, he, the first commander of the knights, had to deliver it personally, and not even the Duke's steward was allowed to touch it. How's your injury, Bourne? Duke Card poured himself a glass of red wine and shook it gently. The fine red wine looked as attractive as blood in the ceramic cup. The Duke didn't pay attention to the envelope at first, but asked about his injury. This made Bourne flattered, and his tone was touched. I'm almost well now. Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency the Duke. As Card savored the wine, he glanced at Bourne and said, Oh, the scars on your face make you look like a seasoned warrior. Who sent the letter, Duke Kaba or His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince? I'm not sure about this either. It should be His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince. Bourne lowered his head and said that even he was not qualified to open the envelope. After all, the sealing wax on the envelope represents the mountain pattern of the Silver Ridge Kingdom, and the golden sealing wax is also exclusive to the royal family. In the entire Card County, only Duke Card has the qualifications to open this letter. No, there is also the fourth prince. However, I'm afraid that what the Dukes are planning will have nothing to do with that loser. Bourne chuckled inwardly. Card took the envelope that Bourne handed to him with one hand, sat down on the chair next to him, put down his wine glass, and opened the envelope. while Born stood behind him and waited quietly. Born was a little confused and didn't know what was written in the letter. Duke Card actually laughed as he read it. He seemed to be in a very good mood and began to share the contents of the letter with Born. It would not be harmful to tell the people around him about the fun in the letter. This is a letter from His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince. He has arrived in Kaba City. Born's eyes lit up. Really? Then what's next? Well, Duke Kaba has already started making preparations. He told us to start raising troops as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late after winter is over. The war is about to begin. Born was vaguely excited. The other thing is the church. The focus of the church doesn't seem to be on the five princes. Many of the archbishops and saints in Kaba territory have already evacuated. It's almost the same here, but there are still quite a few left. TSK. Card frowned and drank the rest of the red wine in one gulp. Those bugs are really annoying. Born didn't dare to respond. He knew that Duke Card had a dislike for the Church of Holy Light and had always wanted to eradicate all church influence in the fortress. However, in the church, the saint who possesses divine power is the most powerful weapon against corruption and has helped relieve a lot of pressure on the south side of the fortress. Born had witnessed it once with his own eyes. The noble and holy saint could release a platinum-colored sacred flame with a wave of her hand, burning the monster into ashes. That incredible power is obviously not something that humans can master. And unlike the ugly and evil witches, the appearance of the saints is no different from that of humans. God knows how they mastered those magical powers. The Duke had also thought about recruiting the saints to join his army, but no matter what conditions he offered, the saints remained indifferent. Their loyalty to the church is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Unable to win her over directly, the Duke tried to find out how to train a saint, but in the end there was no result. Come to think of it, holy water and the holy maiden are the cornerstones of the Holy Light Church. They are the most secret of secrets and will definitely not be easily revealed to others. Born withdrew his thoughts and continued to listen to what the Duke said. Card shook his head and looked at Born with a smile. Let's not talk about these annoying things. Do you know why Adams evacuated the capital and fled to the Third Prince's Stuart territory, Born? Born thought for a moment and offered a guess. Because he supports the Third Prince? When the Duke asks you a question, you must not shake your head and say you don't know. This will spoil the Duke's mood and lower your status in his heart. Therefore, even if it is just a wild guess, you have to give your exact answer. Really? Card shook his head with a half-smile on his face. You're wrong. You wouldn't have guessed that Adams evacuated the capital out of fear. Fear. Unlike the boring truths in the past, Born was really surprised this time. An archbishop of the Church of Holy Light, who was stationed in the royal capital and protected by a group of saints, actually fled his base out of fear? What are you afraid of? What could possibly scare someone of this level? Card was very satisfied with Born's surprised expression and explained. Because a witch has appeared in the capital, or maybe a group of witches. In short, this witch has appeared, and even the church can't deal with it in a short time. Seeing the church suffer a setback, Card's tone was quite gloating. So far, they have successfully assassinated 13 kingdoms' nobles or church bishops. What's even more ridiculous is that the church still hasn't clearly identified the identities of these witches. That's really regrettable. Born was stunned for a moment and then lowered his head and said, the Duke could gloat over other people's misfortunes, but he couldn't. At the same time, Born felt extremely shocked. You know, the saints of the church all have magical powers, and even the Church of Holy Light can't deal with them. How terrifying is the power of this witch? Duke Card continued to gloat over the misfortune. Ha ha ha, such a huge turmoil has broken out in the capital just as the king is dying. I heard from the Fifth Prince that the nobles in the capital are all worried about themselves, and many are planning to leave during this period. If that's true, the capital will become a deserted city. How funny. After all, those witches are completely unreasonable, and no one knows whether they will be their next target, Born thought. Also, I don't know if it's because of this incident, but the Holy City has also closed all entrances and completely sealed it off. Duke Card sneered and mocked. Is the church so afraid of these witches? They can't even deal with a few witches. It seems that the church is not as powerful as imagined. This is really unexpected news. Born felt a little dizzy. Every piece of information in the letter was like a bombshell hitting him on the head. Chapter 73 The Fuse. Holy City. It was an autonomous church area established in the Kingdom of Altos, where the capital is located, more than 60 years ago when the previous king decided that the Church of Holy Light would be the only church in the Kingdom of Silver Ridge. Whether nobles or commoners, entering and leaving the Holy City required very strict inspection. The church's largest Holy Light Cathedral is also located there, which is also the residence of the most mysterious pope of the Holy Light Church. Pope Scana Ebola has never left the Holy City since its establishment. More than 60 years passed. They don't even know whether the pope is dead or alive, or whether there is a new pope. Almost no one has seen this legendary figure again. He is a very mysterious person. Now, when I heard the news about the Holy City again, I found out that it was blocked because people were frightened by the witch in the royal capital. This made Bourne feel a little sad. The Duke said nothing more after that. I don't know if that was all the content of the letter or if the rest of the news was not suitable to be told to him. In short, after reading it, Duke Card ordered, "Bring me some paper and pen. I also need to write a letter back to the fifth prince." The servant quickly brought the letter paper and quill, and Card wrote for a long time without realizing it. Right to the end, Card seemed to remember something, glanced at Bourne, and said as if talking to himself, "Let's also write down the fourth prince's affairs, even though the fifth prince might not care at all." Hearing about the fourth prince, Bourne pricked up his ears and seemed very concerned. His Highness the fourth prince refused to pay protection money, believing that his 3 knights alone could hold off the winter monster attacks. Ha! He hadn't noticed it before, but after writing it himself, Card realized how funny it was. The fourth prince is so stupid that he is completely qualified to be the subject of their jokes. I'm afraid the fourth prince has never actually seen a magical beast, otherwise he wouldn't say such ridiculous things. Kate scoffed. You know, their fortress has to make very thorough preparations every winter to resist the attacks of monsters. This is why he is so confident about the upcoming war. Every winter, they have to face attacks from large numbers of monsters from the Death Forest. When it comes to Knight's experience and combat capabilities, no place in the entire kingdom can compare to Card County. He controls the most powerful military force in the entire kingdom and has no idea how he can lose. In Card's opinion, the fourth prince's refusal of the fortress's protection was tantamount to seeking death. Certainly, Card didn't mind making the fourth prince's already difficult situation even worse. After writing the letter, Card sealed the envelope and handed it to the servant. He showed a contemptuous smile on his face and said lightly, "Humph, if you don't want to pay the protection fee, then we can collect it from somewhere else. If you want to control that useless fourth prince, the fortress has plenty of ways to do it." Your Excellency the Duke is right. Hearing this, Bourne felt relieved. Every time he thought about how the fourth prince had his water cup smashed on him, how Ka had disfigured him and had half of his ear chopped off, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. Now, seeing His Excellency the Duke controlling the fourth prince as easily as crushing an ant, I can't tell you how happy I am. I want to see how he survives this winter. Knock, knock, knock. There's a knock on the door. Enter. After Shad said this, he saw Clint walk in with a gloomy face, and his facial features seemed to be squeezed together. Your Highness, I have some very bad news to tell you. Clint looked at the information in his hand, his voice extremely sad. Oh, how bad is it? Could it be that Card Fortress has organized its forces to attack the outpost town? Cough, cough, cough. Shad's words choked Clint, but also made him feel a little relieved. He glanced at Xiada with some resentment. Your Highness, please stop joking. Things are not that bad yet. Then why do you look so grim? Things haven't reached the worst point yet, have they? Huh. Clint breathed a sigh of relief, his expression returning to normal. Your Highness, your mentality is something I can learn from. Okay, tell me what's going on. Seeing Clint return to his normal form, Shad stopped teasing him. Clint nodded. The last batch of goods before winter has been delivered from the fortress, but the prices of the goods have all increased. After observing Shade's expression, Clint continued. The average price of all goods has increased by 30%, with food and clothing prices having doubled. Oh. Shade chuckled, which confused Clint. Upon hearing such bad news, shouldn't your Highness be angry? What's the point of laughing? I knew it. I didn't expect you to come so late. His Highness seemed to have anticipated this, which made Clint even more confused. Your Highness, what do you mean? When I refused to pay the fortress protection money, I thought the fortress would do this. Since you're unwilling to pay the protection fee, then make up for it from other sources. I believe Duke Card must be thinking so. After all, the only trade route in Outpost Town is monopolized by Card Fortress. Raising the price of goods, and how much, is just a matter of the Duke's word. Xiada was not surprised at this news. The fortress will definitely raise the price of goods sooner or later. It's just that my refusal to pay the protection fee has accelerated the process. So, Your Highness, you knew this would happen? Clint asked in disbelief. Well, it's just a reasonable inference based on all the information put together. A gloomy look flashed in Xiada's eyes. After all, no matter if it's the Duke or any other prince, no one wants to see me living a comfortable life. This was when the king was still alive, and he had just arrived in Outpost Town as Lord not long ago. If he really waited until the king died, the war started, and winter passed, Shad had no idea what would greet him. As he listened, Clint's expression became sad again, as if he had eaten bitter medicine. He opened his mouth and whispered, "Your Highness, why don't we contact Duke Card and pay him a protection fee? If the price of the goods remains this high, I'm afraid our money won't last long." He knew that His Royal Highness the Prince didn't like this, but there was no other way. Xiada shook his head and gave a meaningful smile. "Remember when I said we wanted to open up the Death Forest, but now wasn't a good time?" Clint was stunned for a moment, and then sweat broke out on his head. He originally thought His Highness was just speaking casually in anger, but now it seems that His Highness is serious. "Your Highness, are you really going to open up the Death Forest?" Shad nodded. Creating the Death Forest cannot be accomplished by a small group of people. It requires the support of everyone. He smiled faintly, and there seemed to be fire burning in his eyes. "And now is the best time to announce this decree. Duke Card has already delivered the fuse for developing the Death Forest to him. If he can't even seize this opportunity, wouldn't it be a waste of his time as a time traveler?" Chapter 74, I Will Never Leave. Clint, arrange this matter. Have everyone gather in the square tomorrow morning for a national rally. Shade ordered. "Your Highness, you must think twice about opening up the Death Forest. What if we fail? With monsters attacking us from the front and the fortress controlling the price of goods from the back, wouldn't we be doomed?" As the fourth prince's Minister of State, Clint must explain the interests involved to Shade. In his opinion, the act of opening up the Death Forest was too radical. How do you choose between a slow death and a desperate fight? Do you need me to teach you? However, Shad had made up his mind. He looked at Clint seriously and said, "We have no way out. Yes, there is no turning back." Shocked by Shad's gaze, Clint calmed down and thought about it. Of course he knows. In fact, when His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince was exiled to Outpost Town, the outcome was already determined. No matter what countermeasures they took, as long as the fortress monopolized the trade, Outpost Town, or the Fourth Prince would never be able to turn things around. Just like today, the fortress raised the price whenever it wanted, without giving any face to His Royal Highness the Prince. If they don't open up new business routes, they will be finished sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. He compromised. "I understand. I will obey your will, Your Highness." After saying this, Clint left the study with a serious expression on his face, his brain still working rapidly. This is different from His Highness's previous surprising actions. Whether it is training soldiers, making crossbows, or planting potatoes, these are all things done in one's own territory. But once they choose to open up the Death Forest and open up rivers to seek new trade routes, it would be equivalent to completely breaking off relations with Duke Card. When the Duke learns of this, he will surely be furious. How should they respond then? Clint didn't know what His Royal Highness was thinking, but at this moment he had no choice but to believe it. Because his fate was linked with His Royal Highness the Prince a long time ago. Well, Clint sighed softly as he left the study, and even Lilith, who was standing at the door, didn't notice. Clint felt a wave of fear at the thought of what they were about to do next. However, amidst the fear that was buried in my heart like a dark cloud, there was also a hint of excitement. What if they really succeed in opening up the Death Forest and creating a river? By then, their lives will surely be much better than they are now, right? Think of this. Clint felt that he could no longer muddle along like before and had to seriously assist His Highness in completing the daily management of the territory, at least for the coming winter. After Clint left, Shade walked to the window, from where he could see the whole view of Outpost Town. He saw soldiers conducting their daily drills in the training ground to his right. The few pedestrians on the town's main street shivered in thin clothing. Some thatched houses were blown into the air by the wind, their owners standing beside them, anxious and helpless. Opening the fog map, although the Death Forest in the south has been illuminated a lot, it is far from enough. The seemingly endless purple-gray color still makes people feel deeply uneasy. In fact, he was not sure about the success of opening up the Death Forest. He just didn't want to be controlled all the time, knowing that if he continued like this, he would never have a chance to turn things around. Especially after winter was over, the civil war in the kingdom would not even give him time to grow. We have to race against time. This gave Seado a sense of urgency. "Your Highness, are you having any troubles?" At this moment, a pleasant and crisp voice rang in his ears, temporarily calming Seado's irritable heart. He looked back and saw Lilith holding a piece of clothing and blinking at him. Her little face was flushed and full of worry. Seado pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "Nothing, just a trivial matter." "You don't look like it's a small matter." Lilith pouted and walked up to Shade. "Come here, Your Highness. Open your hands. Xiaoda opened his hands obediently. Lilith skillfully spread out the clothes in her hands and measured the place where she was holding the shoulders on Shad. It's just right. Lilith smiled happily. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, and her slightly red cheeks were like an apple candy dipped in honey, making people want to take a bite. A new piece of clothing every week. This time, Lilith prepared a sweater made of wool for Shad, and most importantly, it was made using the template of modern clothes drawn by Shad. Well done. The sweater is almost entirely white, with some stripes on the sleeves and a small heart pattern on the chest, which is obviously Lilith's little thought. Looking at this exquisite sweater, Xiaoda's negative emotions were swept away. He had long been fed up with the cumbersome, ancient costumes. Xiaoda took off his shirt in front of Lilith without any hesitation, which made Lilith's face turn redder and her ears feel slightly hot. In order to show her etiquette, she covered her eyes with her hands, but the gaps between her fingertips betrayed her. But Shade didn't care. After easily putting on the sweater, Xiaoda felt refreshed. The thick fabric was extremely effective in keeping warm and was much more convenient to move in than his previous clothes, making him feel as if he had returned to the time before he traveled through time. This kind of clothes is more comfortable to wear. What do you think, Lilith? It's very beautiful. Lilith nodded, staring at Shad intently. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that after His Royal Highness put on this sweater, he became more energetic than before. I just don't have the same demeanor and dignity as a prince anymore, Lilith said again. Although the clothes of the past were inconvenient and uncomfortable to wear, they could definitely improve a person's temperament and give people a solemn and serious feeling. But Shad disagreed. There's no point in being classy and majestic. When it comes to clothes, of course, you should wear whatever is comfortable for you. Your Highness is right. Lilith nodded repeatedly in agreement. Your Highness, could you please tell me what you just said to Lord Clint? Seeing that Clint and Shade both looked unhappy, she thought something bad must have happened, and she also wanted to help Shade share some of the pressure. Xiaoda was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the little spider lady would ask this. After hesitating for a moment, he told Lilith the whole story. Well, Your Highness will definitely succeed. After hearing what Shade said, Lilith didn't know what to say. After all, he knew nothing about the overall situation, so she could only comfort him like this. Well, just in case you really fail, you, Nia, and Momo, you should leave here early. Duke Card will not tolerate your presence. Don't want. This was the first time Lilith refuted Shad, which surprised Shad a little. At this time, a gust of wind blew in from the window, causing Lilith's short black hair to sway slightly. Beneath a few strands of messy hair, there was a pair of determined eyes. Lilith gently grasped the corner of Shade's clothes, just like many times before. Her pink lips opened slightly. I'm definitely not leaving. Chapter 75. The sound is a bit too loud. The weather today is worse than before. The entire sky was covered with clouds, appearing white. The cold air from the north seemed to be able to penetrate the Silver Ridge Mountains and head straight for Chinchao Town. The atmosphere in the town was as bad as the damn weather. Because everyone found that everything has become more expensive. Old Bull, are you kidding me? Why has the price of a glass of wine risen to 3 copper coins? Drink if you want, get out if you don't. In the tavern, Old Bull was furious. It's not like I wanted to raise the price. The wine sent from the fortress is much more expensive than before. If I don't raise the price, won't I have to pay you to drink it? Bah! If you keep raising the prices, who will come to your lousy tavern? After cursing, the customer turned and left. Joel, are you serious? The customer standing in front of the bakery rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. A piece of white bread costs 5 copper coins. Why don't you just go and rob it? It used to be 3 copper coins apiece. Joel, the bakery owner, smiled sheepishly. I don't want to either, but the price of wheat has doubled. If I don't raise the price, how can I make money? He knew, of course, that 5 copper coins for a piece of bread was a bit too much. But it is not he who determines the price of bread, but the price of wheat, and there is nothing he can do about it. Mom, I want that dress. In the clothing store, a thin little girl pointed at the clothes on the wall with shining eyes. However, his mother just stared blankly at the price under the clothes. How could this happen? Why are clothes so expensive? They were only half the price last year. They simply can't afford the price now. The woman gritted her teeth, squatted down, and comforted the little girl, saying, Be good. The clothes are much more expensive than before. Let's buy them when the price drops, okay? The children didn't care whether the prices went up or not. When they heard that they couldn't buy clothes, tears immediately welled up in their eyes, and they cried loudly. Mom, you lied to me. You said you would buy me a new dress every 2 years. The woman looked embarrassed. It was getting close to evening. Even though the price of ale had increased, quite a few people gathered in Old Bull's tavern, even more than usual, all coming to drink and relieve their sorrows. As he became drunk, he started talking more and more, and he would start chatting with people around him regardless of whether he knew them or not. Why is this happening? The Lord has already abolished so many taxes, so why are we still living in such misery? Who knows? This year I have twice as much money as last year, but my life hasn't gotten any better. He slammed his wine glass on the table and cried as he spoke. Then another person said, I know the reason. It's all the damn merchants' fault. Seeing that we have money, they raise the price and try to steal our money. The money that the Lord saved us goes into their pockets. Just like this glass of wine, but it's a whole copper coin more expensive than before. It's all Old Bull's fault. Yes, Old Bull stole our money. Bull is nothing. The others followed suit and started to make a noise. Old Bull's mouth twitched as he shouted angrily. If you keep talking nonsense, get out of here. It's clearly the card fortress that raised the price of goods delivered to the town. What does it have to do with us merchants? How much money do you have on you that's enough for me to earn? If I really wanted to make money from you, you would have to count the money from me after I sold you out, understand? God knows why prices are so high this year. Although the prices of goods would be a little higher every winter, they have never been as outrageous as this year. If things continue to be like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in this crappy town anymore, thought Old Bull. Just then, a familiar face came into the tavern. The regulars at the tavern all knew this young man named Anthony, who was once an orphan like little Brad. But at this time, he was wearing a green military uniform and looked much better than these drunkards. Knowing that Anthony was now a soldier in His Royal Highness's army, everyone unconsciously felt a sense of alienation, so much so that when Anthony came in, the entire tavern suddenly became quiet. Only Old Bull smiled eagerly and said, Long time no see, Anthony. How come you have time to come to the tavern today? What do you want to drink? I'll buy you the first one. Anthony shook his head. No need, Uncle Bull. I have other tasks. I just came to inform you that His Royal Highness the Prince will hold a general meeting tomorrow morning. You must remember to go on time. After thinking for a moment, Anthony added, Master Clint said that everyone in Outpost Town must attend this gathering. Because the arrangements were too hasty, Clint had to seek help from the army and have the soldiers go door to door to notify everyone. After saying that, Anthony left and went to the next tavern, leaving everyone in the tavern looking at each other in bewilderment. Why is the Lord holding a meeting at this time? God knows. There's never been a meeting at this time before. Perhaps His Highness understands our difficulties and is prepared to reduce our taxes a little more? Unlikely. The Lord has already abolished many taxes, and the remaining taxes are necessary. No matter what, I hope we can get through this winter peacefully. Cheers. Cheers. In the corner of the pub, the three men did not join in the civilian entertainment. The wine glasses on their table contained the most expensive red wine in Bull's Tavern. After hearing the news from Anthony, the three of them exchanged looks in surprise. What is the fourth prince trying to do by holding a rally at this time? I've heard that the fourth prince likes to mess around, but I didn't expect him to mess with his own people just as winter is approaching. The mustachioed man glanced at the other people in the tavern with disdain. But these fools are a perfect match for a lord like this. I don't know if you can smell it, but I always feel like there's a foul odor here. And these people are so stupid. They're so happy to hear the Lord holding a meeting. Don't they know they're going to suffer? In his impression, the Lord usually held such a national meeting to announce matters of exploitation of the people. Not only do these people not have worries, they are also heartless and cheerful, no different from idiots. Another man laughed and agreed. These fools are stupid, isn't it normal? What do you think, Mike? He looked at the last person. The man named Mike glanced at them and said calmly, I think His Royal Highness must have his reasons for doing this. But you, on the other hand, are discussing other people's lords and other people's territories at will. Isn't that a little inappropriate? Mike, what do you mean? The man with the mustache was a little angry. The three of them were merchants from the fortress, and they should be in the same group. I mean, you two are getting a little loud. The man with the mustache suddenly realized something and looked to the side. At some point, the drinkers around them had turned their heads and were staring at them. Chapter 76, Mike's Experience. The three of them were strangers to each other, ordered the most expensive red wine, and sat in the bar talking nonsense. It was impossible not to attract attention. At this time, facing the hostile eyes, some guys with red faces from drinking even started to move their hands and feet. Seeing this, the man with the mustache shrank his neck in dismay, secretly cursing Mike for not reminding them earlier, while saying with a flattering smile, Actually, I also think that His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is the best lord, hee. Nonsense, you don't even need to tell me that. A bearded man shouted impatiently. You guys are the ones who just scolded us and the Lord, right? Don't even think about walking out of this tavern alive today. That's right, if we don't teach him a lesson, We're not people from Outpost Town. You dare to say bad things about us? I'll beat you up. Everyone in the pub was half drunk. After one person started shouting, others responded one after another, and the crowd was outraged. They are already unhappy because of the rising prices, and if anyone dares to offend them now, he will be in big trouble. Seeing that everyone was about to get into a fight, Mike walked to another table and sat down with his glass of wine. His two companions were talking big, but he wasn't. Just then, someone pointed at him and shouted, "Hey guys, this guy didn't say anything bad about us. No need to beat him up." Everyone immediately turned their attention to the man with the mustache and the other man. Faced with the aggressive crowd, the man with a mustache and the other man were immediately sweating profusely. The man with the mustache rolled his eyes and quickly said to please everyone, "Don't be angry. This is our first time in Outpost Town. We didn't know any better. We thought you hated the Lord just like the other commoners. So, how about we buy each of you a glass of wheat beer?" The other man didn't care whether it was cost-effective or not, and nodded in agreement. What they didn't expect was that the originally angry crowd suddenly became happy and smiled, and thanked them repeatedly. "Thank you. Your Excellency is so rich. You are such good people." The atmosphere of not giving up until the fight was over suddenly disappeared, as if the incident had never happened. In the tavern, there were only shouts of joy. "Haha, 3 copper coins for 2 glasses of beer. That's 1 copper coin cheaper than usual. Luckily I came to the tavern today, otherwise I would have missed such a good thing." Even though these civilians can hardly read or write, they are very smart in some aspects. Only the man with the mustache and the other man felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten fly shit. The fortress had raised the price for the outpost town, which actually hurt them now, making them pay half as much as usual. After reluctantly paying, the man with the mustache drank his wine gloomily, cursing in his heart. "A bunch of lowlives. No matter how much I pay you now, I will earn it back double when the time comes." Anyway, he brought a lot of food, clothes, and other daily necessities on behalf of Viscount Rice, so he was not afraid that they would not pay. The other man sighed and whispered, "Well, let's just consider it as a loss to avoid disaster." He picked up the glass, and his bad mood made the originally delicious red wine taste unpalatable. The next morning, the weather was even colder. Fortunately, the square was crowded with people, which made everyone feel a little warmer. But even so, many people were still frozen to the point of having their faces turn red, and they kept rubbing their hands and faces to raise their temperature. This rally was more formal than the previous ones. People saw that the people blocking the platform had been replaced by soldiers from the army. They were wearing thick clothes that looked enviable. Such thick clothes must be able to easily keep out the cold, right? On the other side, Mike also came. Although he did not belong to Qianxiao Town and was not required to attend this rally, curiosity drove him to see what His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince was up to. At this moment, he looked at the soldiers in green uniforms in surprise. In addition to the group of people blocking the platform, there were also several rows of soldiers standing about 50 meters to the right of the platform. Some of them carried bows and arrows on their backs, while others carried things that looked like bows but were not bows. What is that, a new weapon? Mike was a little confused. He recalled that as a merchant in Card Fortress, he had traveled to many places, including Kaba City and Yongda City in Kaba territory, Coldwater Bay and Stir City in Bismarck territory, and even the royal capital. But no matter where he was, he had never seen a weapon that looked like this. Could it be that someone here invented it? In addition, these people were also somewhat different from the knights he had in mind. They stood as straight as pine trees, their eyes looking forward. They also moved in a very orderly or disciplined manner, keeping a certain distance from the people around them, neither more nor less. Mike suspected that even the distance between each step was regulated when they walked. No matter how majestic and powerful the knights are, they can never be as well organized as them. But they don't look like His Royal Highness's knights. After all, there were too many people, and they were not wearing armor. It was obvious that the 3 people wearing silver armor below the platform were the knights. Mike even saw people in the crowd waving to the soldiers in the team, as if they were his relatives. Selected from the common people. Could it be the militia trained by His Royal Highness the Prince? But is it necessary for the militia to provide them with such good clothes and weapons? Mike was puzzled. In the short 2 days since arriving in Qianxiao Town, he had seen more new and interesting things than in the previous month. You can't urinate or defecate anywhere here, otherwise you will be fined. You can only pee and poop in the toilet. He tried it, and felt it was not bad. In the clothing store here, there are actually several spider silk clothes that are rarely seen in the royal capital. Although the price is so shocking that almost no one can afford it, the level of craftsmanship makes Mike feel that they are the best clothes in the world. There is a huge furnace near the river in the southeast of the town. Every day, many people gather around the furnace and take out a pile of square stones from it. Mike doesn't know what they are used for. Today I saw this strange army again, one that looked neither like knights nor like militia. Mike had heard a long time ago that His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince was a strange person. Perhaps he brought his strangeness to his territory, so he invented these strange things? Mike thought happily and smiled at the thought. No matter what strange things His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince did, it had nothing to do with him. He was just a merchant under Earl Elwyn and was ordered to come here to sell goods. Once the goods are sold, if it doesn't snow, he will leave this remote town as soon as possible and return to the fortress to spend the winter in his warm home. If it snowed, that would be bad, and he would have to stay in Outpost Town until spring. But I heard that His Royal Highness the Prince did not ask the knights of the fortress to resist the monsters this year. What if I am eaten by the monsters? Think of this. Mike made up his mind that no matter whether the goods were sold or not, he must leave this dangerous town before the snow blocked the road. Just then, I heard a burst of cheers. Mike looked up and saw that it was His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince who appeared. Chapter 77: A piece of bread for 5 copper coins. The moment Xiada climbed onto the platform, there were bursts of cheers from the dark crowd below. Long live the Lord. Long live His Royal Highness the Prince. Your Highness, please help us. These things are too expensive. I'm almost an adult. Your Highness, please restore my virginity. Hearing a strange shout, Xiada staggered and almost fell on the stairs, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The fact that he was warmly welcomed by the people upon his appearance was undoubtedly the result of abolishing a lot of taxes when he first arrived. Of course, it's more than that. In addition to abolishing taxes, His Royal Highness selected people from the civilian population for the subsequent toilet construction, engineering team, and military selection. Even orphans such as Brad and Anthony were selected to work for His Royal Highness. This undoubtedly broke the previous class stratification and provided them with a visible upward channel. As long as they follow His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, they will be able to live a good life one day. That's why they are so eager for shade. Looking at such a shocking scene, Mike swallowed his saliva. He had never seen a lord of any territory with such great appeal, not even the Duke. When the civilians and slaves at the bottom of the fortress saw the Duke, they could only kneel on the ground with fear on their faces, but when they saw His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, their eyes were full of hope. What is going on? Why is the Fourth Prince, who is said to be unlearned, so popular? Amidst Mike's confusion, Shad finally walked onto the stage. He pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet, and at the same time a knight in the audience shouted, "Quiet." Xiada took a deep breath and looked around at the people below. There are more people than when I first took over as Lord. Everyone in the town came today. The square was packed, and people on the edge even squeezed into the alleys next to it. To be honest, Xiada didn't feel nervous at all when giving a speech in front of so many people, because he knew this was his territory. Here, he is both the chosen one and the only one. He holds the power of life and death over the entire territory, and he believes that he has a pretty good relationship with the people in his territory. At least that's what it seems like now. As long as he makes a call, this group of people will most likely follow his orders and fight wherever he directs. But that alone is not enough. Through this speech, he wanted to make them realize how disgusting the fortress's actions were, arouse the anger in everyone's hearts, and make everyone work together for the goal of developing the Death Forest, uniting the entire town. With emotions brewing in his heart, Xiada stood on the podium in silence for 3 minutes. During this time, no one spoke. Everyone waited quietly. Then Shade spoke up, making a simple opening statement. "Good morning, fellow citizens. I am your lord, Shad Altos. Unfortunately, I have bad news for you. Of course, many of you should have noticed this winter. The prices of goods shipped from Card Fortress have all increased. The prices of most goods have increased by 30 to 40%. Among them, the prices of food and clothing, 2 goods that are crucial to our survival, have doubled." There were exclamations from the crowd. Mike's heart skipped a beat. Why did His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince bring up this matter? He stroked the cotton fabric with his fingers, a habit he did when he was nervous. I think most people don't know the reason, so let me tell you. The reason is that every year, Outpost Town has to invite knights from the fortress to defend against monsters. But do you know how much it costs to hire a knight? At least 100 gold coins, and this year they want 200 gold coins. Everyone exclaimed. They only knew that the knights from the fortress would come every year, but they didn't know that it cost money to invite the knights. You know, the town's annual tax revenue isn't even that much. To make up for the difference, the previous Lord, Viscount Rice, imposed a lot of inexplicable taxes on you. After all, this money is used to protect everyone in the town, so how could we expect the Lord to pay for it? Xiada smiled contemptuously. then pointed at everyone and said, "Of course the wool comes from the sheep, so you guys should pay for it. And if that's still not enough, we'll give all the furs, beast meat, firewood, and other things you hunt that can be sold for free to Card Fortress. And you guys, you've spent almost an entire year's worth of harvest, just to invite a few nights over in the winter to kill a few monsters. But are monsters really that difficult to deal with?" Xiada asked back in a puzzled tone, and this sentence also made the people present think. At this time, Iron Axe walked up to the platform, holding the corpse of a monster in his hand, and stood beside Shade. Shade patted Iron Axe's shoulder. Everyone knows that Iron Axe, the former militia captain and current commander of the 1st Army of Qianshan Town, hunted down the first magical beast of the year over a month ago, even going into the Death Forest alone. After that, hunters were able to kill a magical beast almost every 2 days, and now they can even kill one in a single day. Tell me, are magical beasts really that difficult to deal with? No. Everyone answered in unison. Only Mike and other merchants who came from the fortress were a little confused. Is Warcraft so easy to deal with? That's right. We have weapons that can fight against monsters, so why do we need to ask the knights of the fortress to protect us? That's why I refused them. But Shade's voice suddenly rose. It seems the fortress doesn't want me, or you, to live so comfortably. As if these 200 gold coins were something they rightfully deserved. They raised the price of their goods to sanction us and oppress us. Do you know how ridiculous the prices of goods in this town are right now? 5 coppers for a piece of bread. 5 coppers for a piece of bread. Some of you don't even earn 5 coppers a day. You work so hard all day, and you can't even afford a piece of bread. But do you know that in Card Fortress, in Kaba City, and even in the most prosperous capital of the Silver Ridge Kingdom, a piece of bread can only be sold for 2 copper coins at most? Qianshao Town can be said to be the poorest place in the entire kingdom, but the prices of goods in Qianshao Town are the most outrageous in the entire kingdom. The crowd was somewhat chaotic, with many people showing angry and confused expressions on their faces. Seeing the prices in the small town, they had thought that things would be more expensive in prosperous places like the capital, such as a piece of bread costing a dozen copper coins. This way they can comfort themselves that people living in big cities must be much more pitiful than them. But in the end, why are the prices of goods in a remote town like there's more expensive than in the capital? Shouldn't the poorer the place, the lower the price of goods? Shad answered their doubts. It's because the fortress has monopolized all our trade. Some people might say, as long as we pay the knights, they won't raise the price, right? I tell you, you are totally wrong. Even if this incident didn't happen, the normal commodity prices in Qianshao Town are much higher than those in other places. Do you know why? Due to its geographical location, the only trading partner of Outpost Town is Card Fortress. Chapter 78 goes down in history, the early winter speech. Be it food, clothing, daily necessities, or furniture, due to our location, we can only purchase them through Card Fortress. As a result, the prices of goods are completely determined by the fortress. Even if the prices double again tomorrow, we have no choice but to swallow our anger. This is why Qianxin Town has always been poor, and you have never had a good life. The dark crowd gradually became quiet from being noisy, but this time the quietness was a little different from the previous ones. Mike felt that the atmosphere around him seemed to have changed. The weather was obviously cold, but he felt like he was in a furnace, with beads of sweat on his forehead. For some reason, he found his body trembling. The people around seemed to be gathering some kind of power. A pair of calm eyes were fixed on His Royal Highness the Prince, who was giving a passionate speech on the podium. That kind of seriousness should never appear on these guys who can't even read. The principles His Royal Highness the Prince talked about were the simplest knowledge for merchants like them, but most of the peasants in Qianshao Town did not know them. They just live in a daze on weekdays. How can people who are trying their best to survive have time to think about these things? They simply think that these products should be sold at this price. If the price goes up, they will consider themselves unlucky, and if the price goes down, they will be happy. They never look beyond the surface of things. But now, His Royal Highness the Prince actually told all these things to his subjects in public, layer by layer, like peeling an onion. What was he trying to do? Doesn't His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince know that the more intelligent people there are, the more difficult it is to manage the territory? The sound that frightened him continued, like the roar of a demon. Complex taxes, high prices. Tell me, what's the way out for Qianshan Town? As long as the town's trade routes are monopolized by Fortress Card, Outpost Town will never recover. You will be forced to live a life of poverty at the bottom of society for the rest of your lives. Your children and grandchildren, generation after generation, will be forever exploited and oppressed by the fortress. Tell me, is this the life you want? How could anyone possibly want to live like this their whole life? After listening to Xiada's words, people realized for the first time that poverty was not their fault. It turns out it wasn't that they didn't work hard enough, but that the damn fortress was getting in the way. But what can they do? Even the most brainless person knows that Card Fortress is not something that Outpost Town can deal with. Even if the fortress treats them like this, they will have no power to fight back. Shade even heard some people sobbing quietly. "Your Highness, what should we do?" Someone below shouted, and at this moment, as if considering Shad as the last hope, they all shouted, "Your Highness, please help us. My lord, we don't want to live like this anymore." Xiada smiled. He didn't expect that joy and encouragement would be so effective. Almost everyone's emotions were carried away by his words. Originally, he had arranged for military personnel to act as a stand-in, but now it seems that this is no longer necessary. The subjects who feel desperate will take the initiative to ask. What Shad didn't know was, the main reason for the public's outrage was not the power of the passive skill at all, but his own strong disgust for the fortress and the already dark living reality of the people in the outpost town. Shade waved his hand violently, responding to people's expectations. Of course, you need a leader who can lead you out of this sea of suffering. Now he is here. Shad pointed at himself. But no one present thought that His Royal Highness the Prince was joking. Instead, they burst into loud cheers. Outpost Town has now reached a critical moment. We must break the fortress's trade monopoly. To do this, we must expand southward. We must open up the Death Forest, cut down those strange black trees, kill all the hideous monsters there, and take back the land that originally belonged to us. We need to clear the river and reopen the town's water transportation. This way, we can trade freely with other territories instead of engaging in such unequal trade with Card Fortress. Someone in the crowd let out a small exclamation. After all, in their eyes, the Death Forest is very dangerous, and countless people have never returned after entering it. And Xiada's words reassured them again. Of course, you don't have to worry. The soldiers of the First Army of Qianshan Town will always be at the forefront of the development. They can easily hunt down monsters and protect everyone. At the same time, all the soldiers of the First Army shouted in unison. "Fight for His Highness! Fight for Outpost Town!" The sound was so loud that it almost reached the sky, causing the people below to feel overwhelmed. They suddenly felt that the Death Forest was not so scary after all. Xiada's previous excited mood changed, and his voice became calm but full of power. "My people, this is a silent war. If I want to change the situation in Outpost Town, I need the strength of every one of you. I know that in previous winters, you all stayed in your houses, and most other territories did the same. But this year's outpost will be different than any other year before. Are you willing to join me in this struggle to change the situation in Outpost?" Without any hesitation, the crowd, already emotionally charged, immediately agreed. I do too." Someone imitated the First Army and shouted, "Fight for His Royal Highness." Others followed suit and shouted, "Fight for Outpost." Right now, the people of the entire town seemed to be united as one, with a blazing flame in everyone's eyes. No matter how cold the wind was, it could not blow out the fire. Before, they were useless commoners who were looked down upon by the nobles and taxed arbitrarily. Now, they are the most powerful force in Shade's hands, a group of people with faith. And these people will definitely make this winter extremely hot. Looking at the crowd below, Xiada knew that his goal had been achieved. No matter what he says next, these people will do it without hesitation and carry it out. He estimated that even if he asked them to pick up a branch and attack Card Fortress, they would set off without hesitation. But Shade would not do that. He cherished his subjects more than any other noble in the world. "I promise that this winter, I won't let any of you go without food or clothes. As long as you're willing to work, everyone who participates in the work will be generously rewarded after winter ends. Anyone who sacrifices their life while clearing the forest will receive a pension of 1 gold coin. Even if joy and encouragement has the ability to boost everyone's emotions, these rewards must be clearly stated. After all, these are the real benefits and what every civilian cares about most." Xiada looked at everyone quietly on the high platform, while the people below kept shouting, "Long live His Royal Highness the Prince! Fight for His Royal Highness!" and so on. Just then, a familiar cold wind blew towards Xiada. Feeling a little cold on the tip of his nose, Xiada looked up and saw snowflakes slowly falling from the white sky. It's snowing. Winter is coming. Chapter 79. Your leadership qualities are as great as his. As Shad stepped down from the platform, Clint came over. At this time, Zhongding's face was flushed, and he was as excited as a young man who was a dozen years younger. "Your Highness, you are so handsome, so great." I'm sorry, I can't find the most appropriate words to describe you right now. For Clint, Shad's speech had a huge impact on him. The original fear of the Death Forest and the disapproval of the Shad plan were completely overwhelmed by this speech. Now he just wants to stay close to Seada and assist him to the best of his ability. In his opinion, as long as the operation to open up the Death Forest is successful, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince will be close to ascending the throne and becoming emperor. This was the feeling Seada gave him just now. Cow, Eyes and Locke walked over together and gave Shade a knight's salute. This time, their movements were so standard that there was not a single mistake, and it lasted for more than 10 seconds to express their admiration for His Royal Highness the Prince. With a lord like His Highness leading the way, conquering the Death Forest is a piece of cake. With a head of flowing yellow hair, Iza said with a smile. Well, it will definitely succeed. Locke followed with a serious expression. Even the usually serious Ka stared at Shad for a long time, and then gave him the highest praise in his mind. I see the shadow of the first king in your highness. Your leadership qualities are as great as his. Seada was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to receive such high praise from his subordinates. The first king of the Silver Ridge Kingdom, Blaze Altos, also known as the Night King by later generations, relied on his strength and leadership to rise from obscurity to become king step by step. He is the first belief in the hearts of all the knights of the Silver Ridge Kingdom. Thank you for your compliments. I'm afraid that Qianshan Town won't be as peaceful as it was before. Your workload will definitely increase dramatically, so I'm afraid it will be hard for you. The management team under him was already very small, and he could only cope with the situation if there were fewer people in Qianshao Town. Once the plan to develop the Death Forest begins, their daily workload will surely increase to an unimaginable level. Clint is definitely the busiest among them. He is responsible for various human resource arrangements, work transfers, and resource management. Shad was thinking about whether to give Einstein another spider silk robe and let him help Clint with these tasks. However, the church's rules prohibit interfering in the territory's political affairs, and I don't know whether he will agree. It's not hard. I will do my best to complete the task assigned to me by your highness. Clint patted his chest and assured Shad. After listening to Seada's speech, he had been feeling very excited for a long time, and having more work was exactly what he wanted. Only in this way can His Highness know how hard he works and how much effort he has put in, so that he can secure the position of His Highness the Prince's right-hand man in the future. We will not let our guard down, and will always ensure the safety of His Royal Highness the Prince. Ka raised the long sword hanging at his waist. After His Highness decided to open up the Death Forest, it was equivalent to going against Duke Card. It was hard to say whether despicable means such as assassination or poisoning would occur later. They had to perform the defense mission more seriously than before. Taking this opportunity, Chow put forward his own demands. Your Highness, I hope to select a few men from the First Army to be trained as knights to increase the castle's defenses. Currently, there are only 3 of us protecting your Highness, and that's too few. No, the First Army's personnel cannot be moved. We still rely on them to open up the Death Forest. If you really want to train new people, you can recruit some from the small town. Shad refused Ka's request. Cao frowned. But this will take too long to train. In his opinion, after a period of training, the soldiers of the First Army at least have strong physiques and obedient discipline, which makes them easier to train. Besides, the strongest people in the whole town are in the army, and the remaining ugly ones are of no use even if they are brought in. That's unavoidable. There are too few people in the town right now. Besides the army, the other tasks of opening up the Death Forest will require a large number of manpower. Actually, I think the castle's defenses are quite sufficient right now. Don't forget Nia, Lilith, and the others. Shad planned to buy some slaves as soon as possible after opening up the river channel. But in that case, we have to consider the issue of food. You know, the most basic condition for a population explosion is sufficient food, otherwise there will be big chaos. The town will not be fully self-sufficient in food until at least the year after next. Oh, if only there was a witch who could make crops grow. Cal felt that what Shad said made some sense, and Lilith and Nia were indeed very capable. But they won't always be with you. The castle still needs more guards. Of course, we can always stay by His Highness' side and protect him. When they were halfway there, Nia's voice suddenly came from the alley next to them. Several people looked in the direction of the sound and saw Nia, wearing a hood, pulling Lilith, who was also wearing a hood, out of the darkness of the alley. What are you doing here? What if others find out? Clint was startled by the sudden appearance of the 2 people. He looked around and whispered after making sure that there was no one else around. Nia took off her hood, revealing her head. A few snowflakes fell on her golden hair, emitting a bright white light, which made her smile even brighter. Hey, We also want to listen to your highness's speech. And don't worry, I'm sure there are no talented people hiding around here. Lilith next to her nodded repeatedly. Because she curled up her spider legs, her hood looked like a backpack on her back. She took off her hood, and her white backless sweater contrasted with the snow in the air. Her fair skin looked like a milk pudding mixed with cherry blossoms under the contrast of the same color. Your Highness is truly different from other nobles. Your speech was truly wonderful. Lilith's silver-gray eyes only glowed like agate when she looked at Shade. Her smile made Seata wonder if this little girl had grown up a little and become more charming. Otherwise, why would she be so damn sweet? Naya's right. We will definitely protect your Highness's safety. Please rest assured, Lord Cao. She looked at Ka and said seriously. In that case, I will select a few people from the town to train. Ka relented. On the other side, the sounds from the town could even be heard by Momo, who was in the river. The little mermaid poked her head out to look in the direction of Outpost Town, wondering to herself, did something happen in the town? As she tilted her head with a puzzled look on her face. A fish was launched from the water beside her like a cannonball and landed accurately in a bag not far from the shore, jumping around with the other fish inside. Chapter 80. Woo woo woo, my horse. Crazy, crazy. Everyone's gone crazy. Mike's throat felt dry, his limbs felt a little cold, and he swallowed hard. He took a few steps back and bumped into someone. Looking back, the person ignored him and just shouted excitedly, "Long live His Royal Highness the Prince." His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince has gone crazy. How ignorant of his own limitations was he, actually wanting to open up the Death Forest? You have to know that even Duke Card has never done this. Faced with a large number of monsters, the best he could do was to stop them outside the fortress walls. If we really want to open up the Death Forest, I wonder how many lives will be lost. Qianshao Town is such a tiny place, with a population of only 1,000 or so at most, including many women and children. How can we develop this place? It's obvious that they are rushing to be food for Warcraft. These townspeople are crazy. Mike looked at the enthusiastic crowd around him. Even though His Royal Highness the Prince had left for a long time, this group of people still stayed in the square and continued to cheer for the fourth prince. Mike even suspected that His Royal Highness the Prince had used some witchcraft to control their minds. Even if you think about it with your heels, you will know how stupid the decision to open up the Death Forest is. They also said that money would be given to the family of every deceased person. If everyone is dead, then there is no need to give money, right? More importantly, why did His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince's speech just now make him feel so excited? If he hadn't calmed down and remembered that he was not from Qianshao Town, he would have almost raised his hands and praised the title of His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. It's so weird. There's something wrong with this town. A lawless lord, an extremely fanatical populace, and a bunch of strange and incomprehensible things. The more Mike thought about it, the more he felt that he couldn't stay there any longer. He struggled to squeeze through the crowd around him and ran back to his shop in the outpost town. Rat, quickly gather these things and put them on the carriage. Take out all the food and cloth inside. Let's go back to the fortress. Mike pointed to the stall in front of the shop and then hurriedly ran to the second floor to pack his things. Mouse was one of his men, and seeing Mike's panicked look, he was a little confused. Master, we haven't sold much yet. Wouldn't it be a big loss to go back now? They had spent so much effort preparing the goods, and when they arrived at Qianshao Town, they hadn't sold even a quarter of the goods. Wouldn't it be too hasty to go back now? Stop talking back. Just do what I say. Mike yelled. I don't have the mood to care about whether I make a loss or not now. The first thing I need to do is to save my life. Stay in Outpost Town and feed the monsters with the four princes? After being yelled at by Mike, the mouse suddenly dared not make a sound and quietly packed up its things. Mike didn't want to stay in the Outpost Town for a moment, so he packed up and got on the carriage. Mouse whipped the horse and it started moving, pulling the carriage slowly westward. When they arrived at the village entrance west of the town, Mike saw many merchants who had come to the Outpost Town from the fortress like them. It seems that everyone has the same idea, which is to leave Qianshan Town as soon as possible before the snow blocks the road. No normal person would choose to stay and die. But not long after they walked, they suddenly discovered several figures blocking the only road out of the town. Who are those people? Mouse didn't go to the rally, so he didn't know about the First Army. Mike watched from afar, and his heart skipped a beat. Those people were wearing thick green clothes and holding bow-like weapons that had never been seen before. They were the army of His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. Why are they stuck here? Mike exclaimed softly, his ugly expression indicating that he had thought of something. Really? When a merchant's carriage approached, the soldiers raised their weapons and pointed them at him. Stop, don't go any further. No matter how wealthy a businessman is, he will be frightened at such times. The fat businessman wiped the greasy sweat from his forehead with his hand and smiled ingratiatingly. Sir, I don't know what you were doing. I am a merchant from Card Fortress. I just want to return to the fortress now. He asked the servant beside him to take a cloth bag and walk to the soldier. Mike knew what was inside without thinking. The fat businessman smiled and said, if you gentlemen don't mind. However, the soldiers didn't even look at the cloth bags, but just pointed their weapons at the servants and the fat-headed and big-eared merchant. His Royal Highness the Prince said that from today on, no one is allowed to leave Outpost Town. If you understand, turn around and return to Qinshan Town now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The wooden arrows already on the crossbows, the iron arrowheads reflected the cold light and the determined eyes of the soldiers. This is not in compliance with regulations. The fat and big-eared businessman muttered softly, sweat beading on his forehead. Sir, I am a merchant from Kaba territory. I just happened to come to Outpost Town when I went to the fortress to sell goods this year. Can you please let me go back? At this time, a businessman behind Mike said that he thought His Royal Highness the Prince only stopped the merchants from Card Fortress. The results are obvious. No one can leave. The businessmen's faces turned ugly and they looked at each other, hoping that the other would take the lead. Just then, one of the merchants fulfilled everyone's wish and whipped the horse hard. The carriage immediately sped up and rushed towards the soldiers. Bah, what soldiers? I've already made inquiries. These people are just peasants selected from the civilian population. I don't believe you can stop me. You don't even have a horse. How can you block his carriage? Just when the carriage was about to hit the soldiers dodged it flexibly. But this also caused the carriage to break through their defense line. The businessman smirked and said, "That's it." Seeing this scene, other businessmen also became eager to take action. Just then, with a whoosh sound, Mike saw a wooden arrow shot out from a soldier's weapon and hit the horses, but directly, and a small cluster of blood splashed out. The frightened horse neighed and began to stagger. The merchant tried his best to steady the reins and turned around to taunt. Haha, what good is this little wooden arrow? You're just a bunch of trash. Seeing this, everyone's faces brightened with joy. He was right. A small wooden arrow could not cause any harm to the tall and strong horse. Other merchants were ready to whip their carriages. But at this moment, the horse with an arrow in its butt suddenly fell to the ground, and the carriage full of cargo overturned with it. The goods were scattered all over the floor, and the man flew out mid-sentence, falling flat on his face. Anthony sneered at the arrogant guy and said, "Haha, this is much easier than shooting monsters." Then he pointed his crossbow at the merchant and said coldly, "The first time is a warning. The second time the arrow will hit you." The businessman timidly got up from the ground, changed his previous arrogance, and begged for mercy. Then he walked to his horse, took a look, and burst into tears. Oh, my horse is dead." Chapter 81. Damn. Are you so arrogant when it comes to flattery? What are you still standing there for? Put the whip away quickly and don't let them see it. A merchant whispered to his servant, and other merchants followed suit. Seeing the businessman lying on the ground, everyone became discouraged and no longer had any thoughts of escaping. Oh my God, how could they be shot with a poisonous arrow that could kill a strong horse in just 10 seconds? One arrow and you owe 8 lives. I'm afraid this is what His Royal Highness relies on to deal with the monsters. Mike saw a circle of black lines on the fallen horse's butt, which should be the effect of the poison. The royal family is the royal family. Even the poison is so novel. He has never seen any poison cause such changes after killing its prey. Several soldiers lifted the carriage, picked up the scattered goods on the ground, and loaded them back, then came back and said to them, "I say again, everyone return to Outpost Town now, or the next arrow will be shot at you." They raised their crossbows and pointed them at the crowd. The mouse gave Mike a bitter look and said, "Master, what should we do now?" Mike's face was more sorrowful than the mouse's, and he said in a gloomy voice, "What else can we do? Turn around and return to Qinshan Town. Otherwise, are we going to die? As I said, saving your life is the most important thing. If you don't leave, you will be shot to pieces by the soldiers in the next second. If you leave, at least you can live a little longer. As for the subsequent development of the Death Forest, I can only pray that His Royal Highness the Prince can really find a way to deal with those terrifying monsters. Your Highness, you are indeed as foresight as a god." In the castle study, Clint reported to Shade with great joy. After listening to your speech, those merchants almost immediately prepared to return to Card Fortress. If you hadn't arranged for soldiers to guard the passage in advance, I'm afraid they would have escaped. If those merchants were allowed to return to Card Fortress and spread the news that the fourth prince was planning to open up the Death Forest, it would definitely cause huge trouble. It is even possible that the Duke will lead his army to attack directly. Hey, What you said makes us look like villains. Shade smiled and took a sip from the cup beside him. Although the truth is like that, and those who understand it will understand it, but at least we have to put in enough effort on the surface. We saw it was snowing and were worried that the merchants might get into trouble on the road, so we kept them in outpost town for their safety. We'll let them go back when the winter passes and the weather improves, right? Your Highness is right. Clint gave him a malicious smile. In the past, he would have been disgusted by His Royal Highness's behavior, thinking that it was just abusing his power, but for some reason, he now kind of likes His Royal Highness's style of doing things. Well, where are those merchants now? Asked Xiada. As you requested, they returned to the town after being stopped and are now on their way to the castle. As he spoke, Clint saw through the window that carriages appeared at the end of the road in the distance. Well, it looks like they've arrived. Xiada stood up, looked out the window, and nodded. Let's go down too. Come on, stop here, stop next to him. Anthony, call some people over to help unload. After the soldiers stopped the merchants, they did not let them return to their shops, but drove them all into the castle. At this time, a soldier directed all the carriages to stop in the front yard, and then a group of soldiers came up and began to move the goods to the castle's warehouse. Sir, what are you doing? These are mine. A merchant watched the goods on his carriage dwindle little by little, his heart bleeding, but he did not dare to step forward to stop these people, for fear that he would become their dead soul. This is an order from His Royal Highness. If you have any objections, go talk to His Royal Highness. When a rabbit dies, the fox mourns. The businessmen present had all experienced this scene to some extent and knew it well. His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince was openly robbing their goods, and they had no way to stop him. They could only let the Fourth Prince take advantage of them. If this happened to other lords, it would damage their reputation among merchants. As word of mouth spread among merchants, fewer merchants would go to their territory. But His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince proposed to develop the Death Forest, clearly intending to break with Card Fortress. Therefore, they are definitely not worried about damaging their reputation. What will happen if they just eat their goods? Mike looked over. Everyone else was silent, watching their goods being sold out, their faces looking as if they had eaten a dozen bitter melons. But the real challenge is yet to come. As the soldiers continued to unload the cargo, a servant ran out of the castle and shouted to them. Come with me, His Royal Highness the Prince is waiting for you in the castle. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they were all thinking about how to deal with His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. When they arrived at the hall, everyone saw His Royal Highness the Prince wearing strange clothes. At this time, Xiada had already changed into a warm cotton coat. But the merchants no longer had the mind to think about this strange piece of clothing. What did you think of my speech? Unexpectedly, His Royal Highness the Prince did not get angry or arrogantly threaten them. Instead, he asked in a friendly manner, which surprised Mike a little. All the businessmen present were shrewd people. Hearing the prince's question, someone quickly responded and praised him flatteringly. Your Highness's speech was absolutely amazing. It was definitely the best speech I have ever heard in my life. Indeed, I was deeply moved by Your Highness's speech. Please allow me to contribute to the future expansion of the Death Forest. Your Highness's decision to open up the Death Forest is undoubtedly the greatest. No one in the entire kingdom possesses your courage and wisdom. Mike was not to be outdone, and quickly organized his words in his mind and said, Your Highness's speech heralds a new era for Outpost Town. I believe this once somewhat shabby town will surely ascend to new glory under your courage and wisdom. As a pioneer in the exploration of the Death Forest, your achievements will surely be passed down through generations. Wow, you are so good at praising? Xiada raised his eyebrows and gave Mike a look that meant that the boy was not bad. Mike chuckled. The businessmen who had not yet spoken looked at Mike with resentment or contempt. Damn it, it's just flattery. Why are you so arrogant? What should we do after you say that? However, the next moment, Xiada changed the subject. It seems everyone agrees that my decision to open up the Death Forest was the right one, right? Then why were you so eager to flee Outpost Town after hearing this? Shad's eyes narrowed. Although he still had a smile on his face, everyone felt that this smile made them feel terrified. Chapter 82. Look into my eyes and answer me. Well, the businessmen looked at each other, stammering and unable to speak. Although they all knew the reason, who would dare to speak out their true thoughts? That would be seeking death. Answer me. Xiada suddenly shouted, startling everyone. Look into my eyes. Tell me, why are you in such a hurry to leave Outpost Town? Not only the businessmen, but even Clint beside Shad was frightened by this shout. His slightly curly white hair trembled 3 times, and he stood up straight unconsciously. The merchants were so frightened that they dared not move, and they didn't even have the courage to look His Royal Highness the Prince in the eye. Not far away, Not the same time, but the same corner. Nia was frightened by Shad's sudden roar and her body trembled, her two balls moving up and down. She wiped her forehead with her hand. Your Highness's aura is so terrifying that I feel like I'm about to sweat just listening to it. Lilith's hands were clinging to the corner of the wall. She looked at Xiado with eyes that sparkled slightly and said with some envy, I also want to be scolded like this by His Highness. This scene reminded Lilith of the first time she met His Highness, who pointed at her and yelled, Catch her. Thinking about it now, His Highness's courage was already very impressive at that time. Oh. Nia looked at Lilith with a strange look. Is this correct? When I express doubts, it is not me who has a problem, but you who has a problem. The businessmen were silent for a long time, and finally someone couldn't stand this high-pressure atmosphere anymore. Your Highness, I'm not leaving because of your speech. It's just that I've sold out of my goods, so I want to go back to the fortress to get some more goods and continue selling. Idiot. Mike shook his head calmly. Only someone would dare to tell such an obvious lie in this situation. Really? Shade glanced at him. Of course it's fake. The businessman roared inwardly, but smiled on the surface and said, Of course it's real. Xiada nodded. In that case, I don't need to give you money. Well, what does this mean? Hearing this, all the businessmen raised their heads. Did they just hear it wrong? The prince said he would give them money? Mike asked in confusion. Your Highness, do you mean to give us money? Xiada nodded as a matter of course. Yes, what else? You don't think I want to take over your goods, do you? Am I that kind of person? You guys worked so hard to transport those goods from Card Fortress. How could I take them by force? Of course I will pay you the corresponding amount. Shade looked around at everyone, smiling. After all, I'm not a devil. The businessmen were stunned. Then, extremely happy smiles appeared on everyone's face at the same time, and they felt that there was a ray of hope and a sudden turn of events. When they saw the soldiers carrying their goods without any explanation, they had already given up hope. Once inside the castle, I didn't even dare to think about money. Being able to save my life was already the best outcome. Unexpectedly, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince was so kind and willing to pay them money. Now even their auspicious words have a touch of sincerity. Your Highness, you are so kind. God will surely bless you. You are the best lord in the world. Your generosity will never be forgotten. Only the businessman who told the lie felt annoyed and angry at himself for talking too much and losing a lot of money in vain. Don't worry, although I will pay for your goods, I am very dissatisfied with your behavior. Xiada reached out to interrupt these people's flattery and asked, Who asked you to raise the price? The businessmen looked at each other and felt that this was not something that could not be discussed. Your Highness, this is the Chamber of Commerce's request. Another person explained to Shade. Almost all of us are from the Card Chamber of Commerce. The prices of some common commodities are set within a certain range by the Chamber of Commerce, and we cannot change them at will. The next person continued. Although we are all merchants in the Chamber of Commerce, we actually belong to different noble families. The Chamber of Commerce is run by those noble gentlemen. For example, I am a merchant under Earl Reed, and Mike is a merchant under Earl Elvin. Xiada nodded slightly. So, the most powerful person in the Chamber of Commerce is Duke Card. The businessman nodded. Is it Duke Card who wants to raise the price? The businessman nodded again and looked very angry. That's right, it was the Duke who asked us to raise the price. Otherwise, why would we do such a thing? That's right, it's all the fault of those nobles. We were forced into this. Merchants have no hesitation in selling out their masters. After all, in their eyes, profit is above all else. And in the current situation, it is obviously more beneficial for them to please the fourth prince. Besides, the emperor is far away and the nobles in the fortress can't control them now, so of course they can speak ill of them. Good job. Looking at the skilled look of this group of people, Xiada knew that these people must have done this many times when they were outside. Okay, I understand. In that case, I'll buy these goods at the original price. Do you have any objections? Of course, Your Highness. How could we possibly have any objections? The businessmen were very happy. Because they initially thought that His Royal Highness the Prince would get something for nothing, they were satisfied just to get the money now. Moreover, they still made a profit based on the original price. Xiada was also very happy. The broken window effect works. They started by arranging soldiers to carry the goods directly, making them think they were going to rob them, so that they would have no pressure to lower the price later. Not only did they acquire the goods at a low price, but they also calmed their emotions so that they would not cause chaos, and ensured that the fortress would not receive any information. What is this called? This is called a win-win-win. After agreeing on the price of the goods and paying the corresponding money, Xiada began to wave people away. From now on, you should stay in Outpost Town. I will let you leave after the dangerous winter is over. If only they could survive the monster's mouth, The merchants thought bitterly. When he was about to leave, Mike suddenly felt confused. They were originally going to sell the goods themselves, but now that His Highness has bought all their goods, won't they have nothing to do this winter? He looked back and saw a meaningful smile on the face of His Royal Highness the Prince. Your Highness, why are you being so nice to these merchants? You could just seize the goods. Clint asked confusedly after the merchant left. That's not true. Every one of them can read and write, and they're also proficient in arithmetic, right? Such people are definitely high in talents in Qianxiao Town. They will be of great use if they are kept here. Building good relationships with them will pave the way for the future. Also, after the river channel is opened up, I'll need some merchants to help me start trade. Clint nodded, understanding what Shad meant. Chapter 83 Changes in the Town. After stabilizing these most unstable factors among the merchants, Xiada made his first move since the beginning of winter. That is to restore market prices to pre-winter levels. After winter, Qianxiao Town is like an isolated island. Once the roads are blocked by heavy snow, all contact with the outside world will be completely cut off. For Shad, before you are fully prepared, this winter is a very rare time for development and must not be wasted. When lowering the market price, Xiada did not deliberately hide the fact that it was he who pushed for it, and he even sent people to publicize it. Enjoying the low prices of goods, the people were naturally grateful to Xiada, and the word loyalty was almost written on their faces. After solving the people's living problems, the operation to open up the Death Forest officially began. Are you all ready? Ready. Looking at the group of soldiers in front of him who were ready for battle, Xiada nodded with satisfaction. The Death Forest development plan is now officially underway. Everyone set off. The most important cornerstone for developing the Death Forest is the First Army of Qianxin Town. For this purpose, Shad specially took out all the venom collected from Lilith's fangs every morning, made it into poison arrows, and gave one to each soldier. He ordered the soldiers of the First Army to be divided into groups of 3, for a total of 18 groups, with Captain Iron Axe and Vice Captain Ford as the overall command and coordination. These soldiers will serve as pioneers and walk at the forefront of the Death Forest to guard against the monsters that may appear at any time. After Shade finished his announcement, the soldiers stepped into the purple-gray forest without hesitation. Looking at the foggy map, the soldiers spread out in a semicircle on the purple-gray land. They had explored the edge of the Death Forest many times. The danger was very small, and the few magical beasts that occasionally appeared had long been hunted down. Therefore, the First Army's actions at this time were more of a rehearsal for future expansion into the depths of the forest, as well as a way to reassure other civilians participating in the expansion. After the soldiers entered a certain distance, Ford received Shade's instructions and turned to the group of civilians behind him and shouted, "You can start cutting down trees and weeding. Don't worry, the soldiers will protect your safety. No monster can break through our defenses." Yes. The civilians carrying axes and shovels looked at the strange forest in front of them and swallowed their saliva, no matter how much they agreed with His Royal Highness's development plan. Now I am standing in front of the Forest of Death, and my legs can't help but tremble. Fortunately, the soldiers standing in the front gave them great courage. They walked into the once forbidden area for humans and began to swing their axes. Soon, one after another charred and twisted trees fell to the ground with a loud bang. When people discovered that these strange trees only looked scary and were actually no different from ordinary trees, they became more efficient in chopping down trees. For a while, the only sound that could be heard was the bang of axes hitting tree trunks. A mysterious forest that looks intimidating often only requires the simplest development methods. Seeing that the development operation was gradually getting on track, Xiada no longer paid special attention to it. After all, in the early stages of development, the areas we came into contact with were all areas that had been explored before, so the danger was not great. Iron Axe, starting today, the Army's daily training can be suspended. You must rest well, and be sure to focus every time you enter the Death Forest. The pioneering mission is currently the primary goal of the outpost town, so Shade decided to temporarily suspend daily training. Also, I'll tell Einstein that the teaching time will be changed from before sunset to after sunset. I'll have Brad and Stan build a big house as soon as possible for you to use as a school. You can just take classes in the school from now on. Yes, Your Highness. Tiefu had long heard of the fame of bricks and lime mortar. It was said that these were new building materials invented by His Royal Highness the Prince, and that the houses built with them would be much better than before. He was very much looking forward to it. After thinking for a while, Xiada instructed Tiefu, "Remember to have each team cooperate with each other more when encountering monsters to hone their tacit understanding. Logically speaking, the army is better at collective combat and discipline. However, The first army had a relatively small number of people, and the forest terrain was not conducive to collective combat, so they had to be divided into small teams. Just let them practice how to fight guerrilla warfare, which is also a classic tactic of defeating the enemy with fewer troops. Your Highness, do you want me to make furniture out of these black trees? Mao Wing asked with a strange look on his face. When he was suddenly called into the castle by His Royal Highness the Prince, he thought that the other party had some new tool drawings to give him to make. Unexpectedly, he was just asked to make furniture out of the trees in the Death Forest. This is too unprofessional. Any carpenter apprentice can do this. Yes, what's the problem? Shad nodded. He named the trees in the Forest of Death Spooky Woods. As the Death Forest is developed, there will surely be more spooky wood than ever before. So Xiada decided to send all the crooked ones to the brick kiln to be used as firewood, and the rest that were relatively straight would be sent to Mao Wang's carpenter shop to be made into furniture. No problem, Your Highness. This mission is very simple. Mao Wang scratched his bird's nest-like hair, glanced at the sample wood placed next to him, and showed a pessimistic look on his face. It's just that, Your Highness, the texture of the Insan wood is not very good, and the quality of the furniture made from it may not be that good. It doesn't matter, we won't be using it ourselves. Shade gave a malicious smile. Of course he knew that spooky wood was not very good. There were large gaps inside the wood, and it was much more brittle than ordinary wood. If he wanted to make furniture, he would certainly use normal wood from the western forests. However, it would be a bit of a waste to burn all these eerie trees as firewood. It would be better to make them into furniture first and store them. After the river channel is opened up, they can be sold to other areas. Scarcity makes things valuable. There must be very few or even no furniture made of gloomy wood on the market. By then, adding in some of his tricks from his previous life, it wouldn't be too much to sell him a piece of furniture for a dozen or so silver coins, right? Besides, the monster corpses piled up in the castle can also be sold, and there is no need to worry about sales. There are definitely quite a few nobles in this era who like to hunt for novelty. Disgusting-looking monsters would definitely meet their requirements. I see. Mr. Mao didn't ask any more questions, but he was thinking about recruiting a few more carpenter apprentices when he got back. In Orn's blacksmith shop, the furnace has not been extinguished for a long time. It runs all day long, making crossbows and other weapons for the town. After successfully building the first brick house, the construction team recruited a group of workers to take over the brick kiln and mortar production and began planning other construction projects. There are almost no people going to Old Bull's pub during the day, but at night it is crowded with people who come to relax after a whole day's work, and everyone has a fulfilled smile on their face. The entire outpost town began to operate in an orderly manner. This poor town at the edge of the kingdom presents a unique picture in the snowy winter. Chapter 84, Do you also know how to massage? Your Highness, a new batch of grim wood has been piled up on the flat ground east of town. There is currently a large amount, and Mr. Mao does not have time to make all of it into furniture. I would like to ask if there are any other uses for it. Castle Study. Clint conducts Shad's daily briefing. After the plan to develop the Death Forest was launched, his daily workload suddenly increased several times, and there were many things that needed to be reported to Xiada in person for approval every day. I think we can ask others to make wooden arrows out of this wood. Clint nodded. All right. Also, Stone asked about the next task for the engineering team. They already know how to build houses with bricks and mortar. The first brick house has already been built, right at the location you specified. They invite you to come and check it out. Shade scratched his head, his voice sounding tired. I understand. I'll go there later. As for the next task, have them build a large house in the south of the town to serve as a school. The subsequent plans can wait for a while. I'm working on the municipal planning and will give it to them in a few days. Okay. Clint flipped through the information in his hand. The next thing? After Clint finally finished his report and left, Shad's eyelids were almost drooping completely. He stood up from his chair and stretched to cheer himself up. Although I knew that this winter would not be easy, there were too many things, big and small, happening in the territory. Every day when he opens his eyes, he listens to Clint's report. After that, he either inspects the town or sits in the study all day to formulate the development plan of the outpost town. But he is a very serious person. He likes the feeling of having everything under control and hates unstable factors, so he always makes corresponding plans in advance. Sit back in your seat. Shade rubbed his temples, thinking and recording his ideas about the development of the territory. Developing the Death Forest is the unquestionable mission of Qianxiao Town at present. Most of the manpower has been invested in this task, striving to open up a river channel and start a water transport route within 1 or 2 months. The second is municipal planning and building renovation, which are mainly completed by engineering teams. But this is a long-term task. At present, the construction team can first convert those dilapidated houses into brick houses, and then consider the planning issues. Residential areas, industrial areas, agricultural areas, squares, shops, roads, these all need to be planned in advance. Otherwise, if they are too chaotic later, it will probably take a lot of effort to correct them. At present, Seada only has a preliminary plan for this planning matter. An industrial zone has been built around the brick factory in the southeast of the town, near the river and the death forest. Craftsmen such as Orn and Maoong can be moved there later. The current town is arranged radially as a residential area, preparing for future expansion. A large open space near the river in the northeast is used as an agricultural area. Nia has already opened up a lot of arable land there, and they can start fertilizing and sowing as soon as spring comes. A mine could be opened on the northern hills, the town's central square could be expanded, concrete roads could be poured using ancient Roman concrete, and shops could be set up along the main roads. As Seada was writing, he encountered a huge problem. Not enough people. Each of his development plans requires a large population support, and the town's population has not accumulated to a certain level to meet his development requirements. How about adding another birth policy? Giving money for having a baby, Seada thinks this should slightly increase the population size. But he quickly rejected the idea. The main reason was that the town's population was too small, with only about 1,300 people. No matter how many children he had, it was impossible for the population to exceed 10,000 in a short period of time. We still have to rely on attracting foreign population, bringing people to the outpost town by water. This brings us back to the development of the death forest. Shadeside. Without breaking the fortress's trade blockade, the outpost town would be unable to do anything. Putting municipal planning aside for the moment, he considered another matter. After the school was built, it was used for soldiers to study at night. Seada decided to let those little kids who had no productive ability and only knew how to run around the town in open crotch pants go to school. Talent cultivation must start from childhood. It's such a waste for these little kids to be idle all day long. Let them also experience the joy of going to school. Seada was almost moved by himself. Before I knew it, it was afternoon. Just as Shad was thinking hard, there was a knock on the door and Lilith walked in. Put the tea and dessert on the table. Your Highness, please take a short rest. Lilith looked at Shade with heartache. Since the speech in early winter, His Highness has become a different person. Except for the time for meals, he spent all his time working. He became like a robot that only knew how to work. Even collecting venom in the morning became absent-minded. You know, His Highness used to tease her from time to time. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. Seada picked up the black tea and took a sip, but his eyes were fixed on the plan on the table. Your Highness. Lilith suddenly turned Shad's head over. Their eyes met, and Shad saw the worry in Lilith's eyes. You've been working too hard. There's no need to push yourself so hard. The territory is already developing in a positive direction, isn't it? Lilith boldly rubbed Shad's cheek. Being stared at by Shade's obsidian eyes, a blush appeared on the little spider girl's face. The development of Qianshan Town is not just your responsibility. Everyone will help you, so don't overwork yourself. If you collapse, Qianshan Town will really be finished. Your health is the most important thing, understand? Faced with Lilith's tone, which was like a kindergarten teacher coaxing a baby, Seada nodded for some unknown reason. Lilith's words relaxed the tension in Shad's heart a little. That's true. He was too nervous before and always wanted to do something during the winter. But in fact, he has the help of the system and the help of the monster girls. So wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with these medieval old-fashioned people? Even the first army of the outpost town, which consists of only 50 people, combined with Lilith's venom is enough to confront the fortress knights head-on. What is there for him to worry about? I see. Thank you, Lilith. Seada put away the documents on the table and prepared to relax for a while. Lilith smiled sweetly, walked behind Shade, and rolled up her sleeves. Against the snow-white background outside the window, her forearms looked smooth and white. Let me give you a massage. Seada showed a surprised expression. You can also give massages? I learned this from another maid a few days ago. I'm sure you'll feel comfortable. Really? Then I'll be looking forward to it. Lilith placed her small hands gently on Shad's shoulders and began to massage them. To Shad's surprise, Lilith even used her spider legs. The tip of the spider's legs pressed horizontally against Shad's body, and it felt quite comfortable. Chapter 85. Be obedient and go up quickly. Enjoying the massage from the little spider lady, Shade gradually emptied his mind and put aside the trivial matters in the territory. But the comfort only lasts for a while at the beginning. Soon, Shad no longer felt the comfort brought by the massage, and there was only one reason. Lilith's grip is too weak. Although judging from the little girl's expression, she was really massaging herself very hard, her own strength was not great, or even very small, so that when Lilith pressed her two small hands on Shad's shoulders, it could not relieve his tense muscles. The spider's legs are powerful enough. Perhaps it was because Lilith often used them to weave, so both the strength and speed were very suitable, but the pressing position was a little wrong. It seems that she only learned some basic skills from the maid, and then came to help her massage. Well, actually, the massage skills of his maids were not that good either, at least far worse than those of the masters in the regular massage parlors in his previous life. So not long after, Shad stopped Lilith. "What's wrong, Your Highness? Did I not massage you comfortably enough?" Lilith asked worriedly. Shade shook his head. "No, it's pretty good for a beginner." The implication was that the massage was not performed skillfully enough to make His Royal Highness feel comfortable. Lilith lowered her head sadly, and the spider legs behind her naturally drooped. Looking at Lilith's aggrieved expression, Xiada smiled. "Don't be so sad if you're not skilled. Just practice more, and you'll be fine. With your learning ability, you'll definitely be able to master massage techniques quickly." Lilith's expression changed from gloomy to bright, and the spider legs behind her began to shake up and down rapidly. Standing up from the chair, Shad walked behind Lilith and pressed Lilith's shoulders to let her sit in his seat. "Okay, now let me give you a massage." In his previous life, Xiada went to regular massage parlors many times. The comfortable feeling he got from going there once was irresistible, and he wanted to go there every once in a while. Therefore, he became a doctor after suffering from illness for a long time, and he also learned a few tricks from the master. Your Highness, what are you doing? How can I let you give me a massage?" Lilith's cheeks instantly turned red like ripe apples. This is too against the will of heaven. How can a noble be asked to massage a servant, especially when the servant is a noble prince? Startled by Shade's sudden action, Lilith struggled to stand up, but was held down by Shade. "Don't move. Just think of this as learning. Remember how I press it, and do it for me the same way next time." After hearing what Shade said, Lilith finally stopped struggling and hummed softly. She was so flustered that she didn't even notice one question. Why did His Royal Highness the Prince want a massage? Xiada first used his hands to tidy up Lilith's hair. The black hair was as smooth as silk. After not paying attention to it for a while, it had grown a lot longer and almost covered the entire back of her neck. Xiada gently lifted the soft hair to the back of his head along the outline of his ears and tied it into a single ponytail with a rubber band to facilitate the following operations. When his hands touched Lilith's white neck, Shad clearly felt the little spider girl tremble. Looking from behind, he could see that Lilith's earlobes had turned red. "Are you ready for me to begin?" "Uh-huh." Lilith sat motionless on the chair. Because of her spider legs, she only sat on the front half of the chair. She felt the prince's hand on her shoulder, and her nervous body tensed up. There is no way to press this. Seeing that Spider-Man was so nervous, Shade used the classic method that massage masters use to treat first-time massage customers: talk therapy. "Lilith, don't be nervous. Relax your body. I don't have any other intentions when I give you a massage. I just want you to learn massage techniques. If you don't learn well, I will be very troubled." "I understand, Your Highness." Xiada rubbed Lilith's shoulders and said, "I'm glad to know. Now take a few deep breaths and relax your body. Then just follow my instructions and enjoy the massage." Lilith took a deep breath and kept repeating to herself, "I am learning," and then her body gradually relaxed. At this moment, Xiada suddenly exerted force with his hands and pressed the Jianjing point located at the highest point of the shoulder with his thumb. Lilith's upper body suddenly shook violently. She tried to break free, but the prince whispered in her ear, "Bear with it. It may be a little painful at first, but it will become more and more comfortable later." After saying that, Xiada began to press the Tianzong point located in the central depression of the shoulder blade with his thumb in circles, and then the Tianqi points on both sides of the back of the neck. Pressing these 3 points will relax your shoulders and neck. Do you understand? "I understand, Your Highness." Lilith's voice became a little soft. Except for the fact that Shad scared her at the beginning, Lilith later felt the comfortable feeling that Shad mentioned and began to enjoy it. Now she just felt like she was floating in the air. "It seems like you've accumulated a lot of stress from your work. Your shoulders are so stiff. Take this opportunity to relax." Xiada could now understand the feeling of the masseur laughing while massaging. "Of course I feel happy when I see the guest feel so comfortable after being massaged by me. Moreover, his guest is such a beautiful monster girl." Xiada became more and more excited as he pressed her, and said excitedly, "I'll give you a good deal today. I'll give you a complete set. Next is kneading the muscles. Use your palms to hold the muscles above your shoulders and knead them in a grab-relax-lift rhythm, moving from your neck to your shoulders. Do you understand? Massage is one thing, but teaching is still necessary. After all, Seada is the one who wants to enjoy this massage technique the most. I understand. Your Highness, you pressed it too hard. Shad's technique was so skillful that Lilith could hardly control her facial expression. Her mouth was half open and her words became unclear. Where have people of this era ever experienced this kind of massage technique? What's more, these techniques also incorporate advanced knowledge such as acupuncture points and human tissue structure, so Lilith was naturally conquered instantly. After massaging Lilith's shoulders, Shade cleaned the table and prepared to massage her back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lilith moved her shoulders, a look of surprise in her eyes. Your Highness, you are amazing. I feel my shoulders are much lighter now. Of course. Press it for me again later. I want to test your learning results. Good. Then Lilith said somewhat sheepishly. But Your Highness, you don't need to massage my back, right? Not to mention that she has spider legs on her back, which makes it inconvenient for Your Highness to use them. Moreover, the base of the spider's legs is very sensitive. If His Highness presses it like he presses her shoulders, she will definitely not be able to control herself and make strange noises. That won't work. I've already massaged my shoulders, so I should massage my back as well. Seada pointed at the table and said without question, Be good and go up quickly. Remember, I'm here for you to learn, not to enjoy yourself. Chapter 86. Will massage leave people like this? Lilith has gradually figured out Seada's personality. His Royal Highness the Prince is a hypocrite. When he gives benefits to others, he always likes to add some insignificant conditions. For example, now, Lilith knew that His Highness just wanted to use massage to relax himself, but he insisted on adding the excuse of studying. But she doesn't dislike His Highness like this. All right. Lilith didn't refuse anymore, took off her boots, and lay down on the table. Sadly, when she lay on the table, it fit perfectly without any discomfort. The cold wind was howling outside the window, making the window creak. The crackling of wood in the fireplace kept the study at a comfortable temperature. Lilith suddenly felt that she was too happy. Not only could she live in such a comfortable castle, but she could even enjoy the massage service from His Royal Highness the Prince. Just as she was sighing, Seada's hand pressed on her smooth white back. The advantage of the backless sweater was revealed at this time, as Shad could directly touch Lilith's back. Seada sighed. Do all witches have such good skin? What? Lilith asked while enduring the itchy feeling. What I mean is, I suspect that becoming a witch will not only improve your appearance, but may even make your skin better than that of an average person. Seada stroked Lilith's smooth and fair skin. This delicate touch is better than the skin maintained by people in previous lives with various skincare products. It is definitely not something that ordinary people of this era can have. The skin of those ordinary people, as long as it does not have a grainy or matte feeling, it can be considered delicate and tender. Lilith couldn't answer this question because she didn't know either. After becoming a witch, I spend all day thinking about how to survive and where to get my next meal. I have no time to think about whether I have become more beautiful or if my skin has improved. Seeing that Lilith didn't say anything, Seada didn't say much and started the massage teaching. Believe me, if you can't find Lilith anywhere, she must be in Your Highness's study. Castle corridor. Nia patted her chest and assured Nicole. Based on my understanding of Lilith, she wouldn't go anywhere else unless she had something to do. So that's how it is. Nicole had a thoughtful expression. She hadn't paid much attention to this matter before. She only knew that Lilith was very serious when weaving. The two walked towards the study while chatting. When I reached the door, a strange cry suddenly came from the study. I could tell it was Lilith's voice, and it seemed very comfortable. Nicole's face instantly turned red, and she covered her cheeks with her hands. Oh my God, Your Highness and Lilith are not doing that kind of thing, right? Although the little maid had never witnessed the noble master doing that kind of thing, she had heard about it more or less. This was the first time she encountered it, and she suddenly felt panicked as if a deer was running around in her heart. Miss Nia, what are you going to do? While Nicole was still daydreaming, she was startled by Nia's action of knocking on the door, and she quickly spoke up to stop Nia. What are you doing? Go in and find Lilith, of course. Nia scratched her head and looked at Nicole with a questioning look on her face. Why is your face red? Nicole pulled Nia aside with a resentful look on her face. Miss Nia, didn't you hear Lilith's voice? We can't disturb her and His Highness, that. Nicole's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. She felt that as a lady she shouldn't say such things so bluntly. Fortunately, Nia was once a daughter of a noble family. She looked at Nicole, whose face was blushing, for 2 seconds, and then showed a meaningful expression. But she slammed her hands and said to Nicole helplessly, I know what you mean, but this is impossible. After all, Lilith and I are both witches. They're definitely not doing that. Nia knocked on the door as she spoke, causing Nicole to be at a loss as to what to do. But it was too late. Enter. The voice of His Royal Highness the Prince came from the door. When the door opened, the two were stunned to see Lilith lying on the table in a miserable state. Nicole stamped her feet, looking a little flustered. I told you not to disturb His Highness and Lilith, and now you're done. Nia opened her mouth in disbelief. However, she soon discovered something wrong. His Highness and Lilith were both wearing their clothes properly, and there was no strange smell in the room, so it was impossible that they were doing that kind of thing. But why did Lilith's expression become like this? Your Highness, what are you doing? Nia's idea is very simple. If you don't understand, just ask directly. Massage is very comfortable. Do you want to try it? Shade said to the two of them with a smile. Massage. After hearing this answer, they looked at Lilith, who was lying like a puddle of mud on the table, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Will massage make people look like this? The other side. Lilith felt miserable, and she didn't want to show such a foolish expression in front of her two friends, but His Highness's massage skills were too superb. After Xiada finished a series of massage, patting, tapping, and various stretching exercises, Lilith collapsed on the table like a puddle of mud, her face flushed, her eyes blurred, and she was so comfortable that she was almost drooling. Lilith tried to save her dignity. Your Highness is teaching me massage techniques. Your Highness's massage skills are amazing. You'll know once you try it. Nia walked over and gently lifted Lilith's chin, making an ABA sound. Seeing this, Nia said with a smile, Don't lie, Lilith. You can't even close your mouth. Then she turned back to Nicole. Do you believe it? Although Nicole didn't answer, her eyes showed obvious disbelief. What Lilith said is true. We are just giving a serious massage tutorial. Shade came to Lilith's rescue. He stretched his hands, helped Lilith untie the rubber band from her hair, and rubbed her head. The massage process is almost done. How much have you memorized? I probably remember them all. Lilith climbed up and flipped off the table, wiped her saliva, and said in a serious tone. Xiada also nodded seriously and continued to explain to Nia and Nicole. As for the massage techniques, I learned them from a professional masseur when I was in the royal capital. Well, you know, there are some special moments that require such skills. He didn't realize he didn't have to explain so much. If you don't believe me, why don't you try it, Nia? Xiada moved his 10 fingers like a centipede and said to Nia. Okay. Nia naturally accepted it with pleasure. 10 seconds later, Xiada found that even if he tried his best, he couldn't press Nia's shoulders. Nia turned around with a playful smile on her face. Your Highness, why don't you feel anything? Xiada was furious. Lilith, come on, don't use your hands. Use the full strength of your spider legs and let her feel what a massage is. Ouch! Lilith swung her fist, determined to make Nia show the same expression as hers. When the spider legs came into play, Nia finally felt the pleasure of the massage. It's just that she doesn't need to go through the process from pain to comfort. She can go straight from the beginning to the end. Chapter 87. Does having 2 horns on your head make you a witch? Nia put down the plow and decided to rest for a while. She leaned on the heavy-wheeled plow. The plow tool was deeply inserted into the soil and was fixed firmly, so there was no need to worry about falling. She covered her mouth with her hands and blew a breath. The winter in Qianshao town is very cold. The hot air turns into white mist as soon as it comes into contact with the cold air. Nia rubs her hands quickly while there is still a trace of warmth in the breath. Perhaps because of the Silver Ridge Mountains blocking the north, the snow in the town never accumulates very thickly overnight, but increases little by little until it is deep in winter and can even cover half a leg. And now, the white snow is just a thin veil covering the earth. Nia looked at the land she had reclaimed today and murmured, There's still half of the task left. Let's finish it quickly and go back to warm ourselves by the fire. In such cold weather, the land was frozen very hard, and it was much more difficult to cultivate the land than before, but it was nothing to her. As long as she puts in a little more effort than before, she can still easily cultivate the frozen land. Although this work is a bit boring, Nia doesn't hate it. After all, if His Royal Highness the Prince hadn't taken them in, she and Lilith didn't know how they would have survived this cold winter. And after listening to His Highness's so-called municipal planning, she also felt that she was participating in a great cause. Nia looked back. She reclaimed almost all the surrounding land. Under His Highness's planning, the fields appear well organized and neat. They are divided into many pieces. Each piece is about the same size, and the number and direction of the furrows inside are almost the same. Between the different ridges of the fields, His Highness had even left paths for people to walk on. This advanced planning was so detailed that she felt pleasing whenever she looked at the land. What are you doing here alone? Just as Nia was about to start working again, a childish voice sounded in her ears, startling her. Although her work has always been carried out outside, she has not been discovered by the people in the town so far. Or are they turning a blind eye? In short, this is the first time someone has spoken to me. Nia bent her body slightly and looked nervously towards the source of the sound. It turned out to be just a little boy with a runny nose. His cheeks were red from the cold, and he wore a hat on his head that was not broken but very old. He stared at himself blankly with a pair of clear but stupid eyes. It turned out to be just a little kid, probably running around and playing, and accidentally bumped into her, Nia thought. Johnny, what are you standing there for? Come here. I just asked you to pick up 2 branches. Why does it take so long? Who is she and why is she barefoot? Soon, a few kids about the same age as the little boy came running over, chattering around her and asking questions. There were holes everywhere in their clothes, and they just put on a few more layers to keep warm. It was obvious that they were children of ordinary people in the town. But in the eyes of these little kids, this big sister pulling the strange thing seemed more pitiful than them. Why are you barefoot? Aren't you cold? Even if you can't afford to buy shoes, you can make them yourself. Look, my shoes were made by my mother. Why are you wearing so little? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? What is this thing? Why is it so big? Can you pull it by yourself? Why do you have 2 horns on your head? Are you a cow? You are so beautiful. Will you marry me when I grow up? When they met Nia, these energetic little kids who had little entertainment on weekdays finally found something fun and surrounded Nia, asking questions nonstop. Feeling a little annoyed by the noise, Nia looked at these little brats and suddenly wanted to scare them. Don't you see the 2 horns on my head? I'm a witch. What surprised Nia was that except for the 2 little girls inside who screamed, "Witch!" and took a few steps back, the other little boys had almost no reaction. Having 2 horns on your head makes you a witch. Then am I a witch too? He held his right shoulder with his left hand, stretched his right hand forward, and laughed. This is the elephant's trunk. My dad said that witches grow monster limbs, and cows aren't monsters. My mother said witches are scary and eat people. Will you eat us? Nia deliberately said in a sinister tone. If you don't go home, I will eat you. Wow. The little kids ran away laughing and came back soon after. Are you really a witch? But my father once said that even a witch would not be willing to come to Outpost Town. What are you doing here? Of course I'm a witch. As for what I do, Nia patted the heavy plow behind her and said, I'm here to help you cultivate the land. Look, I've already cultivated the surrounding land. Next spring you'll be able to grow a lot of food there, and you'll have endless white bread in the future. Really? That's great. But why do you want to help us cultivate the land? I know. She must have been captured by the Lord. The Lord is very powerful now, so he captured a witch to help us. I wasn't arrested. I stayed here voluntarily. His Royal Highness the Prince paid me, Nia said angrily. But she regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. Although children's words are innocent and others may not believe them, if this matter spreads in the town, it will definitely cause trouble for His Highness. Not long after, perhaps the parents of several children discovered that their children were missing and came looking for them. Seeing Nia, several adults hurriedly pulled the children surrounding her aside. While teaching the naughty kids a lesson, they glanced at Nia with fear in their eyes from time to time. Who told you to come here? It's too far from town and too dangerous. Don't come here again. Come back with me. Mom, that big sister is a demon, and Before a child could finish his words, a terrified adult covered his mouth and said, Stop talking nonsense. But she is a good witch, hired by the Lord to help us cultivate the land. Shut up. After covering their children's mouths, several adults pulled them and walked quickly back to the town. No matter whether she is a good witch or a bad witch, no matter whether she is hired by the Lord, to some extent they don't even care whether the witch is evil or not. The witch is very evil, and His Royal Highness the Prince secretly hides a witch. What does this have to do with them? In short, mind your own business. Knowing too much is not a good thing. They would pretend that they had never seen such troublesome things, and after returning home, they would repeatedly remind their children not to talk about it carelessly. This is how these lower-class common people survive. Even though I didn't feel any disgusted looks, it was still not a pleasant feeling to be ignored. Nia finished plowing the rest of the land in frustration. After returning to the castle, she apologized to Shad for accidentally leaking the information. It's okay. The construction team saw you when you were helping to build the brick kiln. Shade didn't care about this kind of thing at all. He smiled at Nia. Besides, if I didn't want anyone to know about your existence, I wouldn't have assigned you to this kind of work, right? Chapter 88 Explosive Content. Mike knew that he was trapped in a vortex from which he could not escape. When he heard that the king was critically ill and that Duke Card was planning to join forces with Duke Kaba to support the 5th prince to become king, he had a premonition that the Silver Ridge Kingdom was about to face a very big turmoil. But he didn't expect that before this. He was involved in another unexpected terrorist action, the 4th Prince's Death Forest Development Plan. The fourth prince, who used to be idle and doing nothing, is actually going to open up the Death Forest in winter. If this matter were to get out, it would surely cause quite a stir throughout the kingdom. This was probably the reason why His Royal Highness the Prince did not allow them to leave. However, as a result, these merchants whose goods were purchased at low prices had nothing to do this winter and became completely idle people. Mike had no choice but to wander around the town to kill the boring time. It was really boring to stay in his shabby house in the town. It has to be said that under the governance of His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, the town has indeed become somewhat different from before. The most obvious thing is that you won't smell the disgusting stench of feces when walking on the street, which is something that even fortresses cannot do. Mike thinks building toilets is a really smart policy. It was getting close to evening. Seeing a large number of civilians returning to the town from the direction of the Death Forest, Mike set off for the only tavern here. To be honest, he quite likes this pub. Although the facilities inside were very old, even the door looked like it would fall apart at any time, and the wine was not tasty, Mike still liked it here. Maybe it's because the atmosphere here is good, especially in recent days. Townspeople who have worked all day flocked to the tavern before dark. Everyone gathered together, drinking and chatting, talking about how many black trees they had cut down today or other things they saw and heard in the Death Forest. The routine was regular, but full of fun. This warm atmosphere is much better than those taverns in the fortress. The taverns there were either lifeless or full of violence, which was hard for him to accept. As soon as he opened the door, the guy he had become familiar with recently teased him. "Hey Mike, you're here. Your wallet is going to suffer today." Mike walked to the counter, and Old Bull skillfully placed a glass of red wine next to him. "Oh, you saw a monster today?" Yesterday, he made a bet with Bull whether the other party would encounter Warcraft today. If he did, he would lose and would have to buy the other party a drink. Of course, that's the Death Forest. It's not surprising to see monsters appear at any time. It just so happens that the place where I cut down trees today is quite deep, right next to the soldiers. Bowler said loudly, his tone excited. Many people nearby were also attracted by his words. After all, although there were many people cutting trees in the Death Forest, few could see the monsters with their own eyes. You have no idea how terrifying a living monster looks. The one I saw looked like a dog, but it had a bunch of disgusting pustules on its body, and each pustule had an eye inside it. There were also several bones sticking out of its back. What's even scarier is that its eyes were staring straight at me. Oh my God. Everyone thought about it. In the gloomy environment of the Death Forest, being stared at by the eyes of such a monster, many people got goosebumps. Although Mike had never seen Warcraft, he twisted his shoulders uncomfortably after listening to Bowler's vivid description. But it's okay. Bowl changed the subject. Even such a terrifying monster can be easily killed by the soldiers. I saw them use a weapon called a crossbow to shoot a wooden arrow at the monster, and after a while it fell to the ground and didn't move. It was so cool. Bowler puffed out his chest and took a big sip of wine, as if he was the one who killed the monster. The crowd around exclaimed, "How did they do it? Why can a wooden arrow kill a monster?" Yes, several years ago, we couldn't even handle a few monsters, and many people were killed every year. The Lord is truly amazing. He actually found a way to easily kill the monster. Listening to everyone's praises, Mike thought of the scene a few days ago. The horse shot by the wooden arrow also lost its life very quickly. Maybe it was a very strong poison? Perhaps that is not the power we should possess. Suddenly someone said something, and everyone turned around to look. Mike also turned around and found that the person who was talking was not a regular customer of the pub, but everyone else seemed to know him. "Stone, how come you have free time to come to the pub? Is it possible that the engineering team doesn't want you anymore?" "Huh. Bullshit." Stone spat. Bowler pointed at Stone and introduced him to Mike. "His name is Stone. He used to be a stonemason in town. He recently joined His Royal Highness's engineering team. He and little Brad are tinkering with bricks or something. I don't understand. Oh, and that big furnace next to the Silver Ridge River is their masterpiece." Mike perked up. He had heard of the engineering team, a new department established by His Royal Highness the Prince, which was mainly responsible for construction matters and should be similar to the Stonemasons Association of the fortress. He was also very interested in the big furnace. He had previously seen a big house being built in the south of the town, which was made of bricks produced in the furnace and something called lime mortar. Mike thought that these two new building materials would definitely sell well if they were put out there. Since Stone is from the engineering team, he must be very familiar with these things. Thinking of this, Mike felt that he needed to make friends with the other party, but not now. "Stone, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by power that is not ours?" Stone took a sip of wine and said calmly, "Don't you think about it? The soldiers' wooden arrows are probably coated with poison, but what kind of poison can kill a monster completely in just a few seconds? You could ask Old Bull. He traveled a lot when he was young. Has he ever heard of such a powerful toxin? Everyone looked at Bull. Bull scratched his head, which had very little hair left, and didn't know how the topic had turned to him. But he still shook his head and said honestly, how could there be such a toxin? If there really was such a powerful venom, the Death Forest would have been cleared out by the fortress and the Melon Empire long ago. How could it be allowed to become like this? Stone nodded and whispered, so I suspect that His Royal Highness the Prince has used some special power, like a witch. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, as if they had heard something very explosive. Wrong. The fourth prince borrows the power of the witch. Isn't this exciting content? Chapter 89. What are these people thinking? Come to think of it, I also heard from Hein, who is also on the engineering team, that when the brick kiln was being built, His Royal Highness the Prince asked a witch to help you. Stone, is this true? Stone didn't answer, and everyone understood that he agreed. Oh my god, this can't be true, that's an evil witch. But if they really are witches, why would they willingly help us? Of course, it must be His Royal Highness who subdued them. Besides His Royal Highness, who else would dare to borrow the power of the witches? That's right, in front of His Royal Highness, even an evil witch has no choice but to surrender. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Mike felt it was getting more and more outrageous. Damn, what on earth are these people thinking? If His Royal Highness the Prince really took in the witch, wouldn't that be a terrifying thing in itself? This is definitely more shocking news than the development of the Death Forest. Why aren't you surprised at all? Mike discovered that these people's focus was not on how evil the witch was. It's about how powerful the prince is, to be able to make the witch work for him. Is this also the power of a witch? His Highness the Fourth Prince used the power of a certain witch to brainwash all the people in his territory. Hee. Mike smiled self-deprecatingly and shook his head. If that were true, wouldn't I become a loyal fan of His Royal Highness the Prince if I stayed here for a winter? How is that possible? He felt that he was overthinking it. How could a witch have such a terrifying ability? Mike took a sip of wine to wash away this strange thought and found that the others were not finished talking about witches. Old John, dressed in ragged linen clothes, shared. Come to think of it, I also encountered a strange thing. Maybe it was done by a witch. Oh, tell us about it. Everyone became interested. Old John nodded, and with his fingers covered in black mud, he grabbed the wine glass and took a gulp. He licked the foam on the edge of his mouth and said, when I was by the river earlier, a big fish suddenly flew out of the river. This might have been the work of the witch, but I want to thank her for letting me have a delicious grilled fish meal. The corner of Stone's mouth twitched. Maybe you were just lucky. The fish just happened to jump out of the water. This kind of thing is quite common. The others nodded in agreement, feeling bored by Old John's story. Ston is right. This is not a strange thing. If you think about it, you'll know that there's no witch hiding in the river. That's right. Old John scratched his head. Is that so? But that fish flew out of the water for at least 10 meters. After leaving the pub, Mike went to the south side of the town again. He couldn't help but feel curious and wanted to see how a house was built with bricks, lime and mortar. His keen business sense told him that if the houses built with these two materials were good, they would definitely be very popular in the future. And he might become one of the first agents of bricks and lime mortar and make a fortune. Seeing the tall buildings hazy in the darkness from afar, Mike rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. The school is built on the outermost part of the town in the south. It has a simple style, just like the most basic matchbox, but it is slightly larger than other houses in the town. Mike walked closer to the school with a lantern and found that he was not mistaken. This was the building from yesterday. Mike was dumbfounded. When he came yesterday, the house had only been built at the very bottom. Why did it become like this today? Mike looked up and saw the towering walls blending into the darkness. The surrounding walls had been built, and doors and windows had been left out. The whole house would be completed only after the roof was completed. Is it really that fast to build a house? Why doesn't the wall collapse when it's so high? And why is there no wood? Is this house built only of bricks and lime mortar? Mike touched the wall and found that the mortar between the bricks had not dried completely yet, and he could easily pick it off a little. He squeezed it with his hands, but couldn't tell what material it was. He only knew that there might be sand in it. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch the wall. Suddenly a voice came, startling Mike. He turned his head and saw that the other person was also holding a lantern. In the dim light, a thin little man appeared in Mike's eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just curious how this house could be built so quickly. It was only partially built yesterday. Brad's frown relaxed when he heard Mike's sincere apology. Then you can't just touch the wall. My name is Brad, and I'm the head of the engineering team. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Are you Brad? Mike raised an eyebrow. Having been hanging out in pubs these days, he had of course heard of Brad's famous name. This young man is one of the legends among the common people. Because of his good performance in building toilets, he was chosen by His Royal Highness the Prince to be the first person in the engineering team. In one fell swoop, he went from being a penniless orphan to the high and mighty Master Brad. My name is Mike, and I'm a businessman from Card Fortress. After introducing himself, Mike did not forget his original purpose and asked, Mr. Brad, why was this house built so quickly? As far as I know, it usually takes at least a week to build a house, right? Then he saw the corners of the other person's mouth curl up. Of course it's bricks and lime mortar, which greatly reduced the time it took to build a house. It must be because of these two things, Mike thought. And not only that, brick houses are much stronger than ordinary houses and have strong resistance to cold. Living in them in winter doesn't feel cold at all. Is it really that magical? Mike's curiosity was piqued. If it's really as good as Brad said, the speed is fast and the buildings built are strong, then these two materials are simply priceless. Of course, Brad raised his head higher. There's a house that's already built in the town. If it were daytime, I could take you to see it, but it's too late now, and the house is next to a brick kiln, which is a bit far away. Please take me there now. Here it is. Faced with Mike's enthusiasm, Brad finally did not refuse and took him to the brick kiln. At this time, the brick kiln was still burning fiercely, and there were only a few workers on night shift nearby. When they saw Brad, they immediately came over to greet him, but Brad waved his hand to signal them not to be polite. Because this house was recently built, it is temporarily used as a warehouse to store mortar and concrete. It will be converted into employee accommodation after it is completely dry. Oh, His Highness said that the lime mortar will take at least 3 to 4 weeks to dry out, but just in case, it needs to be left for a month before it can be used normally. Listening to Brad's explanation, Mike walked around the house, feeling around and looking around. Finally, he couldn't hold back his excitement and asked Brad, Excuse me, are these two materials for sale? If so, what's the approximate price? Chapter 90, How could there be a witch in a remote town? Brad didn't expect Mike to ask this kind of question. He had a clever mind, but he knew nothing about business, so he could only reply, I can't make a decision on this matter. You can only ask Master Clint or His Royal Highness the Prince directly. Brad pinched his chin and thought for a moment, then added, But I don't think His Highness will sell these two materials for the time being. Why? Because there are so few bricks and lime mortar produced so far, there aren't even enough for the town, so they probably won't sell, right? Mike was a little disappointed when he heard this, because he felt that what Brad said made sense. His own territory was not enough, so how could he sell it? Touching the thick and solid brick wall, Mike felt a little unwilling. It was a pity that such a good business opportunity was right in front of him, but he had no way to get involved. He walked out of the house reluctantly and turned to look at the huge brick kiln. This was also a building he had never heard of. It was circular in shape and had 3 doors. The light coming through the small windows above showed that something was burning inside, and the product of the burning was naturally bricks. But what are the raw materials of bricks? Why does it become hard and regular hard stone after being fired in a brick kiln? Mike was puzzled. Were both of these things invented by His Royal Highness? Brad recalled. No, His Royal Highness the Prince said these were all made in the alchemy workshop in the capital. Yeah. Mike frowned. If it was really made by the alchemy workshop in the royal capital, how could he have no idea about it? Mike shook his head. After staying in this small town for a few days, he felt that His Royal Highness the 4th Prince was becoming more and more mysterious. Okay, let's go back. It won't be safe any later, Brad said to Mike. The two walked towards the town. By the way, I heard that when you were building the brick kiln, His Royal Highness the Prince found a witch to help you. Is that true? Mike tilted his head slightly and asked curiously. Brad rolled his eyes and thought for a long time before answering. I think the Holy Light Church's propaganda about witches is wrong. Miss Nia is very strong. She can take on 20 of us, and she won't hurt us. She just quietly helps us with our work. So, I think there are good witches among witches. Mike swallowed nervously. Young man, do you know what you were talking about? Except for Outpost Town, these words would be enough to get you hanged 100 times anywhere in the kingdom. And he even said the witch's name. It seems that His Royal Highness the Prince is really raising a witch. His Royal Highness the 4th Prince's behavior is clearly a blatant act against the church. Oh my God, this is crazy. Back to town. After saying goodbye, the two walked in different directions. As they passed the bakery, Mike saw a flash of bright white out of the corner of his eye. He looked up and saw that it was Bishop Estienne, the only member of the Church of Holy Light in the town, who was buying bread. Mike immediately lowered his head and said, Good evening, Bishop Einstein. For some reason, seeing Einstein made him inexplicably nervous. Who are you? Einstein looked back at Mike and found that he had no memory of seeing this person before. I'm a merchant from Card Fortress. My name is Mike. Oh, hello, Mr. Mike. May the holy light bless you. Easton raised the pendant on his chest and said to Mike with a smile, you don't have to be so polite. After all, I'm the only church member in this town, and the position of bishop is not very useful. So gentle. Mike was somewhat surprised that Einstein gave people such a peaceful feeling, which was completely different from the church bishops he had met before. He raised his head and noticed from the corner of his eye that there was no symbol of the Church of Holy Light on the chest of the other person's robe. Perhaps some robes have no insignia on them? Mike thought. Without dwelling on this, he asked, what's the matter that Bishop Einstein is out so late? Einstein looked at the bread in his hand, then looked at the bakery behind him, and finally looked at Mike. Mike suddenly realized that he had asked a stupid question. In order to avoid any awkwardness, Einstein said with a smile, in fact, I didn't just come out. I just finished work and was walking back. Work? Mike was confused. What other job could the bishop of the Holy Light Church do besides staying in the church to make money? Einstein nodded. Yes, at the invitation of His Royal Highness the Prince, I go to teach the soldiers every night, teaching them how to read and write, as well as some simple arithmetic. Mike's eyes immediately turned to admiration at the fact that he was willing to teach knowledge to those peasants. Your generosity and selflessness will surely be noticed by the God of Holy Light. Einstein was obviously very pleased. He waved his hand. To spread love and wisdom throughout the world. Isn't this the original aspiration of the Church of Holy Light? I've only put this into practice. It's not worth mentioning. There is no harm in having good relations with church members. Mike was about to flatter them a few more times when a voice from the side interrupted him. I heard from Brother Anthony that they were able to kill the monsters with the help of the witch's power. Really? Of course, Brother Anthony told me so himself yesterday. Mike looked in the direction of the sound and found that there were a few children whose clothes were a little ragged than those of other children. They were probably orphans. He glanced at Einstein carefully, and sure enough, the bishop's expression had become somewhat unhappy. Isn't it asking for trouble to talk about such things in front of the bishop? Mike was already praying for these children in his heart. Children, don't say such things carelessly. How could His Royal Highness be in league with a witch? Walking up to the children, Einstein said angrily, "Ah, it's Bishop Einstein. Hello, Bishop. Good evening." Although he was very angry, Einstein still controlled his emotions and greeted them. But I'm not lying. This is what Brother Anthony told me himself. They were able to deal with the monsters because they had the help of the witch. It's strange. Why are even some kids talking about witches? Mike was a little confused, as he seemed to always hear news about the witch these past 2 days. That was just Anthony teasing you. If there really is a witch, our town will be in danger. Okay, go home and don't hang around outside so late. After teaching the children carefully, Einstein took out 2 loaves of bread and handed them to them. Wow, thank you, Bishop Einstein. The children ran away happily. Haha, that's just how people are. It's just that the town has changed a lot, so people always tend to think about these things. In fact, how could there be a witch in such a remote town? Don't you think so, Mr. Mike? Ah, yeah. Mike was stunned for a moment before answering. He looked at Einstein with a guilty conscience. Good Bishop, they may be right. His Royal Highness the Prince is indeed raising a witch. Mike thought about it, but he didn't dare to tell Einstein directly. After all, the outpost town is now completely sealed off. If Bishop Easton really clashes with His Highness, he will definitely not end well if he informs on them. Chapter 91, Witch Hannah. Your Highness, isn't it a bit too reckless to spread the news that there's a witch in this town right now? Castle study. Clint asked with a bitter face after the daily work report. In his opinion, it was too dangerous to directly ask someone to spread the news that there was a witch around His Highness. Witches go against common sense and stand in opposition to humans. It would be too difficult to change the image of witches in people's minds so easily. I think the best way is to gradually change the image of witches in people's minds through a few years of education, while also reducing the power of the church in the territory. Perhaps, but we don't have that much time. We have development plans, renovation plans, the pressure of the fortress, and the impending war. Xiaoda shook his head slightly. We must quickly make the people in the territory accept the existence of witches. This is so that we can maximize the use of the witch's power to develop the territory. Besides, this matter may not be as difficult as you think. He looked at Clint. Think about you, Ka, and the others in the castle. It didn't take you long to take in Lilith and Nia, did it? This is different, Your Highness. Clint still frowned. Under your orders, we will never leak even a single bit of information. We have to live with 2 witch ladies every day, so we will get used to it quickly. But the people in the territory are different. They only know that witches are evil. If there is a witch around His Royal Highness the Prince, if this news gets out, the consequences will be disastrous. Xiaoda took a sip of water. His Minister of State was good in every way except that he thought too much and liked to worry about things that might never happen. That's why I forbid anyone from leaving the town, and the news I spread was all about the benefits brought by the witch. Clint gave a puzzled look. I told them to spread the news, telling the people that only with Lilith's venom can we defeat the monsters, that with Mia's strength, we can build brick kilns and cultivate large amounts of land to grow crops, and that with Momo's presence, we can easily catch fish. You are right. Civilians cannot often come into contact with witches. In this case, I just need to let them know that witches can bring them many benefits, protect them, and improve their quality of life. Put yourself in their shoes. If you were a commoner and your life improved because of the witch's abilities, would you still believe the nonsense that witches are evil? Clint scratched his head. What His Royal Highness said was indeed true. Most civilians are stupid. Under the pressure of life, they will be very grateful and believe unconditionally in anyone who can bring them a little benefit. This is why His Royal Highness was able to win the support of almost everyone in a very short period of time, and even actively participated in dangerous operations such as opening up the Death Forest. He abolished 27 types of taxes as soon as he took office. Who wouldn't love such a lord? Shad stood up and patted Clint on the shoulder. The most important point is that it's winter now, and the town is isolated from the outside world. With soldiers guarding the roads, no one can spread the news, and no one can control us. If we miss this opportunity, there will be no better chance. I see. Clint nodded, turned, and left the study. Walking out of the study, Clint sighed softly. Developing the Death Forest, renovating the town with bricks and mortar, changing the image of the witch. I really don't know what the outpost town will look like in the future. Clint found himself looking forward to it. In the study, Shad returned to his chair and stared blankly at the crackling wood in the fireplace. He had always been thinking about how to change the current situation of witches, and had also thought about changing people's minds through education. But later, he felt that he was overthinking it. The butt determines the head, and this sentence applies everywhere. If people can truly enjoy the benefits that witches bring to them, their prejudice against witches will gradually disappear. One day, their thoughts will change from witches are scary to witches are awesome. To this end, what he has to do is to help each witch develop a corresponding plan and maximize their abilities for the development of the territory. Shad stood up and walked to the window. After a few days of heavy snow, the town was covered with a layer of white at a glance, and the scenery was quite nice. He murmured, "One day, I will allow witches to live here like ordinary people." Suddenly, a cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew on Xiada's face. He was blown back a few steps and covered his face with his hands. What's going on? He let go of her hand and looked out the window in confusion. There's no wind, and the leaves outside aren't even moving. This was not the first time he had felt such a strange wind. Ever since he built the brick kiln, he had often been blown by strange winds like this. Xiada always felt that this gust of wind was not a natural phenomenon. At this moment, a visible wind carrying snowflakes came towards him again. Xiada hurriedly tried to close the window, but it was too late and the wind still blew in. However, this time it wasn't just the wind that blew in. An ethereal and pleasant female voice came into his ears along with the wind. Haha, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is truly an interesting person. Who? Xiada stuck his head out of the window and looked around, but saw no one. Xiada was a little panicked. After all, this situation was too weird. Imagine a gust of wind blowing into your house, carrying a human voice with it. What's even more terrifying is that the voice seems to be right next to you, like someone whispering in your ear, but you can't see that person. You can't find me, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. Another breeze blew on Shad's ears, making him feel itchy. He scratched his ear and said, "Witch? Come out and let's talk." "Don't worry, I don't hate or dislike witches. I know, otherwise I wouldn't have stayed in such a remote town for such a long time." Xiada's heart skipped a beat. The strange wind a while ago was indeed not a natural phenomenon. "When did you get here?" "Very early. Can you come out and meet me?" "If I didn't want to, I wouldn't have exposed myself." Before Xiada finished speaking, he saw a gust of wind coming in from outside. It was the kind of wind that could be seen with the naked eye. The whirlwind rushed into the room, spinning rapidly, blowing the papers on the table into all directions, and it seemed to be forming a tornado. Then a figure gradually emerged from the whirlwind, becoming clearer and clearer. Finally, the wind died down. A woman who looked like an elf appeared in front of Shade. Her long white hair swayed gently in the breeze. She was only wearing a thin white gauze. Her slender figure was faintly visible, and her pair of smooth, white long legs were crossed. Some parts of her body were still in a whirlwind state, and her whole body was suspended in the air. Her voice was clear and ethereal, like the daughter of the wind. Hello, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. My name is Hannah, and I'm a witch. Chapter 92, Elemental Witch. Xiao wanted to fix his gaze on the other person's face. In fact, Hannah is very beautiful, with a high nose bridge, blue eyes, and delicate facial features, just like a natural famous painting. It can be seen that Hannah's appearance was not low before she became a witch, and the witch just made her even more beautiful. But his eyes always unconsciously glanced at those long legs and white, round feet. Xiao swore that he definitely didn't mean it. He cursed in his heart. Damn it, it's already this late, and you're still looking. Noticing Shade's gaze, Hannah chuckled. Haha, I thought you could really face the witch with a normal heart. Everyone loves beauty. Every witch is beautiful, isn't she? Instead of making excuses, it's better to just admit it. He, Shade, just likes monster girls. Hannah was stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly, and seemed to be in a good mood. I'll take that as a compliment. Xiao asked, You said you were here a long time ago? Yes. Hannah tilted her head, floating in the air and slowly spinning around as if she were weightless. By the time she opened her mouth to answer, she was upside down, with her head facing the ground. I came when you were building the brick kiln. At first I only saw Miss Nia plowing the land, but then I saw Lilith, Momo, and you, so I decided to stay and take a look. Why do you want to stay in Outpost Town? I mean, why did you choose to stay? Is it because of Lilith and the others? At first, I found it strange to see witches of my kind living in the town, so I thought if they were enslaved by humans, I should rescue them. At least in a place without people, witches can live more freely. Hannah straightened herself and slowly floated over, bringing the distance between her and Shade closer. But later, the reason for staying here became you, my dear prince. Hannah and Shad kept a certain distance and slowly circled around him, a hint of curiosity in their sapphire eyes, as if they were looking at some rare species. Shad had to follow her around in circles. I didn't expect that you really don't hate witches and are willing to accept us. When you saw me, there wasn't even a trace of disgust in your eyes. Of course I'll tell you. You've been here for so long. You should have known this a long time ago, right? Shade complained. Hannah shook her head. It's just that this incident is so shocking that I still find it hard to believe it. A prince willing to accept a witch. This is even more exaggerated than a fairy tale. The other is your fantastic idea, whether it's a toilet, a brick kiln, or an army composed of civilians. Hannah suddenly put her head close to Shad's face. Her two curious big eyes seemed to want to see through Shad's inner thoughts. I've been to so many places, and you're the only one who's created these bizarre, yet incredibly useful things. If you weren't a man, I'd have suspected you were a witch. Ahem. Xiao felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. So, you showed up just to praise me? Of course not. I would have left quietly and come back to check at some unknown time. Hannah returned to her original position, and the expression on her face was no longer playful, but became serious. The reason I decided to appear before you. I never thought you would really go to such lengths for the witch. You mean to allow witches to live in my territory like ordinary people? Xiao understood. He was glad that he explained it to Clint a little more. Otherwise he would have missed this wind which looked very powerful. What can wind do? There are so many things I can do. Generate wind power, guide ships, and even control the weather if she can fly high enough. Before he was sure whether Hannah would become his own, General Xiad had already started thinking about what benefits she could bring to the development of his territory. Yes, and you took action so quickly, spreading the news that there was a witch around you. At first I thought you were just playing tricks on Lilith and Nia. Hannah's expression became a little complicated. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, how could she have believed that there were such people in the world? Among the many countries and regions she had traveled to and the thousands of people she had met, Xiada was unique. Even so, she did not choose to show up at the beginning, but only wanted to get to know him after seeing him really take actions for the good of the witch. You may not understand me, but I'm a man of my words. I said I'd let witches live normally in my territory, and I'll definitely do it. It's just a matter of time. Xiada knew that now was the best time to improve his favorability. Besides, that's what he thought in his heart. Sincerity is always the greatest killer skill. There was silence for a moment. Hannah slowly landed on the ground, her smooth and shiny toes stepping on the ground. Holding the veil, she bowed to Shade and said, "Thank you for everything you have done for us." Then she looked up and smiled at Xiada. "I am not from a noble family, so my etiquette may be a little incorrect. Please don't mind it." Xiada waved his hand and asked curiously, "No problem, let's not talk about this anymore. Why do I feel like you're in much better shape than Lilith and the others? I mean, you don't seem to be as frightened as they are. You know, when I first met Lilith, she was very afraid of humans and almost cried." A breeze started to rise, and Hannah was suspended in the air again while answering Shad's question. Of course it's because of my ability. She opened her arms and said, as you can see, my entire body can turn into wind, which means others can't see me. At the same time, my flying speed is not slow. Although I don't want to say this, I may be the one who lives the most comfortable life among all the witches. I see. Because of this powerful ability, my quality of life has not deteriorated, but is even more comfortable than before I became a witch. Shad stared at Hannah floating in the air and swallowed. I really envy this ability to transform into the wind without any restraint. Having said that, forget about animal-type monster girls. Are there even wind witches? Coincidentally or not, Hannah's next words answered Shade's question. And I think it's not just me. The living standards of all elemental witches should not be too bad. Elemental witch. Xiaoda's neck leaned forward slightly. He was really attracted by these 4 words. A bunch of powerful beings instantly appeared in his mind. Each of them made him salivate. Yes, this is the classification I have given to the witches I have seen. Do you want to listen to it? Xiaoda nodded repeatedly. Looking at Shade, who was eager to learn, Hannah blinked her eyes, and her light voice added a hint of playfulness. If you're willing to treat me to a bowl of beef noodles, I'll tell you. Damn, what's the difference between this and Suinji? Shad's face darkened, and he felt like Tom, being played around with. But there's no way. Hannah obviously had a lot of information that he was eager to know, so he could only send someone to ask the chef to make a bowl of beef noodles and bring it over. Chapter 93 Free as the Wind. It smells so good. Hannah took a deep breath of the aroma of the beef noodles, her eyes shining, and rubbed her hands, looking very expectant. She had long wanted to try this so-called beef noodles. Before, I could only hear Xiaoda and others say how delicious it was, or smell the lingering flavor, but now I can finally taste it myself. Is this what chopsticks are? They're really hard to use. Hannah sat at the table, clumsily picking up noodles from her bowl with her chopsticks. Xiaoda reminded, eat slowly, it's a little hot since it's just made. That's not a problem for me. Hannah chuckled. Then Xiaoda felt a breeze automatically swirling above the bowl, quickly cooling down the steaming beef noodles. It's really convenient. This ability will definitely be perfect for eating hot pot, Xiaoda thought. After Hannah finished eating, licked her lips contentedly, and patted her belly, Xiaoda couldn't wait to ask. Isn't it time to tell me now? Hannah nodded. Well, I divide witches into 3 categories. She held up 3 fingers. The first type is the animal witch. Like Lilith, Nia, and Momo, they have animal features on their bodies, and their abilities are usually related to the corresponding animal. Shade nodded. This was true. Lilith's spider silk and venom, Nia's strength and toughness, and Momo's ability to breathe underwater were all related to their corresponding animals. Hannah continued. The second type is the plant witch. They usually have plant characteristics, but they are not as obvious as animal witches. Their abilities are mostly about controlling plants. Control plants. Upon hearing this, Xiaoda's eyes lit up. This was exactly the kind of talent he needed. He wanted to ask more about the plant witch right away, but decided to let Hannah finish the rest of her words first. The third category is elemental witches like me. Although Hannah was just speaking normally, Shad could still hear a hint of pride in her tone. Elemental witches can transform themselves into corresponding elements, just like I can transform into wind. Therefore, elemental witches are easier to survive than the other 2 types of witches. It can be seen that your abilities are a bit absurd. Shade said sincerely. Hannah smiled at Shade. But these are just my speculations. After all, I have never seen an elemental witch other than myself. Not one. Not one. Shade nodded in understanding. Perhaps the elemental witch is rarer than the other 2. That's what I thought. Xiaoda felt it was a bit of a pity. If Hannah knew some natural generator girl like Thunder Girl, she could introduce her to him. Wouldn't it be possible for one's own territory to leap into the electrical age in one step and crush the world in all aspects? But it doesn't matter. No matter what kind of monster girl it is, as long as her abilities are used well, she can do a lot. He asked, have you seen many witches? Hannah nodded, her expression becoming somewhat sad. I've been to many places, so I've naturally seen many of their kind. Of course, they generally don't live well. In stark contrast to Hannah's expression, Shad's eyes grew brighter and the smile on his face grew wilder. Then, can you bring them all here? Xiaoda tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth, trying to make himself look more serious and reliable. Ahem, what I mean is, I'm willing to take in witches. You've seen it, and soon you won't have to worry about anything and can live a normal life like ordinary people. I believe you, and your actions prove that you are willing to accept a witch. But aren't you afraid of the church's sanctions? If they find out that you're taking in a witch? Hannah couldn't bear to continue. She had seen many witches captured by the church, and she also helped some witches escape from the church. She knew that the church's attitude towards witches was to kill without mercy, so she was worried about Shade's actions. The church wouldn't care about a remote town like Chinsen Town. Looking at the stack of blueprints on the table, Xiada smiled confidently. And by the time they realize it, I think I'll have enough means to fight them. With your strange inventions? And you too. Indeed, some powerful witches are difficult for even the church to deal with. If you can get their help, perhaps you can really fight against the church. Hannah nodded, thinking that the witch would be Shade's most powerful fighting force in the future. Then she smiled helplessly. But most of the witches I know don't have a fixed place to stay. If I actively look for them, I won't be able to find them for a while. As for those who live in one place all year round, most of them have their own reasons, so they probably won't agree to come. But if I meet homeless witches again, I will recommend them to come to Outpost Town, and I hope you can take them in. Certainly. He accepts all witches. Shade nodded. Hannah was willing to recommend the witch to the Outpost Town, which was enough. Then he asked, "From what you said, you will leave here later?" Hannah thought for a moment and said, "Maybe I'll go to Eve Territory or the capital to see my old friends." She's also a witch. Some are and some aren't. Xiao was a little surprised. Besides me, is there anyone else who doesn't hate witches? After saying this, Shad suddenly thought of Stone. This guy's attitude towards witches took a 180-degree turn after his daughter became a witch, so he added, "Could it be your family or best friends?" Hannah shook her head. "No, he's a friend I met after I became a witch. He's an ordinary person. Are there really such people?" Seeing Shade's surprise, Hannah smiled and said, "After all, there are so many people in the world. There are always some weird ones, right? But you are the only one who treats witches equally. Then why did you come to a remote town like Outpost?" For a powerful witch like Hannah, Shade couldn't figure out why she would come to Outpost Town. "No reason. I was just wandering around aimlessly, stopping to look at anything new and interesting I came across." Hannah folded her arms over her chest and spoke lightheartedly. Her carefree look is definitely not acted out. It can only be said that her ability makes her character like that. "Ever since I became a witch, I've been living like this. How can I describe this state? As free as the wind," Shad concluded. Hannah was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled, her faint smile feeling like a gentle breeze. "I like that." Just as Shad was about to ask some more questions, Hannah suddenly turned her head to look at the door with a playful smile on her face. "It looks like someone is coming." "What?" When Xiada was puzzled, the door opened and Lilith and Nia came in. Seeing Hannah, the two froze in their tracks. For a moment, everyone looked at each other and the atmosphere in the study became silent. Chapter 94. This character is too bad. A messy room, a beautiful woman floating in the air, His Highness with a smile on his face. Such a strange scene appeared in front of Lilith and Nia, making them a little confused for a moment. "Your Highness, who is she?" Lilith pointed at Hannah and asked. Her voice seemed to contain some other emotions besides surprise. Nia looked Hannah up and down, then nodded as if she suddenly understood. She glanced at Lilith with a malicious smile and said, "Your Highness actually secretly hides a witch. What do you call this?" "A beautiful woman hidden in a golden house." "Oh no, a witch hidden in a golden house." "Not you?" Xiada looked at Nia speechlessly. "What are you messing around with? Isn't it just a normal meeting? Can't both parties just introduce themselves to each other and get to know each other? Why do you have to muddy the waters?" Facing Shad's gaze, Nia chose to ignore it, looked away, pouting her lips and whistling silently, as if she knew nothing. "The brave bull is causing chaos." "Really?" After hearing this, Lilith looked at Hannah with a hint of hostility in her eyes. The little spider girl showed her sharp fangs, and her hands were ready to release spider silk at any time. "Your Highness, come here quickly. Not all witches are good people. A witch like this who casually breaks into the castle is likely to do something dangerous to you." Lilith was not only stimulated by Nia's words, but she really felt that Hannah, the uninvited guest, was dangerous. After all, most witches have a negative attitude towards humans. Maybe the other party saw Nia and I in the town and mistakenly thought that it was His Highness who enslaved them, so they wanted to kill His Highness and rescue them. She would never allow His Highness to get hurt. Looking at the tense Lilith, Shad sighed and wanted to end this farce. "Lilith, it's not." But before he could finish, a violent whirlwind appeared out of nowhere, interrupting his words. Lilith was temporarily unable to open her eyes because of the wind. When the strong wind died down, the three of them saw Hannah disappear from where she was and appear on Shad's shoulder. The long, round legs were almost touching Shade's head. Seeing this scene, Lilith's hair instantly exploded. Her face flushed rapidly, and she pointed at Hannah with her little hand and shouted, "You rude, disrespectful person, get off His Highness." Hannah looked at Lilith with a playful smile. "Haha, You say such harsh things to me as soon as you come in. I don't want to listen to you. If I really want to attack His Royal Highness, there's no way you can stop me. Xiaoda looked up speechlessly. From his angle, he could just see Hannah's graceful curves, but he had no mind to appreciate them now. He just wanted to complain. No. Sister, are you joining in the trouble with Nia? Can't you just introduce yourself normally? Only Shad knew that Hannah was not actually sitting on his shoulder, but was just floating above him with her ability, some distance away from his shoulder. It's just a borrowed angle. From the direction of the door, it looks like she's sitting on his shoulders. Of course, Hannah would not touch a strange man casually, but after realizing Lilith's feelings for the fourth prince, she suddenly became playful. It was like she was used to doing whatever she wanted and thought that doing so would make things more interesting. In fact, His Highness the fourth prince and I have been getting along very well. Before you came, we had an in-depth discussion about the witch. Hannah pointed at the parchment on the ground that had been blown into a mess by her and looked at Lilith with a smile, just like what you see. After a deeper understanding, I don't think any witch would hate someone like your highness, right? And Hannah inadvertently glanced at Shad shyly, and this detail was coincidentally seen by Lilith. Your highness seems to be very interested in me. Hannah lifted her calves slightly and placed her fair and smooth feet in front of Shade. Your highness, you were staring at this place just now. Do you like it? The slender toes are slightly curled up, which looks very playful. Faced with this situation, Lilith's ears turned red and smoke was almost coming out of her head. The other party did not seem to have any hostility towards her highness, but his behavior inexplicably made her feel a sense of crisis. Lilith was so anxious that she almost turned in circles and could only weakly repeat, "Get off, His Highness." Nia looked at Hannah in surprise. This guy is much more ruthless than me. I just said some insignificant sarcastic remarks to tease Lilith, but this guy directly took the risk and rode on His Royal Highness the Prince to attack Lilith. Things were developing in the direction of Shura Field, which was so interesting that Xiaoda couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Has that been enough? It's time to end it. He reached out and grabbed Hannah's ankles, trying to pull her off him. However, when it was about to touch the white ankle, Hannah suddenly turned into a gust of wind and dodged Shade's palm, saying with a look of reproach, "Your Highness is so naughty. Do you really want to touch him so much?" Xiaoda's face was full of black lines. "It's fine if you tease Lilith, but what's the point of teasing me too?" Before he could speak, Hannah continued, "But not now. Well, it's time for me to leave." Hannah flew to the window and winked at Shad in a teasing manner. "But I'll be back soon. After all, what your highness wants to do is very attractive. I want to see what you can eventually turn this remote and desolate town into." Hannah was speaking the truth about this. In this dull and boring world, there is actually someone as interesting as Xiaoda, which makes her want to follow him and witness the rise of this small town. Before leaving, Hannah glanced at Lilith and Nia, then put on a serious expression and said to Shade, "Your Highness, the witch's abilities are very powerful, but you must use them with caution." At this time, Hannah's body had gradually disappeared, turned into a gust of wind, and flew out of the room, leaving only the last words with a slight smile. "If you use your abilities too much, they'll break." Xiaoda's eyes gradually widened. What does this mean? Are there any side effects when Lilith and the others use their abilities? The importance of the information contained in this sentence is no less than the classification of witches that Hannah mentioned before, but Hannah only said half of it. What's the difference between this and the author suddenly ending the chapter at the climax of a novel? Shade hurried to the window and shouted, "Hannah, what do you mean by using your abilities too much will damage them? Finish what you're saying before you leave." However, the only response he got was a gust of cold wind. Hannah has left. Xiaoda's face turned red now, and he clenched his hands tightly, looking gnashing his teeth but helpless. Okay, he was teasing Lilith again, and then he left him with this mess halfway through his words. Hannah is strong, but her personality is too bad. Chapter 95. It's not that I don't like it. After making sure Hannah had left, Shad shook his head helplessly. After thinking about it, I still felt angry, and only after slamming the wooden window did I feel a little relieved. Damn it, next time I see Hannah, I'm going to make her pay for it. Xiaoda took a few breaths to relieve his depressed mood. We can only wait for Hannah to come back to find out what will happen if the witch uses too much power, so we might as well not think about it for the time being. Just pay more attention to the changes in Lilith and Nia on a daily basis. Shad turned around. Seeing the scene in front of him, his mood, which had just calmed down, began to fluctuate again. Lily bent down and slowly took off her brown boots, revealing her round feet wrapped in white tights. Compared with Hannah's, her feet were smaller and more slender. "Lilith, what are you doing?" Lilith pouted and said with a slightly red face, "Your Highness, Don't you like to watch this? Ahem. That was just Hannah doing it to tease you. You don't have to take it too seriously. Xiao coughed a few times and said, So you don't like looking at other people's feet? Lilith asked with her head tilted, holding her boot in one hand. Xiao glanced at Lilith's feet. If it were on the internet in his previous life, many people would probably say something outrageous like ice cream, show off in my mouth, sticky and fragrant lemon tea. He pondered for a moment. Ahem, it's not that I don't like it. Now Lilith blushed and was speechless, with one foot hanging in the air, looking a little at a loss. Next to her, Nia showed a look of disdain and shook her head, saying, Your Highness's habits are still as strange as ever. Holy Light Church. The sunlight shines through the round hole in the ceiling onto the sculpture of the God of Light, making the sculpture look even more sacred. In the room next to the sculpture, Einstein was organizing the next teaching materials. Since serving as a teacher in the army, he found that he gradually fell in love with this job. While teaching others knowledge, you can also consolidate the knowledge you have learned before. He had the opportunity to join the church because he was very interested in learning and could quickly master knowledge that others could not. Now that he has become a teacher, he finds that when he teaches others, he remembers his existing knowledge more clearly. This made Einstein very excited, and he felt that perhaps he would be more suitable to be a teacher than a bishop. It's a pity that in this remote and desolate outpost town, he has no way to learn more interesting knowledge. His Royal Highness the Prince does seem to possess wisdom far beyond that of ordinary people, but how could such a noble prince possibly have the time and interest to teach him? Einstein smiled and shook his head, then wrote the last line on the paper. Maybe we can try teaching them multiplication. At this moment, Einstein heard the church door being pushed open. He stood up, straightened his robe, and walked out. As he pushed open the door, Einstein said, May the holy light protect you. What can I do for you? Your Highness, what brings you here? After walking out, Einstein found that the people who came were none other than His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince and his inseparable chief Night Cow. He quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, Your Highness, if you have anything to say, just inform me. Why come to the church in person? Xiao waved his hand and said, I just went to the Death Forest to check on the development situation. I just happened to come by and ask you something. Your Highness, please feel free to tell me. As long as I know something, I will tell you without reservation. Einstein bowed. Even if it's a secret of the church? Shade said in a joking tone. This? Einstein smiled awkwardly, but in fact, even if Shade really asked him to tell him, he didn't know. After all, he was suddenly promoted to bishop. He was originally just a small monk and had no access to the secrets of the church. Okay, I'm not kidding you anymore. Looking at the clothes on Einstein, Shade asked with a smile, How do you feel about the clothes I gave you? Speaking of this, Einstein became excited and said with shining eyes, It's so comfortable. It's the most comfortable piece of clothing I've ever worn. Gently stroking the spider silk robe on his body, Einstein said sincerely, Thank you, Your Highness, for giving me such a precious gift. I will never forget your generosity. Haha, as long as you like it. Patting Einstein on the shoulder, Shad didn't say much and started asking about the business. I came here to ask you, does the church have any means to deal with witches? Shad knew very well that what Lilith said was right. A witch with slightly stronger abilities and who was unaware of the situation could easily take his life. Just like Hannah, she comes and goes as she pleases, and she stayed in the outpost town for such a long time without anyone noticing, which made Shad feel very dangerous. In other words, Hannah had no hostility towards him, but even so, he had been in a passive position since Hannah appeared. The reason was that the other party's ability was too strong. Xiao felt very uncomfortable with the feeling of being led by the nose by others. Therefore, whether for self-protection or to gain dominance when communicating with witches, Shade needs a stable method to deal with witches. After all, not all witches are as naturally harmless as Lilith, Nia, and Momo. When it comes to ways to deal with witches, the first thing Shade thinks of is their natural enemy, the Church of Holy Light. Of course, Your Highness. Dealing with those evil people is one of the responsibilities of the Holy Light Church, and you already possess the most effective weapon against them. I already have. How come I don't know? Xiao looked confused, but after thinking about it carefully, he soon thought of something that might be a weapon. Are you talking about holy water? Einstein smiled and said, That's right. Holy water is the most powerful weapon against all corrupted creatures. Xiao suddenly understood. So that's it. After he moved the holy water to the castle, he didn't know what else it could be used for besides purifying the land, so he just piled it up in the warehouse. I didn't expect that holy water would be the best weapon against witches. Holy water will burn when it touches the witch, and the purifying flame will destroy all corruption. Einstein said this with some excitement. However, Xiao frowned after hearing this. He just wanted to control the witches, not kill them. In this case, the holy water was not suitable. He was about to ask if there was any other way, but he saw Einstein suddenly become excited and scratched his head awkwardly. But only the purest holy water has this effect. The holy water you took from me, Your Highness, was mixed with a lot of water. Wow. It turns out the holy water he looted was a low-concentration version. So you're saying that holy water mixed with a lot of water is useless against witches? Einstein shook his head and said with a guilty conscience. Well, it's still somewhat useful, but the holy water mixed with water isn't as powerful. It won't cause the purifying flame, but will only make the witches it touches lose their power and become weak. It's still very useful for controlling them. Upon hearing this, Xiada's eyes lit up. The effect of low-concentration holy water actually met his needs. Chapter 96 His Highness is a mathematical genius. Well, I see. Thank you for telling me. You are truly a conscientious bishop. Xiada patted Einstein's shoulder. Einstein was in a good mood and bowed and said, That's what I should do, Your Highness. Suddenly thinking of something, Einstein said angrily, Humph, I've been saying that the rumors in this town these days are way too wrong. Oh, what rumors? Xiada asked knowingly. Someone in this town actually said that you were hiding a witch. How is that possible? Einstein looked indignant. You are such an upright and brave person. You took the initiative to ask me how to deal with the witch. How could you hide the witch? Xiada also looked angry. What? Someone actually dared to say such nonsense? If I find him, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Einstein echoed. That's right. How dare they slander His Royal Highness the Prince for having an affair with a witch? Such people must be taught a lesson. Yeah. Shade patted Einstein's shoulder, smiling and talking nonsense. Don't worry. I absolutely would never enslave a witch. It's just that you mentioned witches have special abilities, so I came to ask if you have any methods to deal with witches, just in case. Your Highness, you don't need to say more. Einstein shook his head with a determined look on his face. How could I be influenced by the rumors in this small town? For someone as intelligent and upright as you, even if everyone said you were hiding a witch, I wouldn't believe it. Well, you are worthy of my selection. It seems that asking you to be the army's teacher is a wise choice. Your Highness, thank you for the compliment. Shad looked at Einstein with praise, and Einstein looked at Shad with determination. Both of them felt that they had met too late. I'm glad you understand what I mean. Let's not talk about this anymore. What have you been busy with during the day lately? I see not many people come to your church, so you should be quite free, right? After touching upon the key issues, Shad began to chat with Einstein about family matters. This is also one of the most common ways for leaders and subordinates to build closer relationships. To be honest, when I have nothing to do recently, I have been preparing teaching materials. If Your Highness doesn't mind, you can come in and take a look. As he spoke, Einstein took Shad to his room. This is your room. Can I come in? Xiada looked at Einstein in surprise. He didn't expect that this guy was so concerned about his job as a teacher that he even used his own time to prepare lessons. He was simply the top model worker in the territory. Of course. Einstein opened the door and made a gesture of invitation to Shade. It's just that my room is a little shabby. Your Highness, please don't mind. Entering the room, Shad looked around. It's indeed quite simple. All the furniture consisted of a bed, a table, a small cabinet, and a fireplace with sparks burning. Since it was a temporary conversion from a warehouse, there was a faint smell of mold in the room. The only advantage is that the stone-built room is drafty and relatively warm. Xiada even felt a little sympathy for the bishop of the Holy Light Church. In other regions, bishop-level figures, if not living like gods, at least enjoy delicious food every day, unlike Einstein who lives in such poverty. However, even Einstein's living conditions were quite good in the outpost town. Other people's houses were only worse. Luckily, we were able to get bricks and lime mortar early on. Xiada thought with some regret. In his plan, the housing renovation plan is the second major action that requires the participation of all the people after the Death Forest Development Plan. It aims to improve the quality of life of the people in the territory and prepare for future economic development. Only by making the people rich first can the economy have the possibility of flowing, and he can make a fortune by some business means. People of this era don't know anything. In his eyes, they are just bunches of green leeks, waiting for him to harvest them. Shad saw some parchment lying on the table. He walked over, picked it up, and took a look. Most of the words were written on it, used to teach soldiers how to read. A small number of them have numbers or patterns written on them. Seeing the top picture, Xiada asked in surprise, Are you going to teach them multiplication? Einstein nodded. Yes. But if you don't think it's necessary, I don't have to teach you. Knowing that Einstein felt that teaching soldiers multiplication was unnecessary, Shade shook his head and smiled. Of course I can. I can't thank you enough for your willingness to teach them so much. Also, how are you going to teach them multiplication? Of course, use your imagination. This is a method my teacher once taught me, and I think it works very well. Einstein explained to Shade while gesturing with his hands. For example, you can imagine 3 times 3 as 3 piles of apples, with 3 apples in each pile, so there are 9 in total. What about 7 times 9? Xiao suddenly interrupted. Well, I need to do some calculations. Einstein felt that there was nothing wrong with what he did. When it came to some larger numbers, it was impossible to solve them without calculating on paper. Looking at this scene, Xiao shook his head slightly. Obviously, the overall mathematical level of the Silver Ridge Kingdom is not particularly low, but the efficiency in such simple calculations is too low. Shade reached out and interrupted Einstein's thoughts. Don't calculate it. This is too slow. I'll tell you directly, 7 times 9 equals 63. Looking at the half-finished calculation on the paper, Einstein looked at Shade in surprise. Your Highness, why are you calculating so fast? Can you calculate other numbers so quickly? Although this kind of elementary math wasn't something to be proud of, Shade felt strangely pleased by Einstein's surprise. He nodded and said, Of course. As long as it's multiplication within 10, you can tell me anything and I can answer it immediately. The same goes for multiplication of the same number within 20. 9 times 9, 81. 5 times 8, 40. 16 times 16, 256. Einstein asked a series of questions, but Shade took no more than a second to answer, which shocked Einstein beyond words. Who on earth spread such nonsense that the 4th prince was uneducated? Your Highness, you are so amazing. Sprinkle some water. Xiao thought it was just a trivial matter, but in Einstein's opinion, His Royal Highness the Prince was simply a mathematical genius. Facing Einstein's shining eyes of admiration, Shad coughed twice. Ahem, Einstein, you don't have to look at me with envy. I actually have a trick for calculating so quickly. Do you want to know? His tone was full of temptation, just waiting for Einstein, the fish, to take the bait. Chapter 97 I Deserve to Die. Einstein nodded repeatedly. Of course I want to know. Please tell me, Your Highness. With a smile on his lips, Xiao said. Of course I can tell you, but you have to promise me one thing. The school in the south of the town is almost finished. In addition to teaching the soldiers at night, you will also have to teach the children in the town during the day. As long as you agree to this, I will tell you the secret of multiplication. Not only that, I will also teach you a lot of more advanced knowledge later. How about it? Hearing Shad's request, Einstein was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed without hesitation. I thought it was something else. If that's all, I'd be more than happy. Teaching soldiers is the same as teaching children. There is no difference, and this way he can gain a lot of new knowledge from His Highness. In Einstein's opinion, this deal is a great deal. And, Your Highness, you are truly so kind. Not only do you teach the soldiers how to read and count, you also teach the children of the common people. As the Bishop of the Holy Light Church, how could I possibly refuse such a kind offer? Einstein's expression was sincere. Xiao curled his lips, almost forgetting that this guy was one of the few kind people in the church. In short, as long as Einstein agreed, Xiao began to teach Einstein the powerful weapon that every Chinese elementary school student knows. After some time, is this the multiplication table? Looking at the mathematical formulas neatly arranged in a triangle on the parchment, Einstein was as excited as if he had opened the door to a new world. There are such delightful mnemonics in this world, and they are also very catchy to read. It didn't take him long to memorize the multiplication table, and looking back at previous multiplication problems was as easy as eating and drinking water. These multiplications and answers have always been there, but it is the summary of the multiplication table that makes it seem so simple. Einstein vaguely realized the importance of induction and summary. That's right. When you teach them multiplication next time, just have them memorize the multiplication table. Of course, when teaching soldiers, you can just teach the formula table directly. But when teaching children, it's best to use your imagination to help them understand multiplication from the ground up. Different teaching methods should be used for different groups of people, which is what is called teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. Children are at a good age to absorb knowledge, but they should not be restricted by the summarized rules and regulations. This will only turn them into small-town test-takers. I understand, Your Highness. Estienne immediately understood Shad's intention and admired the prince's wisdom. Returned to the castle. Shadi sent someone to get a jar of holy water from the warehouse, and then called Lilith to the study. Your Highness, you called me? Lilith pushed open the door and walked in. After these days of food provision, the little girl had grown a lot taller, her face became rounder, and her figure became fuller. She was no longer as skinny as before. The most important thing was that her complexion had improved a lot. I don't know if it was intentional, but Lilith didn't wear boots today. Instead, she wore a pair of cotton slippers, exposing her white ankles and calves. Xiao admired it without hesitation and then said, "Well, I need your help with something. I want to test the effect of holy water on a witch. Do you know what happens when a witch touches holy water?" Lilith shook her head. "I don't know. I've never seen holy water before." Looking at the innocent look of the little spider girl, Shade decided to scare her. "Well, Easton told me that holy water will burn if it touches a witch, and the purifying flame will devour all corrupted things. I called you here so that you can help me test the power of the holy water. How about it? Are you scared?" Lilith's expression became a little fearful, and she nodded obediently. "However, if it is your highness's request, I will not refuse." Lilith clenched her two little hands into fists and looked at Shade aggrievedly. Then she stretched out a trembling little finger and said, "Your highness, can you test it with your finger? It's nothing if it's just a burn. I deserve to die?" Looking at Lilith's pitiful appearance, Xiao cursed himself in his heart. How could I play such a joke on Lilith? The little girl believed in me unconditionally. Even if I had to play such a joke on her, I should have played it on Nia or Hannah. Touching Lilith's head, Xiao said with some guilt, "Sorry, Lilith, I was just kidding. Although holy water does burn, that's only the purest holy water. Our holy water is a lower quality product mixed with a lot of water, so it won't burn. It will just temporarily make you lose strength and feel weak all over. So that's how it is. Your highness is so mean." Hearing this, Lilith said something in a reproachful tone, but at the same time she felt relieved. If that was the case, there was no need to worry. Then let's get started. To ensure Lilith's safety, Shad poured the holy water in the jar into the cup, added half of water to dilute it again, and then poured a drop on the back of Lilith's hand. "How does it feel?" Shad asked, holding Lilith's delicate and boneless little hand. "It's so warm," Lilith said with a blush. The corner of Shade's eye twitched. "I'm asking what it feels like when holy water drips on your hands." "Oh, I feel like my whole palm has no strength, and it seems that I can't use my ability anymore." Lilith frowned and felt it carefully for a while. She hated this feeling very much. At this time, Xiao discovered that at some point, the spider legs behind Lilith had drooped down, wilting like leeks that had not been watered for a long time. It seems that what Einstein said is true. Holy water does pose a great threat to witches. The holy water he used was diluted to an unknown level of concentration, but it still prevented Lilith from using her abilities. But it didn't burn. Next, let's try the holy water in the jar. This time it might be more effective. If you feel uncomfortable, please tell us as soon as possible. Safety is the most important thing, understand? "I understand." Lilith nodded seriously. "Okay, I'm going to start then." Shade carefully tilted the jar over and straightened it out immediately after a little holy water flowed out. However, the moment this little bit of holy water fell into Lilith's hands, the little spider girl's legs went weak and she was about to collapse to the ground. Fortunately, Xiao was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Lilith's hand and pulled her into his arms. Now was not the time to enjoy the little girl's soft body. Shad quickly put down the jar in his hand, wiped the holy water off Lilith's hand, and looked at her with worry in his eyes. Chapter 98. Do you want revenge? Lilith, are you okay? Seeing the little spider lady with drooping eyelids and an exhausted look, Xiao felt distressed. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have been so aggressive and would have increased the concentration little by little for testing. "I'm fine, your highness. I just don't have any strength left. Don't worry," Lilith said with difficulty, forcing a smile. After the holy water dripped onto her body, she felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away in an instant, just like the water in a sponge. She couldn't even stand steadily. But compared to feeling weak all over, Lilith cared more about the fact that she was suddenly held in His Highness's arms. Feeling the warmth coming from His Royal Highness the Prince, if she hadn't been too weak to move, her mouth would have been crooked with laughter. Judging from Lilith's condition, she might not be able to recover for a while, so Xiao picked her up in a princess hug and walked out of the study. "I'm sorry, I was too aggressive. Just take a good rest today and don't have to work in the afternoon." Lilith blushed when she was suddenly hugged by Princess Shade. With her head against His Highness's chest, she felt she could even hear His Highness's heartbeat. Hey, who said this holy water makes people feel uncomfortable? This holy water is amazing. If she could be held like this by His Highness every day, she would be eager to test the power of the holy water every day. Walking into Lilith's room, Shad gently placed Lilith on the bed, covered her with the quilt, and then touched her head. "Rest well, and remember to tell me when you're almost recovered." Lilith responded softly. Return to the study. Xiao looked at the holy water in the jar with a serious expression. The clear liquid emanates little starlight, and the holy light seems to be saying that it is the nemesis of all corrupt creatures. What is certain is that holy water is definitely not a man-made thing, but is a supernatural item like witches, monsters, and the like. He asked how the church could kill witches. It turned out that it was because of the powerful weapon called holy water. Diluted holy water can prevent a witch from using her abilities and cause her to lose her strength. Pure holy water can even directly set corrupted creatures on fire. With weapons like these in hand, how could ordinary witches possibly be a match for the church? But where does the holy water come from? Why does the church have complete control over holy water? Thinking of this, Xiada shook his head. These questions were a little too far away from him. Without sufficient sources of information, no matter how much he thinks about these problems, it is nothing but wishful thinking. It is better for him to focus on the current situation, open up the river channel, and break the trade blockade of the fortress. Having only discovered the effects of holy water, Xiada vaguely felt that his greatest enemy in the future might not be his brothers and sisters, but the Holy Light Church. Royal capital. The sky was gray and light snow was falling. Pedestrians were coming and going on the street, and even the snow on the ground had been trampled down, leaving only a palm-thick layer of snow on the tops of the houses. Da-da-da. The sound of horse hooves clattered as a carriage escorted by several knights drove through the street, and pedestrians on the road scattered to both sides. Because of the news that the king is critically ill, the atmosphere in the capital has become very depressing recently. Except for the lowest-level civilian slaves, everyone else can sense this to some extent. The best proof of this is the more frequent appearance of carriages and knights on the streets than before. Bang! The sound of a whip suddenly exploded, startling the people around and making them look towards the source of the sound. I saw a knight in silver armor, holding a whip in his hand and looking angry. In front of him, a man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in simple clothes, was kneeling on the ground, holding the knight's calf and crying and begging. "Sir, please let my daughter go. She is not yet an adult. If you need a servant, let me take her place. Get out of here. Let go of your hands." The knight roared and swung the whip in his hand violently, leaving another shocking scar on the man's body. The blood seeped through the thin clothes and dyed a large area of the cloth dark red. The people around watched this scene somewhat numbly. Most of them just took a look and left as if it had nothing to do with them. A small number of people stayed where they were, but they also watched the excitement from a distance. "It's an honor for you that the Baron has taken a fancy to your daughter. Don't be so shameless." The knight kicked the man away and whipped him. "Daddy, woo-woo, no, please don't do this, woo-woo." At this time, a childish voice came from the carriage not far away, but the voice was mixed with immense fear. Hearing this voice, the blood-soaked man crawled to the knight regardless and hugged his legs tightly. "Please, please, let my daughter go. I will do anything." "Hello, Berlin." At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from the carriage, with obvious arrogance in his tone. "Why bother with such a lowly person? We should leave now. We have to attend Viscount Dahl's banquet tonight." "Yes, my Lord Baron." Turning around, there was a hint of ruthlessness in the knight's eyes. He kicked the man hard, and seeing that he was still trying to pounce on him, he immediately kicked him in the stomach. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and curled up on the ground like a shrimp. But he did not give up. He dug his hands into the ground and tried to grab the knight's legs, while muttering, "Please let my daughter go." The knight was getting impatient. "TSK, you asked for it." He walked up to the man and looked down at the man lying on the ground like a stray dog. The civilians watching around shook their heads, as if they all knew what was going to happen next. Really? The next second, the knight raised his leg and stomped his thick leather boot directly on the man's ankle. Crack! There was a clear sound of bones breaking, audible even in the bustling street, followed by a man's teeth-grinding wail. "Next time, remember to clarify your identity." Glancing at the man and spitting, the knight said with a hint of amusement, "But I'm afraid there won't be a next time." After saying this, he walked back to the carriage, mounted the horse, and left with the carriage. Poor guy. I'm afraid he won't live beyond tomorrow. If you want to blame someone, blame him. He knew his daughter was pretty, but he still dared to bring her out onto the street. This knight was quite merciful. He only broke his leg. The previous knights all killed people directly. When the people around saw that there was nothing exciting to watch, they left the place while making sarcastic remarks. For such a huge capital, this is just a small episode in life. The man huddled on the side of the road, the pain in his body making him unconscious, tears and blood mixed on his face. How he wanted to just die and be free from this damn world. When he thought of his daughter's innocent smile, he felt that he could not give up, but now he could not even stand up. "Can anyone help me?" But the indifferent attitude of the pedestrians around him made it seem as if the man was just a stray dog on the side of the road that no one cared about. Yes, who would go against the nobles for a commoner like him? The man's breathing gradually became weaker, and when the breath in his heart disappeared, his life would also stop. He will die in this cold winter with endless resentment and sadness. However, just as his eyelids were about to close completely, a voice sounded in his ears. Do you want revenge? Chapter 99 The Power of the Devil. The man was shocked. Regardless of the pain in his body, he turned his head with difficulty and saw a white-haired old man with similar clothes and a full beard. The old man's cloudy eyes were lifeless. He took a sip from the wine jug in his hand and repeated in a calm tone. Do you want revenge? Just like a drowning person will wave his hands around and grab anything he can. Therefore, even though he had some doubts about this strange old man, the man still choked up and said, Think. The bearded old man nodded, his mouth wide open, the wrinkles on his face squeezed together, making him look as creepy as a demon from hell. Come with me. After saying that, the old man leaned over, grabbed one of the man's hands, and helped him up. The man endured the pain in his body and limped with the old man into a small alley nearby. On this busy street, no one paid attention to their behavior. Well, sir, how can I take revenge? Although the man's voice was mixed with extreme resentment and anger, his words still revealed the inferiority complex that only the lower-class people have. You said you wanted to help him get revenge, but what if you can't afford the reward he asked for? No, I definitely can't afford it. He didn't even have a copper coin on him now. In that case, how could the other party help him deal with a noble for free? Just when the man was about to be crushed by his inner inferiority, he saw a figure walking out from the depths of the alley. The figure was wearing a long black robe that completely concealed her figure, but just from the little bit of light that was visible from under the wide hood, it was clear that she was a very beautiful woman. That's not your concern. The bearded old man's words made the man stunned. Now close your eyes and think about your daughter. Think about what will happen to your daughter after she gets on the carriage. What a lovely little girl. TSK, now she might have. The man's expression became distorted. He knew very well what would happen to his daughter. Such stories are not uncommon in the royal capital. How many commoner girls favored by nobles have been raped and thrown on the roadside like a rag? He wanted to beg the old man not to continue, but he couldn't open his mouth. He could only follow the old man's words and close his eyes. That's right, that's it. Keep the anger in your heart. Think about the noble's contemptuous tone. Think about the knight's disdainful eyes. Think about yourself who dared not resist and could only cling to someone else's legs like a dog, wagging your tail and begging for mercy. The old man spoke more and more seriously, as if he had personally experienced what the man had experienced. A surge of emotions was hidden under his calm tone. How can those high-ranking nobles be so unscrupulous and treat us like such people? How can they be any more noble than us commoners? We ordinary people, just trying to live an ordinary life. Why is it so difficult? Are we born like this, and should we be despised and hated like stray dogs? The old man became more and more excited as he spoke, and the man's inner resentment and anger were completely ignited by these words, so that his heart was filled with these two emotions at this moment, and he had no other thoughts. No, it's not you who's wrong. It's the world. This deformed world, this deformed country will one day be overthrown by countless people like us. Let those damn nobles who don't treat people as human beings go to hell. Speaking of this, the man's tears were flowing, his teeth began to chatter, his hands were clenched into fists, and the anger in his heart was burning fiercely like a raging fire. The old man looked at the trembling man and took a deep breath, as if to calm himself down. He turned his head to look at the woman in black robe. The black-robed woman nodded and stretched out a white arm from her robe. The old man held the woman's hand with one hand and put the other hand on the man's shoulder. The next moment, the old man's eyes fixed. His left hand, which was placed on the man's shoulder, emitted a holy golden light, while his right hand, which was holding the black-robed woman's, emitted a creepy dark purple light. At the same time, he continued to say, "Remember the anger in your heart. It will become your strongest weapon for revenge." As if the old man's words had really come true, the man with his eyes closed felt a terrifying force emerging from his anger and flowing throughout his body. When he opened his eyes again, he felt that his whole body was filled with endless strength. Suddenly realizing something, the man turned his attention to what was behind him. The next moment, a scorpion-like tail suddenly grew out from his tailbone, pierced through his clothes, and drilled out. The tail was very large. When stretched out, it was taller than his entire body. The hard shell reflected a sharp light even in the dark alley. At the very front of the tail, a huge barbed stinger swayed slightly, which was chilling just to look at. This is... Feeling this extraordinary power, the man's trembling became even more intense. But it's not fear, but excitement and thrill. At this moment, he felt that even the night was no match for him. The power of the devil. The corner of the old man's mouth curved into a creepy arc. Standing in the dark alley, he looked out at the bright world and said to the man calmly, "Go ahead, they probably haven't gone far yet. It's time for revenge." The man never forgot his original intention, so he gladly accepted even the power of the devil. He nodded solemnly, "Thank you." The next moment, the man turned and left, his expression instantly becoming hideous and ferocious. His two bloodshot eyes were covered with bloodshot, his fists were clenched, and he limped out of the alley like a devil returning from hell. After the man left, the black-robed woman clenched her fist and spoke in a cold voice. "It's not a good feeling to lose your power." The bearded old man took a sip of wine and sat on a box nearby. "This is only temporary, don't worry." He paused, then smiled and said, "Do you want to go and see how this nobleman died?" The woman in black robe thought for a moment and nodded slightly. The old man jumped off the box with an agility that was totally inconsistent with his age. Just as the two were about to leave the alley, a whirlwind suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley, blocking their way. Even a fool could see that the wind was unusual. The black-robed woman's expression changed. She quickly stood in front of the old man and said anxiously, "You better leave now." However, the old man just shook his head. He stretched out his hand to block the black-robed woman behind him and said calmly, "Scorpion, don't be so nervous. He's just an old acquaintance." The next moment, a figure with long legs that could kill a person, draped only in a thin white veil, slowly emerged from the whirlwind. Chapter 100 Chameleon Carol. Long time no see, Carol. Hannah stared at the bearded old man for a while, then looked at the black-robed woman behind him before she smiled and greeted him. The bearded old man and the woman in black robe walked up to Hannah. When he spoke again, his voice had become that of a young woman. "Long time no see, Hannah." The voice was totally inconsistent with the old man's appearance, as if a young girl who had just reached adulthood was hidden in the body of a middle-aged man. Looking at the black-robed woman behind Carol, Hannah asked curiously, "Who is she, a new member of the witch society?" The bearded old man shook his head and continued speaking in a voice that was very different from that of a young woman. "No, Scorpion has been in the society for a long time. It's just that you haven't seen him before." "Yeah, anyway, you won't tell an outsider like me how many people there are in your witch society." Hannah spread her hands and said with a hint of jealousy, "Yes, indeed." Carol agreed with this without hesitation, and then he pointed at Hannah and introduced her to the woman in black robe. "She's Hannah, whom I met by chance before. She's also a witch." The woman in black robe nodded slightly to Hannah without saying anything more. But the look in her eyes hidden under her hood was already filled with uncontrollable shock, because it was the first time she had seen a witch with the ability to transform into wind. Before this, she thought that witches only came in two types, animals and plants. Seeing that the Scorpion lady didn't intend to say much, Hannah didn't intend to pay attention to her. After all, she came here just to find Carol. Looking at the bearded old man, Hannah frowned and said sarcastically, "The look you chose this time is really ugly. Couldn't you use something a little more normal? Good looks don't exist among commoners and slaves, and it doesn't matter what kind of looks they have to me." As Carol spoke, her appearance began to gradually change. The original bearded old man gradually became blurred, and even his height and figure began to change. After a while, a tall woman in an elegant dress appeared in front of Hannah. Even her voice became elegant, like a real noble lady. "Are you satisfied with this image? It's too serious, it's not pretty. Can't you just face me with your true self? Anyway, since I've known you, I don't think I've ever seen your true face once." Hannah said with some dissatisfaction. "Is that so?" Carol's form changed again. This time she became a woman in her early 20s with a fierce gaze and wearing leather armor. "This is who I really am." Hannah shook her head. "You weren't like this the last time I saw you." "So?" Carol changed again. This time he became a little girl with short brown hair. Hannah shook her head again. Carol then changed her appearance many times, and none of them was the way Hannah remembered. But no matter how Carol's appearance changed, the tattoo-like mark on her fair neck remained unchanged. And the pattern formed by this mark represents the source of her ability. A chameleon. Carol gave up on changing and maintained the image of an ordinary girl. "It's not that I don't want to show you my true appearance. To be honest, I don't mind it. After all, we are both witches." A hint of sadness flashed in Carol's eyes. "It's just that after so many years, I can't even remember what I originally looked like." Hannah curled her lips. She knew that Carol just didn't want to show her true face because she refused to join the witch society she founded. If you just don't want to tell it to yourself, just say it directly. You have to tell lies to yourself, which makes people feel uncomfortable. I should really throw holy water on you to see what you look like, Hannah complained. Carol frowned and looked at Hannah seriously. This joke is not funny at all. You will suffer retribution for saying that. Be careful, or someone will subdue you with holy water one day. Hannah laughed disdainfully. Haha, what do you think my ability is? If I can be splashed with holy water, I won't be called Hannah. Listening to the conversation between the two, the woman in black robe next to them swallowed. After being a member of the Witch Society for so long, this was the first time she had seen someone dare to confront Carol so directly. Let's not talk about this anymore. Hannah glanced back out the alley and frowned. Just now I saw a man with a tail. Are you encouraging civilians to help you carry out assassination missions? So what? Carol sneered. His life was ruined by those damned nobles a long time ago. I simply gave him the ability to seek revenge and helped him fulfill a wish. Hannah frowned and said nothing. She didn't know whether Carol's behavior was good or bad, but every time she saw her behavior like this, she felt uncomfortable. Compared to Carol, she agreed more with the fourth prince's approach. Use the witch's abilities to develop your territory and increase your strength to fight against other nobles. Instead of using the power of witches and inciting common people to assassinate all nobles and church members. While Hannah and Carol were talking, the man had already caught up with the carriage that had abducted his daughter. Although one of his feet was broken by the night and he limped when he ran, his speed was not slow. On the contrary, he ran faster than many normal people. And because he was limping and covered in blood, he looked even more terrifying. Passers-by on the street would scream in surprise when they saw him, and then quickly hide to the side, not daring to get close at all. Hearing the commotion behind him, the knight on horseback following the carriage looked back and saw the man limping but running towards him as fast as a mad dog. The knight's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the man rushing towards him with some disbelief, but his good chivalry allowed him to quickly calm down, and then his expression became fierce. A knight's long sword was drawn from his waist, the silver sword reflecting a faint light. The knight turned his horse, pointed his sword at the man, and shouted, "Damn it, do you really want to die? Then I'll grant your wish." Then he waved the reins in his hand and rode his horse towards the man. Generally speaking, how could a civilian possibly withstand the charge of a knight? When charging, he could cut his opponent in two with one sword. So even if he didn't know why the opponent had the strength to catch up, the knight was not afraid. However, at the moment when the two men approached, the knight's sword had not yet chopped down. Then I saw a huge black shadow suddenly swung out from behind the man like a whip, hitting him hard. The next moment, the knight and his horse were blown away. Chapter 101, A Leader Worth Following for a Lifetime. The scorpion's tail collided with the warhorse with a loud bang, which scared the pedestrians around. Then they saw a knight and his horse flying out. The warhorse fell to the ground, leaving a long trail before stopping. Its neck was twisted to a strange angle, and it was dying, with its four legs kicking weakly. The knight flew straight towards a house, but fortunately a chosen one took his place as a cushion, preventing him from crashing directly into the wall. The chosen one fainted on the spot, which shows how powerful the blow was. Even so, the knight also suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs were shattered. Looking at the man rushing towards the carriage, the knight shouted out in pain, "Enemy attack, protect the Baron." However, when the other knights reacted, the man had already rushed into the carriage. The man who rushed into the carriage saw his daughter's appearance and completely lost his mind. He clutched the Baron's neck tightly with both hands. What are you going to do? Let me go, and I will let your daughter go." Seeing the tail behind the man, Baron Simo's face was full of horror, and he begged desperately. His lower body was already wet and emitted a foul smell. Go to hell. However, the man didn't listen at all. He controlled the tail behind him and directly stabbed the stinger into Baron Simo's forehead. The poison took effect, and the Baron's face quickly turned blue-purple. White foam came out of his mouth, making a hee-hee sound. Even so, the man held Seamus' neck tightly and refused to let go, making Seamus' face turn as pale as pig liver. Soon Baron Simo lost his life completely and stopped struggling. When a common man gets angry, blood splatters within 5 steps. Looking at this scene, his daughter was stunned for a moment. Then a tear flowed from her lifeless eyes, and she whispered, "Dad, outside the car. Damn it, protect the Baron." When the man rushed into the carriage, the whole team was instantly in chaos, and the coachman stopped the carriage at the request of a knight. The 5 knights nearby drew their swords and dismounted. "You useless jerk. Why can't you even deal with a civilian?" A man who looked like the knight commander cursed at the knight who flew out. Of course, he also heard the commotion coming from behind the carriage, but after seeing that it was just a civilian, he ignored it and thought that one night was more than enough to deal with him. He never expected things to turn out like this. Just as he was about to go in and kill the civilian, the man came out on his own. His eyes were red as he looked at the knights surrounding him and muttered, "You all deserve to die. You monster, you're looking for death." Of course the knights noticed the man's abnormality. The tail behind him was too conspicuous. How could a man develop such monstrous features? After 2 of his men were killed by the man, the knight commander finally realized that this man might be related to the witch and immediately shouted to the others, "Use holy water." When the star-shining holy water was poured on the man, he instantly lost all his strength. The severe pain all over his body made him fall to the ground, and he was quickly hacked to death by the remaining knights. But before he died, the man still had a triumphant smile on his face. After dealing with the man, the knight commander hurried to the carriage to check on Baron Seamus. However, the Baron was already dead. What's even more infuriating is that there was a big hole in the wall opposite the carriage. The damn civilians were fighting with them just to buy time for his daughter to escape. The knight commander pounded the wall in frustration, not knowing how to clean up this mess. In the alley, "My strength is back." Feeling the power returning to her body, the woman in black robe said something with some surprise in her tone. Although she had known about Carol's ability for a long time, this was her first time experiencing it. "It looks like it's over," Carol said lightly, her tone calm as if she had done something insignificant. "You spent so much effort just to kill a mere baron?" Hannah asked with a strange look on her face. She remembered that the witch society usually targeted important people, at least viscounts or bishops. Carol shook her head. "Of course not. I just happened to run into him today. Cases like this where nobles oppress the common people happen quite often, and they've become more and more common recently. It just so happened that Scorpion could experience my abilities." Carol opened her left hand, which emanated a faint golden light. Hannah looked at Carol's palm with some fear. She also didn't know Carol's specific abilities. She only knew that she could give ordinary people the abilities of a witch. This is also the fundamental reason why the witch society can become more and more powerful. Because the assassination operation hardly requires the witches to take action personally. This perfectly avoids the risk of being hunted down by the church. And Chameleon Carol, the one who founded the witch society, is also the most core figure in the witch society. Come to think of it, you didn't come to me to reminisce about the past, did you, Hannah? Carol looked at Hannah. Although she had been rejected many times when she invited her to join the witch society, the 2 of them still maintained a certain connection. Whenever Hannah found a new witch, she would come and tell Carol. As for whether the new witch is willing to join the witch association, it depends entirely on her own wishes, and Carol will not force her. Hannah nodded. "Well, I found 3 new witches, Lilith the spider, Neonia, and Momo the fish." This is the customary name that the witch society uses to address witches. Just add the other party's symbolic animal before the name, or just call them by their symbol. Hearing this, Carol's eyes lit up and she asked anxiously, "Where are they?" Not to mention the fish for now, the spider and the cow sound very powerful. If they are willing to join the witch society, the strength of the society will definitely increase a lot. They are very far from here, in the southernmost part of the Silver Ridge Kingdom, in the outpost town of Carter Territory. Hannah said truthfully. "Is that so? What a pity." Carol shook her head in disappointment. It would be easy if they were closer, but they are so far away that except for a cheat like Hannah, a normal person would need at least 1 or 2 months to walk there. And it's winter now, so there is definitely no way to find them. Of course Hannah knew what Carol was thinking. She simply wanted her to join the witch society. She shook her head and said, "No matter how far away they are, I don't think they will join your witch society." "Why?" Carol asked in confusion. Hannah had never said so confidently before that any witch was unwilling to join the society. Why was she so sure this time? The image of the rarest man in the world appeared in Hannah's mind, and she smiled and said, "Because they already have a leader worth following for their whole lives." Chapter 102 Astrologer Osmi Howard. When Carol heard that they already had a leader, she not only did not look sad, but became even happier. The fact that Hannah could say that the other party was worth following for a lifetime meant that this leader far away in the outpost town must also be a powerful and terrifying witch. Carol took a few steps forward and looked at Hannah expectantly. What are the abilities of their leader? Is she an elemental witch like you? Or like me? Hearing Carol's words, Hannah was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Carol, you may have misunderstood something. Their leader is an ordinary person, and a noble who is willing to take in witches." Carol's expression first became confused, then quickly turned cold. The excitement that had just risen in her heart instantly dropped to freezing point. She said coldly, "Hannah, did you finally get kicked in the head by a donkey? A common man, A noble is willing to take in witches and become their leader, huh? She didn't even bother to argue with Hannah. She turned around and said, I'll go rescue them later. If you have nothing else to do, we can say goodbye. Hey, could you please stop being so sensitive? Every time you hear about the nobility and the church, you become a different person. Hannah flew in front of Carol and blocked her path. She didn't know why Carol had such a deep hatred for the church and the nobility, to the point that he hated everyone in the church and believed that all nobles and church members deserve to die. This is also one of the main reasons why he refused to join the witch society. Carol's ideas are too extreme. The fourth prince isn't the kind of noble you imagine. He doesn't take in witches for his own selfish desires, but to develop his territory based on their abilities. Furthermore, he treats them very well. You know, Lilith and Nia have the best quality of life of any witch I've ever seen. However, Carol did not listen to the second half of the words, and she showed a disdainful expression. The fourth prince? It's even more ridiculous that a person of royal blood would be entangled with a witch. If the fourth prince really had a witch in his possession, it would not be an exaggeration to describe this as shocking. So, what I've met many times more people than you have. The world is so big, and there are all kinds of strange things. Not to mention the fourth prince. The second princess also goes out hunting monsters all day long. And I know several ordinary people who don't hate witches. But witches are fundamentally different from ordinary people. Even if he is willing to take in a witch now, there will definitely be problems if this continues for a long time. In the end, he will abandon us without hesitation. Carol suddenly raised her voice. Then she took a few deep breaths and said calmly, Don't be silly, Hannah. Only witches can lead the witches. Hannah made a tisk sound. She now understood that if Carol had not seen with her own eyes what His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince did, she would not have believed her. Hannah shook her head slightly. Anyway, after leaving the capital, I'll return to Outpost Town. Carol's expression turned grim. You want to join the Fourth Prince and become my enemy? The Fourth Prince is not our enemy, Hannah said firmly. What on earth are you thinking? You should not be blinded by hatred. The two of them were in a stalemate, and the atmosphere became a little tense for a while. In the end, Carol would speak first. For your sake, I can spare him. Hannah snorted coldly. When you meet the fourth prince, you will understand for yourself. Goodbye. After saying this, Hannah turned into a gust of wind and left silently. Call. Carol let out a breath. What an unpleasant meeting. How could she speak to you like that? And actually believe that a prince would take in a witch? Is she crazy? Scorpion couldn't help but complain. Carol smiled and said, I am a noble elemental witch. Since becoming a witch, I have never experienced the hardships that most witches have experienced. That's why I am as naive as a child. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Even witches are divided into different classes. Elemental witches are much stronger than animal witches, and animal witches are generally stronger than plant witches. Okay, don't let her affect your mood. We have our own goals. Scorpion nodded in response and just looked in the direction where Hannah left, with a hint of envy in her eyes. Hannah was furious. I kindly told Carol that someone was willing to take in a witch, but this was her attitude. Hannah secretly made a decision in her heart that when she met a new witch in the future, she would first recommend her to the outpost town and then to the witch society. She looked down at the city. The royal capital is much larger than Qianxiao town and has many more people. Logically, it should be much more prosperous than Qianxiao town, but she just feels that it is not as interesting as Qianxiao town. The city was dead, and the faint smell of feces in the air made her feel very uncomfortable. Hannah had forgotten that other cities were like this except for the outpost town. Thinking of the vibrant and energetic outpost town, and then looking at the gray and gloomy capital, Hannah shook her head and thought to herself, I should hurry back to outpost town after I finish my business. Hannah flew all the way to the central area of the royal capital. In addition to telling Carol about Lilith and the others, she went to the capital for another reason, which was to visit another good friend of hers. Flying into the inner city of the royal capital, Hannah looked around and soon found her destination, which was the astrology tower, the second tallest building in the royal capital besides the castle. Hannah went straight to the top floor of the astrology tower and flew in through the window. As expected, she saw an old man wearing a blue robe, monocles, and gray hair. Osmi Howard, the chief astrologer of the royal capital, is also a meritorious viscount. However, this guy is different from ordinary nobles. He has been looking at the stars since he was a child. After becoming an astrologer, he stays on the top floor of the astrology tower every day, looking at the stars with a telescope at night and drawing star maps during the day, as if his whole life is devoted to the stars. Osmi, long time no see. Hannah rushed in and said with a smile. At the desk, feeling the breeze gradually pick up around him, Osmi quickly used his arm to hold down the blueprint on the table. He looked at Hannah with a hint of resentment and spoke in the slow tone that was characteristic of an old man. Hannah, I'm glad to see you, but could you please be a little gentler when you came in? You almost messed up my blueprints. Sorry. I'll be more careful next time. How have you been lately? Just after asking, Hannah scratched her head and said, Forget it. I shouldn't ask this question. You're always the same every time I see you. However, this time Osmi shook his head uncharacteristically. It's not going well. I might lose my job as an astrologer soon. Chapter 103. Oh my go. This scared Hannah. You have to know that Osmi has been an astrologer for decades and has been the chief astrologer for at least 6 years. How could he just disappear like that? After slowly circling Osmi, Hannah asked in a surprised tone, Why? Did you make some terrible mistake, like accidentally seeing something you shouldn't have while looking at the stars? What else could cause the chief astrologer to lose his job? Osmi shook his head helplessly. Hannah was indeed a young woman. Her thoughts were so unconventional. He stroked his long white beard and said slowly, I wouldn't do such a shameless thing. It's just the recent turmoil in the capital's upper echelons. Haven't you noticed that there aren't many people in this astrology tower anymore? After Osmi said this, Hannah finally realized that in the past, the astrology tower was not noisy, but at least there were many people walking around. Why was it so deserted today? Due to the turmoil in the upper echelons of society, the royal family no longer cares much about astrology, which has no practical value for them. Without the royal family's support, the astrology tower can no longer maintain the astrologer's daily expenses, so many people have left. There was a deep sense of loss in Osmi's tone. Once upon a time, astrologers were the most popular profession in the capital, standing on equal footing with the knights of the royal knights and the alchemists of the royal alchemy workshop. It was a job that many young people in the capital dreamed of. It's not like now. The king is critically ill, the capital is in turmoil, and the status of astrologers has plummeted from heaven to earth in an instant, becoming a profession that no one cares about. Instead, knights are the most popular at the moment. Now there are only me and 3 astrology apprentices left in this astrology tower, but I'm afraid we will have to leave soon. Osmi shook his head, his tone full of helplessness. None of the princes are in the capital. Even the Archbishop of the Holy Light Church has evacuated. Furthermore, witches have been assassinating nobles in the capital recently. After the king dies, I'm afraid the capital will become a place of chaos. Just for his own safety, he couldn't stay in the capital any longer. Hannah looked at Osmi and thought to herself, you don't really have to worry about that. Because she had already told Carol about Osmi, and he promised her that he would not take action against Osmi. But she couldn't tell Osmi because it would expose the existence of Carol and the others. Even if she trusted Osmi's character, doing so would still be risky. So where do you plan to go in the future? Hannah asked casually. Have no idea. Osmi's eyes were a little confused. I just want to go to a place where I can watch the stars in peace. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about looking at the stars. You really are a child who has never grown up. Thank you for the compliment. Osmi never thought it was a mockery. Hannah spread her hands and shrugged helplessly. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to Osmi, By the way, do you have a map? I found a few more good places to watch the stars. Consider them as gifts for you. Osmi's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a map and handed Hannah a pen. I really envy you for being able to fly everywhere and see the stars from a higher place. The stars must be more beautiful when viewed from the sky. Hannah circled the good places she found one by one with a pen and replied. Of course, after passing through the clouds we could see, the sky became incredibly clear, each star became brighter than before, and we could even see the occasional shooting star. Very nice. Osmi's eyes lit up. Judging from their age, Hannah and Osmi are like grandfather and granddaughter, but judging from their conversation, their relationship is more like that of good friends of similar age. After drawing on the map, Hannah recalled the first time she met Osmi. At that time, Osmi was watching the stars on a mountain at night. He was so fascinated that he slipped and almost fell off the cliff and died. She was nearby and happened to save his life. At first, Osmi was still very afraid of the witch, but after chatting with her for a while, she was no longer afraid when she realized that the witch was not as evil as the church portrayed. She also found it interesting that Osmi only wanted to see the stars. There are such people in the world. In this way, the two became friends regardless of age difference, and she would come to see this old friend whenever she had nothing to do. Here, these places are pretty good for stargazing. Just remember to be careful. Thank you. I will definitely go when I have time. Osmi put the map away as if it were a treasure. By the way, if you want to leave later, I have a good place to recommend to you. Where? Osmi looked at Hannah in confusion. The outpost town of Carter Territory. Osmi frowned and thought for a while. as if wondering where the outpost town was. Suddenly, his expression fell, and he looked at Hannah speechlessly and confirmed. The fourth prince's territory? That's right. Why do you look like that? Do you have a grudge against the fourth prince? Hannah looked at Asami in confusion. Of course not. I know the fourth prince. He's uneducated, lazy, and gluttonous. Compared to the other princes, he's far inferior. Why would you recommend his territory? Is the fourth prince so despicable? Hannah thought about it, and felt that the fourth prince Asmi mentioned was not the same person as the fourth prince he had in mind. But she only believed what she saw with her own eyes, so she lifted her hair and said, perhaps the fourth prince was hiding his strength when he was in the capital, hidden for more than 10 years. Asmi shook his head disapprovingly. Anyway, the current fourth prince is completely different from what you said. She is willing to take in the witch and use her power to create some magical things, such as a weapon called a crossbow, which is a bow and arrow that ordinary people can easily use, a magical furnace that can turn mud into hard bricks, and lime mortar that can firmly stick stones together. Hannah gestured with her hands and said a lot of things. Asmi could see the excitement and yearning in Hannah's eyes. He knew that there were not many things that could interest this free-spirited little girl. Is the fourth prince really hiding his abilities? Upon hearing that the fourth prince had formed his own army and decided to develop the Forest of Death, Asmi confirmed this idea. Anyway, the current fourth prince is a very interesting person, and Outpost Town is much more interesting than the capital. I sincerely recommend that you go there in the future. Hannah said sincerely, and after thinking for a moment, she added, the most important point is that my intuition tells me that His Royal Highness the fourth prince will also be interested in the stars. I'll go. Hearing this, Asmi nodded and agreed immediately. Once winter is over, I will set off for Outpost Town. Hannah was very happy. She looked out the window and said goodbye to Asmi. In that case, I should leave now. The next time we meet will be in Shinsen Town. Be careful on the road. Asmi smiled and waved at Hannah. Before leaving, Hannah asked, by the way, Asami, do you know where the Royal Alchemy Workshop is? Chapter 104 Humanoid Monster. Outpost Town. Early in the morning, the Death Forest development plan was in full swing. Captain, you're right. The color here is really getting darker. In the Forest of Death, looking at the dark purple trees in front of him, Anthony frowned and his hands holding the crossbow unconsciously tightened. Because he enters the Death Forest every day, he now clearly feels that the color of the forest is getting darker day by day, as if it is a sign of some impending disaster. Iron Axe nodded, glanced at the nervous Anthony, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, indeed, but as long as we have the powerful venom provided by His Highness, we have nothing to worry about. Anthony felt relieved a little after hearing this. Indeed, so far, no magical beast has been able to survive the venom inflicted by His Highness. What are you talking about? Ice, wearing light armor, walked over and asked. Since the task of exploring the forest has been fully handed over to Captain Iron Axe and Vice Captain Ford, Iza has nothing to do during this period. But he was not a man who could sit idle and could not stay in the castle all day like Locke and Cow. So he asked His Royal Highness the Prince to go to the Death Forest with him to carry out the pioneering mission. In his opinion, the pioneering mission was much more interesting than guarding the castle, and Shade naturally did not refuse. Lord Izawa. Iron Axe and Anthony nodded and greeted Iza. Although their current positions could be considered equal, the other party was a legitimate knight of His Royal Highness the Prince, and their long-standing habit made them do the same subconsciously when they saw Iza. However, Iza didn't really care about this kind of relationship between superiors and subordinates. He waved his hand and said, don't be so polite. Just call me Iza. What were you talking about just now? What happened to the Death Forest? Okay, eyes. Anthony curled his lips, feeling a bit awkward calling the other person by their first name. We noticed that the color of the Death Forest has become darker than before. The Death Forest used to be just purple-gray, but now it's purple-black. Iron Axe looked towards the unexplored depths of the forest and continued. And the deeper you go into the forest, the darker it seems to get. Is there such a thing? Eyes raised his eyebrows in surprise. Could it be that the Death Forest is spreading? After all, wasn't the Death Forest this big before? Perhaps the more it spreads, the darker the color of the forest will become. Or maybe it's because winter is coming. Because didn't monsters only attack the town in winter before? This, we don't know either. Tiefu said with some shame that although they had been living in the small town, they knew little about the Death Forest, or even almost nothing at all. If it weren't for the arrival of His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, they might never have entered the Death Forest in their entire lives. Okay, but this matter needs to be reported to His Royal Highness the Prince, Iza said as he stroked his yellow hair. Suddenly, Iza's expression turned ugly. He covered his stomach and said to the two of them, I'm going to take a shit, and we'll be back soon. Let's go with you. Iron Axe said, and Anthony nodded. It is best to have someone accompany you when going to the toilet in the Death Forest. Otherwise you will be in big trouble if you encounter monsters when you are relaxing. Especially in that situation, the hit rate of the bow and crossbow will drop significantly. No, I'm just behind that tree. I'm very close. You don't need to follow me. Iza pointed to a big tree next to him. It's lame to need someone to accompany you to the bathroom. Iza walked behind a big tree, took off his pants, and started to defecate. The cold weather made his butt feel a little frozen. Damn it, it must be because I ate uncooked meat this morning. During the silent period after the first wave, Iza admired the surrounding scenery. How should I put it? Taking a shit in the terrifying forest of death has a unique flavor. Just then, a rustling sound came from the thorn bushes not far ahead. What the hell? Iza's mood of appreciating the scenery disappeared in an instant. He grabbed the crossbow next to him, took out a poisoned arrow from his back with difficulty, and put it in the quiver. Monster? Or just an ordinary animal? He was certain in his heart that the person coming from that direction couldn't be a human. Holding the crossbow and pointing it at the thorn bush, Iza was so nervous that he didn't even dare to wipe his butt. However, a few seconds later, Iza saw a figure emerging from the bushes. A figure? Could it be that the other groups went too deep and turned back? Just as Iza was confused, a figure walked out from the bushes. He just walked out straight ahead, without cutting the thorns or slowing down, as if he didn't feel the pain of the thorns on his body at all. Iza and the figure's eyes met. Not World of Warcraft. Not an animal. Not even a human being. The humanoid monster in front of him was similar to a demon beast, with disgusting eyeballs growing in disgusting pustules on its body, but it had a human body. In its hand, it held a rusty long sword with only a small piece of the sword remaining. Some parts of its body had rotted away, revealing white bones. Some shriveled human tissues were exposed, and Iza could even see some torn clothes. Iza was so frightened that he couldn't speak. He subconsciously pulled the trigger, but the huge fear in his heart caused the crossbow arrow to miss the target and fly just past the face of the humanoid monster. The moment it saw Iza, the humanoid monster seemed to have triggered some kind of switch. It let out a hoarse howl and rushed towards Iza. Its movements seemed to be unrestricted by joints and muscles and were extremely twisted. The arrow missed the target, and Iza felt very disappointed. He didn't even have time to wipe his butt. He just stood up and ran to the other side of the tree, shouting, "Iron Axe, save me." Hearing Iza's cry for help, Tiefu and Anthony immediately realized that something had happened. The two men instantly raised their crossbows and aimed at the tree. He had no time to care about Iza's embarrassed appearance. When he saw the humanoid monster chasing him in a strange posture, even the experienced Iron Axe trembled. "Hold steady and aim carefully," Iron Axe roared, calming himself down while also calming Anthony down. After Eyes ran to a safe place, they both pulled the trigger at the same time. Swoosh. Two poisonous arrows flew straight towards the humanoid monster, one piercing its face, and the other piercing its ribs and directly into its shriveled internal organs. Like other magical beasts, the eyeballs and the pustules on the humanoid monster soon began to spin wildly. Its movements gradually slowed down, and its body swayed and was about to fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Fortunately, even though it was a monster that had never been seen before, the venom still worked. However, just when the three of them relaxed, the dying humanoid monster suddenly threw the half-broken sword in his hand. Chapter 105. A slight poke will make it explode. The long sword spun and flew towards Iza's face. Fortunately, Iza's years of training have not been a vegetarian. At the critical moment, he tilted his head slightly, and the long sword passed less than 5 centimeters away from his eyes, only cutting off a few yellow hairs on his head. The next moment, the poisoned humanoid monster staggered a few steps and fell to the ground with a thud. Spider web marks appeared on the places where it was shot by the poison arrow, and the shriveled eyeballs that were originally hanging in the eye sockets rolled to the ground under the feet of Iron Axe. Phew, that was a close call. Straightening his head, Iza casually brushed his hair, thinking that this move of his would definitely impress Iron Axe and the little soldier. He opened his eyes and looked at the two of them, and sure enough, their eyes were wide open. "Eyes, your pants." Tiefu pointed at Iza's lower body with a strange expression. Only then did Iza realize that he hadn't put on his pants yet, and he hadn't even wiped his butt. It turns out their attention wasn't on my head, but on my bottom. Eyes blushed immediately, and while cleaning up his lower body, he prayed in his heart that Iron Axe and the little soldier were not gossipers. Otherwise his nickname would become Bird Exposing Night. After Iza put on his pants, the three of them walked to the humanoid monster together. Poking the corpse of the humanoid monster with his foot, Eyes said with disgust. What the hell is this thing? It can even throw swords. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd be in trouble. If I wasn't killed by that rusty sword, I'd be half dead. Iron Axe said with a grim expression. He should have been a human being when he was alive. People, Anthony exclaimed in a low voice. This really challenged his worldview. After hearing this, Iza looked at Tiefu and suddenly remembered something. He nodded and said, Your Highness seems to have said that Warcraft is formed from animals or animal corpses that have been infected by corruption. Similarly, humans should also be infected by corruption. He looked at the disgusting humanoid monster on the ground, swallowed his saliva, and said, And those infected by corruption are called zombies. There really are rotting corpses? Shade said with a frown as he looked at the humanoid corpse on the ground. Einstein had told him about the corpses before, but there had never been any corpses among the corrupted creatures that attacked the outpost town in recent years. Therefore, he thought that there were no corpses but only monsters in the death forest near the outpost town. That doesn't seem to be the case now. After hunting down the corpse, Iron Axe and his two companions did not stop. They asked others to take their place and then hurriedly carried the corpse back to the town to find Shade. Yes, Your Highness. Eyes nodded to Shade. He paused, deleted some unimportant parts, and then told Xiada in detail the whole process of encountering the corpse. Well, both his behavior and his ability to use simple tools are basically the same as Einstein described. Also, Shad used Eyes' knight's sword to pick up the clothes on the corpse. I can't tell which country this soldier is from, but he must have died in the death forest during the war. The bodies of those soldiers were infected by corruption and turned into rotting corpses. The three of them didn't know about this, and when they heard this, Tai Axe's face changed drastically. He swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, Your Highness, if that's the case, then the forest of death wouldn't be. Knowing what he wanted to ask, Shade nodded. There are countless rotting corpses in the forest. The three of them gasped and looked towards the direction of the death forest at the same time. They suddenly felt that this purple-gray forest was even more creepy. You have to know that the number of soldiers who died in the forest that year from the Silver Ridge Kingdom and the Melon Empire combined was at least tens of thousands. When they thought about the existence of so many rotting corpses in the forest, they felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Xiada was also a little worried. So many rotten corpses, plus countless kinds of magical beasts. Even if Lilith were squeezed dry every day, the venom produced probably wouldn't be enough. However, his goal is not to eliminate all the monsters in the forest. If he just wants to open up a river channel, it should be no problem. Think of this. Xiada once again felt that he was so lucky to meet Lilith, who happened to have a sudden inspiration to rob on her way to take office. Otherwise, he would definitely be trapped and die in the outpost town in this life. By the way, Your Highness, there is one more thing I need to report to you. Without time to be frightened by the appearance of the corpses, Iron Axe continued to say to Shade, The color of the death forest has been getting darker and darker recently, and the deeper we go, the darker it gets. We don't know what this means. What does it mean? Xiada's face turned a little ugly. Based on his many years of experience in games, novels, anime, and movies, such obvious changes in the surrounding environment generally mean that something big is about to happen. Looking at the surrounding environment, a thick layer of snow has accumulated, and it can be said that winter has completely arrived. But the white snow did not make the death forest any brighter. On the contrary, the death forest turns the snow that falls into it into purple-gray, making it look even more eerie and terrifying. Iron Axe, give each soldier a small bottle of venom and antidote later. You can make your own poison arrows, or you can coat your swords with poison if necessary. In short, use them sparingly. It seems the poison arrows we're making are a bit wasteful. In reality, only a tiny amount of venom is needed to kill a monster or a corpse. Sensing a hint of crisis, Xiada felt that it was inappropriate to give each person only one poison arrow. Moreover, after so many days of training, the soldier's loyalty was beyond doubt, and he felt that there should be no problem in letting the soldiers use the venom on their own. Yes, Iron Axe knew that this meant His Highness trusted them greatly, so he immediately stood up straight and responded, then left with Anthony. After the two left, Lilith and Nia, who had been hiding on the side, came over. They were very concerned about Xiada. Normally, whenever there was any movement around Xiada, the two of them would hide nearby and take a peek. At this time, they were also very curious about the rotten corpse. Your Highness, is this a rotting corpse? It looks so disgusting. Nia squatted beside the corpse, her big eyes scanning the body curiously. Then she picked up a branch and poked the corpse, but she used a little too much force and directly popped a boil. Vomit! You fucking bastard! It stinks. The pus flowing out of the abscess gave off an extremely foul smell, 100 times worse than the smell of 3-month-old unwashed stinky socks mixed with feces, urine, canned herrings, and vomit. The three of them ran 8 feet away in an instant, their speed comparable to that of a warhorse sprinting at full speed. After running to a safe place, Shad stared at Nia with a distorted face. On the other side, Nia's face turned purple and she almost vomited from the smoke. Lilith blew her nose hard, fearing that the smell would remain in her nasal cavity. This smells worse than excrement, Nia complained, breathing in the fresh air. Looking back and seeing Xiada's angry expression, she scratched her head embarrassedly and said in a low voice, I didn't expect it to explode with just a slight poke. Chapter 106 Lilith, you have changed. Nia, you are such a troublemaker, Lilith said dissatisfiedly. After blowing her nose hard several times, the tip of Lilith's nose turned red. Combined with her red ears and rosy face, she looked like an exquisite doll. Lilith, you've changed. Nia half covered her mouth with a sad expression. All I can say is that as a former noble daughter, she still knows a little about the art of tea making. She twisted her body and said, You wouldn't have spoken to me like this before. Now you only have His Royal Highness in your heart, and not me, right? You're talking nonsense, I didn't. The little spider girl's face suddenly turned red, and her tone was a little panicked. Xiada was almost killed by the stench. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, he walked over and slapped Nia on the head, saying angrily, From now on, you are not allowed to poke the corpses of rotten corpses and monsters without my permission. Ah, so good. Nia covered her head and replied happily, I understand, Your Highness. While saying this, she was wondering if His Highness would beat her like this again if he did this again. Xiada saw what this guy was thinking at a glance, and suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. He really had no idea what to do with Nia. He couldn't hit her, but if he didn't punish her, her reckless personality would always cause her to do something not so bad. It can only be said that after arriving at the territory, the two of them did relax a lot. Nia's original character was very reckless. However, after becoming a witch, she could only live in places far away from people, so she had to suppress her nature and become cautious. After arriving in the outpost town, her reckless character gradually returned. The same goes for Lilith. Because she was betrayed by her parents, she suffered a huge psychological trauma. Only after coming to the outpost town did she gradually overcome her fear of humans. Now, she is not particularly afraid even when she sees strangers. You. Xiada looked at Nia helplessly. Anyway, be careful from now on. Remember that your strength is not something that ordinary people can withstand. You should control it more on a daily basis to avoid unnecessary accidents. Jokes aside, Nia still knew her limits. Seeing that Xiada was giving her advice seriously, she nodded seriously. I understand, Your Highness. Lilith's eyes wandered between the two of them, thinking it was great that Nia could talk so much to His Highness. So he stretched out his little hand and pulled the corner of Rashad's clothes, then pointed at himself and asked expectantly, What about me, Your Highness? Is there anything I need to improve? Xiada was stunned for a moment, not knowing why the little girl asked this, but he still reached out and rubbed Lilith's head, smiling, and said, Of course, remember not to work so hard in the future. Just complete your daily tasks and make sure you balance work and rest. Lilith smiled happily. Your Highness, you are biased. Nia started teaching tea art again. Xiada ignored her and said calmly, I'm just being realistic. Looking at the two monster girls with different appearances, Xiada thought that the current situation was good enough. The relaxed atmosphere made him feel very comfortable. He couldn't stand it if the monster girls were timid and lifeless. On the other hand, monster girls are not only practical, but also pleasing to the eye and can bring a lot of fun to his life. It's a pity that Momo lives in the river and can't play with them, but when Hannah comes back, there will be another monster girl, and it will definitely be more interesting then, right? Xiada was already imagining the scene of filling the castle with monster girls. When that happens, he would be so happy here that he would never want to leave. Just want to live a happy and reunited life, but still need to go through a lot of hardships. After the stench of the corpse's pus had almost dissipated, the three of them returned to the corpse. Speaking of which, corpses do look really scary. I think they're much scarier than those monsters, Nia said with disgust as she looked at the corpse. Maybe it's because of the uncanny valley effect, Shade said. Seeing Lilith and Nia looking at him with confusion, he explained. Humans naturally have a fear of things that look like humans, but are not human. In the past, many horror movies and games were designed based on this theory. This rotten corpse also perfectly fits this point. It has a human form, but no human form. The facial features of the corpse were shriveled and distorted, and the flesh on the right side of the face had disappeared, revealing bones stained purple-gray. In one of the two empty eye sockets, there was a raisin-like thing hanging, and it was not known whether it was an eye or something else. There was also a large area of decay on the body, and some rotten areas seemed to have grown some strange tissues. The most disgusting thing is the pustules on its body. Although they have all closed up, you can still see purple blood vessels on the surface of the pustules. According to Tiefu and the others, when the corpse was alive, these pustules were actually eyes, and the corpse seemed to be able to obtain a visual field of the surroundings through these eyes. It is even more disgusting than the zombies in previous movies. How can such a thing not be scary? So, people are afraid of us just because we look different from ordinary people? Lilith looked at the spider legs behind her with some disappointment. Maybe there is a reason for this. Xiada nodded undeniably, and he quickly said again. But in my opinion, although witches look different from ordinary people, they have human thinking and can communicate normally. He glanced at the two of them and smiled. Based on this, the part of you that's different from ordinary people is actually a plus for me. The spider legs behind Lilith began to shake rapidly. Nia also touched her horns and fell silent. Xiada stopped talking about this topic. He looked at the corpse with a serious expression. I always feel that this winter will not be so easy. He said this not just because of the appearance of the corpses. It's because during this period of time, the appearance of Warcraft began to change. The claws of some monsters began to grow longer, the pustules on their bodies began to increase, and occasionally some bone spurs that pierced the skin surface would grow. In short, it is evolving towards a non-original animal form. It's okay, Your Highness. We are here to ensure your safety. Nia waved her fist and said. Xiada smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, but protecting me alone is not enough. What I need is to successfully open up the Silver Ridge River. Shade looked at Nia and said seriously, So, when necessary, I may need you to protect the safety of the territory. However, doing so will completely expose you to the public. However, it is time to fulfill my promise to you. Lilith and Nia were both stunned. They both knew what Shade was promising. They said at the same time, Don't worry, Your Highness. Chapter 107, A large wave of monsters is coming. Xiada's ominous premonition soon came true. The next morning, he was awakened by a loud horn sound. This was a rule he had set for Iron Axe before exploring the Death Forest. As long as there are more than 5 monsters appearing at the same time, the horn will be blown as a warning. Because so many monsters appear at the same time, it basically means that this winter's monster attack has begun. Hearing the horn, Shad quickly jumped out of bed, put on his clothes, and went outside. When the headmaid Mel, who was about to knock on the door, saw Shad dressed and walked out of the room, she was stunned. Your Highness, why are you so fast? Xiada smiled at her and said, Well, you don't need to wake me up today. Go and do other things. Watching Xiada walk by, Meyer dutifully reminded him, Your Highness, your hair is a little messy. Xiada waved his hand without even turning back. There's no time to worry about these details. In the hall, Anthony had been waiting here for a long time. He was sent by Iron Axe to report the situation to His Royal Highness the Prince. Seeing Shad coming down the stairs, he immediately walked forward. Your Highness, shortly after we began exploring the forest this morning, teams began encountering monsters. We've killed 3 so far, and another 8 or 9 have been spotted, approaching the town. Why so many? Xiada frowned. Wasn't it said that there were only 10 magical beasts in a winter before? Why are there so many appearing in one day now? But he soon figured it out. In addition to the spread of corruption and the natural strengthening of Warcraft, it may also be related to his actions to open up the Death Forest. From the beginning of the development to now, the First Army has advanced about 1 kilometer into the forest from the edge of the forest. Wherever they go, there is no grass growing. They have already gone very deep, so more monsters will attack the town. How did Iron Axe respond? Shade asked as he quickly walked outside the castle. Captain Iron Axe asked the civilians to stop cutting trees and weeding and return to the town. This way, the soldiers don't have to worry about what's behind them and can focus on fighting the monsters. Very good, well done. Shade praised. It was the right decision to temporarily evacuate civilians. After all, if they stayed there, they would not only be of no help, but would be hindered by fear. Yes. Although he wasn't being praised, Anthony still stopped moving as if he were being praised. When the two arrived at the edge of the Death Forest, the situation was already very tense. Although the civilians had evacuated the Death Forest, they were still gathered at the edge of the forest, chattering about something. From this position, they could vaguely see the soldiers fighting the monsters. I hope they won't be hurt by the monsters. They are so powerful. Just seeing a magical beast just now scared me so much that my legs went weak. How dare they dare to fight such a terrifying thing? Did you see that? Another monster fell. Why are there so many monsters this year? There were only a few before. No matter how many monsters there are, we are not afraid. Our soldiers are so powerful, we will definitely win. People were happy and worried, but more of them were admiration for the soldiers. In their view, it is a great thing to dare to confront Warcraft head-on. Ah, the Lord is here. Someone shouted, and everyone looked back and saw Shad, Anthony, and 3 knights walking quickly towards them. After hearing the horn, Shade's 3 knights naturally made preparations immediately, put on light armor, and came with Shade. Seeing His Royal Highness the Prince walking towards them, everyone subconsciously wanted to kneel down and salute. But Seada interrupted them with his hand. You don't have to kneel when you see me in the future. Just nod or bow. After saying this, he didn't linger for long, and led a few people through the crowd and into the forest of death, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. Why did the Lord walk into the forest of death? Oh my God, shouldn't your highness be staying in the castle? Doesn't he know that this is very dangerous? What if he gets bitten by a monster? You have to know that when it came to the previous Viscount Rice, every winter when monsters attacked, he would want to hide in the basement of the castle where the red wine was stored, for fear that he would be hurt in the slightest, and he didn't care about the lives of his subjects at all. This is the greatness of His Royal Highness the Prince. Everyone looked at the person who was speaking, and when they saw it was Bishop Einstein, they pricked up their ears. Einstein held the necklace in front of his chest against his forehead, looked at Shade's receding back, and gave him his sincere blessings. May the holy light bless you. Then he explained to everyone. The benevolent and courageous 4th Prince is not like other nobles who are afraid of death. He is brave and fearless, kind and strong. Even if monsters attack, he will stand firmly with us and the soldiers. He cherishes his people and shares the same dream with everyone in the town, which is to protect Qianshan Town, develop Qianshan Town, and make Qianshan Town even greater. Everyone, please trust His Highness. Under the leadership of His Highness, we will definitely be able to safely get through this winter. Einstein is worthy of being the bishop of the Holy Light Church. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts were filled with deep gratitude towards His Royal Highness the Prince. His Royal Highness is actually willing to go deep into the forest for us. Your Highness is so great. We are so lucky to have such a good lord like His Royal Highness the Prince. No, Warcraft is nothing. I also want to fight with the Lord. Some people even tried to rush into the death forest with axes in hand, but Einstein had to persuade them to stop. You can't defeat the monsters, and going in will only cause trouble for His Royal Highness the Prince. Shad had no idea what was happening in the crowd, as he had already arrived at the front line. At this time, several teams were on guard against the monsters not far away, looking for the right time to shoot arrows, and everyone was on edge. Under the influence of the gloomy environment of the death forest, the atmosphere seems even more depressing. Iron Axe, who was in charge of the command, was shocked when he saw Shade coming. He ran to Seada and said, Your Highness, why are you here? If you have any orders, just pass them on to me through Anthony. It's very dangerous here. Please leave as soon as possible. Iron Axe didn't expect that Shade would come to the front line against the monsters in person, and he said anxiously at this time, Don't worry about me. Just give me the latest situation. Seada said firmly. Iron Axe was not a man of indecision. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood Shade's determination and began to report. Your Highness, the situation is not good. There are far more monsters this year than in previous years. After Anthony left, 4 more monsters appeared. 2 of them were shot with poison arrows and bit 2 soldiers before dying. Tyax's expression turned somewhat grim. Also, it seems that more monsters are attacking the outpost town. Chapter 108, I will be with you. After listening to Tiefu's description of the current situation, Seada glanced at the death forest not far away and could vaguely see the figures of several magical beasts wandering in it. It was the first time he saw a living monster. What kind of monster was this? He frowned and swallowed. No wonder no one dared to enter the death forest before. With such a thing wandering in the forest, no normal person would dare to go in, right? But why are they all corrupted? Why do the monsters look so disgusting and creepy, but the monster girls look so beautiful and cute? In the forest, when the eyes and the pustules find the soldiers through the dense woods, the monsters will change their style and rush towards the soldiers like crazy. This is a good opportunity for the soldiers to take aim. Although the monsters are fast, they have no brains. Once they set their sights on a target, they will charge forward without hesitation. After a long period of exploration, we have summed up the rules for hunting monsters. When the monsters discover us and rush towards us, that is the best time to hit them. The hit rate is not high at other times. Iron Axe explained that this was some of the experience they had gained from their long-term fight against Warcraft. For this monster that only knows how to run in a straight line, the soldiers can hit it accurately no matter whether they use a crossbow or a bow. Now, we can hit 7 or 8 out of 10 poison arrows we shoot. You did a great job. Seada praised from the bottom of his heart, saying that 7 or 8 out of 10 shots were a very high hit rate. He thought that if he could achieve this, the Warcraft would no longer pose any threat to them, but the real danger had just begun. Seada saw a bear-shaped monster shot by a poisonous arrow, completely ignoring the poisonous arrow on its body and rushing towards a group of soldiers. Even though the 3 soldiers turned around and fled immediately, the bear-shaped monster still clawed one of the soldiers on the back before dying. The huge body of the bear-shaped monster fell to the ground with a bang. The wounded soldier fell to the ground and rolled several times, blood oozing from his back. Upon seeing this, Vice Captain Ford immediately gave the order. Bark, Stone, carry him to the back and treat his wounds. Soon afterwards, 2 soldiers came running over and carried the wounded away. Seada took a look and saw that the 2 soldiers named Bark and Stone were also wounded. They were injured in the previous battle with the monsters, but their injuries were not serious. After losing their combat capability, they did not leave the battlefield, but took on logistical tasks. When they were wounded, they rushed over to help treat them, and at other times they helped other soldiers make poison arrows. Report: Ned's injuries are not serious. He only has 3 cuts. Seada also walked over to take a look. The wounded man's back was covered in blood, but it was indeed only torn skin and flesh, with no bones injured. Wash the wound with clean water and wrap it with a cloth. Wrap it a few more times and wrap it tightly. Realizing it was the Lord who was speaking, the Bark and Stone were stunned for a moment. When the wounded on the ground screamed in pain, they finally reacted and answered loudly. Yes. Then Shade walked to the center of the field and looked around the battle line. Every team of soldiers was fighting with all their might. He shouted in a high voice, "Warriors, behind us is our beloved home. We must not let the monsters set foot into Outpost Town." Most of the soldiers were so focused on the monster in front of them that they did not notice the arrival of His Royal Highness the Prince. Hearing Seada's words, the soldiers suddenly became excited. Oh my God, His Royal Highness the Noble Prince actually came to the front line in person to encourage them. This can be said to be the greatest encouragement for them, who come from a common background. Shade continued to shout, "Let those damn monsters know who is the master here. We must not retreat in order to protect our homeland. Don't worry, I will be with you." As he spoke, Seada's blood boiled, and he ran to the front line himself and shot an arrow at the monster in the distant forest with a crossbow. Although he missed, his willingness to fight alongside the soldiers was demonstrated. All the soldiers suddenly shouted excitedly, "Fight for His Royal Highness the Prince. Fight for Outpost." Reporting to His Highness and the captain, "It's time for me to go back." Anthony shouted and returned to his team. After hearing what His Royal Highness the Prince said, he was already itching to do something. At this time, he picked up the crossbow and shot an arrow. A wild boar monster that was charging was hit instantly. After staggering a few steps, it fell down because of its fast speed and rolled into a ball, raising a cloud of flying dust. Amazing. That monster must have been more than 60 steps away, and it was still in the woods, yet I managed to hit it with just 1 shot. Seada looked at Anthony in surprise. He had thin arms and legs, but he didn't expect him to be so good at using a crossbow. Anthony is the best crossbowman in the First Army. Tyax also praised him generously. Shade nodded, turned around, and said to the 3 knights, "You guys should go help too. You should be pretty proficient in using the crossbow." "But Your Highness, our duty is to protect your safety," Ka retorted, shaking his head. "If the First Army's defenses completely collapse, I won't be safe even with your protection. I'll be staying with Iron Axe, so you don't have to worry about me." Upon hearing this, Cao did not refute. He glanced at Iron Axe. He was quite confident in this former outpost town's top hunter, so he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Please protect His Highness." Iron Axe saluted Ka and said, "I will definitely ensure the safety of His Royal Highness the Prince." After that, the 3 knights also joined the team to fight against the monsters. As time passed, it was noon. Seada felt more and more that something was wrong. Although there are not many monsters appearing at one time, they continue to emerge from the Death Forest, as if they are endless. No matter how much he tried to boost morale, the soldiers, who had been fighting continuously for half a day, were now exhausted. In addition, Shad suddenly realized that fighting at the edge of the forest was not a good decision. So Seada ordered everyone to retreat 300 meters and tighten the battle line. In this way, the distance between each team is closer, and they can take care of each other and reduce pressure. Moreover, If this is done, the monsters will have to pass through a large open space if they want to attack. It is much easier to deal with monsters moving in a straight line in an open space than in a forest. Sure enough, after this order was issued, the soldiers' pressure suddenly eased. When it came to the afternoon, the open space was already filled with the corpses of monsters, and the number of monsters attacking from the forest gradually decreased, with only 1 or 2 appearing after a while. Shouldn't it be over? Looking at the monster corpses on the ground, Xiado wiped his forehead with his hand. This wave was too big. There were nearly 50 monsters attacking on the first day. Although the number might be less if the forest was not developed, this was only the first day. Your Highness, something seems to be wrong. However, before Xiado could finish his words, he saw Tai Axe's ugly expression, as if he had eaten shit. He followed Iron Axe's gaze, and his mouth gradually opened wide. The setting sun was blood red, stretching the shadows of the gloomy forest very long. In the shadows of the woods, countless eyeballs radiated scarlet light, peering at the town before them. Chapter 109 Mutated Monster. Damn, why is there more? A trace of cold sweat broke out on Tiefu's forehead. What happened this year? Why did the monsters appear in such large groups? However, the current situation left no time for Iron Axe to think carefully. He immediately shouted, "Don't let your guard down. Stay alert. A new wave of monsters is coming." Yes. The willpower honed through hard training on weekdays came into play at this moment. Although the soldiers were very tired, they still answered in unison, readying their weapons and preparing for battle. Anthony swallowed as he looked at the group of monsters in the distance. He knew that if they couldn't withstand this wave of monsters, not only would they die, but the entire town would probably be slaughtered. Therefore, he had to defend it even at the cost of his own life. While there was still some time to prepare, he smeared all the remaining venom on the wooden arrows and made 5 more poison arrows. "They're coming." With a loud shout, Anthony looked up. Those magical beasts hiding in the shadows actually launched a charge at the same time. There were at least 20 of them. Warcraft has never been so smart before. It always attacks people as soon as it sees them. The only thing it did was the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. Why are they acting together now? With this question in mind, Anthony saw 2 unique-looking monsters behind the group of monsters. What is that? Anthony squinted his eyes, his good dynamic vision allowing him to see the details clearly. Those 2 monsters were a whole circle larger than the other monsters. Apart from the similarities with the other monsters, the most obvious feature of these 2 monsters was the bunch of bone spurs protruding from their bodies. The large number of bone spurs breaking through the surface make their appearance look very strange, as if they have escaped the scope of animals and turned into real monsters. This was indeed the case. Shad couldn't even tell whether they were wolves or lions. Has this type of monster ever appeared before? Iron Axe pursed his lips, which had been cracked by the cold wind, and replied in a low voice. Never. I think they have something to do with the recent darkening of the forest. Xiada curled his lips. I think so. They might be the ones who led this collective attack of Warcraft. Xiada said solemnly, if this is true, it would be a bit scary, which means that this mutated monster has some intelligence. When the magical beasts, which are already very difficult to deal with, gain intelligence, their danger level will increase exponentially. The moment the group of monsters entered the range of the crossbows. Swish, 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 sounds were heard, and several poisonous arrows were shot at the attacking monsters at the same time. The next moment, several monsters fell down. As the most powerful crossbowman in the First Army, Anthony naturally had higher aspirations. He aimed at the 2 mutant monsters behind the group of monsters. A little far away, a little closer, now. He pulled the trigger suddenly, the bowstring was tightened, and the poisonous arrow shot out suddenly, flying straight towards one of the mutant monsters. However, what shocked Anthony was that the mutant monster seemed to know that this small wooden arrow would pose a threat to itself, and when the poisonous arrow was about to hit it, it jumped lightly and easily avoided it. Tisk! Anthony sighed in dissatisfaction, but was not discouraged. He immediately stepped on the crossbow arm to string the bow. Although he now had enough strength to string the bow in the normal way, he was already used to stringing it with his feet, and he felt that it was faster this way. This monster just has some brains. Just treat it like a normal animal. Putting the poison arrow in the quiver, Anthony raised the crossbow and began to aim. This time his aim was accompanied by some foresight. After pulling the trigger, the mutant monster did another evasive action and leaped to the left. Compared with the ordinary monsters rushing around, they seemed so out of place. But Anthony is no pushover. Even though the mutant monster dodged, the poison arrow he shot still hit its front leg. Anthony waved his hand vigorously. You're awesome, kid. Handsome. The 2 men who were in the same team as him praised him. and Anthony felt a surge of pride. When the other soldiers saw this scene, they also shouted loudly, and their morale was greatly boosted. They looked at the mutated monster with pride. No matter how powerful you are, you will still die if you are hit by a poison arrow. However, the mutant monster's next move surprised everyone, as if the air had frozen at this moment. The mutant monster bit off its front leg that was hit by the arrow, and a large amount of purple blood gushed out from the broken end. It shook its head and threw the front leg aside, and continued to rush forward with the remaining 3 legs. The mutant monster's survival with a broken leg was a heavy blow to everyone's heart, making people a little confused. It was Xiada's timely shout that pulled everyone back. Concentrate and clean up the ordinary monsters first. The soldiers calmed themselves down and began to concentrate on dealing with ordinary monsters. But at this moment, the 2 mutant monsters suddenly accelerated, catching the soldiers off guard. Seeing that the mutant monsters were less than 30 meters away from them, the nearest soldiers had made up their minds to die and fired crossbows at them. The next moment, the 2 mutant monsters suddenly jumped up, directly jumped over several soldiers, and jumped behind the defense line. The soldiers suddenly panicked, and many of them turned around at the same time to deal with the 2 monsters. Don't look back, focus on dealing with the monster in front. Xiada roared. He knew that if the soldiers were distracted by these 2 monsters, the front would become their biggest weakness. Thanks to the fact that the most important thing in the First Army's daily training is to obey the orders of the superiors. Even if the soldiers are anxious, they turn their heads and no longer pay attention to the rear, but concentrate on dealing with the ordinary monsters attacking from the front. Your Highness, be careful. Iron Axe and Ford immediately drew their longbows and stood by shade. The 3 knights also ran back quickly. For them, the most important thing was the safety of His Royal Highness the Prince. 3 knights, 2 strongest hunters and Lilith's venom. Such a configuration will definitely not be able to break through even these 2 mutant monsters. However, after the 2 mutant monsters jumped over the defense line, they did not rush towards the command team, but rushed directly to the outpost town, as if they knew that the humans there were the easiest to deal with. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Tiefu's eyes widened, and he shot an arrow, but the mutant monster dodged it with its nimble movement. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If they were allowed to enter the town, the consequences would be disastrous. I'll go after them. Iron Axe was about to run towards the town when Shade stopped him. It's too late, and you won't be able to defeat those 2 monsters even if you go. But Tiefu looked at Xiada anxiously. He didn't know why His Highness wanted to stop him. Was he going to watch them kill everyone in the town? The 3 knights obviously realized something and looked at Shade with a strange look in their eyes. Shade patted Iron Axe's shoulder. I know what you're worried about. Then he looked at the 2 mutant monsters rushing towards the outpost town. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing we can do. He faced the outpost town and shouted with full energy. Lilith, Nia, it's your turn. Chapter 110, Witch vs. Mutated Monster. Your Highness, the Death Forest is too dangerous. We want to go with you. That's right, we want to keep you safe. Thinking of what the 2 monster girls said to him before setting off, Xiada shook his head with relief. When Lilith and Nia heard that Shad was going to the front line of the Death Forest in person, they immediately expressed their desire to go together. They felt that it would be safest only if they followed. After all, when facing a monster, even with Lilith's venom, it is easy to get hurt. However, Xiada didn't want to reveal their identities so early. At this time, public opinion has just been spread and has not fermented for long. If the 2 are exposed now, there may be some hidden dangers. He wanted to make all the necessary preparations before revealing the 2 to the public. However, the 2 monster girls were very determined and insisted on coming along no matter what, which touched Xiada very much. There was no other way, so Xiada had to make an agreement with the 2 of them. The 2 are only allowed to take action when the situation is so critical that there is no other way without their help. The rest of the time, they are not allowed to appear in front of ordinary people and can only hide aside and observe secretly. And now, the time has come when they have to take action. Hearing Xiada's shout, Tiefu was stunned for a moment. Your Highness, who are Lilith and Nia? Looking back at him, Xiada said calmly. Which? The common people in the town had no idea who the 2 people His Royal Highness the Prince was calling were. Seeing the 2 scary-looking monsters charging towards them, the crowd exploded. The monster is coming. Run. Why are they rushing straight towards this side? Don't come over here. People ran away, and the crowd suddenly turned into a pile of loose sand. They rushed towards the town and wanted to hide in the houses to resist the attack of the monsters. Seeing the 2 mutant monsters getting closer and closer, Einstein shouted loudly. By the holy light, everyone, run and hide in the nearest house. As long as we hide, His Highness and the soldiers will quickly take care of them. Even in this critical moment, he did not forget his duties as a church bishop and led everyone to evacuate. Wow. Bishop Easton, are we going to be killed by the monster? Don't cry, little Kane. We'll be fine. Just follow Mr. Bull and run. Don't stop. Einstein pushed a crying child towards Bull and asked him to run with him. Just cry. Old Bull said this with a look of disgust, picked up little Kane, held him in his arms, and then ran away. They should all be gone, right? Einstein looked anxiously at the two monsters rushing towards him. They were already very close. If there was no one else around, it was time for him to evacuate. However, at this moment, a cry attracted Einstein's attention. He turned around and saw a little child lying on the ground, crying loudly. Einstein recognized him as Little C from the Potter family. There was blood on his leg, probably from the fall when he was escaping. What's worse is that Xiaoku's position is very close to Warcraft. Xiaoku, why are you there? Damn it. Why didn't I notice him just now? Einstein scolded himself in his heart, then ran desperately towards Xiaoku. Looking to the other side, one of the monsters seemed to have discovered the crying child lying on the ground and ran straight towards him, with fishy saliva flying from its mouth, as if it was enjoying the pleasure of biting him to pieces. A deep sense of despair arose in Einstein's heart, because no matter what, he couldn't run over before the monster and could only watch Xiaoku being bitten to death by the monster. Xiaoku! Einstein shouted in despair. However, at this moment, he saw a figure suddenly passing by him from the corner of his eye, and the strong wind brought by it almost blew him to the ground. A figure stood in front of Xiaoku. At this time, the monster had already jumped high and pounced forward with its ferocious bloody mouth. In its view, the people standing in front of it were just extra meals. Einstein thought so too. Even if she bravely stood in front of Xiaoku, the Warcraft was not something that ordinary people could deal with. He could only pray to the god of holy light in his heart. The next moment, facing the mutated monster that was charging at him, the man swung a punch, hitting the monster in the face. Immediately following, something happened that stunned Einstein. Suddenly, there was a sound of bones breaking, and then the monster flew out like a kite with a broken string. He clearly saw that the face of the monster in the air was deformed, and its neck was twisted to one side, making it look half dead. Why? Einstein was completely confused. Compared with these people, the size of Warcraft was like the difference between a tiger and a puppy. With such a size difference, even ordinary wild beasts are not something humans can fight against, let alone magical beasts that are 100 times more ferocious than wild beasts. Taking his eyes off the monster, Einstein looked at the person standing in front of Xiaoku. It was a girl with long golden hair. On her head, two thick horns shone with golden light in the dusk. You're the only one who broke through His Highness's defenses, right? Nia felt the long-lost pleasure after sending the mutant monster flying with one punch. She hadn't had such a satisfying fight in a long time. She pinched her finger bones, making a crackling sound, and her face flushed with excitement. The monster fell to the ground. Before it could react, Nia rushed over without saying anything and started to finish it off. When she lived in the forest, she had fought many wild beasts and knew the importance of finishing off the enemy. Picking up a pitchfork that was dropped by some townsmen while fleeing, Nia walked to the monster, grabbed the end of the pitchfork with both hands, and stabbed it down hard. The pitchfork pierced directly through the mutant monster's neck, nailing it to the ground. Then Nia picked up a big rock and smashed it directly on the monster's head. The mutant monster with its head smashed twitched a few times, and then became completely motionless. The eyes and the pustules on its body stared at Nia closely, and soon their pupils became dilated and they lost their vitality. Done. Nia clapped her hands and said happily. On the other side, Lilith was dealing with another monster. I won't let you into town. She stared at the mutated monster charging towards her. She herself was not very strong, so she could not confront the monster head-on like Nia. When the mutant monster was about to rush over, a large amount of spider silk instantly appeared from Lily's fingertips. With the help of the spider legs on its back, it quickly weaves these spider silks into a web in the air and then hangs the outer edge of the web on the surrounding buildings. When the monster was in front of her, Lilith shot out a spider silk to the roof next to her, pulled it hard, and flew over directly. The Warcraft seemed to have crashed headfirst into the large white net that remained in place. The monster stuck in the spider web couldn't move, and no matter how it bit and struggled, it was useless. Lilith, hanging on the wall by her spider legs, looked down at her prey falling into the trap, like a spider queen who had successfully hunted. Chapter 111 Bishop Einstein fainted. Several more spider silks appeared and entangled the struggling monster. Lilith pulled lightly, and the monster was suspended in the air, completely unable to move. Lilith opened her mouth slightly, took out a trace of venom from her fangs, and smeared it on the tip of the knife in her hand. She walked in front of the monster and easily stabbed the knife into its body. Go to hell. This time the monster had no way to escape. The poison took effect quickly, and after struggling a few times, it became completely motionless. At this point, the two mutated monsters were easily dealt with. Witch, there really is a witch. Pairs of eyes looked at Lilith and Nia through windows, door cracks and walls, watching them kill the hideous and terrifying monsters. Almost everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths in surprise. One of the two girls had 8 scary spider legs on her back, and the other had 2 horns on her head. They were clearly witches. At this time, the soldiers on the front line of the Death Forest had already cleared out the ordinary monsters, and they all turned around to look at the town. Seeing that the 2 mutant monsters were dead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When they saw the 2 witches Nia and Lilith again, they even felt a little grateful. Tiefu stared at the 2 of them in shock for a long time. He saw with his own eyes how the 2 witches easily killed the mutated monsters. After a while, he bowed slightly and said to Xiada, "Your Highness, please allow me to express my most sincere gratitude to the 2 witch ladies." Satisfied with Iron Axe's performance, Shade smiled and said, "Of course." Ordering the other soldiers to continue defending, Xiada and his men walked back to the outpost town. Lilith, Nia, well done. Hearing Xiada's praise, the 2 of them walked over happily. Nia raised her head proudly. "I thought these 2 monsters were so powerful. They're no match for me." Lilith expressed the same sentiment as Shade. It turns out that living monsters look so disgusting. Then she looked at Xiada and said with some anger, "It's a good thing they didn't go after you, Your Highness. Otherwise we might not be able to make it in time." Xiada looked around at the people hiding in the dark, then reached out and touched the heads of 2 people. "Thanks to you for killing these 2 monsters in time. Otherwise I'm afraid many people would have died at their hands." Shade didn't say much or rush to promote the idea that witches are not evil, but her attitude towards the 2 of them said it all. "I just raised 2 witches. If you dare to say witches are evil again, you'd better think about it in your heart." This appropriate blank space allowed the townspeople who were secretly observing to start a grand imagination. There really is a witch around the Lord. But they don't look bad, and they even protected us. I saw that spider which killed the monster with venom. Could it be that the venom used by the soldiers was produced by her? The bull demon girl is so powerful. She sent the monster flying with just 1 punch. It seems that what the church said was false. The witch is not only not evil, but will also help us. Although they look scary, they are kind-hearted. The prince and the witch seem to have a good relationship, which means the witch must be a good person. That's right, His Royal Highness must have done the right thing. Coupled with the rumors about witches that had long been circulating in the town, most townspeople had actually accepted the existence of Lilith and Nia. At this time, a peasant woman ran out from the alley next to her, hugging her child on the ground and crying bitterly. "That's great, Xiaoko. I'm so glad you're okay." Soon she stood up, looked at Nia with some fear, lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you." Then she took the child away. Hearing this thank you, Nia was stunned and suddenly felt a little sour in her nose. Without her usual jumpiness, Nia pursed her lips, looked at Xiada with a smile, and said softly, "Your Highness, you really did it." "Not even close." Shad smiled and shook his head, then he walked up to Eiston. It didn't matter to the other people in the territory. After seeing with their own eyes that witches were not as evil as the legend said, no matter how scared they were, they would slowly accept it after a while, because witches were creatures that lived in legends to them, and most townspeople would never see one in their lifetime. In fact, the appearance of Lilith and Nia should have had the greatest impact on Eiston, the bishop of the Church of Holy Light. Poor guy, he had always believed that there could be no witch around him before. Einstein sat on the ground, trembling all over, his eyes almost popping out as he looked at Lilith and Nia not far away. "Your Highness, they..." Einstein moved his mouth with great effort, but the extreme shock made him stutter and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Shad interrupted him with a hand. "Eston, I know what you want to ask. Yes, Lilith and Nia are both witches. They have lived in the castle for a long time." Einstein's heart was pounding. He was breathing heavily, and his expression gradually became distorted and confused. Shad looked at the white robe on Einstein and tried hard to control his expression. He pointed at the robes Einstein was wearing. "Also, this spider silk robe you are wearing was woven for you by Lilith." Xiada pointed at Lilith behind him and said again, "And it's made with the spider silk she produces. Lilith's spider silk is much better than ordinary spider silk. How is it? It's very comfortable to wear, right?" Instead of debating with Einstein whether the witch was good or bad, Shad simply stated all the facts. However, even so, Einstein was hit by waves of mental attacks. When Seada was about to say something, several civilians nearby suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, Bishop Einstein has fainted." Shad was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Einstein. This incident seemed to have had too much of an impact on Einstein. He was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back, and he had lost consciousness. Seada slapped his forehead. He didn't expect this result. He randomly pointed to two civilians and said, "Carry Einstein back to the church and let him have a good rest." "Yes." After several civilians carried Einstein away, Shade said with some annoyance, "Tisk, why is Einstein's willpower so fragile? I was thinking of having a good debate with him, but now I can only go find him later." Nia rolled her eyes. "Is this because of people's weak willpower? It's obvious that every word you say, Your Highness, pierces people's hearts. Your Highness is too sinister." Lilith stood beside Shad, pulling at his clothes and smiling sweetly. Although she was a little scared by so many people watching her, she would be fine as long as she stayed by His Highness's side. "Oh, is that so?" Seada scratched his head and showed a half smile. "You know what? It's really fun to bully an honest man like Einstein." By this time the sun had disappeared, and the moon and stars began to appear on the stage. Resisting the monster tide and bringing the witch to the public's attention, both tasks were accomplished quite successfully. Chapter 112 After the Exposure and the Handicraft Workshop. After Lilith and Nia were exposed, the atmosphere in the outpost town didn't seem to change much. People eat and drink as usual, and spend every ordinary and simple day as usual. "Stan, so your daughter has also become a witch." In Old Bull's tavern. After much hesitation, Stone decided to tell Momo's story. No one said anything about the two witches around His Highness, and I believe the same attitude should apply to his daughter. Stone nodded and took a sip of beer nervously. "I see. I was wondering why your daughter suddenly disappeared. Turns out she turned into a witch." Sigh. Life is so unpredictable. Hammer patted Stone's shoulder to comfort him. Mike on the side continued. "But now it doesn't seem like that might be a bad thing, does it?" The drinkers in the circle nodded. The two witches around His Royal Highness the Prince proved that witches are not as evil as rumored. Instead, they will use their abilities to help them resist monsters or bring other benefits. They already knew that the venom that His Royal Highness the Prince used to kill monsters came from the mouth of the spider, which named Lilith, and many of the clothes in the territory were made by her. The bull, which named Nia, cultivated a lot of farmland in the northeast of the town. After winter, they could grow a lot of grain and no longer have to worry about food. A man who has eaten someone's food should be grateful, and a man who has received someone's gift should be soft-hearted. Knowing that they brought such great benefits to the town, naturally no one was prejudiced against witches anymore. What's more, they have a very close relationship with His Royal Highness the Prince and live directly in the castle. "Stan, Your Highness, do you know that your daughter has become a witch? Is your daughter also very powerful? What kind of witch is she?" Mike asked curiously. "Of course Your Highness knows." Stone took a sip of wine and smiled bitterly. If it weren't for His Highness, Momo might not even be in Qianshan Town now. "Oh, looks like there's a story here. I love hearing stories." Everyone was very curious about Stone's story. They didn't see anything new in their daily lives, so they loved listening to other people's stories, especially since this story was about a witch. Stone began to tell the story of how Momo became a witch. At the beginning. Until now, I still find this matter a little unbelievable. After listening to Stone's story, everyone sighed and said with emotion, as expected of His Royal Highness the Prince, "Your daughter turned into a fish? A beautiful fish witch. No wonder there's so much cheap fish in town lately. It's Momo's fault. My wife loves fish the most. Remember to thank her for me. She can actually breathe in water. The witch is really amazing." Seeing that no one showed any disgust, Stone breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a little touched. Apart from the outpost town, there was probably no other place in the world that would treat witches so well, right? Apart from the ordinary people in the town, the happiest people should be the soldiers of the First Army. After Lilith and Nia were exposed, Shad felt that he could use the witch's power openly. So he sent Nia to join the team to open up the Death Forest and work with the soldiers to clear out the monsters on the front line to prevent them from breaking into the town. Of course, Nia accepted it with pleasure. In her opinion, clearing out monsters was much more interesting than cultivating the land. Today is Nia's first time pioneering with the soldiers, and I don't know how it will go. In the castle study, Shad thought as he looked out the window. Yesterday evening, after the death of two mutated monsters, the frequency of monsters appearing in the Death Forest became much lower. The number also decreased, no more than 3 at a time, and the situation returned to the previous state of Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, sending them one by one. But even so, Warcraft will continue to appear regardless of time. So Shade ordered the soldiers of the First Army to retreat to the edge of the Death Forest at night to guard the town. This way, only about 1/3 of the manpower would be needed, and they could take turns to rest. In addition, the Death Forest development plan was restarted, with soldiers continuing to defend the front during the day while civilians cut trees and weeded in the back. With Nia's joining, this should be feasible, but the specific results will depend on today's results. Your Highness, why don't you let me go with you to open up the forest? I can easily deal with the monsters. Lilith's voice brought Shad's attention back. He looked at Lilith. In the morning, the little spider girl volunteered to go to the forest to open up the forest with Nia, but he refused. Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, "Compared to having you personally hunt monsters, the venom you produce can be put to greater use. After all, your venom is the most important cornerstone for developing the Death Forest. Without Lilith's venom, the soldiers would not have a stable means to deal with the monsters, and thus, developing the Death Forest would be a joke. So don't feel like you're not helping. In fact, you're playing a very important role. Just stay in the castle and eat and sleep well every day. That's your job. Do you understand?" Shad walked up to Lilith and touched her head. Spider-Man's personality is simply perfect, and she has such powerful abilities. He feels that Lilith is a gift from God to him. But Lilith pouted and looked unhappy. When she thought of Nia fighting bravely on the front line while she could only stay in the castle and wait for death, she felt particularly useless and wanted to help His Royal Highness the Prince more. "Don't worry, I asked Nia to help open up the Death Forest, and I certainly have other plans for you." Lilith tilted her head and looked at Shad. Shade said, "I want to open a weaving workshop and gather the women in the territory. I want you and some maids who know how to weave to teach them how to weave." This was an idea he had had for a long time. Since Lilith and Nia had been exposed, this plan could be launched. The men in the town have tasks such as working in brick kilns and clearing forests, and the children will soon be sent to school, but the women have nothing to do. It would be too difficult to lower the price of clothes in the town relying solely on Lilith and a few maids. Training a group of textile workers from the townspeople would be a good option. Moreover, after the clothing needs of the town are met, the extra clothes produced can also increase the commodity options for foreign trade and become one of the few export commodities of the outpost town. Other lords will not allow civilians to master textile skills. The most important point is that the establishment of a handicraft workshop is very likely to achieve a lord achievement. After all, there are no handicraft workshops in the world today, and he will build the first one. Hearing that she would be facing a large group of ordinary people, Lilith felt a little scared, but she still waved her hand and said seriously, "I'll do my best." Chapter 113, Goddess of War Nia. It was getting close to evening. Today's pioneering mission has ended. After the civilians carried the wood to the designated location and stacked it, they went back to rest, and the soldiers also retreated to the edge of the Death Forest to guard it. Shad and Lilith stood at the castle gate. After waiting for a long time, Iron Axe and Nia finally returned. Seeing the two of them, Nia ran over excitedly. Her body was covered in blood, forming a stark contrast to her beautiful face. The stone hammer in her hand was also stained with filth, flashing a cold light in the dusk. "Your Highness, Lilith, I'm back. Hunting monsters is so much fun, 100 times more interesting than boring farmland," Nia said excitedly, her eyes shining with excitement. "I'm glad you like it. I'll leave the forest development to you." Xiada smiled and said that it seemed that Nia was really suitable for combat-type work, and it was a bit of a waste of her talent to let her be a plowing ox before. Looking at the dirty Nia, Lilith asked curiously, "Nia, are all the monsters in the forest disgusting? Are there any monsters more powerful than the two monsters from yesterday?" "They do look disgusting, but the monsters in the forest are weaker than each other and are very easy to deal with." While the two witches were talking, Xiada turned around and asked Axe, "How was things today? Did Nia get along well with the soldiers?" Iron Axe stood up straight and answered loudly, "Your Highness, there are far fewer magical beasts emerging from the forest today than yesterday. Regarding Miss Nia," after a pause, Iron Axe revealed an excited expression. "I believe that no one in this town welcomes Miss Nia more than us. Miss Nia is simply the goddess of war." "Such a high evaluation? Tell me in detail." Xiada became interested. "Yes, Miss Nia's arrival has greatly reduced the pressure on the soldiers on the front line and helped us save a lot of venom." Now recalling the scene during the day, Tiefu felt a wave of disbelief. Miss Nia carries a hammer and provides support throughout the forest. She can basically kill a monster with one blow. Monsters that are extremely ferocious to us are no better than chickens in her hands. She is truly amazing. With her around, we haven't had a single casualty today. That's why the soldiers all respect Miss Nia very much. Listening to Iron Axe's report, Shad suddenly had a scene of whack-a-mole in his mind. Nia was carrying a hammer and killing a monster with one hammer in the Death Forest, just like playing whack-a-mole. The scene became a little funny. What was going on? In any case, with Nia's joining, it seems that the task of developing the Death Forest can be accomplished more easily. That's good. Nia will also help you defend against monsters later. Anything else? Shade asked. Iron Axe thought for a moment and said, Your Highness, do you remember when I told you that the colors in the forest were getting darker? Xiao nodded. He suspected that the appearance of the two mutated monsters was related to this phenomenon. Have we discovered traces of mutated monsters again? Tyax shook his head, his expression somewhat solemn. No, we found that the color of the southeast forest is darker than that of other directions, and most monsters come from that direction. So I think there may be some new changes deep in the southeast forest, just like the Death Forest appeared at the beginning. I see. Xiao responded. He originally thought that the color of the Death Forest had become darker everywhere, but he didn't expect that only some places had become darker. In this case, the situation might really be as Iron Axe said. Something deep in the southeast forest caused this situation to happen. Clues can be seen from the mutated monsters and the increasing number of ordinary monsters. Open the fog map. A large purple-gray dead forest comes into view. This is only the part that has been explored, and the color of the lower right corner is indeed darker than other places. In any case, if this problem is not solved, I am afraid that there will be a steady stream of monsters attacking the town throughout the winter. It would be better to take the initiative and use the power of the witches to resolve this unknown hidden danger as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Shade said to Iron Axe, Iron Axe, starting tomorrow, focus on expanding southeast. I want to see what's causing this. Yes. Iron Axe answered loudly. Without Nia's help, he might have hesitated. After all, the soldiers were exhausted just dealing with ordinary monsters, and it might be difficult to attack darker areas. If they encounter several more mutated monsters, they may lose some manpower at best, or be completely wiped out at worst. But now with Miss Nia's help, Iron Axe feels they are invincible. A super powerful girl with 100% deadly venom. How can I lose? There's really nothing to talk about when we're on the road. I wonder how Qianshan Town is doing now. A strong wind blew through the sky, and Hannah, whose whole body turned into wind, thought boredly. The fourth prince is lying. The Royal Alchemy Workshop doesn't have any bricks or mortar, not even a crossbow. After visiting Osmi, she went to the Royal Alchemy Workshop specifically to see if what Shade said was true. It turns out that none of the novelties in the outpost town are in the Alchemy Workshop. At most, there was something called plaster that looked very similar to lime mortar, but Hannah looked at the experimental records of plaster and found that the effect was far worse than that of lime mortar, not to mention the more solid ancient Roman concrete. This made her even more curious. If His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince didn't get them from the Royal Alchemy Workshop, then how did he create these magical things? Hannah shook her head. It's strange to say, she had only been in Qianshao Town for less than half a month, but now her mind was full of Qianshao Town, and she couldn't wait to go back. Hannah felt that the main reason was because of the Fourth Prince. She felt that this mysterious prince had an inexplicable attraction to her and was more interesting to her than Osmi. I really want to see what strange things are hidden in his mind. I wonder if there have been any new changes in Qianshan Town during this period. Thinking of this, Hannah increased her speed again and flew towards the outpost town. Because the weather in the Silver Ridge Mountains has been bad recently, she chose to take a detour. She took the eastern side of the Silver Ridge Mountains, had to pass through the sea and a small forest in the Melon Empire, and then head west to reach the outpost town. By this time, she had already skirted the sea along the mountains. Hannah's eyes widened as she watched the forest gradually appear before her eyes. From the ocean to the land, after a small stretch of golden sand, the entire forest was covered with a light purple-gray color. Hannah couldn't help but exclaim, "Has the corruption spread here?" Chapter 114. Hannah returns. Hannah was truly shocked. You have to know that this is still the territory of the Melon Empire. It is still a long way to the west to reach the outpost town of the Silver Ridge Kingdom. How could such a large forest be corrupted? This was probably the largest area of corruption she had ever seen. Looking around, the purple-gray forest seemed to have no end from here. The night sky seemed to be dyed with a layer of light purple by the forest, which made her feel a little depressed. It's too creepy, let's leave quickly. Hannah rubbed her arms with her hands. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that the air here was colder than other places. Flying high in the sky, the twisted trees below quickly passed by my eyes, like monsters with bared fangs and claws. Looking at the strange forest below, Hannah thought. Luckily, there are no flying monsters. No, Even if there were, it wouldn't matter. I can turn invisible anyway, so no one can see me. Hannah thought about it. Probably, apart from dead birds, no other animals would be corrupted and turned into flying monsters. And living birds would not approach this strange forest. Huff, huff, huff. The fierce wind whistled past her ears, and Hannah suddenly heard a strange sound. After becoming the Wind Witch, her hearing became exceptionally good, and some sounds that she could not normally hear would be carried into her ears by the sound of the wind. And at this time the sound was, something was following her. Hannah was shocked. Damn, could there really be a flying monster that discovered her? Hannah's heart was filled with alarm. She turned around and continued to fly towards the outpost town while looking back. However, after looking around, she found nothing unusual. After carefully listening to the source of the sound, Hannah made a judgment. Down there. She lowered her head and looked down, only to see a small black appear above the woods not far away, now flying towards her at a fairly fast speed. What is that? A bird-like monster. Hannah narrowed her eyes and deliberately slowed down a bit, trying to see what it was. As the thing got closer, Hannah's expression became increasingly tense. Because she discovered that the monster was not a monster transformed from an animal, but a big eyeball the size of a watermelon. The vertical pupils above the big eyes stared straight at her. The area around the pupils was covered with bloodshot, and there were flocks like wriggling blood vessels behind the eyeballs. The big eyeballs flew straight towards her, and the target was obviously her. What the hell is this thing? Why can it fly? And why can it see me? Being stared at by such a weird big eyeball, Hannah instantly got furious. There were so many inexplicable things that made her feel creepy, and coupled with the huge gloomy environment around her, Hannah got goosebumps all over her body. Whoever you are, die. With a slight wave of her slender white arm, a Force 8 gale whistled past Hannah's hand and blew violently towards the eyeball monster behind her. If it were an ordinary bird, it would not be able to move forward if it encountered such a gust of wind, and it might even be blown away for tens of thousands of miles. However, for the eyeball monster, it seems to be able to sense the changes in the surrounding airflow. At the moment before the strong wind hit, it suddenly shrank its body, and its original spherical body became oval. The blood vessel flocks behind it also tightened together, and the whole body became streamlined to reduce the impact of wind resistance on it. Hannah didn't know what streamline was. She only saw that although the eyeball monster was blown away for a distance, the distance was very short, and the eyeball monster quickly caught up with her. Then how about this trick? The strong wind had not stopped yet, and Hannah shook her hand violently, causing the strong wind to spin violently with the eyeball monster as the center, stirring the eyeball monster into flying everywhere. Then Hannah's finger moved downward. Get down. The strong wind carried the eyeball monster down rapidly and smashed it directly into the forest. As long as she was in the air, Hannah didn't think anything could threaten her. You can't catch up with me now, right? Hannah glanced at the forest calmly and turned away. However, not long after, Hannah heard the annoying sound again. When she turned around, she saw that the eyeball monster had followed her again. You didn't die even after this? Hannah felt a little annoyed. She hovered in the air, holding up the medium-sized ball with her hands against her chest, intending to take a closer look at the eyeball monster. When the eyeball monster was about 5 meters away from her, it suddenly accelerated and rushed towards her. At the same time, its black vertical pupils opened, turning into a bloody mouth, revealing densely packed teeth inside. This should also be a corrupted creature, but what animal did it transform into? Hannah was puzzled. Most magical beasts had corresponding prototypes in nature. After being corrupted, these animals would not deviate from their original form. At most, they would become uglier. But Hannah couldn't figure out what kind of animal this flying eyeball monster was in its previous life. As for the eyeball monster's attack, Hannah didn't care at all. A gust of wind wall took the eyeball monster to another place. Hannah gathered up the gust of wind again, but this time she took the eye monster with her and flew downwards, watching it smash heavily into the ground, leaving a small crater. However, even so, the eyeball monster is still alive. Tisk. Hannah frowned. How come this eyeball monster has such strong vitality? It's like a dogskin plaster that can't be shaken off. She couldn't kill it with wind alone, and she couldn't fight the eyeball monster in close combat. Although she could control the wind and turn into wind, her own abilities were very weak, no different from those of an ordinary person, etc. Hannah slammed her hands and suddenly came up with a good idea. Take this thing back to His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. He will definitely be interested in this strange creature he has never seen before. Hannah did it right away. She ignored the eyeball monster and flew towards the outpost town, letting the eyeball monster follow behind her. On a dark and windy night, a beautiful and graceful girl and a disgusting-looking eyeball flew through the air, heading towards Qianxiao Town. Castle study. The fireplace was burning, creating a pleasant temperature. The cool air blowing in from the half-open window kept Shad, who was sitting at the table, alert. His eyes were fixed on the parchment on the table, and he tapped the table with his fingers from time to time. On the sofa next to it, Lilith was holding a half-finished piece of clothing in her hand, with a few threads of wool hanging on her spider legs. She was knitting from time to time, studying new weaving techniques. Suddenly, I felt a familiar wind blowing in my ears. Hannah's voice was carried on the wind. "Your Highness, I'm back." I heard his voice before I saw him. Xiada looked back and saw a gust of wind pushing open the wooden window and rushing into the room. Then, in the swirling gale, the familiar agile figure gradually emerged. Her long silver hair fluttered in the wind, her fair and delicate skin was faintly visible under the veil, and her long, slender and well-proportioned legs showed that she was Hannah, the Witch of Wind. Chapter 115, You Don't Want to Be Manipulated by Me, right? Hannah? See Hannah. Without saying a word, Xiada picked up a small porcelain bottle on the table, swung it hard, and spilled the liquid inside towards Hannah. The porcelain bottle contains the holy water he prepared. The dilution level is just enough to make the witch lose all her strength without fainting. It can be said to be a treasure for the witch. The holy water, sparkling with starlight, flew towards Hannah. Hannah's excited expression froze for a moment. By the time she realized what it was and was about to transform into the wind, it was too late. The holy water splashed on Hannah, causing her to lose all her strength instantly. The wind that had been in the room instantly dissipated, and Hannah revealed her true form, falling directly from the air. Fuck, I forgot about that. Xiada raised his eyebrows. He did this because he was still upset about being teased before, but he forgot that Hannah would fall from the sky after she ran out of strength. Although it wouldn't hurt her too much if she fell directly to the ground. But he just wanted to teach Hannah a lesson and didn't want to hurt her. After all, it would not look good if her long, white legs were broken. So Shad stretched out his hands and caught Hannah in a princess hug. He felt a soft touch on his hand, and at the same time, a faint fragrance entered Shad's nose. Even without the blessing of the wind, Hannah was very light. Lilith, who was sitting on the sofa, also put down the clothes in her hands and came over. She knew that His Royal Highness the Prince asked her to experiment with the power of the holy water just to deal with Hannah. She was also very unhappy with Hannah's previous behavior of teasing her. At this time, both Shad and Lilith showed sinister smiles on their faces. Hee, behave yourself now. Let's see if you dare to tease us again. Shad said as he looked at Hannah, who looked embarrassed. That's right, we let you tease us. Now you know you're wrong. Lilith also said it gloatingly, and there was a strange feeling on her delicate little face with this smirk. She knew the power of holy water best. Even the slightest touch of it would make her feel weak all over. The feeling of losing strength was extremely painful. But seeing Hannah being carried in the princess embrace by His Royal Highness the Prince, I suddenly feel a little unhappy. Why? Hannah was indeed a little, no, very overwhelmed. Because after she became a witch, no one had ever been able to touch her body, let alone a man. She has never been touched by a man in her life. A blush instantly appeared on her fair cheeks. The originally cold, mysterious, and domineering sister who looked down on everyone instantly turned into a pure and cute little lamb with high attack and low defense. Hannah panicked and tried to push Shad away, but she found that she had no strength left in her body and could only lie obediently in his arms. Why at this time? Thinking of the eyeball monster that had been following her, Hannah gritted her teeth in anxiety. Unable to break free, Hannah could only speak to remind Shade. Her voice was weak and she said, Your Highness, please stop making trouble. A monster is chasing me. What? He noticed that Hannah was talking, but her voice was too soft for him to hear, so Shad put his ear close to Hannah's mouth. Say it again, I didn't hear you clearly. Hannah spoke, and a faint airflow blew into Shad's ears, making him feel itchy. I said there's a monster chasing me, and it's coming soon. This time Xiada heard it clearly, but it's better not to hear it clearly. He shuddered suddenly, and all the hairs on his body stood up. Damn it. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The wooden window was directly shattered, and Xiada saw a big eyeball with blood vessels all over the body flying in. Your Highness, be careful. Lilith reacted quickly to this sudden change, suddenly standing in front of Shade, and stabbed the eyeball monster with her 8 spider legs at the same time. Puff, puff, puff. The extremely sharp tips of the spider's legs pierced the eyeball monster through, stringing it up like a skewer and splashing a large amount of purple blood. Shad quickly placed Hannah on a chair and picked up another porcelain vase on the table. While Lilith was controlling the eye monster, she poured some holy water on it. The eyeball monster stopped struggling instantly and collapsed. Taking another wooden arrow from the wall, Shad walked over to Lilith. Lilith, open your mouth. Oh. After getting some venom from Lilith's mouth, Shad used a wooden arrow to pierce the eye monster's body. About 30 seconds later, spider web marks appeared on the surface of the eye monster, and it died completely. Xiaoda finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lilith pulled the spider legs out of the eye monster's body, and the eye monster's body fell to the ground with a plop. I put the spider leg in front of my nose and smelled it. The little spider girl showed a look of disgust, and she covered her nose. Pa, it stinks. Xiaoda looked at the eyeball monster with lingering fear. What is this thing? I've never heard of a monster that looks like this before. He looked at Hannah speechlessly. Tell me, what's going on? Hannah, slumped in the chair, had a pitiful expression on her face. People are kind enough to bring you gifts, but you throw holy water on me. It's so sad. Xiaoda's eyes twitched, and he said with a smile. You'd better think it over carefully. You're completely exhausted right now. You don't want to let me do whatever I want. Do you, Hannah? Hannah thought of some scenes that were not suitable for children and was visibly panicked. She blushed and begged for mercy. No, I said. I encountered this eyeball monster when I was passing through the forest of death. It kept chasing me, and I couldn't do anything about it. So I thought of bringing it to your highness as a gift. I think your highness will definitely be interested in it. Xiaoda's expression became a little strange. Which kind person gives a monster as a gift? But he was indeed quite interested in this eyeball monster that he had never seen before. You said you met it in the forest of death? Hannah answered honestly. Well, I came from the east side of the Silver Ridge Mountains. From the seashore all the way here, all the forests have been corrupted. Hiss. Xiaoda took a deep breath. From the seaside to their place, the area of corruption was almost as large as an entire county in the kingdom. In such a vast forest of death, how many magical beasts and other strange monsters could there be? Before, it was a mutated monster. Now it's a flying eyeball monster. Xiaoda felt more and more uneasy. I hope nothing more terrifying will happen. Shade looked at Hannah, who was sitting in the chair like a doll, unable to move. He continued to ask. Hannah, when you left earlier, you said that witches' powers would break if they were used too much. What did you mean? This question has been lingering in Xiaoda's mind. He was very upset by Hannah's words before she left, which is why he was so resentful towards Hannah. Chapter 116. Witch, Saint, and Awakened Witch. Hannah's expression turned serious when she heard this question. She looked at Lilith with a hint of sadness in her eyes. This is a problem all animal and plant witches encounter. After all, we became witches because of corruption. A witch's abilities are essentially a corrupting force. Therefore, if we use them too much, we will eventually be corrupted and transformed into a monster no different from a warcraft. Hearing this answer, Xiaoda was stunned for a moment. Then his brows furrowed deeply. This answer was unexpected, but also reasonable. If the lifespan of witches is the same as that of normal people, then it stands to reason that witches with stronger abilities would not be hunted down by the church to the point of hiding from people. It is even possible that they could raise a witch army and counterattack humans after many years. But it would make sense if the witch's lifespan was short. Shad looked at Lilith. The little spider lady was obviously a little scared when she heard this answer. She turned her head to look at her spider legs, her whole body trembling slightly, which reminded him of the first time he met Lilith and her pitiful appearance. Xiaoda walked over and gently held her in his arms, and Lilith's trembling gradually stopped. Lilith looked up at Shad and leaned her head gently against him, feeling a sense of relief. Shade looked at Hannah and asked again, Is there any solution? Hannah was stunned for a moment. She thought Shad would first ask her why she didn't have an elemental witch, but she didn't expect him to ask how to solve it first. Looking at the two people snuggling together, Hannah understood the reason and sighed in her heart. His Highness the Fourth Prince doesn't just dislike witches. It seems this spider witch is really important to him. She replied, Of course, but that method is almost impossible to succeed. What method? Xiaoda asked. Drink the purest holy water. Xiaoda was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. Drink holy water, or the purest holy water. Isn't that thing the biggest killer against witches? How come it has become a way to solve the corruption of witches? He asked Hannah the same question. How is that possible? I heard from Easton that the purest holy water would burn a witch to death. Hannah nodded slightly, a serious expression on her delicate face. That's why I said this method is almost impossible to succeed. So far, I've only seen one witch survive using this method. Seeing Shade and Lilith's surprised expressions, Hannah felt strangely satisfied. Even the mysterious fourth prince would be shocked by her words. She continued, Her name is Carol, her characteristic animal is a chameleon, and she is currently the leader of the Witch Society. Xiaoda felt that his brain was a little confused. Chameleon Carol, the Witch Society, and the witch who survived by drinking holy water. Hannah, a girl as free as the wind, indeed possessed a lot of information that he didn't know. However, no matter how much or how complex the information is, Xiada, who has experienced the era of information explosion, can instantly grasp the key points he wants to know. This chameleon, which solved the problem of corruption by drinking holy water? Hannah nodded. Although this method is extremely dangerous, if successful, the witch's original abilities will become extremely powerful, and her monster characteristics will disappear. No, it should be said that she can switch between human and animal, and vice versa. I call such a person an awakened witch. Then Hannah told Shad what she knew about Carol's abilities without any burden. Anyway, the outpost town is far away from the royal capital, and the two of them will hardly have any intersection. Moreover, she believes that even if the fourth prince knew Carol's ability, he would not tell other nobles. After all, he is completely different from other nobles. Xiada was stunned by what he heard, and the more he listened, the more surprised he became. Before Carol awakened, her only ability was to change her appearance. After awakening by drinking holy water, she could actually swap the appearance or abilities of two people. Suddenly realizing something, Shade asked, "Can this kind of exchange also be done between ordinary people and witches?" "Yes." Hannah nodded. Hiss. Xiada took a deep breath. No wonder the other party was able to establish a witch society single-handedly. This ability was too unreasonable. Why was Carol able to awaken by drinking holy water? Is there any trick to this? Have no idea. Hannah shook her head. Even Carol herself didn't know about this, and it has always been an unsolved mystery. Xiada frowned. Holy water and witch, two seemingly completely opposite things, could actually give birth to a terrifying monster like the awakened witch. Why is this? If he could figure out the reason, wouldn't he be able to cultivate more awakened witches? Lilith was very interested in what Hannah said, that awakened witches could get rid of their monster characteristics. She looked at the spider legs behind her. That is to say, if she could become an awakened witch, she could turn back into a normal human being and no longer have to carry these spider legs on her back every day. Your Highness, I think the church might know about this. You know the saint, right? At this time, Hannah's words caught Shad's attention again. Shad nodded. Yes, it seems that these girls are chosen by the church to attract people's faith. They are said to be blessed by the god of holy light. Hannah shook her head and said, "No, saints actually possess strange abilities just like witches, but they don't have monster features. Instead, they have golden tattoo-like markings on their bodies. However, there are far fewer saints than witches. Does the saint also have special abilities?" This was the first time Xiada knew about it. Once again, he couldn't help but curse the original owner in his heart for being such a waste. As a prince of a country, he actually knew nothing. It was really unbelievable. Hannah continued, "No one knows how the church created the saint. This is just my guess. The saint's appearance is related to holy water, and witches can become awakened witches through holy water. I think there must be some connection between the two." It sounded like that was indeed the case, and Shad agreed with Hannah's guess. But the question is, who should he ask about this? Einstein. Come on, that guy still thinks that the holy water was given to the church by the god of holy light. It would be a miracle if he knew. Are there any other ways to solve or delay the witch's corruption? Shade asked anxiously. Drinking holy water is a really unreliable method. Not to mention that even Hannah had only seen one witch awaken through this method, and the success rate was frighteningly low. And this method cannot even be tested. When a witch drinks the pure holy water, she will either awaken successfully or be burned to death. There is no other possibility. Besides, he had no church channels to ask. Suddenly, Shade thought of a possibility. She glanced at Lilith in her arms and asked Hannah, "If I start prohibiting them from using their abilities now, will they not be corrupted?" Chapter 117 Lilith's Confession. Your Highness, what are you talking about? If we are not allowed to use our abilities, what will happen to the forest development plan and the subsequent plans? Lilith looked at Shad, her big watery eyes full of surprise. She knew that no matter whether it was herself, Nia, or Momo, the most important thing to His Royal Highness the Prince was their special abilities, and many of His Royal Highness's plans had to rely on their special abilities to be completed. I can't just watch you turn into monsters because of overusing your abilities, right? Xiada smiled helplessly. He thought the witch's abilities were useful, but if they turned into monsters, it would be a waste of time. Shade would rather the territory develop slowly than see Lilith, Nia, and the others turn into irrational monsters. However, Hannah's words poured cold water on him. Just as corruption gradually spreads, even if a witch doesn't use her abilities, her lifespan won't exceed 5 years. 5 years. Is the witch's life really so miserable? Well, 5 years is 5 years, Lilith, starting from today. No, Lily said with a determined look as she grabbed Shad's clothes. By this time, Hannah had regained some mobility. Although she still couldn't summon the wind, she had no problem walking. She walked up to Lilith with her long legs, looked at her for a while, frowned and said, "But your corruption has already reached 1/5. You must have used your abilities quite a bit during this time, right?" Noticing that both of them were looking at her with confusion, Hannah explained, "As time passes, or as she continues to use her abilities, tiny purple cracks will appear on the witch's monster features. When these cracks cover all of her monster features, the witch will be completely corrupted and transformed into a monster." Shade looked at the base of Lilith's spider legs, and sure enough, there were many purple cracks there. He had thought that this was something that had always existed, but he didn't expect it to be a corruption progress bar. Hannah said to Lilith, "Your corruption is really too fast. Are you using your abilities for a long time every day?" Lilith nodded. Whether it was collecting venom or weaving, it was inevitable to use her abilities. "Then you should listen to His Royal Highness and suspend or reduce the use of your abilities. Otherwise, you might not even make it through a year." Xiaoda looked at Lilith worriedly and nodded. "There's no way to stop the venom, but at least stop producing silk and using spider legs." However, Lilith shook her head stubbornly. She looked at Shade and said seriously, "I won't stop using my abilities." The little spider lady tilted her head and smiled at Shade and said in a soft voice, "I want to help your highness successfully open up the death forest. I want to weave more beautiful clothes for you. I want you to feel that I am a useful person. I want to help you break your current predicament. I want to see your smile. I want to stay by your side forever." As she spoke, tears welled up in Lilith's eyes. In the candlelight, tears flickered. "So I won't stop. Believe me, your highness. I will definitely become an awakened witch in the end." Lilith took the initiative to hug Xiaoda and said softly, "Your highness has fulfilled your promise and changed everyone's perception of witches. Now, let me spare no effort to help you develop your territory." Lilith let go of her hand, wiped her tears, and with a heavy effort, she forced a smile on her red face. She said in a trembling voice, "Even if I'm burned to death by holy water in the end, I'll already be very satisfied. Since meeting His Royal Highness, I have experienced the happiest time of my life." Looking at Lilith's tearful face, Shad felt very complicated. The scenes of his past with Lilith emerged in his mind. The next moment, Shad held Lilith's head in his hands and kissed her forehead gently. "Thank you, Lilith." Lilith was a little panicked when she was suddenly kissed. But this time, Spider-Girl didn't back down. She put her arms around Shade's neck and kissed him. It was a long time before the two separated, and Lilith's face had turned as red as a ripe apple. She looked at Xiaoda and said softly, "I should thank you, your highness." Xiaoda was a little surprised by Lilith's bold move. He savored the feeling just now, soft, cool, and a little sweet. "I understand. I'll do as you say." Xiaoda touched Lilith's head and stopped persuading her. As for the problem of corruption, he believed there would be a way to solve it. Anyway, there is still at least a year left. At worst, we can go to the holy city and capture the Pope to ask what's going on. Lilith hugged Shad's arm tightly, resting her head on it, looking very happy. Looking at the two of them like this, Hannah felt itchy all over. Isn't she a bit redundant here? Hannah curled her lips speechlessly. The atmosphere around the two of them was so sweet that it was almost forming an aura. She could only stand there and be blown by the cold wind coming in through the window. "Pooh, I told you so much information, and you guys still show off your affection, right?" Shade has not forgotten Hannah, the powerful witch. He was very grateful to Hannah. If it weren't for Hannah, he would never have been able to learn so much useful information. Shad said to Hannah, "You're going to stay in Outpost, right?" "Well, I want to see how you develop the Death Forest." Hannah nodded without denying it. "Then let's live in the castle from now on. Is it okay for you to live next door to Nia? There are plenty of empty rooms in the castle, enough to accommodate a bunch of monster girls." "No problem." Hannah didn't have too high requirements for the living environment, so she nodded and agreed. "Well, please sign this agreement." Shade took out a contract that was the same as Lilith and the others and handed it to Hannah. "What's this?" Hannah looked curiously at the parchment covered with words. "Work contract. After you sign it, I will arrange some work for you. Of course, I will also give you a certain amount of compensation." Shad said, but signing the contract is not the main purpose. Because he found that Hannah was not considered a member of his territory until now, and Hannah's little green did not appear on the fog map. Xiaoda guessed that after establishing this contractual relationship, Hannah should be considered a part of his territory. He had been coveting Hannah for a long time. Her ability to transform into wind would be perfect for opening maps. Really, after Hannah curiously read the contents of the contract and wrote down her name, a small green dot belonging to Hannah immediately appeared on the fog map. Seada nodded in satisfaction. It seems that for people who are not subjects, if they sign a contract and establish a relationship with themselves, they can also appear on the fog map. Is that all right? Hannah waved the parchment in her hand. Shade nodded. Welcome to Outpost Town, Miss Hannah. Chapter 118 Curious Baby Hannah. Did you come up with the contents of the contract yourself, Your Highness the Fourth Prince? Hannah asked curiously, holding the parchment in her hand. Shad didn't deny it. Well, this is a new type of contractual relationship. The contract stipulates the responsibilities and remuneration of both parties. I plan to promulgate it as a decree later. Is that so? Hannah blinked at Shad, her curiosity growing stronger. The more she interacted with him, the more she could feel that the Fourth Prince was different from others. This difference is not only in some major aspects, but even in these small and unknown details. The Fourth Prince will inadvertently reveal his differences from others, as if he is from another world. Hannah stood up and walked around Shad. She glanced at Lilith, thinking it was okay for her to know about this, so she imitated Shade's tone and said, Your Highness, the Fourth Prince, you wouldn't want others to know that the new thing you brought wasn't invented in the Royal Alchemy Workshop, right? Why did she suddenly bring this up? Seada's mouth twitched, his expression became a little ugly, and he argued cunningly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Hannah shook his hand, feeling her strength return. The next moment, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere beside her, lifting her body into the air. Hannah hovered lightly in the air, a faint smile on her face, as if her once arrogant personality had returned along with her strength. Hannah turned back into her former mature sister form. Haha, I've been to the Royal Alchemy Workshop. She half covered her mouth and laughed like a silver bell, her eyes as charming as a mature woman who had experienced a lot. If it weren't for her previous form as a little lamb that would blush when touched, Seada would have been fooled by her appearance. Needless to say, Shad knew what happened next. He looked at Hannah speechlessly. You went to the capital specifically to verify this matter? If that's the case, Hannah is too idle. It's just a side thing. Hannah did not deny it. She flew in front of Shad and deliberately shook her slender and white legs in front of him. Seeing this, Lilith changed her position and stood in front of Shade, her hands still tightly holding Shade's arms. Looking at the jealous Lilith, Hannah shrugged and said, Okay, I just want to know where all this strange knowledge of yours comes from. I'm very curious. Seada replied, It's just the experience gained from ordinary observation and practice. You can think of it as my brain suddenly having more knowledge. This knowledge is given by the system, isn't it obtained suddenly? Like the Pope? I heard that after the Pope received the blessing of the God of Holy Light, he suddenly became very smart. Have you also received the blessing of a certain god? Hannah had an incredulous expression on her face. So far, she has not heard of any other gods except the God of Holy Light. If what the Fourth Prince said is true, then a new god has appeared. What is it called? The God of Wisdom? Why did it appear? Was it to fight against the God of Holy Light? However, Shade frowned, not knowing why Hannah would think of the Pope. He said, My knowledge has nothing to do with gods. It all comes from science. Science. Hannah repeated it, a word she had never heard before. Well, to put it simply, science is the sum total of knowledge about nature, society, and thinking accumulated by humans through observation, experimentation, and logical reasoning. Wait, I don't understand anymore. Hannah was confused. She knew every word Shad said, so why couldn't she understand them when they were put together? Lilith also looked at Shade with a puzzled look. Although she had learned a lot of knowledge from Shade, this was the first time she had heard of science. In order to help the two of them better understand, Seada gave some examples. He picked up a pen, let go of it, and it fell to the ground. For example, have you ever thought about why this pen falls to the ground instead of flying into the sky after I let go of it? For example, why does the sun always rise and set in the same direction? Why? Aren't these common sense? There was a clear stupidity in Hannah's eyes. Lilith blinked and looked at Shade, waiting for him to answer. Shade looked at Hannah and said, Then let me ask you, what is common sense? Hannah was stunned and couldn't think of how to answer for a moment. Common sense is nothing more than the laws and facts that people have summarized over a long period of time. In other words, everything in the world has its own set of laws, and science is the discovery, summary, and application of these laws and facts. Maybe I understand. Hannah frowned, but her tone was still full of confusion. In short, from the facts and laws that have been discovered, we can deduce and evolve more knowledge. And using this knowledge has become what I am doing now, just like bricks, lime, and mortar. Hannah's frown deepened. The Fourth Prince seemed to have explained everything he could, but she didn't understand anything at all. What exactly is science, and what are the laws of facts? According to what you said, Can our powers also be explained by so-called science? Hannah asked in disbelief. Seada nodded confidently. Of course, the witch's power seems magical, but it's only because we don't understand the source and nature of this power. The power of the witch and the saint, as well as corruption and holiness, Shad believed that these things were just manifestations of some kind of substance, just like light, electricity, and magnetism. It's just that humans' understanding of them is still blank at present. As long as we study them clearly, we will definitely be able to utilize them. Let's just say this. Science is not something that can be understood and mastered in a short time. Seada ended the conversation in time. If he continued, it would probably take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. Oh. Hannah scratched her head, still looking confused, and Lilith also frowned in thought. Seeing the expressions of the two people, Seada felt very satisfied. Using my rich knowledge and experience to confuse these beautiful witches, it's such a pleasurable thing. By the way, the school in the town will be opening soon. The children in the town will be sent there to learn knowledge. You can go there and listen to the lessons when the time comes. If you don't want to go to the school, I will teach you some knowledge from time to time. As long as you stay in Qianxing town, you will one day realize the greatness of science. Shad was well versed in the art of paraphrasing and knew that saying this would arouse Hannah's curiosity and keep her in Outpost Town. However, Hannah's focus was not here. She asked in surprise, "Your Highness, you are going to teach this valuable knowledge to the common people in your territory." Chapter 119 Bathhouse, 3 Witches. Hannah was so surprised that she moved closer to Shad quickly, stopping just as her white thighs were about to touch Shad's face. The long silver hair brushed across Seada's face, bringing with it a faint fragrance. Hannah's sapphire eyes widened, as if trying to see what was going on in Shad's head. "Are you serious?" "Certainly." Seada looked straight ahead at the white snow in front of him and said with a firm gaze, "I forgot to mention the most important point. Knowledge gained through scientific means can be mastered by anyone through learning, whether noble, commoner, witch, or slave. As long as we study hard, everyone can gain the power to change themselves and the world." Hannah's eyes were filled with confusion. She had heard similar words from Carol before, something like, if witches unite and kill all the nobles and church members, they will definitely be able to create a new world. The problem is that you are a prince. Why does it feel like a rebellion? Aren't you afraid that your subjects won't obey you once they gain knowledge? That's another matter. Seada curled his lips and asked, "What do you think joy and encouragement is used for? Besides, he doesn't need everyone to obey him. It is enough for the soldiers in the army to be absolutely loyal to him." Seada glanced out the window and said to the two of them, "It's getting late. Go back and rest. Or, see if Nia has come back. You can go take a bath together to improve your relationship. Your Highness, won't you come with us?" Hannah gave Shade a playful smile and winked. But Seada didn't buy it. He moved his shoulders and said, "It's not impossible. I'm just a little tired. Taking a bath is quite comfortable." Hannah's face immediately flushed, and she said coquettishly, "Bah, shameless, Lilith, let's go." As she spoke, she flew towards the study door. Shad smiled and shook his head. Lilith pulled his clothes and made him lower his head. From this angle, Spider-Man's face turned into a cute chubby face with 2 blushes on it and 2 big, blinking watery eyes. Thinking about what she was going to say next, Lilith's ears turned red with shyness, and she said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Your Highness, can you kiss me again?" Seada smiled and reached out to pinch the cute little bun, which was soft and sticky. "Are you addicted yet?" Lilith's face turned even redder and she was speechless. But the next moment, she felt a huge force coming from behind, which directly lifted her up and forced her to stand on tiptoe. With her mouth blocked, Lilith looked at the face so close to her and then closed her eyes, feeling it carefully. "Lilith." Seeing that Lilith didn't catch up, Hannah looked back and saw that the two of them were cuddling together again. She then rubbed her arms and showed a disgusted expression. "I shouldn't have looked back if I had known. These two are so disgusting." Bathhouse. The large bathhouse that the original owner had ordered before leaving the royal capital has been built. Seada guessed that this was prepared by the original owner for playing in the bathroom. Although he is not that perverted, it is indeed enjoyable to use such a small indoor hot spring. Right now, the water in the bathtub has been heated and steam fills the entire bathhouse. In the dense white mist, 3 graceful figures appeared and disappeared, and the sounds of sweet voices could be heard from time to time. Hannah slowly soaked in the water. A hint of pink appeared on her fair skin, and her face turned red due to the higher temperature, as if she was drunk. "I haven't had such a comfortable bath in a long time." Hannah made a comfortable sound. Ever since she became the Wind Witch, she had been bathing in several natural hot springs, and always had to pay attention to whether there were any wild beasts around. It's a rare opportunity to completely relax and take a comfortable bath like this. His Royal Highness is quite good at enjoying himself. Not only does he enjoy the bath, but the food in the castle is also the most delicious in the world. Nia licked her lips as she spoke. She was more interested in the new delicacies introduced by Xiada than taking a bath. Perhaps because they were both witches, and because of Nia's carefree personality and frankness, the two quickly became familiar with each other. Really? I'm going to try it tomorrow. Hannah stared in front of Nia as she spoke. A drop of water dripped from the end of the silver hair. Speaking of which, Nia, you are truly magnificent. Hannah couldn't help but sigh. The water surface in front of Nia had turned into a horizontal 3. Nia looked down and scratched her head. Really? But it's too heavy. I think it's a bit troublesome. And it's too inconvenient when killing monsters. It looked as if he really thought this was not a good thing. However, in this world, big is more attractive than small. After all, big means having beautiful curves, and in reality, big means more food for the baby. So men like big ones, and women also feel proud of being big. Hannah curled her lips and looked at herself. Fortunately, she was not too small. Nia, you'll get beaten if you do this. I'll let it go, but what do you think Lilith will think? Oh, Lilith, why don't you say anything? Only then did Nia realize that there was another person around. No matter how shy Lilith was, she wouldn't remain silent, right? She turned her head and saw Lilith's head half buried in the water, with a few bubbles appearing on the water surface in front of her from time to time. Her exposed face was as red as a monkey's butt. Nia was shocked and quickly stood up and picked Lilith up from the water. Lilith, what's wrong with you? Did you faint after soaking in the water for too long? Suddenly being lifted up by the armpits, Lilith struggled shyly. I'm fine, Nia, put me down. She moved her arms and legs to prove that she was fine. Oh, you scared me to death. Nia put Lilith back into the water and stared at her face strangely. But why is your face so red? Are you sick? Even though they were in a hot tub, Lilith's blush was unusual. Nia, Lilith isn't blushing for these reasons. Hannah rolled her eyes and said at this point. Nia scratched her head in confusion. Huh? What's that for? Hannah stared at Lilith with a wicked smile on her face. I guess she's just savoring the feeling? Hearing this, Lilith looked at Hannah resentfully, buried her head deeper, her face became redder, and she spit bubbles much faster. She can't do anything about it. When she thought about the kiss she had just had with His Highness, she felt a surge of heat all over her body, and her face turned red uncontrollably. But Nia didn't understand what Hannah was saying. She scratched her head and asked innocently, Just now, what did you do just now? Chapter 120, Torture Lilith. Hannah crossed her fair arms in front of her chest and shook her head. It's not me, it's Lilith. She looked at the little spider lady who was about to sink into the water and asked maliciously, Excuse me, Miss Lilith, what did you just do? Do-do-do. The water in front of Lilith began to boil. She glared at Hannah, the bad woman who teased her, then turned around and ignored her. Seeing the smirk on Hannah's face and Lilith's reaction, Nia's curiosity was piqued to the extreme. In just half a day, how much did she miss? Nia shook Hannah's arm and urged, Hey, stop keeping me in suspense. Lilith definitely won't tell you. Just tell me what happened. Okay, then I'll tell you. Hannah glanced at the angry Lilith and said to Nia, Although Hannah is mature in some ways because she has seen and experienced a lot of things, but when it comes to love, she is just an innocent little lamb with high offense and low defense. Hannah's face gradually turned red as she recalled the scene of Lilith and the prince kissing each other. She stammered. Lilith and His Highness were just doing this and that in the study. It's just like that. Hannah pursed her lips and leaned forward, then pointed a finger at her mouth. Do you understand? Nia was completely confused and had no idea what Hannah was doing. Oh, it's just a kiss. Seeing Nia's puzzled look, Hannah covered her face with her hands and said, Just now, Lilith was picked up and kissed by His Highness. It was really bold. Ah. Nia was stunned for a moment. When she realized what she heard, it was too late. She only felt a thunderclap in her head. As if she had eaten a shocking piece of news, Nia looked at Lilith with shining eyes, not caring at all that the little spider lady's face was about to boil. Is this true? Lilith, you and His Highness kissed. Lilith nodded slightly, without saying anything, just blowing bubbles. I knew it, Lilith. You've already fallen in love with His Highness, right? Nia nodded confidently, her wise eyes seeming to have known everything. That's true. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. When I first met Lilith, I knew she liked His Royal Highness, so I couldn't help but tease her. Hannah agreed. After all, Lilith's performance was too obvious. As long as His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince was present, Lilith's eyes were almost always on the prince, and she would always follow His Royal Highness the Prince. It seemed that she had already fallen for him. Nia pinched her chin and analyzed like a love strategist. But it should be His Royal Highness who took the initiative, right? That's right, there is only one truth. According to her understanding of Lilith, the girl was a little self-conscious and timid, so it was impossible for her to express her love actively. She would only hide her admiration for His Royal Highness the Prince in her heart. So it must be His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince who took the initiative to launch the attack. But Hannah shook her head. That's a good analysis. Don't analyze it next time. Huh? Am I wrong? Nia scratched her head, feeling a little disappointed. Nodding, Hannah recounted the entire process in details. It started with His Royal Highness the Prince kissing Lilith on the forehead. Then Lilith hugged His Royal Highness the Prince's neck and kissed him, and only then did His Royal Highness pick Lilith up. It's actually like this. I never realized Lilith is so powerful. Nia smiled like an ant. Hannah had already told her that the witch would eventually turn into a monster, but she didn't care. After all, Lilith was not afraid. So what was there for her to be afraid of? On the other hand, her abilities weren't like Lilith's, and she couldn't help but use them, so there was no need to worry about it. Nia's carefree personality played a very good role at this time. Hannah patted Lilith's head, a faint smile on her lips. A timid girl suddenly doing something so brave, it's really cute. The prince and the cowardly which he caught on the way eventually fell in love. It's a great story. Come on, Lilith, I support you. Nia cheered Lilith up. As for the kissing issue, the two became more and more excited as they talked. Lilith was in a miserable state. She was constantly tortured in the bathtub. She felt very uncomfortable and couldn't escape even if she wanted to. But when Lilith thought about what had just happened with His Royal Highness the Prince, she still felt warm in her heart. But even if His Royal Highness can accept me, what will others think? I'm not expected to be with a witch, right? When Hannah and Nia had almost finished talking, Lilith looked back at the spider legs behind her, worry showing on her face. She really likes His Royal Highness the Prince. Therefore, His Royal Highness the Prince has considered so much for them, and she must also consider His Royal Highness the Prince. As a prince of a country, being with an evil which would definitely not be accepted by the world. Hearing this question, Hannah and Nia fell silent, not knowing how to answer. Even the well-informed Hannah had never heard of a story about an ordinary human being with a witch. After all, in this era, no one should have any thoughts about the witches after seeing their monster features. Even those noble lords who are good at playing with women would basically not touch witches, no matter how beautiful they are. Certainly, human beings are very diverse. There are always perverts who like to do strange things, but they are only a minority and are not recognized by the mainstream. Hannah thought about it and could only encourage seriously. Although I think His Highness doesn't care about other people's opinions, if you want to do something for His Highness, then work hard to become an awakened witch. Then you can maintain your human form. Nia nodded and said, yes, I also want to become an awakened witch. Lilith, let's work hard together. Lilith clenched her fists and had a goal to strive for in her heart. Afterwards, the three of them returned to chatting. Hannah, I'll take you to see Momo tomorrow. She's another witch in Outpost Town. She's a mermaid who lives in the river. Good. As soon as they walked out of the bathroom, the three witches met Shade, who was coming towards them. At this time, they were only wearing pajamas, and their skin, which had become pink due to the bath, was faintly visible under the thin spider silk pajamas. But their bodies were dry, as Hannah controlled the wind to help dry them. Your Highness, why are you here? Are you here to spy on us? Hannah said with a smile, but her hands adjusting her clothes revealed her shy heart. Don't look at me, Your Highness. Nia blushed and clasped her hands over her chest, but she couldn't cover it completely. Instead, a small bulge appeared due to the pressure. As soon as Lilith saw Shade, she couldn't help but think of what happened just now. She turned into a steam girl and rubbed her fingers around in confusion. Chapter 121. Am I a very lustful person? What are you talking about? What's this about peeping? Am I that kind of person? Shade said dissatisfiedly. However, I have to say that the shy looks of the witches who just came out of the bath are really unique. I just came to take a bath. Didn't I just say that I wanted to take a bath today? Oh, Hannah blinked. Shade asked, the water in the bathtub should still be hot, right? It's hot, but do you want to use the water we use for the bath? Seada nodded without hesitation. It's too slow to boil the water again. Okay, if you don't mind, but it's incredible that you don't have mysophobia. Hannah was a little surprised. If it were other nobles, they would definitely not use the water that others had used to bathe to continue washing. It seems that His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is truly a man of noble character. Seada nodded calmly. Being frugal is a good habit. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, go back and rest early. My dear, I'm out chopping down trees. I chopped down 5 more trees yesterday, and Master Clint rewarded me with an extra copper coin. I'll try to chop down a few more today. Morning. Hammer put on his clothes and said to his wife, ever since His Highness announced the start of the development of the Death Forest, their lives have not become more difficult as imagined, but have become better and better. Civilians who join the tree-cutting effort can receive generous rewards, enough to support a family of 3, as long as they work hard to cut trees. And the more trees you cut down, the more money you get, which makes you very motivated. This instead led to a magical scene where everyone was scrambling to cut down trees. Be careful on the road, dear. The wife pecked Hammer on the face with a smile on her face. Before leaving, Hammer suddenly remembered something and looked at his daughter who was studying a piece of cloth. By the way, Fei is going to attend the textile class today. Dear, you really should go with her. One day ago, His Royal Highness the Prince announced that all women between the ages of 16 and 35 in the territory could learn weaving, and the people in the town were very happy. I didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Prince would be willing to teach these commoners this skill of eating. In other territories, this is something that I would never dare to think about. They realized once again how great His Royal Highness was. Forget it. I'm old and my brain isn't working very well. If I follow him, I'm afraid I'll get scolded a lot. The wife pulled the corner of her clothes and said unconfidently, then looked at her daughter lovingly. But Fei is different. She's beautiful and smart. She's sure to learn weaving and be chosen by His Royal Highness the Prince. What to choose? Hammer scratched his head, not understanding what his wife meant. The wife patted Hammer's shoulder and said, "Oh my God, are you stupid? Why would His Royal Highness teach us weaving for no reason? He must be trying to select some young and capable girls to be maids. His Royal Highness is so kind. If I could be a maid in his castle, I would be very happy. So Fei, you must work hard and learn textile skills well." The wife's mind was much more delicate than the Hammer, and she thought that His Royal Highness the Prince taught them weaving just to select maids. Fei, who was dressed simply, blushed and lowered her head as she said, "But Mom, when I came of age, His Royal Highness the Prince refused to do that kind of thing with me. Alas, His Highness the Prince just doesn't want to do that kind of thing with commoners. It's not just you. If it were someone else, His Highness would still be unhappy. But as for being a maid, even if we are just commoners, we can do it." The wife kissed Fei gently on the head. "Besides, you are so beautiful. If you work hard to learn weaving, you will definitely be chosen by His Royal Highness the Prince." "Well, I'll try my best," Fei said with a fist. Unable to understand his wife's train of thought, Hammer said with a smile, "No matter what, as long as Fei learns the weaving skills, we won't have to spend money on buying clothes in the future. Fei, you must study hard." "Okay, Dad." Then the father and daughter walked out of the house together. Fei came to the easternmost part of the town, and what caught her eye was a super large tent. This was a temporary structure built by Xiaoda's engineering team. It used wood as the main support and was covered with several layers of thick cloth to keep warm. The main reason is that there are no large houses in the town that can accommodate so many people, and the only school that can do this cannot be put into use because the lime mortar has not dried completely. Fei walked over and saw a knight with thick eyebrows guarding the tent. She asked, "Sir Knight, I am here to learn weaving." Locke glanced at the girl, took out a stack of parchment, and asked, "May I have your name?" Fei. Fei, Hammer's daughter, right? Okay, you can go in." Locke flipped through the paper and found Fei's name on it. After confirming it, he let her in. The census that Clint had done before came in handy at this time, and Locke was able to quickly confirm whether the other party was from Outpost Town. After all, there are not many women in the town, only about 600 or so, and only a little over 400 of them are of suitable age to study textiles. Although no outsiders should come to Qinshan Town at this time, Xiaoda still added this screening process, not only to be on the safe side, but also to prepare for the future. After entering the tent, Fei saw a large number of girls who were about her age, many of whom she knew. Fei, you're here, but your mother isn't here either?" A girl with freckles on her face ran over. "Well, Xiaohua, your mother isn't here either?" Xiaohua waved her hands, showing a helpless expression. "Yes, my mother said that His Highness only wants pretty, young girls to come and study. He doesn't like older girls." Fei smiled. It seemed that their mothers had similar ideas. But Shade didn't think so. "Your Highness, there are a total of 156 people here." When the notified time came, Shad walked into the tent with Lilith, Cow, and others, and Locke followed and reported to him. Xiaoda frowned. "Why are there so few? Didn't they say there are more than 400 suitable people?" He looked around and saw that the tent was full of girls in their teens and 20s, not a single older woman. This made Xiaoda look confused. "No, am I a very lustful person?" What's the point of sending a bunch of girls here? I'm not here to choose a concubine. Just as Shade was about to call those people over to study, Clint quickly stopped him and said, Your Highness, more than 100 people are actually a lot. If there are more people, we won't have enough weaving tools. Even with so many people now, we still need several people to share one set of weaving tools. There are quite a few raw materials like cotton and wool in the castle. However, textile tools such as hand spindles and looms are not so easy to damage, so there are only dozens of spare sets in the castle. Hearing this, Xiada had no choice but to compromise. Okay, let's have fewer people. It just so happens that young people have stronger learning abilities, and after they learn weaving, they can do it for a longer period of time. Youth is their advantage. Many of the girls present dreamed of becoming Shade's maids by learning weaving. I wonder what they would think if they knew His Royal Highness's true thoughts. Chapter 122 Textile Teaching. After Shade and his group came in, the girls in the tent stopped talking and looked at the handsome prince. Many people fantasize about becoming a maid and then being noticed by the prince, becoming his woman, and reaching the pinnacle of their lives. At the same time, they also saw Lilith next to Shad and the scary spider legs behind her. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't afraid. After all, Lilith looked so different from ordinary people. But they all knew what had happened before. The two witches beside His Royal Highness the Prince killed the monster that rushed into the town and protected Xiao Ku, who was almost eaten. Therefore, at this time they were only afraid of Lilith's appearance and had no fear of the witch. Moreover, seeing how close Lilith was to His Royal Highness the Prince and how she could wear such beautiful clothes, many people felt envious. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Xiada said, From today on, you will learn weaving techniques here. I hope you will study diligently. Once you master the skills, you will become the first weaving workers in Xinshan Town. You will earn a handsome salary while making clothes. I will also consider selecting a few of the best ones to be my maids. Shade didn't know what these girls were thinking, but some of the servants in the castle were indeed old and needed to be replaced, and it would be a good idea to choose from these girls. Hearing what Shade said, the girls' eyes lit up immediately, and they secretly vowed in their hearts that they must work hard to learn weaving skills. Shad left the subsequent matters to Clint. After the girls stood in their assigned positions, maids dressed in black and white maid uniforms, led by head maid Mel, came in with weaving tools. Their postures were elegant, and even their walk looked leisurely and peaceful, which aroused the envy of the young girls. Compared with these small-town bumpkins, these beautiful maids are like the difference between a swan and a toad. I also want to be one of them. Almost all girls think so. Xiao was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Seeing these glamorous little maids, he believed that these girls would be more motivated to learn weaving. I have to say that the original owner had a very good vision. The male servants in the castle all have their own characteristics, but the female servants are all more beautiful than each other. From 40-year-old married women to innocent and naive young girls, there is no one who is ugly. But no matter what, she is only good-looking among ordinary people. She is still much inferior to those real noble daughters and church saints, not to mention the witches with the best looks. Thinking of this, Xiada pinched Lilith's face happily. Even though she had kissed the prince many times, Lilith still blushed when her cheeks were pinched like this. She dodged to the side with her petite body and said angrily, Your Highness, please stop making trouble. Everyone is watching us. So what's going on? Xiada showed a disdainful expression. He was the lord here and could do whatever he wanted. Hearing this, Lilith stopped talking, moved a little closer to Xiada, and let him play with her as he pleased with her with a blushing face. Nicole was also in the maid team. She originally wanted to say hello to Lilith, but when she saw her intimate actions with her highness, her little heart was immediately greatly shocked. Once you have the hand spindles, 3 of you will share one. Be sure to use them carefully. If you break them, I won't forgive you. Clint shouted in distress as the maids distributed spindles to the girls. In his opinion, these were all the private property of His Royal Highness the Prince. He really couldn't understand why Shade would give these things to these civilians to learn weaving. It was such a waste. What does your highness want? No matter what Clint thought, after the tools were distributed, the textile teaching officially began. Shade patted Lilith on the back and encouraged her. Go ahead, it's your turn. The little spider girl nodded seriously and raised her little pink fist. I won't let your highness down. You're cute even when you're serious. Shad thought to himself as he watched Lilith walk to the front of the crowd. Although Lilith only began to systematically learn weaving skills after arriving at the castle, her current weaving skills are at least ranked among the top 2 among all the maids. If weaving speed is taken into account, she is definitely the undisputed number 1. It's because Lilith is serious and hardworking in everything she does. Picking up a hand spindle, Lilith and the other maids began to explain its use. In the Middle Ages, Textile production generally involved the entire process from raw materials to finished products, that is, from raw materials such as cotton and wool to the final garments. The first step was to spin these raw materials into threads using a hand spindle. At first, Lilith was a little afraid and nervous. However, every time she looked up, she could see His Royal Highness the Prince smiling at her, and coupled with her confidence in weaving, she gradually became proficient in it. The girl's attention gradually shifted from Lilith's spider legs to the movements of her hands and the knowledge she was explaining. She's so amazing. That's right, she looks about the same age as us, but she's so good at weaving. If I had those spider legs, would it be easier to weave? They found that the witch's weaving skills were so amazing that their prejudice against her gradually disappeared, and they were all attracted by Lilith's strengths. This thing is really difficult, Hannah said with a frown as she fiddled with the spindle. She was very interested in how Shade was going to teach, so she came along to join in the fun. Unlike other witches, Hannah only needs to keep a small part of her body in the wind state. Just like at this time, only her ankles are wind. In this state, Hannah looked like any other girl. Elemental, which is really convenient. Looking at Hannah, Shad sighed sincerely. Hannah smiled happily. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness, you are quite good. You can make the witches and the people live in harmony, and even let the witches teach them how to weave. I'm afraid you are the only one in the entire kingdom who can do this. Really? There will be more scenes like this in the future. Shade smiled. After all, his goal was to allow witches to live in harmony with ordinary people. The morning teaching ended quickly, and Lilith trotted back, giving Shad a sweet smile. Your Highness, how am I doing? Of course it's very good. It's very easy to understand. Even Hannah understood it. Shad said as he rubbed Lilith's head. This is true. Hannah is a person who gets excited quickly and leaves after playing for a while. However, after listening to Lilith's explanation, even Hannah can spin yarn in the end. Then Your Highness, shouldn't you reward me? Lilith poked her fingers, staring at Shad with her little eyes above her red face, and asked expectantly. Shade smiled and said, Of course. Then he pulled Lilith out of the tent. Chapter 123 Lord Achievement, Textile Wave, has been achieved. Textile teaching does not provide food, and the girls who come to study think this is their due. After all, they are not like the army that can protect the town and fight against monsters. It is a great kindness that His Royal Highness the Prince is willing to teach them the skills of weaving. Therefore, after the morning teaching is completed, these girls will go home to eat and continue studying in the afternoon. Goodbye, Feifei. Xiaohua waved goodbye to Feifei. Well, see you this afternoon. Feifei also waved to Xiaohua, handed the spindle in her hand to the maid, and walked out of the tent. I guess I'm a pretty quick learner, right? Thinking back on her own actions, she should have been faster than the others. Feifei felt that she must not let her mother down. Just as Feifei was thinking about it, she walked out of the tent and suddenly heard some strange noises. It seems to be coming from behind the tent. Driven by curiosity, she walked over and saw His Royal Highness the Prince and the witch lady hugging and kissing each other under a tree. She quickly covered her mouth and left. On the way back, Feifei recalled the scene just now and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Did I see something I shouldn't have? Isn't that enough? Under the tree, Xiaoda looked at Lilith in front of him and asked helplessly. The white and cold, delicate little hand was wrapped around Xiaoda's neck. Lilith's eyes were almost tearing. She blushed and said softly, Can we do it again, one last time? Xiaoda smiled helplessly. Ever since their first kiss, it was like Pandora's box was opened, and Lilith became addicted to this intimate behavior. She would kiss him after collecting venom in the morning, after eating, and when he delivered clothes to her. Anyway, whenever they met and there was no one else around, the little spider girl would definitely ask him for a kiss. But even though they have kissed so many times, Lilith's reaction every time is still shy, as if it is the first time they kiss, which makes him feel itchy. To be honest, he was a little addicted. Okay, but don't spit in my mouth this time. Lilith's face suddenly turned red. I didn't. Ugh. Just as she was about to retort, her mouth was blocked again. Lilith's eyes were blurred, and she cursed in her heart. Your Highness is so mean. By the afternoon, the girls were able to spin independently. This job is not difficult at all, and can be learned with a little practice. In the tent, the girls sat together in groups of 3 or 4, practicing the spinning process seriously. They first roll the cotton wool into loose strips, then wrap one end of the strip around the top of the spindle to form the initial lead. Then hold the spindle with one hand and pinch the end of the fiber with the other hand. Rotate the spindle rod quickly, and use the gravity inertia of the spindle disc to make the spindle continue to rotate. This step is crucial in spinning, as the torque created by the rotation naturally twists the fibers into thread. As the spindle rotates, the girls use their other hand to slowly stretch the fiber downwards, controlling the thickness and uniformity of the fiber. Without a spinning machine, this is the most primitive spinning technique. Shad looked around the tent and nodded with satisfaction, while Clint followed him in amazement. I didn't expect them to learn so quickly. I thought it would take them at least 3 days to learn how to spin. Shad rolled his eyes. You think they're too stupid. In reality, the IQ of commoners is no less than that of some foolish nobles. They just lack the sources of knowledge, the corresponding insights, and the experience. As long as there are people willing to teach them, they can become useful talents. Your Highness is right, Clint said respectfully, bowing his head. He now admires His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince from the bottom of his heart. Whether it is developing the Death Forest or setting up an engineering team, His Royal Highness has done everything he said. Moreover, since Miss Nia joined the pioneering team, even the task of opening up a river, which he had never dared to think about before, is about to be achieved. So now he believes everything His Royal Highness says. After His Highness came up with these plans, his workload suddenly increased, making him a little tired. But Clint enjoyed it. Although I am a little tired physically, I am very happy mentally. After all, the life that seemed endless before has disappeared, and now the days are becoming more and more hopeful. How can he not be happy? At this moment, a voice that had not been heard for a long time suddenly appeared in Xiada's mind. The moment he heard this voice, Xiada breathed a sigh of relief. Establishing a textile workshop can indeed lead to the achievement of becoming a lord. Tongzi, you finally showed up again. The sound is still so grand and pleasant. The millennial hum of the spindle transforms into a mechanical roar. You sever the handmade shackles entwined between the flax fibers. From this moment on, cloth flows like a torrent through the marketplace. A girl from the slums touches silk without blood for the first time. The camel bells of the caravan let out their final mournful wail on the eve of the birth of the railway. And do you see that at the end of the threads chewed up by the gears, new cocoons are wriggling and swallowing the sun and the moon? Lord's achievement, textile wave, has been achieved. The blueprints for this spinning jenny and flying shuttle loom have been distributed. Please check them in your mind. 1 achievement, 2 rewards. Although Xiada had long guessed that establishing a textile workshop might reward him with a jenny loom, he didn't expect that he would also be given a flying shuttle loom. The 2 machines, one for spinning yarn and the other for weaving cloth, only lack cutting and sewing, and they can almost take over the entire textile industry. Feeling that the relevant knowledge about these 2 textile machines had been stored in his mind, Xiada was excited. In the past, some people said that the emergence of the jenny spinning machine marked the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Then in this world where strength lags far behind that of the same period in his previous life, what can he do with these 2 things? Xiada got excited just thinking about it. He knew that he did not have enough strength, influence, or population, and that it would take a long time for him to push forward the wave of Industrial Revolution. But with the emergence of the spinning jenny and the flying shuttle loom, it was no problem for him to make a fortune. Set a small goal for him first. Once the river channel is opened, we will monopolize the textile market of the entire Silver Ridge Kingdom. Let these country bumpkins from another world feel what the textile wave is all about. Shade immediately called the head maid, Mel, who made the specific teaching arrangements. Lifting her skirt and bowing gracefully, Mel said, Your Highness, what do you want to talk to me about? Are you going to teach them how to weave tomorrow? Asked Shade. Mel nodded. Yes, they are all very fast learners. Now they have almost mastered the spinning skills, so we can teach them to weave tomorrow. Mel covered his mouth and laughed. But weaving is much more difficult than spinning. The loom is not that simple to use either. It will definitely take longer. Chapter 124, I like playing since I was young. After hearing what Mel said, Shade thought for a moment and said, Mel, you don't have to teach them how to weave tomorrow. Mel looked at Shad in confusion. Why? Your Highness, are you planning to cancel the textile teaching? Clint looked expectant, thinking that His Highness had finally realized that it was a waste to teach these commoners how to weave. Of course not. Shade shook his head and looked at the girls in the tent. What I mean is that you don't need to teach them how to weave. Tomorrow you can just teach them how to cut and sew. I have a good idea. We can improve the current spinning and weaving machines. It should increase efficiency a lot. We already have the spinning jenny and the flying shuttle loom. So what's the point of asking them to learn the current inefficient weaving method? The efficiency of more than a dozen people weaving together now will not be even half as efficient as that of a flying shuttle loom. Yes, Your Highness. Mel nodded in agreement without asking any further questions, and Clint nodded in understanding. They did not doubt what Shade said. After all, His Royal Highness the Prince had already come up with a lot of novel things so far. Since he said he could improve the machine, there shouldn't be any problem. But in their opinion, These textile work processes have been going on for many years, so how can they be improved? It's probably just a sudden whim of His Royal Highness. It's good enough if it's a little faster than before. After giving these instructions, there was no further need for him. Shad returned to the castle and began drawing blueprints for the spinning jenny and the flying shuttle loom. The structures of these two machines are much more complicated than crossbows, and drawing blueprints is a difficult task, not to mention the large number of part structure diagrams and various annotations. It is really not an easy task to draw the drawings of these two machines clearly. Therefore, we must race against time and do more research. It's late at night. After being busy for most of the day, Xiada didn't even finish drawing a complete structural diagram. The complex and exquisite structure of the Jenny spinning machine really gave him a headache. But my drawing skills must have improved. Rubbing his brows with his fingers, Xiada comforted himself in his heart. Just then, there was a knock on the study door, and Lilith walked in her pajamas. Her soft, short black hair glowed faintly in the candlelight, and her fair face had a hint of pink. If you look closely, you can see white mist coming out from above her head from time to time. Obviously, she had just taken a shower. Your Highness. The little spider girl called softly with her hands behind her back, an expectant smile on her face. Seeing Lilith, Xiada was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look out the window, and asked in surprise, "Is it so late already?" Needless to say, Lilith came to him to ask for a kiss. She came every day before going to bed. He just didn't expect that so much time would pass by unknowingly when drawing a blueprint. Lilith was not an unreasonable little girl. She had just gone to Shad's bedroom and didn't find him, so she came to the study. Seeing that His Highness was still wearing his daytime clothes and there was paper and pen on the table, she instantly realized that His Highness was still working. Compared to the little fun between them, of course the real business is more important. However, compared to business, Lilith still cares more about Shad's health. Your Highness, are you drawing new blueprints? Lilith stopped talking about the kiss and walked over to Shade and asked. Well, 2 new machines, one for spinning and one for weaving. It's just that their structures are a bit complicated, so it takes a lot of time to draw them. Shade said, a hint of fatigue in his voice. Then he felt something soft against his back. Lilith put her hands on Shad's shoulders, leaned against his back, and whispered in his ear. Your Highness, don't overwork yourself. Let me give you a massage. Xiada smiled and said, Please. That's right. The best state is to combine work and rest. Then, Lilith stood up, and her green fingers and spider legs began to move on Shad's body. That's it. Shad made a comfortable sound. After careful training, Lilith had a perfect grasp of both strength and position, which effectively relieved his fatigue, making him unable to help but close his eyes and enjoy it. Under the moonlight, Lilith quietly massaged Shade. She looked at the back of Shade's head, with a faint smile on her face as she turned her back to the moonlight. When he opened his eyes again, Xiada felt refreshed, and all the fatigue in his body disappeared. Not bad, not bad, very fast progress. Xiada stretched himself, thinking that he would have a good sleep today. He put away the drawings on the table. That's all for today. I'll try to finish them tomorrow. Then, Your Highness, can we kiss now? Xiada looked back and saw the blushing girl in the moonlight like a bud about to bloom, making people want to eat it in one bite. You just want to kiss? Why not? Sleep with me today. Her heart started beating fast, a light flashed in Lilith's eyes, and her pretty face turned red. Of course she knew what His Royal Highness meant, and she had fantasized about this moment coming more than once. Only, Lilith looked back at the spider legs behind her, her eyes filled with worry. Your Highness, but the spider legs on my back? Maybe I should wait until I become an awakened witch. She felt that although Xiada didn't say it, he must have some resistance to her behavior in his heart, let alone doing such intimate things. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on His Highness, so she thought about turning into an awakened witch first. What does that have to do with anything? Xiada hugged Lilith into his arms and said softly, I don't care if you're a witch or not. What I like is you, Lilith. It doesn't matter if you're an ordinary person, a witch, or even a monster. As long as you're still you, I'll like you. If I hated witches, I wouldn't have kissed you in the first place. So don't worry, okay? After hearing what Shade said, Lilith's eyes were blurred, and she felt surrounded by deep happiness. Even in her current state, His Royal Highness the Prince would completely accept her. It's just that you are too young. Xiada asked. Although he couldn't help himself, his conscience would not allow him to do such a beastly thing. Lilith glanced at Xiada with some resentment and said aggrievedly, Your Highness, I'm already an adult, okay? I just look smaller. In that case, it doesn't matter. It's okay. That's because you weren't getting enough nutrition before. After coming to the castle, you've gained a lot of weight, haven't you? Pinching Lilith's soft, red apple-like face, Shade said with a smile. Besides, I've loved playing since I was little. Chapter 125. The witch tastes really good. Shade leaned over, held Lilith's knees with one hand, and picked her up in a princess hug. This action startled Lilith, but she quickly calmed down and put her face on His Highness's warm chest. Last time, I fainted and Your Highness had to carry me to rest, but this time, Your Highness took the initiative to carry me, Feeling the slight trembling in his arms, Shade looked at Lilith and asked softly, "Are you nervous?" Lilith nodded slightly and said shyly, "Because it's the first time." Using his hands to gently push the hair that was blocking his face behind his ears, Seada said softly, "It's okay, I'll teach you." Then he walked quickly to the dormitory and placed the little spider girl on the soft big bed. Outside the window, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Everything is silent on winter nights, with only the occasional chirping of a few awake birds. Hannah also couldn't sleep. She lay in bed, listening to the strange noises that kept coming into her ears. She woke up in a daze, her mind blank. After a while, she realized what the sound was. She immediately widened her eyes and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Her fair face instantly turned red. Hannah was shocked. "Your Highness and Lilith. Damn it, can't I sleep anymore?" When she heard these strange sounds, she couldn't help but imagine the corresponding scenes in her mind, and her mind was full of mixed thoughts. How could she sleep like this? Hannah got up from the bed and closed the window angrily, but she could still hear the faint sound. This vague voice made her want to fall in love with Fei even more. Damn it. Hannah was so upset that she wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, her good hearing was actually hurting her. She could only go back to bed, endure the strange noises that kept floating in, and tell herself not to fantasize. However, her mind was completely out of her control, and some imaginative images kept emerging. After a while, Hannah bit her lips lightly, and her two long legs gradually came together. The morning sun shines into the room. Feeling the movement around her, Lilith's eyelashes trembled, and she opened her sleepy eyes, and ripples appeared in her gray eyes. Two white and tender arms subconsciously hugged Seada's arms and rubbed them gently with their cheeks. "Your Highness, are you awake?" Seada helped Lilith pull the quilt, then kissed her on the forehead. "Don't worry about me. Just rest a little longer today." Lilith shook her head. "No, I still have to teach everyone later." She sat up from the bed, her seductive body faintly visible under the quilt. She stretched out her hands to Seada and said coquettishly, "Your Highness, good morning, my dear." Shade smiled and shook his head. The little spider lady was becoming more and more clingy. After spending some time with Lilith, Shad got up, put on his clothes, and walked to the window. Looking at the vast white scenery outside the window, he felt full of energy, and this feeling was not false. In fact, Seada didn't wake up naturally in the morning, but was woken up by the sound of the system. While he was dazed, the system's voice suddenly sounded. "The moonlight plows winding furrows on the coarse linen sheets. You taste the fragrance and beauty between her collarbones. When your trembling fingertips slide across the skin of your beloved for the third time, warmth and happiness bring you down into the river of love. And did you know that the first knot undone by human lips split the age of ignorance before all swords? Lord's achievement, taste of which has been achieved. The reward, only love forever, has been issued. Please check its effect in your mind." I have to say, the name of this achievement is quite funny. But you really shouldn't say it. Looking back at Lilith on the bed, Shade sighed. The witch tastes really good. As for the reward for this achievement, judging from the name, it should be a buff-type skill similar to joy and encouragement. Seada checked the effect of only love is eternal in his mind. Only love is eternal. Passive skill. Love always makes people stronger. When you and your loved one have a pleasant time together, both of you will receive a slight improvement in physical fitness, including physical strength, endurance, agility, etc. Seeing this skill introduction, everyone in Shad was dumbfounded. Oh my god, what is the difference between this and the dual cultivation methods described in the immortal cultivation novels he had read in his previous life? Wow, this system is produced by the Hawan sect, right? No wonder he didn't feel tired at all when he woke up in the morning, but instead felt full of energy. It turned out that this was the effect of this skill. I just don't know if there is an upper limit to this gain. If he keeps doing this day after day for 10 years, will he break through the limits of human beings and even become more powerful than the witch? I'm overthinking. Seada smiled and shook his head. He was not a sex-crazed person. Besides, this skill needed certain conditions to be triggered. That is, both parties had to have feelings for each other. Just think of it as a little Easter egg sent to you by the system. In the hall, Nia sat at the dining table, holding a chopstick in each hand, tapping the table out of boredom. I'm so hungry. When can we have breakfast? Why did everyone get up so late today? Forget about Hannah. She is used to doing whatever she wants and can get up whenever she wants. But what happened to Lilith? She usually gets up earlier than me. Is she sleeping in? Nia rubbed her belly, a look of despair on her face. She got up early and waited for dinner, but the kitchen would not serve the food until His Royal Highness the Prince was in his seat, and she was too embarrassed to go to the kitchen to eat secretly. Just as Nia's stomach started to rumble, she finally saw a figure walking down the stairs. It was Shad. Nia smiled happily. Your Highness, you are finally awake. I was almost starving to death. Xiaoda pretended to be disgusted and said, Eat, eat, eat. All you do all day is eat. I remember you ate a lot last night. How come you're hungry again so soon? Nia scratched her head. She was a little unhappy to be told that she could eat. What can I do? I just can't help it. Besides, even though I eat a lot, I kill a lot of monsters every day. Haha, I know everything. I just wanted to tease you. Xiaoda was amused. This kind of silly girl was the most fun to tease. Don't worry, there's plenty of food. Just eat as you like. Xiaoda knew that the more Nia ate, the more she worked, so he didn't feel sorry at all. Instead, he hoped that she could eat more. Huh, of course I know you're teasing me, so I'm not really angry. Nia raised her head and said, at this moment, she noticed something strange on Shad's head and asked, Your Highness, what is that on your head? Chapter 126, Then Wear Earplugs. On the head? Hearing Nia's words, Shad reached out and touched his head, then took out a small piece of white silk thread from his hair and pinched it with his hand. It was still a little sticky. After coughing twice, Xiaoda said expressionlessly, Nothing. I guess I accidentally got some spider silk on my head yesterday. TSK, the maid hasn't been doing a very good job of cleaning lately. After Shad finished speaking, he walked to the main seat and sat down, then said to Nia, Please be patient and wait for Lilith and Hannah to come down before having breakfast. Oh. Nia was easily diverted from the topic, and when she heard that she couldn't eat, she looked sad. After a while, Lilith also came down. Nia looked over and asked with some confusion, Lilith, what's wrong with you? Why is your walking posture weird? Puff. Xiaoda, who was drinking water, spat out a mouthful of water and looked at Nia helplessly. My ancestor, please stop asking me. By the way, is there any difference between Lilith's walking posture and usual? Why can't he see it? Lilith on the stairs blushed and said, No. Maybe I accidentally fell off the bed and hit my leg when I was sleeping yesterday. Oh, are you okay? Nia asked worriedly. You are not a child anymore. How could you fall off the bed? It's okay, just rest for a while. After saying that, Lilith also sat down at the dining table. After a while, Hannah also came down. As she passed by the dining table, Hannah glanced at Shad and Lilith intentionally or unintentionally, then walked to a seat nearby and sat down. The three of them noticed something was wrong with Hannah. They saw a dark circle around her eyes, like a giant panda. Nia asked in confusion, Hannah, did you not sleep well last night? Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Maybe I'm not used to being in a strange place. I had a bit of insomnia last night. Hannah replied weakly, her resentful eyes wandering between Shad and Lilith. Really? But I think the bed in the castle is very comfortable to sleep on. I fall asleep as soon as I lie down on it, every day. Nia said carelessly. Her heartless look left the three speechless. Her clear eyes wandered between the three of them for a moment, and Nia frowned and said, Why are you three acting so weird today? Just then, the maids walked into the hall carrying dinner trays, and Nia's attention was instantly diverted. When the delicious breakfast was placed on the table, Nia wiped her saliva and said happily, Never mind, eating is the most important thing. Then he started to eat it with big mouthfuls, and it tasted so delicious. When they were almost done eating, Nia patted her stomach with a satisfied look on her face. She stood up and waved to the three of them. Your Highness, I'm going to hunt monsters. Xiaoda waved his hand and said, Go ahead. I have to say that having a simple mind also has its advantages. You don't have to think about so many things, and you can be happy every day. Dealing with Nia is like dealing with a kindergarten kid, so cute and brainless. Hannah wasn't as easy to deal with as Nia. After Nia left, Hannah raised her hand in protest as she watched Shad and Lilith flirting with each other. Your Highness, Lilith, please close the windows when you do that. Xiaoda was a little embarrassed. He almost forgot about Hannah. Not only could she transmit sound to faraway places through the wind, she could also hear sounds coming from faraway places. Ahem, so you heard everything? Hannah nodded, pointed at her eyes, and said angrily, How else do you think I got my dark circles? Hearing this, Xiaoda was fine, but Lilith's face turned red. It's so embarrassing that Hannah heard my voice. But what I didn't expect was that your Highness would actually be willing to do that kind of thing with a witch. After calming down, Hannah looked at Shad strangely. Why on earth does this man not hate witches from the bottom of his heart? Of course, I've already said it before. In my opinion, you witches are no different from ordinary people. Xiaoda replied casually. If there was a progress bar, Xiaoda would definitely be able to see that the favorability between the two of them was rising rapidly. Thank you for your support of the witches, but no matter what, please let me sleep well next time. On the contrary, Tiangang, this is my castle. Why don't you just close the windows? Xiaoda said. In his territory, of course he can play however he wants. I turned it off, but it didn't work. Hannah retorted. Then wear earplugs. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll be more careful next time. Joking aside, Shade put on a serious expression and said to Hannah, remember the agreement you signed earlier? I've already let you rest for several days. It's time for you to fulfill your obligations and complete some work. Hannah had been given a few days rest due to her long journey, and now it was time for her to show her worth. Looking at the smiling Shad, Hannah swallowed her saliva. She felt that she, who was as free as the wind, could no longer be free. Let me think about it. Your ability is to transform into the wind, control the wind, and use the wind to obtain or transmit sound. To be honest, Hannah's abilities have a wide range of uses, such as wind power generation and using wind to propel sailboats forward, but none of these things are currently available in the town. For the rest of the work, the most cost-effective one is to let Hannah rely on her high mobility to open the map, preferably lighting up all the surrounding areas. Thinking of this, Shad said to Hannah, I've thought about it. Your current job is to survey the surrounding area, which means flying around the town to take a look. Is it that simple? Hannah was a little confused. What kind of job is this? Isn't it just her daily routine? Of course it's not just that. Shade shook his head. You need to explore the place I designate. Not by flying high in the sky, but preferably by moving close to the ground. Record everything you see and hear along the way and compile it into a document. Oh, you should be able to write, right? Yes. Hannah nodded. At first, she could only recognize words, and it was Osmi who taught her how to write after she became a witch. That's good. Shad began to think about where to let Hannah explore. The First Army and Nia were steadily developing the Death Forest in the south, but the Silver Ridge Mountains in the north had never been lit up. After deciding on the direction, Shad looked at Hannah. Go explore the Silver Ridge Mountains these days. I don't know if the mountain terrain will affect you, but be careful. Hannah patted her medium-sized chest and said confidently, No problem, leave it to me. After dinner, Hannah set off without stopping. Shad and Lilith stood on the top floor of the castle, watching Hannah turn into a gust of wind and head towards the Silver Ridge Mountains. The next moment, Xiaoda saw on the fog map that the large area of fog in the north was dissipating rapidly. This is exactly the effect we want. Xiaoda felt relieved. Chapter 127 The Machine is completed. Night. Hannah was happily sharing her experiences in the Silver Ridge Mountains today at the dinner table, which amazed Lilith and Nia, who had never been there before. Even Clint asked questions from time to time, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Xiaoda also looked at the fog map in his mind. The area Hannah explored today was only a small part of the entire Silver Ridge Mountains, not even 1/10 of it. But even so, many resource patterns appeared on the lit parts. The two most conspicuous ones were iron, ore, and silver mine. However, the locations of these two resource points are very deep, and if you want to mine them, you need to climb over a very high mountain, which is quite inconvenient. It has to be said that mountainous terrain is indeed a place rich in resources. The Silver Ridge Mountains are located to the north of the outpost town, stretching from east to west, from the northwest of Card territory, where it connects with Kaba territory, to the northeastern coast of the Melon Empire. Shade feels that its length is almost the same as the Himalayas in his previous life. Just the small area we explored today has such rich resources. How many good things are there in the entire mountain range? It seems that it wasn't that the environment around the town was bad before, but that most of the resources were in the mountains and couldn't be utilized. After dinner, Xiaoda returned to his study to continue drawing. Time passed minute by minute, and when the moon hung high in the sky, Xiaoda rubbed his eyebrows and stretched comfortably. Finally finished the painting. He held up a few drawings and felt a great sense of accomplishment. After sorting out and collecting several important drawings, Xiaoda said to Lilith, who was sitting on the sofa beside him, Come on, Lilith, it's time for bed. Good. Lilith put down the clothes in her hands, ran over and took Shad's arm, and the two walked towards the dormitory. Today, Lilith was wearing a pair of homemade white stockings at Shad's request. Looks like tonight will be another sleepless night. Early the next morning, Shade summoned Orn and Maoong, both of whom were about to become his royal craftsmen. Maybe we can establish a craftsmen's association in the future and recruit them, Xiaoda thought. Your Highness, what do you want from us? Entering the hall, Orn had an excited smile on his face, and his face had the unique blush of a blacksmith. Mawang scratched his bird's nest-like hair and looked at Xiado expectantly. After all, His Royal Highness the Prince specifically called them over, so there was probably something new that needed them to create. Are there new weapons that we need to make? Mawang asked. He was now very good at making crossbows and could easily make 5 or 6 in a day. Haha, that's a good guess. Sit down and talk. Xiada gestured to the two of them. After the two sat down at the table, Xiada took out the drawn drawings and handed them to them. But they're not weapons. Instead, there are 2 new machines that you need to build. These 2 machines are quite complex and are used for spinning and weaving. Take a look at them. Spinning and weaving? The first things that Orn and Mawang thought of were the hand spindle and the ground loom. 2 things that required no technical skills at all, and their excitement immediately subsided a little. In their opinion, how can these 2 things be improved, and how complicated can they be? However, after taking the drawings and looking at them for a while, the 2 were completely dumbfounded, and their entire worldview was overturned. Having worked as a small-town blacksmith and carpenter all their lives, they usually did jobs that could be done with their hands. Making a crossbow was a challenge to themselves. They had never seen such a sophisticated machine before. And you tell them that these 2 complicated-looking things are just used for weaving? Your Highness, these 2 machines are so exquisite. Orn praised from the bottom of his heart. Through His Royal Highness's superb drawing skills, the 2 machines were almost perfectly displayed before their eyes. Being able to build such a thing with his own hands, just thinking about it made him have an orgasm in his head. Your Highness, what are the names of these 2 machines? Asked Mawang. The spinning jenny and the flying shuttle. Xiada pointed to the corresponding drawing and said to the 2 of them, these 2 machines may be a little difficult to make, but you should make them as soon as possible. As for the other work you have on hand, didn't I ask you to find some apprentices before? Just let them do it. This was the order Xiada gave to the 2 men when they were making the crossbow, asking them to train some blacksmith and carpenter apprentices. The work they are doing now is nothing more than making weapons and turning dark wood into furniture. These are all very simple jobs. After so much training, the apprentices should be able to do them. Yes. The 2 answered loudly, and then left the castle. Looking at the backs of the 2 people, Xiada was very much looking forward to the final product. A few days later, 2 machines appeared in the backyard of the castle, and Orn and Maun were making the final adjustments. Besides Shad, Lilith, Hannah, Nia, Clint, Cow and Mel were all around. Everyone wanted to see the power of the 2 new machines. This is the spinning jenny you were talking about. It looks really strange. Hannah hung in the air and tapped the spinning machine, her face full of curiosity. This thing looks very strange, square like a cabinet without wooden boards, and there is a wheel-like thing attached to the side. How do you use this thing to spin yarn? What's the rush? Looking at Hannah circling around the spinning machine, Xiada thought to himself, why don't you change your name to Husky? You are so curious about everything. Once Orn is done, I'll show you how to do it. Mel and Lilith, watch carefully. I'll be teaching the girls how to use these 2 machines to spin and weave. Yes, Your Highness, Mel said, looking down. Although she maintained the etiquette of a maid on the surface, Mel was very surprised in her heart. The machine made by His Royal Highness the Prince was far from what she had imagined. Apart from the 8 spindles in the same row, she really couldn't understand what the rest of the machine had to do with spinning. Can you use these 2 machines? Hannah looked at Shad in confusion. As a prince, why did he even know how to spin and weave? Of course, I drew the blueprints for these 2 machines, so of course I can operate them. Xiada said proudly. Also, despite their complexity, they are actually easier to use than hand spindles and floor looms. Using less labor to create more value. That's the true meaning of machines. Your Highness, you said it very well. Orn wiped the sweat from his forehead and agreed deeply with what Shad said. He glanced at Hannah who was circling around him and wondered why there was another witch around His Highness when there were only 2 before. But Orn just took a glance and then looked away. After all, these witches are more beautiful than each other, so I guess they are all His Highness's women. Chapter 128, The Terrifying Spinning Jenny. Your Highness, the spinning jenny has been adjusted. I'm going to help Mr. Mao adjust the flying shuttle loom. After a final careful inspection, Orn said to Shad, the flying shuttle loom is much more difficult to debug than the spinning machine, so Mr. Mao works more slowly and still hasn't gotten it right. There's no rush for now. Come over here, Mr. Mao. Don't you want to see what this thing looks like in operation? Shad said with a smile before walking towards the spinning jenny. Everyone around gathered around. Upon hearing this, Mr. Mao stopped what he was doing and moved over. Of course, he was also very curious about the spinning jenny. Nia suddenly became interested and was about to reach out and touch this strange machine when Shade stopped her loudly. Don't touch it, what if it breaks? Nia pouted in dissatisfaction. Am I that kind of person? I can control my own strength, okay? Your Highness, what you requested is ready. Clint said at this time, and a maid stood beside him, holding a basket with combed cotton strips in it. Very good. Bring the things over here. The maid brought the basket over, and Shade took out some tampons from it and began to install it. Your Highness, do you need any help? Seeing that the current operation was not difficult, Lilith asked considerately, her tone gentle like a virtuous wife. Good. After Shad agreed, he showed Lilith how to do it. Fix one end of the cotton strip to the top pulley, right here, and then win the other end onto the corresponding reel so that each spindle has a cotton strip. Under Xiada's guidance, the two quickly completed the preliminary preparations. Since it was also his first time to operate the spinning jenny, Xiada looked at everyone and said excitedly, "The next step is the spinning process." Then he looked at Orn and Maowing, thinking to himself, "You have no idea what kind of monster was born from your hands." Grabbing the handle, Shad began to turn the crank. The rotating crank drove all the spindles to rotate simultaneously through the transmission device. Then Shade slowly pushed the pulley away from the spindle, which increased the stretching of the fibers and made the yarn thinner and more uniform. As Xiada continued to turn the crank, the 8 spindles rotated evenly, and 8 fine and even yarns were continuously wound around the spindles. This step is similar to spinning with a hand spindle, in that the fibers are naturally twisted into thread through the centrifugal force generated by rotation, except that the spinning jenny can spin 8 threads at the same time. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. Isn't this too amazing? Lilith's eyes sparkled. She didn't mention speed and quantity. After all, her speed was not slow. What she cared about was quality. The yarn produced by the spinning machine is of uniform thickness and of very good quality. That's incredibly fast. It seems this spinning machine can produce far more yarn in a day than a hand spindle. Since other territories don't have this kind of machine, we can definitely make a killing. Clint was a government minister, and the first thing he thought of was how to make money using the spinning jenny. In his opinion, with this kind of spinning efficiency, not only Card Fortress, but even the capital's money would be made by them. Looking back at the flying shuttle loom, Clint was a little impatient and wanted to see what kind of function this machine could have. Orn and Mao Wong were not that excited. After all, they had studied the blueprints in detail when making the machine and had a certain understanding of the functions of the spinning jenny. Even so, after actually seeing the terrifying efficiency of the jenny machine, the two were still a little surprised and proud at the same time. They actually made such an amazing machine. So this is how spinning is done. Your Highness, how did your brain develop that you could come up with something like this? Hannah was chattering beside her. She originally wanted to stay in Outpost Town because of Shade's many new inventions. Now the same thing happened with the spinning jenny, which greatly satisfied her curiosity. Let me play too. Hannah squeezed next to Shad, trying to reach for the handle. Unfortunately, before Hannah could catch the future, Shad pushed her aside with his butt, and she floated into the sky like an astronaut in zero gravity. Xiada showed a disgusted expression. Go to the side. It's easy to break the yarn if you change people in the middle of the spinning. Wait until I finish spinning this spindle of yarn. Hannah, whose body was already upside down in the air, curled her lips and said reluctantly, okay. As for Nia, well, Nia really doesn't have any feelings about this spinning machine. To her, the spinning jenny was not even 1/10,000th as appealing as gourmet food. Just looking at the surprised and shocked expressions on the faces of the people around her, as if this was something extremely powerful, she also made a surprised expression, folded her hands over her chest, and said, "That's amazing, really amazing." Among those present, the one who was most impressed by the spinning jenny was probably Shade's head maid, Mel. As a maid with excellent weaving skills, the moment she saw Jenny's spinning machine, in addition to surprise, she felt deep fear and despair. The spinning machine spun yarn at an incredibly fast speed, and they could never keep up with it using hand spindles. Not to mention that the thread spun by a loom is of uniform thickness, which is absolutely impossible to achieve with a hand spindle. Even the most skilled loom maid will spin threads of uneven thickness. And most importantly, this spinning jenny can spin 8 threads at a time. Mel swallowed, feeling a sudden bitter taste in his mouth. These maids have received various training since childhood and learned textiles all their lives, so what are they now? Once His Royal Highness's Prince Jenny's spinning machine came out, everything they had learned in their lives was almost wasted, not to mention having a loom. Mel looked at Shade deeply. She didn't expect that the first time she felt terrified by His Royal Highness the Prince was because he was too smart. If I had said this in the past in the royal capital, I would probably have been laughed at by others. Your Highness, you are really becoming more and more different from before. After the 8 spindles were all wrapped with yarn, Shade took them down, and 8 white spools were made. Okay, Hannah, Go ahead and do it. Don't give up halfway. At least finish spinning one spindle of yarn before stopping. Shade warned Hannah, fearing that she would be short-lived. Mel and Lilith, you should try it out later. You should understand now, right? I understand, Your Highness. Can you please let me see those balls of yarn? As long as you understand. Shad handed the balls of thread to Mel and Lilith. The others also took a few balls and looked at them, exclaiming in surprise. Owen and Mowing, you two should continue to adjust the looms. Yes. Chapter 129, The Horrifying Flying Shuttle Loom. Really, Hannah got bored of the spinning Ginny not long after she started using it. It had to be said that this guy was a person who got bored quickly. Fortunately, Seada was watching from the side, and his eyes clearly said, if you dare to stop halfway, you'll just have to wait for me. Hannah then stiffened her neck and operated the spinning machine, turning the crank and pushing the pulley. Seada suddenly understood why she was running around the world looking for fun. In addition to her abilities, her personality was probably a major reason. Later, Lilith, Mel, and even Clint tried their hand at operating the spinning Jenny. They gave Shad much less trouble than Hannah. Except for some who were not skilled, no one stopped halfway. Your Highness, the flying shuttle loom is ready. At this time, Mao Wang's excited voice was heard. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over, and Hannah was the first to fly over, circling around her new favorite flying shuttle loom. It just so happens that the yarn we just spun can be used to weave cloth. Shade said with satisfaction. The spinning Jenny and the flying shuttle loom were originally used in conjunction with each other, the former from raw materials to yarn, and the latter from yarn to cloth. In previous history, these two factors jointly promoted the development of the Industrial Revolution. Having the others hold the freshly spun yarn, Shad led everyone to the loom. Compared with other weaving tools, the most core difference of the shuttle loom is the mechanical shuttle. In fact, shuttles do exist in this world, but they require manual operation, which is troublesome. The advantage of the flying shuttle is that it simplifies this process. The shuttle rod is driven by the shuttle mechanism to eject the shuttle to the other end, replacing the traditional manual throwing of the shuttle. Just like the spinning Jenny, people also couldn't understand how to operate the flying shuttle loom, so Shade demonstrated it to everyone. Because of the knowledge he gained from the system, Seada is very familiar with these machines and has no pressure in operating them. While Shad was explaining, he was mainly explaining to Lilith and Mel. It didn't matter whether the others understood or not. At the same time, he asked Lilith to help him with the preliminary preparations. First, the warp yarns, or lengthwise yarns, are evenly wound around the back rest of the loom and pass through the heeled frames and reed. At this time, Lilith's spider legs came in handy. Each of the 8 spider legs hooked a piece of yarn, and then with the help of her hands, she quickly completed the work of installing the warp. For an ordinary person, this step would waste a lot of time. All right, Your Highness, Lilith said after the installation was complete. After patting the little spider girl's head, Shad sat down in front of the loom. The next step is to adjust the heeled frame opening. Looking down, the heeled frame moves up and down using pedals, creating an opening for the warp yarns to pass through. As Seada spoke, he stepped on the pedals alternately, driving the 2 sets of heeled frames to pull the warp threads up and down, and the originally dense warp threads were divided into 2 layers, upper and lower. Seeing this, Mel has basically understood the principle of the flying shuttle loom. What surprised her was the speed at which the looms separated the warp threads and the width of the entire loom. The flying shuttle loom was wider than 3 ground looms. The next step is easy. Wind the weft yarn onto the weft tube inside the shuttle. Make sure the weft yarn releases smoothly, then install the shuttle into the wooden slot on either side. Pull the traction rope and see if the shuttle can be ejected to the other side normally. Originally, the catapult shuttle requires a spring, but now the town cannot produce qualified springs at all. The system seemed to know this as well, so it changed the shuttle ejection device to a traction rope-driven shuttle ejection rod. After Shadra pulled the traction rope, the shuttle rod on the left moved quickly to the right, launching the shuttle into the shuttle track on the right, and at the same time passing the weft thread through it. See? It's very simple, isn't it? Shad asked, and Lilith and Mel nodded. Hannah, standing by, said with shining eyes, this one looks much more interesting than the previous one. Let me try it later. Come on, you must be getting bored after playing for a while. Seada rolled his eyes at Hannah. This girl is definitely a silly guy hiding under the appearance of a cool and arrogant lady. Impossible, absolutely impossible, it won't happen this time. Hannah yelled angrily. Shade ignored Hannah and continued explaining. After the shuttle passes through, pull the reed, which is the wooden board I'm holding, to compact the incoming weft. That's all there is to it. Then you just have to keep repeating it. After Seada finished speaking, he started to work quickly, and a large piece of white cloth appeared in front of everyone at a speed visible to the naked eye. The operation of the loom can be stopped midway. After playing with it for a while, Shad let others experience it as well. While Lilith and Mel were operating, Shad added, by controlling the color of the warp threads in advance and changing the shuttles with different colors mid-weaving, you can weave fabrics with patterns. You can figure this out yourself when the time comes. After all, he only taught them how to operate these two machines, and they still had to use them themselves in the end. Yes, Your Highness. Mel responded and operated the shuttle loom with some clumsy movements. Her heart was already shocked beyond words. Just the small amount of cloth that His Royal Highness the Prince had just woven would have taken them a whole day to make before. Now that we have these two machines, how long does it take to turn the raw materials into such exquisite fabrics? Not even half a day? Not to mention the quality of the fabric is also very good. Mel reached out and touched it. The white cotton cloth was smooth in texture, and almost every part of it seemed to be carved from the same mold. The gaps between the threads were small and even. It was no exaggeration to say that it was high-quality cloth. Apart from the cloth woven by Lilith, she had never seen a better cloth than this. No wonder His Highness asked her to teach the children how to cut and sew directly. With these two machines, we no longer need to learn the previous inefficient spinning and weaving methods. After handing the loom over to someone else, Shad yawned. He felt a little sleepy because he had exerted too much energy last night and had so many things to do in the morning. Calling Owen and Maong, Shade told them to make more spinning machines and looms when they returned, and then said to Mel, once you've mastered the skills, you can teach others. By the way, how are they doing with sewing and cutting? Mel replied, most of them have basically learned it, and a few of them are particularly outstanding and can already make some complex patterns. Xiada nodded. Good, let's keep going. By the way, did they make a lot of discarded clothes when they were practicing? Mel said nervously, yes, but don't worry, Your Highness. The children are very serious, so there aren't many unqualified clothes. Xiada waved his hand and said, don't be nervous. I'm not blaming them. What I mean is that you can pick out the discarded clothes and sell the ones that are still wearable to the people in the town at a low price. I think 20 or 30 copper coins per piece should be enough. Mel was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and said, the townspeople will feel your kindness. In the kingdom, a normal piece of linen clothing costs about 1 silver coin. Currently, due to the monopoly of the fortress in the outpost town, the price of linen is about 2 silver coins, and this is the price after His Highness seized the latest batch of goods with increased prices. So the price of 20 or 30 copper coins, what else could it be but kindness? Chapter 130 Strange Hole. After lunch, Shad called Hannah over and prepared to designate a new area for her to explore. It has to be said that Hannah's flying ability is really useful. In just a few days, the entire map of the Silver Ridge Mountains was lit up, and even a small half of the Welsh territory to the north of the mountains was lit up, so that he can now see several small villages in the Welsh territory on the foggy map. Although Hannah's exploration speed was ridiculously fast in the next few days, she was hesitant when reporting to him, and it was obvious that she did not put enough effort into the exploration. This made Shad decide to give her a little punishment, leave the windows open for the next few nights. However, his main purpose was to get Hannah to help light up the map. If you really want this silly guy to work as hard as Lilith and Nia, forget it. Thinking about the recent period, the pioneering team has been constantly reporting encounters with new types of corrupted monsters, including but not limited to big slippers that look like crocodiles but hop around, hedgehog monsters that are plant and animal hybrids with vines growing all over their bodies, and all kinds of scantily clad rotting corpses. If it weren't for Nia, it would have been really difficult for the First Army soldiers alone. If they were allowed to continue exploring blindly like this, there would be no telling when it would end. Then Shad said to Hannah, can you help me explore the Death Forest later? The army is mainly expanding the area ahead. A bunch of strange corrupted creatures have appeared there. I suspect something has happened deep in the forest. It's a small matter. Hannah nodded to indicate that it was absolutely fine. She was even looking forward to it. The eerie forest of death was more interesting than the boring mountains. And hearing about the strange corrupted creatures made her even more interested, right? The Death Forest is unlike any other place. Be careful. There might be flying corrupted creatures in there. Xiada reminded that the previous eyeball monster was a living example. Who knows if there are more powerful flying corrupted creatures? But Hannah was dismissive of Shad's cautious demeanor. Please, I can fly, and I can be invisible. She patted her bun-like chest and said, don't worry, no one knows flying better than me. The corners of Xiada's mouth twitched. Watching Hashna turn into a gust of wind and leave, Shad also opened the fog map to check Hannah's exploration progress in real time. Hannah flew quickly in the air and soon saw the pioneering team from the outpost town. At this time, a large area of the death forest had been cleared. The trees on it had been cut down, and the thorns had been removed, leaving only a bare purple-gray land, which was clearly distinguished from the normal yellow-brown land, just like a large bruise appearing on normal skin. The pioneering team was led by a row of soldiers in a semicircle at the front, while other civilians were chopping trees in the back. Among the soldiers in the front, Hannah saw Nia running around with a big hammer. She went wherever there were monsters and seemed to be enjoying it very much. I really don't understand why she is so interested in this kind of fighting and killing. Without saying hello to Nia, Hannah flew past the pioneer team and headed straight ahead, lowering her altitude a little so that she could see the situation on the ground more clearly. The situation in the forest was pretty much as she imagined, except for the twisted trees and the occasional wandering corrupted creatures. Besides that, Hannah discovered that the color of the land did seem to get darker as she moved forward. Wait, what is that? She suddenly caught a glimpse of a strange thing out of the corner of her eye, but inertia made her fly a long way before she stopped. She could even see the Yinling River. Hannah hovered and then flew back. The strange thing was easy to find, because she found that the color there was the darkest, almost turning black. That's a hole. What the hell is this? Hannah lowered her altitude a little further and looked at the strange hole with a frown. The entrance of the cave is roughly oval in shape, and its width is estimated to be about the height of an adult. The cave is not obvious due to the cover of the surrounding trees. No wonder she didn't notice this thing before. It's impossible to see it when flying at a slightly higher altitude. More importantly, the color of the earth around the cave entrance was the darkest she had ever seen. Moreover, it seemed that it could no longer be called land, but more like purple-gray hard rock. The twisted trees growing around the cave entrance also looked thicker and weirder than those in other places. Another thing is that Hannah saw some strange-looking monsters that she had never seen before crawling out of the cave. To Hannah, this cave felt like the birthplace of the Forest of Death. Is this probably why there are so many monsters this year? Hannah frowned and muttered to herself. She looked around, memorized the location, and flew towards the outpost town. She didn't even bother exploring other places. She wanted to tell everyone the news as soon as possible. At the same time, Shad in the castle also saw this strange thing. When Hannah flew over the corresponding area, a purple ball-like icon immediately appeared on the fog map. There were strange oil-like patterns on the ball, and he couldn't tell what it was. However, things that can be marked on the fog map must be of certain value or danger. Nia. Hannah called out Nia's name and then landed in front of her. Nia, who had just beaten a monster to pieces, scratched her head and looked at Hannah, who suddenly appeared with some confusion, not understanding why she came here. The soldiers around also looked over. The only witches they were familiar with were Lilith and Nia, and at most Momo, the rumored daughter of Stone. This was the first time they had seen Hannah, and many of them thought she was Miss Nia's friend. Since she seemed to be familiar with Miss Nia, the soldiers did not appear to be on guard, but if she did anything dangerous, they would definitely raise their crossbows and shoot immediately. Iron Axe quickly ran over, stood beside Nia, and said to Hannah, "Hello, I'm Iron Axe, captain of the First Army. May I ask who you are?" Hannah didn't have time to introduce herself. After she finished speaking to Nia and the others, she had to hurry back to tell His Highness. So, she spoke to the two of them in a way that made her identity clear. "Your Highness asked me to investigate the anomaly deep within the Death Forest, and I've found it." Then she pointed in the direction of the hole and said, "You're going a little off track. There's a hole in the ground over there, and corrupted monsters are constantly crawling out of it. The surrounding area is the darkest. You can adjust your direction slightly and explore that direction." Upon hearing this, Tiefu instantly understood that the witch in front of him was also related to His Royal Highness the Prince, and immediately focused his attention on what she said. "I don't think this witch, whom I have never seen before, would lie. After all, Miss Nia is also present, and if she lies, she will definitely be exposed." Chapter 131, Corrupted Rift. "I see. This is the direction, right?" Nia nodded. No matter what kind of monster it was, she could solve it with one hammer. If not, then with two hammers. So after listening to Hannah's words, she didn't think much about it, and just focused on attacking. Hannah started to think more, and looked at Tiefu embarrassedly. "Does this count as disrespecting His Highness? Apart from His Highness's orders, you won't listen to anyone else, right?" Of course she knew that the First Army was different from the ragtag armies elsewhere. Strictly speaking, the First Army was also one of the novelties invented by His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. He had never seen an army that paid so much attention to discipline. This approach has proven to be very effective. After all, the fact that they dared to stand at the forefront in developing the Death Forest was enough to prove the bravery of the First Army soldiers. Iron Axe thought about it seriously, shook his head, and said, His Highness said that while he's away, I have supreme command of the First Army. His Highness's orders are to expand in the direction with the most magical beasts, find the cause of the increase in magical beasts, and resolve it. Therefore, we should thank you for your help. Also, I will report this matter to His Royal Highness the Prince later, so please don't worry. Iron Axe then made minor adjustments to the team's formation, redirecting their advance in the correct direction. Hannah didn't expect that this burly man could be so eloquent. It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover. There is no stupid person who can be the captain of an entire army. That's good. I'm going back. After waving goodbye to Nia, Hannah turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in front of everyone. This scene once again drew the attention of the soldiers, and even Iron Axe swallowed his saliva. This is the power of the witch. You mean, there was a crack in the ground, and the monster crawled out from there? After Hannah returned to the castle, she immediately told Shad what she had seen. Combined with Hannah's description, Shad formed a preliminary impression in his mind. This was the limitation of the fog map. He could only understand the general situation but could not know the specific situation. But if there is only a hole on the ground, what does the purple ball-like icon on the map represent? That's right. The soil next to the hole is no longer soft, but hard purple-black soil. The trees around it are also growing thicker than those in other places, as if they have more abundant nutrients. From what you said, it seems like that hole is the source of corruption, Shade said, pinching his chin. Hearing this, Hannah's eyes lit up, and she snapped her fingers and said, That's what I thought too. It seems that smart people all think in the same way. This also relates to the way of thinking. Isn't it obvious? Seada retorted mercilessly. By the way, calling it the hole isn't very convenient. Let's give it a name. How about calling it the Corrupted Rift? Magical beasts kept crawling out of it, and the surrounding land was infected by corruption and turned into purple-black rock, which was suspected to be the source of the corruption. That's why Seada came up with this name. Ignoring Shade's criticism, Hannah nodded. Corruption Rift. That's a very fitting name. I think it's quite good. It was just a name he thought of casually. Seada responded and began to think. The appearance of corrupted rifts makes the Death Forest even more bizarre. If what I thought was correct, the Corruption Rift was the main reason for the spread of corruption and the infection of Warcraft. The appearance of the Death Forest was probably because there were larger corruption rifts deeper in the forest. But a lot of problems also arise. The Corrupted Rift is obviously just a strange terrain caused by corruption. What is underneath the Corrupted Rift? Could the real cause of the corruption and infection be related to what's inside? And how did those special monsters with strange appearances that have no corresponding animals or plants in reality come into being? Is the church aware of the existence of the Corruption Rift? If you want to figure out these questions, you have to investigate. Shad glanced at Hannah and felt that the word danger was written all over the Corrupted Rift. He definitely couldn't let Hannah go in to explore alone. If something went wrong, it would be more trouble than gain. Therefore, although he was eager to know what was inside the Corrupted Rift, he could only wait until the army opened up. By the way, is the location of the Corrupted Rift far from the Silver Ridge River? Shade suddenly thought of this problem. His ultimate goal of developing the Death Forest was to open up a river. If the corrupted fissure was too close, it might cause some trouble. It's not far, nor near, maybe about 800 meters. Hannah recalled with a frown. I understand. You should continue to explore the Death Forest. I suspect there must be corruption cracks deep in the forest, otherwise the Death Forest would not have grown so large. Shad told Hannah that he knew his next task was to prepare himself while waiting. After hearing what Shade said, Hannah suddenly remembered something, blinked her long eyelashes, and said to Shade, Speaking of which, can I go to the Melon Empire and take a look? If there are other corrupted rifts, I guess they must be there. Why? Seada asked in confusion. Because the Death Forest in the Melon Empire is much larger than in the Silver Ridge Kingdom. Hannah gestured with her hands as she spoke. If the area of the Death Forest on the Silver Ridge Kingdom side is 1, then on the Melon Empire side it's 7, so there must be a lot of corrupted rifts there. Also, why are there fewer people here in the Silver Ridge Kingdom? I think it's because of the Silver Ridge River. After listening to Hannah's words, Shad felt that it made sense. He murmured, It seems that all the corpses have really fled to the Melon Empire. The people over there don't have a powerful weapon like Lilith's venom. And if he remembered correctly, the Melon Empire also had something similar to the Church of Holy Light, and its attitude towards witches was probably similar to that of the Silver Ridge Kingdom. In this case, they will have to face thousands of zombies and monsters, which is really a big trouble. If they don't send out real troops to solve the problem, it will probably cause a lot of losses, right? A few days later, instead of receiving the news that the army had opened up the Corrupted Rift, Shade received another piece of good news. In the study, Clint said to Shade cheerfully, "Your Highness, the efficiency of the spinning jenny and the flying shuttle loom is incredible. In just 3 or 4 days, we've already made over 200 pieces of clothing. I don't feel anything when using it alone." After Mel taught the girls how to make the two machines run nonstop day and night, the Minister of State felt how terrifying the two machines were. Chapter 132, Now It's Fun. Surprised? I thought you'd figured that out when you saw those two machines. Shad said with a smile that he was not very surprised by the exaggerated production capacity of the spinning machines and looms. Yes, but this is too exaggerated. Clint deeply admired His Royal Highness's calm demeanor. After all, seeing the machine yourself and getting the final result after the machine runs are two completely different experiences. More than 200 pieces of clothing were made in 3 or 4 days, and this was due to the fact that there were too few people to cut and sew. In fact, the amount of fabric and yarn produced far exceeded the fabric used for the clothes. This is just the effect of a machine. What does that mean? This means that as long as the outpost town opens foreign trade, there will be a steady flow of gold coins. With gold coins, the territory can develop rapidly and the outpost town can train more soldiers. At that time, His Highness can lead the troops to the north, and then, I dare not say anything about this. In short, Clint has seen a bright and promising road. Your Highness, should we put these clothes away for now and sell them somewhere else later? Clint stopped fantasizing and asked, then took out a pen and paper to write down His Royal Highness's instructions. Of course not. The clothes I made recently are sold to people in the town first. As for the price, it will be gradually reduced according to the number of clothes. The lower the price, the better. After thinking about it, Siada said, to resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. In terms of economy, we must first improve the economic strength of our territory. But then we won't make any money? Clint asked doubtfully. Tell me, how much money is there in Outpost Town that we can earn? Shade looked at Clint speechlessly and asked, do you think the cloth made on the loom is good? Excellent. It would definitely be first-class fabric if placed anywhere else. Will the clothes made from this fabric be good? Well, although some of them are not well sewn, they are still top-quality goods. That's it. Other places don't know we can produce so much clothes in a day, and we sell them to them at the highest price. We make money from whoever has money. How can you not understand such a simple principle? Siada said bitterly. As for Qianxiao Town, if we let them enjoy low prices and improve everyone's living standards, they will work harder for us. The money they earn will eventually be used to buy the things we produce. In other words, only when they have money can we make more money. Do you understand? This is Siada's goal, to promote dual circulation economic development within and outside the territory, and of course, to take the external circulation as the main strategy. To put it simply, it means to fleece other nobles to develop your own territory and get the economy flowing so that you can make money. This involved some simple economic knowledge, which Clint didn't quite understand. He thought to himself that it was just because His Royal Highness was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see his people suffer, so he gave them some benefits. I see. Clint nodded and left. A few days later, the townspeople of Qianxiao Town also felt the benefits brought by spinning machines and looms. Many people have noticed that clothing stores now have a new batch of clothes made of high-quality fabrics and beautiful styles. More importantly, these high-quality clothes are actually cheaper than previous clothes. For ordinary people, this is just an ordinary good thing. Those who have extra money at home can just buy a few nice clothes and take them home. But for the merchants coming from Card Fortress, they smell the different scent here. In the pub, during the day, there will be no other customers except these idle businessmen. At this time, several businessmen were drinking and chatting, like old men who had retired early. Do you feel that life in Outpost Town is pretty good? A bearded man holding a wine glass said something, and someone next to him immediately echoed him. Indeed, although it's a bit inconvenient without a maid to play with, the atmosphere here is quite pleasant. It's mainly about the fresh air. I have to say the toilet is a great invention. Besides, the civilians here speak very nicely, and their stories about what happened during the pioneering period are very interesting. I like this place very much. Mike sipped his wine, admired the snow scene outside the window, and agreed deeply with what everyone said. Since His Royal Highness the Prince bought their goods at a low price, they settled down in the town. At first, they were a little scared, fearing that His Royal Highness the Prince would continue to cause trouble for them. Unexpectedly, His Royal Highness the Prince ignored them completely, so everyone's mentality gradually changed from panic at the beginning to being indifferent, and they began to enjoy life. After this enjoyment, I found that life in Qianxiao Town is really not bad. By the way, I heard there are a lot of new clothes in the clothing store. Did you know about this? Seeing that the atmosphere suddenly became silent, someone started a conversation. Of course I know. I've even seen common people wearing them. But what do you think the price is? The person who spoke made a surprised expression. Only 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, I remember the price of a piece of coarse linen in Qinshan town was 2 silver coins. How come it suddenly dropped so much? Could it be that you, Peter, secretly hid some goods, and His Royal Highness the Prince discovered them and took them away? Someone joked with a smile. Peter Pat, a decent-looking, well-proportioned brown-haired man, is the largest cloth and clothing merchant in Card Fortress. This time he came to the outpost town mainly to sell clothes. Bullshit, I don't have that many clothes to sell. I guess they must be made by the girls His Highness summoned. Peter said. His Royal Highness really gathered those girls to teach them weaving skills. Someone exclaimed in surprise. I thought His Highness was going to choose a toy from among them. Hee, you know what I mean. You're overthinking this. When His Royal Highness was in the capital, he had a lot of fun. He wouldn't even look down on these country bumpkins. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. But what Peter said should be right. Those clothes are so cheap because they are made by girls. The quality is not good, so they are cheap. Really? But I've seen some civilians wearing those new clothes, and I think the quality is pretty good, someone retorted. Haha. No matter how good the quality is, can it be better than the clothes I brought? Peter said disdainfully. Hey, I'm doing this for your own good. The quality of those clothes is really better than yours. If you want to sell clothes in Qinshan town in the future, you'd better be careful. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Peter denied it outright. He didn't believe that Outpost Town could make such good clothes. He thought the other party must be making fun of him. You stubborn guy, how about making a bet that these new clothes are better quality than yours? Let's bet. Do you dare to bet for 1 silver coin? It's settled. Let's go verify it now. With that, Peter and the man stood up and walked out of the tavern, and the other businessmen followed. Hey, now we're going to have some fun. Chapter 133, I want all the clothes, no matter how many there are. You said those girls who just learned to weave could make clothes better than what I brought. That's impossible. Why are you yelling? You'll know for yourself if you see it. A group of businessmen surrounded Peter and another person and walked into the clothing store. Seeing so many people coming, the owner of the clothing store thought that some important customers had arrived, and he quickly stood up with a smile, rubbing his hands and greeting them. What kind of clothes do you want? Our store has everything from cheap linen clothes to precious spider silk shirts. Boss, we heard that a large number of new clothes have been put on the shelves recently, and they are cheaper than before. Is that true? Mike asked. What he cared about was not the quality of the new clothes, but how those girls could make so many clothes in such a short time. When talking about this, the boss's eyes lit up and he pointed to the clothes hanging on the walls around him and said to the merchants, You're right. His Royal Highness recently sent me a lot of cheap, high-quality clothes. They only cost 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins. Take a look. After hearing the boss's words, the businessmen were stunned for a moment and then showed surprised expressions. You mean these clothes are? That's not right. I remember that the ones I saw before were all single-colored. They all looked at the clothes on the walls around them. Each piece had a plaid pattern on it. This fancy appearance made them subconsciously think that this could not be the cheap new clothes, so no one paid attention when they first came in. So you say these nice-looking clothes are just low-end products made by novices and only cost 1 silver coin or 20 copper coins each. What's going on? Seeing the surprised expressions of the merchants, the owner of the clothing store felt relieved and said with a smile, Yes, this batch of clothes arrived yesterday. There are more than 100 pieces in total. The boss took a red and white checked shirt off the wall and walked over to the businessman. Come, take a look. The fabric and feel of these clothes are definitely better than anything I've worn before. Besides our signature spider silk shirt, there's no better clothing. Handing the clothes to the merchants, the clothing store owner sighed. I can only say that His Royal Highness's maid is amazing. She was able to teach those children how to make clothes in such a short time. She did it so quickly and cheaply. I think in a few days, everyone in Qianshao town will have enough clothes to wear. Damn, is this why maids are so powerful? The businessmen cried out in their hearts. Even if we make it faster, it takes at least 2 to 3 days to make a piece of clothing from raw materials to finished garment, right? And this is a pattern dress. Even if there are more than 100 textile novices, it is impossible to produce more than 100 pieces of clothing a day, right? This speed is totally unreasonable. Since the output is so high, what about the quality? The merchants looked at this beautiful red and white plaid shirt and touched it one after another. The fabric was so delicate that it seemed not to be woven by humans. There was no mistake at all. The yarn used was also top quality, with uniform thickness and extremely high quality. and it has patterns on it, which is the most ridiculous thing. The businessmen looked at the red and white checked pattern and then looked at their own solid color clothes and felt that what they were wearing was not as good as the cheap clothes. You have to know that there is a huge difference between clothes of a single color and clothes with patterns, both in terms of production time and price. Why is this dress only sold for 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins? Is your highness crazy? The businessmen all gasped and were puzzled by this matter. Don't even mention you guys. Even I was shocked at first. The first batch of solid-colored clothes were fine, but this batch of plaid clothes is really amazing. God knows how they made them. It's no wonder that merchants and clothing store owners are so surprised. For traditional textiles, it is indeed difficult to make clothes with patterns. But for the flying shuttle loom, it is just a matter of installing the warp threads of different colors in advance during the preliminary preparation, and then using the flying shuttle with the weft threads of different colors to weave alternately. It is not difficult at all. The simplest pattern that a flying shuttle loom can produce is various checkered patterns. Are all these clothes so good? Peter said with a trembling voice. At this moment he no longer cared about the bet he had just made. As a cloth and clothing merchant, he just wanted to know how His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince could make so many high-quality and beautiful clothes in such a short time. After hearing what Peter said, the other merchants realized that maybe the boss had specially picked out the best piece of clothing to show them, so they dispersed to check the other clothes hanging on the wall. Then the merchants came to the conclusion that the quality of these clothes was all equally good. Aside from the slightly rough stitching on some of the garments, the quality of the fabric and yarn was almost identical. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? The boss said proudly. Then he looked at these people with some dissatisfaction. By the way, are you going to buy clothes or not? Yes, of course I will. How many plaid clothes do you have? I want them all. Dick, the merchant with a handlebar mustache, shouted first, walked to the boss's side, untied the purse from his waist, and put it on the table. It was bulging with a pile of silver coins. Dick looked at these plaid clothes with shining eyes. Clothes of this quality only cost 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins here, but in other territories, they would cost at least 3 silver coins. The huge profit was self-evident. However, how could other businessmen not smell this business opportunity? Another businessman cursed directly. Fuck you, Dick. You're the smart one, right? Boss, don't sell him. I have 1 more copper than him. Sell him all to me. You two are the same kind of people. Boss, I'll give you 2 more copper coins. After finding out the truth, the businessmen were like sharks smelling blood, and they all wanted to make a fortune by reselling these clothes. No, why are you all trying to steal my business? I'm a clothing merchant. Peter cried out in tears. The thing he was most worried about happened. Once these cheap, good-looking, and high-quality clothes appeared, once winter was over and the outpost town and card fortress resumed normal trade, it would be a devastating blow to his business. Bullshit. Whoever has more clothes is the clothing merchant. That's right. Who says I can't be a clothing merchant? Stop arguing. Shouldn't we first figure out how His Royal Highness was able to make so many clothes in such a short time? Looking at the miserable looks of the others, Mike shook his head helplessly. The other businessmen thought it made sense and expressed their agreement. But that is a matter for later. Now, we need to have a good discussion about who these clothes belong to. While the merchants were arguing, the boss said awkwardly, Everyone, although it's just a possibility, if you take too many clothes at once, His Royal Highness might come to your door. Chapter 134 Don't buy it. Don't buy it. What does this mean? After hearing what the boss said, the businessmen looked at each other in confusion. Although they had witnessed how powerful His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince was not long ago, His Royal Highness's desire for control shouldn't be so strong that he can't even buy a few more clothes, right? Is this an order from His Royal Highness the Prince? Mike asked, wondering in his heart if His Royal Highness the Prince had anticipated that merchants like them would engage in reselling, and therefore establish this rule? No, His Royal Highness did not give such an order. The clothing store owner smiled bitterly, took out a piece of parchment from the cabinet behind him, and showed the contents to the merchants. There were a few things neatly written on it. The name of the purchaser, the style and quantity of clothing purchased, the amount paid, and whether the purchaser is a registered resident of Qianshan Town. This is an order Lord Clint issued a few days ago. From now on, every purchase of clothing must be recorded. This is called accounting. They say it will facilitate the management of the territory. Although the boss didn't understand the purpose of this, he didn't dare to disobey Clint's order, and it was not a big deal anyway, so he accepted it with pleasure. Later, as a businessman himself, he realized that this might be a way to prevent reselling, so he reminded the merchants in the fortress. The merchants in the fortress certainly knew what bookkeeping was, but this method was generally used for larger-scale transactions, such as those at the level of the Chamber of Commerce. Ordinary small vendors would not use it at all. Unexpectedly, a small clothing store in the outpost town was required to keep accounts. But it's winter now, and no one from other places will come to buy things. So these quick-witted businessmen immediately thought that this order might be aimed at them to prevent them from hoarding large quantities of goods and leaving other civilians in the town with nothing to buy. Although His Royal Highness did not say it explicitly, the merchants in the fortress gasped and broke into cold sweats just by imagining it. Your Highness is a little too smart. Indeed. After brainstorming for a while, Mike pointed at the "Is this a registered resident of Outpost Town?" on the parchment and asked, "How do you know if the people buying things are from Qianxiao Town? What if they say they are from Qianxiao Town?" If you think about it, you will know that this information can effectively prevent assassins and other people with bad intentions. As long as the other party lives in the outpost town, they will inevitably leave corresponding traces. But the question is how to determine the other party's identity? Through the census. After saying that, the boss slapped his head and said suddenly, "Oh, right, you guys weren't here at that time." He then explained to everyone, Lord Clint previously registered the identity information of every resident in the town, so His Highness and the others will know if you are from Outpost Town once they check. Everyone, Mike asked in surprise, and the other businessmen also looked at the boss in surprise. What kind of lord would do such a thing? In the eyes of the nobles, shouldn't commoners be no different from stray dogs on the roadside? Is it necessary to spend so much effort to obtain everyone's information? But Mike soon realized the benefits of doing so, and he murmured, "In this case, anyone who dares to pretend to be a town resident will be suspected of having a problem, and His Royal Highness will be able to find him out in no time." After hearing Mike's explanation, the other businessmen looked horrified. Thinking about it this way, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is truly terrifying. After being persuaded by their boss, the merchants gave up the idea of hoarding clothes and only bought 2 or 3 pieces for themselves and their families. Next, let's go see how His Royal Highness made these clothes. I remember the place where weaving was taught was on the east side of the town. There was a big tent there. Someone suggested this, and the businessmen who had been eager to do this for a long time responded one after another. Before leaving, Peter suddenly saw the linen clothes he had brought with him placed in the dark place under the plaid clothes. Although these clothes were not that good, they were not bad either. He felt a little uncomfortable with them being placed in such an inconspicuous place, so he asked, "Boss, how much are those clothes?" Seeing the linen clothes Peter pointed at, the boss showed a gloomy expression. "Don't even mention it. Those clothes originally cost 2 silver coins each, but after His Royal Highness's clothes came out, none of them could be sold. Now no one is buying them for even a single silver coin. After all, wouldn't it be nice to add another 20 copper coins and buy a plaid-patterned piece of clothing that surpasses it in every way? I could only lower the price to 80 copper coins, and then I managed to sell a few pieces. Even then, there are still dozens left." "Oh right." The boss looked at Peter expectantly. "Do you want to buy these clothes? I'll explain to Master Clint for you later." Peter's face turned blue and red. It was true that the quality of his clothes was not as good as the Fourth Prince's clothes, but it was too humiliating to ask him to buy these clothes back. But the boss didn't mean it, so he couldn't get angry. When the other merchants heard this, they all laughed and said, "Yes, Peter, you should buy these clothes. I think the quality is pretty good." "Huh? No." Peter waved his hand and walked straight out of the clothing store. The boss was confused, the businessmen laughed, and the clothing store was filled with a happy atmosphere inside and outside. The merchants soon arrived at the textile factory in the east, although it was just a simple shed now. Unlike other businessmen who were purely curious, Peter was frowning at this time. If he doesn't find out as soon as possible how the Fourth Prince made so many clothes in such a short time, then he will be really finished. Either he has to sell other things as soon as possible, or wait to be smashed to pieces by the Fourth Prince. Locke, who was guarding the door of the tent, soon discovered the merchants gathered together. He shouted with an unhappy look, "What are you doing here?" Seeing the real knight, the merchants were like mice seeing a cat, lowering their heads and not daring to say a word. But Michael stepped forward, bowed and asked with a smile, "Sir Knight, we're curious why so many clothes have appeared these past few days, so we'd like to go in and take a look. Is that okay?" "No," Locke flatly refused. His Royal Highness said that no one except the textile workers and teachers is allowed to enter. "We just wanted to see." "No." "All right." Mike returned to the crowd in dejection. At this moment, the merchants all heard a strange sound coming from the tent. "See." The sound was like spinning, but the speed was ridiculously fast. Whoosh, tap, bang. As for the other rhythmic sound, they couldn't tell what it was, but they thought it was the sound of weaving or cutting. "Do these sounds occur when clothes are made?" Someone asked Peter, and Peter looked puzzled. He said affirmatively, "No, There is absolutely no such sound during the weaving process. Chapter 135, A Huge Gamble. What should we do now? A businessman was kicking the stones on the ground out of boredom. What else can we do? The night won't let us in, so we can only go home or continue to spend time in the tavern. Peter was anxious and quickly stretched out his hand to stop everyone. Wait, aren't you curious about why the fourth prince makes clothes so quickly, and what are those noises? If everyone together couldn't get the answer, it would be even more impossible for him to do it alone. So what do you say we should do? Force our way in? How many heads do you have left for a night to chop off? Peter felt the sweat on his forehead, and he said quickly, maybe we can ask the girls who study textiles. They'll definitely know. Everyone looked at each other and felt that Peter's method made some sense, so a group of merchants waited by the tree, hoping that someone would come out of the tent so they could ask questions. Time passed minute by minute, and when several businessmen were still building snowmen with childish innocence, someone finally came out of the tent. They were a few civilian girls wearing plaid clothes. The fancy clothes made them look younger and more beautiful. Several girls were walking towards the town carrying a large cloth bag. Although it was far away, the merchants knew that it was most likely clothes shipped to clothing stores. Another big bag of clothes? The merchants hurried up, faced with a group of men who suddenly surrounded them. Fei and several other girls nervously took a few steps back. What are you going to do? Mike waved his hand, showing a kind smile, and said, don't be nervous. We are not bad people. We just want to know if these are the clothes made today. Fei looked at everyone and recognized that they were the fortress merchants who were idle all day long. So she relaxed a little and nodded. Yeah. Mike asked, so how many clothes did you make today? About 100 pieces, probably. Since everyone has become more skilled, there are more than yesterday. The freckled little flower thought for a moment and replied, this is too amazing. At this time, Peter stood up and said in surprise, the best weaver in Card Fortress can only make one piece of clothing in a day. You just learned it not long ago. How can you make it so fast? Actually it's not that we are so good. It's flower. Fei called Hua in time, and the freckled girl quickly covered her mouth. She was praised so much that she almost forgot what Lord Mel had told them, that they should not tell outsiders about the loom and spinning machine. Sorry, we don't know anything. After Fei finished speaking, she ignored the merchants and left with the girls. Watching the girls leave, the merchants knew that His Royal Highness the Prince must have told them something. Otherwise a commoner would not have such a strong sense of confidentiality. Peter said angrily, damn it. Does His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince really not trust us? He's obviously targeting us, treating us like thieves. Speaking of outsiders in the town, now only the merchants from Card Fortress can be considered outsiders. It is self-evident who the Fourth Prince is targeting. The others looked at Peter speechlessly. Aren't you talking nonsense? All right, since you won't let me in and I can't get any information out of you, should I just leave now? Or if you ask your wife to come forward, maybe His Royal Highness will agree to let us take a look, Peter. But Peter looked embarrassed. Just then, everyone heard the sound of horse hooves. When I looked back, I was scared to death. The handsome and elegant fourth prince and the chief night cow, whose eyes alone could scare people to death, were seen riding their horses towards the tent. However, after the knight with thick eyebrows made some gestures, the two men suddenly turned their horses' heads and walked towards them. It's none of my business. Peter, you came here because you wanted to see me. Yes, it's all because of the bet between Peter and Dick. I didn't do anything. I should have known not to join in the fun. Fuck. The merchants hurriedly distanced themselves from the matter, as if the two demons emerging from hell were walking towards them. Peter was so frightened that his legs began to tremble. As Shad and Cow came over, he fell to his knees. Good afternoon, Your Highness. The others also knelt down and saluted, fearing that they would be spotted if they were a step slower. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Are you planning a rebellion? Am I not that scary? You're kneeling before I even come over? Xiaoda looked at Peter in the front speechlessly and said something lightly in a joking tone. Just his casual remark almost scared the businessmen half to death. Their hearts were beating in their throats and they shook their heads like rattles. Your Highness, you are joking. How could we possibly rebel? Indeed, Outpost Town has become so prosperous under the governance of His Royal Highness the Prince. We are so happy that we can't express it in words. I swear to the God of Holy Light that I will never rebel. Xiaoda smiled. He liked to hear auspicious words, which were good for his physical and mental health. Okay, everyone get up. I heard you want to know how I can make so many clothes so quickly. Xiaoda had long anticipated the behavior of these businessmen. This group of people are like hyenas in the wild, and their business sense is very sensitive. Therefore, when they see the endless supply of high-quality clothes, they will definitely come to find the answer. It is only a matter of time. Yes, my lord. Mike stood up, patted his pants, and asked cautiously, "Can you tell us why?" Xiao glanced at Mike. He had some impression of this guy. He was considered one of the smarter ones among these businessmen. He smiled and said, "It's okay to look, but you can't leave after you look." "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Peter asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Didn't I tell you that you could leave after winter was over?" The horse walked slowly with small steps, and Xiao on horseback said lightly, "The technology for quickly making clothes is a secret of Qianxiao Town. After you see it, I won't let you go. You must settle down in Qianxiao Town and become a merchant there." Taking in the various expressions of the merchants, Xiao continued, "I might even set up a chamber of commerce later, and those who stay there might get a lot of benefits." Xiaoda's words made the merchants feel a little troubled. Is it worth sacrificing the rest of your life just to learn how to make clothes quickly? This is simply a huge gamble. No, considering the relationship between Card Fortress and Outpost Town, plus His Royal Highness's development plan. This is basically gambling with your life. The bet was right, and then he soared to the sky with the fourth prince. If I make a wrong bet, I'm afraid it will be over once winter is over. Even if I don't die, at least I will lose everything. Chapter 136, I Can Give My Body to You. Although His Royal Highness's current clothing production speed seems to have immeasurable profits, but they are all experienced businessmen who have been doing business in Card Fortress for many years, and they are all players who will not release the eagle until they see the rabbit. What if the fourth prince had no means of making clothes quickly, and instead bought clothes from somewhere else specifically to deceive them? Unless they are 100% sure that they can soar to the sky by following the fourth prince, they will not give up all their wealth to join the fourth prince. It's not worth it to risk everything for a possibility that seems unreliable. So a few businessmen said to Xiao awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but clothes aren't my primary merchandise, so forget it." "Me too. I don't know much about clothes, otherwise I would definitely agree to your request." "Yes, I am the same. I sell grain." Xiao was not surprised by the merchant's refusal. He knew that these businessmen were shrewd people, and it was impossible for them to be persuaded by just a few words from him, even with joy and encouragement. However, the spinning jenny and the flying shuttle loom are indeed important secrets of the outpost town at present, and it is impossible to show them to them casually. Therefore, he said this just to dissuade them. "It's okay, I don't blame you for this." After hearing what Xiao said, the merchants breathed a sigh of relief and said some flattering words to Xiao. "I can understand people whose main products aren't clothes, but don't you have merchants here who mainly sell clothes? Aren't you interested in my method of making clothes?" Having nothing to do, Xiao asked casually because he felt a bit bored that he had made these two epic making machines, but had nothing to show off to. Hearing this, the merchant stepped back, isolated Peter, and pointed at him and said, "Your Highness, Peter is a clothing merchant, and almost everything he sells is related to clothes." "Yes, it was he who suggested coming to see how you make clothes." "Yes, he was just about to bribe those girls to find out what was going on in the tent. Rather than let my friend die, I would rather die than let myself die." In order to save themselves, they betrayed Peter without hesitation. Fuck. A bunch of bastards. Peter cursed the ancestors of all the merchants behind him in his heart. "Oh, really?" Xiao looked at Peter with interest. No wonder he was the first one to kneel down. It turned out that he had something to hide. He asked with a half smile, "Don't you want to know why I make clothes so fast?" Peter was already sweating under the gaze of His Royal Highness the Prince, and when he was suddenly asked this question, he was so scared that his legs were shaking. If you say you don't want to see the business, you might get hit. If you say you want to spend the rest of your life in Qianxiao Town. After hesitating for a long time, Peter whispered, "Your Highness, please allow me to go back and ask my wife." Xiao was confused. Why was this guy still dominated by his wife? He had never thought that there were such people in the Middle Ages, but he still waved his hand and said, "Go ahead." "Thank you, Your Highness." After saying that, Peter strode back to the outpost town. After the explanation from other businessmen, Shad learned that Peter Pat's wife was actually Ivy Pat, the daughter of Baron Pat of Card Fortress. A commoner businessman actually married a daughter of a noble family. This is extremely rare no matter where you look at it, and he never expected that he would encounter such a thing. Judging from the name, Peter's status is equivalent to marrying into Pat's family. No wonder Peter, a grown man, couldn't make up his mind and had to go home to ask his wife. Not long after, a woman in her 20s walked over slowly, and Peter followed behind her like a servant. Ivy Pat wore a silk dress with a wide skirt, a corset, and a tunic on the upper body. Her long brown-black hair was tied up on her head, contrasting with the silver hair accessories, and she also wore a pearl necklace around her neck. Her facial features are delicate, and her skin is well-maintained and smooth. Among humans, she is considered very beautiful. Ivy Pat had obviously dressed up for the meeting with Shad. What surprised Xiada was that in such a cold day, the woman's skirt was actually sleeveless, exposing her two round upper hemispheres. Ivy Pat walked up to Shad, gently lifted the hem of her skirt with her hands in silk-white gloves, and gave Shad a standard aristocratic salute. "Good afternoon, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. I'm very happy living in Outpost Town these days." Although she didn't say it explicitly, Ivy implied that Shade had managed Qianxiao Town very well during this period. Only nobles would praise others in such a subtle and implicit way. However, both the original owner and the current Xiada felt that talking to these hypocritical nobles was too difficult. He prefers the straightforwardness of common people. "I'm glad you like it, but let me be clear, I don't like beating around the bush, Miss Ivy." Shad was still sitting on the horse, looking down at Ivy. "Yes, Your Highness." Ivy quickly learned a little about Shad's character from his words. She nodded and stood up straight, folding her hands in front of her chest, with a reserved smile on her face. "I have learned what happened from my husband. I can agree to His Royal Highness's conditions, but I have a few requests." Unexpectedly, Ivy would actually agree. Xiada raised his eyebrows and asked, "Rather than all that, I want to know why you agreed. You know, if you agree, you'll be residents of Qianxin Town for the rest of your lives." Ivy thought for a moment and replied, "Because a large part of my family's income comes from selling clothes." "Reasonable." Shade nodded and said, "Tell me your request. First, if possible, could you teach us the technology for rapid clothing production after a few years of cooperation?" "Impossible, and don't even think about learning it secretly. I guarantee you'll die miserably." Xiada rejected it outright. For a long time to come, clothing exports would be a major source of income for Qianxiao Town, and he would not do anything that would dig his own grave. Ivy remained calm and just nodded slightly. "I understand. Secondly, my family has been rooted in Card Fortress for a long time, and we can't let go of the wealth we have accumulated over the years. So, can only my husband and I stay in the outpost town? This is trying to have the best of both worlds." Xiada saw through Ivy's intentions at a glance, but this condition was not completely unacceptable. He said, "How do I know you won't break your promise? You know, businessmen are synonymous with cunning. If you secretly learn my skills and run away, won't I lose a lot of money?" Ivy thought for a moment, looked directly at Shade, and replied, "If you don't mind, I can give my body to you." I don't know if it was an illusion, but Shad felt that Ivy's eyes were shining when she said this. Chapter 137, The Right Bet. "Damn, you're greedy for my body, right?" Xiada clearly saw the young woman in her 20s lick her lips. "And your husband is right behind you. You really want to commit the crime in front of your husband, right?" Ivy's explosive words shocked Shade for 100 years. The merchants who were eating melons nearby were also shocked. They all had incredible expressions on their faces. They looked at Peter, whose face was ashen, and then at the fourth prince. After a while, Xiada frowned and said, "It's not good to say such things in front of your husband, right?" Ivy shrugged. "I don't think there's anything wrong with pursuing love." She placed her hands on her chest and squeezed them deliberately to make her already round upper hemisphere appear even fuller. "Your Highness, your eyes are as beautiful as stars. The first time I saw you, I knew I fell deeply in love with you." Although he has watched many Western works and knows that Westerners are extremely confused in their relationships, Xiada is still a little overwhelmed when he encounters this situation himself. He finally realized that Ivy was not only a smart person, but also a ruthless person who would do anything to achieve her goals. She probably married Peter, a businessman, just to add to the family's clothing business. Xiada doesn't hate this kind of person, but he can't say he likes him either. "Sorry, I only like loyal women. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Your Highness." "Sure enough," Ivy said calmly. But Ivy was still a little sad in her heart. She was still very confident about her looks, but she didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince wouldn't even look at her. As for loyalty, Ivy disdains it. Apart from the great nobles, how could the beautiful girls from lesser nobles and commoners be loyal? "Then what about the deal between us, Your Highness?" Xiada thought for a moment and said, "You don't have to sacrifice yourself, but from now on, any communication between you and Baron Pat, whether it's writing letters or anything else, needs to be in the presence of my people to prevent any information from being leaked. Is that okay?" Ivy thought about it, felt it was acceptable, and nodded. "As you wish." Ivy's decision surprised the businessmen. They didn't expect that she would actually agree to such an unreasonable request from His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. No matter what, Outpost Town is just a remote town now. How can it be compared with a behemoth like Card Fortress? Even if the Fourth Prince could really develop by then, it would be impossible for him to be more powerful than the fortress in just a few years, right? What's more, Duke Card is still suppressing His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. No matter how you look at the situation after winter, Qianshao Town is at a disadvantage. They couldn't understand why such an intelligent person like Mrs. Pat would make such a decisive decision to join the outpost town. But it should be over now, right? No matter how much the merchants disapproved of Ivy's decision, they would not say it out loud. Old Bull's Tavern was where they talked about it. However, at this moment, a voice that no one expected rang out. Mike stood up and said to Shade, "Your Highness, I also want to join the outpost town." Although the merchants did not support Peter and Ivy joining outpost town, they understood it. After all, they mainly sold clothes. "But Mike, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, why are you joining in the fun? Isn't your main business food?" And Mike is arguably the best businessman among them. Therefore, the businessmen looked at Mike in shock and expressed their incomprehension of his behavior. Joining Qianshao Town means giving up all your previous accumulation and starting all over again. Shad also looked at Mike with some surprise. He remembered this smart businessman. Of course, he was very happy to have such a smart person join him. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. From now on, I will stay in Qianshao Town and work as a merchant in Qianshao Town." Mike took a deep breath and said, he made this decision after careful consideration. And the factors that made him make this decision were not just the current rapid production of clothes. Unlike other businessmen who stayed in the outpost town all day eating, drinking, and having fun, Mike often walked around the town, got acquainted with some townspeople, and even some people from the engineering team, and therefore knew a lot of things that others didn't know. For example, there are special First Army units, powerful crossbows, toilets that freshen the air, manure compost, brick kilns, lime mortar, bricks, and arable land suspected to be used for large-scale food cultivation. As far as he knows, all these new things appeared after the arrival of His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, and the intervals between each item are very short, which is enough to show that the Fourth Prince is a very capable person. The reason he has been able to grow his business to this point is that in addition to 70% business acumen, the other 30% is intuition and luck. And now, taking all the above factors into consideration, Mike chose to trust his intuition. "What's your name?" Shade asked. "Mike, Your Highness." Mike replied with his head down. "Very good. Welcome aboard, Mike." Xiaoda was in a very good mood. The reason he made up to dissuade people actually tricked two businessmen into joining the outpost town, one of whom was the Baron's daughter. "Okay, if you have nothing else to do, you can leave." Shad began to drive away the other merchants. Then he said to Mike, Ivy, and Peter, "You three follow me." Following Xiaoda to the front of the tent, the three of them were a little nervous and their heartbeats quickened. The mystery of His Royal Highness's method of quickly making clothes will soon be revealed. Whether it is worth it for them to join the outpost town depends on this one look. It can be said that it is a sight of 1,000 years. "Come on in, everyone. You won't be disappointed." Xiaoda dismounted and said to the three people, then led them into the tent. What comes into view is a dense crowd of young girls sitting around purple-black tables, doing cutting and sewing work. However, these girls were obviously not the focus. The three of them were soon attracted by two strangely shaped machines next to them. One can spin 8 threads of silk at the same time, and at an astonishing speed. The other one was connected with dense silk threads, weaving a wide piece of cloth at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Mike's breathing had become heavier. Ivy didn't even bother to control her facial expression and showed a look of surprise. Peter looked at the two machines and shuddered all over. The spinning jenny and the flying shuttle. Looking at the expressions of the three people, Xiaoda knew that there was no need for him to brag about how awesome the two machines were, so he simply introduced their names. "Look over there." In order to give them more confidence to do things for themselves, Shade pointed in a direction and said. The three of them looked in the direction of Xiaoda's finger and saw that in the corner in the distance, all kinds of cloth had been piled up into a small mountain, and rolls of yarn of various colors were piled next to it, as if they were free. The three of them realized instantly that it was actually these 100 or so weaving girls who were limiting His Highness's speed in making clothes. The yarn and cloth produced by one machine could not be consumed by more than 100 weaving girls. Seeing this scene, 3 words popped up in the minds of the 3 people at the same time. It was a good bet. Chapter 138. Good news from the First Army. Your Highness, did you invent these 2 machines? They are truly magnificent. Mike said excitedly. He swears that even the first time he had sex with a woman, he was not as excited as he is now. What yarn and fabric are produced by these 2 machines? It's clearly countless gold coins. Oh my God, this is unimaginable. Ivy covered her chest with both hands, and her 2 round hemispheres rose and fell with her breathing. What she saw was not only 2 machines, but also the rise of her own family. Peter, who was standing by, suddenly felt that if he could own these 2 machines, it would seem acceptable to give his wife to the fourth prince. All three of them were shocked by the performance of the spinning machines and looms. Xiao was quite satisfied that the machine he made gave these country bumpkins a small technological shock. After a while, Xiao said to the three people, "All right, we've seen it all. Right now, the town has no access to foreign trade, so you're not going to be of much use. So, during this time, you're going to help Clint with government affairs and get to know the town's financial situation. Is that okay? It's a free labor, so why not use it? It's just the right time to help Clint share some of the pressure. Anyway, they will be staying in the outpost town, so Shade is not afraid that they will know some of the situation in the town. What's more, he also has the ability of joy and encouragement. After spending a long time with them, they will become very loyal to him without realizing it." "No problem, Your Highness." The three of them answered in unison, and even Ivy didn't complain at all. In fact, she dressed so beautifully today just to seduce the fourth prince. Normally, she is a woman with a strong desire for control and likes to do everything herself, so she doesn't feel that doing this kind of work is beneath her status. After seeing the two ridiculously exaggerated textile machines, the three knew that as long as they worked hard, they would have a bright future. Therefore, they were full of energy and couldn't wait to go to work. However, Xiao chose to let them calm down. Looking at the gradually darkening sky outside, Xiao said to the three of them, "Well, it's getting late. You should go back and get some rest. You can go straight to Clint tomorrow." Following Xiao out of the tent, the three of them felt that the air was much fresher. At this time, a playful figure walked up to Shade. Lilith stretched out a hand and grasped Shad's little finger with a faint smile on her face. "Your Highness, I'm here." Shade smiled and patted Lilith's head. "Thank you for your hard work today." Because they had seen it before, Mike and Peter were not surprised to see the witch Lilith. It was Ivy's first time meeting Lilith, and seeing Shad's doting look, she felt a little confused. After staring at Lilith for a while, Ivy thought strangely. Could it be that His Royal Highness the Prince doesn't like humans and only likes witches? Okay, this witch is indeed very beautiful, but can anyone really accept the animal characteristics in them? Or, His Royal Highness the Prince just likes smaller ones? Glancing at her own magnificent hemisphere, Ivy expressed her confusion. After the three of them left, Shad picked up Lilith and put her on the horse, then rode on it himself. Because of her spider legs, Lilith could only sit in the back. At this point, Spider-Man was hugging Shad's waist with her face pressed against his back. The sun sets and snowflakes fall. The horses took small steps and slowly walked towards the castle. Although the location was wrong, the conversation between the two was correct. "Your Highness, I made a dress like that today according to your request. Tonight we..." As she spoke, Lilith's face turned red. Feeling Lilith rubbing against his back, Xiao felt a surge of blood. "Why, Lilith, you're asking for it now. You used to be so reserved." Shade teased with a smile, causing Spider-Girl to blush. "Your Highness is so evil. Your Highness, the one who designed that shameful outfit, is the pervert." Listening to Lilith's coquettish behavior, Xiao felt happy. It's no wonder that Lilith is addicted. With the effect of only love is eternal, they can play for a long time every night without feeling tired, so their relationship heats up rapidly. Besides, there is not much entertainment in these desolate mountains and wilderness. Once the sun goes down, there is nothing fun to do except sleeping and making babies. Can't we do something more creative in this regard? What about role-playing, cosplay, and special ways of using spider silk? As long as you control yourself, the king will not miss the morning court from now on. No matter how they play, they will feel refreshed the next morning, and it won't delay their work at all. After dinner, Shade and Lilith couldn't wait to start today's game. And the windows were not closed. A few days later, Xiao received good news from the First Army. "Your Highness, we have already reached the corrupted rift. What should we do next?" The one who came to report was still Anthony. Shad remembered this young man who was very good at using the crossbow. "Very good. You did a great job. It's faster than I thought." In fact, Shade had already known about this through the fog map, but he still had to praise it and let the soldiers be rewarded spiritually. "Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Miss Nia has made an indelible contribution to this." "I know." Xiao stood up and said, "It seems that I have to reward Nia well later." "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Anthony asked curiously as he followed Shad towards the door. "Of course, we should go to the corrupted rift and take a look." But Anthony looked a little conflicted. Xiao asked, "Why? Is it dangerous there?" "No. Ever since we captured the corrupted rift, the frequency and number of monsters appearing in the forest have decreased a lot." Sure enough, the corrupted rift is a major reason for the increase in the number of monsters, Shade thought. However, corrupted monsters more powerful than demonic beasts often crawl out of the corrupted rifts, so I think it's still unsafe for your highness to go there in person. Anthony suggested from the bottom of his heart that in his eyes, His Royal Highness the Prince was their supreme leader and there must not be any mistakes. So how are you dealing with the corrupted rift now? Anthony scratched his head and replied, have a few soldiers and Miss Nia guard the rift and kill anyone who comes out. It's really simple and crude. After thinking for a while, Xiada said, it's okay. I have knights and witches to protect me. Nothing will happen to me. Then, Shad called Lilith, Hannah, and 3 knights to go to the corrupted rift together. You must find out today what this strange thing that appeared in the Death Forest is. Chapter 139, Exploring the Corrupted Rift. Walking into the Death Forest, the closer he got to the corrupted rift, the more Shade felt the eerie and creepy atmosphere of the place. Fortunately, the busy lumberjacks around him and the knights and witches who surrounded him in 3 layers brought some human touch, making him feel less scared. Hannah was lying on her back in the air, floating with the team, changing to a more comfortable position from time to time. The way she enjoyed it made Xiada want to hit her. Because it was too boring on the way, Hannah chatted with Shad in a random manner. Your Highness, I have found 7 or 8 corrupted rifts in the Melon Empire. I know, you've said that before. Shade glanced at the foggy map. In the Death Forest on the Melon Empire's side, there were 8 icons of corrupted rifts, and each one was much larger than the one on their side. Not only that, let me tell you, all the villages and towns near the Death Forest were destroyed by zombies and monsters. Many people died, and their army was beaten back. Hannah crossed her legs and hovered in front of Shad, gesturing exaggeratedly with her hands. Fortunately, they didn't attack the Silver Ridge Kingdom, otherwise I would have been sentenced to death. Xiada felt sorry for what happened to the Melon Empire, but at the same time he felt a little relieved. Your Highness, I've helped you explore so many places. Shouldn't you give me some reward? I don't ask for much, just an exquisite crossbow will do. It's not impossible, but Hannah, there's a caterpillar on your foot. Shad pointed at Hannah's feet and said seriously, oh. Hannah glanced down and realized that Shad was lying to her. Looking at Shade with disdain, Hannah said lightly with a faint smile on her face, if you want to see legs, just say so. Don't make these ridiculous excuses. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Damn it, it's fine if you just talk about it in private, but you're exposing his fork fetish in broad daylight, right? Turning his head, Shade looked back and saw that Cow and the others remained calm, so he relaxed a little. Hee, your Highness is also very cute when he is furious. Facing the increasingly arrogant Hannah, Shade said with a dark face, your crossbow is gone. Your Highness, I was wrong. Hasna quickly knelt down and apologized. While chatting, everyone finally arrived at the corrupted rift. Your Highness, you are here. Hearing the sound, Shad looked up and saw Nia, sitting on a hammer flat on the ground, her cheeks bulging, obviously eating. She still had half a pork pie in her hand. The pies were also made by the chef taught by Xiada, and they were well received as soon as they were launched. Well, how's it going? Shade asked as he walked towards the corrupted rift. He stepped on the ground beneath his feet. Just as Hannah had said before, it had changed from soft soil to hard purple-gray rock, probably due to the influence of the corrupted cracks. Iron Axe immediately ran to Shade and reported, Your Highness, the situation has stabilized. Initially, there were still many monsters crawling out of the corrupted rift, but Miss Nia has mostly killed them all. Now, only one emerges every half an hour or so. Your Highness, be careful. Seeing Shad moving closer to the corrupted rift, Lilith quickly followed him and grabbed Shad's clothes with her spider legs, fearing that he would accidentally fall. Xiada looked into the crack, but it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything, as if it was bottomless. Moreover, just by standing next to the crack, Shade could feel an evil and corrupt aura. He couldn't describe what the feeling was, but he could feel it anyway. Shad picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the crevice. Your Highness, why are you throwing stones in there? Hannah gave a puzzled look. By the sound coming back, we can tell how deep the cave is. Xiada explained, but after waiting for a long time, no sound was heard. It seems that the depth of this cave is far beyond his imagination. This is troublesome. If it's too deep, it won't be possible to send people down to explore, because who knows what kind of dangers are down there. Probably due to the disturbance of the stone. Sudden, a corrupted creature that looked like a wild boar, but had 4 stout arthropod legs crawled out of the crack and rushed towards Shad. Lilith quickly pulled Shadra back and then stood in front of him. But before Lilith could make a move, a hammer fell from the sky and smashed the monster's head. Nia ate the pie, picked up the hammer with one hand, and said calmly, Be careful, some corrupted creatures move very fast. This scene had obviously happened more than once. Several soldiers came over and skillfully carried the monster's body aside. Well done, Nia. I'll hang you up and whip you when we get home. Shad said excitedly that he was very satisfied with the strength displayed by Nia. Really? Thank you, Your Highness. Nia was also very happy. Apart from fighting, his favorite thing was to be beaten by Shad. The soldiers around were all confused, but they pretended not to hear anything. Maybe this was just some fun thing between His Royal Highness the Prince and Miss Nia? Hannah wondered if she had heard correctly. There was nothing wrong with the tone of their voices, and Nia was very happy, but what the hell was this content? Is this right? The reward given to Nia was just a small episode, and everyone quickly turned their attention to the corrupted rift. Looking at this bottomless cave, Seada was puzzled. What the hell is going on down there? Could it be connected to a magical underground world? We said we were going to travel through the Middle Ages, but here we have witches and monsters, and now there's a corrupted rift. What's going on? At this moment, he saw Hannah out of the corner of his eye. The free girl like the wind was floating in the sky, picking her nose with her green little finger. What are you doing with that pretty face? Wait, wind. Seada suddenly thought of something and said to Hannah, Hannah, you can control the wind, right? If you blow into this cave, you should be able to find out what's going on inside, right? Hannah blinked, her mind still seemingly unresolved, and said blankly, it seems so. Then everyone stepped back and left the stage to Hannah. Hannah hovered above the corrupted rift and gently waved her white arm downwards, sending a breeze into the corrupted rift. Then, Shad saw Hannah frown first. Then her expression turned to surprise, and finally to boredom. I wonder if her expression was as rich as this when she listened to the live broadcast of herself and Lilith. In any case, it seems that Hannah can indeed detect some information through the wind, which makes Shad overjoyed. After Hannah stopped, Shad quickly walked over and the others gathered around. Your Highness, you are so clever. Even I haven't thought of using this ability myself. Hannah looked at Shade in surprise. She had just wanted to give it a try, but she hadn't expected that she could actually use the wind to detect information. Chapter 140, Cleaning the Corrupted Rift, I. Okay, you can be happy anytime you want. Tell me what's down there. Shade asked impatiently. Compared to Hannah's discovery of a new use for her ability, it is now clear that what is inside the corrupted rift is more concerning. The shape of the cave is nothing complicated. It's just a straight hole, about 100 meters long. Although the entrance is very narrow, it's quite wide inside, about the width of 2 princes' heights. There seems to be some liquid at the bottom, Hannah said. Shade nodded. The cave was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, and its shape was not complicated. This was probably why Hannah's expression became bored at the end. It's only about 100 meters deep, so there shouldn't be any sound when the stone falls, right? Seada guessed that the stone must have hit the corrupted monster that just ran out, so there was no sound. Then Hannah frowned, as if recalling what she had just discovered. When the breeze blew over the objects in the cave, corresponding shapes would form in her mind, and through the sounds, she could roughly know the situation inside. The walls inside the cave should also be made of this purple-gray hard rock, because not a single piece of debris falls off when the wind blows through. Seada pinched his chin and thought, those liquids might be the source of corruption. The ground above ground had been corroded into hard rock, not to mention the walls of the cave. What else? Shade asked. Also, there are quite a few corrupted monsters inside. I can tell just by the sounds. These monsters are crawling on the walls. If they weren't blocking my way, I could have explored the terrain much faster. With her eyebrows furrowed slightly, Hannah put her hands on her hips and said angrily. After listening to Hannah, Seada felt a little ashamed. This 100-meter-long vertical cave was filled with countless corrupted monsters. No matter how many small stones he threw in, what came out wasn't the sound of stones hitting the bottom, but a bunch of disgusting monsters. Nothing else. Shad confirmed to Hannah. Nothing else. Hannah nodded. All right. Seada shrugged helplessly. The unknown was still more attractive. After knowing the details of the corrupted rift, he actually found it a bit boring. I originally thought that there would be some interconnected underground caves, a sleeping corrupted boss, or a corrupted artifact, but I didn't expect it to be just an ordinary vertical cave. No wonder Hannah felt bored. It seems that the liquid at the bottom of the cave is the most crucial thing, and the icon on the fog map is probably related to this thing. But, if you want to remove this liquid, you must first clear out all the corrupted monsters in the cave. Thinking about it this way, throwing stones to lure them out one by one seems to be a good idea. Oh, Shade laughed at his own unpretentious thoughts. Although throwing stones is feasible, it takes too long, and he can't wait any longer. If he doesn't take out the liquid from the bottom of the cave today and figure out what the icons on the fog map are, he feels he won't be able to sleep peacefully. So Shade asked, Hannah, how many corrupted monsters are there in the cave? Are there only 100? Hannah tilted her head in thought. There shouldn't be that many, but there are at least 50. My wind detection isn't that accurate, so I don't know the exact number. 50 of them. With 3 witches present and the first army, they should be able to handle them, right? Everyone, do you think it's feasible to deal with so many corrupted creatures at the same time? Although he was anxious, Seada would not let his soldiers sacrifice in vain. He asked, mainly looking at Nia. To be honest, as long as the goddess of war Nia is not exhausted, she should be able to deal with so many corrupted monsters by herself. It's just a matter of time. Your Highness, do you want to drive them all out? Cao said with a somewhat grim expression. No matter what, dealing with more than 50 corrupted monsters at a time was too outrageous. Even with 3 witches, he didn't think it would be foolproof. Well, I want to solve them all at once to avoid any more trouble. Shade didn't deny it. He looked at Iron Axe. But I don't want you to die in vain. If you feel it's unsafe, we can change it to 2 or 3 days. How about killing 20 or 30 a day? Iron Axe tightened his grip on the longbow. He really wanted to meet the prince's expectations and clear out all the monsters in the cave today. But he also felt that dealing with 50 or 60 corrupted monsters at once was a bit too much. It should be no problem to kill them all, but casualties are inevitable. The soldiers of the First Army have undergone long-term training, and each one of them can be said to be extremely valuable. Just as Iron Axe hesitated, Lilith suddenly pointed at the corrupted rift and said, Your Highness, if we both startle the monsters inside at the same time, won't they get stuck at the entrance, as it's so small? This way we only have to deal with 2 or 3 corrupted monsters at a time. After hearing what Lilith said, everyone suddenly understood. Seada slapped his head, wondering how he could have forgotten about this. Because the cave is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, there are so many corrupted creatures inside. But the cave entrance is very narrow, and it is impossible for them to run out all at once, so they don't have to deal with that many monsters at the same time. After being reminded by Lilith, Seada's mind was opened up. We can even release a batch of monsters first, then have Nia block the cave entrance with big rocks, and then release another batch after they've finished killing them and rested. That way there won't be any danger. Everyone nodded and thought this method was good. So the action begins. Move some soldiers back and have them prepare their crossbows and shoot at any time. Nia stretched her shoulders and stood aside holding the hammer. Lilith smeared some venom on all 8 spider legs, with the tips of the legs pointing forward in a fighting stance. Shade was protected by 3 knights who were on high alert and stood at a distance watching. Are you ready? Hannah, who was hanging above the corrupted rift, looked around and asked. Seeing everyone nod, she took a deep breath and swung her slender hand downwards. A fierce gust of wind poured into the corrupted fissure, even making a sharp whistle. The surroundings were also affected by the aftermath of the hurricane. The snowflakes on the ground were blown up, and everyone's clothes were rustling, but everyone stared at the cave entrance, not daring to relax for a moment. When Hannah stopped, nothing happened, but everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm. Sure enough, the next moment, a rustling sound came from the corrupted cracks, as if the ground was shaking. Chapter 141, Cleaning the Corrupted Rift, Part 2. The soldiers surrounding them swallowed and gripped their crossbows tighter. A few months ago, they could never have imagined that they, the civilians, could actually surround the Warcraft's lair and kill. It felt unreal at this moment. Here I come, Hannah warned loudly. The next moment, a humanoid corrupted monster jumped out of the cave and rushed towards Hannah. Hannah waved her hand, and a strong wind pressed the monster to the ground. Nia then hit it on the head with a hammer. The two coordinated very well. Because she had killed many monsters, corrupted creatures, and the like, Nia already had experience in dealing with them. For most corrupted creatures, the most convenient way to kill them is to smash their heads. Free this time. Hannah provides information about the number of monsters by listening to the sounds in the cave. She was suspended in the air, her face flushed with excitement. This way of hunting corrupted creatures was the first time in his life. It's so interesting. The next moment, just as Lilith said, 3 corrupted monsters of different shapes squeezed out of the cave entrance at the same time, and then got stuck. They waved their limbs fiercely, intimidating the people around them, but they didn't pose any threat at all. Puff, puff, puff. The spider legs filled with deadly venom pierced into the bodies of the 3 monsters, and then Lilith pulled them out without changing her expression. Seada looked at this scene in amazement. It's strange to say, Lilith is obviously very scared when she sees strangers, but she is not afraid at all when facing something more terrifying like a corrupted monster. I'm afraid she has social anxiety. A minute later, the 3 corrupted creatures gradually lost their vitality, and black spiderweb patterns gradually appeared where they were stabbed. Then there are 2. Everyone was stunned when they heard Hannah's words. These 3 corpses are still blocking here. How can the monster below come out? Then they quickly saw the answer. A giant sickle like a mantis's arm suddenly pierced through the body of one of the monsters, cutting it in half, and smelly blood splattered. With the gap, the 3 monster corpses fell into the cave, but the next moment they were squeezed out by the 2 monsters that crawled out and fell on the ground beside them like a pile of rotten meat. Oh my god! Shade, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The corrupted monster that crawled out this time was the most outrageous-looking one he had ever seen. It has a bear's body. One hand is a mantis's arm, the other hand is a human arm, and the lower body is half crab and half octopus. It looks like some crazy evil scientist has randomly pieced together the corpses of these animals. It's really embarrassing. Fortunately, there were Nia and Lilith, who worked together and killed it easily. Time passes by every second. The monsters in the cave crawled out one after another. The soldiers shot the monsters that the 3 witches occasionally missed with crossbows. The hunting efficiency was ridiculously high. At this time, the ground next to them was full of monster corpses. During this time, Xiada sent someone back to ask the kitchen to make more food and bring it over. There are only 13 monsters left in the cave. Hannah said excitedly when she had killed about 50 monsters. Because there were so few of them, she could already distinguish the specific number. Let's take a break first. Shad exclaimed. You know, accidents often happen before dawn, and it can be seen that everyone is very tired. So Shade decided to let everyone rest for a while, recuperate, and get rid of the remaining monsters in one go. Upon hearing this, Nia brought a big stone and blocked the corrupt cracks. Now she was really caught in a jar. Just at this time, several servants brought food over, mostly pies, bread, and other easy-to-transport foods. Smelling the aroma of food, Nia's eyes lit up, and she was the first to come over. She stared at the large bags of food, then looked at Xiada, and even her voice became choked. Your Highness. Nia's appearance made Xiada laugh and cry. Eat it, eat it. It's specially prepared for you. Just eat it with your heart's content. Nia is the absolute main force in clearing the corrupt rifts, and no one will be treated unfairly. Your Highness is the best. Upon hearing this, Nia grabbed the 2 large bags and started eating, stuffing whatever was inside into her mouth. As for the remaining bag of food, it was distributed to others. Ordinary people were not as good at eating as Nia, so 1 or 2 cakes or breads per person were enough. After everyone finished eating and rested for a while, Xiada encouraged everyone. Come on everyone, these are the last 13 corrupted monsters. Kill them, and it will be much easier to open up the forest. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. But it is true that after they conquered the corrupted rift, the monsters that came out of the surrounding forest were nothing. Well, let's get started. Xiada looked at Nia, and Nia understood and moved the stone blocking the cave entrance away. Your Highness, can we deal with the remaining 13 monsters at once? Hannah asked. Xiada knew that this guy must have just lost interest in the past 3 minutes. He rolled his eyes and said, The person you should ask is not me, but them. Shad pointed at Nia and the soldiers. He doesn't put in any effort to hunt down the corrupted monsters, so what's the point of asking him? Suddenly pointed at by Xiada, Nia blinked, thought for a moment, and said, If there are only 13 of them, I think there's no problem. Me too. Lilith agreed. The soldiers around them also nodded. The 2 witch ladies thought it was no problem, so of course they had no problem either. After all, they only needed to hunt down the corrupted monsters that the witches missed. Seeing this, Shad said nothing and agreed to Hannah's request. Yeah. Hannah pumped her fist in joy. Then I'm going to get started. After giving a warning, Hannah raised her hands and waved them downwards at the same time. An unprecedented gust of wind instantly poured into the corrupted rift. Looking at Hannah's actions, Xiada was stunned for a moment. Hasna, what are you doing? He didn't expect that Hannah would use this method to get the monsters out of the corrupted rift. But the shape of the cave is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, so something bad will happen if we do this. Really. The next moment, the interior of the cave was filled with a sudden influx of strong winds, and the entire corrupted fissure turned into an air cannon. After the air inside was compressed, it suddenly burst out. One corrupted creature after another was launched like a cannonball, flying more than 10 meters high. The power was so great that even the hard rocks next to the cave entrance were shattered. The soldiers around were stunned, and even Hannah's face was filled with confusion. Looking at the disgusting monsters gushing out and filling the sky, Shade couldn't help but shout in his heart, God of holy light is above. Use the wind to gather them together, Hannah. Xiada shouted hurriedly. If these monsters were allowed to disperse, it would cause a lot of trouble. Hannah came to her senses and followed Shad's orders, controlling the wind to gather the monsters scattered in the air together as much as possible and make them fall down. All soldiers, listen up. Start shooting. Then Shad ordered that while these monsters were unable to move in the air, they should kill as many as possible, which would also reduce the pressure on Lilith and Nia. The soldiers raised their crossbows and started shooting at the monsters in the air. In the end, 6 monsters were hit by arrows. After the monsters landed, Lilith and Nia, who had already eaten her fill, attacked the monsters that were not hit by arrows and ended the battle in no time. From then on, the corrupted rifts were completely cleared. Chapter 142, you can touch it if you want. Phew, it's finally over. I'm so exhausted. After exploring the corrupted rift again and confirming that there were no monsters inside, Hannah flew to Shad and said lazily, "You're still tired. You almost caused a disaster, don't you know?" Shad said angrily. He reached out and grabbed Hannah's ankle. Strangely, Hannah didn't dodge this time. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. You can touch me if you want." Hannah lowered her eyes and bit her lip. "I just wanted to push them out with the wind, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Hannah also knew that she had done something wrong. She had panicked when a bunch of corrupted monsters were sprayed out. If it weren't for Xiada's timely order, she wouldn't know what to do. That's why Hannah didn't dodge and thought it was Shad's punishment. I didn't expect Hannah to be so honest. It seems that although she is a bit naughty, she is still a good person at heart. Besides, everyone is watching us. It's not a good thing to do such a thing, right? Ahem, I'll settle the score with you when I get back. You didn't do it on purpose, so I won't scold you for now. Shade released Hannah's foot. As for why the monsters were ejected, this involves some rather complicated knowledge. I'll teach you when we get back. But next time before you do anything, remember to tell me first. Okay. Hannah's rare serious answer made Shade feel much better about this Wind Witch. In any case, the corrupted monsters in the corrupted rift have finally been cleared out. Shade looked around and saw that the soldiers all had smiles of victory on their faces. After clearing out the horrible monsters in the rift, the remaining monsters were all a group of small Karami. It would become extremely easy to open up the Death Forest. Under Iron Axe's command, some soldiers who had not participated in the battle began to clean up the scene and move the monster corpses to the side. Xiada looked at these monsters with different appearances and thought that he spent so much time and effort to kill them, but in the end there was no spoils. Their corpses could not be wasted. Let's go back and have someone dissect them. The hard teeth, claws, bones, etc. would be great for making weapons. They have built-in corruption effects, which is cool just to think about. What's the point of studying organs, flesh, etc.? If they are useful, keep them. If they are useless, dry them and sell them as jerky to other nobles. As for fur, it can be used to make clothes. Of course, it is impossible to wear the clothes made with this thing yourself, so you have to sell them to other nobles. As the soldiers cleared the battlefield, Shad walked over to the corrupted rift. The next step is how to remove the liquid inside. The safest way, of course, is to hang the bucket with a rope and pump up the liquid inside like drawing water from a well. But at this time, Lilith said, "Your Highness, let me go down and get it." Nia killed a bunch of monsters, while Hannah played a scouting role. Spider-Girl felt that her role in clearing the corrupted rift was minimal and wanted to help out more. But, will there be any danger? No, there are no monsters in there anymore, right? And don't forget my other ability. The spider legs behind Lilith wiggled, demonstrating her rarely used wall-climbing ability. Of course Xiada didn't forget. He still remembered the scene of being carried up the wall by Lilith, but he was still a little worried. "Your Highness, Lilith and I will go down together. I can fly and Lilith can climb walls, so we can look after each other." Hannah also said that this way she could make up for her mistakes. After thinking about it, it shouldn't be a problem if 2 people go down together, and they can also see what the corrupted rift looks like below. Xiada nodded and agreed. Seeing both of them say this, Nia also raised her hand and said, "Your Highness, I also." "Forget it, you've done a great job." Xiada stretched out his hand to interrupt Nia and said, "One of them can fly, and the other can climb walls. Why are you joining in the fun, you idiot? By the way, I'm worried this liquid might have a bad effect on us, so remember not to come into direct contact with it." Shade handed a small porcelain bottle to Lilith and said, "Just use the spider silk to hang the bottle and bring some back. I just want to know what this thing is." "Okay, Your Highness." Lilith took the porcelain bottle. "Also, if you smell anything strange, don't force it, just come out." Shad was worried that there was something like poisonous gas in the cave. "Don't worry about this. I'm here. Even if there's poisonous gas, it won't hurt us." Hannah patted her chest and assured her that the poison gas was nothing in front of her. "Well, anyway, be careful." After Shad finished speaking, Lilith freed her feet and began to move with her 8 spider legs, crawling into the corrupted rift like a real spider, and then Hannah flew in. Standing at the edge of the cave, Shade watched the 2 figures gradually move away until they were completely swallowed by the darkness. Pitch black. It was dark all around. After a few seconds, Lilith gradually adapted to the dark environment and could barely see something. However, this weak vision completely disappeared when it reached a depth of 30 meters. The surroundings became dark and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Hannah, are you there? Completely enveloped in darkness, it would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Every 10 seconds or so, Lilith would ask a question, and Hannah would answer. I'm here. There's a protruding rock about 10 meters below you. Be careful. Floating beside Lilith, Hannah also couldn't see anything, but she could use the wind to detect the surrounding terrain, which was equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes. Feeling each other's presence, both of them felt a sense of security. You won't know until you come down. Even if there is no danger, the further you go down, the greater the mental pressure will be. If a person goes down into such a dark underground cave, he will definitely not be able to bear it. Later on, the two even held hands and walked all the way down. When they went more than 90 meters deep, Hannah and Lilith suddenly felt a faint light, and this light actually came from below. The two looked down, both with incredible expressions on their faces. Looks like we've reached our destination. The liquid at the bottom of the cave emitted a faint lavender light, and the color of the liquid itself was purple-gray as if it had decayed, and as turbid as sewage. In the middle of the liquid, the rainbow colors like oil films alternated in it, which made people feel uncomfortable. Keeping her body above the liquid, Lilith wrapped spider silk around the small porcelain bottle and carefully placed the bottle into the liquid. After filling most of the bottle, she pulled it up and held it in her hand. Feeling the weight in her hand, Lilith said, "This thing is much heavier than water. Whatever happens, I don't want to stay here anymore. Let's go back." Looking at the liquid, Hannah felt her hair stand on end. Lilith responded, and the two began to return to the surface. Chapter 143, Corrupted Essence. After Hannah and Lilith came out, Shad walked over first. "How is it? What's going on down there? Are you guys okay?" His Royal Highness the Prince did not care about the liquid below, but instead focused on their safety first. This action made the two witches feel warm in their hearts. What they didn't know was that in Shad's eyes, they themselves were far more important than the liquid in the corrupted rift. There's nothing down there, just pitch black, which makes people feel a little uncomfortable, Hannah said, shrugging her shoulders. Shad could understand how Hannah felt. He had read on the internet before that even a normal person would suffer from claustrophobia after being in a dark underground cave for a long time, not to mention that this cave was in a gloomy place like the Death Forest. "We are fine, Your Highness. This is the liquid at the bottom of the cave," Lilith said with a smile, then handed the porcelain bottle in her hand to Xiada. Shad took the spider silk from Lilith's hand, put it in front of himself, and took a look into the bottle. In the purple-gray turbid liquid, colors like oil films were intertwined and wriggling, which instantly reminded him of the icon on the fog map. Xiada opened the fog map and compared it, and found that the icon on the fog map represented this liquid. As the only thing with an icon in the Death Forest, and the numerous corrupted creatures in the corrupted rift, it was as if they were guarding this liquid. This liquid must have a very important function. Looking at the liquid in the porcelain bottle, Xiada inexplicably thought of holy water. There were twinkling starlight in that liquid, which was inexplicably similar to this liquid. However, he knew nothing about the liquid in the corrupted fissures. He had to go back and test it thoroughly like he did with the holy water. However, at this moment, a magnificent voice sounded in his mind. Xiada took a deep breath. He didn't expect that this could trigger the Lord Achievement. He quickly focused his attention and listened. To others, Shad just frowned suddenly, as if he was thinking about something. "You plucked out the last festering star from the violet-gray flesh of the fissure." Corrupted source material surged into a demonic tide in the abyss. As the mycelium on the soles of your iron boots began to gnaw at the dungeon bricks, the holy text sealed in the church crypt for 300 years suddenly oozed honey. And has anyone ever warned you that the abyss, before being gazed upon, has already tamed the pupils of all gazers? Lord Achievement, Origin of Corruption, has been achieved. The reward, Location of the Holy Spring, has been distributed. Please check it yourself on the mist map. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Lilith asked in confusion when she noticed Shad's mouth hanging open with a look of shock on his face. No, nothing. I just thought of a possibility about this liquid. Hearing this, Hannah showed an interested expression and slowly floated over. Others also gathered around, wanting to hear what His Royal Highness the Prince had to say. "I named this liquid corruption essence. It is the culprit that causes the spread of corruption." Xiada looked at everyone. This was the information he got from the name of this achievement and the prefix, so it definitely couldn't be wrong. Corrupted Essence is the name of this liquid deep in the corrupted rift. The Origin of corruption means that corruption itself is caused by the source of corruption. Wherever the source of corruption appears, corruption will continue to spread and give rise to various corrupt organisms. And most importantly, the corrupted essence is the opposite of the holy water of the Church of Holy Light. The relationship between the two is probably like that between a witch and a saint. Although Shade has never seen what the saint looks like, he is now certain that witches and saints are absolutely different. Just like holy water and corrupt source, they are fundamentally not the same thing. It is very likely that the corrupt atmosphere caused the appearance of the witch, and the appearance of the saint must be closely related to the holy water, but only the church knows this relationship. The three witches were all shocked by Shade's words. They didn't expect that this disgusting-looking liquid had such a profound origin. As to whether these speculations are true or false, hearing the prince's affirmative tone, the three of them subconsciously took Xiada's words as true. Is this the main reason why the church hunts witches? Lilith frowned and said, if it is true as His Royal Highness said, then the Church of Holy Light has a legitimate reason to hunt witches. Shad nodded, agreeing with Lilith's idea. The sacred and the corrupt are inherently hostile to each other. As for why the Church of Holy Light can stand on the moral high ground, I think it is because witches have monster characteristics and corrupted creatures such as Warcraft, which make them the more evil side no matter how you look at it. But in that case, what about Carol? Henna immediately thought of her old friend in the capital. She asked with a puzzled look on her face. I'm sure she was a witch before, and she also had chameleon characteristics, but she later became an awakened witch by drinking holy water. According to you, she should have been burned to death directly, so why did she survive? This question stumped Xiada, as he didn't know what it was like to awaken a witch. Xiada thought for a moment and asked, Hannah, how do the numbers of saints compare to witches? Very few. If a territory has 100 witches, the number of saints may only be in the single digits. However, the saints are all very powerful, and most of them are a bit unbelievable. The probability that they are so powerful is because their numbers are so small, otherwise they would not be able to compete with the witch. Xiada thought. And the small number means that there are certain conditions to become a saint. At least it is not like a witch, where girls become witches inexplicably. Does it mean that as long as the conditions are met, anyone can become a saint regardless of whether they are a witch or not? What is the difference between a witch becoming a saint and an ordinary saint? Shade found that even though he knew the information about the source of corruption, there was still a lot of information he didn't know. This feeling was really unpleasant. Your Highness, according to what you said, holy water will harm the witch. Does that mean the corrupted essence will also harm the saint? Nia said, pinching her chin, and then she found that the three people were looking at her in surprise. What are you looking at me for? Nia scratched her head and asked in confusion. Nothing. I just didn't expect you to be able to think. Xiada said this. He thought about the first time he met Niao Nyang. She seemed to have said some clever words. Niao Nyang's IQ is really intermittent. Lilith and Hannah also nodded. Hey, what do you mean? I'm just too lazy to use my brain. But that doesn't mean I don't have a brain, okay? Nia said angrily. But it is just as Nia said, the source of corruption is probably the most deadly weapon for the saint. Chapter 144, Digging the Holy Spring. Use this information to attract the attention of the three witches. What surprised Shade so much that he couldn't close his mouth was actually the Lord's reward this time. The location of the Holy Spring. Shade opened the fog map. He looked at this map several times a day, so he noticed the difference between the map and the previous one at a glance. In the Silver Ridge Mountains to the north of the town, an icon that looked very similar to the corrupted source icon appeared. It is also a circle, but the color of this icon is platinum, and there is a star-like light inside. Doesn't it represent holy water? When he first saw the holy spring, he didn't react. Now think about it. Isn't the holy spring just a pool of holy water? Gift crab. If there weren't so many people around, Xiada would have wanted to do a few backflips on the spot. This is holy water, one of the cornerstones of the church. He actually got it just like that. But it seems reasonable when you think about it, because he discovered the source of corruption, so he was rewarded with the location of the holy spring. Similarly, if he discovers the holy spring, the system should reward him with the location of the corrupted essence. But none of this matters. What matters is that with the holy water, he can truly open up the forest of death. You should know that holy water can neutralize the infection of corruption and turn the purple-gray land into normal land. In other words, with the holy spring, the entire death forest will be his territory in the future. As for the land in the Melon Empire, whatever is yours, what I develop is mine. Thinking of this, Xiada's mouth was about to be crooked with smiles. However, There was no way to explain the system rewards to Lilith and the others, so the three witches thought that His Royal Highness the Prince was so happy because he had obtained the source of corruption. After obtaining the source of corruption and discovering the location of the Holy Spring, there was no need to stay in the Death Forest any longer. Xiada ordered Iron Axe to let the soldiers who participated in the battle rest for a while and then continue to expand towards the Yinling River. The only task left for the First Army now is to open up the Yinling River. According to the map, the corrupted rift is only 800 meters away from the Yinling River in a straight line, and it can be reached within about 10 days. When they open up to the Silver Ridge River, they will sprinkle holy water along the river to reduce the danger of corruption. The trade route will be truly opened, and Shade can't wait to see that day come. Yes, Your Highness. Iron Axe responded loudly, and Shade nodded in satisfaction before leading a few others back to the castle. Your Highness, what are we going to do in the mountains? The next day, Shad took Hannah and Lilith, 3 knights, and several strong men from the engineering team and headed towards the location of the Holy Spring. Hannah asked in confusion as she floated in the air, a pickaxe in her hand, fiddling with it. Are we going to dig potatoes again? Adjusting the scarf around his neck, the yellow-haired knight eyes guessed that the last time His Royal Highness the Prince took them to the foot of the mountain was to dig potatoes. Speaking of potatoes, Lilith remembered Shad's peculiar way of planting them. When she went to see it today, potato seedlings had already grown in the place where potatoes were planted. Thinking of Xiada's excited expression at that time, she smiled and asked, Potatoes, Your Highness. How long does it take for that crop to mature? Xiada smiled and said, It will take more than a month. The growth cycle of potatoes is 3 months. Believe me, you will be shocked by how delicious it is when the time comes. So what exactly are we doing in the mountains today? Seeing that the topic was gradually shifting to food, Hannah quickly brought it back. Potatoes and the like are just crops. No matter how delicious they are, how good can they be? What made her even more curious was why His Highness insisted on going into the mountains in the middle of winter. Dig for holy water. Now that he had reached this point, Xiada no longer concealed himself. Holy water? Hannah exclaimed in surprise, then looked puzzled. Is the holy water dug out from the mountain? Your Highness, you. Ka wanted to say something, but nothing came out. He remembered that when he was digging potatoes, His Highness's behavior was also puzzling, but in the end he did find potatoes. What if he could really find holy water this time? But Your Highness, isn't holy water something only available in the church? Isa asked. Xiada was also confused about this question. It seems that the holy spring and the corrupt source are things that appear in nature. If that's the case, why haven't other people discovered the holy water? Could it be that the church could discover the holy water first and take it over? Or are there actually very few holy springs, and the church only owns a few? Unable to figure it out, Xiada answered Isa's question first. No, holy water and corrupted essence are both things that appear in nature. After hearing what Xiada said, the others didn't ask any more questions and continued on their way in silence. It was snowing heavily as a group of people slowly moved towards the top of the mountain along the mountain road. Climbing a mountain on a snowy day is indeed a bit difficult. Your feet will slip from time to time. If Lilith hadn't been by your side, Shad would have probably fallen 5 or 6 times. Fortunately, the mountain where the Holy Spring is located is not high. Compared with the highest peaks in the Silver Ridge Mountains, it is not even a quarter of their height. The top of the mountain is flat, with a large sunken area in the middle, similar to the terrain of a volcanic lake, but there is no water in the lake, but it is filled with snow. This is it. Xiada glanced at the foggy map and saw that the small green that representing their group had overlapped with the holy water icon. Hannah, can you use the wind to clear the snow out of there? No problem. Hannah nodded and flew over Crater Lake as a tornado began to form around her. The snowflakes were blown around Hannah by the strong wind, giving the tornado its shape. When the tornado took shape, it connected heaven and earth, and from afar it looked like a goddess of wind exercising her power. The aftermath of the tornado alone was enough to make everyone unable to stand steadily. Shade could only order everyone to huddle together or hide behind large rocks. Half of Lilith's spider leg grabbed onto Shad's clothes, while the other half was fixed to the rock, thus ensuring their safety. Shad poked his head out and squinted at Hannah and his tornado. This is the elemental witch. Hannah controlled the tornado. Wherever the tornado went, the snow in the lake was blown into the wind, and soon the upper layer of snow in the volcanic lake was cleared away. Then she clapped her hands to disperse the tornado, and all the gathered snowflakes flew down the mountain. I just don't know if it will cause an avalanche. All right, Your Highness, but the snow underneath is compacted. There's nothing I can do. Hannah flew back and said to Shad. Everyone came out from behind the rocks. Several strong men from the engineering team swallowed their saliva and looked at Hannah with surprise on their faces. Such a powerful, which actually works for His Royal Highness the Prince. I saw a huge volcanic lake. The snow inside had been cleared away, leaving only a layer of hard ice and frost at the bottom. You've done well, that's all, Seada said, then carefully went down into the volcanic lake and brought everyone to the center of the volcanic lake. Chapter 145. Oh my god. It's really holy water. Seada looked around. The surrounding environment had not changed at all. All he could see was a layer of white ice. There was no special color and no strange creatures. Perhaps the holy doesn't infect its surroundings like the corrupted does, or perhaps there's some other unknown reason. Seada stepped on the ground with his feet and looked up. He was already at the lowest point of the volcanic lake. Okay, here it is, start digging. Why does saying this make him sound like the captain of an archaeology team? After Shad finished speaking, he took the pickaxe from Kao's hand and, following the tradition he had heard from his senior civil engineer, swung the pickaxe for the first time. Then several strong men from the engineering team came over with pickaxes, swung their arms, and started digging. The pickaxes hit the ground, making a ding-ding-bang-bang sound. Hannah came over with a pickaxe and wanted to chisel a few times, but Shad stopped her. Shade made a gesture to drive Hannah away and said, Go to the side. You and Lilith should stay as far away as possible. The farther the better. When the holy water is dug out later, be careful not to hurt you too. Diluted holy water can make a witch feel weak all over, while most of the holy water dug out from the ground is pure holy water, which will burn if it touches the witch. Originally, this task should have been left to Nia. If Nia did it, she would definitely be able to dig up the holy water quickly. It is also for this reason that only ordinary people can dig it out. Well, just a couple of swings with the pickaxe should be fine, right? Hannah showed a reluctant expression. Although she may lose interest after playing for a few times, she will still feel uncomfortable if she is not allowed to play at all. And Your Highness, how do you know that holy water can be dug out here? Hannah had a puzzled look on her face. I see this place is no different from anywhere else. If there's no holy water, then we've come all this way for nothing. Ahem, I just dreamt this news. Okay, stop talking nonsense and leave now. Seada coughed twice and changed the subject. He got a headache when he thought about not being able to explain what he would get from the system, so he simply said it was something he got in a dream. Dreams were mysterious anyway. All right, Hannah, His Highness is thinking about us too. Let's go. Lilith didn't care whether what Shad said was true or false. She would definitely follow Shad's orders and take Hannah's hand and walk towards the shore. But don't you think it's weird to dig for holy water here? Hannah said as she was pulled by Lilith. Your Highness must have his reasons for doing this. Just trust him, Lilith said with a smile. Is what Your Highness does right. Lilith, you are hopeless. Your Highness will save me. Hannah looked at Lilith speechlessly. This guy was completely hopeless. Lilith, you screamed so loudly last night. Stupid, idiot. What are you talking about? Ha! Hannah flew into the sky while laughing, looking triumphantly at Lilith, who was anxious and angry on the ground. Even if His Royal Highness the Prince doesn't allow her to dig holy water, so what? She has plenty of ways to have fun. Seeing that the two witches had reached the shore, Seada turned around and watched the others continue digging. Because there are only ordinary people, the excavation speed is very slow, and now only the surface has been slightly broken. Your Highness, how deep should we dig? Eyes waved the pickaxe and asked in confusion. Seada said, I don't know, but just keep digging down. Hearing this, Cal felt even more unreliable. Not to mention how holy water could be dug out from this desolate mountain. It's not even clear how deep to dig. If they can't dig out the holy water, do they have to dig through the mountain? Several strong men in the engineering team thought so too. After being in the engineering team for a long time, Brad and Stone would make plans for them in advance for everything they did and use drawings to guide them on what to do next. This habit was clearly passed down from the fourth prince, so why would His Royal Highness the Prince do such a seemingly willful thing at this time? Both the knights and the strong men of the engineering team felt that the behavior of His Royal Highness the fourth prince was very abnormal. However, they all believed that His Royal Highness the Prince had asked them to do this for a reason, so they had no complaints and just kept waving their arms. At this time, Seada also comforted him. Don't worry, if you really can't dig it out, I will let you stop. Although the holy water icon is drawn here, it only determines the plane coordinate axis. If the holy water is really hidden very deep down, they might as well give up. However, Seada felt that since this was a reward given to him by the system, it should not be that difficult to obtain, otherwise what kind of reward would it be? As time passed, the hole the workers dug became deeper and deeper, now about 2 meters deep. Because the rock was so hard, everyone's pickaxes had become blunt. When Locke slammed the ground with another pickaxe, a small piece of rock flew off, and a small stream of transparent liquid flowed out from the crack below. Locke squatted down and took a curious look, then turned back and said to Shade, "Your Highness, it seems like we really found something. Where is it?" Upon hearing this, Shad, who was almost frozen into a muggle, hurried over, and the others also stopped and looked at Locke. Seeing the gushing liquid with little starlight, Xiada said excitedly, "This is it. This is the holy water. Quick, carve this place." Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around, each with a pickaxe, digging the small gap from which water was leaking bigger and bigger. The holy water started to slowly emerge and then started to flow out. When Cow smashed a key rock, everyone even felt the ground shaking, just like when they lured monsters into the corrupted rift. Realizing something, Shade shouted, "Run! Lilith, do you think His Highness and the others can dig up the holy water? It's been so long. So boring. Why don't we go down and take a look?" By the volcanic lake, Hannah had already started making a snowman out of boredom, while Lilith stared at Shad intently. Just as Hannah was about to complain again, Lilith suddenly said, "Hannah, look," His Highness and the others suddenly ran back. Did we really find holy water? No way. Stop messing around." Although she didn't say it, she didn't believe from the beginning that holy water could be found here. If holy water could really be dug up here, then the Pope of the Church of Holy Light would simply be given to His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. Hannah quickly flew over and looked into the pit. I saw Xiada and the others running back desperately. Not long after, a huge fountain suddenly rose behind them. The water in the fountain is bright, like a sky full of stars gushing out from the ground. Originally due to the weather, the surrounding environment was gloomy, but now it was as bright as day under the starlight. Hannah was stunned. Her mouth opened into an O shape. Oh my God, it really is holy water. Chapter 146, God of Holy Light, Lord of Corruption? In the end, Xiada and his group were unable to outrun the holy water that was rising into the sky, and everyone was more or less soaked. Fortunately, the holy water only causes harm to witches and has no negative effect on ordinary people. Instead, it can heal injuries. Running to the shore, seeing the two witches standing there in a daze, Shade said loudly, "Lilith, Hannah, stay away from us." They were covered in holy water, and it would be troublesome if it accidentally splashed on the two of them and caught fire. After all, he didn't know what would happen if the pure holy water came into contact with the witch, and whether the burning flames could be extinguished. Then he instructed everyone, "Dry yourself quickly." Not caring about the cold weather, everyone immediately took off their clothes and pants and wrung them dry. "Your Highness, what should I do with my hair?" I shook his head uncomfortably. Xiada looked over and laughed out loud. "Who are you, brother?" The originally flowing yellow hair was stuck to Iza's forehead, and he looked like a drowned chicken. Compared with the original Iza, he seemed like a completely different person. At this time, Hannah hovered 10 meters above everyone and asked loudly, "Your Highness, do you need me to help you dry it?" Xiada was stunned. "Oh, yes, you can let Hannah control the wind to help dry them. But the weather is already so cold, and if the wind blows, these people will definitely catch a cold. With such backward medical conditions, even the smallest illness can be fatal." So Shad asked Hannah, "Can you control the temperature of the wind?" "Cannot." Hannah shook her head. If she could control the temperature, she would not be called the Wind Witch, but the Temperature Witch. "Oh, forget it." Xiada was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered that although Hannah couldn't control the temperature, they could create hot air. Shad ordered everyone to pick up some firewood, and then asked Cow to light it with a flint. After the firewood burned, he continued to add firewood. The fire burned brighter and brighter, and Shade asked everyone to gather around the campfire to keep warm. At the same time, let Hannah control the hot air flow above the flame and slowly rotate it around everyone, so as to achieve 360-degree drying without dead angles. This feeling is so comfortable. Iza showed an expression of enjoyment. He didn't expect there was such a method. He could feel the warm air from head to toe, which was extremely comfortable. Others also enjoyed this feeling. They didn't expect the witch's ability to be so convenient. "Thank you, Miss Hannah." After one person thanked Hannah, the others followed suit. Hannah scratched her head and said embarrassedly, "No, it's all thanks to His Royal Highness. If it weren't for His Royal Highness, I wouldn't have come up with this idea." "That's right. Long live His Royal Highness the Prince. Long live His Royal Highness the Prince." Everyone shouted happily, and the strong men from the engineering team were especially happy. For them, today was a truly wonderful day. They followed His Royal Highness the Prince to climb the Silver Ridge Mountains in the heavy snow, dug up the holy water that they had previously regarded as a divine object and shone with starlight, and finally enjoyed the drying service of Miss Wind Witch. Now they can brag to their friends when they go back. Just bragging. We have contributed to the excavation of the holy water, and we have also enjoyed the service of Miss Witch. I just want to ask you, have you enjoyed it? After everyone was completely dried, Shad felt relieved and allowed Lilith and Hannah to approach. Then everyone stood on the shore and looked into the lake. At this time, the holy water fountain in the center has disappeared, replaced by a holy spring. The holy water almost covers the entire volcanic lake, and its scale is jaw-dropping. And these are all pure holy water. The starlight inside was very dense, much brighter than the holy water that he had snatched from Einstein and kept for safekeeping. From a distance, the entire holy spring does not look like a lake, but rather like a lake filled with pearls or diamonds, glittering and shining. Oh my God! Xiaoda was amazed at the holy water. With such a large amount of holy water, he doubted that he would be able to use it all in his lifetime. This is simply unbelievable. Looking at the glittering lake water, the usually serious Ka's eyes widened. This is holy water, the most important thing in the church. How could they dig it out as easily as digging potatoes? Is this correct? Whether it's potatoes or various inventions in the past, they can all be attributed to the prince's intelligence. But I dreamed that there was holy water here, and then I actually dug up holy water here. Isn't that too outrageous? Ka swallowed his saliva and couldn't help asking, Your Highness, could it be that the one who told you in your dream that there is holy water here is the god of holy light? Iza rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, Could it be that your Highness received an oracle from the god of light in a dream? Are you actually the son of light chosen by the god of light? Go to hell. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. Xiada curled his lips and said, What's the point of talking about the holy light? I even found the source of corruption. Could it be that I am the Lord of Corruption? The Lord of Corruption. The two glanced at Lilith and Hannah. His Highness already supports 4 witches, so it seems that this is not impossible, but they dare not say it out loud. Don't listen to the church's nonsense. The facts are right before us. Whether it's holy water or corrupted essence, they are just things that already exist in nature. Witches, saints, holy water, and corrupt essences are not inherently good or bad. It's just that the church owns the holy water and saints, so they say witches are evil and corrupt essences are evil. It's their hearts that are crooked. Shade pointed at Lilith and Hannah and said, You've seen the truth. The witches have helped us so much. As long as they are used properly, they can exert the right power. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Cao had a deep reflection in his heart. Now it seems that His Royal Highness the 4th Prince was right. From now on, he will no longer be hostile to these witches from the beginning. I understand, Ka said, looking down, and the others responded. After this series of events, they will get angry with anyone who says witches are evil. Facing everyone's performance, Xiada nodded with satisfaction. That's right. We must believe in science. Your Highness, what is science? Iza looked at Xiada in confusion. Didn't I tell you? Xiada scratched his head. Forget it. This is too complicated to explain. Anyway, remember this. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Everyone nodded, not quite understanding what was said. Feeling a warmth on his arm, Shad looked down and saw Lilith was already on his hand. The little spider lady looked up at him, her eyes full of stars, which was more moving than the holy spring in front of her. Everyone looked away tactfully. However, at this moment, Hannah, the light bulb, flew over and asked loudly, Your Highness, this is the second time you've said something like this. Is the god of science really that powerful? Chapter 147. It's fun only when it's lit. He asked everyone except the witch to fill a large porcelain bottle with holy water, and then Shade led everyone out of the holy spring and began to return to the outpost town. I didn't let the monster girls hold the porcelain bottle to collect holy water, mainly because I was afraid that the holy water would spill on them. Having said that, holy water will burn when it touches the witch, but he has no way to experiment how it burns. Xiada glanced at Lilith and Hannah. What if the burning couldn't be stopped? Wouldn't he be torn apart? At this time, Lilith interrupted Shad's thoughts. The little spider lady looked back at the top of the mountain and asked softly, Your Highness, it's not a good idea to leave something as important as the holy spring lying there like this. Holy water is a divine object. Even if it is diluted, it must be guarded by layers of security when placed in the holy light church, let alone this lake of pure holy water. Xiada frowned, and his face became a little sad. Of course, he had thought about this. I know, Lilith. I will send 2 or 3 soldiers to guard the holy spring later. Although the number of people is a bit small, it is better than nothing. He certainly knew how important this lake of pure holy water was. It was so important that if handled properly, he could even use the holy spring to impact the status of the church, not to mention that holy water was also a deadly weapon against corruption. However, the town has too few people, and the first army has only 56 people so far. It's not that Xiada hasn't thought about recruiting another batch of soldiers, but the current food reserves can no longer support him to support another batch of full-time soldiers. For a small town with only a total of more than 1,000 people, 56 full-time soldiers is already the limit. Anyway, in the middle of winter, no one should discover this remote holy spring, right? Xiada sighed and thought to himself that this was a helpless move. Although on the surface, it is the monopoly of Card Fortress that restricts the development of the outpost town, there are only two factors that directly restrict the development of the town, namely food and population. Your Highness, I can come to check on the holy spring every day. Seeing Shad's embarrassment, Hannah spoke up. For her, flying over every day to take a look was just a simple matter. Please. Shad smiled, and Hannah rarely showed her understanding side. Noticing Hannah's chest puffed out and her nose almost turned up to the sky, Shad added, I hope you won't be too impulsive this time. Hannah's originally upright body deflated like a popped balloon. Looking at Shad's dissatisfied expression, she said angrily, Holy water is such an important thing. I won't be so enthusiastic after just 3 minutes. Yes. Xiada replied perfunctorily, and Lilith also covered her mouth and chuckled. The atmosphere in the team seemed very happy. Night. Shad realized he was wrong. If the holy spring is left there unattended, big problems will definitely arise. Looking from the study window towards the Silver Ridge Mountains, I saw that the top of the mountain where the holy spring was located was glowing, as if someone was holding an open-air concert there, and the dark sky was much brighter. Nima, this is too bright. Xiada complained that he didn't expect that pure holy water would emit such a conspicuous light. If someone came nearby, wouldn't they be able to see what was happening on the mountain at a glance? No, we have to send an engineering team up there. Xiada thought to himself, at least cover the holy spring with cloth or something to block out some of the light, and then build a super large arched building there later. What should he call it? The Cathedral of Qinshan Town, etc. Looking at the bright light on the mountain, Xiada suddenly thought of something. He ordered someone to bring a jar of pure holy water that had just been brought back today. After the servant came over with a jar of holy water, Shad looked inside and found that the holy water inside was indeed emitting light. Although it is not as bright as the holy spring on the mountain, it is still about the same as a candle, and the holy water emits white light. If we replace the porcelain bottle with a glass bottle, can we use it directly as a light bulb? If the people of the Holy Light Church knew that the fourth prince was going to use pure holy water as a light bulb, they would definitely spit out blood. But Xiada, a pragmatist, doesn't care about all that. Since the holy water can glow, then just be a light bulb for me. Anyway, he has a whole lake of pure holy water, which he can never use up. Xiada ordered someone to bring a crystal bottle. Since this world did not have the technology to make glass, they could only use a slightly turbid glass bottle. Xiada carefully poured the holy water into the white crystal bottle. The pure holy water sparkling with starlight combined with the white crystal emitted a bright light, like a white lantern, which was very beautiful. Under the illumination of the white lanterns, the whole room instantly lit up. Looking at the white lantern on the table, Xiada suddenly felt a little touched. He had thought that turning night into day would be impossible until he had access to electricity in the technology tree, but he hadn't expected that pure holy water would grant him this wish. In the dormitory, Lilith, who had just finished taking a shower, had been waiting in bed for a long time. She deliberately lay where Shad usually lay, breathing evenly. When she heard the sound of the door opening, Spider-Girl's heart trembled. She quickly moved to the other side and looked towards the door with anticipation and shyness. Then she was blinded by the bright light. I saw Xiada walking and holding a glowing bottle. Lilith half covered her body with her little hands clutching the quilt, and asked softly, Your Highness, what is that? I discovered that pure holy water glows and would be great for making a lamp, Shad explained. So I poured it into a crystal bottle to use as a bulb. What is a lamp? Another word I've never heard before, Lilith thought. In the past, His Royal Highness the Prince often used words that she didn't understand, such as concrete and crossbow. A lamp is something that can make the night as bright as day, Shade said with a smile. Then Shad asked Lilith to use spider silk to hang the crystal bottle and stick it to the ceiling, and the whole room became bright in an instant. That's great. Xiada was very satisfied, as if he had regained the feeling of his previous life. Since coming into this world, he has been going to bed at around 8 or 9 o'clock every day, which is too unhealthy. The reason is that the environment is too dark. But Lilith didn't think so. The sudden brightness of the entire room did give her a refreshing feeling, but when she thought about what she was going to do next, the little spider girl felt inexplicably ashamed. Why would just a slight brightening make her so nervous? Your Highness, isn't this too bright? Lilith clutched the quilt. She probably understood that if it was this bright, she and His Highness would be able to see each other clearly. When she thought of this, Lilith's face instantly turned red. Why are you shy? Lilith now looks like a cute little apple, making people want to eat it in one bite. Shad licked his lips. What's the point of it being dark? It's fun only when it's bright. Chapter 148, Testing Holy Water and Corrupted Essence. The next morning, Shad stood by the window and stretched. It's another refreshing and hopeful day. With the blessing of the holy water lamp, the joy I felt last night was simply beyond measure. After exchanging a morning kiss with Lilith and collecting the venom as usual, Shad got dressed and went to the backyard of the castle. Chief Knight Cow has been waiting here for a long time. Your Highness, what you requested is ready. Shade walked over and saw 2 jars, a chicken and a rabbit on the ground. He felt a little strange. Why did this scene look so familiar? Oh, I remember now. It was the same as before. We were testing Lilith's venom. He was going to test holy water and corrupted source matter today, but he was missing an experimental animal today, the cow. The main reason is that using cows for testing is a bit too wasteful. After the last test, no one else could eat animals infected with the spiderweb charm. Fortunately, Lilith was immune to her own venom, so almost all of those animals were eaten by Lilith alone. Therefore, there are no cows in this test. In addition, there were several more bystanders in this test. Your Highness, you seem to be about to do something interesting? Hannah, dressed in white, flew over and looked at the things in the yard curiously. Not long after, Lilith, who was dressed neatly, also came to watch. However, her experience last night was so exciting that she blushed whenever she saw Xiada. Well, let's test the holy water and corrupted essence to see what effects they have. Shad picked up the holy water first. Shad basically heard all the information about holy water from Einstein. What is known is that holy water has a special attack effect on corrupted creatures and can heal injuries of ordinary creatures. Let Cow hold the chicken's wings, and Shad used a knife to cut a small cut on the chicken. The chicken immediately cried out in pain and struggled. Xiada poured holy water on the chicken's wound and saw that the wound, which was torn into pieces, healed immediately at a speed visible to the naked eye and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. It's amazing, Lilith exclaimed softly. Xiada was also surprised. He remembered that when Einstein used holy water to treat civilians before, the effect was not so good. He thought it was because the concentration of his holy water was not high, so the treatment effect was also reduced. Next is the corrupted element. When testing the corrupted source material, don't let Cow hold the chicken. It would be terrible if something unexpected happened. After having Lilith wrap the chicken's feet and wings with spider silk to prevent it from moving, Shad poured the source of corruption on the chicken. After initially letting Lilith and Hannah get the source of corruption, Shad ordered the first army to use ropes and buckets to bring back a few more cans of source of corruption. Although he didn't know what they were used for, it was always a good idea to have more in stock. When the source of corruption fell on the surface of the chicken, strange things happened. The places that came into contact with it instantly turned purple-gray. Then, the purple-gray color spread instantly on the chicken's skin like ink falling into water and enveloped the entire chicken at a rapid speed. At first, the chicken was struggling and crowing, but when its head was infected, it drooped down. Ew, that's disgusting. Hannah rubbed her hands together, goosebumps already covering her fair skin. Xiada had anticipated this result. This is probably the infection process of corruption. The land, plants, and animals in the dead forest are all infected this way. Based on the information we have, the infection process isn't actually that fast. It's just that the corruption essence is so powerful that the infection is spreading incredibly fast. Shad frowned. Holy water heals mobs, while corrupted essence turns them into corrupted mobs. From this perspective, holy water is indeed on the side of justice. Everyone stared at the chicken, which had turned purple-gray. After a while, a boil appeared on the chicken's back. As the boil squirmed, a crack suddenly opened up on it, and smelly pus flowed out. At the same time, a scarlet eyeball inside the abscess rolled around a few times, staring straight at Xiada and others. The chicken has completely turned into a monster and began to struggle frantically. Shade frowned and took a few steps back. If Lilith's spider silk hadn't been tough enough, the corrupted chicken would have jumped up and pecked him a few times. Your Highness, do you want me to kill it? Lilith stood in front of Shade, looked at the corrupted chicken, and said viciously that as long as Shade gave the order, she could stab it into a sieve in an instant. No, it's just a good opportunity to test the effect of pure holy water on monsters. Shad put his hand on Lilith's shoulder to calm her down. He was just worried about not having any living corrupted creatures to test with, and now is just the right time. Walking in front of the corrupted chicken, Shade slowly tilted the jar and poured out only a drop of holy water, which fell on the corrupted chicken. The next moment, the sudden burst of fire startled Shad. He quickly took 2 steps back and saw that an unreasonable platinum flame had ignited where the holy water fell. Xiaoda had never seen fire of this color, not even in his previous life. The platinum flames were dotted with starlight, brilliant and dazzling, as if it was really, as Einstein said, a purifying flame that could purify all evil in the world. While the sacred fire was still burning, Shade quickly conducted several other experiments. He poured water on it, but was unable to put out the sacred fire. Neither could he use soil. It seemed that the burning conditions of the sacred fire were different from those of ordinary flames. If it were an ordinary flame, it could be extinguished by using water or isolating it from oxygen, but the holy fire could not be extinguished. Afterwards, Shade successfully extinguished the holy fire with the source of corruption, and the diluted source of corruption also worked. So, once the holy fire is burning, only the corruption essence can extinguish it. Through this experiment, this conclusion is obvious. However, although the sacred fire was finally extinguished, the corrupted chicken with a big hole burned in it was already dead. Finally, Shad walked up to another rabbit and poured a drop of corrupted essence on it. The decay just now was so fast that the chicken was completely decayed in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for another experiment. Purple-gray color spread across the rabbit's body. Before the corruption spread to the rabbit's entire body, Shade quickly poured another drop of holy water on it. The result was equally surprising. The process of corruption was actually stopped. The holy water did not burn, but turned into starlight surrounding a purple-gray edge, and the corruption on the rabbit no longer spread. Corruption and holiness. 2 forces confront each other, and neither can gain the upper hand. This balance was broken only after Shade poured another drop of holy water on it. The corrupted part was gradually eaten away by the starlight and finally disappeared, and the rabbit returned to its original normal state. Xiaoda was delighted. Just as he thought, holy water can save him before the corruption completely spreads to the whole body. This means that everyone working in the Death Forest has a guarantee. Chapter 149, Let's Test It on the Ground. Xiaoda was excited. Possessing both the holy spring and the source of corruption, this meant that whether dealing with the saint of the church or the corrupted monsters, he had corresponding deadly weapons. I just didn't know what effect the source of corruption would have on the witches. Shade looked at Hannah. Hannah-chan, would you like to help me test the effect of the corruption essence on witches? Looking at the rotten chicken that had been burned to death, Hannah swallowed her saliva, not even caring about the strange suffix. She covered her chest with her hands, looking like a forced good girl. Can I refuse? What if I get turned into a corpse? You've been corrupted into a witch, so I guess that's not the case. Shad smiled kindly and approached Hannah step by step. Don't worry. I used corrupted essence diluted with water. Even if something does happen, there's diluted holy water to neutralize it. At most, I'll just feel weak all over, just like before. It would have been fine if Shade hadn't said anything, but as soon as he did, Hannah remembered the scene of herself being held in Shade's arms, and a blush suddenly appeared on her face. I understand. Don't come over. I'll test it for you. Hannah descended from the air, her snow-white toes with a healthy pink hue lightly stepping on the grass. She didn't want to fall from the air again like before. Hannah came up to Shade, glanced into the jar with a look of disgust, then reluctantly put her index finger in, muttering, "If anything happens, you must save me." Xiaoda had an expectant expression on his face. "Don't worry, I'll do what I say." Lilith, standing by, felt a little regretful, wondering why His Highness didn't let her take the test. Little did he know that it was because Spider-Man suffered a lot when he tested the power of holy water last time, that Shade wanted to change someone else to deal with it. After Hannah dipped her finger into the diluted, corrupted essence, nothing seemed to happen. She was still standing there, not losing her strength like she had touched the holy water, nor was she infected by corruption, but her brows gradually frowned. How is it? How does the corrupted essence affect you? Hannah didn't say anything, and suddenly a strong wind broke out with her as the center. Shad was startled and would have been blown over if Lilith hadn't caught him with her spider legs in time. "Hannah, what are you doing? You almost blew His Highness down." After the wind died down, Lilith put her hands on her hips and stood in front of Shad like an old hen protecting her chicks, questioning Hannah. After a few seconds of silence, Hannah's pretty face formed an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I just wanted to blow a gentle breeze, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I'm fine, Lilith." Shade comforted Lilith, then looked at Hannah and said angrily, "Didn't I tell you to tell me before you do anything? You'll have to add 2 more days for not closing the windows." Hannah looked angry. "Are you addicted to leaving the windows open? Damn it. Just because Xiada didn't close the windows at night, she hasn't slept well for several days. Hannah raised her hands and said, I protest. Protests are useless. Ignoring Hannah's protests, Shad asked, is this the effect of the corrupted essence? Does it make the witch's power stronger? As you can see, after I came into contact with the corrupted essence, I felt a sudden surge of strength in my body. Then, when I used my abilities, I discovered they were much more powerful than before. It's a fact that I can't sleep at night, Hannah said dejectedly. Like a stimulant. Listening to Hannah's description, Shad muttered to himself that not only would witches not be corrupted by the corruption source, but they could gain strength from it. This was as if the corruption source was the witch's exclusive stimulant. What are stimulants? A drug that can significantly increase human physical strength is not a good thing. Shade answered casually. However, the side effects of stimulants are very serious. Will the corrupt source also have side effects? Thinking of this, Xiada asked again, does it have any negative effects? At this time, Hannah had already taken her finger out of the corrupted essence. After summoning the wind a few more times to experience it, she said to Shade, it doesn't seem to have any negative effects, but it might just have no effect on elemental witches. If plant and animal witches use corruption essence, it should aggravate their corruption. Hannah said seriously, her words were not groundless. After all, the source of corruption is the source of corruption, so it is reasonable that it will accelerate the witch's corruption process. So serious? After hearing what Hannah said, Shade gave up the idea of letting Lilith test it as well. In addition, Shad felt that the corrupted source actually had certain side effects on Hannah, but they just couldn't see it now. He didn't believe that there were any drugs without side effects. Xiada looked at the corrupted source in his hand in surprise. This thing was something that consumed the witch's lifespan and was used to explode. Unless it was absolutely necessary, witches should not use it. The individual tests on holy water and corrupted essence are almost complete, and the next step is the part that Shade is most looking forward to. It is known that diluted holy water can turn corrupted land back into normal land. So what interesting things will happen when the pure holy water, which is the source of holiness, and the corrupt source substance, which is the source of corruption, come into contact with each other? Shade was like a mad scientist, with a smile that anyone could see as perverted. He picked up 2 bottles containing corrupted source essence and pure holy water and slowly approached. Just as the 2 bottles were not far from each other, and before Xiada poured out the bottles, his hand stopped. Looking at the reaction that had appeared on the bottle, Shade really didn't have the courage to hold the bottle in his hand and pour the holy water or corrupted essence into another bottle. I saw a white steam appear above the 2 bottles. Your Highness, why did the white fog appear? Did you do anything? Lilith and Hannah looked curious at this miraculous phenomenon. Shade swallowed hard. No, I just moved the 2 bottles closer together. Xiada thought about how when he used holy water to transform the corrupted soil back into normal soil, white steam was also produced, just like the neutralization reaction of 2 opposite substances in chemistry. And now, just the aura produced by the 2 substances will produce white steam when they come together. If the holy water was poured directly into the corrupt source, he couldn't imagine how violent the reaction would be. Thinking of this, Xiada quickly separated the bottles in his hands. For safety, let's test it on the ground. A moment. The various experimental operating specifications in the chemical laboratory and the various laboratory explosion scenes in the news once again flooded into Xiada's mind, making his eyes clearer. The experiment was not standardized, and the relatives shed tears. Hannah, Lilith, remember, no matter what experiment you do, it must be scientific and rigorous. Chapter 150 Superstition, Science. It is noticed that the contact between corrupted source matter and pure holy water may produce a dangerous and violent reaction, just like some dangerous chemical experiments. Shad placed the small bottle of pure holy water on the ground, and then asked Cow to break off a longer branch from the tree nearby. The main reason for choosing holy water is that holy water will not cause any harm if it falls to the ground. But if the source of corruption falls to the ground, it will infect the surrounding environment. If his castle is infected by corruption, then it will be the end of him. Your Highness, is it necessary to be so cautious? Ka came back with a branch and looked at Shad's actions in confusion. The 2 bottles are only the size of a palm. Even if it is dangerous, how dangerous can it be? Can the 2 liquids explode if put together? Of course it's necessary. When it comes to unknown things, you can never be too cautious. After Shade finished speaking, he handed the bottle to Cow. Come, use the branch to dip some corruption source, then place it on the holy water and drip a drop in. For safety reasons, Shad decided not to do the experiment himself, so he decided to let Cow do it. Cow was wearing thicker clothes. Remember to stay away, the farther the better. Finished. Shad took Lilith and retreated 5 meters. Hannah also flew higher and looked at Ka expectantly. Although she didn't know why Seada was so cautious, it was always right to follow Seada. Looking at the actions of the 3 people, Kao curled his lips in disdain. He wouldn't be scared by such a little thing. Kao followed Shad's order and touched the corrupted source with a branch. The front end of the branch brought up some corrupted source and was immediately corrupted into purple-gray. Then Ka placed the branch over the holy water bottle without hesitation. The corrupted source material gathered at the front end of the branch, condensed into water droplets and fell into the holy water bottle. A drop of corrupted essence, plus a palm-sized bottle of holy water. Kao really didn't know what was so scary about this thing. The fights between thugs on the street were more interesting than this. Rubbing his eyebrows with his other hand, Ka yawned and was about to turn around to look at His Royal Highness the Prince when a loud noise suddenly sounded. Because he was the closest, Ka was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and the branch in his hand fell to the ground because he didn't hold it firmly. Subconsciously believing that such a sound could not possibly be produced by holy water and corrupted essence, Kao had already grasped the hilt of his sword with one hand, and subconsciously wanted to shout, "Your Highness, be careful." But he looked back. I saw that the small porcelain bottle that was originally standing on the ground had been blown to pieces and flew everywhere. Some pieces even flew onto my armor and made a tinkling sound. A platinum-colored flame sparkling with starlight ignited on the ground nearby, mixed with a hint of purple-gray. When the purple-gray in the flame was completely swallowed up by the platinum, the fire gradually died down and finally went out. Obviously, the explosion was caused by the corrupted essence and holy water. It's going to explode. Seada walked over with a look of surprise, first poured diluted holy water on the front end of the branch that fell to the ground, then carefully checked the nearby ground, and only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that there was no corruption. Ka said to Shade with a bitter face, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. If he hadn't held the branch firmly, the holy water wouldn't have been wasted." Seada waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. After all, you didn't know that these 2 things would explode when they collided. Anyone would be scared by such a loud noise all of a sudden. Ka looked at the fragments on the ground and swallowed, feeling a little regretful. Since following His Royal Highness the 4th Prince, hasn't he witnessed enough incredible things? No matter how unreasonable something is, it is possible for it to happen around His Highness, but he actually did not believe in His Highness's judgment. Cal thought that he had to reflect on it carefully when he returned. Lilith looked at Shad with admiration. "Your Highness, how do you know that putting holy water and corrupted essence together will cause an explosion?" Obviously, these 2 things are new to His Royal Highness the Prince, so why does he know that putting them together will cause an explosion? Do you have the ability to predict the future? Unexpectedly, something so interesting would happen. Hannah slowly circled around Shad, her face full of curiosity. She felt more and more that the 4th Prince was not like a human being. Could he really be a witch, a devil? The world's first demon man? Otherwise, how to explain all these novel gadgets and all kinds of strange knowledge he brought? Amused by the 2 people's reactions, Shade said with a smile, "How could I possibly predict it? It's just a scientific inference. Corrupted essence and pure holy water, these 2 things will produce steam just by being near each other, so I think it would be very dangerous if they collided. I just don't know if it would explode, burn, or glow." Seada was also surprised to see the explosion. Unexpectedly, before he even took out the gunpowder, he got another formula for the explosion. Just a drop of corrupted essence falling into the holy water will cause an explosion of this magnitude. If it is a whole bottle or more, I can't imagine how powerful it will be. Wouldn't it be no different from dynamite? Such an explosion is powerful enough to be used as a weapon. But isn't it a bit of a waste to use the sacred and corrupted origins in this way? Science. You've mentioned science many times. Are you really that superstitious about science? Hannah spread her hands. She still didn't know what Shad meant by science. Is it scientific to invent bricks and know that holy water and corrupted essence will explode? Moreover, the 4th Prince seemed to be very obsessed with science, which really made her confused. Superstition? Science? Ha. How did you put these 2 words together? Xiaoda laughed. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? Hannah asked with a frown. Of course there is a problem. Shad stopped laughing and explained to Hannah seriously. The core of scientific methodology is falsifiability, which means that every theory contains the possibility of self-disconfirmation. This is completely opposite to the superstitious nature of refusing to question. Let me think about it. The relationship between these 2 words is like that between corrupted essence and pure holy water. Oh, I don't understand. Hannah shook her head, and her eyes became much clearer. Lilith also frowned, thinking carefully about the meaning of Shad's words. Xiada shook his head helplessly. If you don't understand, then don't understand. Just follow me and learn from me, and you will slowly understand. His scientific thinking was developed after more than 10 years of study, so it is obviously unrealistic to expect them to understand it in a short period of time. But is it really true that no one in Qianxin Town understands the meaning of science? Xiada thought that might not be the case. After all, there were a few smart people here, such as the bishop of a certain church. Thinking of this, Shade said to Hannah and Lilith, Estin and I will also talk about science then, and you can come and listen. Okay. The two women responded at the same time. Xiada nodded. Well, clean up and let's go back to eat. There was a faint smile on Xiada's face. When he thought about what he was going to do next, he couldn't help laughing. After testing holy water and corrupted essence, I roughly understood the relationship between holiness and corruption. It's time to incite a bishop of the Holy Light Church to rebel. Chapter 151, Einstein's Nightmare. The next day, after breakfast, Lilith and Nia went to their respective work, so Shad took the idle Hannah to the town church. Ever since Einstein saw Lilith and Nia fainted last time, he hasn't come to teach the army for several days. This good-natured bishop from the Holy Light Church must have been greatly shocked. Moreover, Shad heard that Einstein had not even left the church in the past few days. Oh my God, how could such a kind-hearted bishop become like this? Xiada is kind-hearted and can't bear to see Einstein continue to sink into depravity. It just so happened that the holy spring was dug out these few days. Shad felt that based on the existing facts, he should be able to convince Einstein and lead him away from the brainwashing of the church. Your Highness, why do you have to incite the bishop of the Holy Light Church to rebel? Why not just kill him directly? He is the only member of the church in this town anyway. Hannah gave a sinister smile and stroked her neck with her fair arm. In her opinion, this was much easier than inciting rebellion. That's wrong. The town is short of manpower right now. How can we waste a talent like Einstein? Shad shook his finger at Hannah. And I dare say that Einstein is definitely different from the bishop of the Holy Light Church you imagined. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so optimistic about him. Hannah scratched her head in confusion, the breeze making her white hair flutter gently. She had indeed never met the only bishop of Qinshao Town. But what difference could there be? Aren't all bishops of the Holy Light Church the same? They appear pious and upright, but behind the scenes they indulge in extravagance and debauchery, relying on the money they swindled to enjoy themselves. Boy, this is already a stereotype. Shad thought strangely, but for most church bishops, this stereotype seemed to be correct. Anyway, you'll understand what I mean when you meet Einstein. Maybe. After that, the two continued walking towards the church. I don't know if Hannah did it on purpose. Xiada found that her two white, well-proportioned and slender legs were always swaying in front of him. Estin, you are honest and kind, loyal to the holy light. Always follow the teachings, and lend a helping hand to the weak. I have high hopes for you. In the magnificent hall, Einstein knelt on the ground, looking at the figure at the top of the stairs, which was wrapped in dazzling light, his face full of piety and excitement. God of light, I just did some insignificant things. Einstein felt extremely honored to be praised by the God of light himself. My Lord Bishop, save me. Suddenly hearing a sound, Einstein turned his head and saw a child with a childish face about to be attacked by a ferocious monster. Estienne suddenly became anxious and ran towards the child without thinking. Run! However, there was no time, and the monster's bloody mouth was about to bite the child's head. Sudden, a spider with a human head crawled out, killed the monster, and saved the child. Einstein was startled and fell to the ground. He knew that the person in front of him was an evil witch. Estin the witch. Hearing the sound, Einstein turned around and found that the figure on the stairs actually walked down. Is the God of Holy Light going to deal with the witch? 2. After all, witches are more evil than monsters. How could the God of Light tolerate a witch appearing before him? However, the child who was rescued stood in front of the spider and cried out, "She saved me, whoa." When he looked back, Einstein discovered that the one favored by the light was not the God of Holy Light, but His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. The witch walked up to His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, who caressed the witch's head affectionately. Then he turned around and stared at her. Estin, do you really think witches are evil? Einstein was trembling all over. He knew that his breathing was too heavy to be that of a normal person. Suddenly, he felt something sticky on his body. He looked down and found that he was not wearing a robe, but a pile of spider silk. Sticky spider silk crawled up his neck and entangled his hands and feet. Einstein felt like he was about to suffocate. More and more witches appeared behind the pillars of the hall. They surrounded the fourth prince, staring at him with empty eyes, and kept repeating, "Why are you hunting us? We just look different." What did we do wrong? We did something wrong. Who? Ah. Einstein opened his eyes suddenly, and what came into view was the familiar ceiling. A slightly moldy and humid air rushed into his nostrils, and the smell made Einstein breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just a dream. As soon as this thought came to mind, Einstein refuted himself. No, it's not a dream. There really is a witch around the fourth prince. Einstein sat up from the bed with a bitter face, and only then did he realize that his upper body was soaked. It's so cold, but I'm sweating so much. Einstein stood up and walked to the bucket, splashing cold water on his face. Ever since he learned that the fourth prince was keeping a witch, and that even the religious robes, the robes that the prince gave him, were made by a witch, he had nightmares like this every day. The contents of the dreams were different, but every time a witch would appear to question him. Are witches really evil? Why does the church hunt witches? If there was a mirror, Einstein would find how haggard he looked, with dull eyes, dark circles under his eyes, and his overall mental state was extremely poor. Einstein looked at the wall. The robe that His Highness had given him was still hanging there, neatly laid out. Sitting at the table, I looked at the parchment on the table filled with teaching content, some of which were written just yesterday. Today, I won't go either. Einstein struggled for a while and made the same choice as a few days ago. He knew he was just running away. For a long time, the Holy Light Church that raised him told him that witches would bring disaster and were the embodiment of evil, and he had also heard many evil stories about witches. Logically speaking, he should have immediately persuaded His Royal Highness the Prince to repent and then suggested that he execute the witch. If he did not listen, he should have spread the news and let the church handle the matter. But he had witnessed with his own eyes that the outpost town had become better and better under the leadership of the four princes and the help of the witch. He could even feel that the townspeople's attitude towards the witch was getting better and better, and words praising the witch were often heard in the tavern. Two completely opposite situations were entangled and confronted in his mind. Who is right and who is wrong? He can't tell the difference. He really can't tell the difference. Einstein didn't know how to face the four princes and those witches. I simply buried my head like an ostrich and didn't go to class to avoid a face-to-face encounter with His Royal Highness the Prince. After taking out a robe from the cabinet and putting it on, Einstein came to the hall and began today's prayer facing the statue of the God of Light. But no matter what, he couldn't concentrate like before. When he looked at the God of Light, he would always think of the witch. Bang! At this moment, the church door was opened. Chapter 152, as you can see, pure holy water. Call. Einstein breathed a sigh of relief. Although I no longer teach the army, I still have to do my job and help the people solve their problems. Einstein straightened his clothes, forced a smile on his face, turned around and asked, "How can I help you?" "Hey, Einstein, I heard you haven't been to class these days." Einstein was stunned. When he pushed open the church door, the figure with the light behind him was none other than the fourth prince, the person he least wanted to face. I didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Prince would come to see him in person. Einstein suddenly felt confused. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when suddenly a figure flew out from behind His Royal Highness the Prince. Yes, it flew out. "Are you Bishop Einstein?" Hannah looked Einstein up and down. "He looks like an ordinary man. But compared to other bishops I've met, his eyes are a little clearer and he has an untainted beauty. Is this why you are so optimistic about him?" Hannah crossed her arms over her chest and analyzed the situation to herself, but Shad ignored her. Seeing Hannah floating in the air, which was out of character, with a whirlwind around her, Einstein was startled and fell to the ground. He asked in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, who is she?" As you can see, Hannah is a witch who recently joined Outpost Town. Xiaoda walked up to Einstein and joked, "It seems like you're feeling much better now. At least, you won't faint when you see a witch anymore, right?" Einstein gave a wry smile. Yes, he found that he was not surprised at all that a new witch appeared beside His Royal Highness the Prince. His eyes lingered on Einstein's dark circles for a moment, and Shade said, "It seems that you haven't had a good rest these days. Is there something on your mind?" Einstein swallowed and glanced at Hannah, who was hanging in the air. Isn't the reason obvious enough? Einstein dared not speak out his anger, but guessed in his heart. Could it be that His Royal Highness the Prince brought the witch to him today specifically to humiliate him? I am the Bishop of the Holy Light Church, and His Highness is clearly on the side of the witch. Does he want to kill me to silence me? Thinking of this, Einstein felt that it would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. However, he thought about the past and felt that, no, the fourth prince is a good man, and he doesn't need to do this. Eston, do you think witches are really evil? Seeing that Einstein didn't speak for a long time, Shad squinted his eyes and looked at the statue of the God of Light behind him. In the Church of the Holy Light Church, saying these words to the statue of the God of Holy Light, I feel, a little inexplicably excited. What's going on? Your Highness, What His Royal Highness the Prince said was exactly the same as what he had heard in his dream. Einstein pursed his lips, and the expression on his face became more bitter. Come with me. Shaking his head, Seada left 3 words and turned away with Hannah. Although Einstein didn't know where His Royal Highness the Prince was taking him, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and followed. Your Highness, what are we doing up the mountain? As they walked along the mountain road, Einstein glanced at the fully armed Ka and shrank his neck. Could it be that the prince wanted to kill him in the mountains to silence him? Otherwise, why would he go up the mountain in the middle of winter? Shad did not answer Einstein's question, but asked, Einstein, where do you think the holy water comes from? The god of holy light bestowed upon the Church of Holy Light. Einstein was stunned before he finished speaking. His Highness had asked him this question before, and His Highness had been dismissive of the answer at that time. In this case, Your Highness asks again, what is the purpose? At this time, Shade asked again, do you think the Holy Light Church is the only one that possesses holy water? Of course, this is the symbol of the Holy Light Church. Only the Holy Light Church has holy water. Einstein replied immediately. He wasn't sure about the previous question, but there was no doubt about this one. Hannah burst out laughing, and after Shad glared at her, she covered her mouth. Seeing this, Cal thought about all the sad things in his life, and then he barely suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to turn up. Your Highness the Prince is so bad. How could the 2 people who knew Seada's purpose hold back from laughing when they heard this conversation? Einstein was bewildered. Am I wrong? What's so funny about this? Eston. While chatting and laughing, everyone had already reached the top of the mountain. Einstein heard Shade say, take a few deep breaths. You may feel dizzy from what you're about to hear. This is normal. After hearing these confusing words, the volcanic lake on the top of the mountain gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Einstein was quickly attracted by the light. He turned his head and looked. When he saw what was in the lake, hoo. Einstein's breathing became heavy. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and the church necklace on his neck made a ringing sound while shaking. Don't get excited, take a deep breath. Seeing this, Seada quickly said, come, do it with me. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. It would be really troublesome if Einstein fainted here. Seeing this scene, Hannah couldn't help laughing any longer and flew to the side, holding her stomach. Your Highness is treating the Holy Light Bishop as a melon. After taking a few deep breaths following Shad's guidance, Einstein finally calmed down. But at this time his face was flushed, and he pointed at the holy spring with trembling hands. He looked at Seada with an expression of confusion and could not speak clearly. Your Highness. Seada stretched out his hand to interrupt Einstein. By the time he finished speaking, the daylily had gone cold. He explained directly. As you can see, pure holy water, we dug it out of the ground with Hannah's help. Digging out from the ground. These words exploded in Einstein's mind like thunder. How could the great holy water be dug out from the ground? Although he didn't know the source of the holy water, this child's play way of obtaining it still surprised Einstein. Also, there's this. Shade showed Einstein another porcelain vase. What's this? Looking at the liquid in the bottle, Einstein only felt a strong, evil smell. The corruption essence was also obtained from the forest of death with the help of the witch. Shade explained, it is the culprit that causes corruption to spread, the source of all corruption. Your Highness, where did you get this information? Einstein didn't understand. It is obvious that the 4th prince does not have any great scholars around him, and his territory is the most remote and desolate outpost town. Why does he always do such incredible things? The holy water dug out, the corrupted essence obtained from the forest of death. Could it be that the church's long-standing teachings are really wrong? Einstein's trust in the church had long been fractured, and now the fracture had widened. It's simple, just trust the science. At this time, Seada shrugged and said easily, keep your doubts, then test them through practice, and finally make reasonable guesses. It's that simple. Chapter 153. The world is not black and white. Science. Einstein murmured. It was not the first time he heard this word from His Royal Highness the Prince. Your Highness, may I ask, is the god of science more powerful than the god of holy light? Einstein swallowed and asked cautiously. Hearing this, Hannah also flew back to see how Shad would respond. The god of science. Hearing this, Shade shook his head in disgust. Oh, my good bishop, people who believe in science don't believe in God. No, they don't believe in God completely. Seada braked in time. After all, whether there were gods in this world was still an unknown to him. In this case, we cannot reject it outright, but must remain skeptical. Don't believe in God. Einstein was confused. He had heard of other churches, and everyone believed in different gods, but he had never heard of a sect that did not believe in God. And if you don't believe in God, then where should you place your faith and how should you define your code of conduct? In his opinion, people without faith are like rootless duckweed and walking corpses. Your Highness, everything is normal at the Holy Spring. As he spoke, 2 soldiers ran over and saluted Seada, reporting at the same time. They are the ones guarding the Holy Spring. Seada came here not only to take Einstein to see the Holy Spring, but also to inspect it. Very good. If anyone strange approaches, warn them first. If they don't listen, kill them without mercy. The importance of pure holy water is self-evident, which is why Shade gave this order. At the same time, in order to prevent theft, 2 guards were replaced every 3 days. Soldiers from the First Army took turns to garrison and were inspected when they returned. In fact, for the soldiers of the First Army, guarding the Holy Spring is easier than developing the Death Forest. Yes. The 2 soldiers raised their crossbows. A deadly poison arrow was enough to deal with most people with bad intentions. Shade nodded and looked to the other side. Next to the Holy Spring, several members of the engineering team were busy laying the foundation, with many bricks and lime powder piled nearby. These are houses built for the station's soldiers, and various daily necessities will be transported up here later. Apart from clearing the forest, the only places where the able-bodied men in the town could go were brick factories, cement factories, apprentice craftsmen, and engineering teams. However, most of them went to the first 2 factories, and the latter 2 required relatively smart people. Even so, the number of engineering teams is steadily increasing, so there are enough people to work in the mountains. Once the house is built, the construction team will begin work on the plan to cover up the Holy Spring. The main thing is to use the harder ancient Roman concrete to cast stone pillars in the Holy Spring. Then they covered it with a large piece of cloth sewn by the textile workers, completely covering the Holy Spring. Seeing Seada, the engineering team members stopped their work and greeted Seada. Seada nodded and said a few words of encouragement, and the engineering team members immediately became full of energy. Seeing the disciplined soldiers and the magical bricks and lime, Einstein was amazed again. This is also the reason why he is so conflicted. Under the leadership of the 4th Prince, Qianshao Town is indeed moving towards a better tomorrow. This is consistent with the goal of the Church of Holy Light, which is to give people a better life. But the fact that he kept witches was something the Church absolutely could not tolerate. Is it science that allows the 4th Prince to do this? Einstein hesitated for a moment and asked, Your Highness, what is science? Seada was stunned for a moment. This question stumped him. After thinking for a while, he expressed his understanding. Science is a method of exploring and understanding the world, a continuous cycle of observation, hypothesis, prediction, experiment, and revision. I don't believe in God because I don't easily believe what others tell me. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Through scientific methods, I can verify whether it is true or not. In other words, seeing is believing. Seada spread his hands and said, Actually, this is something humans are born with. For example, Einstein, isn't the inner conflict you're experiencing right now caused by the inconsistency between what the Church taught you and what you've witnessed? The Church says witches are evil and nothing good ever comes of them. But you've seen that Outpost Town is getting better and better with the witches' help. No one's been hurt, and there haven't been any disasters. So, isn't that why you're doubting what you learned? Shad's words touched Einstein's heart directly. He felt that His Royal Highness the Prince was like a worm in his stomach. Hannah listened quietly on the side, looking at Shad with some emotion in her eyes. These words showed that His Royal Highness the 4th Prince really didn't hate these witches from the bottom of his heart. She used to think that there should be a few weirdos like the 4th Prince in the world, but now she feels that Seada is absolutely unique in the world. Even Osmi Howard, the astrologer who also doesn't hate witches, doesn't have the same noble state of mind as the 4th Prince. Ask yourself, Easton, are all the people in the Church of Holy Light good people? Perhaps the Church's original intentions were good, but in recent years, the dirty deeds within the Church have probably spread even faster than corruption, haven't they? The truth cut as hard as a knife to make the crack in Einstein's heart even bigger. Shad continued to use cruel words to hit Einstein's heart directly. With the blessing of joy and encouragement, the damage caused by these words was even stronger than that of a physical sword. Einstein's eyes quickly dimmed. He thought of the common people who were driven out of the church because they had no money to see a doctor, of the bishop who dragged the little boy into the confessional under the pretext of curing his illness, and of the bishop who appeared pious and loyal but secretly had affairs with a bunch of noble daughters. Seeing Einstein's expression as if he had eaten fly shit, Shade said jokingly, "See, you know it yourself, don't you?" "Yes, Your Highness, you are right." Einstein clenched his fists, then loosened them weakly. He asked dejectedly. Your Highness, so what the church did was wrong. Shade shook his head and said, No, no, no. Einstein, what I want to say is that this world is not black and white, right or wrong. There are good people in the church who stick to their creed, and there are bad people who are greedy for pleasure. In some cases, they can be the same person. I believe the same is true for witches. There are good witches who are willing to help us develop our territory, and there are bad witches who are determined to wipe out humanity. Good and bad are just different perspectives, different angles from which we look at things. After listening to what Shade said, Einstein fell into a long period of thinking. Xiao was not in a hurry and gave him enough time. He was not speaking nonsense. The secret of subversion was not to deny it completely, but to give a little guidance so that the other party could realize the dark side of his original environment and thus have serious doubts. Then such doubts would take root in his heart and become increasingly difficult to suppress, until finally, he would destroy his own ideas with his own hands. To conquer the enemy without fighting, the best way is to attack their hearts. Of course, the prerequisite for doing so is material foundation. The Church of Holy Light is so corrupt that it's hard to describe. An outpost is really thriving. Chapter 154, I want to quit the Holy Light Church and join the Church of Scientology. After a while, Einstein breathed a sigh of relief and said to Shade, Your Highness, I may have thought it through. What have you figured out? Xiao looked at him with interest. Einstein swallowed his saliva and said, Perhaps His Holiness the Pope, some saints, and archbishops still maintain the original intention of the church, but most of the bishops scattered to various regions have already deviated from the original purpose of the Holy Light Church. Xiao folded his hands over his chest and nodded. That's true. Otherwise, a kind-hearted person like you wouldn't be sent to a remote outpost town. Einstein felt touched that his persistence was noticed by His Royal Highness the Prince, but he didn't know that Xia had him under his thumb. Expressing approval of him as a person in opposition to his original environment can greatly increase his trust in himself. But Your Highness, what should I do? Einstein showed a worried expression. I can't change the situation of the church alone, and I can't do anything about the attitude of the witches. You have to ask yourself, put aside all other factors, think about what you want to do, and ask your own heart. Xiao said that this move seemed to give the other party the power of choice, but in fact he had been guided by his previous words, and the choices he made would be limited to a certain range. Ask your heart. After thinking for a moment with his brows furrowed, Einstein said to Shade, Your Highness, I will help you conceal the fact that there is a witch around you. These words shocked Shad. He didn't expect Einstein to be so direct. You should know that concealing the news about the witch is a capital crime for the Holy Light Bishop, enough to get the whole family executed. So you don't hate witches anymore? Shade asked, raising an eyebrow, and Hannah looked at Einstein in surprise. A bishop of the Holy Light Church could so easily let go of his prejudice against witches and even take the initiative to help conceal the news? Isn't that right? Is what His Highness said so useful? Einstein nodded, looked at Hannah, and said, Well, the witches have helped the development of Outpost Town and have never done anything bad. So I think they are kind people and should not be punished or hunted. This was also the conclusion he came to after looking directly into his inner thoughts. If the witch was hunted down simply because she had power and looked different from ordinary people, it would be too unreasonable. Although he couldn't change the church's attitude towards witches, he could change his own attitude towards witches and live in peace with them. So you want to quit the Holy Light Church? Shade asked expectantly. He originally thought that Einstein was willing to protect the witch and was ready to leave the church, but Einstein frowned and said in a tangled tone, I don't know, Your Highness. I think the church still has a good side. I don't know what to do. Could you please give me some advice? Einstein subconsciously sought Shad's help. In his opinion, the intelligent fourth prince would definitely be able to give him a satisfactory answer. Let me give you some advice. I'll be more than welcome. Xiao could feel that the rebellion was almost accomplished. He thought for a moment, with a faint smile on his face, and gave his suggestion. In fact, the method is very simple. There are 3 paths to choose from. The first is, if you think the current church is bad, then work hard to improve yourself, become pope, and then reform it from top to bottom, turning the corrupt church into a truly good church that serves the country and the people. However, this method is a bit difficult. Einstein thought about it and felt that it was unrealistic. He was just a small bishop in a remote town. He might never have the chance to become the pope in his lifetime. Secondly, if you can't fight, can you hide? It's not just people in the church who can do good things. You can quit the church, stop getting involved in its dirty business, and then be a good person, seeking only inner fulfillment. While it may seem like escapism, personally, I think it's a good choice. Einstein's eyes lit up. Yes, Can't I do good things just because I'm not a bishop? Even if he quit the church, he could still heal the townspeople and provide them with help, which was what he wanted to do. But in this way, I can only take care of a small number of people around me. Einstein still felt that it was not very good. Seeing that Einstein was happy at first and then frowned slightly, Seada nodded with satisfaction. He grinned and said the last option. The last one is to start a new business. Einstein was a little confused. What does it mean to start anew? Shade explained, since the Holy Light Church is already so deplorable, why continue to be entangled with it? You can quit the church, learn a more advanced system of thought, and then vigorously promote it, so that the people, the nobles, and even some church members like you will accept this ideology. In this way, you can strike at the church and replace it with new ideas to lead people to a better life. In other words, launch an ideological revolution. Bang, bang, bang. Einstein could hear his heart beating violently. The first time he heard the term ideological revolution, he was deeply shocked by it. He had never thought that there was such a way to attack the church at the ideological level. But is there any concept more advanced than the church's superficial idea of God loves the world? Science. These two words popped up almost immediately in Einstein's mind. Observe, hypothesis, practice, and revise. After understanding this set of ideas, he found that the ideas of the Holy Light Church were misleading no matter how he looked at them. The God of Light. Where is he? Witches are evil? Damn evil. The Pope can hear oracles? He's talking in his sleep, right? Einstein discovered that from a scientific perspective, none of these problems could be explained. However, as His Royal Highness the Prince said, one cannot deny everything and must remain skeptical. At least for now, he felt that science was much more advanced than the ideas of the Church of Holy Light. Einstein felt that he had found the answer and said to Shade excitedly, Your Highness, I understand. I want to quit the Holy Light Church and join the Church of Scientology. As for promoting scientific ideas, Einstein felt that with the support of the Fourth Prince, it might not be impossible. Look, you're wrong again. Shade shook his head. Science is not a church, nor will it establish a church. Science is science. It is our way of observing the world. But I understand you. After all, you have believed in God for the first half of your life. It will take time to change. Shade thought for a moment and said to Einstein, If you must believe in something, then believe in yourself. Believe in the facts you see. Believe in the laws you have summarized. Believe that knowledge is power and can change everything. Chapter 155 Great Science. Seeing that Einstein had become a scientific form, Shad was very pleased. His words were well worth the effort. He couldn't fool the well-informed modern people, but wouldn't it be easy for him to fool these medieval bumpkins? None of the three options he gave mentioned science, but Cutestan thought of science first because of the series of preparations he had made before. Hiss. Henna gasped as she watched Einstein gradually transform from a holy light bishop into a mad scientist. Your Highness, isn't this really brainwashing? It feels almost like mind control. What has happened to the bishop? Although she no longer felt cold after becoming a wind witch, her arms were still covered with goosebumps. Henna looked at Shade in surprise. Although His Royal Highness the Prince is not a witch, I feel that he is even scarier than a witch. Henna scratched her head with her green fingers. Fortunately, she didn't quite understand what the prince said, otherwise she would have been brainwashed too. Henna looked at Ka and found that he also remained calm, so she asked curiously, Mr. Cow, don't you have any thoughts on the science His Royal Highness is talking about? Ka had never expected that the witch would take the initiative to talk to him. He shook his head and said with a resolute look, I don't understand, and there's no need to understand. I just need to protect His Royal Highness the Prince's safety. Henna shrugged. You're too loyal. It seems that only Estienne understands His Royal Highness's words most deeply. From this point of view, this bishop is indeed quite smart, and it is no wonder that His Royal Highness likes him. Henna looked at Easton, who nodded and said to Shade, I understand, Your Highness. From now on, I will not wear the robes or necklaces of the Holy Light Church. However, my residence is the church. Einstein said in confusion, and Shade interrupted him. It doesn't matter. Science doesn't require these things. After all, without those additional concepts, the robe is just clothes, the necklace is just an ornament, and the church is just a larger house. As long as you have science in your heart, it will be fine. As the saying goes, my heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is just. Einstein was shocked. You know, the Church of Holy Light has various requirements on the words and deeds of its members. Then he became excited. What is pattern and what is advanced? This is advanced thinking, and this is the concept that can lead the people to a better tomorrow. The matter had been dealt with. Seeing that it was getting late and time for lunch, Seada and his three companions began to return to the outpost town. On the way, Einstein felt a little emotional. He was completely different when he went up the mountain and when he came down. After being enlightened by the prince's words, he felt refreshed and much more energetic. Your Highness, I still know too little about science. Could you please teach me more? Seada smiled and said, just learn knowledge. The more you learn, the less you will realize. Then you will feel your own insignificance and the greatness of nature. But don't be afraid. Keep exploring and keep moving forward. Einstein nodded. He had been loyal to the church in the past, partly because he liked the knowledge that only church members could learn. It was no exaggeration to say that ever since he first witnessed the corruption of the church, his love for knowledge had surpassed his love for the church itself. How about this? I'll first tell you some simple knowledge and the corresponding scientific experiments, and you can try them yourself when you get back. Shade and Einstein talked about several experiments that are simple and easy to do even in this era. Einstein listened with great interest and was in high spirits. He couldn't wait to go back and experiment. At this moment, a familiar voice appeared in Seada's mind. Okay, there are rewards for turning church members against you, right? Seada's eyes lit up, and he listened to the system's report with anticipation. For the 7th time, the mathematician who burned the holy light cannon during morning prayers used a convex lens to sear the Pythagorean theorem onto the sacred statue. As the bishop's eyes swept over the function chart, he suddenly realized that the god of holy light could be measured to the exact degree using a logarithmic ruler. And did you know that when the first scientific experiment replaces the sacred flame of candles and is lit, great ideas will be spread far and wide along with the white paper? The Lord's achievement, turning enemies into friends, has been achieved. The reward, improved papermaking, has been issued. Please check it in your mind. The next moment, the knowledge about improved papermaking technique entered Seada's mind. Seada was naturally overjoyed. After all, this world still used parchment or paper made from other animal skins. There is paper made from plants. For example, there is a kind of paper made from plants in the royal capital, but the fibers of that paper are unevenly distributed, making it difficult to write on. The papermaking technique provided by the system is similar to Kai Luan's papermaking technique, or even more powerful than Kai Luan's. It can produce paper with a smooth surface and greatly reduce the cost of papermaking. This is one of the 4 great inventions. How could Seada not be happy? More importantly, the system specifically told him that this papermaking technique could use the bark of the gloomy wood as raw material. That is to say, the large amount of spooky wood in the death forest, in addition to being used as firewood and making low-quality furniture, has another important use. Coupled with the impact of the emergence of this cheap paper, Seada was so happy that his mouth was about to burst with laughter. The harvest of this trip was really rich. Not only did he successfully persuade Einstein to defect, but he also obtained the art of papermaking, a skill that is considered a magical tool in cultural propaganda. Before they parted, Einstein asked Shade, Your Highness, I will be back to teach the army tonight. Also, when will the school open? It'll probably be 2 or 3 days. Anyway, you should get ready first. Besides, one teacher isn't enough. I'll find some businessmen to help you when the time comes. The school has been built a long time ago and will be put into use in a few days after it is completely completed. Now that papermaking technology has been invented, Seada thought that he could start preparing teaching textbooks and the like. Is the spread of ideas finally about to begin? Seada took a deep breath. His current goal was far more than just breaking the trade blockade. Night. In the church, Einstein placed a piece of parchment with a small hole in it in front of the candle. When he saw the inverted image of flames appear on the wall behind it, he felt excited. This is the principle of pinhole imaging. Then he placed a wooden stick at an angle in the water and observed it carefully with a candle. He saw that the stick seemed to be broken and bent at the water surface, but it was straight again when he took it out. This is the refraction of light. Your Highness said it's true. Einstein couldn't help but wonder why this was happening, especially the pinhole imaging. When he first heard about it, he didn't believe it at all. After all, the inverted image was too unreasonable. But after verifying it through his own experiments, Einstein was convinced, and his curiosity and thirst for knowledge were completely aroused. Your Highness said that this is just the simplest part of optics. Besides optics, there are also acoustics, electricity, and mechanics. Einstein was like a door to a new world, and he said with deep emotion, Great science. Next to it, the statue of the god of light stood there quietly. Chapter 156, Holy Water Watering the Ground. The next day, the pure holy water that Seada and others dug out with great difficulty, not so much, was officially put into use in the Death Forest development plan. Seada had the holy water diluted with water and distributed to the civilians participating in the development, asking them to start from the edge of the Death Forest and water the holy water all the way along the development road. Of course, Seada came to the conclusion on how much water to add for dilution after repeated experiments. When the ratio of holy water to water is 1:11, it is just enough to restore the corrupted land at the edge of the forest to normal land, which can save a lot of holy water. Pure holy water is a very precious thing after all, and it cannot be wasted, right? Of course, as we go deeper into the death forest, the degree of corruption becomes more and more serious and the color becomes darker, so this ratio will definitely need to be adjusted. The task was not complicated, so Shad handed it over to the experienced Stone and Brad, who used the same method when they discovered the best ratio of limestone and ancient Roman concrete. Also, because it was winter, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, and the snow needed to be shoveled clean before pouring the holy water. It sounds troublesome, but what do these tasks have to do with him as a lord? He just had to assign the task, then sleep soundly in the warm big bed in the castle, holding Lilith in his arms, and then go to inspect it when the time came. After turning Einstein against the government, there is no need to rush to complete other things. Just proceed step by step. Certainly, just because Seada doesn't care doesn't mean the townspeople of Chinsen Town aren't curious. Whether it is pure holy water or corruption, it is inconceivable to them. Therefore, when the pioneers cleared the snow and watered the corrupted land with diluted holy water, many curious townspeople gathered around, and even more people could be seen coming in from the town. Hurry up. I heard that His Royal Highness is going to use holy water to restore the land. What if I can't see it later? For them, this kind of thing is a spice in their poor life. Even if it is a small novelty, they don't mind joining in the fun. When they saw the beautiful holy water poured on the purple-gray ground, a burst of white steam came out, and then the land turned back to its original khaki color. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Oh my God, it actually turned back. It's amazing. The holy water can actually restore the death forest to its original state. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The church's holy water actually has this effect. As expected of His Royal Highness the Prince, he can even do such a thing. Seeing these inexplicable magical phenomena, everyone subconsciously attributed them to His Royal Highness the Prince. After all, almost all the surprising things that happened to them during this period were caused by His Royal Highness the Prince. At this time, the middle-aged man watering the flowers looked at everyone with a smug look in his excitement. You don't know, the holy water His Highness gave me is much more beautiful than the holy water in my hand now. It's filled with dense starlight, just like the starry sky at night. It's only because of the addition of water that it has become what it is now, with only a tiny bit of light inside. The crowds watching imagined what the pure holy water looked like, and were surprised again. Speaking of which, to restore the death forest, a lot of holy water would be needed. Where did all this holy water come from? Could it be that Bishop Einstein gave it to His Royal Highness the Prince? Who knows, but it probably wasn't given by Bishop Einstein. His church is too small, and there's no place to store holy water. Of course they couldn't know. The holy spring has been classified as top secret by Seada. Anyone who has been there cannot reveal its existence at will, not even to their family members. But more importantly, it must be kept secret from outsiders, and the news of the holy spring cannot be spread to other territories. At least for now, if the church knows about it, they will be in trouble. His Royal Highness the Prince used holy water to take back the hateful death forest bit by bit. This matter will definitely become the most popular thing in the town in the near future. Everyone will mention it when chatting with others after dinner, and praise the great fourth prince. In the tavern, businessmen have a much deeper understanding of this matter than ordinary people. God knows where His Royal Highness got so much holy water. We don't have a cathedral here. The businessman with a mustache said this exaggeratedly. Pure holy water, for example, is something that only the church of each archbishop can possess. Where did His Royal Highness get it from? Could he be secretly connected to the Archbishop of Card Church? The other man took a sip of wine and spoke drunkenly. Tavern owner Bull smacked his lips in dissatisfaction as he heard their conversation gradually turn towards a dangerous direction. You'd better not talk about this topic anymore. I don't want my tavern to be targeted by His Royal Highness the Prince because of you. Well, that's true. Besides, there are two of His Royal Highness's spies here. Ha! Hearing this, everyone looked at Peter and Mike who were sitting together. Ever since the two joined the fourth prince's army, an invisible barrier gradually developed between them and other merchants. To be more specific, they were no longer from the same world. By the way, Mike and Peter, haven't you been helping with the town's government affairs recently? Do you have any useful information to share? Although they did not join the outpost town, they were also very interested in this town that was developing rapidly under the leadership of His Royal Highness the Prince. It would be great if they could get some useful information from the two of them. Of course, how could Mike and Peter, two senior businessmen, not know what their colleagues were thinking? That won't do. Those are all confidential information of Outpost Town. How can I tell you, irrelevant people? Peter shook his head and said frankly, then left the tavern. He thought it would be better to go home and listen to his wife Ivy express her admiration for His Royal Highness the Prince than to be teased by these disgusting guys here. Have you become His Royal Highness's lackeys so quickly? Cut off the old shackles of the past, and today I know who I am? But after just a few days in Outpost Town, how could he change his attitude so quickly? Seeing Peter leave, the other businessmen looked at Mike. Whatever you say, Mike said lightly, then turned his head and drank alone, no longer paying attention to the crowd. These idiots had no idea what they had missed. Apart from the two textile machines, he had learned a lot more eye-opening things while helping to handle the town's government affairs. Only then did he realize how bright the future of Chinsen Town was. Population census, First Army training mode, building material upgrades. From these seemingly unrelated things, Mike vaguely realized that His Royal Highness the Prince had a broader ambition, and it was definitely not as simple as just opening up a trade route. Chapter 157 Papermaking. The next morning, Mike got dressed and went to help Clint with government affairs as usual. When they arrived at the castle, they spent most of their time handling the town's affairs in the castle because there was no separate office. However, he heard from Lord Clint that His Highness planned to build a separate city hall as their office location. Thinking that this city hall must be made of bricks and lime mortar, Mike felt a little excited. Entering the castle and coming to the room where Clint was working, Mike knocked on the door. Come in. Mike walked into the room and saw His Royal Highness's Minister of State, Lord Clint, sitting at the table, frowning and writing furiously. He looked like this every time he came, as if he never took a break. Master Clint, what do you need me to do today? Mike walked up to Clint and asked. Before this, he had assisted Clint in completing the work of counting the sales of several stores such as clothing stores and bakeries, and the results were quite satisfactory. It is said that it was these statistical tasks that suddenly increased Lord Clint's workload a lot, so he had to ask for help. Mike soon realized that these statistics were collected in order to strengthen control over the territory. Oh, it's Mike. Clint took the time to look up at Mike. He had the same evaluation as Shad. Among the three people who came to help, Mike was the smartest. Clint felt that as long as Mike did not have any ulterior motives, he might be able to be trained as his deputy in the future. After thinking for a moment, Clint said to Mike, I don't have any work for you right now, but His Royal Highness the Prince seems to be inventing something new and needs someone to help record it. You can go in my place. Mike was stunned for a moment. Invent something new? Clint nodded. It seems to be papermaking? Papermaking. With doubts in his mind, Mike found Shad and others busy working next to the brick kiln. As he got closer, Mike discovered that there were two witches beside His Highness who could fly and were as strong as bulls. No, there were three witches. Mike was surprised to find that there was a witch with a human body and a fish tail in the Yinling River. He thought that the witch should be Mr. Stone's daughter Momo, right? Your Highness, Lord Clint sent me to assist you. Mike walked up to Shad and said, You've come just in time. Shadi glanced at Mike. You should know what we are doing, right? I heard Lord Clint say that he was making paper. Your Highness, are you going to make new parchment? Mike replied that due to the high demands of His Royal Highness the Prince, the paper in the castle was indeed consumed very quickly, and if new paper was not made, it might not even survive the winter. No, I want to invent a new method of making paper, using plant materials instead of animal materials. Similar to vine paper? Mike frowned and said that the only paper he knew of that was made from plants was vine paper. Seattle was stunned for a moment before he realized that Tunlaw paper was the kind of paper made from plants in the royal capital. Excuse me, Your Highness, but writing on rattan paper is very inconvenient, and the production process is no easier than making parchment. If you want to make good paper, I think it would be better to use animal skins. Mike thought about it and gave a suggestion. As a businessman who has traveled to many places, he has certainly seen this kind of paper made from plants. However, the actual use effect is extremely poor. Not only is the surface of the paper bumpy, but even the ink will spread when written on it. Therefore, the idea of using plants to make paper has been abandoned by almost all papermaking merchants. I'm glad you have your own opinion, but my papermaking method may be different from what you imagine. Anyway, do your job well and record the entire process of papermaking. Even if the paper you make doesn't work, just keep experimenting. People improve through repeated experiments. Shad patted Mike on the shoulder. However, Mike was still not optimistic about using plants to make paper, but since His Royal Highness the Prince said so, he had no choice but to shut up and get to work. His Royal Highness the Prince brought him to Miss Nia, who was now using a large stone stick to repeatedly beat the purple-gray raw material in the mortar. Shad explained to Mike, "This is the third step in papermaking. By repeatedly beating the pulp, we produce the pulp for papermaking. The pulp we are beating now is the fine pulp, which is made from the inner bark of the gloomy wood. The paper made is finer and can be used for writing. In addition, there is a coarse pulp, which is made from the outer bark." Then Shad told Mike the first two steps. The first step is to prepare the materials. Soak the bark raw materials in water to soften them. With the help of Momo, the soaking time can be greatly reduced. The second step is to steam it over low heat. Steam it in layers in a steamer, sprinkle some wood ash and limestone on each layer, and then steam it slowly over low heat for 5 to 8 hours. Mike took notes seriously, but he felt more and more strange in his heart. This is soaked in water and steamed with fire. Is it really making paper instead of cooking? This papermaking method was something Mike had never seen before. Logically, he should have been more skeptical about this bizarre papermaking method, but he inexplicably felt that this strange and incomprehensible method seemed to be more in line with His Royal Highness's usual style. Why do I feel a little confident for no reason? The subsequent process was much faster with the help of the two witches, Miss Hannah and Miss Nia. It was the first time that Mike felt that the witches' abilities were so convenient to use. After Miss Nia finished beating the pulp, Miss Hannah shouted, "Let me do it," while dipping a bamboo curtain woven with bamboo silk into the pulp pool. Then, under the guidance of His Royal Highness the Prince, she shook her wrists quickly to make the raw materials inside evenly interwoven. According to His Royal Highness, this method is called the swinging curtain method and is the most important step to prevent uneven distribution of paper. This step is called bamboo curtain papermaking. Then came the water pressing step. Miss Nia simply picked up a stone with a flat bottom that was bigger than a person and pressed it on the copied paper. The water inside was immediately drained out. I really don't know how Miss Nia's petite body could exert such powerful strength. After a while, Miss Nia took the stone away and Miss Hannah controlled the wind to dry the papers in the shade. The most important thing in this step is that they should not be exposed to the sun during drying, but should be placed in a dark place to dry. Finally, several people used smooth pebbles picked up from the river to polish the surface of the paper, and then used a knife to cut the paper into fixed sizes. The paper was then completely made. There were 8 steps in total, and the more Mike read, the more shocked he became. When the final product came out, his jaw dropped to the ground. Chapter 158, A Silly Cow. Looking at the finished paper, Xiada nodded with satisfaction. Because it is made from the bark of the spooky wood, the color is purple-gray, but after going through 8 steps, the color is not particularly dark and is still suitable for writing. At the same time, because the material of insan wood is relatively loose, the time it takes to make paper is much shorter. If it is replaced with other normal tree barks, the first 2 steps alone will take several days. How is it? This paper should be much better than the wisteria paper, right? Shade handed the paper to Mike, admiring his surprised expression. By the way, this paper is made from the bark of the spooky tree. Let's call it gray paper from now on. Xiada casually gave this type of paper a name. Of course, there will be more types of paper later, such as yellow paper and white paper. The value of different types of paper is of course different. Gray paper? That's not a nice name at all. Hannah flew over and took a piece of gray paper, shaking it between her fingers in front of her face. But the quality of this paper is quite good, and it's so thin. Your Highness, did you also see this new papermaking method in the Royal Alchemy Workshop? Shad knew that Hannah was teasing him, but since she consciously stretched out her long legs in front of him for him to admire, he didn't bother with her. Feeling the faint floral scent coming from Hannah, Shad looked at Mike. Mike took the gray paper with both hands, his eyes almost popping out. He gently rubbed the surface of the paper with his fingers. How smooth it was. I looked at the side of the paper again and found that it was not even 1/3 as thick as parchment. This is more than just significantly better, it clearly crushes all other papers in every way. Mike instantly saw a huge business opportunity in it. Wait, it seemed that after joining Outpost Town, he had already seen several things with huge business opportunities. All in all, quality that surpasses all other similar products, combined with low manufacturing costs, adds up to a lot of money. Although he didn't know how His Royal Highness invented this method of papermaking, Mike immediately realized how important the 8 steps of the new papermaking technique were. He said to Xiada with a nervous look, "Your Highness, this papermaking method must not be leaked. This paper will definitely bring us huge profits." As expected of a smart businessman, he saw the huge benefits at a glance. Shade nodded. Of course, the 8 steps of the new papermaking process are like bricks and lime mortar. Their production methods need to be kept secret, at least for the next few years. Seeing that Shade also understood this, Mike breathed a sigh of relief, and then heard Shade say again. But the value of gray paper is definitely not as simple as you think. Seeing the faint smile on His Royal Highness's face, Mike was a little confused. Besides writing and recording information, what other uses does paper have? Of course there are, such as controlling public opinion, spreading ideas, and discrediting opponents. But Xiada just smiled and didn't say anything. Having someone bring a piece of charcoal, Xiada sharpened one end with a knife, then wrote something on the gray paper, looking at the handwriting and commenting. Well, it's quite clear, but it would be better if the tip of the pen was a little thinner. I don't know if they are capable of making pencils now. Mike couldn't understand what Shade wrote on the paper, but he still praised sincerely. This is very good, Your Highness. Charcoal pencils are too brittle and will break if you apply even a little force. Using a quill pen and ink might be more effective. Shad nodded in agreement. I want to write too. Let me try. At this time, Nia raised her hand and said that although she didn't like studying very much, it was a bit boring to just stand there, and after listening to His Highness and the others talking so much about this gray paper, she also became a little interested. You can write. Shad and Hannah exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Nia's face was immediately filled with black lines, and her two big rabbits were shaking with anger. What do you mean? I am the daughter of a baron after all. How could I not be able to do something as simple as writing? Ahem. Xiada slapped his head awkwardly. Oh, I always forget about this. It's mainly because your usual behavior is too unlike that of a noble daughter. Hannah nodded in agreement. Nia spent her days either happily fighting or being beaten by the prince. Who could have guessed that this girl was a daughter of a noble family? Snort. Nia crossed her arms over her chest, squeezing the two rabbits until they were slightly deformed. Who says a daughter of a noble family must follow a lot of etiquette? That's too pretentious. Besides, doesn't His Royal Highness the Prince look like a prince? There are all kinds of nobles in the world. Nia's clever IQ once again took the upper hand, slightly surprising Shad and Hannah. That's true. Even those nobles who appear to be decent people on the surface, no one knows how much they're actually doing behind the scenes. Xiada said with deep conviction. Others may not know, but how could you not know? Hannah curled her lips, thinking of the strange noises Lilith made every night. She felt that His Royal Highness the Prince was the one who played the most perverted game. Play what to play? But Nia tilted her head with a puzzled look, her eyes pure and untainted. Mike shrank to the side, trembling and not daring to speak. My goodness, is this something he can listen to? Nia took the gray paper and wrote her name on it, and then was ridiculed by Hannah. Ha ha ha, Nia, your handwriting is so ugly. Looking at the crooked handwriting on the paper that looked like dog crawling, Xiada couldn't help laughing. Being ridiculed like this, Nia spread her hands and stopped writing. What can I do? My handwriting is just like that. I can't change it. Nia said aggrievedly that this was why she didn't like studying. Xiada patted Nia's head and said, Be good. If we don't want to learn, then we don't. Anyway, there are places where we can put our energy to good use. Hearing this, Nia's eyes lit up and she nodded heavily. Hannah smiled and said, Your Highness, please just pamper her. If she doesn't study, she might be fooled in the future. What are you talking about? As the saying goes, fools have good fortune. It's good to be a little stupid. Xiada shook his head and said, What's the point of having all the smart people? Why do I feel like you are saying bad things about me, Your Highness? Nia frowned at Shad, who shook his head in denial. No, I'm just praising you for being blessed. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. It's so good to be blessed, Nia smiled happily. Silly cow? Shad and Hannah thought to themselves at the same time. Then Shade said to Mike, Find a few people to make paper. It might take a little longer for ordinary people, but that's okay. From now on, the paper-making business will be handed over to you. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 159 Underwear. What is it? Mike was shocked. He didn't expect His Royal Highness the Prince to entrust him with such an important task. He immediately stood up and answered loudly, Yes. After you've demonstrated your commitment to completing the task, it's time to express any doubts you have. Mike thought for a moment, frowned, and asked, Your Highness, isn't it a bit too hasty to entrust such an important task as papermaking to me? After all, I've only been in Qianxing town for a few days. He felt that he had joined the company for too short a time and was certainly far from being considered one of His Highness's own people. Therefore, wasn't His Highness being too careless to let him take charge of such an important matter as papermaking? But this is the only concern Mike has. He is not worried at all about his own abilities. After all, when he was a businessman, he did everything himself, whether it was recruiting people to work, doing accounting, or opening up trade routes. He was still very confident in his work ability. However, Shade shook his head and said to Mike with a smile, Giving you this job means I have high hopes for you. Not everyone has the courage to give up their previous achievements and join Xianxiao Town when no one else dared. I believe you are a smart person. Shade patted Mike's shoulder and said, if I can't trust you even after this, I'd rather not be the Lord. All right. In fact, apart from Mike being smarter, the main reason is that the town lacks manpower. Clint handles almost everything, so Shad wants to hand over some work to others to help Clint share some of the pressure. After a period of observation, he will also assign some tasks to Peter and Ivy. It's just that Mike is the one he likes the most, so now he will give the important task of papermaking to him. Michael didn't know what Shad was thinking. After listening to what His Royal Highness the Prince said, he felt as if his whole body was injected with chicken blood. I didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Prince would think so highly of me. The other party is His Royal Highness the Prince, who is higher than the Duke. Mike's face flushed with excitement at the thought of being favored by such a big shot. He almost said, Mike has been wandering around for half his life and still hasn't met a wise leader. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that he no longer cared so much about interests and only wanted to serve His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince wholeheartedly. Mike stood up straight and answered loudly, Don't worry, Your Highness. I promise to complete the task you assign me without any mistakes. Seada nodded and said, Well, come on, do a good job. Seada took a few pieces of gray paper, handed the remaining gray paper to Mike, and instructed, Take these papers back to show to Clint and the other two, and then use them to work. Yes. Mike answered immediately. Then Shad took Nia and Hannah away, and Mike watched the three of them leave with a determined look. After the prince and his party left, Mike looked at the brick kiln that was producing bricks, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Joining Xinshan Town was definitely the best decision he had ever made. On the way back to the castle, the three of them chatted. Nia, aren't you going to open up the Death Forest today? Hannah asked curiously. Only then did she realize that Nia hadn't gone to work today. Nia replied in a muffled voice. Well, ever since we cleaned up the corrupted rift, fewer and fewer monsters have appeared in the forest. The soldiers can easily deal with them. There's no point in me going there, and I've already discussed this with His Royal Highness the Prince. Speaking of Nia, you are the same. Shade said to Hannah unhappily. Work 5 minutes a day and hang out for 2 hours. But 5 minutes is enough to complete the task you assigned to me. Hannah said dissatisfiedly, hanging upside down in front of Seada, her beautiful white hair falling naturally, revealing her white neck and smooth forehead. Shad hit Hannah on the head, and Hannah started spinning in the air as if she had actually been hit. Looking at her like this, Seada pinched his eyebrows helplessly. Getting Hannah to work for you wholeheartedly is harder than going to heaven. But what Hannah said was true. Currently, on the fog map, the map around the outpost town has been lit up, and even to the north all the way to the royal capital. Just letting Hannah do the reconnaissance work seemed like a very easy task for her. Seada shook his head and looked at Nia. The two heavy big rabbits on her chest were bouncing back and forth just when she walked. Nia, have you gained weight again recently? Oh, is there? Nia glanced down, a blush rising on her face. She shyly placed one arm below to hold up the two rabbits, her collar almost bursting at the seams. They do seem to be a little bigger than before. Besides, you wear so little every day, don't you feel cold? Seada swore that it was not what he wanted to see, but his eyes were drawn there. The main reason is that Nia only wears a small vest and shorts every day, and it's impossible not to look at her. It's not cold, but I do a lot of exercise every day, so I sweat a lot. I don't like the feeling of sweating while wearing clothes. It's sticky and uncomfortable. Nia said, but the vest only has this one function, she said disappointedly. No matter what I wear, when I do strenuous exercise, the two rabbits always dangle around, which is really annoying. But wrapping them up with cloth is too uncomfortable. I don't know what to do. Are you really not showing off? Hannah looked at the lost Nia speechlessly, looked at the deep gap in Nia's eyes, and then looked at herself. She felt so angry that her teeth were itching. I didn't. Nia said dissatisfiedly that he felt the big rabbit was really inconvenient. Shade's eyes wandered between the two beautiful witches. After enjoying the beautiful scenery, he stepped forward to act as a peacemaker. Okay, no matter big or small, everyone has their own troubles. There's nothing to argue about. He glanced at Nia's two magnificent rabbits. The small vest was constantly bearing the pressure of two world-class bunnies, and it looked like it was about to burst at any time. If this vest had not been made of Lilith's spider silk, it would have burst under the weight. But this is indeed a problem. How about this? When we go back today, I'll design a set of underwear for you. It should help you relieve some of the pressure. When Seada mentioned this, he remembered that there is no such thing as underwear in this world. The textile industry in the town happened to be booming, so maybe we could take the opportunity to promote it. Underwear, what is it? Nia asked puzzledly. Xiada thought for a moment and said, it's similar to the white swimsuit Momo wears, but it's not for use in the water. Instead, it's for daily wear and it protects rabbits. Oh. When Nia heard that it was related to rabbits, her face turned red and she responded in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Chapter 160 Cheongsam Stockings. Hannah flew in front of Shad, covering her mouth with one hand and showing a playful expression. Your Highness, you are such a pervert, researching that kind of thing. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Xiada retorted with a gentlemanly look on his face. I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't wear underwear, besides the problem of swaying back and forth, the prolonged friction is not only bad for your skin, but you might also get sick. Anyway, you won't encounter these problems. Only Nia will. Hearing this, Hannah instantly got furious and said angrily, you're talking nonsense. Who said I wouldn't encounter this? I have the same problem. If you don't believe me, just look. Hannah puffed out her chest and kept moving closer to Shad. Ahem, too close, too close. Facing Hannah, who was pressing towards him, a warm and fragrant smell rushed into his nose, and Xiada involuntarily took 2 steps back. Only then did Hannah realize how ridiculous she had done. Her fair face immediately turned red, and she distanced herself from Shadra with a blushing face. Then Hannah followed Shad silently, without her previous mischievous look, and looked like she was at a loss after her high attack and low defense were broken. Ignoring the two's playfulness, Nia placed her hands on her rabbit and sighed. Your Highness, what you said is indeed true. I am looking forward to the underwear you mentioned. Xiada was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. Don't worry, Lilith has made many kinds of underwear. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I'm wearing underwear now, but Lilith doesn't really like wearing it. Puff. Nia and Hannah, who had calmed down, laughed at the same time. Thinking about Lilith's Hannah said with amusement. Of course Lilith doesn't like to wear it. Shad had a strange expression on his face. I'll tell Lilith what you said. Then he looked at Nia's 2 fleshy legs. Nia, let's not talk about your upper body. Do you want to wear pants or something in the future? Look at your knees, they are frozen red. Except for her knees, Nia was still barefoot, and her 2 round little feet were red from the cold. Although she said she wasn't cold, she didn't look cold at all. Oh, no need for that. I think this is fine. Besides, I don't wear shoes because every time I push hard, they'll break. It's such a waste. Nia pulled the shorts on her legs, which only covered about half of her thighs. Xiada pinched his chin and thought, shoes, maybe I can ask Lilith to help you customize a pair. If it's made mainly of her spider silk, you shouldn't be able to break them, right? Also, if you don't like wearing pants, maybe you could try stockings, like the kind Lilith has been wearing lately. But since you work outside, white stockings won't last long, so you can wear black stockings. Nia dresses like a beggar every day. If others see her, they might think he treats her as a slave. This is not good. That's right. He was thinking about Nia, and he definitely didn't want to see Nia wearing black stockings. Nia and Hannah thought about it, and realized that Lilith was indeed wearing some white tights on her legs recently. Are they called stockings? Lilith looks really beautiful in those socks, which match her miniskirt and backless sweater, giving people a youthful and beautiful feeling. I think you just want us to put on stockings and stare at them, Your Highness the pervert. Hannah said, making a face at Shad. That's wrong. Xiada shook his finger and explained seriously. It's not that I want to see it, but stockings are really good for you. First of all, they can keep you warm. Even if you don't feel cold, it's always good to be a little warmer, right? And stockings wrap tightly around your legs, which can prevent varicose veins. By the way, varicose veins are a disease. Besides, stockings have a smooth surface and absorb sweat, making it easier for you to move. Finally, they can make your legs look thinner and more beautiful. Do you understand? The 2 witches were stunned by what Xiada said. They didn't expect that he could talk so much about stockings. Could it be that His Highness is really doing this for their own good and has no other thoughts? How is that possible? Although what he said was true and stockings did have so many benefits, Xiada's inner thoughts were, I not only like to look, I also like to touch. Anyone who touches it will know the smooth and delicate feel. In the Middle Ages, when there were few entertainment activities, it was simply addictive. Don't say so much. Just tell me whether you will wear it or not. No girl can resist the temptation to become beautiful. Faced with Xiada's conspiracy, Hannah lifted her hair, her face slightly red, and she looked reluctant. Well, then I'll try those stockings when I get back. She just wanted to try out these new clothes and definitely not wear them for His Royal Highness the Prince to see. Nia also nodded slightly. Since Your Highness said so, I will try it too. Oh, that's right, Xiada said happily. And Hannah, aren't you shy about wearing only a white veil all day? Do you want to try other styles of clothes? Nia too. Occasionally when you're not working, you can wear some nice clothes. Girls should dress up nicely. Xiada increasingly felt that it was a very correct decision for the town to meet Lilith first and develop the textile industry first. It won't be long before all kinds of monster girls wearing various costumes and with top-notch looks will appear in its castle. Actually, during this period of time, Lilith has made a lot of beautiful clothes under my guidance. Lilith is kind and has prepared a set for you all. Try them on when you go back. Don't let Lilith down. Good. Both of them knew what Xiada was planning, but they still agreed. How is it, Your Highness? It feels a little tight. Do you think it fits, Your Highness? As soon as they returned to the castle, Nia and Hannah put on the new clothes made by Lilith. Hannah wore a blue cheongsam with white over-the-knee socks. The slit of the cheongsam revealed a hint of her fair thigh skin, which made her look more seductive than when she was bare-legged. Nia only tried on black stockings. The black stockings wrapped around Nia's fleshy legs, which were black with a hint of red and tight. The opening at the top squeezed out a circle of flesh on her thighs, making her look very fleshy. Looking at the shy expressions of the two girls because it was their first time wearing such clothes, Xiada felt so happy. With such a beautiful view, he can eat 3 more bowls of rice. Yes, very beautiful. Hearing Xiada's praise, the two were secretly delighted. Just as Xiada was about to let the two of them continue to change into other clothes and appreciate the beautiful scenery of different styles, a panic shout suddenly came from outside the door. Oh no, Your Highness! The yellow-haired knight eyes pushed open the castle gate with an anxious look on his face. Your Highness, the second princess is here. Chapter 161, They Saw Miss Lilith. After hearing what Iza said, Xiada was stunned for a moment and no longer in the mood to continue admiring Nia and Hannah's beautiful body curves. The second princess, the original owner's prison sister? Xiada frowned in thought, but found that the original owner had very little impression of the second Princess Eve in his memory. It could be said that there was almost no impression. The reason for this is that, in addition to the fact that the original owner turned a deaf ear to the world outside and only wanted to eat, drink, and have fun, another important reason is that the second princess herself rarely appeared in the capital. The only memory I have is that the second princess was a quiet, icy beauty whose eyes always gave people a feeling of keeping people at a distance. But what was she doing here, in the middle of winter? Is she here to attack me? Xiada shook his head and denied his own idea. If they really came to attack him, they would not choose the deep winter, but the spring of next year. Unable to deduce the second princess's intention from his memory, Xiada looked at Iza and asked seriously, how many people are here? When Iza saw Hannah in white cheongsam and Nia in black stockings behind shade, his eyes widened. He had never seen such beautiful clothes. It was so indecent. But Iza quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to look any longer. No matter how beautiful she is still His Royal Highness. He was afraid she would explode if he looked at her any longer. He lowered his head and replied, there are only 2 people, Your Highness. Besides the second princess, there is also a woman named Lux, who is a quasi-saint of the Holy Light Church. My light is here too. When Xiada heard the name, he immediately thought of a certain glorious goddess. He shook his head to get rid of this outrageous idea. But if there are only 2 of them, no matter what their purpose is, it seems there is no need to worry so much. Xiada thought evilly in his heart. By the way, why would the second princess hang out with the quasi-saint of the church? There were too few clues in my mind, and I could only figure it out after meeting the 2 of them. Xiada said to Iza, I'm here now. Qianshao town is my territory. Why are you so flustered? Shade quickly regained his composure and said, please invite my sister and the quasi-saint lady to the castle. Hanania, you 2 hide first. It's better not to reveal the fact that you are sheltering a witch for now, and wait and see what the purpose of the second princess's visit is. However, at this time, Iza said with a sad face, Your Highness, this is why I came to you in such a hurry. Your Highness the second princess and the near saint have seen Miss Lilith. Xiada suddenly felt that something was wrong. 3 hours ago. Rustle, rustle. In the forest west of Outpost Town, the road connecting to Card Fortress has been covered with heavy snow. 2 horses walked side by side, their hooves stepping across the snow, leaving a deep footprint with every step. We're finally almost there. Can we see the town already? On horseback. Lux exhaled a breath of white air and then rubbed her red cheeks with her hands. Her long golden hair was tied up behind her head. She wore a white wool coat on the outside and the church's pure white robe with gold patterns on the inside. The 2 proud rabbits made the robe bulge out, and it trembled slightly as the horse moved forward. Well, I didn't expect so many monsters to attack Card Fortress this winter. Thanks to Miss Rebecca's help, otherwise I would have wasted a lot of time in the fortress. Eve responded by lifting her long, straight black hair while squinting at the town vaguely appearing in the distance through the woods. She was dressed in light silver armor, with her muscular thighs clad in a pair of brown boots, tightly clamped against the horse's belly. She looked more like a Valkyrie than a princess, and was extremely handsome and elegant. Speaking of Rebecca, Lux's eyes sparkled with envy, her hands interlocked, her face full of anticipation. Miss Rebecca, the holy flame saint, can emit sacred flames with a wave of her hand. It's so cool. I wonder what kind of saint I will become in the future. I will have my holy baptism in the spring. I am really looking forward to it. The saint of the follower, or the saint of the innocent? Eve teased expressionlessly, causing Lux to pout in dissatisfaction. Looking at Eve's expressionless face, Lux asked, "By the way, Xiaofu, do you care so much about the safety of the fourth prince? Why didn't I see you caring so much about his safety before? It's not that I'm obsessed with Xiada, it's just..." Eve thought for a moment, her expression still blank. "It's just that after my father became seriously ill, I saw the true faces of the other three idiots. In comparison, Shade seemed much better." Eve sighed. "I used to think he was uneducated, unambitious, and a fool. But now, it's Shade I find most pleasing. But after meeting him, this idea might be shattered." Eve shrugged and said that her good impression of Shad was only based on her comparison with the other three people. So after seeing Shad's stupid appearance, this good impression would probably disappear quickly. Lux made a sympathetic expression, expressing her understanding. She thought about what the fourth prince had done in the capital, and felt that when they saw the fourth prince, he would most likely be in bed with several women, living a life of drunkenness and dreams, or complaining about the world and exploiting the people. But there shouldn't be any particularly pretty girls in a small town like this, right? Alas, I hope he won't harass me then. Card Fortress has been attacked by so many monsters. I wonder what's happening in Outpost Town. I hope Shade hasn't been killed by the monsters yet." Eve shook her head and said that she just hoped Shad was still alive. As for managing the territory, it is still too beyond the scope of the stupid Shade. It is good enough that he does not increase taxes indiscriminately. With their own ideas in mind, the two finally arrived at the Outpost Town. "Stop, what are you doing?" As soon as they came out of the forest, several people surrounded them and asked them to stop. Eve took a look and saw that these people were wearing green coats and holding strange weapons that looked like bows, but were not bows. The soldiers Shad brought? Before Eve could speak, Lux smiled and said to everyone, "May the Holy Light protect you. I am the quasi-saint of the Holy Light Church, and this is the second princess of the Silver Ridge Kingdom. If you know, please move aside, or take us to the castle to meet His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince." Several soldiers looked at each other. Originally, they needed to report this kind of thing to Captain Iron Axe, but the captain was in the Death Forest, too far away, so they could only activate the backup plan. Then one of them said to the two, "Please follow me. I will take you to see Mr. Locke." "Locke? It's His Royal Highness's knight." The soldier replied that the two men were of such importance that they could not make a decision, so they should leave it to Lord Locke to decide what to do. However, Eve frowned. She didn't like the hassle, so she said, "No need. Just tell me where the castle is, and we can go there ourselves. P.S. Please give me some free gifts. Thank you, everyone." Chapter 162, Eve and Lux's Small Town Experiences. But, hearing this, several soldiers hesitated, and then they heard the sound of horse hooves hitting the ground. Eve had already ridden her horse and was ready to leave, and Lux followed closely. "Please stop, Your Highness." The soldiers behind said anxiously that if it were someone else, they would have shot an arrow at the horse's butt. However, the other party was His Royal Highness the Prince's sister, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. If they complained to His Royal Highness the Prince, they would be doomed. "Are you going to disobey my orders?" Eve just said it lightly, and when she glanced back, the pressure of the superior was fully released. Several soldiers swallowed their saliva and realized that the other party was a princess. After serving as soldiers of His Royal Highness the Prince for a long time, they gradually forgot that they were just commoners and could not hold their heads up in front of the nobles. How could they have the courage to speak to Her Royal Highness the Princess like that? "I understand. Please be careful on the road." The soldier pointed Eve in the direction of the castle and watched them leave. After the two entered the town, the soldier hurriedly said to his companion, "Hurry and tell Captain Iron Axe and the knight about this." "Good." One of them mounted his horse and quickly headed towards the Forest of Death. "What happened to those people just now?" Entering the outpost town, Lux asked doubtfully. "After hearing our identities, he dared to stop us. Could he be a knight of His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince?" "They're probably not knights. They don't even have armor or swords. They're probably guards or something like that." Eve thought for a moment and said, "Those people did give her a very strange feeling. They always felt like civilians." But that noble would be so stupid as to use civilians as guards. Even Shad wouldn't be that stupid, right? Shaking her head, Eve looked around. Sure enough, in winter, this remote town was dead silent, with almost no people on the streets, only a few women and children playing around occasionally. Alas, it seems that it is impossible to expect Siada to govern a territory well. Well, at least everyone is still alive, that's good enough. Lux said, it looks like the town didn't suffer much damage. I thought it would be a mess because of the monsters. That's true. Eve looked around and saw that the town did not seem to be attacked by monsters. She didn't know whether the monsters had not come or Shade had used some method to block the monsters' attack. She was more inclined to the former. What is that? At this moment, Lux pointed to a small house on the side of the road and said, Eve looked over and saw that the house had walls made of wooden boards. It was very small and did not look like it was suitable for living. I don't know either. The two men rode over, their brows furrowed. Lux covered her nose and said, why does it stink so bad? At this time, a little boy who looked about 4 or 5 years old walked out of the toilet with a runny nose, wearing open-crotch pants, and his little bird was hanging out. Seeing Eve and Lux, the little boy was stunned for a moment. His face flushed, and he said crisply, Big sister, you are so beautiful. Although I feel disgusted by the fact that the penis is exposed, the other party is just an ignorant child, and there is no need to take it to heart. Lux dismounted, patted the little boy's head, and smiled sweetly. Thank you for the compliment. Can you tell me what this house is used for? Shit, sister, you smell so good, the little boy said innocently. The expression on Lux's face froze, and she took her hand back calmly. She didn't expect that the child was so dirty that he actually pooped in the house. Are you here to poop too? The little boy asked, tilting his head. No. Lux waved her hands awkwardly. How come this kid's mouth is full of shit and piss? It's so uncivilized. Really? Well, you can't poop anywhere else, or you'll be fined 5 copper coins. Oh. Lux was stunned, and even Eve frowned. I didn't expect Siada to be so cruel. He even fined me for going to the toilet. It seems that I should teach this useless brother a lesson. But at this time, the little boy shook his head and explained, this is a toilet. The Lord built it specifically for everyone to poop and pee in it. You can't poop outside, otherwise it will pollute the environment. So whoever poops outside will be fined. The rules set by Siada have long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the town, and even children aged 2 or 3 can recite the entire text. Eve and Lux thought this rule was very strange, as even going to the toilet required a designated location. However, when they thought it was set by Shade, it didn't seem so strange anymore. After the little boy's explanation, Eve felt less angry. At least Shad didn't fine her for no reason. The two continued riding towards the castle and saw many strange things on the way. For example, there are people who actually build houses in the middle of winter, and they are stone houses. That was the construction team working on the project. According to Siada's plan, they demolished the original house and renovated it into a brick and stone house. Because there were a lot more people than before, 3 teams worked at the same time, and the renovation speed was much faster. Strange, why do the houses in this town look so nice? Seeing the neatly arranged brick and stone houses, Lux's delicate little face was full of surprise. When passing by a clothing store, the two saw a pile of beautiful clothes hanging inside and couldn't help but go in to take a look. These clothes must be expensive, the quality is so good. Lux sighed as she touched the plaid round-neck sweater with her hand. But can ordinary people in a small town afford such expensive clothes? Eve couldn't help but think. Welcome. The owner of the clothing store came over and rubbed his hands together, saying, looks like you two are from outside. You'd never imagine, but this dress only costs 40 copper coins. If you like it, you can buy a few more. As textile factories produced more and more clothes, the result was that the price of clothes dropped rapidly, from 2 silver coins at the beginning to 40 copper coins now. A common person can almost buy a nice set of clothes by saving money for a few days. So cheap. Hearing such a low price, Eve and Lux both showed expressions of disbelief. Lux looked at the clothes in her hand. Although she didn't know the exact price, clothes of such good quality would probably sell for at least 1 silver coin in other places, right? Why are they sold so cheaply in this small town like Chinchao Town? Eve asked. Boss, why are these clothes so cheap? Because the quantity is huge. Those kids can make hundreds of pieces of clothing every day. As the quantity increases, the price naturally goes down. The boss shrugged and said as a matter of course. Hundreds of pieces? This is the daily output of clothing in a remote town. Isn't that right? Eve frowned, realizing that since entering the town, there seemed to be a strange feeling everywhere. Chapter 163 Lilith and the Princess Fought. Following the instructions of the clothing store owner, Eve and Lux came to the easternmost part of the town. Since it was on the way to the castle, they planned to visit the textile factory. Is this the place? Looking at the huge tent in front of her, Lux said doubtfully that this place didn't look like a place where hundreds of pieces of clothing could be made in a day. Who knows what that guy Shade is up to? Because it was Shad's territory, Eve couldn't help but think of the worst. Could it be that Xiada imprisoned those girls in there, not allowing them to eat until they finished making clothes, and even molested them? The two walked towards the big tent. Things seemed to be different from what they imagined, because the sun was about to set, and the girls inside seemed to have just finished work. They walked out of the tents and walked back to the town together. They looked at the two of them sideways on the way. They all had smiles on their faces. How could they look forced at all? That's strange, Lux muttered, and the two continued to approach the large tent. Lilith, you are amazing. How did you weave that pattern? Hearing the girls' conversation, Lux inadvertently glanced to the left. I saw several girls gathered around a black-haired girl. The black-haired girl was dressed very differently from the others. She was wearing a white sweater with a big hole on the back. It seems that her weaving skills must be very impressive, otherwise she wouldn't be surrounded by so many people. Wait, what is that? Lux, who had already turned her head, suddenly realized something. She rubbed her eyes and looked to the left again. The black-haired girl was waving goodbye to others, but behind her, there were 8 terrifying spider legs. Which? Lux suddenly yelled. Her expression instantly became tense, and she stared at Lilith intently. Damn, how could there be a witch in a place like this? Eve was startled by Lux's shout. She followed Lux's gaze and also noticed the witch Lilith. Her expression instantly became serious. There is actually a witch hidden among these girls. If we don't deal with it quickly, many people will die? Lakis, I'll deal with her. You get someone to help. After saying that, Eve squeezed her legs hard against the horse's belly and ran quickly towards Lilith. Be careful, Xiaofu. After saying that, Lux also drove her horse towards the entrance of the tent. She saw a knight with thick eyebrows and wearing armor there. Mr. Knight, come and help. Lux rushed to Locke and dismounted. Locke was startled by Lux, who suddenly ran in front of him and drew his sword. Who are you? Lux said anxiously. I'm a quasi-saint from the church, and I'm here with the second princess to visit the fourth prince. Let's not talk about this anymore. We just discovered a witch, and Her Highness the princess has already gone to deal with her. Come and help quickly. It would be bad if the princess gets hurt or the witch escapes. In Lux's eyes, witches are like cockroaches. When you see them, you must kill them immediately, otherwise more witches will definitely be attracted. After hearing what Lux said, Locke stood there in a daze. His brain froze for a moment, and then he realized what had happened. Damn it, Miss Lilith and Her Royal Highness the second princess are fighting. Locke suddenly felt his scalp tingling. This was no small matter at all. Where are they? Lux breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the knight had finally realized the seriousness of the situation. After getting on the horse, she said to Locke, Get on. We have to hurry over. On the other side, Lilith did not sit idly by. Who are they? After hearing someone shouting, witch, the first people she noticed were Eve and Lux, 2 strangers she had never seen before. Seeing Eve rushing towards her with an angry look on her face, obviously with bad intentions, the little spider girl immediately ran to the woods nearby. Damn witch, stop right there. Eve shouted angrily. How dare a witch appear in the small town so brazenly? Hearing this, Lilith suddenly felt aggrieved. She frowned and recalled the days when everyone hated her. At that time, humans had this attitude towards them. But I am no longer the same person I used to be. Seeing that the horse had caught up with her, the woman on horseback drew her sword and slashed at her. Lilith swung her hand, and the spider silk stuck to the tree. Then she pulled it hard, and the whole person flew directly onto the branch, avoiding Eve's attack. Damn witch. Eve smacked her lips, realizing that this spider witch was not easy to deal with. Seeing her constantly flying through the woods with spider silk, she hesitated for a moment before spurring her horse to chase after her. Witch, come down from the tree quickly. I'll make your death a quick one. Originally, captured witches were to be burned at the stake, but Eve didn't like this form of torture, so she decided that if she caught the witches, she would behead them and let them go peacefully. You're a fool. I won't go down if you say that. Lilith hung on a branch, looking down at Eve. Besides, I haven't done anything bad. Why do you have to kill me? Stop talking nonsense. Your existence is a mistake, and the witch deserves to die. Eve pointed her sword at Lilith and said coldly. Lilith lowered her eyes. That's why she likes His Royal Highness the Prince the most. Only His Royal Highness will accept them. Except for the outpost town governed by His Royal Highness the Prince. Everywhere else is a piece of shit. Lilith was angry. She knew that she couldn't make the woman in front of her stop just by talking. In that case, let's fight. Lilith's figure disappeared again, moving quickly in the woods relying on spider silk and spider legs. Since arriving in Outpost Town and having time to think about the use of her abilities, she discovered that she had a huge advantage when fighting in complex environments like the woods. Looking at Lilith, who seemed to be flying in the air, Eve could only ride on the horse and follow passively behind. Bang! The horse suddenly fell to the ground, taking Eve with it. She looked back with difficulty and saw that a spider silk thread had been placed between the two trees at some point, and it was this spider silk thread that tripped the horse. Damn it! Eve quickly stood up from the ground, holding her sword and looking around vigilantly. The other party definitely came to the woods well prepared. Eve suddenly felt that she had been a bit hasty in catching up with him. Whoosh! Hearing the sound, Eve instantly turned around and raised her sword to block, but she only blocked 3 spider legs. Lilith's other 5 spider legs stabbed her body, blocking the places with armor, but the places without armor were cut open and blood flowed out. Lilith didn't want to fight anymore, so she quickly moved away after the attack and prepared for the next attack. Eve frowned and observed the other party's movements, seeming to be in an absolute disadvantage. It doesn't matter, I still have one last trump card. She reached for the small bottle at her waist, which contained the most deadly weapon against witches: holy water. Although it's not pure holy water, it's enough to make the opponent lose his strength. Chapter 164 Surrender. You are surrounded. The atmosphere in the woods became increasingly tense. Eve knew that she was at a disadvantage, so she was ready to seize the opportunity and use holy water when the witch attacked next time and relaxed her guard. As long as the other party got a drop of holy water, she could take her down without a doubt. Lilith wanted to tie up this woman and take her back to be dealt with by His Royal Highness the Prince. The two of them had their own thoughts, but they did not stop moving. Seeing the right opportunity, Lilith attacked Eve from behind again. Here I come. Hearing the sound, Eve instantly pried open the wooden cork at the mouth of the bottle with her thumb, turned around, and waved her arms, spilling the holy water. The holy water, sparkling with starlight, immediately splashed towards Lilith like a crescent moon. However, what Eve did not expect was that the other party seemed to know in advance that the bottle contained holy water, and knew that holy water had a negative effect on witches. He relied on spider silk to make an emergency turn in midair and directly avoided the attack of the holy water. How is that possible? You have to know that most witches have no idea what effect the holy water has on them, and even if they knew, how could they react so quickly when the other party is already attacking them? No matter what, now that the holy water hadn't been splashed on her, she had no chance of winning. Eve's heart sank. She hadn't expected that the witch she met for the first time would be so difficult to deal with. If witches are so difficult to deal with, they are a much greater threat than monsters. Thinking of this, Eve felt a wave of worry in her heart. What exactly would these monsters brought by corruption turn the kingdom into? Eve slowly retreated with her sword in hand, her back leaning against a thick trunk. Now she could only delay time as much as possible and wait for Lux's reinforcements to arrive. The other side. That was a close call. Looking at the holy water spilled on the ground, Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. If she hadn't helped His Royal Highness test the holy water before, she probably wouldn't be able to react at all, and she would be finished if she got touched by the holy water. Fortunately, she had the experience of experiencing holy water. The moment she saw the bottle in Eve's hand, Lilith thought that there might be holy water in it, so she was able to use spider silk to dodge it immediately. The ensuing battle is clear. Eve had great swordsmanship, but was unable to use it. Facing Lilith, who was twisting and turning in the air, she could only passively defend herself. Even so, she had many wounds on her body. It doesn't matter. As long as we wait for the reinforcements to arrive, she won't be able to escape. Looking coldly at Lilith in the air, Eve endured the pain in her body and thought to herself. After an unknown amount of time, Eve suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves stepping on the snow, and at the same time, she heard Lux's anxious cry. Xiaofu, are you okay? I've brought the knights with me. Seeing the wound on Eve's body, Lux felt extremely distressed and turned to Locke and said, Mr. Knight, the princess has been badly injured by the witch. This shows that the witch is very powerful. Please make sure to capture her, otherwise she will bring more trouble to the town. In Lux's opinion, the most important thing now is to get rid of the witch, and other things can be put aside. Worried that Locke could not defeat the witch, Eve took out 2 bottles of holy water from the cloth bag on her horse and handed them to Locke. Mr. Knight, there are several bottles of holy water here. If you pour it on the witch, she will be unable to move. Finished. Lux got off the horse, ran to Eve, handed her a bottle of holy water, then opened a bottle of holy water herself, poured it into her hand, and applied it to Eve's wound. Xiaofu, how come you got so many injuries? Is this witch very powerful? Eve endured the pain of the holy water, healing her wounds. Well, she can move in the air. I can't hit her. And she seems to know that the holy water is a threat to her. Lux frowned. This would make it even more difficult for them to deal with this witch. Just then, another sound of footsteps was heard. Eve and Lux looked towards the source of the sound at the same time, only to see several people wearing the same clothes as the guards who had stopped them at the beginning running towards them. After Iron Axe heard the news that the second princess was coming, he asked Vice Captain Ford to take over the command of the development, and he immediately rushed back with a few soldiers. It's still too late. Seeing the situation at the scene, Eve covered in wounds, and Miss Lilith hanging on the tree with an indifferent look on her face, Tiefu felt a pang of pain in his teeth. One is His Highness's sister, and the other is the witch who has the best relationship with His Highness. The palms and backs of his hands are all flesh. What should he do? Are you soldiers under shade? Eve opened her mouth to confirm. Yes, I am Iron Axe, captain of the First Army. Nice to meet Her Highness the Second Princess. First Army? Not paying attention to the strange name, Eve asked. You've come just in time. Now isn't the time to be discussing this. The weapons in your hands should be able to attack the witch in the air, right? Yes. Iron Axe answered honestly. Not noticing the strange emotion in Iron Axe's tone, Eve was delighted. Even though they can't win in a one-on-one fight, they have so many people now, and they have holy water and long-range attack weapons. Wouldn't it be easy to take down a witch? In her opinion, these soldiers and knights are of course on her side. After all, witches must die, is the consensus of everyone, and even a 3-year-old child knows how evil witches are. Don't be afraid. The witch isn't that hard to deal with. Apply holy water to the arrowhead. If it touches the witch, she will lose her strength. Eve kindly reminded them that the knights and soldiers had never dealt with witches before and were worried that they would find witches scary. That's right. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to catch this witch. Lux pointed at Lilith on the tree. Although she didn't know why she didn't move, she still cheered everyone on. The two of them didn't realize that. Whether it was Locke, Iron Axe, or other soldiers, their expressions became increasingly strange. Lilith, who was hanging on the tree, couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. No matter Knight Locke or Captain Iron Axe, they are all subordinates of His Highness. Are you inciting them to deal with me? The three of them looked at each other, and Iron Axe and Locke nodded, understanding what to do. Okay, don't let up, or the witch will get away. Eve said this, but when she turned her head, she saw that neither the soldier nor the knight moved. Excuse me, Your Highness, please put down your weapon. After Iron Axe finished speaking, several soldiers behind him raised their crossbows and aimed them at Eve and Lux. One of the soldiers even thoughtfully shot a wooden arrow into a tree trunk to demonstrate the power of the crossbow to them. What are you doing? You're targeting the wrong person. Seeing this, Lux pointed at Lilith and said anxiously, We are not witches, she is. Iron Axe said calmly, I know. Well? Lux looked at Iron Axe in confusion. What did this mean? Mr. Knight. Guessing something vaguely, Lux looked back timidly. The knights of the 4 princes should be on their side, right? However, the knight with thick eyebrows drew his sword and pointed it at them, saying seriously, Surrender, you are surrounded. Chapter 165 If you have anything to say, talk to His Royal Highness the Prince. Do you know what you are doing? Helping a witch is a capital crime. Lux was almost crying with red eyes, and her proud big rabbit was moving up and down in anger. She never expected that the reinforcements she called for would become the witch's helpers and turn against them. Don't say that, Lux. If they dare to do this, there must be something wrong with the source. Eve glanced coldly at Lilith beside her. It seems that Shade has done something earth-shattering. If it wasn't Seada's instructions, how could these people openly help the witch? But why did Seada do this? Doesn't he know how serious the consequences would be if he was discovered harboring a witch? Even if he was a prince, he would be executed if he was found harboring a witch, not to mention that he was the least valued prince. Xiao Fu, are you saying that it is His Highness the 4th Prince who condones the existence of the witch? Lux was shocked. She could never have imagined that the 4th Prince condoned this matter. Captain Iron Axe, it's almost time. The soldier put away the remaining spider silk and clapped his hands. He never thought that he would be able to experience the feeling of tying up Her Royal Highness the Princess and the Saint of the Church in his lifetime. Even if he wanted to brag about it, he wouldn't dare to say so. At this time, Eve and Lux had their arms tied up by the soldiers using Lilith's spider silk. Their weapons and holy water were all confiscated, and they were left at the mercy of others like prisoners. Is this how you treat me and the church's quasi-saint? Twisting her body, she found that the spider silk was extremely tough, and she couldn't break free. Eve said with an unhappy look on her face. Please understand, Isn't this because we're afraid you might do something extreme to Miss Lilith? Locke said helplessly that if possible, he would not want to treat His Royal Highness the Prince's sister like this. However, he felt that His Royal Highness the Prince should still value Miss Lilith more. So he did this to ensure Miss Lilith's safety, and His Royal Highness would definitely not blame him. Lux was still muttering things like, "It's wrong to do this, and witches are evil." It was obvious that the behavior of ordinary people like Iron Axe helping witches had a great impact on her. This naive quasi-saint lady couldn't believe that someone would actually help the evil witch. Iron Axe felt a little annoyed listening to the quasi-saint lady talking over and over again, but he was tongue-tied and didn't know how to refute her, so he could only say, "If you have anything to say, please talk to His Royal Highness the Prince." Then they led the two towards the castle. On the way, after listening to Locke's introduction, Lilith learned the identities of Eve and Lux. What? She is His Royal Highness's sister. The little spider girl opened her eyes wide and looked very surprised. She looked at Eve, who was covered in wounds, feeling a little guilty. "I beat His Highness's sister like this. His Highness shouldn't blame me, right? It's all my fault. I should have asked her where she came from. Fortunately, I didn't use poison. Otherwise, if I poisoned His Highness's sister to death, I really wouldn't be able to explain it to His Highness the Prince." In the castle, Xiaoda finally met his elder sister and the so-called quasi-saint of the church. But the two of them seemed a little embarrassed. The tall woman on the left who looks like a queen at first glance must be the second Princess Eve. At this time, her hair was disheveled and her body was covered with mud, as if she had fallen. There were many wounds on her body that were not covered by the armor, which should have been caused by Lilith. However, despite being in such an adverse situation, she still had no expression, and her brown eyes looked at him coldly, giving off an oppressive feeling of a nice queen. The other girl in the pure white church robe was not so calm. Her eyes and nose were a little red. Because she was tied up, her proud curves were clearly visible under the restraint of the robe. However, judging from her expression, her mental state seemed to be not very good. "Your Highness, this is the second princess and the saint-to-be." Just now, Iron Axe and Locke reported what had happened and then left. For a moment, only Shad, the three witches, and Evelax were left in the castle. Since the two of them had already seen Lilith, there was no need for Hannah and Nia to hide, so they might as well confront them. Anyway, this is his territory, so he has the final say on how to deal with these two uninvited guests, right? Shad thought as he looked at Eve and Lux. "Your Highness." As Lilith trotted over to his side, Shad temporarily ignored the two of them and held the little spider girl's face with concern. "How are you? Are you okay?" Feeling the warmth of Shad's palm, Lilith's face turned red. "I'm fine, Your Highness. It's just that I injured Her Highness the Princess." Shad glanced at Eve, then touched Lilith's head. "It doesn't matter, as long as you're not hurt. In my heart, you are much more important than her." What Xiaoda said was the truth. The original owner's sister, whom he had only met a few times, was just an ordinary person after all. How could she be as important as these monster girls around him? After confirming that Lilith was okay, Shad came to the two girls who were tied up and placed in place, while the three witches followed behind him. "Oh, my dear sister, it's been a long time since we last met. How have you been lately?" Shad looked at Eve. She was just as serious as the impression he had in his mind. But at this moment, beneath the indifference in her eyes, there was a surge of anger. Xiaoda dared to guarantee that if he let her go now, his sister would knock him to the ground with a punch and then step on his face hard with her long legs and long boots. But she could obviously only do this in her imagination. Xiaoda wiped the mud off Eve's face with his hands, his tone a little regretful. "How come you're so dirty? You still don't care about your image like before." Facing Eve's murderous eyes, Shad was not at all intimidated. Hey, I just like the way you can't stand me, but can't get rid of me. You know what? Eve is normally an icy beauty. But now he is tied up by spider silk, wanting to break free but unable to. The humiliating look of being at the mercy of others, coupled with the contrasting look as if he were a scumbag, makes people inexplicably excited. What's going on? Still as stupid as before. In fact, until now, Eve still doesn't completely believe that Shade voluntarily raised the witch. After all, in her impression, no matter how stupid Xiaoda was, he still had a clear sense of right and wrong, and would not do something as against the will of heaven as raising a witch. She looked at the two witches behind Shade who were dressed in strange clothes, especially the witches wearing translucent socks on their legs, and thought that perhaps these witches had seduced Shade. His fourth brother was originally a sex-hungry ghost, so it was not impossible for him to be seduced by these extremely beautiful witches. In this case, the stupid brother is actually just a victim, and these damn witches are the real murderers. Chapter 166. If you don't obey, don't blame me. Oh my, Isn't this the quasi-saint of the church? Why is she tied up after not seeing her for a few days? As Shad was talking to Eve, Hannah flew over to Lux and taunted her with a smile. Having been in contact with the witch society for a long time, she naturally knew a lot about the saint and the quasi-saint. These girls were carefully trained by the church to be used against witches and corrupted creatures in the future. They were usually high and mighty. This was the first time she had seen someone like Lux being tied up and humiliated, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure. No, don't touch me, you damn witch. In Lux's eyes, witches are more disgusting than fat, middle-aged, greasy men. After all, her disgust and hatred for witches was a concept that the church had instilled in her since birth, so now that she was tied up and allowed to do whatever she wanted, she was about to collapse. She struggled constantly, trying to shake off Hannah's hand, tears streaming from her eyes. Please don't touch me. The next second, Lux stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, her plump peaches served as a cushion. She sat on the ground, kicking her feet to push herself back, crying with tears in her eyes, her voice trembling. No, am I that scary? Hannah scratched her head in confusion. Why did this quasi-saint look at her as if she were seeing a devil? Hannah, stop teasing her now, Shad said to Hannah. Even Einstein fainted when he saw the witch, let alone the quasi-saint of the church. Moreover, this quasi-saint is obviously a white lotus who has been ignorant of the world since childhood and only listens to the church's one-sided words. She has been a little mentally abnormal just now. If Hannah continues to tease her like this, what if she really goes crazy? The other party's current behavior is obviously due to stress. She needs to be given some time to relieve her emotions. Then, combined with my own verbal therapy and witch patch therapy, there is a high probability that she can be persuaded to rebel. To incite a quasi-saint to rebel. Tisk, it's interesting to think about it. Okay, I'll listen to you, Your Highness. Hannah shrugged and flew back. Her two long legs and white silk stockings crossed together. The hem of her Chong Sam hung naturally, revealing an absolute area that aroused people's imagination. Your Highness, the fourth prince, do you know what you are doing? Raising a witch. If this is discovered, the church and the king will definitely not forgive you. Seeing that the witch finally left, Lux breathed a sigh of relief and said to Shade while sobbing. She really didn't understand why a prince of a country would do such a heinous thing. Xiao Fu said that the fourth prince was better than the other princes. Now it seems that the fourth prince is obviously the craziest and most annoying prince. Oh, you're so brave to talk to me like that in my own territory. Shad walked towards Lux. Hey, Xiada, she's been scared and she's talking without thinking. Don't bully her. If you have anything to say, come to me, Eve said anxiously. Eve still maintained her rationality at this moment, knowing how dangerous the situation they were in was. Since they had discovered that Shad was raising a witch, he would definitely not let the news spread. In other words, she and Lux will never be able to leave Outpost Town alive. In the best-case scenario, they will be imprisoned in Outpost Town by Shad. The worst result is that they will be killed by Shad. However, doing so will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. I believe Shad will not do this unless it is absolutely necessary. Eve was in a very bad mood at the moment. Damn it. I originally wanted to kindly remind Shade of the threat of the monster, but it turned out that the other party was openly raising witches, and it seemed that everyone in the town knew about it. Why didn't he know before that Xiada, who was always fond of romance, was so courageous? Is he controlled by some witch? She observed the three witches again, the spider, the cow, and the wind. Spider obeys Shade's orders and looks obedient. Feng is cunning, and forget about Ox, as he looks stupid. These three don't seem to have the ability to control themselves. Is there another witch behind Shade? No matter what, the entire outpost town has probably become a witch's lair. She and Lux's trip here is undoubtedly like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth and catching a turtle in a jar. How did things turn out like this? Even though the second princess had seen many ups and downs, she was overwhelmed by the deep feeling of despair at this moment. Who do you take me for, sister? Shad helped Lux up from the ground. You are guests after all. How can you keep standing or sitting on the ground? Let's sit down and talk. Bring the two of them to the table. Lilith pulled out a chair for Eve and said, Please sit down, Your Highness. Eve glanced at Lilith, then sat down. Hannah on the other side followed suit, pulled out a chair, and said to Lux, Come, please take a seat, Miss Saint-to-be. Lux shook her head stubbornly. I won't sit on a chair that a witch has touched. TSK, this shows that you haven't recognized the current situation yet. Hannah stretched out her hands as if she had found a fun toy, moving her long fingers up and down. If you don't obey, don't blame me for touching you all over. Feeling Hannah's eyes looking her up and down, Lux shuddered all over, and the big rabbit trembled noticeably. She looked extremely aggrieved and sat down on the chair obediently. Xiaoda watched the scene speechlessly. Hannah is truly a talent. She discovered the correct way to use the quasi-saint so quickly. Under Shad's command, Lilith helped Eve loosen the spider silk on her body. Eve moved her hands, which were uncomfortable from being tied up for a long time, and asked calmly, "Why did you untie me? Aren't you afraid of what I might do? If you really had that ability, you wouldn't have been captured by my men," Shade said nonchalantly. "Besides, why do you think there's only one knight guarding my castle?" He glanced at Lilith, Nia, and Hannah. "Any one of these 3 monster girls can hang you up and beat you up." Eve obviously understood what Shade meant and frowned as she glanced at the 3 witches. She had just realized the witch's strength. "And most importantly, in my impression, you've always been a calm and rational person. I think we can have a good talk." "What are you talking about? Raising a witch is the most serious crime recognized by the kingdom and the church." Eve pondered for a moment and added, "Even if you can convince me, you can't convince the church and others. You may think witches are powerful, but in front of the church and the kingdom, their power is simply not enough. But the kingdom is about to split, isn't it? Otherwise, how could Duke Card dare to openly suppress me, the prince?" "Duke Card is suppressing you?" Eve frowned. She had never heard of this before. Xiaoda smiled and said, "You may not know this, but the prices in Outpost Town are 2 to 3 times higher than in the capital. The poorest town has the highest prices. This situation is not limited to Outpost Town. I'm afraid that the remote towns in other territories are similar. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Chapter 167: The Truth About Being Exiled to Chinchao Town. Eve had nothing to say about the fact that the kingdom had become so rotten and was about to be divided. Because she herself knew the true situation of the kingdom, and Bis had only said bad things. Eve took a deep breath and said, "I can talk to Duke Card about this matter for you, and ask him to give you a normal price." "Unnecessary," Xiaoda said lightly. Eve didn't know where Shade got the confidence to say this. No matter how powerful the witches were, they could only be reflected in their strength. What could they do to lower prices? Eve thought it was Shad's pride that made him reject her proposal. "Besides, I never thought anything they said about the church was right." Shade looked at Eve and Lux and said, "For example, the phrase witches are evil. What are you talking about, Your Highness?" Lux was anxious because he was still tied up and could only twist his body constantly. The 2 big rabbits stretched his white robe tight, as if they were about to jump out at any time. "Of course witches are evil. They have the bodies of monsters growing on them. And you know what a monster is: wild beasts or the corpses of wild beasts that have mutated due to the aura of corruption. They are very dangerous monsters. Witches are the same as them. They are transformed into monsters due to the aura of corruption. Witches born in this way are of course evil. But that's not the case." Shade waved his hand. "Witches aren't evil. Aside from some unusual growths on their bodies, they're no different from ordinary people." Lux gasped and retorted, "That's not true. Witches have become corrupted minions because of their weak will. They will bring disaster and destruction." "Naive. Have you ever really seen a witch bring disaster? The so-called disaster is the attack from the church, right?" Xiaoda frowned and said, "Everything must be based on facts. At least until now, not only have they not brought me disaster, but with their help, the lives of me and my people have become better and happier. As for whether this is true or not, you'll have plenty of time to verify it later." Lux couldn't argue with Shade. She kept shaking her head and muttering to herself, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Witches are the embodiment of evil. Witches will bring disaster. How could the knowledge His Holiness the Pope repeatedly emphasized to them be wrong?" "Calm down, Lux." Seeing that Lux was in a bad state, Eve comforted her. Then she looked at Shad. "She's right. In fact, we came to Outpost Town this time to check the extent of the corruption in the Death Forest and to warn you of the dangers of warcraft. But it seems that your town has not been attacked by monsters, so you may not know how terrifying they are." Eve described warcraft as something very terrifying. But after hearing her words, Shade and the 3 witches looked at each other in confusion. "Ahem, you may have misunderstood something. It's not that Outpost Town hasn't been attacked by monsters, but we have already repelled them." Eve was stunned for a moment. "Are you telling the truth?" She found it hard to believe that the Outpost Town could also deal with the monsters that took so much effort for Card Fortress to deal with. "Wait," Eve suddenly thought of something. "You used the witch's power to resist the monster's attack?" Shade nodded non-committally. "Mostly, yes. Without the witch, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the monster so easily. In addition to the witches, the soldiers of the First Army are also an indispensable part." He looked at Lux and said, "So you understand, witches are completely different from monsters. They even help me clean up monsters. The so-called evil is just a false accusation the church puts on them in order to hunt down witches." However, Lux kept shaking her head, looking as if she didn't want to hear anything, which made Xiada very angry. Xiada smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't listen now. There are still many days to come. Live with these lovely witches for a while, and you will understand." Hannah patted her chest and said at the right moment, "Don't worry, Your Highness. Leave this matter to me. I will definitely change her mind about witches." Hannah looked at Lux with a smile. She was very interested in this pure little white rabbit saint. It was so fun to tease her, even more fun than Lilith. Goo. Hearing this, Lux's face turned pale. Making her live with the witch is more painful than killing her. Lux kept struggling and twisting around in her seat, but Hannah said, "If you move again, I'm going to touch you," which scared Lux so much that she stopped twisting immediately and sat down obediently in her seat. Hannah with a smirk on her face and Lux with a wronged look on her face. This combination is really a bit strange. Shad smiled helplessly at Hannah. Let the child play if she likes. Training the quasi-saint will be Hannah's task for the next period of time. It just helps me share some of the pressure. It took so much energy to persuade Einstein to rebel before, and it will definitely take more time for this quasi-saint with pure faith. The town is currently experiencing rapid development, so let Hannah have some fun for a while before making any decisions. Ignoring Lux's mental breakdown, Eve glanced at Shade with mixed feelings. "So you're raising witches because of Warcraft?" Because the town was attacked by monsters, Shade raised witches to fight against the monsters. If that was the case, she could understand. After all, her situation was so dire that she couldn't even survive without the help of the witch. Thinking of this, Eve actually felt a little sympathy for Shade. Alas, if it weren't for Finn, you wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Finn. Xiao was a little confused. He carefully recalled the original owner's memory, but he didn't understand why Eve mentioned the name of the fifth prince at this time. "It seems you are still kept in the dark." Seeing Shad's puzzled expression, Eve immediately understood that he still didn't understand why he was exiled to the remote town of Chinchao Town. "Am I a hoodwinker?" Shad looked at Eve, waiting for her answer. Eve said, "Remember the conflict you had with Finn?" Xiao thought about it, and it seemed that the original owner had indeed had a conflict with Finn when he was in the royal capital, but he was drunk at the time and could not remember it clearly. He only remembered that the angry original owner kicked Finn's leg and broke it. Shade nodded, and Eve continued. "Originally, your territory was supposed to be Riverside Town in Kaba territory. Although it was also a small town, the conditions were at least much better than Outpost Town. I don't know what Finn said to his father, but after the conflict between you two, your territory was changed to Outpost Town." Eve shrugged her shoulders. "You know, Finn is his father's favorite child." Xiao laughed, as if he had heard something funny. Okay, the original owner was a prince, so how could he be exiled to such a shabby town? It turns out that there is such a bloody plot that can't be more classic even in novels. Interesting, so interesting. Chapter 168, Who Taught You to Open Up the Death Forest in This Way? Eve was a little surprised by Shad's calm reaction to the fact that the real reason for being exiled to the outpost town was related to the fifth prince. She had thought that her fourth brother would be very angry and then rage helplessly, which was consistent with her understanding of Xiada. However, the truth is, Shad didn't really care about this matter and just treated it as a story. After all, he was already on his way to the outpost town when he traveled through time. Why should he get angry about something that happened in the past and had nothing to do with him? The past is set in stone, but the future holds many possibilities. Even though the original outpost town was very remote and poor, now, under his governance, isn't the town developing rapidly? As for the five princes, Finn's territory is in Kaba territory. If I remember correctly, Kaba territory is right next to Cade territory, right? Eve blinked. She felt that Shad's smile was a little creepy. Shad didn't say much about Finn's question, but instead hugged the warm and soft Lilith in his arms. The little spider girl was startled by Shade's action, but she still huddled in his arms with a red face. Shade pinched Lilith's cheek and said to Eve, "Eve, you're overthinking this. Let me clarify something. I took in witches not for any particular reason, but because I believe from the bottom of my heart that they are not evil and are no different from ordinary people. They deserve the right to live a normal life. That's all." At first, calling her sister was just a courtesy. Xiada still preferred to call her by her name directly. Xiada looked at Eve with a firm gaze, without a trace of hesitation. This was the fact he had already recognized when he first met Lilith, and it has never changed. As for the many conveniences that the witches brought him, he only gradually discovered them later. Lilith snuggled in Shad's arms and felt that the prince was the most handsome man in the world at that moment. His Highness had told her these words many times before, and he was really working hard for it. From then on, she decided to stay with His Highness the Prince for the rest of her life. Hannah and Nia also looked at Shad with touched faces. If there is a favorability system, You will find that the favorability between the two people has increased a lot at this moment. Lux's expression was completely different from that of the three witches. She looked at Shade with horror on her face, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In her opinion, Shade, who had such thoughts, was even more terrifying than the witch. He was simply a demon king, a demon king. Eve frowned, obviously frightened by Shade's words. She pursed her lips and said, "Did you have this idea before in the capital?" Shade shook his head. "I'd never seen a witch back then." Eve sighed. Who would have thought that the fourth brother, who spent his days eating, drinking, and having fun, had such a horrifying and terrifying idea deep in his heart? However, Xiada's vision seems not very good. The wind girl and the cow girl are obviously more attractive than this spider girl. Could it be that he has played too much before and wants to try this petite one? Eve didn't want to comment too much on her brother's XP. That is to say, his territory is a remote outpost town. If it were anywhere else, Shade would probably be confused by now. After understanding Shade's determination, Eve had already given up resistance in her heart. She crossed her arms over her chest and asked, "So what are you going to do with us?" Xiada really didn't know what to do about this problem. As for those merchants, he could put them under house arrest in the outpost town without any pressure. But these two people, one is the second princess, and the other is the quasi-saint of the church. Their status is too high. If they stay in the outpost town for a long time, it will inevitably attract the attention of other forces. This is not good news for the developing self. At the same time, this also eliminates the possibility of murder. Apart from this, we can only try our best to change their views on witches and turn them into our allies completely on a spiritual level. Just as Shad was thinking about how to arrange the two of them, Cow's voice came from outside the door. "Your Highness, there's new news from the First Army." Then a familiar young man pushed the door open and walked in. Anthony came up to Shad and saluted with an excited smile on his face. "Your Highness, if we cut down a few more trees, we'll reach the Silver Ridge River. Captain Iron Axe invites you to inspect it." Upon hearing the news, Xiada was very excited, but he remained calm on the surface. "I understand. You can go back first." Anthony glanced at Eve and the tied-up Lux, and realized that His Royal Highness the Prince had other things to do. He nodded and left. "Expanding to the Yinling River. Are you expanding your territory?" Eve's delicate face was full of confusion. She was not very surprised about Shade expanding his territory. After all, the outpost town was too small. How could a prince tolerate his territory being so tiny? But what about expanding to Yinling River? Isn't there a forest of death to the south of this town? She knew how dangerous the corrupted areas were. After all, she had seen many of them. They were full of magical beasts. Even worse, there would be terrifying corrupted creatures. They looked strange and bizarre, and were 10 times more dangerous to deal with than magical beasts. Yes, the forest we are exploring is the forest of death. Shad's self-righteous attitude made Eve feel confused. Developing the death forest? Are you from the outpost town going to take the lead in developing the death forest? Apart from the church, she has never seen anyone who can solve the corruption. Even the powerful card fortress can only passively defend. You tell me that a small outpost town like yours can independently develop the death forest and drive all the way to the Silver Ridge River? There's no point in saying more. You'll know once you see it with your own eyes. Xiada was still very happy to share his achievements with others, especially these two people who could not change anything even if they knew his actions. Shad stood up and walked towards the door. Eve followed him with full of doubts, while Hannah pulled the rope in her hand, and Lux, whose upper body was still tied up, followed reluctantly. "Don't pull me. I can walk by myself." Everyone came to the forest of death. When Eve saw the purple-gray forests on both sides and a yellowish-brown road several dozen meters wide in the middle, she was completely stunned. Even if you can cut down all the trees and kill all the monsters, how can you turn the purple-gray land back to its original color? She soon got the answer to this question. The crowd walked along the road and soon saw a group of civilians carrying buckets. That's holy water. The scene before her made Eve throw away her dignity as the second princess, and she couldn't help but scream. I saw those civilians, each of them holding a big bucket with twinkling starlight in it. What else could it be but holy water? More importantly, the precious holy water was thrown on the ground by the common people as if it were free. Eve looked at Shade with her mouth slightly opened. Even the church has to carefully preserve the precious holy water, and you are just wasting it so casually? Suddenly thinking of something, Eve asked with an ugly expression, "Did you splash holy water like this for the entire distance ahead?" Shade shrugged. "What else?" Eve was dumbfounded, thinking about how much holy water would be wasted by doing this. Even though it wasn't hers, she felt heartbroken. "Stupid brother. Who taught you to open up the death forest in this way?" Chapter 169, The People's Army. "Your Highness, How could you waste holy water like this? Ever since arriving in Outpost Town, Lux found that the mental shock she was suffering had never stopped. His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince not only openly keeps a witch, but he also squanders precious holy water. He actually used a large wooden barrel to pour out the holy water they had saved in small bottles. Oh my god, Lux felt that there was no one in the world who looked more like a demon king than the Fourth Prince. What's the big deal? Isn't holy water used to dispel corruption? Shade said disapprovingly that he was only utilizing the holy water's original effect. Besides, I only used diluted holy water, so there was no waste at all. Lux shook her head, and because the movement was too big, the two rabbits shook together. No, if you want to dispel the corruption, you only need to pour some holy water into the corruption hole. There is no need to waste it like this. Realizing that the corrupted hole Lux was referring to was actually the corrupted rift, Shad was somewhat surprised. So there's actually this method? But he was a little puzzled. The bottom of the corrupted fissure was filled with corrupted source matter. Would it be safe to pour holy water directly into it? Shade asked, will there be any strange phenomena if we pour holy water into the corruption cave? Of course. Lux looked pious. An evil purple flame will erupt from the corruption cave, but with a little more holy water, it will turn into a holy golden flame. There will also be very loud noises coming from inside. Sometimes the ground will tremble and crack. That's the power of the holy light clashing with the corruption. So after pouring the holy water, you must leave there quickly. Shad was shocked. Holy shit, the church is just a bunch of young fools. How can they be so brave? The so-called flames, noises, and earthquakes were nothing more than the violent reaction between the holy water and the corrupted source at the bottom of the cave. Why don't you take out the corrupted essence first? Corrupted essence, what is that? Looking at Lux's confused face, as if she really had no idea, Shad was speechless. I don't know whether everyone in the church is unaware of the existence of the source of corruption, or whether they know it but think it is useless, so they just neutralize it with holy water. In short, if we follow the church's method, as long as we take away all the corrupted source materials at the bottom of the corrupted rift, the corruption should slowly disappear. Xiao thought he could give it a try later. Passing through the civilians who were splashing holy water, everyone soon saw the large pioneering army. Just as Anthony said, the first army had already advanced to the Silver Ridge River. At this moment, the civilians were swinging axes vigorously, chopping at the last few remaining trees, while the soldiers were guarding both sides. Seeing Shade coming, Iron Axe ran over with an excited smile on his face. And it wasn't just Tiefu. Almost everyone who participated in the development had an excited look on their face. That's true. After all, they started from the edge of the Death Forest and expanded deeper into it little by little. During this time, they fought against monsters and defeated all kinds of corrupted creatures. It was a difficult journey. Now they finally expanded to the Silver Ridge River. How could they not be happy? Your Highness, the First Army has successfully completed its mission, opening up the Death Forest to the Silver Ridge River. Xiao smiled and shook his head. The mission isn't complete yet. Don't forget the task I assigned to you. It's to open up the entire Silver Ridge River. After that, you need to continue westward along the river. But the subsequent tasks won't be so troublesome. The main task is to use holy water to restore the two sides of the river to a normal environment. The process will definitely be much faster. Iron Axe scratched his head sheepishly. Yes, I'm just a little excited. Shade patted Iron Axe's shoulder. I know. I'm excited too. Of course, I see the soldiers' dedication. Tonight, I'll reward each of you with 50 silver coins. I'll have my chef cook for you. Take a good rest and relax tonight. Yes. Tiefu was delighted. Their current daily salary was already high enough, and they didn't expect His Highness to give them a reward. Originally, Xiao wanted to give the soldiers 2 days off, but time was tight and the pioneering work could not be stopped, so he could only use rewards and delicious food to motivate them. The shock Eve received from the scene before her was no less than the shock she received from seeing holy water splashed on the ground just now. Watching these civilians wielding axes and chopping down trees quickly, Eve wondered, when did civilians become so mobile? Aren't civilians supposed to be lazy creatures like pigs, moving only when urged? Why do the civilians in Outpost Town work so hard? Eve couldn't help but be surprised when she heard that Shade was going to reward each soldier with 50 silver coins. Although 50 silver coins were nothing to them, it was definitely a huge sum of money for ordinary people. Are these your soldiers? Eve looked at the soldiers guarding both sides. They were wearing uniform military green uniforms and holding bow-like weapons in their hands, just like the ones who stopped her and Lux at the entrance of the town. Eve then realized that these people were not guards, but the army formed by Shad. Are they the mercenaries you hired? Eve asked. These people were not wearing armor. So they were definitely not knights, and the cost of training a knight was very high, and the outpost town simply could not afford so many knights. In this case, apart from knights, she could only think of mercenaries as a source. Mercenaries have some strength, but not much. They wander around the world because they don't want to be serfs. They are an important part of the army of this era. The advantage of mercenaries is that they are weaker than knights, but much stronger than civilians and slaves. The disadvantage is that mercenaries mostly do things for money, and when you have no money, they will abandon you without hesitation. This is also the reason why Eve was surprised by the reward given by Shade. Normal mercenaries only need 20 to 30 silver coins to go to the battlefield for you, and they are willing to work for you with a few more coins. There is no need to give 50 silver coins. Not really. They were all civilians before. Shade's words made Eve wonder if she had heard correctly. She asked in confusion, "You said these soldiers are civilians?" Shade nodded proudly. "Yes, the First Army is an army of the people." Eve admitted that she had seen all kinds of ridiculous things in Outpost Town that she had never seen in her life. Letting civilians serve as soldiers, perhaps only Xiada could do such a thing. However, the strength displayed by these soldiers was different from what she had imagined. Eve saw a monster rushing towards her in the forest, but the soldiers facing it were not afraid at all. They raised their weapons and shot it to death. She felt that the momentum of the monster was no less than that of a knight. Is this something a civilian can do? What methods did Xiada use to train civilians into this state? Like all those who came to Outpost Town for the first time, Eve gradually became interested in Shad and the territory he governed. Chapter 170 Lord Achievement, Water Transport Era, has been achieved. You two should be good friends, right? Why don't you care about her? Shad turned around and looked at Lux. He found that this girl, whose name was the same as mine, was also as beautiful as mine, and her figure looked even more explosive against the backdrop of her church robe. At this time, the tied-up Lux was being teased madly by Hannah. Her delicate face was full of fear and humiliation, just like an innocent little girl who was blocked by a yellow-haired boy on her way home from school. "Even if I wanted you to untie her, would you?" Eve said expressionlessly. "And even if you let go, Lux will definitely do something that will displease you. Like now, at least you won't harm her life." Eve's rational analysis surprised Shade. He shrugged. "You are really sensible." Eve then stopped talking and stood quietly beside Shad, observing him and these civilians. Xiada no longer paid attention to the two of them and focused his attention on the pioneering team. When the last tree was felled, the civilians holding axes threw their axes to the ground, shouted excitedly, and felt great excitement in their hearts. Some people sat down on the ground, wiping tears of excitement. Some people held axes and wiped the sweat from their heads with a proud look on their faces, and more people shared their joy with the people around them. As soon as they saw His Royal Highness the Prince, some people started to flatter him. "Long live His Royal Highness the Prince. I never thought we would actually reach this far. If it weren't for the leadership of His Royal Highness the Prince, I wouldn't even dare to dream of this. We've actually managed to carve out a path through the dangerous Death Forest. Long live His Royal Highness the Prince, and long live the First Army." Team leader Anthony happily ran over to Iron Axe. "We did it." "Well, we did it, but this is just the beginning. The First Army still has a long way to go." Iron Axe patted Anthony's shoulder and looked at His Royal Highness the Prince not far away with excited eyes. All the changes in Qinshan Town are due to him. The soldiers on guard nearby saw this scene and smiled happily. After such a long period of development in the Death Forest, the soldiers of the First Army have become mentally strong and can deal with monsters calmly. For countless days and nights, they have kept their spirits tense, and now they finally feel the joy of harvest. Clearly feeling their contribution to the development of the town, the soldiers couldn't help but straighten themselves and feel proud of themselves. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in Xiada's mind. "The mire that 12 generations scooped dry with clay pots becomes, in your hands, an artery running through the Silver Ridge." When the first wooden boat laden with grain escaped the exploitation of the fortress, the bronze raft nails were etched with fragments of the Xiangui, a lost time. But has anyone realized that every new canal will tear a bloody rift in the epic of empire? Lord's Achievement, Water Transport Era, has been achieved. Reward, Inland River Longboat. Blueprint has been issued. Please check it in your mind. Xiada was not at all surprised by the achievement and reward, because he himself knew clearly that this moment was an important node, and the importance of opening up the river channel was self-evident. This moment was the turning point of the fate of Qianxiao Town. Therefore, it is normal to have rewards at this time. Xiada even feels that this reward is a bit unworthy of their achievements. After all, before the Death Forest spread to its current size, Qianxiao Town also had water transportation, and Maowing knew how to build ships, but the small wooden boats he built might not be that powerful and could carry less cargo. But something is better than nothing. Shad smiled and shook his head. He found that his ambition seemed to be growing. In any case, compared to this reward, the excited expressions of the soldiers and civilians in front of him made him pay more attention. While everyone was excited, Xiada stood up and loudly announced the benefits for the soldiers. Fight for His Royal Highness the Prince. Fight for outpost. Even though they were almost going crazy with joy, the soldiers still maintained their discipline and shouted in unison. This is the result of constantly emphasizing discipline on a daily basis. Xiada nodded with satisfaction. All soldiers of the First Army, listen up. From now on, you represent Outpost Town and me. You are not those who live in a muddle-headed way. You are a group of people with faith. Behind you are your families and Xinshan Town. If you lose, no one will come to protect them. So stand up straight. You won't have to bow to anyone from now on. Even if the king or the pope stands before you, you can't bow your heads. Stand up straight and do what needs to be done. Do you understand? Yes. The soldiers shouted in unison. Tiefu heard something else in Xiada's words. His Highness was very dissatisfied with the soldiers guarding the fortress and the town passage for letting the second princess and the quasi-saint pass. However, because today was a happy day, he did not point it out explicitly, but only gave an indirect reminder. Looks like I have to teach those guys a lesson later. Tiefu thought to himself. Eve looked at Shad with wide eyes. Do you know what you were talking about? When civilians meet the king and the pope, they have to stand up straight and not bow their heads. Are your soldiers more powerful than the king? Eve wanted to remind Shad, but she couldn't open her mouth. Xiada's expression clearly showed that he was serious. Only now did she clearly realize that Shade established this army not just to develop the Death Forest. He definitely had other more terrifying purposes. On the other hand, the aura emanating from these civilian soldiers really frightened Eve. When viewed separately, each of them may not be strong or even very weak, but when put together as a whole, their powerful aura can even rival that of the original Knights of Altos. Even Lux temporarily ignored Hannah, who was harassing her, and looked at Shade with her mouth slightly open. She had only seen this kind of unparalleled cohesion in His Holiness the Pope before, and that was something that could only be achieved when everyone shared the same faith in the Holy Light. But what do the four princes believe in? To protect the outpost town and their families? Hearing that the soldiers could receive such high rewards and eat meals prepared by His Highness's chef, even though their salaries were already much higher than before, the civilians suddenly felt that the axes in their hands were no longer so attractive. Looking at the envious eyes of the civilians, Shade was not stingy. After all, they also made a significant contribution to the development of the Death Forest. Xiada ordered that each of these civilians be rewarded with a silver coin, and that they could also enjoy delicious food prepared by his own chef in the evening. The common people immediately danced with joy and praised His Royal Highness the Prince crazily. Although they also received rewards, these civilians still couldn't help but have a thought in their hearts. It's great to be His Royal Highness's soldier. Many strong men made up their minds that they must participate when His Highness recruits soldiers next time. Chapter 171. Fourth brother starts playing pure love. Your Highness, everyone has a reward. Do we have one? Hannah flew over and asked expectantly. Shad glanced at Hannah and said with a smile, Aren't the clothes you're wearing a reward? Oh. Hannah's face suddenly fell, and she pretended to step on Shade's face with her white silk-clad feet, puffing her face and saying angrily, How can this be considered a reward for us? This is clearly a reward for you. Okay, no more jokes. Shad grabbed Hannah's leg and rubbed it, then said with a smile, Yes, ladies, yes. You have made the greatest contribution to the development of the Death Forest. I will never forget to reward you. Hannah blushed and pulled her legs back. Humph, that's good. I want to eat more delicious food that I have never tasted before. Nia was sucking her fingers, her saliva already flowing out, with a simple expression of a foodie, coupled with her black stockings, plump legs and world-class figure. It was hard not to make people bleed from the nose. Eat big mouthfuls. We'll have the chefs prepare a full banquet for us later, and then have them cook for the soldiers and civilians. Xiada nodded and agreed to Nia. The little foodie's wish finally came true. Coincidentally, he also taught the chef more than a dozen delicious dishes, each one different. The only drawback is that the chefs in the castle have had a hard time. They will probably be exhausted today. Thinking that there was still one person missing, Xiada patted his head and said, By the way, Nia, bring Momo over to eat together later. The little mermaid lived in the river all day long, and she always forgot about herself. Many of today's dishes will be made with the fish caught by Momo, so how could we forget her? What about you, Hannah? What reward do you want? Shad looked at Hannah and asked. Hannah scratched her head and couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. She looked very confused. I don't know what reward I want. She found that she didn't seem to want anything in particular. If I really want to say it. Does it count as a little more fun? Hannah looked at Shad with sparkling eyes. She really didn't need anything special materially. She just wanted to have more fun spiritually. Suddenly thinking of something, Hannah flew to Lux and gently patted Lux's chewy face with her hand. Or find me a few more toys like her. Oh no. Lux's legs began to tremble like a frightened little rabbit. Demon. Lux looked at Hannah with horror. This woman is definitely the reincarnation of the devil. Hannah chuckled at Lakis's reaction. It was this funny reaction that made her feel so interesting. But this is really hard for Siada. His face was filled with black lines. Where can I get you a few more quasi-sanuses? If you can't think of anything, just owe it to me first. If you want anything in the future, tell me. Oh, okay. Hannah had no objection to this and continued to tease Lux. What about you, Lilith? When Shad looked at Lilith, his voice became much gentler. I'll owe it to you for now, Your Highness. Spider-Girl giggled and said while hugging Shade's arm. In her opinion, being able to stay with Siada all the time is the greatest reward for her. Oh, let's talk about it slowly tonight. Shad gave Lilith a you-know look, and Lilith poked Shad with a red face. Don't talk about this kind of thing here, idiot. The ambiguous atmosphere between the two surprised Eve. Has the former sex maniac fourth brother started to play pure love? Civilians began the final processing work, moving the trees and monster corpses on the ground back to the outpost town and piling them in a fixed area. After speaking to Iron Axe for a few words, Shade and his companions began to return to the castle. On the way, Eve looked at Siada with mixed feelings. Aside from being lustful, you've really changed. Having said that, Eve always felt that Shade seemed like a completely different person. Could it be that he was pretending all the time when he was in the royal capital? Now that the time for enfeoffment has come, is he gradually revealing his true colors? If this is the case, then Siada is too terrifying and is no simpler than the other princes. What do you mean by lustful? A gentleman is lustful, but not lewd. I'm just appreciating it normally. How can you say I'm lustful? Siada shook his head, refusing to admit that he was lustful. Besides, a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. It's been a long time since we last met, so it's only natural for you to have changed like this. You still say nothing has changed. I don't understand what you were saying. Eve smiled rarely, which made Siada a little stunned. What I mean is, after 3 days of separation, you should start looking at someone differently. So, how can you still be laughing? I'm going to keep you all imprisoned in Outpost Town. Siada was a little confused. This icy beauty didn't look like she was crazy, did she? Eve returned to her expressionless state and shook her head. We originally planned to stay in Outpost Town until the end of winter. Even though you said we were imprisoned, as long as we don't do anything too extreme, you shouldn't restrict our movements too much, right? Yes, but I will arrange for people to monitor your actions at all times. Siada nodded. He wanted these two people to see the rapid changes in the town, so it was impossible to keep them locked up in the house forever. This isn't much different from our previous plans, so there's no need to worry about the future. At this point, we can only take it one step at a time. Eve said calmly, which made Shade admire her a little. This mentality is quite open-minded. She is worthy of being a princess of a country and someone who can accomplish great things. However, there is another important reason why Eve was able to accept the fact so quickly. Shade thought for a moment and asked, I remember that you don't like the church either, Eve? Eve nodded. Unlike the simple-minded Lux, she had seen the dirty side of the church, which was why she had always disagreed to join the church. But the church's determination to combat corruption is also real. Eve looked at Shade seriously and said, currently, among the kingdom's 11 territories and 2 cities, the main force fighting corruption is the church's Holy Light Legion and the Saint. Without them, the corruption would be 100 times more severe than it is now. This is also the reason why even though she doesn't like the church, she still acts with Lux. She also understands that the world is not black and white. Although the church did a lot of dirty things, it was true that they were doing their best to fight corruption and resist monsters, so the nobles basically turned a blind eye to the church. Everyone knows that everything depends on stance and interests. Therefore, when it comes to witches, Eve has always believed the church's words, believing that they are corrupted, evil creatures. Until now, we have seen Shade living in peace with the witches around him, and even using the witches' abilities to promote the development of the territory. Eve was already a little shaken, and she glanced at Lux. But now, she couldn't say it directly. Chapter 172, It's normal to be nervous. In fact, for Shade, the Church of Holy Light is still a very mysterious existence. To put it simply, the witch's situation is completely different from what it said, and the mid-level bishops are addicted to corruption and lack discipline. Say it's bad, but it's also the main force against corruption, and without it, it won't work. Forget it. Just walk your own way and develop slowly. When the time comes, if they are friends, we will cooperate. If they are enemies, we will eliminate them. It's that simple. Xiada shook his head and put aside his chaotic thoughts. The church just needs to maintain the status quo, and he has a lot to think about. In short, no matter what the church does, his first task is to develop his own territory. By the way, Eve, I remember you also have a territory, right? Shad looked at Eve and asked. He remembered that she had been allocated her own territory a long time ago. Eve nodded. Yes, it's called Eve Territory. It's a port city at the easternmost part of the kingdom, separated from the outpost town by the Silver Ridge Mountains. A port city? That must be very prosperous, right? Xiada felt very jealous. He was exiled to this broken town and had to endure the threat of monsters. He was frightened all day long. If it were the original owner, he would have died long ago. The port city that was assigned to Sister Lao was named Eve Territory, and the territory was at least at the level of an earldom. The old king is so damn partial. However, what Xiada didn't expect was that Eve shook her head. The port city isn't prosperous, it's rather backward. The biggest industry in the city is fishing. Well, it's still a lot better than the outpost town, though. Xiada was confused for a moment before he figured out the reason. The world had not yet entered the era of globalization. Even great pioneers like Columbus and Magellan had not appeared. At least the navigation technology of several countries on their continent had not yet reached the level to allow round-the-world travel. In other words, they don't even know whether there are other continents and countries in the world, and their exploration of this planet is almost zero. Therefore, Eve's port city has not shown its due value. If there were shipping business between multiple continents, Eve's city would instantly become one of the richest cities in the Silver Ridge Kingdom. Thinking of this, Xiada couldn't help but feel like a drop in the ocean. It is just a small town now, and no one knows when it will develop into a behemoth that can influence the whole world. Don't you have to manage your city then? From the very beginning, I didn't care about it. I handed it over to my most trusted subordinates to manage. Eve nodded, folded her arms across her chest, and sounded a little proud. Xiada was ashamed. Okay, you are also a god. You don't care about your own territory and hang out outside all day long, right? Xiada discovered that his sister in the cell seemed to be a little stupid in some aspects. No matter how much she trusted her subordinates and handed over the territory to them, she didn't care about it. Wasn't she afraid that they would rebel? However, it can also be seen from this that Eve's character is relatively straightforward. She likes fighting and wandering around. She knows that she is not good at managing the territory, so she leaves it to her subordinates. This kind of personality actually makes people feel more at ease. At least from this perspective, she is unlikely to become their enemy. But after seeing the situation in the outpost town, I've become interested in governing the territory. Eve looked at Shad, thought for a moment, and said, No matter what your purpose is, I can see that you manage the town well. Leading everyone and making life better and better seems to be a happy thing. When I return, I will try to manage the city. Thank you for the compliment, and I wish you success. Don't hit a smiling person. If someone praises him, he should of course be polite. It was already evening when we returned to the castle. Under Xiada's instructions, the kitchen quickly became busy, and because of the lack of manpower, several servants were transferred to help wash the vegetables. In the hall, Nia, sitting at the dining table, couldn't help but drooling at the thought of eating many delicious foods that she had never eaten before. The crystal-clear saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the magnificent rabbit. Nia blushed and quickly wiped the saliva off with her hand, not knowing that this scene had already been seen by Xiada. Momo has also been brought back by Nia. It was her first time to eat with everyone, and she sat next to Nia a little nervously. There were still some crystal water droplets on her blue hair. Momo nervously touched her fishtail with both hands, and looked at everyone cautiously with her beautiful big eyes. The little mermaid showed a frightened expression when she found that the water on her body was constantly flowing down. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I got your chair and the floor wet. I'll clean them up for you right away. As he said that, Momo was about to stand up by supporting himself on the table with his hands. Xiada reached out to stop her. It's okay, it's wet. I asked you to come here today to enjoy the food, so just eat as much as you want and don't worry about anything else. He could understand the little mermaid's mentality. After all, it was her first time to come to the castle to dine with them, and she was eating with nobles of the prince and princess level. It was normal for her to be nervous. Yes, Your Highness. Momo responded with a blushing face and sat back in the chair obediently. Hannah combed Lux's hair with her hands, occasionally lifting a handful and putting it in front of her nose to smell it. Even Shad thought her look was perverted. Admiring Lux's expression of shame and indignation, Hannah said with a smile, "You've arrived just in time. You can enjoy the new delicacies introduced by His Royal Highness the Prince, but your hands are tied." Hannah deliberately made an embarrassed expression. "I can't help it. I'll feed you later." "No," Lux yelled. "It's not up to you to decide." Hannah pinched Lux's chin and said with a wicked smile, "You better be obedient. This is our territory." Xiaoda shook his head. It looked like this quasi-saint lady would sooner or later be trained by Hannah to only listen to her. I didn't expect you to have so many witches here." Eve looked at these witches of different shapes and sizes and felt a little curious. It was the first time in her life that she had eaten with witches. "That's nothing. There will only be more and more witches in the future." Xiaoda said confidently, "There are only 4 witches now, and they are so effective. When there are more witches in the future, won't he take off?" Thinking of this, Shad looked at Eve with shining eyes. "Do you know where there are other witches?" Sister Lao hangs out outside every day, so she must know a lot of information that he doesn't know. Eve thought for a moment and said, "Almost every territory has some witches imprisoned in its cathedral. Some nobles also secretly raise powerful witches to work for them. However, these are all things done behind the scenes, and I don't know the details." Xiaoda nodded. The witch was hard to find, but these words at least gave him an idea of where to find a ready-made witch. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lux felt disheartened. "Xiao Fu, why are you siding with the 4th prince so quickly?" However, she didn't have time to think about it before she had to deal with endless harassment from Hannah again. Chapter 173. The fish scales feel really good. Not long after, the maids brought up delicious dishes one after another, placing them on the dining table while introducing them with a smile. "This is chicken stewed with mushrooms. This is braised rabbit head, braised fish, steamed fish, vermicelli stewed with tofu." The entire table was soon filled with fragrant and colorful delicacies. Eve was immediately attracted by the delicious food. Originally, she didn't care what to eat, thinking it was just a normal dinner party. After all, as the 2nd princess of the Silver Ridge Kingdom, what kind of delicacies has she not tasted? It is no exaggeration to say that she has eaten everything, including those flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, swimming in the water, and those known and unknown. The life of top aristocrats is so simple and ordinary. Because of this, Eve's desire for food has almost disappeared, and the only delicacy she recognizes is the food she eats when she is hungry. Therefore, she had no expectations at all for the delicious food that Shade prepared. But now, gurgle. Looking at the delicious dishes brought out by the maids, Eve swallowed her saliva in frustration. Every dish was something she had never seen before. The ingredients used in these dishes were very common, even mediocre, without even a trace of rare birds or animals. But it was precisely these dishes made with ordinary ingredients that made her regain a long-lost interest in food. These dishes are so delicious that they are not only beautiful, but also irresistible. The aroma that rushes into Eve's nose makes her feel as if she is wandering in a sea of delicious food. They look so delicious. Thinking of what Hannah had said before, Eve looked at Shad in disbelief. "Did you invent all these dishes?" Xiaoda nodded without denying it. "Yes. I had nothing to do after arriving in Xinqing town, so I did some research." "Slurp, I didn't expect you to have this talent." Eve swallowed again. What was wrong with Shade? As soon as he left the royal capital, all his talents were revealed. "I'm afraid even the royal chef of the Altos family can't make dishes of the quality they offer." Gurgle. Eve could already feel her stomach growling. "No, my stomach is really growling." But it wasn't hers, it was Nia's. Nia was seen looking at the dishes on the table eagerly, swallowing her saliva over and over again, but still talking fluently. "Your Highness, can we eat now?" Even though she was almost going crazy with hunger, Nia still patiently asked Shad. Xiaoda found it a little funny. If Nia was not allowed to eat, she might get mad cow disease. "Eat, eat, you can start eating now, but eat slowly, and eat slowly." Xiaoda said helplessly that if Nia was really allowed to eat as much as she wanted, the others would not have to pick up their chopsticks for a while and could just watch Nia inhale violently. "Yeah." Hearing this, Nia immediately shouted happily and started showing off her food. Her mouth was full of oil, and she looked very happy. Just watching Nia eat can make people's mouths water. "This is?" Eve asked doubtfully, holding her chopsticks. "These are chopsticks, tableware invented by His Highness. If you learn how to use them, eating with them will become very convenient." Lilith explained to Eve with a smile, and also demonstrated to her how to use it. After knowing that Eve is Shade's sister, Spider-Man's attitude towards Eve changed 180 degrees. Now seeing that she has a good relationship with His Royal Highness the Prince, she decided to have a good relationship with her as well. Eve was a princess indeed. She had a quick learning ability and quickly mastered the use of chopsticks. She was able to pick up food 7 out of 10 times. When she put a small piece of braised fish into her mouth, a rich and fragrant flavor immediately bloomed in her mouth. It was 100 times more delicious than any food she had eaten before. It leaves a lasting aftertaste after swallowing. Eve pursed her lips, her eyes shining, and now, there are more than a dozen dishes like this. She began to try other delicacies, and each one gave her a different taste, but the common feature of them all was that they were all delicious. A blush gradually appeared on Eve's face, because these were hot dishes, causing her forehead to sweat. These dishes were so delicious that she felt like she was going to heaven. If this scene were in a food anime, wouldn't it be a bonus segment where you're so delicious that your clothes will explode? Looking at Eve's performance, Xiao thought to himself, "Open your mouth, huh?" Hannah picked up a piece of rabbit meat and brought it to Lux's mouth. "Rabbits are so cute. Why should I eat them?" "I won't eat them." Lux shook her head wildly. It was the first time she had seen food made with rabbit, and it was a rabbit head. "This is too cruel. Rabbits are such cute little animals. Stop talking nonsense. You have to eat it even if you don't want to." Hannah stuffed the rabbit meat and chopsticks directly into Lux's mouth. "Saints are troublesome. You won't eat this or that. I'll just starve you to death." Don't spit it out, swallow it all." Just as Lux was about to spit out the rabbit meat, Hannah threatened her with her hand. It seemed that if she didn't obey, the other 2 rabbits would be attacked. Lux had no choice but to swallow the rabbit meat with tears. Hannah asked, "Is it delicious?" "Wow, it's not tasty. Can I have another bite?" Although he's tough on the outside, his body is very honest. Hannah laughed and patted Lux's shoulder. This little thing was so interesting. Lux felt like crying but had no tears, feeling that her situation was no different from that of a rabbit served on the table. As 2 people in the same boat, almost all of the braised rabbit had ended up in Lux's stomach. Seeing that everyone had their own things to do, Xiao came and sat next to Momo. As a lord, he also needs to cultivate a relationship with this monster girl whom he rarely sees. "How does it feel?" As Xiao asked, he subconsciously put his hand on Momo's fishtail and touched it. Not to mention, the feel of these fish scales is comparable to that of stockings, smooth, delicate, cool, and very comfortable. "It's delicious. Thank you, Your Highness, for inviting me to this dinner." Momo whispered, feeling Shade's hand rubbing against her tail. A blush appeared on her face, and her upper body in her white swimsuit twisted uncomfortably, but she didn't dare to move. The little mermaid is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. She knew that her current happy life was given by His Royal Highness the Prince, and that she should devote her body and soul to His Highness. So what's wrong with letting him touch it? It won't hurt. Only. Momo bit her lips lightly and said to Xiao shyly, "Your Highness, can you touch me a little bit down there? It's a little itchy." Xiao was stunned and realized that he had touched a little too close. If converted to legs, the spot he was touching was between the thighs and the stomach. Chapter 174. Your Holiness, I'm sorry. After the pleasant dinner, both the guests and the hosts were delighted. Nia ate the whole meal from beginning to end, tiring the chefs in the kitchen half to death. When they heard that they would have to go to the Death Forest to cook for the First Army and civilians, they felt like the sky was falling. His Highness was going to kill them. The relationship between Lilith and Eve eased a lot, and they chatted and laughed around Shade. The, strange relationship between Hannah and Lux seems to have improved a lot. "Hey, can you help me loosen the rope? It's too tight," Lux said to Hannah with a pleading look on her face. She had also eaten a lot, and her belly was bulging and very obvious against the backdrop of her church robes. Therefore, I felt that the rope on my body was too tight, and it was very uncomfortable. "Who is that guy?" Hannah looked around in confusion. "I don't know who that person is." "Your Highness, do you know him?" Lux was about to cry, and she gritted her teeth and said again, "Miss Witch, can you help me loosen the rope?" Hannah crossed her arms over her chest. "There are 4 witches here. Who are you calling?" Lux blushed and said in shame and anger, "Miss Hannah, please help me loosen the rope." "Hey, that's right." Hannah nodded and helped Lux loosen the rope a little. Lux finally felt a sense of relief, but at the same time she cursed herself inwardly for being so useless. She obviously wouldn't eat so much food normally, so why couldn't she control her mouth? "God of Holy Light, Your Holiness the Pope, I'm sorry. I'm guilty. I surrendered to the damned witch. But believe me, just this once. I will never give in to a witch again." Lux sniffed and made up her mind. Soon after, several chefs came out of the kitchen. They were holding a large number of pots and pans in their hands, and the servants behind them were carrying baskets of food. After notifying Xiada, they prepared to cook for the soldiers and civilians in the Death Forest, etc. Eve wiped her mouth with a silk handkerchief and called over several chefs. Several chefs stopped and looked at Eve tremblingly. They knew that this was the second princess, a very important guest of His Royal Highness the Prince. If they made her unhappy, they would definitely be in trouble. Your Highness, is there anything you are not satisfied with? The chef who looked the oldest came out, bent over, and asked cautiously, looking at Xiada with grievance. Your Highness the fourth prince, you must be very observant. Even if we have no credit, we have worked hard. The chef was almost in tears. In order to deal with Nia, they had swung their spatulas until they were almost smoking. Moreover, they did not dare to cut corners. Every dish was carefully prepared according to the method given by His Royal Highness the Prince, and they did not dare to make any mistakes. They were exhausted both physically and mentally. By the end of the cooking, they felt like they were about to faint. And now they had to go to the Death Forest to continue cooking. Even the mules in the farmland wouldn't be able to handle this, right? If they are scolded or even beaten because Her Royal Highness the Princess is dissatisfied, then they will die in front of His Royal Highness the Prince. No, I just want to say that you did a great job. I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. You deserve it. Eve wanted to say that she would reward them with some money, but suddenly realized that this was Shad's castle and she was a person under house arrest, so she shut up halfway through. After hearing what Eve said, several chefs breathed a sigh of relief. The noble master only spoke half of his words and was really asking for half of their lives. The older chef scratched his head and said with a smile, all this is thanks to His Royal Highness. Without His Royal Highness's recipes, we wouldn't be able to make these novel delicacies. Haha, without your skills, the recipe is useless. Xiada smiled and said that the biggest advantage of traveling through time and space to become a prince is that everyone around him becomes a bootlicker, thinking about licking him all the time. You've worked hard today. When you come back, everyone will receive a generous reward. Hearing this, the eyes of several chefs suddenly became clear, their hands were no longer tired, their waists no longer hurt, and they immediately straightened up. It's not hard. Serving His Royal Highness the Prince is our mission. Well, go ahead. Shade nodded in satisfaction and watched the chef team leave the castle. You're really good to your servants and subjects. No wonder they work so hard for you. It turns out you get paid for your work, and it's quite a bit. Don't you want to save a little more money? Eve asked Shade, and she later learned that the civilians who opened up the forest not only received rewards after completing the development, but also received wages for their daily work, and the more work they did, the more money they earned. I guess Yada is the only one in the country who is willing to pay so much to his subjects. You have to know that in other territories, if the common people worked for the nobles and were provided with food and drink, it would be considered quite benevolent of the lords. Not giving them anything was the norm. Shade shook his head and said, money won't increase if it's just sitting there. It's just a pile of metal. It's only useful if it's put into circulation. Only then can money make money. It would seem so. Eve replied thoughtfully. The second floor of the castle is the living area. After arranging rooms for Eve and Lux, Shad returned to the study and began to draw the blueprints of the inland longboat. According to the knowledge provided by the system, the inland longship is an inland variant of the Viking longship. It is famous for its streamlined hull, lightweight structure, and versatility. It is the pinnacle of medieval shipbuilding technology. The ship is 10 to 20 meters long, 2 to 3 meters wide, and has a very shallow draft of only 0.5 to 1 meter. Because of its longer hull, its carrying capacity is much stronger than that of ordinary small wooden boats, as much as 5 to 15 tons, which is very suitable for narrow and high-flow rivers such as the upper reaches of the Yinling River. This is also the reason why flat-bottom barges were not chosen. Although flat-bottom barges can be made of ancient Roman concrete, have a shallower draft and a greater cargo capacity, they are not suitable for places with high flow rates and narrow terrain, such as the upper reaches of the river. While thinking about these questions, Xiada started drawing. After practicing countless drawings, Xiada's drawing skills have improved greatly. With gray paper, drawing becomes much easier. Not to mention anything else, just the friction between the feather pen tip and the paper can make people feel physically and mentally happy. From now on, the town will continue to develop under the witness of the drawings he draws. From a remote town to the vast sea of stars,